Su Jiugao traversed into the ancient imperial lineage as a prince, gifted with an innate chaotic divine body. Due to the incompleteness of the Heavenly Dao, he was unable to ascend to the throne and was sealed by his father, falling into a deep slumber within the Primordial Divine Source. After 100,000 years, all the emperors of the myriad realms had perished. Astonishingly, his father had become the sole surviving emperor from the Dark Era, which only amplified Su Jiugao's illustrious lineage. As a century passed, darkness receded, and the Heavenly Dao was restored, ushering in a golden age. Su Jiugao broke free from his seal within the Primordial Divine Source, reigning supreme once more. Simultaneously, the system arrived, albeit belatedly. Ding! Successfully activated the destiny of the Great Villain System. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 100,000-year delay gift pack. Rewards include the Causal Divine Eye, Creation Dao Liquid, and an Emperor-grade red treasure chest. The Eternal Emperor lamented, immortality can be a curse as long as I endure. I can outlast Su. Wait, where's my lifespan? I do not wish to perish. The martial ancestor pondered, after a millennium of seclusion, achieving enlightenment to suppress the realm. Why am I still inferior to a mere mount of Su Jiugao? A peerless woman of the innate Dao fetus declared, anyone who stands against Jiugao shall be my enemy. Beyond the myriad realms, at the end of the void, lay the burial ground of the divine ruins. This was the place where emperors fell, a life-restricting land that housed the remains of ancient emperors and countless beings from the Dark Realm. 100,000 years prior, the darkness from beyond invaded, and countless emperors rose in resistance. That battle shattered the Heavenly Dao, echoing the mournful toll of the ancient bell as sun and moon dimmed. The myriad realms were enveloped in a shroud of darkness, and billions of beings were extinguished by the overwhelming terror. It was a war that none wished to recall, and the aftermath left countless shattered realms and nearly all beings annihilated. Even the spiritual energy between heaven and earth had severely diminished, and for the next 10,000 years, no one could attain the imperial throne. No emperors remained in the world. Even now, among the superpowers of the myriad realms, the ancient imperial lineage and immortal traditions, the highest position attainable was merely that of a supreme being. Yet within this dreaded burial ground of the divine ruins, there existed a frail elder, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, slowly advancing. His steps were unsteady, eyes dimmed, filled with the weariness of time. Clad in a black robe, even from a distance, one could sense the exhaustion and impending death emanating from him. He had aged beyond recognition. No one could have imagined that this old man was the last living ancient emperor of the world, the one who once stood at the forefront against the dark invasion, single-handedly paving the way through countless chaotic demons, stalling darkness for a millennium of the unparalleled Emperor Wuxi, Su Jiugao. Now, he struggled even to walk. After 100,000 years, even the most extraordinary figures had turned to dust. Yet he remained, for he felt that the world had reached a state of completeness, and the time had come to unseal the primordial divine source that had been locked away for millennia. The burial ground of the divine ruins was eerily silent, with ghostly winds howling, as if countless vengeful souls whispered and murmured in his ears. The longer he lingered, the more he would be tainted by the ominous and weakening aura. However, Su Jiugao paid no heed to any of it. The imperial might radiating from him, coupled with a murderous intent as thick as a sea of blood, rendered even the frailest emperor untouchable. After an indeterminate amount of time, Su Jiugao arrived at the innermost depths of the burial ground. Unlike the withered spiritual energy outside, the energy surrounding him grew increasingly abundant, enveloping him like a warm sea of spiritual essence. He reached a spot before the primordial divine source, which glimmered with a faint, ethereal white light. Surrounding it were countless celestial spirit stones, their energy visibly flowing into the divine source. Within that source lay a young man, sleeping peacefully. His face was as exquisite as jade, exuding a serene aura. Clad in a black and gold dragon robe, he stood tall, radiating a profound essence, with golden hair cascading like a flowing flame. He resembled an ancient god-king, quietly awaiting his awakening. Upon seeing the youth, warmth flickered in Su Jiugao's dimmed eyes. This was his only son, born in the era of imperial decline, endowed with a talent surpassing even his own, possessing the unparalleled innate chaotic body Su Jiugao. In the dark times when the Heavenly Dao shattered and spiritual energy vanished, no one could ascend to the throne. To safeguard Su Jiugao's talent and safety, he had sealed him within the Primordial Divine Source, patiently awaiting the revival of the Heavenly Dao and the emergence of a grand era. Recently, while residing in the ancestral land of the Su family, Su Huangji sensed changes in the Heavenly Dao. As the sole emperor of the myriad realms, he was the first to perceive this transformation. Now that the Heavenly Dao had revived, the cycle of fortune had turned, like a phoenix reborn from ashes, restoring all rules to their original, pure state, more robust and powerful than before. Even his aging body had begun to regain a semblance of vitality. With the completion of the Dao, a new emperor was destined to rise in this world. At this moment, to prove oneself as an emperor would mean surpassing all predecessors in both strength and cultivation. This was the Heavenly Dao's gift after 100,000 years without an emperor, heralding the impending golden age for the myriad realms. Su Huangji placed his frail hand upon the divine source, and suddenly, a piercing light erupted from his eyes. He proclaimed, "My son, this lifetime shall be yours to seize the imperial destiny and attain the supreme throne." With a resounding hum, unparalleled imperial might surged forth, a golden divine radiance soaring high, vast and magnificent. Su Huangji's murky eyes shone with an imposing authority that demanded reverence. His frail, aged form gradually transformed into one of towering grandeur. His golden hair billowed and surged, as vitality surged like a roaring tide, washing away the sands of time. Merely existing in that moment made him appear as a golden sun, casting its gaze upon the heavens and earth. The overwhelming imperial might was blinding, celestial brilliance cascaded like a starry river upon him. He aimed to proclaim to the entire myriad realms that the Emperor Wushi, Su Huangji, had returned. Simultaneously, the superpowers across the myriad realms' immortal traditions, ancient imperial lineages, and hidden sacred clans awoke from their slumber upon sensing this long-lost imperial might. This aura, is that of an emperor? How is this possible? Is there still an emperor alive after the Dark Era? Who could it be? This aura seems to emanate from the burial ground of the divine ruins. Could it be that an emperor has revived? Life-restricting zone? How could this be? Quick, investigate which emperor has awakened. Due to the incompleteness of the Heavenly Dao, it had been hundreds of thousands of years since an emperor had emerged. Thus, the only possible candidates for the current emperor were those who had survived the Dark Era. One emperor could reshape the entire myriad realms. All superpowers trembled at this revelation, unable to fathom which emperor could possibly have survived until now. Meanwhile, the unknowing cultivators of the myriad realms, upon sensing this aura, were gripped by an uncontrollable dread, and they fell to their knees in worship. Within the ancient imperial lineage of the Su family, the ancestors waiting in anticipation had their pupils widen in astonishment, with the clan leader, Su Tian, trembling amidst the gathered elders. One elder, exuding a terrifying aura, spoke. "The great emperor has unleashed that secret technique. The scion of our clan has awakened." Ha ha! With the emergence of the scion, only our Su family can claim the imperial destiny of this era. Who could have anticipated that there still exists a great emperor within our lineage? Su Tian proclaimed this to the myriad realms. Our Su family's imperial son, Su Jiugao, has come into being, destined to dominate this age and surpass even the ancient great emperors. Within the sacred burial ground, a crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the ancient divine source. Inside the divine source, Su Jiugao's eyelids began to flutter gently. Crack. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Ancient Prince. All races bow in submission to the source of divinity, fractured uncontrollably. Boom. A powerful heartbeat resonated like the tolling of an ancient bell. As the innate chaotic body emerged, the primordial source of the ancients drew forth all the spiritual energy from the surrounding celestial stones, cascading like a torrent upon Su Jiugao. At this moment, Su Jiugao resembled an insatiable beast, fervently absorbing the rich essence of heaven and earth. Standing before the ancient source, the resplendent and imposing emperor Su Huangji laughed thunderously, his voice echoing like thunder. "My son, after 100,000 years, it is time to awaken." The surrounding spiritual energy gradually converged into Su Jiugao, whose golden hair cascaded like a waterfall. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which were as deep as an abyss, seemingly harboring swirling golden divine flames and myriad radiant hues. Like a celestial being descending upon the world, he proclaimed the commencement of this glorious golden age. "I have awakened." As Su Jiugao surveyed the familiar yet strange surroundings, he regained his composure. He was a transmigrator, the son of the primordial emperor from an ancient dynasty. With such a supreme lineage, he had anticipated a life of unrestrained power, vanquishing gods and Buddhas alike. However, he was met with a nightmarish beginning. The heavenly path was shattered, rendering him unable to ascend to the throne, and the myriad realms faced a dark invasion. Upon awakening, he realized he had been sealed within the ancient source by his father, Su Jiugao. 100,000 years, how have I endured? Though his physical form was imprisoned within this ancient source for a century, his consciousness remained alert. He hadn't even had the chance to open the novice gift pack from the system before being sealed, suffering in torment for 100,000 years. Su Jiugao cast a resentful glance at the towering figure of Su Jiugao. Initially, he felt slighted, but upon witnessing his father's aged visage, the remnants of divine might fading, all grievances dissipated. His father had truly acted with great care. Su Jiugao gazed at Su Jiugao with love and warmth, gently stroking his golden hair. Indeed, after absorbing the ancient source and those celestial stones, your cultivation has now reached the 9th layer of the severing yuan realm. In the myriad realms, the tiers of cultivation are categorized as follows: body refinement realm, foundation establishment realm, sea condensation realm, soul pill realm, void cavern realm, divine mechanism realm, all laws realm, Kongtong realm, sea concealment realm, Dao palace realm, unification realm, severing yuan realm, void god realm, divine king realm, entry to sage realm, supreme realm, and pre-emperor realm. Above the pre-emperor realm lies the emperor tier. Before entering the ancient source, Su Jiugao was at the 7th layer of the unification realm. Now, after refining the ancient source and countless celestial stones, he had ascended to the severing yuan realm. Feeling the power within him, Su Jiugao found himself in an unprecedentedly good state after a century of confinement. Breathing in greedily, he noted the air was less tainted by the stench of blood compared to 100,000 years ago. He looked at Su Jiugao and inquired, "Father, what era is it now?" Su Jiugao explained slowly, "Those beings in the darkness have retreated. The heavenly order has been re-established, my son. The imperial throne has been restored, and your era has arrived." Su Jiugao's eyes flickered. No wonder the atmosphere of this realm felt so vastly different from before. During the Dark Age, not only was the spiritual energy scarce, but it was also suffused with a sense of foreboding. Prolonged cultivation would give rise to inner demons, or worse, lead to complete loss of sanity. After understanding the situation, Su Jiugao lazily stretched and inquired, "So, what of my old rivals?" Su Jiugao laughed heartily. "They are all dead. Perhaps a few, like you, have been sealed within the ancient source, but certainly not many." Su Jiugao felt a tinge of disinterest in the memories of the original host. There were several formidable prodigies of that era. The strongest among them possessed the innate Dao body. She had once claimed that after the Dark Age receded, she would challenge him to a duel. Alas, after 100,000 years, she was likely long gone. Time spares no one, Su Jiugao mused inwardly. At this moment, Su Jiugao appeared exceptionally jovial, looking at Su Jiugao with a smile. "Now that my son has awakened, I have a gift for you." With a sweep of his sleeve, a fearsome ancient beast materialized. The creature resembled a lion, exuding an aura of immense power. Its golden eyes were filled with ferocity and ancient majesty, its luxurious golden mane shimmering brilliantly, its massive form obscuring the sky, and its limbs were robust and powerful, like pillars supporting the heavens. The aura emanating from it was terrifying, placing it among the ranks of the venerable beings of the entry to sage realm. Like a golden lion patrolling its territory, it raised its colossal head and let out a thunderous roar filled with overwhelming pressure. Su Jiugao was momentarily stunned. Is that the supreme divine roar? Beside him, Su Jiugao narrowed his eyes and struck the golden lion's head with a fist, unleashing supreme imperial power. Had he not held back, he could have obliterated it with a single blow. "Be quiet." Boom. The supreme divine roar, struck by this force, shook its massive body and, upon seeing Su Jiugao, instantly became docile, bowing its head and softly mewing. "Meow, such a spineless creature," Su Jiugao remarked, his lips twitching. "Come on. You're a divine beast of the entry to sage realm." Su Jiugao stroked the golden fur of the supreme divine roar and said to Su Jiugao, "Did you not adore this supreme divine roar as a child? I captured it for you. Consider it your first gift." Su Jiugao's expression turned peculiar. "If I remember correctly, this seems to be the pet of the evergreen immortal emperor? How did you acquire it, father?" The evergreen immortal emperor was a friend of his father's, and he recalled meeting him several times in his youth. The supreme divine roar was the evergreen immortal emperor's most cherished pet, cultivated with countless precious materials. Su Jiugao bashfully scratched his nose and laughed to ease the awkwardness. "Ha ha ha, that old coot has been dead for over 20,000 years. The supreme divine roar is now a creature without a master. Yet, as he spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Su Jiugao keenly noticed this, but refrained from commenting. Even a powerful emperor could hardly withstand the passage of 100,000 years. Su Huangji waved his hand, looking at the supreme divine roar, and said lightly, "Only a beast of this caliber can barely match my son's stature. Go forth, from this day forward. It shall be your companion." The supreme divine roar approached Su Jiugao, nuzzling against him, evidently recalling his presence with great affection. Su Jiugao caressed the majestic creature, his eyes glimmering with excitement. With a hearty laugh, Su Huangji focused his thoughts, and in an instant, Su Jiugao found himself atop the supreme divine roar. His imperial gaze sparkled, piercing through layers of mist, as he declared with unyielding authority, "Let us go. Today, I shall announce to the upper realms that I, the ancient imperial lineage of the Su family, have given birth to an heir." As the only living ancient emperor of the era, he was indeed qualified to make such a proclamation. As his words fell, the heavens trembled. Su Huangji, accompanied by Su Jiugao, transformed into a golden streak of light, breaking through the vast sky and traversing the void. The overwhelming imperial might radiated unabashedly, causing all beings to prostrate and tremble in fear. This formidable imperial presence filled the hearts of countless superpowers with trepidation. A voice, as thunderous as a storm, resounded in the ears of all great beings across the myriad races. "I, the son of the primordial emperor Su Huangji, Su Jiugao, have emerged from the ancient source after 10,000 years. As the pride of this grand age, I shall seize the heavenly mandate and dominate the ages. You all, will you not come forth to pay homage?" Chapter 3. Supremacy, the pressure from the emperor. What a magnificent and grand scene this is. At the very edge of the void, Emperor Su Huangji stands tall and robust, akin to a colossal giant, gazing down upon all living beings and illuminating this realm. The profound might of the emperor permeates through countless realms, enveloping the entire universe. Even in his twilight years, as the last emperor of the heavens, his authority remains unassailable. Before him, Su Jiugao stands upon the supreme divine roar, exuding an imposing presence, his golden hair flowing gracefully. His strikingly beautiful countenance filled with pride and an air of supremacy, as if one were gazing upon a youthful emperor. As the sole being of unparalleled status in the world, Emperor Su Huangji willingly plays the supporting role for his son. He wishes for all to recognize that Su Jiugao is the one and only son of the emperor in this world. His son, Su Jiugao, requires no disguise. He is destined to be the most resplendent star in the heavens, the one whom all beings adore. Anyone contemplating a confrontation must weigh whether they possess the courage to withstand the wrath of an emperor. In this void, terrifying and unfathomable auras approach in succession. Ancestors of the immortal Dao, hidden holy clans, and supreme beings from ancient celestial families leap across the vast currents of the void to arrive here. Each individual present possesses the power to shake the very foundations of the heavens with a mere stamp of their foot. Upon witnessing Emperor Su Huangji standing atop the void, a shiver of awe and trepidation courses through every heart. An emperor, a living emperor. Who would have thought that after 100 millennia, an emperor still exists among the heavens? The ancestors of the ancient Su clan led their kin in reverent worship, tears streaming down their aged faces, trembling with emotion. The primordial emperor, Ancestor Huangji, the clan leader, Su Tian, is overwhelmed with excitement, his gaze aflame. This is the emperor of the ancient Su clan. Salutations to the emperor. Salutations to the imperial son. Su Tian exclaims, joined by the talented disciples of the Su clan in a resounding chorus. Salutations to the emperor. Salutations to the imperial son. Their voices echo like thunder, resonating through the desolate void. Upon hearing this deafening proclamation, the other venerable ancestors change countenance. It is indeed the emperor of the Su clan, the primordial one. This is no ordinary emperor. The name Primordial is among the most illustrious of the fallen era. A figure who nearly pierced through half of the dark side with a singular might. Gazing down at the vast assembly of reverent Su clan members, Su Jiugao, standing alongside his father in the void, feels an undeniable surge of fervor, his gaze intense. He understands that this formidable presence is all crafted by his father for his emergence. As the only emperor in the current realms, nothing could be more prestigious than this display. All these individuals have come, drawn by his father's renown, observing his father, who gazes down upon the 9 heavens with indifference. Su Jiugao plants a seed in his heart. One day, those who worship with such sincerity will do so for him. The emperor's regal gaze sweeps across the powerful ancestors of the super clans, and before he speaks, none dare utter a word. His mere presence exudes an overwhelming pressure. And he finally speaks in a calm, unruffled tone. 100 millennia have passed. I trust you all still remember this emperor? The ancient emperor's words carry immense authority, simple yet laden with power. An elder from an ancient celestial clan, with a countenance of reverence, respectfully addresses him. We shall protect the upper domain for 10,000 years, ensuring that no darkness dares to invade the northern realms. The name of the primordial emperor resonates not only throughout the heavens but strikes fear within the dark side, with glorious achievements forever etched in history. Who would dare forget? Upon witnessing Emperor Su Jiugao, this esteemed ancestor of the celestial clan showers him with flattery. A venerable figure from a hidden holy clan, equally respectful, adds. The primordial emperor is revered by all beings in the realms. Ancient texts speak of his illustrious feats. Today, witnessing him in person surpasses any written description. Other immortal sects and imperial clans also offer their praises, fearing to invoke the ire of this ancient emperor. In the face of this continuous flow of compliments, Su Jiugao simply waves his hand, and the atmosphere falls silent. Those who could crush a Dao domain with a mere gesture now appear as docile as children before him. Approaching Su Jiugao, Su Jiugao states, in the past, when the dark era left the heavens wanting, and the path to becoming an emperor was blocked, I sealed my youngest son within the ancient divine source for 100 millennia. Today, I have summoned you all to witness this. This is my son, Su Jiugao. Su Jiugao. The venerable ancestors present gasp, their pupils contracting in shock as they behold the strikingly handsome golden-haired youth beside Emperor Su Jiugao. Upon closer inspection, they discern a resemblance to the emperor, yet he appears merely in his 20s, possessing the formidable cultivation of the 9th layer of the slashing yuan realm. Such youth combined with such terrifying prowess, truly fitting to be the progeny of the primordial emperor. The name Su Jiugao becomes indelibly etched in their hearts. Their expressions moved. We have met the imperial son. The elder from the ancient celestial clan speaks first, prompting the others, all experienced beings, to understand his intent and glare at him in unison. That crafty old fox, they exclaim in unison. We have met the imperial son. Su Jiugao maintains a calm demeanor, as though accustomed to such grand occasions. The supreme divine roar beneath him steps forward with a remarkable presence. Standing atop it, Su Jiugao shines like a rising sun, captivating all eyes. His countenance warm and gentle, he smiles and speaks, esteemed elders, you are too kind. The seal of the ancient divine source does not count towards age. His voice is soothing, embodying the grace of the ancient imperial sun, humble and approachable like a gentle spring breeze. With just a few light-hearted words, he wins the favor of those present. Su Jiugao observes with a hint of approval in his eyes. The venerable ancestors are taken aback. They had anticipated that the sole son of the current emperor would be haughty and arrogant, but he defies their expectations, causing them to breathe a sigh of relief. However, they do not grow too complacent, instead smiling and complimenting. To possess the strength of the slashing yuan realm at such a young age, given time, the realm shall witness another emperor rivaling the primordial monarch. Their words ring true. With such a prodigious talent as the imperial son, the less dedicated disciples of their clans will surely feel pressured and strive to improve. The imperial son is indeed extraordinary, a true reflection of his father, the primordial emperor. In response to their flattery, Su Jiugao simply smiles, remaining grounded and taking note of every face in the crowd. System, are you still operational? Ding. Still alive. That is reassuring. Su Jiugao exhales in relief, inquiring, among them, is there a destined protagonist? Replying to the host, no destined protagonist detected. However, 2 individuals related to the destined protagonist are being marked. Oh, Su Jiugao's eyes narrow slightly as he follows the system's indications. Chapter 4. A delay of 10,000 years. The origin-level divine object. The 2 related individuals are both elders from an immortal sect. Su Jiugao quietly notes the factions they belong to, feeling a twinge of curiosity. In this gathering of super-powerful beings, why are there so few destined protagonists? After a moment of contemplation, he arrives at a conclusion. Aside from a select few who break the mold, the destined protagonist should predominantly rise from the bottom ranks. If one appears within a superpower, starting at such a high point, they would likely be a villain rather than a protagonist. The road ahead is indeed long and arduous. Meanwhile, Su Jiugao, sensing the moment is ripe, slowly begins to speak, hinting at deeper meanings in his words. The moment has arrived. My son has just entered this world and requires time to comprehend the vastness of the myriad realms. If I have inadvertently caused offense, I kindly ask for your understanding. Upon hearing these words, the assembly felt a sudden jolt, sensing the deeper implication behind his statement. They hastily waved their hands in protest, exclaiming, "What are you saying, great emperor? The divine son is approachable and extraordinarily gifted. Truly, it is a fortune for all realms. Should there be any missteps, it is undoubtedly our fault, unrelated to the divine son. Indeed, if the divine son would grace our celestial clan with a visit, I would ensure my entire family welcomes him." The birth of the emperor's son had left an indelible mark on their minds. They vowed to disseminate the image of Su Jiugao throughout their clan to prevent any unwise individuals from offending him. The wrath of an ancient emperor is a force to be reckoned with, belonging to an elite echelon of power. Even the combined strength of the majority of superpowers present could not quell it. Observing this, Su Huangji nodded calmly, his objectives fulfilled. This journey was intended to pave the way for his son, Su Jiugao, in this merciless hierarchy of the myriad realms. While he did not shy away from allowing Jiugao to hone his skills, he wished to prevent any from exploiting their power over the weak. After all, he himself had once emerged from humble beginnings, acutely aware of the protective nature of these superpowers, who would retaliate fiercely against any perceived slight. Before Su Huangji ascended to the throne, he had rarely engaged in combat on equal footing with the younger generation. This experience fostered a fierce protectiveness within him, especially when chaos ensued during the era of the fallen emperors, where dark forces sought to target his son's innate chaotic body. Thus began his legendary battle, where he obliterated nearly half of the dark forces single-handedly. With a casual glance at the awestruck crowd, the emperor's gaze sent shivers down the spines of those present, leaving them drenched in sweat. Su Huangji calmly declared, "If that is the case, my son, let us return to the imperial clan." His movements were swift and decisive, heading toward the Su family. The ancestors, witnessing this, were filled with excitement. The clan leader, Su Tian, and the younger generation were red with exhilaration, their fists clenched tightly. "Did you see that? This is the great emperor of our Su clan, the only and the mightiest, the primordial emperor." From the moment Su Huangji revealed himself, the disciples of the superpowers in the myriad realms would treat the Su family with utmost respect, fearful of causing offense. Riding the supreme divine roar, Su Jiugao followed closely behind, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he felt the reverence and admiration from the Su clan members. After Su Huangji led the imperial clan back, the lingering aura of imperial might in the room was palpable, causing many powerful beings to feel drenched with anxiety. Facing an ancient emperor is an overwhelming pressure. Finally, he has departed, one elder sighed, still trembling. Today, the primordial emperor has resurfaced, perhaps to bolster his son's reputation. Who would have thought that after 100,000 years, he remains at the pinnacle of strength? Could it be that he has surpassed the realm of emperors? At this revelation, gasps of astonishment filled the room. I once heard from an ancestor who has since passed that he had the fortune of witnessing the primordial emperor's visage. In his time, the primordial emperor was alongside the Saint Void Emperor of the Jiang clan and the divine mysterious emperor of the Ji clan, known as the strongest in the heavens with the potential to transcend even the realm of emperors. His power is terrifying, reaching the heavens. The Saint Void Emperor perished 6,000 years ago, and the divine mysterious emperor has vanished without a trace. Might it be true that the primordial emperor has indeed touched that realm? Let us be cautious. We must ensure that the younger generation does not provoke the divine son, or it could lead to our clan's ruin. With the primordial emperor and his divine son now in the world, does this not signify that the heavenly laws are perfecting themselves, heralding a new golden age for the ascension of emperors? As these words echoed, the crowd's eyes widened, gleaming with radiant hope. Within the Su clan, Su Tian gazed intently at the imposing figure of Su Huangji and the supreme divine roar carrying Su Jiugao, his heart ablaze with pride. These two figures represent the profound legacy of the Su clan and the future that will uphold it. The clan's elders encircled Su Jiugao, their eyes filled with warmth and admiration. The divine son is the hope of our Su clan. With the restoration of heavenly laws, no one possesses the qualifications to contend with him for the imperial mandate. The elders, aged 5,000 to 6,000 years more than Su Jiugao, surrounded him, offering their praises, leaving Su Jiugao somewhat overwhelmed. One elder exclaimed, "Divine son, I have heard tales of your illustrious achievements during the era of the fallen emperors from my great-great-great-grandfather since childhood. To witness the divine son and the emperor in person is a privilege. I would die content if I were to pass on this day." Seated upon the supreme divine roar, Su Jiugao turned to the elder, his expression curious. "Who is your great-great-great-grandfather?" "The one named Sun Yan." Sun Yan. Su Jiugao's mind conjured the image of a snot-nosed little boy, and he felt a twitch of embarrassment. 100,000 years, what an eternity it has been. Most of his contemporaries have long since passed, and by lineage, it seems he stands alone in the Su clan, save for his father. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Su Jiugao glanced at his father, who had remained silent as they approached the ancestral grounds of the Su clan. He decided it was a good moment to open the system and claim the beginner's gift package from 100,000 years ago. System. Is this beginner's gift package still valid after 100,000 years? Su Jiugao inquired. The system's voice responded, "To the host, it has not expired." His eyes sparkled with excitement as he tentatively remarked, "A beginner's gift package delayed by 100,000 years. Surely, there will be some form of compensation?" The system replied, The beginner's gift package has been converted into a delayed gift package. Success in conversion. Delayed beginner's gift package. The longer you wait, the more abundant the rewards. Current progress. 100,000 years will yield items most suitable for the host's current state. Would you like to open the delayed beginner's gift package now? Upon hearing this, Su Jiugao's eyes lit up with joy. He had merely mentioned it in passing, yet it had truly materialized. How fortuitous. Without hesitation, he proclaimed, "Open it." Opening the delayed beginner's gift package. Success in opening. Congratulations, host, for receiving your rewards. Origin level causal divine eye. 10,100 allows foresight of any movement within 3 seconds. As you advance, the duration extends. Mastering it grants insight into the causal laws of the universe, capable of reversing fate. Creation elixir 100. Effects vary by individual, enabling brief comprehension of realms beyond oneself. Enhancing cultivation strength. Destined villain title. You are born of noble lineage, destined to be a villain. As a destined villain, you can bypass fortune values, avoiding misfortune and unconditionally slaying the destined protagonist. This depends on your mood. Charm 30. Permanent dread against the destined protagonist 10. Damage 10. Acquiring fortune values may trigger triple critical rewards. Destined protagonist radar. Allows you to view information about the nearest destined protagonist and others. As the rewards from the beginner's gift package flooded into his ears, Su Jiugao eyes sparkled brighter, his excitement palpable. Upon noticing the 2 most prominent rewards glowing and striking red, his pupils constricted. Causal divine eye. Origin level. This is akin to my innate chaotic body and innate Dao, both classified as origin level physiques. Such a physique is exceedingly rare, and if all goes well, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the level of an emperor, or even beyond. The creation elixir is an unparalleled treasure, born from the chaos at the dawn of creation. It is the first divine dew in existence. While it may seem to offer little benefit at first glance, what if the user is an emperor? This is a treasure that even emperors covet. It is likely that the majority of the rewards from this 100,000-year package have been consumed by the causal divine eye and the creation elixir. As for the latter 2, they merely serve as embellishments. Su Jiugao suppressed her excitement at this moment and decided to wait until everything was settled before merging with the causal divine eye. At that moment, Su Huangji, standing at the forefront, suddenly halted his steps. He slowly turned around and addressed the members of the Su family behind him. "All right, this is where we shall stop. I have some words to share with my son, so you may go about your business." Upon hearing this, an elder hurriedly inquired, "Your Majesty, why is that?" "We wish to behold the majesty of the Emperor and the Divine Son." Su Huangji glanced at the several elders and the younger members of the Su family. Noticing their eager and fervent expressions, he shook his head and replied solemnly, "In the days to come, I shall enter a period of slumber. There is no need for further discussion." The Su family members exchanged glances, initially believing they would be able to see the Emperor daily, only to find that he would soon return to the ancestral ground. The elders understood the implication. The Emperor was aging. With reverent gazes, they bowed, saying, "Understood, Your Majesty." One elder then turned to the Su family leader and said gravely, "Take the children away. No one is to enter the ancestral ground and disturb the Emperor and the Divine Son, not even the formidable powers from the outside world. Do you understand?" Su Tian nodded firmly, replying, "Understood." Thus, Su Huangji and Su Jiugao entered the ancestral ground of the Su family. The abundant and saturated spiritual energy of the ancestral ground could not conceal the decline of Su Huangji's own aura. Before they reached the deepest part of the ancestral ground, the once mighty emperor, capable of shaking the heavens and shattering realms, had transformed into a frail old man. His once towering figure gradually stooped, and his magnificent golden hair vanished, leaving only an overwhelming sense of mortality. He paused and turned around slowly. Upon seeing the elderly figure before her, Su Jiugao felt a strange heaviness in her heart. No one could escape the passage of time. Not even an emperor could evade the waning of their lifespan. Her father, though unknown by what means, had managed to survive until now, which was nothing short of miraculous. Sensing the encroaching fragility and death, she sadly inquired, "Are you nearing death?" Su Huangji trembled at her words, retorting, "Are you eager for your father's demise?" Caught off guard, Su Jiugao stuttered that she had no such intention. Su Huangji sighed and said, "But it is indeed close, after all. It has been 100,000 years. Even the eternal ascendant, who possessed an ancient, immortal body, was ultimately exhausted by me. I have no reason to defy fate any longer." It was amusing to think that I have become the last emperor of this world. Su Jiugao asked, "Is there no other way? Has father ever consumed the elixir of immortality?" Su Huangji shook his head dismissively, saying, "Elixirs and sacred herbs hold no value for an emperor. The only remaining method is to transcend beyond the realm of the emperor." beyond the Emperor? Su Jiugao's pupils constricted. Reaching that legendary state would allow one to coexist with the heavens and transcend this world, achieving eternal life. Coughing lightly, Su Huangji continued. Do you know why I have lived for so long? It is because I once brushed against that realm beyond the Emperor. At this, Su Huangji's eyes sparkled with vigor, as if one could once again witness a majestic deity in his prime. Su Jiugao was utterly astonished. She had not expected her father to have touched such heights. However, his expression soon dulled. If only I had another 100,000 years, no, 50,000 years. I would have a glimmer of hope to break through to that half step into the realm of transcendence, but now, my time is running short. As if delivering a final testament, Su Jiugao felt a wave of sorrow. Suddenly, an idea struck her. The realm beyond the Emperor, the realm beyond the Emperor, that's right. Hadn't the system bestowed upon her 100 drops of the elixir of creation? Just a single drop could elevate one's understanding of their own realm. If given to her father, wouldn't he be the most suitable candidate? Realizing this, Su Jiugao's eyes brightened, her face breaking into a smile as she suppressed her overwhelming excitement. She inquired earnestly, Father, how much longer do you have to live? Su Huangji pondered for a moment, assessing his internal condition, and replied, Not long. I can probably manage for another 15,000 years or so. Su Jiugao was taken aback, immobilized as if struck by lightning. 15,000 years? Is that what he meant by not long? At this moment, it felt as if countless thoughts were racing through her mind. To put it into perspective, her own lifespan at the Unity Realm was merely 3,000 years. Had her father not sealed her within the ancient divine source to await the golden era, he would not have been forced to wait. Now, even at the 9th level of the fragmentation realm, her lifespan had only barely extended to 6,000 years. This meant that under her father's current lifespan, he could outlast her by 2.5 times. What a waste of sentiment. Su Jiugao rolled her eyes. She retrieved a pristine white jade vial from the system's storage space. As the vial appeared, a pure and flawless mist enveloped the surroundings. The spiritual energy of the world converged at the vial's opening, and even a whiff of it would clarify the mind and soothe the spirit. This vial contained a full 50 drops of the elixir of creation. Casually tossing the vial to her father, she said, Father, this may be able to assist you. Su Huangji, aware of his daughter's filial piety, chuckled. It's useless, however. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the vial, he was momentarily stunned. A brilliant light burst forth from his dim eyes. Is this the elixir of creation? He grasped the white jade vial, gazing at the shimmering, crystal-clear liquid inside, his pupils narrowing. Even as an emperor, he found it difficult to contain his excitement, trembling as he murmured, How is this possible, my child? Where did you acquire such a divine object? When he ascended to the realm of the emperor, he had once captured 10 drops of the elixir of creation from the depths of the void's thunderous tribulation. Each drop was a treasure he cherished, used sparingly only when he faced insurmountable obstacles. It was this extraordinary opportunity that allowed him to glimpse the realm beyond the emperor and significantly extend his lifespan. Now, the vial of elixir of creation that Jiugao provided him contained several times more than what he had once captured. This was a treasure that could move even an emperor. Chapter 6. The first fated protagonist, the divine son appears. Su Jiugao shrugged and casually fabricated a reason, saying, I acquired it by chance. By chance? Su Huangji's expression was somewhat peculiar. However, he did not press further. His gaze became fervent, and the once still waters of his heart began to ripple again, as if he had returned to the moment of conquering the realm of the fallen emperor. Even now, in his frail state, his spirit remained undiminished. With renewed vigor, he declared, My child, with this divine object, I have at least a 20% chance to break through to that ultimate realm beyond the emperor. What a revelation. Today was not only the day my child emerged from the ancient divine source into the golden era, but also a day filled with hope for me to challenge the eternal realm of immortality. Good, good, good. Su Huangji laughed heartily, repeating the word thrice, his joy palpable. As he grew increasingly impatient, seeing her father in such high spirits, Su Jiugao could not help but smile in return. Su Huangji then turned his gaze towards Su Jiugao and asked, My child, what are your plans moving forward? Su Jiugao pondered for a moment. She possessed the destiny villain system, which meant she needed to continuously seek out the destined protagonist to strengthen herself. The Wuji Holy Sect and the Hanhai Immortal Sect were her current top choices. The two elders mentioned by the system, who were related to the destined protagonist, hailed from these two sections. Of course, before that, he must integrate the causal divine I into himself. Su Jiugao spoke. Having not returned to this myriad realms for a long time, the child wishes to explore the various great domains. After all, it has been 100,000 years. The illustrious reputation of the Su clan must once again resound throughout these heavens. As he spoke, a captivating brilliance flickered in Su Jiugao's eyes. Gazing down upon the mortal realm with an air of supremacy, his flowing golden hair dancing in the wind, his tone exceedingly domineering. Seeing a reflection of his younger self, Su Huang was immensely pleased and laughed heartily. Excellent. The dark side shall inevitably rise again. At that time, you and I, father and son, will fight side by side, determined to obliterate this repugnant scourge. With a grand gesture, countless winds surged forth, fixating on Su Jiugao as he commanded, "Go forth, my son. The myriad realms are yours to conquer. Remember, standing behind you is the one true emperor of this world. Should anything arise, your father shall take charge." His gaze burned with intensity, his aged form harboring the power to annihilate the heavens, and he vanished into the celestial expanse. Seated deep within the ancestral grounds, a sacred space no one dared to invade, Su Jiugao's eyes sparkled, just as he prepared to extract and refine the essence of the causal divine eye. The system's voice echoed, "Ding." Detected the presence of a destined protagonist nearby. Detected the presence of a destined protagonist nearby. Su Jiugao was taken aback. His sight suddenly pierced through layers of mist, arriving before an ancient palace, locking onto a young man with a resolute demeanor who appeared quite ordinary. This structure seemed rather familiar. Su Jiugao was somewhat surprised. The destined protagonist is actually within the Su clan's main hall. In the Su clan's main hall, an ancient and grand chamber, dozens of individuals were gathered. The current clan leader, Su Tian, sat calmly in the seat of honor. Below him, several distinguished middle-aged men clad in luxurious attire wore anxious expressions, as if engaged in a serious discussion. With the emergence of the young lord and the venerable emperor, Su Tian was in high spirits, leisurely sipping his tea. He cast a glance at the fidgeting leader of the Feathered Ascension sacred sect and said nonchalantly, "Lorden, what is the meaning of your grand display in coming here?" Before Lorden could respond, a young man of considerable cultivation and handsome appearance interjected. His eyes burned with intensity, as if a blazing fire ignited within, and perched upon his shoulder was a golden sparrow. He fixed his gaze upon the calm and composed Su Yangyu beside Su Tian and shouted, "Su Yangyu, 3 years ago, you sought to seize the blood of the divine phoenix, and today, I, Linyi, shall return the favor tenfold. Do you dare to fight me?" Hearing this, Lord N's expression changed dramatically. At that moment, he was filled with a desire to vanish. He had originally intended to advocate for his favored disciple, to maintain some semblance of authority, yet he had inadvertently stumbled into the Su clan's young lord's emergence. When Su Jiugao and Su Huang returned, he could only watch from afar in the guest hall, trembling with trepidation. Before the emperor, he felt as insignificant as an ant, overwhelmed with fear. To think that the Su clan harbored a living emperor. Even the ancestors of the clan would prostrate themselves before such an existence, unthinkable for them to offend. At this moment, Lorden was already gripped with fear, eager to take Lin Yi and leave this place. He coughed twice. Cough, cough. "Lin Yi, do not be rude. Clan leader Su, I merely brought my disciple here to fulfill a 3-year agreement, with no intention of offense." Lorden spoke cautiously. Meanwhile, Lin Yi wore an expression of indignation. Each time he recalled the sight of the divine phoenix transforming back to her original form before him, bloodied. He found himself unable to sleep. Merely because the divine phoenix possessed a trace of immortal blood did she suffer such persecution from Su Yangyu. Lin Yi vowed that, even if he were a member of the imperial Su clan, he would ensure that Su Yangyu paid a price. He glared at the calm and indifferent Su Yangyu, taunting. "Su Yangyu, I am but at the 9th layer of the sea concealment realm. Are you, in the Dao Palace realm, afraid? Is the Su clan filled with such timid individuals like you?" His voice grew louder. Su Tian, seated in the seat of honor, frowned, appearing somewhat displeased. Such a disrespectful junior, truly unaware of the heavens and earth. However, he did not show it outwardly, but rather looked towards Su Yangyu and asked, "Is this true?" Su Yangyu, the son of a clan elder, possessed extraordinary talent. Before Su Jiugao's emergence, he was regarded as a paragon within the Su clan, making this matter deserving of attention. Su Yangyu replied calmly, "Yes." He regarded Lin Yi, who was filled with rage, surprised that this individual truly came to fulfill the agreement. From Lin Yi, he even sensed a faint hint of threat, despite being at the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm. Upon hearing Su Yangyu's admission, Lin Yi sneered, unreservedly threatening. "If you truly have the courage, then fight me to the death. If you think your status as a member of the imperial Su clan will intimidate me, you are gravely mistaken. This is my martial path." Lorden, listening nearby, felt his eyelids twitch. He nearly wished to slap him into silence. He shouted angrily, "Lin Yi, enough." Originally, with no emperors in the myriad realms, the Su clan, though an ancient imperial family, was merely respected, not feared. However, with the emergence of the primordial emperor, all factions were shaken. The imperial Su clan now stood as an unequivocal colossus among the myriad realms. If the feathered ascension sacred sect offended the Su clan, they would undoubtedly become the first to be used as a warning by the Su family. At this moment, Lorden deeply regretted bringing Lin Yi here. His favored disciple was excellent in many ways, yet overly sentimental. But it was this very trait that made him value Lin Yi. Lorden's eyes flickered, and he slowly said, "Clan leader Su, my disciple is straightforward by nature and may have offended you. I hope you can forgive him. Our feathered ascension sacred sect holds no ill intent. However, since the 3-year agreement was spoken by your noble son, why not allow these two juniors a fair opportunity to spar?" Su Tian pondered for a moment, preparing to speak, when a light laughter rang out from outside. "How lively it is! May I enter?" Upon hearing this voice, several elders of the Su clan were startled, unable to remain seated, and hastily rose to welcome the guest. Su Tian, seated at the head, brightened with excitement, disregarding Lorden entirely as he hurried to the entrance hall. Lorden was momentarily taken aback. Lin Yi frowned, preparing to showcase his prowess. What is happening? Outside the entrance hall stood a remarkably poised and majestic youth, exuding a sense of unparalleled prowess and grace. His strikingly handsome face was ethereal, his eyes blazed like torches, and his golden hair flowed like a divine flame. Beneath him, a supreme divine roar beast, a manifestation of his might, radiated an aura of dominance and majesty. Upon his appearance, a profound sense of authority enveloped the entire space. Akin to the most resplendent sun in the heavens, a being meant to be revered. It was none other than Su Jiugao. Chapter 7. The blood of the immortal divine phoenix, the arrogant Lin Yi. Lorden was utterly astonished. The son of the primordial emperor. How did such an ancient prodigy arrive here? Even Lin Yi beside him was briefly entranced. What a commanding young man. Who is he that even the clan leader and several elders personally attend to him? The golden sparrow perched on his shoulder trembled in fear upon seeing the supreme divine roar, its feathers standing on end. Lin Yi, witnessing this, was shocked. Could this be the fearsome beast that even the divine phoenix feared? How could that be? The divine phoenix was a golden feather vermilion phoenix. Although the blood of the immortal phoenix within her had faded, her original lineage remained supremely noble. Unbeknownst to him, the supreme divine roar was a being of equal standing to the immortal divine phoenix, perhaps even superior. Moreover, Su Jiugao's mount possessed a pure lineage, unmatched throughout the myriad realms. Lin Yi feigned calmness, stroking the golden sparrow on his shoulder, and said, "Do not fear, little Yao. I am here." The supreme divine roar under Su Jiugao's command had naturally noticed the presence of the little golden sparrow. Its crimson golden pupils merely cast a fleeting glance at the creature, instilling a profound fear within it. A trace of mockery flickered in the supreme divine roar's eyes as it lazily lowered itself, grooming its golden mane with a languid grace. "Your Excellency, the Divine Prince. How fortunate to see you here." Su Tian approached with an expression of reverence, gazing up at Su Jiugao. "Did you not accompany the Emperor into the ancestral grounds?" The Divine Prince. Lin Yi's pupils constricted in disbelief. Su Jiugao offered a gentle smile and gracefully leapt down. As he surveyed the grand hall, he marveled, after 100,000 years, this main hall remains unchanged. The elders of the Su family bowed deeply, expressing their respect. "Divine Prince, you ought to have notified us of your arrival in advance, so we could have welcomed you at the ancestral grounds. Indeed, Your Excellency, the Divine Prince, is of immeasurable worth. I shall inform the ancestor at once." Su Jiugao waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. I merely came to take a look." He strolled leisurely into the main hall, followed closely by the venerable elders of the Su family, who maintained an air of utmost respect. Upon entering, Su Jiugao's gaze fell upon Lin Yi. Name: Lin Yi. Identity: fated protagonist. Direct disciple of the Feathered Ascension sect. Realm: 9th level of the Hidden Sea. Constitution: undying divine phoenix body. Techniques: War of the Heavenly Path, overturning sea ancestor fist. Indestructible mystical art. Treasures: overturning cauldron, refining demon jar, infinite seal. Current fortune value: 10,000. Is it you? Su Jiugao cast a casual sidelong glance. Their eyes met for a mere second, and Lin Yi felt an icy chill envelop him, as if he had been laid bare before a scorching sun that was too radiant to behold. This sensation was unprecedented. Even in the presence of the likes of Su Yanyu and other prodigies from formidable factions, he had never felt such terror. Who is he truly? Lin Yi's heart raced with fear, his fists clenched tightly, his body drenched in cold sweat. Su Tian relinquished his seat, bowing respectfully. "Your Excellency, please." Su Jiugao accepted the invitation and sat down without hesitation. The clan leader, Su Tian, served tea with utmost deference, standing by his side like a servant. An elder named in, hesitating for a moment, exchanged glances with Lin Yi before stepping forward with cupped hands. I am Qinghe, the sect master of the Feathered Ascension sect. It is an honor to meet your excellency, the Divine Prince. We welcome your return. Oh, Su Jiugao's interest piqued. The Feathered Ascension sect? He regarded the bowed in Qinghe with a calm expression. What brings you to my Su family? Despite being a younger generation, and Qinghe felt as though he stood before an emperor. Such was the aura that emanated from Su Jiugao, an existence unlike any he had encountered. The oppressive atmosphere caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. He forced a smile and replied, Your Excellency, we, from the Feathered Ascension sect, have come due to a minor dispute involving my direct disciple and a noble talent from your family. It is trivial, truly trivial. Su Jiugao sipped his tea and replied nonchalantly, Do tell. Seeing this, Su Tian stepped forward, bowing slightly as he recounted the events in detail. Su Jiugao's expression remained unchanged, his slender fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, leaving others unable to discern his thoughts. The atmosphere grew silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. After hearing Su Tian's explanation, he grasped the situation. The Su family disciple, Su Yanyu, had encountered the golden feathered phoenix on Lin Yi's shoulder in a certain domain. Due to the creature's trace of undying divine phoenix bloodline, he had considered seizing it. However, various circumstances led Su Yanyu to relinquish the pursuit. Yet Lin Yi remained unyielding and had entered into a 3-year agreement with him. Su Jiugao directed his gaze toward the little golden sparrow. Name, Song Yao. Identity, fated female protagonist, princess of the demon emperor's domain. Realm, 3rd level of the Dao Palace, severely injured. Constitution, golden feathered phoenix bloodline. Undying divine phoenix bloodline, thin. Current fortune value, 5,000. Indeed, she is the fated female protagonist. And Qinghe, awaiting judgment, was now regretting his decision to venture out without proper foresight. First, he encountered the emergence of the emperor, and now he found himself before the divine prince in person. Anxiety gripped his heart, and he subtly glanced at Su Jiugao, fearing the wrath of this ancient figure. Lin Yi, observing the situation, expressed his dissatisfaction. The Su family's divine prince certainly enjoys a grand display. Master, we came merely to fulfill a 3-year agreement. Why must we bow so low? Does the divine prince wish to shield your kin? He disapproved of his master's subservience, feeling unjustly overshadowed. His words stunned not only Qinghe but also the elders of the Su family, who turned their attention toward him. And Qinghe's breath hitched as he shouted angrily. You insolent fool! Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Quickly apologize to the divine prince. Kneel. This is the divine prince. Behind him stands a living emperor. Even I would not dare to offend him. Has this wretched disciple truly lost all sense of respect, believing the Feathered Ascension sect to be invincible? Lin Yi furrowed his brow, refusing to back down. Why should I? I have done nothing wrong. It is the Su family who first committed such despicable acts. I, Lin Yi, have a clear conscience. Upon hearing this, Su Jiugao's eyes narrowed slightly as he finally spoke. So, the Feathered Ascension sect seeks an explanation from my Su family? His tone remained calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. And Qinghe's heart sank. Seeking an explanation from the Su family? If matters escalated to such a level, it would be far from simple. He could not discern whether the esteemed divine prince was angry, and he hastily clarified, Your Excellency, you misunderstand. The Feathered Ascension sect has no such intentions. My disciple Lin Yi is simply straightforward and came to fulfill his agreement. Su Jiugao nodded thoughtfully. I see. He turned his placid gaze to the visibly agitated Lin Yi and calmly remarked, May I interpret this as your desire for justice? Chapter 8. The Bloodletting Method. Shattering your pride and dignity, Lin Yi met Su Jiugao's gaze without flinching, his resolve unwavering. Indeed, I believe the Su family cannot be composed solely of cowards who act without accountability. His voice carried strength, yet the slight tremor in his fists betrayed his uncertainty. Su Jiugao observed everything with a detached calmness and replied, There is no need for fear. After all, I am not unreasonable. I can empathize with your feelings, but there is something I believe you have misapprehended. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. What is it? Su Jiugao spoke slowly. The Su family must not be insulted. As he finished speaking, an overwhelming and majestic pressure surged forth, enveloping Lin Yi in its might. It bore down upon him like a collapsing edifice, the weight of a towering mountain upon his shoulders. The aura of the divine prince was fully revealed in that moment, and Qinghe's complexion shifted dramatically. Yet he dared not act recklessly. Such strength far surpassed that of his contemporaries. An immense fear flooded Lin Yi's mind, and his body involuntarily crashed toward the ground. Thud. He quickly regained his composure, bracing himself with his hands, gritting his teeth as he struggled to maintain his stance. Raising his head with great effort, Lin Yi shouted, Is this how the Su family, an imperial clan, asserts its dominance? Clan leader Su Tian and the elders of the Su family observed coldly from the sidelines. They had tolerated this impertinent individual for far too long. If not for the potential displeasure of the divine prince, he would have long been reduced to mere pulp. And Xinghe's eyelids twitched violently, and he immediately exclaimed, "Your Excellency, please, calm your wrath. Lord Emperor, please temper your anger." Su Jiugao's gaze was deep and serene, akin to looking down upon myriads. Faced with Lin Ye's inquiries, Su Jiugao could not help but find it somewhat amusing. "Is this what you call fearlessness? This shall be your first and last time." With that, the oppressive aura surrounding Lin Yi dissipated entirely. Su Chang'e aimed to convey that in his presence, Lin Yi should relinquish his so-called pride and dignity, if he believed that his role as the destined protagonist granted him the liberty to act with impunity before him. He was gravely mistaken. Is it true that Su Yongyu sought to seize the immortal blood of the golden-winged vermilion phoenix from your shoulders? Lin Yi said through gritted teeth, brimming with hatred. Indeed, Su Jiugao replied slowly, realization dawning upon him. Then why is the immortal blood of the divine phoenix in your possession? What? Not only did Lin Ye's expression shift, but the Su family elders also turned pale. And Xinghe, astonished, spoke gravely. Lin Yi, what is the meaning of this? Did you not claim that Su Yongyu took the immortal blood of the divine phoenix? The blood of the divine phoenix could forge an immortal body, otherwise he would not have journeyed so far. Lin Ye's complexion changed drastically, his gaze fluctuating as he fixed his eyes on Su Jiugao. He did not deny it but spoke coldly. How do you know of this? On that day, when Su Yongyu attempted to usurp Xiaoyao's bloodline, she utilized an unparalleled secret art to transfer that bloodline to herself, reverting it to its primal form. Yet, Su Yongyu believed the loss of the immortal phoenix blood was due to a mishap and left in regret. Aside from Xiaoyao and myself, no one else knew of this. Without elaborating, Su Jiugao slowly raised his hand. An irresistible force enveloped the little golden sparrow on Lin Yi, which began to struggle desperately, trying to escape but was drawn inexorably towards Su Jiugao. Seeing this, Lin Ye's face paled, and he roared in fury, "Xiaoyao, release her. A dragon has its reverse scales, and to touch them is to invoke wrath." Xiaoyu is Lin Ye's reverse scale, no matter who it was. Even if they were an emperor, Lin Yi would not allow anyone to harm her. He surged to his feet, his cultivation at the 9th level of the concealed sea rising to the heavens, and with a punch, he struck towards Su Jiugao with the intent to obliterate everything. All present gasped in shock. No one expected Lin Yi would dare to strike the emperor in front of so many witnesses. Yet, Su Jiugao remained calm, his eyes gleaming with mockery, as if he were observing a furious clown, unaware of the impending doom. Before Lin Yi could act, and Xinghe moved first. Channeling an immense force, he struck Lin Yi down to the ground. Boom. Lin Yi was struck so violently that he bled profusely. "You fool! Have you lost your mind?" And Xinghe shouted, pinning the struggling Lin Yi to the ground, his anger palpable. This time, he was genuinely furious. Lin Ye's repeated provocations of the emperor were no longer mere temperament. They were sheer arrogance. Truly, he was courting death. Meanwhile, the elders of the Su family and the patriarch, Su Tianjiang, surrounded the two, exuding an astonishing pressure. With grim expressions, they spoke. "Dare you strike the emperor? Do you wish to declare war on the Su family? This man must die. Lord Emperor, please allow us to eliminate this wretch. The ignorant boy, I have tolerated you for too long. Do you truly believe the feathered sacred sect can stand on equal footing with my imperial family?" Lin Ye's eyes turned crimson, his hair disheveled. He could only watch helplessly as Xiaoyao was seized by Su Jiugao. This feeling of powerlessness ignited a terrifying aura within him. His wounds healed rapidly, and Xinghe furrowed his brow. This aura, indeed, it is the bloodline of the immortal phoenix. Su Jiugao held the struggling little golden sparrow in his grasp, his expression indifferent, murmuring, "I have heard that the demon race possesses a sacrificial secret art capable of transferring bloodlines unnoticed. This must be it, correct?" Lin Yi froze, his entire being icy, raising his head, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Su Jiugao. Su Jiugao waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "Do not look at me with such eyes. I am quite merciful. The sacrificial technique is not irreversible. Since you cherish this beast so dearly, I offer you a chance." Lin Yi hoarsely inquired, "What do you mean?" Su Jiugao rose, holding the little golden sparrow before Lin Yi, looking down upon him disdainfully as he nonchalantly stated, "I can restore this golden-winged vermilion phoenix, provided that you allow me to drain all your blood and return the immortal phoenix blood to its rightful owner. Of course, the price for this would be the complete loss of your cultivation, rendering you a mere shell of your former self. Can you accept this?" And Xinghe gasped in shock. To drain all his blood? How ruthless! Lin Yi, struck as if by lightning, appeared incredulous. He shook his head and shouted, "This is impossible. I have never heard of such a method. You are deceiving me." To drain all his blood would destroy the cultivation he has painstakingly built. It would be more unbearable than death. Moreover, the benefits of the immortal phoenix blood are something he has truly experienced. Had he not possessed this body, he would never have dared to confront Su Jiugao of the Dao Palace with his 9th-level concealed sea cultivation. The elders of the Su family scoffed, ignorant youth. The emperor is a prodigy of the imperial fall era, his methods beyond your comprehension. Lord Emperor is offering you a chance. And if this beast truly holds such significance for you, it is indeed a blessing. Humph. I see that this man is simply reluctant to part with the immortal phoenix body. After all, such a physique is not trivial. Su Jiugao narrowed his eyes, waiting for Linye's response. Seeing none, he lazily remarked, "How dull. I did not expect the first destined protagonist I encountered to be of such low caliber. It is exceedingly tedious. As an ancient imperial scion, I had hoped to face those cunning and gifted beings from 100,000 years ago. After all, that would present a challenge." He carelessly tossed the little golden sparrow back before Linye. Xiaoyu. Linye struggled frantically. At that moment, an overwhelming power erupted from the little golden sparrow. Boom. In an instant, it exploded into a mist of blood before Linye's eyes, leaving no trace behind. Splash. A few drops of crimson blood splattered across Linye's face. He stood frozen, his eyes vacant. The sound of something collapsing echoed in his mind, his pupils dilated. His face a canvas of despair and disbelief. The image of the little golden sparrow perishing before him replayed incessantly in his mind, trembling all over. A tremendous red aura surged forth. It was as if the divine phoenix lamented, an ancient essence permeating the air, even pushing Chinga back. Congratulations to the host for slaying the destined female protagonist. The destined female protagonist has perished, and the destined protagonist Lin Yi has lost 2,000 fortune points. The host has gained 2,000 villain points. Congratulations to the host for the destined protagonist's heart turning to ashes, his Dao heart severely damaged, losing 1,000 fortune points. The host has gained 1,000 villain points. These sounds were like the most enchanting melody. A faint smile graced Su Jiugao's lips as Lin Yi, resembling a madman, rose from the ground, his blood boiling, roaring with fury. I will have you dead. Chapter 9. Utterly overbearing. Annihilating an entire Dao domain like a roar from the depths of the abyss, Lin Ye's eyes glowed crimson, veins bulging. His aura soared, and he unleashed a barrage of treasures, the upside-down cauldron, the demon refining pot, and various other artifacts, all hurled forth in a frenzy. Like a frenzied beast. Even the Dao Palace's Su Jiugao felt a tremor in his eyelids. Su Tian let out a cold snort, and the oppressive aura of the Saint Realm descended upon Lin Yi. Faced with the chasm-like disparity between them, Lin Yi felt his bones shatter within a mere breath, erupting with a series of explosive sounds. He lay crumpled on the ground like a pile of flesh, a faint red glow emanating from his body, continuously mending his broken form. The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished. Is this the legendary undying divine phoenix body? Such terrifying regenerative abilities. It is no wonder Xiaoyu would be so truly moving, yet to dare lay hands on the young master of the empire, regardless of one's physique. This is where it ends. And Xinghe felt an icy chill envelop him, rendered momentarily powerless. Just then, a furious voice erupted from within the Su clan. Who dares to act against anyone in the Su clan? The voice boomed like thunder, and the formidable presence of the second ancestor of the Su clan appeared, striding into the hall. Upon seeing Su Jiugao, his pupils brightened, and he hastened his steps. The Supreme? And Xinghe's pupils constricted. To think even the ancestral figure of the Su clan has arrived? The situation has escalated. Young master, what has transpired? The second ancestor inquired hastily. He cast a glance at Xinghe and the fallen Lin Yi, furrowing his brow. Su Tian clasped his hands and replied, Ancestor. A disciple of the Feathered Ascension sect just attacked the young master. What did you say? The second ancestor's eyes flared with unbridled fury, like an enraged lion. An overwhelming gust of energy erupted from his frail form, a dense pressure enveloping both Xinghe and Lin Yi. You Feathered Ascension sect dared to lay hands on the young master? You shall pay dearly. With a mere wave of his hand, countless intricate symbols surged forth, crashing down upon Xinghe. Despite being in the Saint Realm, Xinghe was struck with such force that he spewed a mouthful of blood, his chest caving in. Pooh. Xinghe's complexion turned pale, his chest crackling, clutching it in fear of further resistance. Had the second ancestor not held back, this blow would have certainly obliterated his body. The second ancestor coldly regarded him, uttering, We shall settle this later. He turned, concern etched on his face as he looked at Su Jiugao. Young master, are you unharmed? Su Jiugao waved his hand, smiling gently. I am fine. The second ancestor's expression darkened, his heart ablaze with rage as he gazed at the severely injured Xinghe. Speaking in a low voice, I never expected someone would dare to act within the Su clan's domain. The Feathered Ascension sect, I see, is no longer necessary. And Qinghe stiffened, his mind buzzing. His complexion shifted, trembling uncontrollably. He could sense that the Supreme was not speaking lightly. The imperial clan of the Su, with its profound heritage, had existed for ages. Before such a towering figure, the feathered ascension sect appeared as insignificant as ants. The absence of great emperors for so long had caused people to forget the ancient existence of the imperial clan. In this moment, Qinghe finally realized that before the imperial clan, the feathered ascension sect was utterly inconsequential. Panic surged through him. His legs weakened, and he uncontrollably knelt, crawling forward in utter humility beside the second ancestor, pleading, Supreme, we of the feathered ascension sect are willing to offer compensation. I will agree to any conditions. I implore you to spare the lives of all within the feathered ascension sect. And Qinghe cried out in desperation. Linyi, lying on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief at the sight of his once revered master in such a state. He hoarsely shouted, Master, do not beg them. Silence. And Qinghe whirled around, his face akin to that of a vengeful spirit, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Were it not for this disciple, the feathered ascension sect would not have offended the imperial clan of the Su. He had originally brought Linyi to fulfill an appointment, only to inadvertently drag the entire feathered ascension sect into calamity. Linyi, from this moment forth, you are no longer my disciple. You are no longer a part of the feathered ascension sect. What are you? Relying on a bit of talent to hold yourself in high regard. Acting recklessly before the young master. How foolish of me to think you were merely youthful and impetuous. It is clear now that it is your nature to be obstinate and self-willed. Today you dare to offend the young master. And tomorrow you would dare to offend an emperor. The feathered ascension sect will inevitably perish at your hands. Were it not for the young master being present, I, and Qinghe, would be the first to eliminate you, ensuring no future troubles. Lin Ye's face turned ashen, unable to comprehend his master's words. Master, ding. The relationship between the destined protagonist Lin Yi and his master and Qinghe has shattered, resulting in a loss of 500 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 500 villain points. Upon hearing this, Su Jiugao on the throne was momentarily taken aback. Oh, this feathered ascension sect leader seems to have foreseen Lin Ye's future. Had I not appeared, it seems that Lin Yi, as the destined protagonist, would have followed such a trajectory. The elders of the Su clan scoffed at this. Too late. Where were you when it mattered? Do you understand what the young master represents in our Su clan? You of the feathered ascension sect dared to act against the young master in public. You deserve death 1,000 times over. The second ancestor spoke in a voice devoid of emotion. You must seek the answer from the young master, not me. You of the feathered ascension sect should prepare to clean up the aftermath. And Qinghe's face drained of color, his hands trembling uncontrollably. As the leader of a sect, he crawled forward to Su Jiugao's feet, pleading, young master, it is my feathered ascension sect that is blind and foolish. I am willing to pay with my life for my wrongs, and the other disciples of the feathered ascension sect are innocent. Young master, Su Jiugao remained calm, sipping his tea leisurely, replying indifferently, what you say is uncalled for, sect leader. The second ancestor merely spoke in a moment of anger. The feathered ascension sect is, after all, a well-known and enduring path among the myriad realms. To act so against so many innocent disciples would be beneath my clan. Upon hearing this, and Qinghe's eyes brightened, his voice trembling as he bowed repeatedly. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Su Jiugao narrowed his eyes, smiling as he asked, sect leader. I recall the feathered ascension sect is located in the Xiantian Dao domain, correct? And Qinghe was momentarily stunned, nodding blankly. That is correct. Very well. Su Jiugao nodded. Turning to the second ancestor, if we are to act, let us do so decisively. Erase the Xiantian Dao domain from the myriad realms entirely. After all, with so many domains, we do not lack for one. His tone was so casual, as if the lives of countless beings were of little consequence to him. This declaration struck Qinghe like a thunderbolt, causing his breath to hitch, staring in disbelief at Su Jiugao, his heart suddenly wrenching in pain, convulsing uncontrollably. Pooh! He spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood, feeling as though he had aged 100 years in an instant. The young master of the Su clan. So ruthless. The second ancestor nodded in understanding, stating earnestly, what the young master says is indeed correct. If we are to act, we must eradicate the root cause. His gaze towards Su Jiugao grew increasingly respectful. The decisiveness of his methods was befitting of the son of an emperor. Su Jiugao raised his hand, saying go, and do not keep our sect leader waiting. Chapter 10, Blood Extraction and Bone Marrow Replacement Technique upon receiving Su Jiugao's command. The second ancestor tore through the space before him. As a being of the supreme realm, he was the strongest entity in the myriad realms in the absence of an emperor. Even if the Xiantian Dao domain lay across countless realms, he could reach it in mere moments. His figure vanished into the void. Watching the gradually closing rift, Qinghe felt despair engulf him. He could not believe that merely because of Lin Yi, the entire Xiantian Dao domain had been dragged into an abyss of no return. His face turned ashen, the sorrow more profound than death. He cast one last deep glance at Lin Yi on the ground before turning to Su Jiugao, even now not daring to voice any grievances. All of this is the result of the self-inflicted calamity of the feathered sacred sect. Yet, Qinghe still wished to make one final struggle, his voice hoarse as he implored, "Your Excellency, please reconsider. The countless beings of the Xiantian Dao domain are innocent. I, Qinghe, am willing to sacrifice my life, beseeching you to spare the Xiantian Dao domain." Upon finishing his plea, he conjured a terrifying force in his hand, evoking dread in those nearby. The elder of the Su family furrowed his brow at this sight. What does he intend to do? Is he contemplating self-harm? Does he think that by choosing death he can escape? The Su family intends to let all realms know that the majesty of the emperor cannot be violated. Indeed, one can only blame the feathered sacred sect for their misfortune in having such a short-sighted disciple. Those present, who have risen to the rank of elders in the imperial Su family, are not known for their mercy. Practitioners battle against heaven, earth, and humanity. A mere ordinary cultivator's rage can extinguish lives within miles, let alone the Su family, whose mere movement can shake the 10,000 worlds. Everyone present knew that the Xiantian Dao domain was doomed. Bang! Qinghe struck down upon his own crown with a heavy palm, his entire being stiffening before crashing to the ground. The once respected master of an immortal lineage had taken his own life before the halls of the imperial Su family. When your strength pales in comparison, the consequence of still daring to act before your opponent is dire. Even in death, he dared not let it be too gruesome. Fearing the blood might splatter onto the main hall of the Su family and incur Su Jiugao's displeasure. Qinghe was dead. Lin Yi, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of rage. First, his beloved woman, and now his most esteemed master. One after another, they perished before him, filling the heart of one who had never faced such a scenario with an overwhelming hatred. He had never loathed anyone so deeply. The root of all calamities sat high above, the Su family emperor, Su Jiugao, who could dictate the life and death of realms. Lin Yi exerted every ounce of strength to rise from the ground, yet every bone in his body felt shattered. Even the blood of the undying divine phoenix could not mend such grievous injuries. He could only cling to life by a thread. Finally, with a crack, something shattered. Lin Yi's steadfast heart, nearly wounded beyond repair, could no longer endure and began to fragment. His realm plummeted rapidly, as if propelled by a rocket. From the 9th level of the Hidden Sea realm to the 8th, 7th, ultimately descending to the 6th level of the Kongtong realm. He had fallen an entire major realm. Ding! The destined protagonist Lin Yi's heart has shattered completely, his realm plummeting, losing 1,000 luck points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 villain points. Su Jiugao's expression remained calm as he gazed down at Lin Yi, who lay on the ground like a defeated dog. Name: Lin Yi. Identity: destined protagonist. Realm: Kongtong realm. 6th level, heart shattered. Physique: undying divine phoenix body. Cultivation techniques: War Heaven Dao scripture, overturning sea ancestral fist. Indestructible profound art. Treasures: overturning cauldron, shattered. Refining demon pod, shattered. Wujian, shattered. Current luck points: 5,500, due to Qinghe's betrayal. Lin Yi had lost his status as the personally taught disciple of the feathered sacred sect, still possessing 5,500 luck points. Su Jiugao's eyes flickered. That was a significant portion, indicating that the destined protagonist's resilience was formidable. His most crucial trump card had not yet been lost. Su Jiugao slowly rose and approached Lin Yi, squatting beside him with a smile, asking, "Do you hate me?" Lin Yi had completely lost his strength, unable even to utter a word. Yet, he responded with his gaze. His scarlet eyes betrayed an unbridled ferocity, as if harboring a tempest of hatred directed squarely at Su Jiugao. He regretted bringing Xiaoyao here. In the presence of such an entity, dignity and pride seemed utterly inconsequential. Su Jiugao shook his head with a sigh, softly stating, "I preferred your previous self-assured demeanor." Then, with a gentle step, he crushed it. Lin Yi's heart tightened. His eyes widened in shock. After witnessing Su Jiugao's cunning, the elders of the Su family felt an increasing sense of awe. Su Jiugao smiled at Lin Yi and remarked, "Do you recall what I mentioned about the blood extraction method?" He slowly placed his hand upon Lin Yi's forehead, from which a tremendous suction force erupted. In that moment, Lin Yi felt his blood surge upward, as if it would burst forth from the crown of his head. His pupils dilated, the agony of having his blood and marrow extracted akin to being sliced apart with a blade. Terror filled his eyes as he trembled uncontrollably, pleading, "No. Don't. Please." Su Jiugao, seemingly unfazed, cheerfully replied, "See, I did not deceive you, did I?" In his hand, a golden circular formation suddenly materialized. The formation was enveloped by countless ancient symbols, golden streams of light swirling around Lin Ye's form. The Su family elders gasped in shock. What does the emperor intend to do? Su Tian, his eyes unblinking, stared intently at Su Jiugao, suddenly realizing something. He solemnly stated, "This is the blood exchange method that has long since vanished from the myriad realms. The emperor is indeed a prodigy from the era of the fallen empire. Who would have thought he possessed such a technique?" "What?" The crowd looked on in confusion. Su Tian slowly explained, "Unlike the sacrificial methods of the demon race, there once existed a technique in the ancient era known as bloodline replacement. During that time, some ordinary talented individuals would strip the bloodline from powerful beasts to enhance their own bodies. Their descendants could even inherit the bloodline like the demon race. For instance, the ancient Songlong body, true phoenix body, and Qilin body of the various holy clans in the current myriad realms all originated from this. However, this method comes at a steep price. Those whose blood is extracted not only lose their cultivation, but also suffer a decline in vitality, leading to swift demise. The emperor intends to strip the undying divine phoenix blood from this individual." One Su family elder exclaimed in delight. "Does this mean those with special bloodlines can be stripped and replaced for our family? As long as our Su family continues to absorb those with unique bloodlines, we can steadily grow stronger, and eventually, everyone will be like dragons, possessing special physiques." Su Tian glanced at the elders, whose eyes gleamed with malevolence, and retorted, "Do you wish for our Su family to become a target? Even the esteemed emperor lacks the time to eradicate all ancient demon clans, primordial celestial clans, and hidden holy clans. Moreover, the bloodline replacement is not so simple. If the recipient cannot withstand the pressure of the bloodline, they will undoubtedly explode. The success rate is appallingly low. If acquiring special physiques were so easy, those renowned ancient demon clans would have long been drained dry." Meanwhile, the bloodline exchange had reached a critical juncture. Lin Ye's vitality was continuously siphoned, his youthful body becoming withered and aged, resembling a desiccated corpse, his lifespan rapidly diminishing. Breathing became increasingly arduous. Suddenly, Su Jiugao withdrew his hand. A single drop of crystalline, translucent blood, resembling a red divine flame, floated above his palm. The blood of the undying divine phoenix. Chapter 11. Killing with Intent, the resurrection of the innate Dao embryo. This drop of blood emanated an astonishing aura, as if a divine phoenix were crying out within, ancient and fervent. Upon its appearance, even the space around them grew a touch warmer. Is this the blood of the undying divine phoenix? If this blood can be refined, it would forge the undying divine phoenix body. The eyes of the Su family elders gleamed with fervor, and even Su Tian felt a surge of temptation. The silent Su Yangyu's eyes sparkled with a flicker of light. It was for this blood that he journeyed to the Xiantian Dao domain to capture the golden feathered vermilion phoenix. Ding! The protagonist Lin Yi has lost his immortal divine phoenix body, resulting in a decrease of his fortune value by 2,000. Suddenly, a notification chimes. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the triple critical hit reward for the title of Destined Antagonist. You have gained 6,000 antagonist points. Oh, a critical hit was triggered? How intriguing. With the acquisition of 6,000 antagonist points, Su Jiugao's spirits were notably lifted as he turned and returned to his seat. Gazing at the immortal divine phoenix blood in his hand, he flicked his fingers, causing the blood to gently land before Su Yangyu. This treasure, which could entice even those at the Saint Realm, appeared to be casually discarded like refuse in front of Su Jiugao. Su Yangyu was momentarily stunned. Not only he, but even the elders and patriarch Su Tian of the Su family were left speechless. "It is a gift for you," Su Jiugao said nonchalantly. Su Tian, anxious, hurriedly interjected, "My lord, why is this so? Such a precious lineage. If you were to fuse with it, your strength would undoubtedly soar." The elders echoed his sentiments, with even Su Yangyu's father, the sixth elder, expressing his concern. "My lord, please reconsider. How can Yangyu possess the virtue to refine such divine blood? We implore you to take it back." Internally, Su Yangyu was overwhelmed with excitement, clenching his fists tightly. He understood the significance of this immortal divine phoenix blood. Although he desired it greatly, as the future hope of the Su family, Su Jiugao was undoubtedly the more fitting candidate. Holding the vial of blood with utmost reverence, he implored, "My lord, please take back this divine phoenix blood. Only you are truly worthy of refining it." Faced with the fervent pleas of his kin, Su Jiugao felt a twinge of annoyance. Looking at Su Yangyu, who was filled with awe, he decisively stated, This emperor does not require such a thing. You are the pride of the Su family. This divine phoenix blood is a reward meant for you. Having already possessed the innate chaotic body, one of the strongest physiques across the realms, the immortal divine phoenix blood was merely a supplementary boon, lacking substantial effect for him. In fact, the divine phoenix body was hardly noteworthy during the era of the emperor's fall. Had it been the innate Dao essence of that young lady, he might have considered it more seriously. Su Jiugao mused to himself. Observing the imposing figure of Su Jiugao, Su Yangyu hesitated for a moment. When he saw the displeasure in Su Jiugao's eyes, he reluctantly accepted, kneeling on one knee and solemnly stating, "Your kindness is unforgettable, my lord. I vow my loyalty to you. From this day forth, my life belongs to you." In response to Su Yangyu's declaration of loyalty, Su Jiugao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough, go and refine it. This immortal divine phoenix blood is not easily refined. A moment's carelessness could lead to your demise. Just be cautious." After all, as a member of the imperial clan, he wished for loyalty. If one could not even refine a mere drop of divine phoenix blood, then death would be a fitting end. Su Yangyu nodded resolutely. In his heart, he swore to train diligently, aspiring to aid Su Jiugao in the future. Such a display left the elders of the Su family in awe. Su Tian approached, glancing at the lifeless Lin Yi on the floor, and inquired, "My lord, how shall we deal with this fellow?" Su Jiugao pondered for a moment. The destined protagonist had already been thoroughly drained, yet he still possessed 3,500 fortune points. There must be some hidden trump card remaining. Su Jiugao couldn't help but sigh. What resilience. But after such a long time, Lin Yu has yet to ignite any enthusiasm in me. I find myself somewhat disinterested. To kill or not to kill? After a brief contemplation, a glimmer of inspiration struck Su Jiugao, and he smiled, saying, "Let us send him back to the feathered immortal sect. Oh, and seal off the Xiantian Dao domain. Inform the creatures there of everything that has transpired. Tell them that in 3 days, the Xiantian Dao domain shall face annihilation." Even Su Tian, the patriarch who had lived for thousands of years, felt a jolt of surprise at this decree. "Your methods are indeed ruthless, my lord. After all, what is more terrifying than death itself? The destruction of one's spirit." The elders understood Su Jiugao's intent and nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. This action is indeed brilliant. Not only will it let the superpowers of other Dao domains recognize the grandeur of our imperial clan, but it will also subject this child to the scorn of the entire Xiantian Dao domain, engulfing him in despair. He dared to raise a hand against our lord. To simply kill him would be a mercy. With his last breath, Lin Yi stared blankly, muttering, "Kill me. Kill me." Su Tian approached, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yi before addressing Su Yangyu. "In that case, Yangyu, take this fellow to the Xiantian Dao domain. Be swift. If the second ancestor has already destroyed the Xiantian Dao domain, it would be problematic." Su Yangyu nodded respectfully, channeling his true energy to lift the pitiful and aged Lin Yi, departing from the grand hall of the Su family. Watching their retreating figures, Su Jiugao lazily rose, stretching and making his way outside while declaring, "Well, that is no longer my concern. I shall take my leave." He still needed to hasten back to fuse the causal divine eye. After all, this was an existence on par with the innate chaotic body. From Lin Yi, he had amassed a total of 10,500 antagonist points, thanks in large part to the triple critical hit. Su Jiugao felt quite satisfied. Seeing this, Su Tian hurriedly followed, saying, "My lord, allow me to escort you to your residence." The elders chimed in unison, "We bid farewell to you, my lord." Once Su Jiugao had departed, the elders of the Su family exchanged glances and began to converse. The ruthlessness of our lord is truly worthy of the son of the emperor. Indeed, with such an emperor in our Su family, in due time, a new supreme emperor shall surely emerge in the myriad realms. It is indeed a blessing for our Su family. Ha ha ha. After all, our lord was among the pinnacle of prodigies during the era of the emperor's fall. Any one of those monsters from that time would easily dominate in the present day. It is likely that only the emperor's extraordinary abilities could have sealed our lord within the ancient divine source for hundreds of thousands of years. Wait, if the emperor possesses such capabilities, could the daughter of his close friend, the evergreen immortal emperor, also? After all, she is the innate Dao. At this moment, in a life-restricted zone in the myriad realms, within the boundless sea in a bronze immortal palace submerged deep in the heavy primordial waters, there lay a piece of ancient divine source identical to that of Su Jiugao. Surrounding the ancient divine source were countless immortal-grade spirit stones, brimming with rich spiritual energy and flowing Dao essence. Within that divine source, a stunningly beautiful woman, her skin as delicate as jade and radiating like a painting, lay in slumber. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her snow-white garments exuded an ethereal grace, untouched by the mundane, as if she were a celestial being fallen from the heavens. The surrounding immortal spirit energy continuously nourished her being. At that moment, the enchanting woman within the divine source felt a tremor in her eyelids and slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze, as clear as the azure sea, sparkled with a hint of confusion as she looked around, murmuring, Su Jiugao. Chapter 12. The Black Emperor's Spear, Fusion of the Causal Divine Eye. In the ancestral grounds of the Su family, within a resplendent and imposing ancient palace, the Supreme Divine Roar languidly reclined at the entrance, his eyes half closed in slumber. Inside the hall, a millennium-old night pearl illuminated the space, while countless treasures and immortal-grade spirit stones were piled nearby. The air was saturated with spiritual energy, visibly dense and ethereal, like being submerged in an ocean of spirituality. Merely breathing in this place was invigorating. Su Tian gazed at the emperor, his expression filled with respect as he said, "My lord, this shall be your residence. My lord, you need not worry. No one shall disturb your cultivation here. If you require anything, simply call upon the servants." Su Jiugao nodded slightly, surveying his surroundings before speaking in a calm tone. "Not bad. Thank you for your hard work." Upon hearing this, Su Tian grinned widely and shook his head, replying, "Your Highness, it is my honor to serve you. If that's the case, I shall take my leave now." Su Jiugao acknowledged. After Su Tian departed, he took his seat at the throne and slowly closed his eyes, summoning the interface. Master, Su Jiugao identity, Imperial Clan Su family. Son of the Primordial Emperor, realm, 9th level of the Cutting Yuan realm, physique, innate chaos body, golden holy blood, 10,100. Techniques, Primordial Emperor's scripture, 100-00-5000. Reversal of the Dao 13 halberds, 3,000. Qian Yuan golden body, 1,000. Treasures, divine liquid of creation 50, saint slaying golden halberd, heaven subduing spirit pearl. Supreme clarity imperial sword. Villain points, 10,500 golden holy blood. Su Jiugao noted this and inquired with curiosity, "System, what is the golden holy blood?" Beep. Response to the host. It requires 500 destiny points to answer this question. Su Jiugao was taken aback, feeling foolish. Is this how it begins? Can I get a free answer for my first question? The system remained silent for a moment. Beep. The golden holy blood hidden within the host is the blood of an ancient deity, indicating that the host's ancestors once reached a realm beyond the emperor. Only a few can activate it, and the activated golden blood will alter personal characteristics. After pondering for a while, Su Jiugao twirled a strand of his golden hair, contemplating. This was indeed intriguing. No wonder his hair differed from that of his Su family kin. It was rather impressive. This means his father activated the golden holy blood as well. Su Jiugao continued, "What is the purpose of the villain points?" Beep. Response to the host. Villain points can be used to enhance cultivation, accelerate technique progression, and exchange for items in the system shop. The system shop is now being opened for the host. A dazzling interface appeared before Su Jiugao, displaying dozens of pages filled with items renowned for their ability to defy fate. Divine techniques of creation, 3,000 calamities, demonic scriptures, supreme indifference techniques, immortal slaying gourd, supreme monarch sword. Even the terrifying physiques, such as the primordial holy body and celestial god body, could be purchased. However, the required villain points were exorbitant, amounting to a staggering 300,000. Su Jiugao couldn't help but feel speechless. A protagonist like Lin Yi only has 10,000 luck points. And these items are outrageously priced. Am I expected to slay 30 enemies? By the time I accumulate 300,000 villain points, it will be too late. Beep. Do not lose heart, host. The system can recycle items from the limited protagonists. Upon hearing this, Su Jiugao felt somewhat reassured, though he regretted having already given the undying divine phoenix blood to Su Jiugao. However, he did not dwell on it too much, as he noticed a weapon, a long halberd, pitch black as ink, emanating an aura as profound as an abyss. Black Emperor Abyss Halberd Imperial Grade, an otherworldly treasure inscribed with countless ancient runes, capable of shattering illusions and severing all. Forged from primordial essence, innate Dao stones, and various supreme treasures weighing 100,000 pounds. And infused with the soul of a quasi-emperor grade purple gold demon dragon, providing a protective dragon spirit that repels all evil. Required villain points, 10,000. Su Jiugao's eyes gleamed with fervor. He had no interest in swords. Imagine a nearly 2-meter tall, mighty figure wielding a sword. It would be quite ludicrous. A halberd embodies the romance of a man. Moreover, the primary killing technique he practiced was the reversal of the Dao 13 halberds. This weapon was perfectly suited for him. Without hesitation, Su Jiugao spent 10,000 villain points to exchange for the Black Emperor Abyss Halberd. Beat. Black Emperor Abyss Halberd exchanged successfully. Current villain points, 500. A dark radiance emerged. The black halberd exuded an aura of unparalleled terror. The halberd's shaft was adorned with black gold dragon patterns that twisted upward, seemingly alive. As if a dragon spirit roared, the tip shimmered with a silver light, incredibly sharp, as though it could obliterate all tangible existence, inducing trepidation. The moment Su Jiugao laid eyes on the Black Emperor Abyss Halberd, he knew he had made the right choice. It was undoubtedly the weapon most suited for him. With determination in his gaze, he reached out to grasp the halberd. Instantly, an ancient and majestic dragon roar resonated, and a fierce, terrifying purple-gold demon dragon erupted from the Black Emperor Abyss Halberd, its aura astonishing as it surged towards Su Jiugao. Roaring with confidence, Su Jiugao proclaimed, "I am your master. Only by following me can the name of the Black Emperor resonate throughout the heavens." His gaze was intense, and his words were unequivocal. The purple-gold dragon spirit halted, seemingly captivated by Su Jiugao's dominance. Its regal eyes scrutinized him closely before it coiled around him, merging directly into his body. The Black Emperor Abyss Halberd quivered slightly, no longer resisting. The demon dragon recognized its master. A smile crept onto Su Jiugao's face, clearly in high spirits. He gently caressed the halberd, suppressing the urge to test it, and stored it within his consciousness. There was still one task left to complete. He flipped his palm and retrieved the source of the causal divine eye from the system's storage. A golden sphere, radiating heat akin to the sun, floated serenely before him. This brilliant orb illuminated the entire vast hall, exuding an aura of ancient power. Upon its appearance, even the supreme god outside the hall opened its colossal eyes. Gazing curiously within, Su Jiugao regarded the source of the causal divine eye. Even his innate chaos body felt a subtle stir. This was no less than any divine artifact's origin, capable of discerning all and reversing the cosmos. Su Jiugao softly intoned, "Let me see how this causal divine eye compares to the innate chaos body." Chapter 13. The halberd breaks the physique tribulation. "I am invincible." The source of the causal divine eye gradually melded into his eyes. Su Jiugao tightly closed his eyes, the hall enveloped in silence. The spiritual energy from the numerous celestial spirit stones around him slowly flowed into his body. Ancient runes densely filled the surrounding space, profoundly mysterious. As if they were probing the ultimate truths of the universe, emanating an ancient and desolate aura of rules from within him. If one listened closely, the sounds of the Tao resonated endlessly. Simultaneously, dark clouds gathered above the ancient hall, swirling with tremendous fury as thunderous lightning crackled, seemingly brewing a terrifying force capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Everyone in the Su family felt an unprecedented aura permeating the air, instinctively turning their gazes toward the ancient hall. This direction. Is it the imperial sun? Su Tian, the clan leader outside the main hall, exclaimed in shock. Murmuring, the power of the tribulation, could the imperial sun be breaking through? An elder witnessing the scene remarked, "No, this aura does not resemble a breakthrough tribulation. What is the imperial sun doing? Such a peculiar aura, it seems like a tribulation of a certain physique. Could it be the physique tribulation triggered by the imperial sun's innate chaos body?" Voices of speculation filled the air. Observing this, Su Tian spoke solemnly. Regardless of whether it is a physique tribulation, the imperial sun must not encounter any mishap. Let us go see. With that, Su Tian soared into the sky, heading toward the ancient hall. Inside the ancient hall, time passed unmeasured. Suddenly, Su Jiugao opened his divine eyes wide. In an instant, a golden divine light shot up into the sky. This light pierced through the ancient hall and broke through the firmament. Boom! Thunder erupted from the dark clouds. What a pair of astonishment-inducing eyes. Dazzling as the galaxy, they shone with an unparalleled brilliance. Within them seemed to contain the cyclical interplay of life and death, the operations of the Tao, as if illuminating both the ancient and modern eras. If one were to gaze closely, within the depths of those eyes lay incomprehensible mystical patterns, concealing the profound truths of the celestial path and the forces of order, capable of unraveling all causality and illusion in the world. At this moment, Su Jiugao's aura had become increasingly transcendent. His golden hair, like flames, billowed majestically, exuding an imperial presence akin to a supreme emperor standing tall amidst the myriad realms. Radiating divine light that inspired awe, terrifying thunderclouds loomed in Su Jiugao's gaze. With the divine eye of causality, he foresaw the present and the future. His first cause had been sown, and the cataclysmic thunder tribulation awaited as its effect. The heavenly order permitted no such divine artifact. The divine eye of causality was far too formidable. Su Jiugao closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, The ancient indifference returned to his gaze. Thunder tribulation, you say? Su Jiugong's expression remained calm as he spoke softly. The Black Emperor's halberd suddenly materialized in his hand, and he walked leisurely out of the palace. The supreme divine roar had long awakened, its colossal form gazing at the brewing thunder tribulation above, emitting low growls, devoid of any fear. Su Jiugao looked at the supreme divine roar and smiled gently, stating, "This is my tribulation. I shall face it alone." He slowly raised the Black Emperor's halberd, pointing it at the heavens, filled with vigor, and proclaimed, "Come forth." A thunderous roar erupted. As if stirred by Su Jiugong's provocation, the thunderclouds erupted with deafening booms. Lightning surged, illuminating the dark clouds with a blue radiance. A thunderbolt, robust as a thunder dragon, descended upon Su Jiugao with earth-shattering force, roaring as if to engulf and annihilate him. The ferocious lightning embodied the purest and most supreme power of the universe. Yet Su Jiugao merely chuckled, his gaze shining even more brilliantly than the lightning. Grasping the Black Emperor's halberd, he soared into the sky. In the distance, Su Tian hurriedly approached with a group of elders from the Su family. Upon seeing the celestial figure in the sky, their eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily lost in reverie. There stood Su Jiugao, wielding the Black Emperor's halberd, enhancing his majestic stature. Surrounded by magical dragons, his demeanor was unparalleled, with his golden hair flowing freely, resembling an ancient emperor walking among mortals. This seemingly diminutive figure appeared increasingly grand before the thunder tribulation of heaven and earth. Like a deity or a demon. Everyone gasped in awe. "The young master," they exclaimed in unison. "It truly is the young master. He is enduring the tribulation of his physique. Patriarch, should we assist the young master?" Su Tian's eyes flickered, and at that moment, an ancient voice resonated. "No one shall intervene. Let us watch quietly." The crowd turned to see the first ancestor. "You are here, ancestor?" Su Tian exclaimed in surprise. "And the third and fourth ancestors?" The elders of the Su family had appeared, their aged faces reflecting admiration and excitement as they gazed at Su Jiugao in the sky. The first ancestor spoke slowly. "This tribulation cannot harm the young master. After all, he is the son of the Primordial Emperor, a prodigy of the era of descent." Upon hearing this, the crowd, seeing the elders' confidence, remained transfixed, their eyes glued to the sky. The Black Emperor's halberd felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds in Su Jiugao's grip. As the Primordial Emperor's scripture surged forth, unleashing his unreserved cultivation at the 9th level of the Yuan realm, a torrent of power, Su Jiugao wielded the Black Emperor's halberd, sweeping away the oncoming thunder pillars. 13 halberds against the Dao. Chaos unraveled. A robust golden radiance swept across, inscribed with runes, shattering the thunder with an overwhelming force. Its terrifying aura seeming capable of erasing the very essence of the Great Path. The two colossal forces collided. Boom! Where the halberd's light passed, the fabric of space tore apart, and the fearsome thunder pillar was cleaved in twain. Yet the halberd's might remained unabated, plunging into the thunderclouds above. Boom! This dense cloud cover was forcibly pierced by Su Jiugao's strike, allowing sunlight to stream through. The resounding noise startled many within the Su family's territory, who rushed to the scene. Upon witnessing the young master displaying his divine might, each clenched their fists, even more excited than if they themselves had broken through. The young master's divine might is unparalleled. The young master is invincible. Chapter 14, The Supreme Guardian. The tragic lineage such fervor even inspired the elders of the Su family. Su Tian gazed up at the unparalleled figure in the sky, his eyes ablaze with admiration as he murmured, "2 strikes. This terrifying tribulation seems so feeble before the young master." After today, Su Jiugao's image would be indelibly etched in everyone's hearts. Even the elders of the Su family, including the first ancestor, nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with smiles. The first ancestor stroked his beard and remarked, "The young master is a congenital chaotic body, a rare prodigy of the ages. Such performance is only to be expected." Su Jiugao's expression remained calm. Upon noticing the elders and ancestors of the Su family, he appeared somewhat surprised. Stepping into the air, the aura of the divine eye of causality fused within him, exuding an ancient and noble presence, unapproachable. "Young master." Su Tian approached with the elders, smiling. "It has only been a short while. Who would have thought the young master would surprise us once again?" The first ancestor also chuckled, "Young master. Look at how the younger generation of our Su family gazes upon you." Su Jiugao glanced at the fervent gazes of his kin below, chuckling helplessly as he waved his hand gently, saying, "Enough, enough. Go back now. It is merely a thunder tribulation. There is no need for such alarm." An elder nearby laughed. "This tribulation is not so simple. Perhaps only our young master can overcome it with such ease across the entire myriad realms. Indeed, if news of this spreads, it would surely instill despair in other prodigies. I estimate the young master's strength could even slay beings at the void god realm. Amidst the continuous praises, Su Jiugao felt overwhelmed. Just then, the system's voice echoed. Ding. The destined protagonist Lin Yi had his limbs severed and cultivation abolished by the ancestor of the feathered sanctum. Luck value lost. 1,000. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1,000 villain points. Oh. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Jiugao's eyes lit up, and a smile graced his lips. It seems Su Yongyu has arrived. He casually muttered a few words before returning to the ancient palace. With the wondrous divine eye of causality integrated, he needed some time to familiarize himself with its usage. His cultivation at the 9th level of the Yuan realm felt as if it were subtly loosening. It wouldn't be long before he could break through to the void god realm, all thanks to Lin Yi. Su Jiugao's gaze held a hint of amusement. Subtly anticipating the next destined protagonist's nature, he stretched lazily, muttering to himself, the Han High Immortal sect. I hope it won't be too dull. Watching the figure of the Emperor's son depart, the ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly, the previously amiable demeanor vanishing, replaced by a somber expression, exuding an aura of unspoken authority. He spoke slowly. Su Tian. Su Tian, here. Ancestor, this matter must remain concealed from other factions. Do you understand? Su Tian paused, swiftly grasping the ancestor's intent. The larger the tree, the more it attracts the wind. The other elders of the Su family, being astute individuals, naturally comprehended the underlying implications. Yet, one elder voiced his confusion. Ancestor, why is that? With the Emperor's strength and status, none of the younger generation in the myriad realms can possibly contend with him. As the son of the primordial emperor, those ancient beings would not dare to act against him, would they? Why the need for such secrecy? In my view, the Emperor's renown should resonate throughout the myriad realms. Our Su clan fears no one. Another elder interjected, is the ancestor worried that someone might act recklessly, risking everything? The ancestor nodded thoughtfully. You all make valid points. Our Emperor's fame will inevitably echo through the myriad realms, but not at this moment. The ancestor looked at the assembly, his gaze intense, and declared, the Emperor is the hope of our Su clan. With his extraordinary talents, if our enemies were to discover him, they might act without restraint. Should any misfortune befall the Emperor, you all will bear the burden of guilt for the entire Su clan. Moreover, you would have no face to confront the Emperor and our ancestors. Though the Su clan was vast, it was not without formidable adversaries. The ancient imperial clans could indeed pose a challenge to the Su family. Su Tian nodded, pondering, if so, why not arrange for a protector to accompany the Emperor? This would significantly mitigate the risk of unforeseen events. The third ancestor, hearing this, brightened and said, that is a sound idea. Why not let the second ancestor serve as the Emperor's protector? The elders were taken aback. The second ancestor, one must understand that he was of the supreme realm, a pinnacle existence in the current upper realm, an entity of life and death significance to any clan. Such a prominent figure as a protector seemed extravagant. Yet, given the person he would be protecting was the Emperor, it seemed acceptable. The third ancestor speaks wisely. I concur. No objections. The elders affirmed earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, the ancestor replied, that would not be appropriate. The second ancestor's temper is rather volatile, and he may not adequately safeguard the Emperor. By the way, Su Tian, I recall there is an individual of half-step supreme realm within the shadow lineage, correct? Su Tian mused for a moment before responding. Are you referring to Eldering? The shadow lineage served as the Su family's assassins. The ancestor nodded, stating, Elder Ying's stealth techniques are unparalleled. Even a supreme cannot detect him. Moreover, his temperament is composed, ensuring no complications arise. His presence would be beneficial for the Emperor in certain matters. As for the second ancestor, let him remain by the Emperor's side, only to reveal himself in case of emergencies. To ensure safety, the ancestor believed it prudent to assign a supreme being to the Emperor's side as well. Su Tian nodded seriously. The third ancestor surveyed the surroundings and inquired, where is the second ancestor? Why have we not seen him? Su Tian replied candidly. The second ancestor is currently dealing with an unruly sect in the Xiantian Dao domain that offended the Emperor. Eradicated Dao domain? The third ancestor's expression was peculiar. But he dismissed it. It was merely a Dao domain. Since they had offended the Emperor, it was only fitting they be destroyed. 2 days later, within the Xiantian Dao domain, Su Jiugao rode the supreme divine roar, exuding an overwhelming aura that caused all creatures to cower in fear. This was due to the Su clan's proclamation of the Xiantian Dao domain's impending annihilation in 3 days. The streets lay desolate, stalls in disarray, and even passers-by wore expressions of despair. The entire Dao domain was shrouded in hopelessness. The feathered ascension's sacred sect lies ahead, does it not? Su Jiugao murmured to himself. A raspy, aged voice emerged from the emptiness. Emperor, ahead lies the Feathered Ascension Sacred Sect. What news from the Feathered Ascension Sacred Sect? Su Jiugao inquired indifferently. Elder Ying's figure materialized, devoid of emotion, calmly stating, Lin Yu has endured great humiliation in recent days. Not only were his limbs severed by the sect's elder, but he has also been displayed at the Judgment Peak for public humiliation. Today marks the day of his execution. It seems the Feathered Ascension sect intends to seek forgiveness from you, Emperor, but due to the second ancestor's blockade, they are unable to contact you. Su Jiugao shook his head, truly tragic. Let us go and see him. It is fitting to send him off on his final journey. Elder Ying nodded and asked, but why does the Emperor choose to wait 3 days before annihilating the Xiantian Dao domain? Would it not be better to strike immediately? Su Jiugao's eyes narrowed as he glanced at him. Speaking coolly, you are rather talkative. Elder Ying's expression shifted, gradually fading into the shadows. Su Jiugao's lips curled upward slightly. The reason for granting him 3 days was twofold, to render Lin Yu a pariah within the Xiantian Dao domain, and, more importantly, Lin Yu still possessed 500 units of fortune. This suggested he retained some hidden cards. Su Jiugao was eager to see if any last-minute twist would arise. After all, the unexpected was the hallmark of a destined protagonist. With this thought, Su Jiugao's spirit soared. Chapter 15, The Despairing Xiantian Dao Domain. The Emperor arrives today. At the Judgment Peak of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Sect, countless individuals gathered. They were cultivators from all corners of the Xiantian Dao domain, having traveled great distances. The reason was simple. 3 days prior, the Su clan's ancestor had sealed the entire Xiantian Dao domain and issued a decree. In 3 days, the Xiantian Dao domain would be extinguished. A single word conveyed the Su clan's boundless dominance and confidence. The architect of this calamity, Lin Yi, had offended a certain exalted figure within the Su clan, resulting in widespread misfortune. At the Judgment Peak, Lin Yi lay like a mound of flesh, his body marred and broken. His limbs had been severed, presenting a gruesome sight. The disciples of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Sect gazed at him with expressions of despair and fury, their eyes seemingly longing to devour him whole. Lin Yi, you beast! Who would have thought you so audacious as to offend the emperor of the Su clan? Not only have you brought about the fall of our sect leader, but you have also condemned all beings within the Xiantian Dao domain to accompany you to the grave. Your heart is truly ruthless. I knew it. This wretch would undoubtedly bring disaster to our Feathered Ascension Sacred Sect. What heinous deeds have you committed to invoke such wrath? I don't want to die. It's all your fault. All your fault. In the face of imminent death, countless voices cried out in anguish, filled with blame, curses, and despair. If not for the intervention of the elders of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Sect, they would have gladly struck Lin Yi down 1,000 times over. The collective resentment of the crowd seemed poised to engulf him entirely, witnessing the once amiable faces of his fellow disciples twist into grotesque masks of rage. Lin Yi lowered his head, his eyes silent, his disheveled hair a testament to his acceptance of guilt. The elders of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Sect, aware of the disciples' animosity, felt a deep-seated hatred themselves. They had been innocently cultivating within the sect, only to be caught in this calamity. The Grand Elder of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Sect turned to the frail, decrepit ancestor beside him, his face a mask of urgency. The elder sighed deeply, his heart heavy with despair. What are we to do in the Xiantian Dao domain? What sins have we, the Yuhua Sacred Sect, committed to find ourselves in such a dire predicament? Their eyes brimmed with tears as they gazed skyward, lamenting the fate of an entire domain. Here, countless beings once thrived. But now they lay as desiccated bones in the graves of their despair, awaiting death in helplessness. Is there any chance for redemption? Are the countless disciples of the Yuhua Sacred Sect destined to languish and wait for their end? The actions of Lin Yi have brought this calamity upon us, and now it is too late for remorse. The lives of millions hang in the balance due to his folly. If we perish, how shall we face our ancestors in the afterlife? If we had foreseen this day, we should have eliminated this child at the outset. An elder, filled with rage, clenched his teeth in fury, wishing to rend Lin Yu asunder. The patriarch, feeling the weight of his years, let out a sorrowful sigh. In that moment, he appeared older, as the deathly aura surrounding his frail body intensified, suggesting his imminent demise. Even he, a sage who believed he had seen all, uttered in despair, there is no way. No way at all. The entire Xiantian Dao domain has been sealed by the Su family, rendering us unable to communicate with anyone. Has our fate truly run its course after standing for millennia? The patriarch's murky eyes glistened with hopelessness. In his twilight years, he had wished to protect the children of the Yuhua Sacred Sect, yet now he was forced to witness the annihilation of the entire domain. No one could offer a solution, and if the patriarch felt this way, the disciples could only imagine their own despair. After days of accusations, Their voices had gone hoarse. An elder, unable to bear the grim reality, shouted with reddened eyes, "I will slay the mastermind behind this." Seventh elder, cease. The grand elder, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected. The elder paused, confusion etched on his face. Grand elder, why spare this wretch's life? The grand elder rebuked him sternly. Do you think I do not wish to end him? More than any of you, I yearn for his demise. But we cannot act recklessly. Do you remember the prince of the imperial family who visited us days ago? Had it not been for him, our Xiantian Dao domain would have been obliterated long ago. Since the imperial prince chose to spare our lives, there must be a reason for it. As he spoke, the grand elder's gaze fell upon Lin Yi, who hung in a state of despair atop the judgment peak. He represents our last hope. The elders gasped in shock. Why? The grand elder continued. We cannot let him die just yet. The key to our predicament lies with him. The patriarch gazed into the distance, letting out a heavy sigh. May the esteemed imperial prince show mercy upon the countless souls of the Xiantian Dao domain for our sake. The name of the primordial emperor echoed throughout the myriad realms, the only living emperor, his very existence a weighty presence upon the hearts of all beings. No one would dare offend a prince standing behind a living emperor, for the repercussions would be far too grave. In stark contrast to the lamentations echoing through the Xiantian Dao domain, Su Jiugao found himself in high spirits, humming a light tune as he strolled toward the Yuhua sacred sect. So many people, he mused, narrowing his eyes as he spotted Lin Yi's silhouette atop the judgment peak. The aura of the supreme divine roar was terrifying, immediately enveloping the peak in an oppressive atmosphere. Onlookers gasped, "Look, who is that in the sky? What kind of beast is that? Such a dreadful presence. Is it here to judge us?" The elders of the Yuhua sacred sect quickly recognized the figure shining like the sun above them, and a collective shudder ran through them. Entering the holy realm. What powerful being approaches us? Awe filled their hearts as they looked up at the supreme divine roar. Its golden mane billowed majestically, and its robust limbs radiated explosive strength, resembling a towering mountain that left them breathless. The pressure from the holy realm was overwhelming, causing all present, save for the patriarch, to tremble in fear. Even more astonishing was the golden-haired youth standing atop the fearsome beast, exuding an air of dominance, his golden eyes filled with confidence and disdain for all. The grand elder gazed up at this radiant figure, as Lin Yi, suspended in torment, let out a series of low growls. Suddenly, the figure of Elder Ing appeared beside the supreme divine roar, looking down at the Yuhua sacred sect disciples, who appeared as insignificant as ants. The aura emanating from him, a half-step to supremacy, caused their legs to weaken, and they found themselves kneeling involuntarily. Elder Ing furrowed his brow and proclaimed, "The imperial prince of the Su family has descended upon the Xiantian Dao domain. You all should prostrate in reverence." His voice boomed like a heavy bell, striking the hearts of all present. The imperial family, Su family, the elders of the Yuhua sacred sect were taken aback. Upon hearing the patriarch kneel, a wave of astonishment swept over them. The grand elder commanded with a stern voice, "All of you, kneel." In that moment, within a radius of several thousand miles around the Yuhua sacred sect, all beings, disciples, and elders present knelt in unison, creating an awe-inspiring scene. With their heads to the ground, they proclaimed in unison, "We welcome the arrival of the imperial prince. We welcome the arrival of the imperial prince." They all understood that this individual was the legendary imperial prince, the very reason the Xiantian Dao domain now faced such calamity. Yet in their hearts, none felt a hint of resentment towards this exalted figure. Rather, their hatred for Lin Yi intensified. Emerging from the era of imperial descent, he was a prodigy among prodigies, instilling fear deep within their souls. The grand elder pressed his forehead to the ground, trembling. Su Jiugao regarded the scene with a sense of nonchalance, glancing at Elder Ing, murmuring, "Why do this?" Elder Ing, with a look of reverence, replied, "Only thus can we honor the status of the imperial prince." "Is this the grand display you speak of?" Su Jiugao pondered quietly. With a soft smile, he replied, "Do you think the sun requires the glow of fireflies to shine?" He leaped into the void, descending from the heavens like a celestial being, as all beings bowed before him. Beneath his feet, countless intricate symbols rippled with energy. And bathed in sunlight, he appeared majestic, like a golden deity striding forth. "I am the radiant sun," Su Jiugao declared imperiously, his presence commanding respect. As he descended, his black robe adorned with golden dragon patterns, every gesture emanated the essence of supremacy. The patriarch's eyes quivered, his voice hoarse as he addressed him. "Imperial Prince." Su Jiugao replied calmly, "You all know the situation?" The patriarch nodded fervently, bowing repeatedly, "Imperial Prince. It is the Yuhua sacred sect that has failed to discipline its disciples. We are willing to sacrifice our entire sect to atone for our sins." Take whatever you desire from us, but please spare the innocent beings of the Xiantian Dao domain. The Grand Elder echoed, bowing insistently. We implore the Imperial Prince for mercy. We implore the Imperial Prince for mercy. The elders declared, we are willing to sacrifice our lives to atone for our sins. Their voices resonated powerfully. The disciples of the ascended sacred sect, kneeling outside the judgment peak, lifted their heads in tears, crying out, Ancestor, elders, we will not leave. If we must die, we shall die together. The air was filled with the sounds of unwavering resolve. Su Jiugao cast a calm glance over the crowd and softly spoke, Enough. Rise. Upon hearing the words of the esteemed prince, the ancestors and elders of the ascended sacred sect slowly stood up, while the disciples remained kneeling. It was not that they wished to stay down, but under the oppressive presence of the supreme divine roar and the elder shadow, they found themselves unable to move. Su Jiugao glanced at Lin Yi, who was fixated on him from the judgment peak, and remarked nonchalantly, I did not expect you to have severed his limbs. This beast has offended the esteemed prince. 1,000 deaths would not suffice for his transgressions. An elder immediately concurred. Su Jiugao remained silent, realizing that these individuals were quite astute. He had initially thought that if they killed Lin Yi directly, while it would dissipate the remaining fortune on him, it would also spare him some trouble. Before Su Jiugao spoke, everyone held their breath, as if awaiting a death sentence. He finally said, It is not easy for the ascended sacred sect to exist for 10,000 years. I have seen your sincerity. Let us leave it at that for now. Upon hearing this, the elders of the ascended sacred sect were struck as if by lightning, their faces filled with disbelief. The ancestor, overwhelmed with emotion, wept tears of joy. As if granted a reprieve, they understood the meaning behind the prince's words. He would no longer pursue accountability for the ascended sacred sect and the entire Xiantian domain. Because of a single statement from the prince, the ascended sacred sect was spared. The ancestor gasped, repeatedly expressing gratitude. Thank you, esteemed prince. Thank you. The elders shared the joy of survival, their gazes towards Su Jiugao filled with fervor. The grand elder stepped forward, stating, Esteemed prince, your generosity is boundless. We, of the Xiantian domain, are indebted to you. We beseech you to allow our sect to follow you and become a subordinate force of the imperial Su family. For eternity. We vow never to betray you. Should we do so, the ascended sacred sect will face ruin. The ancestor's eyes brightened. Yes, yes, yes. You speak the truth. We are unable to repay the esteemed prince's great kindness. Please allow us to serve you to atone for our past errors. With Su Jiugao's words, the shadows over the Xiantian domain were dispelled. They had completely forgotten that it was Su Jiugao who had brought about their calamity. In their hearts, all blame lay on Lin Yi, and at that moment, Su Jiugao had become their greatest benefactor. We are willing to follow you, esteemed prince. We are willing to follow you. The voices of those kneeling surged like a tidal wave, filled with excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, surrounded by the crowd, roared with reddened eyes. No, do not demand this of him. It was all him. Yet, amidst the clamor of voices, his cries were as insignificant as dust. Unable to stir a single ripple, Su Jiugao observed the fervent crowd, perfectly embodying the essence of human sentiment. His expression remained tranquil, as if the loyalty of the entire Xiantian domain were but a trivial matter to him. If gratitude is due, let it be to your good sect leader. Were it not for him, this ordeal would have been far more complicated, Su Jiugao remarked. The elders paused, then understood. On that day, sect leader and Qinghe had sacrificed himself for the sake of the ascended sacred sect against the imperial Su family. Their anger intensified. It is all that beast's fault. The sect leader loved him dearly, yet he ended up harming himself. They cried out, Esteemed prince, please allow us to kill him. Yes, let us kill him. All their hatred concentrated on Lin Yi. Such a profound resentment surged forth, manifesting as countless curses from the beings of the Xiantian domain surrounding Lin Yi. Even as the destined protagonist, he could barely withstand the weight of millions of grievances. Beep. The destined protagonist Lin Yi has been forsaken by the entire Xiantian domain, losing 500 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 villain points. Su Jiugao was thoroughly pleased with the current situation, feeling everything was within his control. As for the remaining 2,000 fortune points, Su Jiugao narrowed his eyes, pondering if Lin Yi had any hidden trump cards. Just then, Elder Shadow approached him, whispering, Esteemed prince, a powerful force is approaching from beyond the Xiantian domain. At that moment, the supreme divine roar in the sky continued to emit thunderous roars. Chapter 17. Lin Yi's dire fate. The emergence of the hidden sacred clan in the azure sky. Dark clouds suddenly gathered, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, enveloping the judgment peak above. This unexpected turn of events left everyone bewildered. What was happening? Was it a heavenly tribulation? Could it be that a powerful figure from the ascended sacred sect was undergoing a trial? But no, there was no aura of heavenly tribulation. Even the elders of the ascended sacred sect were perplexed. The ancestor turned to Su Jiugao, bowing his head to inquire, "Might I ask, esteemed prince, are noble beings arriving?" Su Jiugao remained silent, his golden eyes seemingly piercing through the heavens. Elder Shadow slowly spoke. "The presence is at least that of a saint." Su Jiugao's expression remained calm as he glanced at Lin Yi in the distance, beginning to grasp the significance of this moment. "So this is your final trump card." He was curious to see what surprises the so-called destined protagonist would reveal in this truly desperate situation. If he thought a saint could alter the current predicament, that would indeed be laughable. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap echoed from the sky, with flashes of lightning that seemed to herald the apocalypse. A massive, terrifying beast resembling a thunderstorm emerged from the clouds. Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. It was not mere clouds, but a beast enveloped in lightning. The Thunder Beast. Upon the Thunder Beast stood a middle-aged man dressed in resplendent garments adorned with Qilin motifs. The man's aura was domineering, his gaze sharp as a sword, exuding an unfathomable presence. Upon seeing Lin Yi, who lay mutilated atop the Judgment Peak, he paused momentarily, then his eyes blazed with rage as he roared, "Who dares to harm my son?" The expressions of the onlookers changed drastically. The elders of the ascended sacred sect were utterly stunned. This man was Lin Yi's father? A destructive energy erupted from him, tearing through the sky and, accompanied by boundless lightning, plummeted straight down. Su Jiugao observed the unfolding scene with a strange expression, noting the resemblance between Lin Yi and the middle-aged man. A father of a saint? Elder Shadow, noticing the situation, snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, countless dense runes enveloped the descending power. With a calm demeanor, he dissipated it effortlessly. To him, a saint was still far from sufficient. Lin Songhai was taken aback, his eyes reflecting disbelief as he looked at Elder Shadow below, murmuring, "Could it be a supreme? This is impossible. How could there be a supreme-level figure within the ascended sacred sect?" Meanwhile, the appearance of the Thunder Beast seemed to provoke the supreme divine roar in the sky. His colossal pupils brimmed with ferocity and murderous intent as his powerful claws swung violently towards the Thunder Beast. The air itself was torn apart, leaving 4 razor-sharp gashes in their wake. In an instant, they ripped through the Thunder Beast's corpulent body, causing torrents of azure blood to erupt forth. A pained roar escaped the creature's lips, its body swaying perilously, nearly toppling the onlooker, Lin Songhai, from his perch. The Thunder Beast. The supreme divine roar exhaled mist from its nostrils, descending languidly beside Su Jiugao. At this moment, Lin Songhai found himself in a daze. He had never anticipated that the Feathered Ascension Holy Sect harbored a being of supreme caliber. Merely 2 days prior, while residing within the secluded Lin family, he sensed his Sun Ye's soul flame flickering perilously close to extinguishment, evidently facing a grave calamity. As Lin Ye's father, Lin Songhai had summoned an elderly sage at the time of his son's birth, who foretold that his child was destined for greatness, yet warned of a fatal tribulation, nearly certain to end in death. If Lin Yi could survive this ordeal, he would soar like a dragon emerging from the depths, unbound by earthly constraints. However, if he were to falter, the world would forever lose the presence of Lin Yi. After much inquiry, the sage finally revealed a method of avoidance. Lin Yi must leave the secluded family and survive until the age of 20 to perhaps evade the impending disaster. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, who believed himself an ordinary individual, his father still lived. Now, Lin Songhai understood that the time of his son's calamity had arrived. And as a sage, he would spare no effort to aid his son in overcoming this trial. Lin Songhai fixed his gaze intently upon the shadowy elder below and spoke in a low, fierce tone. "Who are you, half-step supreme? Is this the tribulation that awaits ye?" The elder furrowed his brow, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, his raspy voice dripping with iciness. "Who permitted you to speak from above our imperial descendant? Get down." His fury was palpable. The status of the imperial descendant was unparalleled. Who in the myriad realms could match it? Yet here stood a mere sage daring to disdain the imperial descendant, inciting his wrath. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, instilling dread among the members of the Feathered Ascension Holy Sect. Suddenly, a colossal hand materialized in the sky, gripping the Thunder Beast tightly, causing blood to spout forth like a fountain. Azure blood rained down from above. The Thunder Beast howled in agony, the pain far exceeding that inflicted by the supreme divine roar, nearly leading to its obliteration. The pressure of half-step supreme was utterly insurmountable. Lin Songhai's expression shifted dramatically. The Thunder Beast plummeted to the ground like a falling star. Boom. The elder's eyelids twitched in alarm. Was this the formidable strength nearing the supreme realm? Just as the elder prepared to act, Su Jiugao spoke calmly. "Enough, elder." The elder paused, glancing at Su Jiugao with confusion, then spoke with reverence. "Imperial descendant, This individual dares to intrude during our family's sealing of the entire Xintian Dao domain, clearly showing disrespect towards you. Su Jiugao waved dismissively, his gaze playfully lingering on Lin Songhai, who struggled to steady himself, his previous composure now replaced with vigilance. He is merely a father concerned for his son. We should show some understanding. With the imperial descendant's intervention, the elder momentarily withdrew his overwhelming aura, focusing solely on Lin Songhai. Upon witnessing Lin Ye's wretched state, Lin Songhai disregarded everything else, rushing to his side with a pained expression. Trembling, he assessed Lin Ye's condition. Such ruthless methods, such ruthless methods. The heart shattered, cultivation obliterated, limbs rendered useless, Lin Yi had seemingly become a living corpse. Lin Songhai abruptly lifted his head, resembling a wild beast. You of the Feathered Ascension Holy Sect dare to treat my son, Lin Songhai's child, in such a manner? The aura of a sage suffocated the disciples. The elder let out a cold snort, dissipating the pressure engulfing the disciples. The elders behind him murmured among themselves. So this is Lin Ye's father? I never imagined that the beast's father would be a sage. And what of the sage? Were it not for that wretched child? How could the Feathered Ascension Holy Sect have offended the imperial descendant? The elders, who had previously been silent, now spoke up, emboldened by the presence of the imperial descendant. Indeed, what of the hidden holy clans? Should all beings of the Xintian Dao domain perish for your son? As Lin Songhai invoked the Lin family name, the elders of the Feathered Ascension Holy Sect showed no signs of fear. Lin Songhai furrowed his brow, coldly retorting, Imperial descendant? The elder snorted. What of the hidden holy clans? Do you truly believe the Su clan of the imperial family does not exist? From a distance, Su Jiugao and the elders of the Feathered Ascension Holy Sect approached slowly. The Su clan of the imperial family. Upon hearing these words, Lin Songhai trembled. Recently, the primordial emperor and the imperial descendant had emerged, shaking the myriad realms. The current Su clan of the imperial family was unparalleled, no one daring to provoke them. Why would a member of the imperial family be present in the Xintian Dao domain? He regarded the shadowy elder with caution, only to see this being so close to the supreme realm, respectfully step aside, standing beside Su Jiugao. Lin Songhai was stunned. Golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, and the strikingly handsome youth radiated brilliance, akin to a sun that commanded reverence. Even as a sage, Lin Songhai could not help but marvel. You are. A sense of foreboding surged within him. The elders of the Feathered Ascension Holy Sect spoke first. You are Lin Ye's father? Do you know that this person before you is the imperial descendant of the Su clan? Your son Lin Yi had the audacity to offend the imperial descendant, nearly implicating our entire Xintian Dao domain. Such a crime deserves death. The imperial descendant? Lin Songhai was utterly astonished. He turned to Su Jiugao, who wore a congenial smile, his heart racing in disbelief. You are the son of the primordial emperor? The elder of the Feathered Ascension Holy Sect sneered. Standing before you is none other than the esteemed young master of the Su family. Lin Songhai has evidently come to seek trouble with the Yuhua sacred sect. Thus, the ancestor did not grant him any amiable countenance. Observing the mocking expressions of the elders, along with the composed demeanor of Su Jiugao, Lin Songhai felt a sudden surge of panic. His countenance fluctuated between shades of anger and fear as a multitude of questions swirled in his mind. Why was the young master of the Su family present in the Xintian Dao domain? What was the meaning of the claim that his son had offended the young master? Suppressing the turmoil within, Lin Songhai took a deep breath and spoke sincerely. I am Lin Songhai of the sacred Lin clan. I pay my respects to the young master. May I inquire how my son has offended you? Seeing Lin Songhai's previously unwavering confidence evaporate, the elders of the Yuhua sacred sect erupted into laughter, their mirth palpable. Now you know fear? Weren't you just boasting about annihilating our sect? What has caused your spirit to wither? Su Jiugao regarded Lin Songhai, who hung his head in shame. Merely standing in silence, an invisible pressure emanated from him, unyielding even in the presence of a powerful sage. Beside him, eldering scoffed, Lin Songhai, your son, Lin Yi, dared to lay hands on the young master within the domain of the Su family. Before our young master even uttered a word, you presume to take him away? Such audacity. Is this the stance of your sacred Lin clan? Upon hearing these words, Lin Songhai felt a chill creep over him, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Lin Yi had indeed offended the young master? He hastily replied, no, young master. This elder must have misunderstood something. I have heard that the young master has only recently emerged. How could my child? He raised his head, intending to meet Su Jiugao's gaze, but was met with the overwhelming pressure emanating from eldering, rendering him unable to look up. Enough of this. There is no need for further words. With a sudden surge of terrifying pressure, Lin Songhai's face turned pale. He yearned to speak, but Elder Ying's piercing gaze silenced him. Kneel. The difference of a single realm felt insurmountable. Under this pressure, Lin Songhai gritted his teeth, dropping to one knee while using his hand to support himself against the ground. Refusing to bow fully. Proud and unyielding, he had risen to the pinnacle of the sacred clan at such a young age, never having knelt before anyone. Not even a sage. Su Jiugao, intrigued by the scene, raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Lin Ye's father shared his son's stubbornness. In the distance, the thunder beast seemed unable to bear witnessing its master in such humiliation, crackling with electricity as storm clouds gathered overhead. It emitted a peculiar roar, prompting Su Jiugao to frown slightly and mutter, "Quiet down." He absent-mindedly stroked the luxurious golden mane of the supreme divine roar beside him, who nodded in understanding and affectionately nudged Su Jiugao with its massive form. Then, with a swift motion, it positioned itself before the thunder beast, emanating an overwhelming presence. Akin to the king of beasts, its eyes brimming with ferocity. With razor-sharp fangs that seemed capable of tearing anything asunder, it struck like a golden arc, rending the thunder beast in half with a single, swift motion, splattering vibrant blue blood everywhere. The rare ancient beast, a thunder beast of divine king caliber, fell with a thunderous crash, its core obliterated effortlessly. The supreme divine roar, now adorned with glistening golden fur, disdainfully groomed itself. The remnants of the thunder beast's blood evaporating into nothingness. Standing proudly, it exuded an aura of nobility and ancient dignity. After dispatching the thunder beast with such ease, the supreme divine roar returned leisurely to Su Jiugao's side, lying down and wagging its tail, a stark contrast to its earlier ferocity. Witnessing the supreme divine roar's docility before the young master, the elders and disciples of the Yuhua sacred sect were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide in disbelief. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they might have believed it was merely a tamed beast. What kind of creature is the young master's mount? It is simply too terrifying, one murmured, feeling chills run down their spine. Indeed, I reckon the young master's mount alone could obliterate our Yuhua sacred sect. Another added, awestruck. Their flattery persisted, praising the majestic beast that seemed worthy of the young master. Su Jiugao maintained his calm demeanor, stroking the supreme divine roar's formidable head and complimenting. "Well done, thunder beast." Lin Songhai roared, his eyes nearly bursting with rage, tears of despair glistening. This thunder beast had been his companion since his youth, having grown from a mere palm-sized creature under his care, sharing countless hardships as if it were family. As Lin Songhai's anguished cry echoed, it evoked memories of the day he dealt with Lin Yi. Su Jiugao's expression turned somewhat peculiar. "You and your son. Could it be that you both share this affinity?" A smile crept across his lips. "Eldering." "Present," Eldering replied. Su Jiugao regarded Lin Songhai, who struggled to support himself on one knee, released the pressure upon him. "I wish to see if Lin Songhai will react like his son." Though puzzled, Eldering complied without question, dispersing the oppressive force enveloping Lin Songhai. The latter felt an immediate lightness. Gasping for breath as he fixed his gaze on Su Jiugao and the contemptuous supreme divine roar, his fists clenched until blood oozed, his voice hoarse with anger. "Damnable beast." Su Jiugao approached leisurely, looking down at Lin Songhai with a glint of mockery and amusement in his eyes. After toying with him, he finally addressed the matter at hand. "The reclusive sacred Lin clan, have you come to seek justice for your son?" Lin Songhai froze, lowering his head in silence. Eldering scoffed derisively. "Lin Songhai, do you know that the last person to seek justice from our young master has already taken their own life on our grounds? Do not think that your status as a mere sage will save you. Even if the supreme of the Lin clan were to come, the outcome would be the same." Lin Songhai's face was a mask of humiliation. Attaining the sage realm placed him among the elite of the heavens, deserving of respect. Yet faced with Elder Ying's taunts, he found himself unable to retort. The mere mention of the name Wushi Emperor and the unfathomable foundation of the Su family evoked despair within him. Perhaps once, the ancient immortal clans and supreme imperial families could contend with the Su family, but now, with the emperor's emergence and the young master's presence, who would dare to challenge them? Offending the young master was akin to offending the Wushi Emperor. "My son, is this the destined calamity he must face?" Lin Songhai reflected on the elder's shocking expression from years past, lamenting that he had not discovered the truth sooner to protect Lin Yi. Yet, it was too late to regret. In an instant, Lin Songhai seemed to age decades. The weight of this humiliation paled in comparison to the consequences of offending the young master. In his current state, he could only plead that the other party would not implicate the Lin family. Su Jiugao waited in silence for quite some time. Yet there was no sign of a strike from the opponent. It seemed that, at least in comparison to Lin Yi, his father's temperament was considerably more composed. The elders of the Yuhua sacred sect present could all sense Lin Songhai's despondency, yet none offered sympathy. Instead, they reveled in his misfortune with mocking laughter. "Humph, Where were you all this time? What was initially merely the misfortune of the Yuhua sacred sect has now escalated, drawing in the hidden Lin family as well. To have such a son, one can only feel pity for him. Like father, like son, sneered Elder Ing. My esteemed lord. It seems there is no longer any need for the Lin family to exist. What? Lin Songhai's pupils constricted, and even his breath quickened. Su Jiugao cast him a casual glance before turning to the half-kneeling Lin Songhai, smiling gently as he spoke. Tell me, if I were to slay you and your son right now, what would your sacred Lin family have to say? Upon hearing this, Lin Songhai trembled all over. The esteemed lord is asking you a question. Seeing the lack of response, an elder from the Yuhua sacred sect reprimanded. Lin Songhai's expression was a complex mix of emotions. He could not comprehend what Su Jiugao was trying to achieve. His elbows lost their strength, and he knelt down, lowering his head to an extreme degree. Regardless of his status, before the son of a living emperor, it was all in vain. Even if Su Jiugao were to kill him and present his head to the Lin family, the supremes within would likely only utter a single phrase, good riddance. Lin Songhai displayed signs of struggle, gritting his teeth as he said, regarding the esteemed lord, the Lin family will say nothing. Su Jiugao laughed heartily and waved his hand, saying, good. It seems your Lin family is quite perceptive. His imperial gaze narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of a chilling glimmer. He continued, from what the elders of the Yuhua sacred sect imply, it appears this is the first meeting between you and your son. Today, this emperor shall grant you a favor, allowing you both to have a proper conversation. With a casual gesture, a vibrant green sacred pill rolled into Lin Songhai's view, resembling a translucent gem. The moment this emerald pill appeared, it was as if withered trees had found spring, and the surrounding air became significantly sweeter. Just a whiff was enough to invigorate the spirit, and it was apparent that it was no ordinary object. The intricate patterns adorning it were unfathomable, reminiscent of the long-lost alchemical symbols from the heavens. What was even more miraculous was that as the pill rolled onto the ground, tiny blades of grass broke through the stone slabs, akin to a divine miracle. Lin Songhai was taken aback, his eyes filled with confusion. An elder recognized the pill and gasped, is this the Qingdi pill? The Qingdi pill? Isn't it the imperial-grade pill refined by the Evergreen Emperor? It is said that anyone below the Emperor level who consumes this pill, regardless of the severity of their injuries, can reclaim their life. Moreover, it can extend one's lifespan, with effects even significant for those at the sage level. Since the fall of the Evergreen Immortal Emperor, the Qingdi pill has not appeared in the heavens. The last time it was discovered was 5,000 years ago in the sacred domain ruins, where it was auctioned off to many supremes. Gasps filled the air. Why would the esteemed lord possess such a divine object? All faces turned fervent, revealing a glimmer of desire. The Evergreen Immortal Emperor was a figure from the sacred domain, rumored to share a close bond with the Primordial Emperor. Thus, it was not surprising for the son of an emperor to possess the Qingdi pill. But what was the purpose behind such an act? Even the elders of the Yuhua sacred sect were perplexed and questioned. Esteemed lord, this is. Su Jiugao maintained a calm demeanor as he looked at the bowed Lin Songhai, lightly stating, this Qingdi pill is what you need the most right now, isn't it? Do you wish to have it? At these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Not only the elders of the Yuhua sacred sect, but even Lin Songhai wore an expression of disbelief, his gaze fixated on the Qingdi pill, not daring to miss a moment. I must have misheard. The esteemed lord intends to save that wretch? Why? Both father and son had offended the esteemed lord. They should have faced certain death. Why then bestow such a treasure upon them? The value of the Qingdi pill was beyond what even 10 lin yi could compare to. The esteemed lord must think twice. Everyone felt their hearts bleed. They could not fathom Su Jiugao's intention. To offer an imperial-grade Qingdi pill to a heinous waste was unfathomable. If word got out, countless individuals would lose sleep over it. After all, the cultivation world was fiercely competitive. And a Qingdi pill was almost equivalent to providing all cultivators with a second chance at life, rare beyond measure. Aside from the Evergreen Emperor, no one else could refine such a divine pill. Su Jiugao observed the elders who were pounding their chests in agitation and frowned slightly. It was merely a Qingdi pill. Why such excitement? He possessed no less than 100 of them in his storage ring. When he was young, his father had taken him to visit the Evergreen Immortal Emperor and extorted numerous treasures. As for the crowd's confusion, Su Jiugao was disinclined to elaborate. He had his own motives for this action. The Qingdi pill would serve its purpose, allowing Lin Yi to unleash his final radiance. Seeing Lin Songhai trembling all over, Su Jiugao stated indifferently, your son's injuries cannot be perfectly cured without the Qingdi pill. Do you wish to accept it or not? At these words, the crowd's pupils constricted, filled with envy as they gazed at the kneeling Lin Songhai, wishing they could be the ones before the esteemed lord. Lin Songhai understood the significance of the Qingdi pill all too well. With a face filled with gratitude, he said, I want it. Thank you, esteemed lord. His demeanor was utterly humble, devoid of any semblance of dignity for a being at the sage level. Su Jiugao cast a mocking glance at him, his eyes reflecting the indifference of a superior. As Lin Songhai prepared to reach for the Qingdi pill, Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. Just as Lin Songhai's excited hand was about to touch the Qingdi pill, Su Jiugao lightly stepped on his palm. Crack! The entire Qingdi pill was crushed beneath his foot. The force of the stomp was not great, yet Lin Songhai shuddered, his pupils dilating in disbelief as he looked at Su Jiugao, who wore a playful smile. Even reduced to powder, it remains effective. Eldering stepped forward, his gaze devoid of any emotion, and coldly uttered 4 concise words. Kneel and thank him. Chapter 20. The sage bows, is my life worth enough? Lin Songhai trembled all over. Kneel? For a being at the sage level to kneel? Such a humiliating command was akin to tearing his face to shreds, stripping him of all dignity. Su Jiugao's voice echoed. What? Do you not wish to save your son? The grace of the emperor is not easily earned. Lin Songhai's face contorted with struggle. His son had been deprived of protection since childhood. The debt of these decades weighed heavily on him, and to claim he felt no guilt would be a lie. A fierce internal battle raged in his mind. After a prolonged struggle, reality ultimately prevailed. With great sincerity, he lowered his body, his head bowing heavily. Bang, bang, bang. He struck his forehead against the ground 3 times before stopping. With a face filled with humiliation, he stammered. Thank you, esteemed lord. In that instant, the elders of the Yuhua sacred sect looked at Su Jiugao with even greater fervor. A sage bowing in submission. This was the son of the Su family, the child of the primordial emperor. In the entire heavens, who could compel a sage-level being to kneel and bow but Su Jiugao? Su Jiugao smiled. The handsome visage bore a mocking smile, his imposing figure standing tall like a deity surveying mere ants, with golden hair billowing in the air. His imperial gaze lowered, he spoke softly. Rise. I must say, you are far more perceptive than your son. Upon hearing these words, Lin Songhai's eyes turned crimson, a terrifying aura of a sage emanating from him. The surrounding elders were taken aback. What has come over this man? Is he truly contemplating an attack on the esteemed prince? Protect the prince. The elder, having sensed the underlying tension, raised his hand and commanded, cease all actions. Being a sage himself, he could discern Lin Songhai's current predicament, having suffered such humiliation. Kneeling before a junior in front of countless beings of the Xiantian realm, a crack had formed in his path of the sage. Lin Songhai suppressed the turbulent energy within him, reaching down to gather the fragments of the Qingdi Dan scattered on the ground. Rising slowly, under Su Jiugao's somewhat derisive gaze, he approached Lin Yi. Holding the shattered Qingdi Dan in his hand felt akin to grasping his own heart. Yet, for the sake of Yi and the survival of the Lin family, he could only endure. He fed the remnants of the Dan to Lin Yi. A miraculous scene unfolded. As the Qingdi Dan entered Lin Yi's abdomen, a vibrant life force surged forth, enveloping him in a soft green glow. The immense vitality continuously repaired and nurtured Lin Yi's damaged energy sea and severed limbs. Countless tiny flesh buds surged at the wounds of his limbs. Within a mere breath, the once broken body, devoid of any unscathed part, was restored to its former state, even his breathing becoming significantly steadier. Were it not for his tattered clothing and the dried blood upon it, one might think those injuries had never occurred. Lin Songhai's eyes brimmed with wild joy as he whispered, Year. This spectacle left the elders and disciples of the feathered transformation sacred sect in awe. Is this truly the effect of the Qingdi Dan? It is astonishing. Such a divine pill is akin to granting a second life. If even Lin Yi's grievous injuries can be mended, the Qingdi Dan is indeed worthy of being crafted by the eternal Green Emperor. Countless elders lamented in their hearts. How could such a miraculous item be consumed by the very instigator of the calamity? Su Jiugao's gaze remained as calm as still waters, betraying no emotion. No one could fathom what thoughts occupied his mind. Lin Yi, the time has come for you to unleash your final embers. At this moment, Lin Yi felt a warm sensation enveloping his body as he gradually awakened from his stupor. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Upon seeing Su Jiugao, he was jolted into clarity, his pupils widening as he struggled and roared, You, Prince of the Su family, I will take your life. Release me. I seek vengeance for Xiaoyao. His gaze was ferocious, as if he had gone mad. Had he not been tightly bound to the pillar, he would have surely attacked immediately. Lin Songhai, who had been deeply pained, felt his expression shift dramatically upon hearing these words. You insolent fool, do you not cease your outburst? He shouted, striking Lin Yi with a resounding slap. The impact was like a splash of cold water. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, looking at Lin Songhai with a face full of confusion. You, who are you? From the man emanated a sense of familiarity he had never felt before. as if he had encountered him somewhere in the past. Seeing his son's bewildered expression, Lin Songhai's previously furious heart softened. His gaze turned gentle and remorseful as he softly explained, Year. I am your father, Lin Songhai. Father. Upon hearing this word, Lin Ye's pupils constricted. Long-buried memories seemed to unravel. He murmured in disbelief, You are my father? Lin Songhai's eyes glistened with tears as he nodded, saying, Yes, I am indeed your father. The moment those words left his lips, Lin Ye's worldview seemed to shatter. He had believed himself to be without parents since childhood, and suddenly, a man claiming to be his father appeared before him. How could he accept such a reality? His eyes were filled with skepticism, confusion, and doubt. Lin Yi trembled as he stammered, Impossible. This cannot be. My father has long since passed away. Su Jiugao spoke calmly, Indeed. He is your father. Your father is a great power of the hidden sacred clan. Are you pleased? Lin Yi trembled all over, repeatedly muttering those two words. Impossible. Meanwhile, Lin Songhai recounted the origins of everything. The two father and son resembled two wretched hounds, licking their wounds in mutual despair. No. Then why has he never sought me all these years? Lin Yi questioned relentlessly. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, his expression morphing into one of fierce hostility. If you were my father, then help me kill him. He glared at Su Jiugao with unbridled hatred, wishing for nothing more than to eliminate him swiftly. You are my father, are you not? Are you not a sage? Then kill him for me, kill him. His hair disheveled. He appeared as if he had gone mad. Under the weight of such immense blows, Lin Yi finally broke, unable to bear it any longer. Su Jiugao cast a sympathetic glance at him. The Qingdi Dan could restore the flesh, but it could not mend a shattered heart. He understood that even if he released Lin Yi now, he would be no better than a cripple. Lin Songhai gazed at his only son with profound sorrow. His intentions had merely been to spare Yi from a fatal calamity. Yet he had inadvertently brought about his ruin. His own impotence filled him with endless regret, but it was now futile. It is I who has harmed you. Lin Songhai lamented, his voice heavy with grief. I have harmed you, my son. With reddened eyes, Lin Songhai looked at Su Jiugao. He knew that this esteemed prince would not easily let them off the hook. In a hoarse voice, he declared, Prince, I am aware of Yi's transgressions and that they are beyond forgiveness. From this day forth, I, Lin Songhai, withdraw from the sacred Lin family and sever all ties with them. I implore you, Prince, to show mercy and not implicate the Lin family. Upon hearing this, Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, his gaze serene as he replied, Oh? When did this prince ever imply that I would blame the Lin family? Lin Songhai forced a sorrowful smile. The whims of those in power are unpredictable. A mere mortal's anger can lead to bloodshed. And this man before him was among the most exalted beings across the realms. In the face of such a presence, the hidden sacred clan was no more than ants. Clinging to a shred of hope, Lin Songhai tentatively inquired, May I ask, Prince, can my life be exchanged for Yi's? The crowd erupted in astonishment. They questioned whether they had misheard. Has this man lost his mind? He intends to sacrifice himself to save a worthless cripple. This was a sage. On par with the elder, such a being is not to be taken lightly. The oppressive aura of the prince was overwhelming. Even sages found it hard to bear. All eyes turned to the resplendent figure of the prince, eager to witness his decision. Su Jiugao's eyes lowered as he contemplated Lin Songhai's words before speaking slowly, devoid of sorrow or joy. A sage's life? Not sufficient. Chapter 21. The destined protagonist seeking death, the sage's path to enlightenment. As Su Jiugao uttered the words not sufficient, both Lin Songhai and the elders were taken aback. Could it be that in the eyes of the prince, a sage's life is worth less than that of a cripple? They could not comprehend the significance Lin Yi held as the destined protagonist in Su Jiugao's eyes. Lin Songhai self-deprecatingly smiled, seemingly unsurprised by the outcome. He nodded, understanding. As his father, I have failed to educate him. That is my fault. Rather than watch my own son perish before my eyes, it would be a disgrace to be called a father. Rather than hesitate, it is better to take the initiative. At this moment, Lin Songhai turned his gaze and deeply observed the frenzied Lin Yi, who was still roaring and struggling. Lin Songhai's eyes softened in an unprecedented manner, as if he had seen through everything. He gently caressed Lin Yi's face, his expression filled with paternal love, murmuring, Yi, I never imagined that our reunion as father and son would unfold in such a manner. Truly, it is the will of heaven that plays tricks on us. As a father, I am powerless to pull you from this abyss. I hope that in the next life, you may be reborn into an ordinary family, leading a peaceful and safe existence. As his words fell, Lin Songhai let out a great laugh towards the heavens, a sound filled with resignation and unwillingness. Before the emperor, even the mightiest sage remained utterly defenseless. If Lin Songhai were a solitary man, he would go to any lengths to avenge Yi. Yet he stood behind the entire Lin family of the sacred clan. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Lin Songhai, its majesty causing hearts to tremble, golden divine radiance flickering, momentarily eclipsing Su Jiugao. On Judgment Peak, countless beings gazed in astonishment. What was he about to do? Eldering shielded Su Jiugao, who remained unmoving, coldly observing everything. He understood that from the moment the opponent knelt, they would not dare to act against him. Boundless sage power surged through the skies, above the vast firmament. The mournful cries of the great Dao echoed. The sky was ablaze with colorful clouds, a heavy atmosphere enveloping the entire Xiantian Dao domain. A sage had fallen. And the great Dao lamented. Lin Songhai, at the sage realm, chose to relinquish everything, his physical body, cultivation, and even his soul, to martyr himself for the Dao. Lin Songhai's final words echoed, Lord Emperor, I, Lin Songhai, now martyr myself for the Dao, dedicating my lifetime of cultivation to form a sage fruit. I implore you to accept this sage fruit and spare the sacred clan of the Lin family. His voice receded into the distance. Countless people gazed blankly at the scene above, their emotions shaken to the core, unable to calm down. When the myriad divine lights dissipated, a crystal-clear, vermilion fruit, imbued with countless Dao patterns, slowly descended from the heavens. The sage fruit only appeared when a sage chose to return everything to the heavens through martyrdom. It was a gift from the Heavenly Dao. Throughout history, the number of sages who would make such a choice was exceedingly rare. For the price of martyrdom was the true dissolution of their spirit and utter disappearance of existence, leaving no opportunity for rebirth or cultivation anew. For ordinary people, consuming it could lead to instant sanctification. Though lacking the might of a sage, they would possess a sage's extended lifespan and comprehension of the Heavenly Dao. For cultivators, even the most hopeless among them could reach the sage realm, provided they did not perish. Those with exceptional talent could utilize the sage fruit to assist their self-comprehension of the sage path, potentially achieving dual sanctity. One could say that a sage fruit was a coveted treasure for all cultivators, yet utterly unattainable, for no one desired to pay such a steep price. At this moment, silence enveloped everyone. Even Eldering was taken aback. Lin Songhai had chosen to give everything. A voice rang in his ear. Ding. The destined protagonist Lin Yi's father. Lin Songhai has martyrized for the Dao, losing his final protection, with a fortune value loss of 2,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the triple critical reward for the destined villain title. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6,000 villain points. Congratulations to the host for completely erasing the destined protagonist's fortune value. Killing him now will yield special rewards. The sage fruit gently landed in Su Jiugao's hand, exuding a desirable aura of the great Dao. Su Jiugao's expression remained unfazed as he softly murmured, Is this your apology? I understand now. He stored the sage fruit in his spatial ring. Lin Songhai's actions indeed moved many, yet they stirred not a ripple in Su Jiugao's heart. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be for not having an emperor-level father. In this era, one's identity indeed seemed rather fearsome. Suddenly, Su Jiugao felt a twinge of boredom. He turned his gaze to Lin Yi. The scattered starlight fell upon his cheek. Bound to a pillar, Lin Yi lifted his head, remaining motionless, seemingly affected by Lin Songhai's demise. His gaze gradually shifted from violent madness to clarity, and then to shock, disbelief, and regret. He widened his eyes and suddenly cried out, Father! Father! All present looked coldly at the scene before them. This child truly was a harbinger of disaster. How many more would he implicate? Among the disciples below, someone could not help but shout, If I were him, I would have long since committed suicide to atone for my sins. How could I still be alive? Yes. Lin Yi, just die. Do you want to drag others down with you? Just die. Just die. Countless disciples below shouted fervently. Lin Yi's expression went numb. First, his beloved woman, then his most revered master in Qinghe, and now his biological father Lin Songhai. Three all perished before his eyes, each because of him. He could no longer accept this reality. Ha, 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 ha. He burst into laughter. The crowd exchanged glances, pondering whether he had truly lost his mind. Su Jiugao. Lin Yi suddenly fixed his gaze on the unfazed Su Jiugao from beginning to end, laughing savagely, I will wait for you. I will curse you at every moment from below. What if you have an emperor-level father? Your fate is destined to be no better than mine, Lin Yi. He shouted, tilting his head back, using all his strength to crash heavily against the pillar behind him. This collision seemed to carry endless regret and curses. Bang! Dizziness ensued. However, as the effects of the Qingdi pill had not yet dissipated, a powerful vitality pulled him back from the brink of death. This collision, he wished to die, yet did not succeed. Lin Yi was stunned. Su Jiugao was also taken aback. The absurdity of the moment caused him to involuntarily chuckle. Su Jiugao, suppressing his amusement, remarked, I do not know when I will die, but I, the emperor, know that you will die soon. Rest assured, I am not one who delights in kicking a corpse. Su Jiugao resumed his previous and different demeanor. Eldering. Here. Su Jiugao turned, lazily lifting his hand, and said coolly, send him on his way. With that, he turned without looking back. Eldering nodded, gazing at the departing figure of the Lord Emperor. While the elders of the feathered sacred sect cast pitying and mocking glances at Lin Yi before hastily following, Eldering appeared before Lin Yi. His expression icy to the extreme. If you must blame someone, blame your own blindness for offending the Lord Emperor. If you had died sooner, none of this would have happened. In your next life, take heed. Lin Yi barely glimpsed who had struck before his head rolled to the ground. His eyes wide open in death. The system's voice resounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the destined protagonist Lin Yi. You have obtained all items of the destined protagonist, War of the Heavenly Dao Scripture, Overturning Sea Ancestral Fist, Indestructible Profound Art, Overturning Cauldron, Boundless Seal. You have gained 10,000 villain points. Emperor Grade Red Treasure Chest X1. Emperor Grade Red Treasure Chest X1. Chapter 22, Emperor Grade Treasure Chest. 1 Yuan Mo Lin Armor. Outside the main hall of the Feathered Sacred Sect, the Grand Elder dismissed the numerous beings from the Xiantian Dao domain outside of Judgment Peak. Due to Lin Yi, the entire Xiantian Dao domain had been shrouded in despair for days. Each day was filled with fear and trepidation. Even now, he still felt a lingering sense of unease. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. The Lord Emperor was magnanimous, forgiving the entire Xiantian Dao domain. The Grand Elder gazed at the disciples, who were gradually returning to a state of tranquility, and let out a long sigh. It had not been easy. The Feathered Ascension Sacred Sect had managed to survive without falling into the hands of individuals like themselves. Moreover, now they had secured the favor of the Imperial Sun. With diligent performance, perhaps the Feathered Ascension Sacred Sect could ascend to even greater heights. With this thought, a smile unconsciously crept across the Grand Elder's face. Sect Leader. I trust you can rest in peace in the afterlife. Within the Grand Hall of the sect, Su Jiugao sat in the principal seat. His golden hair cascading like flames, eyes closed in repose, propping his head with one hand. The Supreme Divine Roar lay prostrate at his right, exhaling misty white vapor, exuding an aura that was both deep and imposing. It was as if he were in the presence of a sovereign, causing silence to envelop the hall. The elders of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Sect looked upon the majestic figure in the principal seat with reverence, none daring to disturb him. Suddenly, the figure of Elder Ing appeared before Su Jiugao like a specter. My lord, the Imperial Sun, has been dealt with, he said respectfully. Su Jiugao slowly opened his eyes and replied, devoid of emotion, I see. The voice of the system had already informed him of Lin Yi's fate. The elimination of a fated protagonist stirred little in his heart. He accessed his panel and noted the newly acquired items within the system's storage, many of which belonged to the fated protagonist Lin Yi. Though these were considered decent techniques and treasures in the outside world, to him, they seemed no better than refuse. Nonetheless, they were not entirely without value. At least they could be recycled by the system, returning some villain points. Ding. Would you like to recycle the items belonging to the fated protagonist with a single click? Yes, Su Jiugao replied without hesitation. Calculating item value. Recycling. Recycling successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 villain points. Current villain points, 17,000. Su Jiugao's expression darkened upon hearing this. 500? System. Are you jesting with me? The entirety of Lin Yi's treasures combined yields only 500 villain points? Ding. In response to the host, only items related to the fate of the protagonist possess significant value. Su Jiugao felt a sense of despair. Fate-related items? After all, he had nearly depleted those related to Lin Yi's fortune. Wait a moment. Suddenly, it dawned upon him. If he were to seize items tied to the fate of the protagonist, then recycle them through the system, wouldn't that grant him 2 portions of villain points? His eyes brightened as if he had uncovered a new world. Next time, I must try this, he thought. 500 is better than nothing. His gaze lingered on the 2 Imperial-grade red treasure chests awarded by the system. Imperial-grade red treasure chest contains all manner of treasures, guaranteed to yield at least red-quality pills, divine abilities, techniques, formations, or treasures. Would you like to open it? Oh, a blind box. That sounds intriguing, he said, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Open it. Opening the Imperial-grade red treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an Imperial-grade divine ability. Chaotic Spear of the 8 Realms, red. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an Imperial-grade sacred garment. Myriad Abyss Ink-Scaled Armor, red. To his astonishment, he had received an Imperial-grade divine ability and an Imperial artifact. Su Jiugao's eyes sparkled. Even as the Imperial Sun, who had witnessed countless invaluable treasures from across the realms. He could not help but feel deeply moved. It is known that techniques for spear combat are exceedingly rare. The primary attack technique he practiced, the reversal path 13 spears, was merely of supreme grade, while defensive imperial artifacts were equally rare, rivaling the value of the chaotic spear of the 8 realms. A faint smile graced Su Jiugao's lips as he murmured, "It seems I am fortunate." Detected suitable for the host, equipping the myriad abyss ink-scaled armor. With a faint hum, a soft black glow enveloped him. The myriad abyss ink-scaled armor adhered to his body like a delicate film, its scales shimmering like polished jade, exuding a heavy and domineering aura. Su Jiugao could distinctly feel that whenever he wished, this imperial artifact could materialize from its ethereal form. After donning the myriad abyss ink-scaled armor, the aura emanating from him intensified. A palpable pressure radiated from the armor, leaving the elders in awe. The imperial sun appeared even more enigmatic and majestic. The atmosphere around him was thick with the principles of the universe, exuding an air of dominance, every gesture reminiscent of a sovereign. Many elders gasped in astonishment. Was it merely an illusion? Why did the imperial sun seem even more imposing? Having acquired these 2 treasures, Su Jiugao's spirits were evidently elevated. He surveyed the elders below and stated nonchalantly, "I intend to remain here for a few days. Are there suitable places for cultivation?" Su Jiugao had no intention of returning to the Su family just yet. This excursion, resolving lineage, was merely a minor step. He had yet to encounter the protagonists from the Wuji Immortal sect and the Hanhai Sacred sect. He hoped they would not disappoint him. Is the imperial sun truly going to stay in the Feathered Ascension Sacred sect? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression brightened with astonishment and joy. He hurried forward, exuding warmth. "Yes, indeed. I shall escort you at once." Eldering, standing nearby, was perplexed. What could this barren land possibly offer that would be suitable for the cultivation of the imperial sun? Nevertheless, as a servant, he would not question the imperial sun's decisions. The other elders wore expressions of delight, having witnessed the imperial sun's might and divine presence. They all understood that if the Feathered Ascension Sacred sect could align itself with him, their fortunes would surely soar. The Grand Elder bowed deeply, almost bending to the ground in deference. He spoke with utmost respect, "Imperial Sun, please follow me." Su Jiugao nodded slightly, rising to pat the supreme divine roar beside him. Under the watchful eyes of the awe-stricken elders, he followed the Grand Elder out of the main hall of the sect. As they beheld the golden-haired figure retreating, the elders called out in unison, "Imperial Sun, take care." Chapter 23, Waste Not. The supreme divine roar shatters the sacred realm. The water pavilion cloud tower stood at the very heart of the Feathered Ascension Sacred sect, a residence for generations of sect leaders, isolated from the world and imbued with tranquility. Surrounding it were numerous intricately connected spirit-gathering arrays, forming a grand formation that permeated the area with an exceptionally rich aura of heaven and earth. Just a single breath invigorated the spirit and refreshed the mind. The interior was adorned with exquisite elegance, with dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants carved into the eaves and wooden pillars. Outside, spiritual flowers and herbs flourished, crystal-clear springs gurgled, and ethereal mist wafted, adding to its beauty. Under the Grand Elder's direction, the servants had already cleaned the space to perfection. The Grand Elder coldly instructed the servants, "Make sure everything is spotless. If the Imperial Sun finds anything amiss, it will be beyond your capacity to bear." After giving these orders, the Grand Elder turned, immediately adopting a warm demeanor, and asked, "Imperial Sun, do you find this place satisfactory?" Su Jiugao casually glanced around and replied calmly, "It is indeed thoughtful." With this affirmation, the Grand Elder felt reassured and sighed in relief, fearing any oversight in their service. He clasped his hands and said, "Rest assured, the servants will depart shortly. No one will disturb your cultivation here," he assured Su Jiugao. The latter nodded, flicking his fingers. A luminous green Qingdi Dan floated serenely away. The Grand Elder's pupils constricted, and for a fleeting moment, his breathing became noticeably hurried. "Your Highness, the son of the Emperor." Su Jiugao remained silent as Eldering glanced over, speaking coolly. "Your Highness, the Emperor has bestowed this upon you. Should you not express your gratitude?" The Grand Elder's breath hitched, his gaze fixated on the Qingdi Dan, as if he could not tear himself away. Slowly, he raised his weathered hands to receive the Qingdi Dan, feeling as though he were in a dream. His eyes reflected fervor and reverence. Thank you, Your Highness. This Qingdi Dan holds immeasurable significance for me. With his cultivation at the God King realm and his lifespan dwindling, this precious Qingdi Dan would not only extend his life considerably, but might also provide the opportunity to ascend to the Saint realm. The excitement was undeniable. Truly, the son of the Primordial Emperor was remarkable. Such a precious imperial elixir, so casually bestowed. At that moment, Eldering, perplexed, approached and inquired, "Your Highness, I am curious about your intentions to remain here." He surveyed the surroundings. While the spiritual energy here was abundant, it paled in comparison to that of the Su clan. If you wish to cultivate, would it not be best to return to your family? Su Jiugao smiled at him. I do not intend to return to the Su family so soon. As for the reason, it is not your concern. There is a task I would like you to undertake. Elder Ing respectfully replied, As you command, Your Highness. I would lay down my life for you. Su Jiugao waved dismissively. It is not of great importance. While I am in seclusion, I would like you to gather information on the Wuji Immortal Gate and the Hanai Holy Sect, particularly regarding their distinguished elders and disciples. Do you understand? Elder Ing nodded, gradually fading from sight. Watching him disappear, Su Jiugao retrieved a saintly fruit. The fruit shimmered with an extraordinary luster, brimming with the essence of the saintly path. The Grand Elder, witnessing this, felt his eyelids tremble. Isn't this the saintly fruit of Lin Ye's father? While an ordinary person would likely be ecstatic upon acquiring such a treasure, Su Jiugao felt little more than indifference. For someone of his unparalleled talent, the Saint Realm was merely a starting point. Having been sealed within the ancient divine source for countless years, what he sought was the supreme status of the emperor. Akin to his father, the position of emperor was what truly mattered to him. Though the saintly path was enticing, Lin Songhai's path was not suited for him. Just as he was about to store the saintly fruit, the supreme divine roar approached him affectionately, nuzzling against Su Jiugao's side, its beastly eyes filled with longing. Its golden, fluffy fur resembled that of a magnificent golden cat, making it hard to imagine that this was a creature of legend, the last of the divine beasts. The supreme divine roar. Su Jiugao paused, stroking its fur gently, and asked softly, What is it? He glanced at the saintly fruit in his hand, and then at the drooling supreme divine roar. The emotion emanating from the beast suddenly enlightened him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. You wish to eat this saintly fruit? The supreme divine roar nodded in a remarkably human-like manner. After a moment's contemplation, Su Jiugao smiled and said, If you desire it, then take it. The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, felt as though he had turned to stone, frozen in disbelief. Did I hear correctly? Giving a mount a saintly fruit. Is this not a waste? His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the scene before him. The Qingdi Dan in his hand suddenly felt worthless. The pain was profound. Here he was, the Grand Elder of the Feathered Ascension sect. A figure whose mere stomp could shake the Xiantian Dao domain, revered by thousands, yet he found himself overshadowed by the Emperor's mount. Su Jiugao remained oblivious to the Grand Elder's existential crisis. The supreme divine roar, having reached the peak of the Saint Realm, was on the brink of breaking through to the saintly realm. This saintly fruit would aid in hastening its advancement. Su Jiugao tossed the saintly fruit into the supreme divine roar's mouth. Its eyes sparkled as it opened its cavernous maw and swallowed the fruit whole. Instantly, golden radiance erupted from its body, divine light radiating forth, its golden fur becoming even more lustrous and silky, its massive form shining like the sun in daylight. Mysterious runes began to swirl around it, gradually merging with its body. Suddenly, it let out a deafening roar that seemed to tear through the clouds and resonate across the heavens. The overwhelming aura made the Grand Elder's eyelids twitch and his scalp tingle. Is this the aura of the Saint Realm? Though he had known the Emperor's mount was extraordinary, as a god king, he had never anticipated its true terror. The aura from the supreme divine roar gradually stabilized, yet a halo of golden light continued to glow around it. It took a few steps away, finding an open space, and lay down, slowly closing its eyes, resembling a magnificent mountain as it absorbed the residual power of the saintly fruit. The supreme divine roar was not yet fully in the Saint Realm. Once it completely digested the fruit, it would be nearly there. Su Jiugao's imperial eyes flickered. The villain points gained from defeating Lin Yi had exceeded nearly 20,000. It seemed the time had come for his own breakthrough. Moreover, the imperial level technique, the chaos spear of 8 directions, stirred his ambitions. He turned to the Grand Elder, who was still in shock, clearly still reeling from the earlier events, and spoke calmly. Enough. I shall enter seclusion for a time. You may leave. Chapter 24, Cultivating the Chaos Spear of 8 Directions, breaking through to the Void God Realm. The Grand Elder, regaining his senses, hurriedly nodded, speaking with reverence. If you require anything further, please do not hesitate to command me. He was eager to return and consume the Qingdi Dan. After dismissing the attendants, the Grand Elder respectfully took his leave. Once the crowd dispersed, only Su Jiugao remained. He summoned the imperial level technique, the Chaos Spear of 8 Directions. From the system's storage space, a flash of white light revealed the scroll of the technique, which floated before him. After a brief perusal, he found it immensely beneficial. The Chaos Spear of 8 Directions comprised 9 forms, each with terrifying power capable of severing celestial bodies. Truly worthy of being an imperial-level technique. When combined with the Black Emperor's spear, his combat prowess would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Reflecting back to the era of the fallen emperor, Su Jiugao recalled the setbacks he had faced in his cultivation. In this vast realm, only the daughter of the eternal green immortal emperor, a being of innate Dao, stood on par with him. However, with this new offensive technique, the situation would be markedly different. Regrettably, 100,000 years had passed, and he had not heard a whisper of her whereabouts. It was likely she had perished. Su Jiugao shook his head in regret, murmuring softly, "It seems that living long is indeed an art." Even his father had become the sole emperor among the myriad realms. Dismissing such thoughts, Su Jiugao suppressed his rising excitement. His imperial eyes sparkled as he spoke. "System, how much villain points are required to comprehend this chaos spear of 8 directions?" The system's voice responded, "Ding." To the host, "A total of 5,000 villain points is required." "So much?" Su Jiugao was taken aback, then replied, "Never mind. I shall handle it myself. After all, villain points should be spent wisely." As the innate chaos body and the son of the primordial emperor, his innate talent and comprehension are undoubtedly beyond doubt. "Black Emperor," Su Jiugao murmured softly, as tendrils of pitch-black energy swirled around his hand. The aura was captivating, exuding an overwhelming dominance as the Black Emperor's abyss spear manifested in his grasp. With the spear in hand, Su Jiugao began to fathom the intricacies of the chaotic spear technique amidst the tumultuous battleground. The surrounding spiritual energy surged like a vast ocean, converging into a colossal vortex of ethereal essence, filling the entire space with an ineffable aura. He entered a wondrous state, tirelessly wielding the Black Emperor's abyss spear, from daylight to dusk. 3 days later, within the water pavilion and cloud loft, upon comprehending the final move of the chaotic spear technique, Su Jiugao abruptly opened his resplendent golden eyes. His gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced the soul. His golden hair billowed like flames, his stature imposing and valiant. Clad in dark scales, resembling an ancient deity surveying the heavens and earth, an overwhelming vitality surged through him, as if a terrifying power was brewing within, stirring the winds and creating tumultuous waves. Su Jiugao's eyes radiated divine light, ripples forming beneath his feet as he soared into the air, stepping upon ruins. The Black Emperor's abyss spear shimmered with brilliance, a phantom dragon swirling around him, striking towards the heavens. The 9th form of the chaotic spear technique, ancient chaos. Countless golden rays erupted from the sky, the clouds torn asunder by this dazzling and formidable power. Boom! With the manifestation of this lethal divine technique, the skies were rendered clear for thousands of miles. The scorching sunlight cascaded down. The entire cloud loft was enveloped in a sea of golden light. Even the slumbering supreme divine roar was awakened, raising its massive head to roar at the heavens. As the terrifying aftermath subsided, Su Jiugao stood like a divine sovereign in the air, his eyes seemingly ablaze with divine fire, growing even more intense. So this is the chaotic spear technique. Such formidable prowess, Su Jiugao mused softly. After 3 days of cultivation, he had fully grasped the chaotic spear technique, a divine art of imperial rank that ordinary individuals would take decades or even a century to master. Yet, as a being of innate chaos, Su Jiugao achieved it in merely 3 days. Although he ultimately expended some villain points to expedite his cultivation and enhance his abilities, it nonetheless underscored the remarkable nature of his innate chaos. Furthermore, his realm of 9th layer of Yuan realm had broken through to the void god realm. Ding! This cultivation consumed 3,000 villain points. Su Jiugao murmured. System, display the panel. Master, Su Jiugao, identity, prince of the Su family, son of the primordial emperor, realm, 1st layer of void god realm, physique, innate chaos body, golden sacred blood, 10,300, cultivation techniques, primordial emperor scripture, 10,000. Chaotic spear technique, 10,000. Reversed path, 13 spears, 3,000. Qian Yuan golden body, 1,000. Treasures, Black Emperor's abyss spear, 10,000 abyss dark scales. Creation divine liquid 50, sacred slaying golden spear, celestial pearl, supreme emperor sword, azure emperor pill. Villain points, 14,000. Still 14,000 villain points left? Su Jiugao pondered. He slowly descended, observing the supreme divine roar, which had also undergone a transformation, now appearing even more majestic. In a rare moment of good humor, he complimented, "Not bad." At that moment, the space beside him began to twist. The figure of Elder Ing slowly emerged from the distortion. He had been observing in the shadows for a while, and upon seeing the young master engaged in cultivation, he patiently waited without interruption. With a respectful demeanor, Elder Ing clasped his hands and said, "Congratulations, young master. On your breakthrough. Su Jiugao glanced at him, replying nonchalantly, you've arrived. How goes that matter? Eldering responded, rest assured, young master. I have gathered the information over the past few days. He recounted all he knew. The Wajixian sect currently held a strong position among the myriad realms, with its disciples brimming with vitality and talents emerging in droves. The names Eldering mentioned numbered in the dozens. Su Jiugao felt somewhat overwhelmed and raised his hand to stop him. All right. What about the Hanhai sacred sect? After a moment of hesitation, Eldering continued. Compared to Wajixian, news from Hanhai sacred sect has been scarce. It is said that their talents have dwindled and they have remained reclusive. Following their conversation, Su Jiugao gained a rough understanding of the situations of both sects, but found nothing particularly noteworthy. His imperial gaze lowered, his expression calm and inscrutable. Suddenly, Su Jiugao smiled lightly. It seems it's time to prepare for departure. As for where to go, he had long since made up his mind. Within the main hall of the Feathered Ascension Sacred Sect, the elders gazed at the Grand Elder with envy. Congratulations on your breakthrough into the sacred realm, Grand Elder. How we envy you. Indeed, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the selection of the new sect master by the ancestors should fall to you, Grand Elder. The sacred realm. I cannot fathom when I will be able to touch such a threshold. Haha, you flatter me, my fellow disciples. The Grand Elder, radiating with vitality, appeared considerably younger. He stroked his beard and laughed heartily, his voice resonant and powerful, clearly in high spirits. This is all thanks to the assistance of the young master. Had it not been for the Azure Emperor pill bestowed by the young master, I would not have easily broken through to the sacred realm. The elders sighed in admiration. Alas, how come we lack such fortune to receive the young master's favor? That Azure Emperor pill is a divine-grade elixir. Consuming it surely extends one's lifespan by at least a century. The Grand Elder shook his head with a wry smile. Knowing the true efficacy of the pill as its sole user, it not only granted a century of life but, due to the breakthrough into the sacred realm, extended his life by 1,000 years. However, to avoid inciting jealousy, the Grand Elder kept this to himself, secretly rejoicing. Cough, cough, the young master is generous. If you all serve him well, opportunities will surely arise, he said with righteous fervor. Indeed, upon hearing this, the elder's eyes brightened. Yes, the young master has been with us at the Feathered Ascension Sacred Sect. Perhaps we too have a chance? The Grand Elder chuckled merrily. Just then, a sudden roar of the supreme divine roar echoed from outside the hall. Chapter 25. The proactive surrender of the fated hero? The elders were startled. That sound is from the young master S-mount. Could it be that the young master has emerged? Quickly, let us hurry outside to welcome him. Upon witnessing the Grand Elder's rewards, the elders rushed towards the exit, eager not to fall behind. Outside the hall, Su Jiugao sat upon the supreme divine roar. His golden hair cascading down, his demeanor tranquil. Eldering followed closely behind. The elders hurriedly arrived at the hall, led by the Grand Elder, who knelt in reverence. Young master. Su Jiugao nodded, his expression unruffled. He glanced at the Grand Elder below, his eyes slightly widened in surprise. You have broken through? The Grand Elder replied hastily. Thanks to the young master's grace, I never expected to break through to the sacred realm in my lifetime. Your kindness, young master, I truly have no means to repay. Following this, a flurry of flattery ensued. Su Jiugao waved his hand to halt the praise. All right. I have come to inform you that I am preparing to leave the Feathered Ascension Sacred Sect. What? The elders' faces changed dramatically. The young master is leaving? What is the reason? Have we not treated you well at the Feathered Ascension Sacred Sect? If there is anything unsatisfactory, please instruct us. Is it that no one is attending to you, young master? My granddaughter is truly remarkable, blossoming like a graceful flower. Should I arrange for her to come? The elders, with expressions of reluctant affection and profound sincerity, implored. Their demeanor suggested they regarded Su Jiugao as if he were their own father. Su Jiugao cast a curious glance at the assembly below and waved his hand dismissively. This matter does not concern you. I am here solely to address Lineage. The time has come. Lingering further is of no benefit. The elders exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with 1,000 regrets, yet powerless to intervene. Observing the emperor's resolute intention to depart, the Grand Elder spoke up. Very well, can you truly decide the thoughts of the emperor? Silence. The Grand Elder, having received the Qingdi Dan, had evidently become the most devoted supporter of the emperor. Meanwhile, the other elders silently cursed. Bah! This old rascal, having gained the advantage, now feigns propriety. The Grand Elder stepped forward, respectfully cupping his hands towards Su Jiugao. The emperor has shown our sect unparalleled grace. I implore you to accept this token. A white jade token appeared, inscribed with the character for feather. The Grand Elder presented it with both hands, his expression one of reverence and awe. This token is entrusted to me by our ancestor for you, Emperor. It serves as the life and death decree of our Yuhua sacred sect, allowing you to command all members and disciples therein. Its status surpasses even that of our sect leader. I hope you will accept it. Su Jiugao glanced at the token, nodded, and did not refuse. He casually stowed it away in his storage ring and turned to leave. Just then, a delicate voice rang out from beyond the main hall. Let go of me. Release me. I must see the emperor. Upon hearing this voice, the elders were momentarily taken aback, and Su Jiugao too paused. He looked towards the entrance, where a young woman clad in the attire of a Yuhua sacred sect disciple was being restrained by several gatekeeping disciples. She was desperately attempting to enter, calling out, Emperor. Emperor. A gatekeeper hurried over, whispering something. The Grand Elder's expression darkened at once. You imbeciles! How could you allow a disciple to intrude upon the emperor? If you disturb him, even 10 deaths would not suffice. His irritation surged. He had hoped to leave a good impression on the emperor before his departure, only for an unruly disciple to disrupt the proceedings. He turned back to Su Jiugao, apologetically saying, Emperor, I sincerely apologize. It seems an outer disciple has breached the sanctity of our sacred hall. Meanwhile, the girl outside continued to struggle, calling out, Emperor, I beseech you, grant me but a moment of your time. Su Jiugao's expression remained calm, revealing no signs of agitation, as he inquired, What is the meaning of this? The Grand Elder hesitated before replying, It seems that during your stay at our Yuhua sacred sect, news of your presence has inexplicably spread. Recently, many disciples enamored with you and practitioners from the Xuantiando domain have sought to catch a glimpse of your esteemed self. This particular disciple has been particularly insistent, causing a commotion for several hours each day, and has even camped out here for 3 days. He was at a loss, as her identity was indeed special, and he could not simply drive her away. Su Jiugao's expression turned slightly peculiar upon hearing this. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. A destined protagonist has been detected nearby. Ding. A destined protagonist has been detected nearby. Su Jiugao was momentarily stunned. Could it be that within the Yuhua sacred sect, there existed a destined protagonist? As a thought crossed his mind, he turned his gaze towards the young woman. Name, Lin Maui. Identity, destined protagonist. Yuhua sacred sect disciple. Realm, 5th stage of condensation C. Physique, red lotus divine body. Unawakened. Cultivation techniques, scarlet fire art. Yuhua heart sutra, gentle breeze steps. Treasure, none. Current fortune value, 12,000. Indeed, it was true. Su Jiugao's expression grew intriguing. He had never anticipated that the girl clamoring to see him was a destined protagonist. His interest was piqued. The Grand Elder declared, I shall expel this girl at once. Su Jiugao interjected, let her enter. Both spoke in unison. Huh? The Grand Elder was taken aback, perplexed. The Emperor wished to meet her, despite his confusion. He could only nod in reluctant agreement, striding toward the entrance. He shot a fierce glare at Lin Maui and scolded, How many times must I tell you? Once the Emperor departs, you will be in for it. Upon hearing this, Lin Maui's beautiful eyes brightened, and as the gatekeeping disciples ceased their obstruction, she disregarded the Grand Elder's harsh words and rushed to Su Jiugao's side. Without hesitation, she knelt before him, her forehead striking the ground thrice. Emperor, at last, I stand before you. I beseech you to accept me. Allow me to serve you. I will do anything. This unexpected act left all the elders dumbfounded. What are you doing? Hurry and rise, they urged. How presumptuous. With the Emperor's status, if he sought followers, they would line up from the east to the west of the Xuantiando domain, let alone those who have witnessed the Emperor's might. The Grand Elder was drenched in sweat, his eyelids twitching in disbelief as he glanced at Su Jiugao. Su Jiugao couldn't help but find the situation amusing. A destined protagonist? To serve me? Truly a sight to behold. This destined protagonist was indeed intriguing. Observing Lin Maui kneeling before him, Su Jiugao's expression remained tranquil as he spoke softly, Lift your head. Chapter 26, Illusory Moon Mist. Lin Maui's heart stirred on the day Su Jiugao passed judgment on Lin Yi. Lin Maui stood among the disciples of the Yuhua sacred sect, gazing up in awe at the Emperor's formidable presence. His overwhelming might and regal demeanor left all in admiration. The Emperor of the imperial clan. Even the usually lofty elders of the Yuhua sacred sect bowed before him, resembling mere servants. This stirred a ripple of emotion within Lin Maui, who had been consumed by hatred. Standing in the crowd, her enchanting eyes were transfixed on Su Jiugao above. Her mother had once told her before passing that many would come to cherish her, but when seeking a future partner, she must avoid those who were indecisive and timid. Her mother had suffered for loving a man she ought not to have, leading to her tragic fate. That man was her father, who, due to his weak character, had abandoned them for a union with another woman as soon as Lin Maui was born. Thus, from a young age, Lin Maui's mother instilled in her the resolve to never choose a partner like that man, one who was cowardly and hesitant. The companion she sought must be a figure of absolute authority, unwavering and resolute, regardless of the beauty that surrounded him. Upon encountering Su Jiugao, an inexplicable feeling surged within her. Surrounded by the elders, Su Jiugao radiated like the sun, brilliant, noble, and extraordinary, yet seemingly unattainable. Just a distant glance left her feeling inferior. Today, she had finally laid eyes on the emperor, seated atop the supreme divine roar. Su Jiugao looked down at the destined girl kneeling before him and spoke calmly. "Lift your head." The grand elder's complexion shifted dramatically. He quickly interjected. "My lord, this is utterly unacceptable. How could such an unattractive woman tarnish your esteemed vision?" Su Jiugao raised his hand, causing the elder to fall silent. Lin Miaoi was taken aback, snapping out of her reverie. Slowly, she lifted her head to meet the gaze of the esteemed one. Her face, adorned with faint freckles, and a pair of prominent buck teeth, along with her sallow skin and sunken nose, would evoke an exclamation of disbelief. Yet, surprisingly, beneath this unappealing exterior lay a pair of enchanting eyes, clear and bright, resembling two black gems nestled in a rippling pool of autumn. They shimmered with a unique blend of youthful defiance and admiration as they locked onto Su Jiugao. The stark contrast momentarily stunned him. He had not anticipated that the destined woman would bear such an unattractive visage. After all, she was said to be favored by the heavens. Was it truly possible for her to appear thus? The elder's face turned ashen as he lamented, "This is disastrous. Such a homely girl could shatter the heart of our esteemed one." He spoke indignantly. "Enough. Were it not for your mother's connection with our ascendant sect, I would have handed you over to the Hall of Punishment long ago. Now leave at once." The other elders shook their heads, sighing in disappointment. It is known that those who shed their mortal forms to become cultivators often shed the dross of their appearances. Thus, few are truly unattractive. Generally, a person's appearance improves with cultivation. Those of average beauty often transform into stunning figures. This is precisely why there are so few ugly cultivators. In the realm of Xuantiando, someone with Lin Miaoi's looks would be considered a rarity. Lin Miaoi stubbornly remained silent, her gaze seemingly fixated solely on Su Jiugao. His eyes were indeed beautiful. From Lin Miaoi's gaze, Su Jiugao discerned both reverence and admiration, along with a hint of something darker, hatred. As he probed deeper with his divine gaze, he soon noticed a dissonance on her face, shrouded in an ethereal mist. Su Jiugao's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded her with an enigmatic smile. "What is your name?" Before Lin Miaoi could respond, the elder interjected, "My lord, this young lady is named Lin Miaoi. She is the daughter of a former elder of our ascendant sect. Unfortunately, due to certain family circumstances, she lost her parents at a young age and has remained with us ever since." Su Jiugao cast a sidelong glance at the elder, displeased. "Did I inquire of you?" The elder felt a chill run through him, cold sweat trickling down as he promptly fell silent. "Lin Miaoi." Su Jiugao's gaze fell upon the kneeling figure below. A playful tone in his voice. "There are countless who wish to serve me. What makes you think you possess any qualifications? Is it merely your cultivation at the condensing sea realm?" Lin Miaoi fell silent, hesitating momentarily before resolutely stating, "I beseech you, my lord, to accept me. I am more loyal and reverent toward you than any of them." As if hearing something amusing, Su Jiugao suddenly laughed, descending from his lofty perch to approach Lin Miaoi. Fixing her with his gaze, he spoke leisurely. "Loyalty? Are you referring to concealing your true appearance with a magical artifact?" At this, the elders gasped in surprise, glancing at Lin Miaoi with confusion. Lin Miaoi trembled at his words, disbelief etched across her face. The only treasure her mother had left her was the illusory moon veil, a charm even the elders could not perceive. How could the esteemed one know? Su Jiugao waved his hand dismissively, turning away. "Enough. I do not concern myself with what you truly look like. I have no need for your so-called loyalty." As he turned to leave, Lin Miaoi felt a surge of panic and hastily called out, "My lord, please wait." Biting her lip, she wrestled with her thoughts before ultimately deciding to dispel the illusory moon veil. "I truly wish to follow you," she said, lifting her head to gaze at Su Jiugao's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. Once the illusory moon veil was lifted, Lin Miaoi's previously unattractive visage was transformed, revealing a delicate and charming face. Her bright eyes and pearly complexion were ethereal, her skin flawless and translucent. Her petite nose was exquisite, and her rosy lips were inviting, radiating the unique shyness of youth, reminiscent of a budding flower. Just a glance would evoke a desire to cherish and protect her. Nervously biting her lip, Lin Miaoi hesitated to meet Su Jiugao's gaze. Would he find her repulsive? The elders, witnessing this transformation, were left dumbfounded. Their expressions were even more astonishing than when the elder achieved a breakthrough. Some rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning their own perceptions. Could it be? This girl had blossomed into such a captivating beauty? Was this truly Lin Miaoi? Chapter 27. The Obsessive Destiny-Bound Maiden. A fanatical follower, the elder wore a ghostly expression, having known Lin Miaoi since she arrived at the Ascendant sect at the tender age of 10, remaining for 7 long years. All this time, she had presented the same unappealing appearance. Now, to suddenly learn that her looks had been a fade, revealing her true beauty, it was nothing short of shocking. After the initial astonishment, one elder murmured, "I always said, given that her mother was the most beautiful elder of our Ascendant sect, how could her daughter possibly be so unattractive? For so many years, why has she concealed her appearance? Could there be some ulterior motive? Has she lived with that guise for 7 years?" The elders buzzed with speculation. Yet, Su Jiugao remained indifferent, not even casting a glance in her direction. Lin Miaoi's starry eyes grew slightly red. Her hands clenched tightly as she pleaded, "My lord, I did not mean to hide my appearance. My mother insisted I do so before her passing. For years, I have endured ridicule." I had nearly forgotten this aspect of myself. Su Jiugao halted, slowly turning to face the yearning, pitiful figure of Lin Miaoi. His expression was calm, yet a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. As the son of an imperial lineage, he had encountered countless women, icy goddesses, enchanting sorceresses, and dignified saints. Not to mention the unparalleled innate talents of the previous era. Lin Miaoi, however, did not belong to that category. Yet, she exuded a charm reminiscent of a pure and unblemished beauty, particularly with those striking eyes that left a lasting impression. Raising an eyebrow, Su Jiugao approached Lin Miaoi, crouching down to lift her chin with his hand. In a brazenly intimate gesture, Lin Miaoi offered no resistance, her body trembling. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed into his eyes. The proximity allowed her to perceive his visage 1,000 times clearer than days prior, handsome and otherworldly. With eyes like deep abysses, exuding an aura of arrogance and dominance, Lin Miaoi found herself gradually closing her eyes, though her long lashes quivered, betraying her inner turmoil. Why hide such beauty behind a mask? Su Jiugao chuckled softly, rising to his feet. "Stand up." A gentle breeze swept through, effortlessly lifting Lin Miaoi's rigid form. Her legs felt weak, her eyes sparkling like precious jewels, her voice barely above a whisper, "Thank you, my lord." The elders, witnessing this scene, were left in deeper shock. The intimate gesture of the emperor's son towards Lin Miaoi raised numerous thoughts in their minds. They became excited at the prospect. If Lin Miaoi truly caught the attention of the esteemed emperor, then the rise of the feathered holy sect would be inevitable. No one anticipated that this seemingly reckless woman, who had been concealing her appearance, could attract the emperor's notice. Su Jiugao fixated on Lin Miaoi, pondering deeply. His expression remained calm, leaving others perplexed. It was an unprecedented event for the destined protagonist to voluntarily pledge allegiance to him, a notion he had never entertained. He had always subconsciously believed that, as a fated antagonist, all destined protagonists would harbor animosity towards him, their fates eternally at odds. Lin Miaoi's emergence caught him off guard. What should he do? Su Jiugao found himself in a quandary. To be frank, with Lin Miaoi's cultivation at the Condensing Sea realm, she could offer him little assistance and might even hinder him, despite her being the destined one. Moreover, as a fated protagonist, she possessed her own extraordinary opportunities. Su Jiugao contemplated silently. "System, what is the nature of this destined protagonist?" Beep. It is quite normal for the host to possess an overwhelming aura that the destined protagonist cannot resist, dear. Su Jiugao's lips twitched. "Are you enjoying this little jest? Do you have complete information on this destined protagonist?" In response to the host, consuming 1,000 villain points will allow access to the complete profile of the destined protagonist. Oh, to gain a clearer understanding of this situation, Su Jiugao unhesitatingly spent 1,000 villain points. Lin Miaoi's entire profile unfolded before him. Name, Lin Miaoi. Identity, destined protagonist, disciple of the feathered holy sect. Age, 17. Personality, Yandra. Stubborn, resentful. Cultivation level, 5th layer of Condensing Sea. Physique, Scarlet Lotus divine body. Unawakened, a dormant powerhouse. Awakening will alter the heavens. Born with Scarlet Lotus divine fire. Capable of incinerating and refining all things, a master of flames. A perfect Scarlet Lotus divine body, when cultivated alongside, can yield vast cultivation and profound truths of the heavenly way. Ranked 34th among 3,000 divine bodies. Techniques, Scarlet Fire Technique, Feathered Heart Sutra, Gentle Breeze Steps. Treasure, Illusory Moon Mist Veil. Life experience, abandoned by her father since childhood, relying solely on her mother, who passed away when she was 10. Conceals her appearance to train diligently for revenge and seeks her biological father for answers, harboring intense hatred for men. Current fortune value, 12,000. Such a harsh life experience indeed befits a destined protagonist. Yet, what of this Yandaran nature and profound hatred for men? Su Jiugao was momentarily taken aback. He regarded Lin Miaoyi, who appeared anxious and unsettled, and found her demeanor to be completely unrelated to resentment. The system's information was evidently accurate. Ultimately, he attributed her allegiance to a desire for vengeance against her biological father, the Scarlet Lotus divine body. After some contemplation, he inquired, "System, is there anything in the shop that could activate her Scarlet Lotus divine body in advance?" Beep. Response to host. Creation elixir. Capable of awakening any hidden special physique. Drawback. Ineffective if the consumer lacks the physique. Required villain points. 3,000. Is it truly that much? Su Jiugao felt a pang of regret as he exchanged for a creation elixir. After the transaction, he turned to Lin Miaoyi and calmly stated, "Your current strength remains rather inadequate." Lin Miaoyi was taken aback and immediately felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Lowering her head in reluctant acceptance, she murmured, "I understand. It seems I was foolishly hopeful, Emperor." She recognized that with her condensing sea cultivation, she was among the lowest in the feathered holy sect, let alone in the presence of the supremely esteemed Su Jiugao. The elders sighed in unison, lamenting the situation. Su Jiugao found amusement in Lin Miaoyi's despondency, smiling wryly at her ease and losing heart. How could one expect to follow the Emperor with such a fragile spirit? What does the Emperor imply? Lin Miaoyi's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed incredulously at Su Jiugao. He remained unfazed, gesturing with his hand as a storage ring floated gently before her. When you reach the divine mechanism realm, come to the Holy Emperor's domain of the Su family. Lin Miaoyi was left dazed. Such unexpected happiness overwhelmed her. She struggled to comprehend the moment. The elders of the feathered holy sect trembled with excitement. The Grand Elder knelt with a thud, his eyes gleaming as he exclaimed, "Miaoyi, hurry and express thanks for the Emperor's grace." Lin Miaoyi, a bit dazed, nodded. Su Jiugao glanced at the Grand Elder and remarked, "Your feathered holy sect has produced an exceptional disciple. Opportunities, more often than not, must be seized by oneself." For instance, had Lin Miaoyi not approached him, he might have missed this chance. Furthermore, her identity as a destined protagonist was her bargaining chip, a fact even she was unaware of. After imparting this wisdom, Su Jiugao decisively turned and boarded the supreme divine roar, transforming into a beam of golden light as he departed from this realm. As he left, Eldering cast a deep gaze at Lin Miaoyi. His eyes flickered as he spoke solemnly, "Lin Miaoyi, since the Emperor awakened from the Primordial Divine Source, you are the first to follow him. Though I do not comprehend the Emperor's motives, his character assures me he would not take you in without reason. This is a secret order from me. Do not disappoint the Emperor." Eldering waved his sleeve, producing a black and gold token engraved with ancient fierce beasts, prominently featuring the character for Shadow, Su family Shadow Guard. He then vanished, pursuing Su Jiugao. The word first echoed in the hearts of all present. The elders gazed in disbelief at Lin Miaoyi, the Emperor's first follower. The feathered holy sect has truly struck it rich. Miaoyi, regardless of why you concealed your appearance before, with the Emperor's protection, you have truly ascended. Our feathered holy sect is destined to rise. To be recognized by the Emperor as a follower carries weight beyond all the sect's efforts. The Grand Elder blushed with excitement, gazing at the still dazed Lin Miaoyi. "Miaoyi, from this day forth, you shall be my sole true disciple." Lin Miaoyi paid no heed to the voices around her, instead fixating on the storage ring in her hand. Mesmerized. Is this a gift from the Emperor? Her breath quickened as she tightened her grip on the ring. In her heart, she planted a resolute seed. From now on, anyone who dared oppose the Emperor would be her enemy. She would spare no effort in clearing any obstacles for him. Lin Miaoyi lifted her head, her delicate face filled with unwavering devotion as she gazed in the direction of the departing Emperor, murmuring, "I will never let you down, Emperor. P.S. Kindly encourage with reviews to expedite updates. 30 prompts will lead to a significant update. A humble request. Furthermore, if any issues arise, please guide me, and I shall make amendments. Thank you." Chapter 28. The Infinite Celestial Gate. Elder Lu Qing in at the Infinite Celestial Gate. The training ground was bustling with excitement and anticipation as numerous disciples awaited eagerly. The elders and the sect master engaged in light-hearted banter atop the stage, observing the fierce competition among the talented disciples within the sect. The atmosphere was vibrant and filled with a palpable spirit of determination. Today marks the decennial grand competition of the Wajixian sect, an event that not only provides an opportunity to elevate one's standing within the sect and to secure generous rewards, but also allows exceptional individuals to be recognized by the elders and accepted as true disciples. Chuhi, I have secluded myself for 3 years, solely for this moment. Today, I shall defeat you. Humph, you were once my defeated foe, and today shall be no different. I wonder if I stand a chance of entering the inner sanctum. I never imagined that Senior Brotherly would have attained such remarkable prowess. Indeed, it instills a sense of awe in us. The disciples murmured among themselves. The sect master, Lai Qianyang, observed the fiercely competing disciples below with a smile, evidently in high spirits. He boisterously laughed. It appears that this year's competition among the disciples of Wujixian sect is exceedingly intense. An elder stroked his beard, chuckling in praise. All thanks to the wisdom of our esteemed sect master. Under your leadership, Wujixian sect flourishes, and this year's talented disciples are truly remarkable. Might there be a disciple among them that captures your interest, sect master? Laughter erupted from Lai Qianyang, clearly pleased by the flattery. It is but the beginning of the day. Those talented disciples are still holding back. These youngsters surpass us in our prime. A nearby elder remarked with a grin. This bodes well, sect master. The fierce competition among the disciples will ensure that only the most outstanding successors will strengthen our Wujixian sect. Perhaps it is time for us old bones to step aside. I have heard that Elder Lu has an exceptional disciple, one of extraordinary talent who has already achieved the state of unity at a young age. Why have we not seen this remarkable disciple presented by you, Elder Lu? Upon hearing this, all the elders turned their gaze towards a woman clad in a flowing white gown, exuding an aura of icy elegance. She resembled an unyielding ice mountain. Yet her exquisite beauty stirred the hearts of many. Her alluring crimson lips resembled flames, her delicate brows curved like willow leaves, and her tranquil eyes mirrored the serenity of a clear spring. Adorned in a lightweight white phoenix gown that floated about her, her swan-like neck accentuated her proud bosom, and her complexion was as smooth as fine jade, with a voluptuous figure reminiscent of a succulent peach. She gracefully lifted a cup of tea with her slender fingers, every movement infused with an ethereal grace. A glimmer of desire flickered in the eyes of several elders. She was none other than the most beautiful elder of Wujixian sect. The dream of every disciple, Elder Lu Qingyan. Unfazed, Lu Qingyan lowered her enchanting gaze and spoke softly. My disciple need not trouble you elders. Her voice was as melodious as pearls falling onto a plate, captivating and clear. If only it were imbued with a touch of emotion, it would be even more enchanting. The previously speaking elder retorted somewhat pointedly, my direct disciple participates in this competition to redeem past failures. If your disciple does not join, how can we proceed? Lu Qingyan's expression remained calm as she replied. Even if they participated multiple times, the outcome would remain unchanged. The elder's countenance darkened, and he sneered. That is not a certainty. Tension filled the air, thick with the scent of conflict. Hearing this, sect master Lai Qianyang burst into laughter, raising his hand. Ha ha. The competition among the disciples is a positive development. Elder Lu, since you possess such a gifted disciple, do not keep her hidden away. Let the younger generation observe. For this will motivate them. Lu Qingyan, respecting sect master Lai Qianyang, nodded slightly. I understand. It is still early. My disciple should be arriving shortly. Lai Qianyang nodded. Not overly concerned, for it was only natural for such a prodigy to possess some pride. Just then, a disciple rushed forward, breathless and flustered. Sect master. Noticing the disciple's sweaty brow and urgent demeanor, Lai Qianyang raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What is it? Why the panic? As I often advise you all, when faced with adversity, one must remain calm and clear-minded. The disciple glanced at the elders, clasped his hands, and spoke in a low voice, Sect master. There are two individuals outside seeking an audience. They wish to meet you. Seeking an audience? Lai Qianyang waved his hand impatiently. Who are they? I will not meet them today. This is the day of our grand competition. Let them return tomorrow. The disciple hesitated for a moment, his expression becoming peculiar before continuing. But they speak plainly. An elder beside them scolded, his expression darkening. The disciple replied, they claim to be from the imperial Su family. One of them, a young man with golden hair riding a fierce beast, asserts that he is the Su family's imperial son. What did you say? Lai Qianyang exclaimed, leaping from his seat in shock. The Su family's imperial son? Why did you not mention this sooner? The gravity of the situation nearly stole his breath away. Recently, the ancestral figure of Wujixian sect had visited the edge of the realm to meet with the primordial emperor and the imperial son. Upon returning, he had even shared the imperial son's likeness with the upper echelons of the sect. Such a being, who even the ancestors regarded with utmost reverence, was not someone Wujixian sect could afford to offend. Lai Qianyang's previously buoyant mood shifted to one of alarm. The elders, too, were equally stunned. What? The Su family's imperial son? But is he not the prodigy who recently emerged from the ancient divine source? In the vast expanse of the heavens, there existed only one emperor, the primordial emperor. Could there possibly be another imperial son? Listening to the elder's fervent discourse, Lu Qingyan's eyes sparkled. Where is the imperial son? Lai Qianyang's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixed his gaze on the disciple. The disciple, taken aback by the stare, quickly responded, "He is just outside." Without a moment's hesitation, Lai Qianyang transformed into a streak of red light, vanishing from the spot, followed closely by the bewildered elders. The sect master is gone. What will happen to the grand competition? Compete? The imperial son has arrived. How can we not welcome him? Did you not see that the sect master has already left? The elders hastily departed, fearing to provoke the imperial son's ire, leaving the disciples in the midst of their competition, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Outside Wujixian sect, Su Jiugao lounged lazily atop the supreme divine roar, her golden hair cascading freely, exuding an air of carefree abandon. Shadow Elder stood nearby, his expression increasingly dark. This Wujixian sect certainly wields considerable influence, daring to keep the imperial son waiting outside. Su Jiugao slowly rose, stretching lazily, and replied with a smile. Elder Shadow, my sudden visit may have caught them off guard. Their ignorance is understandable. My Su family values courtesy. No sooner had she spoken than several streaks of light descended from the heavens. Upon seeing Su Jiugao, all the elders momentarily paused, struck by her breathtaking beauty, her enchanting golden hair cascading around her shoulders, her commanding stature radiating an aura of dominance, and her eyes filled with the disdain and pride of a superior. Even they had never encountered such an extraordinary talent. The Su family's imperial son, Lai Qianyang, immediately recognized Su Jiugao and hurried forward, leading the elders in a respectful greeting. Sect Master Lai Qianyang, along with the elders, humbly welcomes the esteemed imperial son. Imperial son, the elders chorused, their hearts racing with excitement. Lord DZ, what brings you here? Why did you not notify us in advance? This way, I could have brought the elders and disciples to receive you, Su Jiugao remarked softly. I merely stopped by while passing through, came the reply. Beep. Detected the presence of a destined female protagonist in this location. Beep. Detected the presence of a destined female protagonist in this location. Note, not just any protagonist, but the female lead among the destined. Oh, so soon? Su Jiugao expressed mild surprise, initially expecting a longer search. In that case, this simplifies matters. His gaze settled on Lu Qingyan, the sole woman present. She exuded an ethereal beauty, her figure accentuated by the elegant Fenghuan gown that clung to her form. Her exquisite features evoked an irresistible desire for conquest. Although he had encountered many such women, as a destined female, she warranted his utmost attention. Name, Lu Qingyan. Identity, destined female protagonist. Ninth Elder of the Wuji Immortal Sect. Realm, 7th layer of Void God Realm. Physique, complete fox charm divine body, profound understanding of the world, exceptional cauldron for cultivation. Highly sensitive physique, and her essence can greatly enhance others' cultivation techniques. Mystic Heart Sutra, Frost Sword Technique, Extreme Frost. Current fortune value, 7,000. The mention of the fox charm divine body startled Su Jiugao. He looked at the frost-like beauty before him and recalled a certain sorceress from the era of the Emperor's fall. Both were stunning, yet their auras were entirely different. Were it not for the system revealing this information, he would never have believed that this destined female protagonist possessed such a physique. Amidst the crowd, Lu Qingyan sensed the unreserved, aggressive gaze of the Lord DZ upon her. Being inherently sensitive, she involuntarily shivered. Most gazes directed at her were steeped in lust, which she found repugnant. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she detected no desire in the Lord DZ's eyes, only the appreciation one might have for a remarkable object. Unable to resist, she lowered her head. Eldering observed with cold disdain as Lai Qianyang stepped forward. Are you the sect master of the Wuji Immortal Sect? With utmost respect, Lai Qianyang replied, Senior, indeed. Eldering scoffed. Your disciples have quite the arrogance, daring to obstruct our Lord DZ. Do you not regard the Su family at all? Lai Qianyang's expression turned pale, hastily explaining. The disciples within were unaware of Lord DZ's identity. I hope for your forgiveness. He regretted not sharing the portrait of the DZ with his disciples. He had heard tales of the arrogance of those from the imperial lineage but was uncertain how this particular DZ would react to the situation. Su Jiugao smiled faintly, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand. No harm done, merely a trivial issue. The one involved acted according to their duties. Ignorance is no sin. He resolved the matter effortlessly. After all, he had come to the Wuji Immortal Sect in search of the destined protagonist and had no desire for unnecessary complications. Finding the destined female protagonist so swiftly elevated his spirits significantly. At least he now had a clear direction. Lai Qianyang, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders, began to flatter. Lord DZ's magnanimity truly inspires admiration. It is our honor to welcome you to the Wuji Immortal Sect. Su Jiugao nodded, dismounting from the supreme divine roar. He patted the creature and casually addressed Lai Qianyang, Sect Master Lai. I would appreciate it if your sect could take care of my steed. Lai Qianyang understood immediately, responding with a smile, of course, certainly. He signaled to a nearby elder, who approached Su Jiugao and bowed respectfully, glancing nervously at the imposing supreme divine roar, whose overwhelming presence sent shivers down his spine. Yet, with the sect master's orders, he steeled himself. He cautiously approached the magnificent beast, whispering, esteemed steed, let us depart. The supreme divine roar regarded him with a glance before unleashing a thunderous roar. A powerful gust erupted, replete with majesty and dominance. The elder, merely a god-king in cultivation, had never encountered such a fearsome creature. His legs buckled, and he nearly lost his composure, collapsing to his knees in a moment of utter embarrassment. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. The supreme divine roar proudly raised its head, displaying disdain. Su Jiugao, momentarily taken aback, chuckled and patted the beast's head, adopting a tone of seriousness. Be quiet, do not act unruly. Upon hearing his master's command, the supreme divine roar approached the trembling elder, who was so petrified he could not move. This state would surely last for a while. Lai Qianyang, visibly distressed, wished he could vanish. This was thoroughly embarrassing. Su Jiugao added, Sect Master Lai, I sincerely apologize. My steed was recently tamed and has a rather fiery temperament. Lai Qianyang shot a glare at the fallen elder, frustrated. Useless fool. You've embarrassed our Wuji immortal sect before Lord DZ. Struggling to maintain his composure, he chuckled. Ha ha, Lord DZ, you flatter us. My elders have never encountered such a magnificent steed, and they are understandably awestruck. Allow me, he continued, scanning the other elders. You all shall guide Lord DZ and ensure he enjoys a thorough tour of our Wuji immortal sect. Do not neglect him, understood? To prevent further embarrassment and to uphold the dignity of the Wuji immortal sect before Lord DZ, Lai Qianyang took it upon himself to lead the way. Such treatment was likely reserved solely for Su Jiugao. The elders regarded this scene with increased reverence. Among the crowd, Lu Qingyan's eyes sparkled with surprise. Was it merely her illusion, or did it seem as though Lord DZ occasionally cast glances in her direction? It must be said that Su Jiugao possessed an extraordinary appearance. With a dragon-like stature and phoenix-like grace, he was undeniably handsome. His aura was one of unparalleled dominance. And coupled with his esteemed status, few women in the realm could resist his allure. Even Lu Qingyan, a transcendent beauty akin to an otherworldly fairy, found herself harboring a sense of admiration. Chapter 30. Words of Assurance, Actions of Truth Amidst the Throng of Elders. Su Jiugao entered the immortal sect with a leisurely gait, akin to a celestial being among the stars. As he traversed the grounds, he noted the absence of disciples and inquired, Why have I not encountered any disciples thus far? One elder, eager to please, replied, Lord DZ. Today marks the examination day for our disciples. Our sect's prodigies are currently at the martial arena. Oh, an examination? Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Noticing his interest, the elder smiled. Would Lord DZ care to observe? Su Jiugao nodded slightly, a playful glimmer in his eyes. Very well. Let us go and see what level the current prodigies have reached. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed the talents of the younger generation. The elder shook his head. They are merely some unremarkable youngsters squabbling. They would hardly catch your discerning eye. The other elders chimed in with flattery. Indeed. Lord DZ, you are a prodigy of the era of the Emperor's fall. The younger generation would surely feel overwhelmed in your presence. Lu Qingyan, however, remained somewhat aloof, her demeanor contrasting with the others' fervor. As if just noticing, Su Jiugao turned to Lu Qingyan and spoke. This is. Lu Qingyan was taken aback, caught off guard by the sudden inquiry from the Emperor. The elders exchanged glances, marveling at the beauty before them. It certainly was advantageous to possess such captivating looks. Everyone was eager to impress the Emperor, but Lu Qingyan attracted his attention without uttering a word. One elder chuckled and introduced, Esteemed Emperor. This is the 9th elder of the Wuji immortal sect, Lu Qingyan. She is indeed a stunning beauty among us. The Grand Elder added, Lu Elder, have you not yet met the Emperor? Lu Qingyan felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Her beautiful gaze flickered towards Su Jiugao, who was smiling warmly at her. Realizing that he had indeed overlooked such an enchanting figure amidst the crowd, he complimented, I must admit, I failed to notice the presence of such an ice-cold beauty among you. If such words had come from anyone else, she would have reacted with disdain. Yet, she could not help but feel that Su Jiugao had openly acknowledged her, even lingering his gaze longer than necessary. Unable to restrain herself, Lu Qingyan responded, I am but a humble willow, hardly deserving of your attention. There are countless maidens within the sect who surpass me in beauty and charm. Her tone was calm and composed, neither overly familiar nor distant, leaving several elders momentarily astonished. Lu Qingyan, who usually spoke sparingly, had surprisingly shared so much today. One elder thought to himself, indeed, even the noble and aloof Lu elder cannot resist the allure of the emperor. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, amused, and approached Lu Qingyan, saying, "Oh, so, you imply that there are even more breathtaking maidens within the Wuji immortal sect?" Su Jiugao's imposing stature, coupled with his flowing golden hair, cascading over his shoulders, commanded attention. As he leaned closer, his gaze fixed unabashedly on Lu Qingyan's exquisite face. A delightful fragrance wafted toward him. The alluring curves of her form were unmistakable. Lu Qingyan slowly lifted her gaze, and upon meeting Su Jiugao's penetrating stare, a flicker of anger and a hint of embarrassment crossed her beautiful eyes. She instinctively took a step back, her voice barely above a whisper, "Esteemed Emperor, please show some restraint." Su Jiugao burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with mischief, finding the situation rather novel. "Lu Elder, you possess quite the personality. As I am new here, I find myself puzzled by many things. Might you indulge me with an introduction?" Lu Qingyan hesitated, seemingly taken aback by his request. The observing elders were envious, lamenting that they were not women, wishing they could respond affirmatively on her behalf. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qingyan remained silent, neither agreeing nor refusing. Eldering frowned, preparing to speak, but was halted by Su Jiugao's gesture. He shook his head, recognizing that Lu Qingyan was not entirely willing. Stepping closer, Su Jiugao spoke softly, their proximity almost intimate. The aura emanating from him stirred something within her, causing a faint flush to grace her fair skin. Lu Qingyan instinctively closed her legs, feeling cornered. Despite her years of training, she had never encountered such a domineering man. Typically composed and serene, she found herself flustered. Finally, she conceded, "I shall follow your instructions, esteemed Emperor." Su Jiugao smiled, understanding that to win over a woman as icy as Lu Qingyan, one must tread carefully. However, he sensed no resistance from her. Leaning in, he whispered, "Your figure is splendid, but it would be wise to cover up a bit more. I am not fond of such exposure." Without waiting for her incredulous response, he laughed heartily and turned to walk away. The elders stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. While it took Lu Qingyan a moment to process what had just transpired, had she truly been so brazenly teased? Her expression, usually impassive, shifted subtly. A hint of crimson crept onto her cheeks, her once frosty demeanor thawing, her eyes sparkling like melted glaciers as she glared at Su Jiugao. What an incorrigible rogue! She inwardly scolded, her face betraying a mix of embarrassment and indignation. To her astonishment, this seemingly majestic emperor turned out to be such a libertine. Despite her irritation, her delicate hands instinctively adjusted her attire, pulling up the fabric to conceal her alluring curves, inadvertently accentuating her figure even more. Chapter 31. Conquering the Disciples of the Immortal Sect. The new protagonist Su Nian. After a light-hearted exchange with the destined female lead, Su Jiugao felt quite pleased. Accompanied by the elders, he arrived at the training ground, where thousands of disciples awaited. Upon seeing their elders return, their faces lit up with excitement. "The elders are back," they exclaimed. "But where is the sect master?" Soon, however, their attention was drawn to the striking figure of Su Jiugao, whose golden hair and imposing stature were impossible to ignore. The elders flanked him, showering him with praise as he maintained a stoic expression, nodding occasionally. The disciples of the Wuji immortal sect were left in awe, whispering among themselves about the handsome newcomer. "Who is this striking gentleman from our sect?" One female disciple gushed. "Why are the elders treating him with such deference? He must hold a high status." Another gasped, "Is that really Elder Lu? She has always despised men. Why is she so close to him?" Doubts arose regarding Su Nian's worthiness compared to Su Jiugao, as many speculated that there might be more to their connection. Listening to the murmurs around her, Lu Qingyan furrowed her brows. Su Jiugao scanned the crowd, puzzled by the absence of the destined protagonist. Didn't they say all disciples would participate today? Where could the protagonist be? He wondered. Hearing a disciple mention a male student, Su Jiugao's interest piqued. He turned to the stoic Lu Qingyan with a smile. "Lu Elder, do you have a male disciple?" Lu Qingyan nodded slightly. "There is one, named Su Nian," she replied. Her expression calm. As if to clarify any potential misunderstanding, she quickly added, "Su Nian possesses exceptional talent and is a prodigy of my Wujishan sect. Previously, I accepted him out of gratitude for his assistance. There is nothing more between us, so I kindly ask you, esteemed Lord DZ, not to overthink it." Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "I did not inquire about such matters. Is it that Elder Lu seems to care about this emperor's thoughts?" Lu Qingyan was taken aback, quickly realizing her words were somewhat inappropriate. With a hint of annoyance in her beautiful eyes, she cast a glance at him and fell silent. Su Jiugao was unbothered and continued, "What of your disciple? Is he present?" Lu Qingyan gently parted her crimson lips and replied, "He is still in seclusion, by my calculations. He should be emerging soon." Su Jiugao nodded, and with a few words, deduced that the disciple Lu Qingyan mentioned was Sun Yan, who, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would be the destined protagonist within the Magician sect. How intriguing. Su Jiugao's gaze turned playful as he shamelessly observed Lu Qingyan's alluring curves. As for the current situation, our destined protagonist does not seem to be making particularly smooth progress. Perhaps I should intervene. Among the elders, one approached the martial arts platform and addressed the disciples. "Today, our Magician sect is fortunate to have the esteemed presence of this noble individual, who graces us with their visit. Truly, it brings great honor to our sect." "Noble individual?" The disciples murmured curiously. "Which esteemed guest warrants the attendance of all the elders and the sect leader? Could it be that golden-haired, divine warrior?" A collective gasp arose among the crowd. The elder cleared his throat. "Quiet down." The disciples settled into silence. The elder continued, "You are correct. The one beside me is that esteemed individual. Their identity is none other than Lord Su Jiugao of the imperial Su family." Upon this revelation, the assembly erupted in astonishment. Although they had prepared themselves, many were still taken aback upon hearing the elder's announcement. What? A member of the imperial Su family? And a DZ? How is this possible? The DZ is the son of an emperor, and are there not no emperors left in the realms? My heavens, is this for real? Even if he is not the DZ, his status must be extraordinary. The news of the emergence of the Wuxia emperor was known only to those of the highest echelons within the great sections. It is understandable that these disciples were unaware of such information. The Grand Elder reassured them, "You need not concern yourselves with this. Just know that this noble individual's status is supreme. Now, do not delay in greeting Lord DZ." The disciples fell silent for a moment, then collectively shouted, "We respectfully greet Lord DZ." The Grand Elder, satisfied, returned to Su Jiugao's side and respectfully stated, "Lord DZ, these are the junior members of our Magician sect." Su Jiugao nodded, stepping forward to observe the disciples with a gentle smile, his voice warm and soothing, like a spring breeze. "You are too kind. I have long heard of the formidable strength of the Magician sect, and it appears that your disciples are indeed talented, with commendable cultivation." He continued, "I did not come empty-handed for the sect's grand competition, so please accept these as rewards." With a graceful wave of his sleeve, countless specks of starlight filled the air, revealing tens of thousands of celestial-grade spirit stones and numerous sacred elixirs. Among them was even a supreme-grade magical artifact. Such a generous display left both the elders and disciples wide-eyed. The total value of these rewards surpassed that of all the offerings from the Magician sect combined. Many gasped, their eyes sparkling with excitement. This show of generosity instantly garnered immense favor from the disciples, even causing the typically aloof Lu Qingyan to momentarily lose her composure. After all, some of the elixirs would prove quite beneficial to her. So this is the DZ of the Su family. The elders flushed with excitement. And the Grand Elder exclaimed, "Did you hear that? For Lord DZ, these treasures are but a mere trifle. In this grand competition, if you perform well, perhaps a standout among you may earn Lord DZ's favor and become his follower. The future will be exceedingly bright." With the promise of countless precious treasures and a supreme magical artifact, a fervor erupted among the disciples of the Magician sect. Many eagerly prepared to participate, their spirits soaring as they shouted in unison, "Understood." This uproar even caught the attention of a seemingly ordinary youth rushing from afar, clad in plain blue attire. He appeared unremarkable, blending seamlessly into any crowd. As he soared through the air, upon hearing the commotion from the martial arts arena, Sun Yan felt a jolt. Murmuring in confusion, "The martial arts arena? What is happening?" He did not linger and quickened his pace, excitement bubbling within him at the thought of seeing his revered master. Surely, upon learning of his current cultivation, she would be pleased. Sun Yan whispered with anticipation, unaware that at this very moment, the icy beauty he admired, his beloved master, was in the observation tower of the martial arts arena, brewing tea with Su Jiugao. Chapter 32. The destined protagonist who has lived for 5,000 years achieves mastery? Lu Qingyan elegantly poured a pot of tea, gently placing it beside Su Jiugao. As he savored the tea, he admired the disciples of the Magician sect competing on the martial arts platform below, feeling utterly content. Many female disciples, enamored, seemed to lose focus on the competition, gazing adoringly at Su Jiugao. Sect leader Lai Qianyang had also returned after attending to the supreme divine roar. He was somewhat apprehensive, never having expected that Lord DZ's steed would be of the sacred realm caliber. Such prowess surpassed even that of the sect leader himself. Lai Qianyang took a seat, brushing aside the sweat from his brow and taking a hearty sip of tea. Observing Lu Qingyan as she served tea to Lord DZ, he smiled and remarked, Lord DZ is truly fortunate. To have our usually frosty elder Lu personally serve tea is a privilege even I, as sect leader, have not experienced. Indeed. It seems Lord DZ has a certain charm, Su Jiugao replied with a teasing smile, glancing at the composed Lu Qingyan. Lai Qianyang could clearly sense that Lord DZ seemed to harbor some interest in elder Lu. He chimed in, ha ha ha, Lord DZ, you flatter us. Serving you tea is indeed an honor for elder Lu. Lu Qingyan remained silent. Lai Qianyang felt a twinge of embarrassment and discreetly glanced at Lu Qingyan. He understood her character, but who was in front of them? The son of an emperor. He subtly urged, Elder Lu, this is the son of an emperor. If you could earn Lord DZ's favor, your future would be exceptionally bright. Lu Qingyan returned to her seat, seemingly oblivious to his words, remaining unmoved. Lai Qianyang's expression darkened, and he placed his teacup on the table with a hint of frustration. To break the awkward silence, he attempted to engage in conversation. May I inquire, Lord DZ, what brings you to our Wujishan sect this time? Su Jiugao leisurely sipped his tea, choosing not to respond directly to the inquiry. Instead, his eyes lit up as he murmured, excellent tea. Lai Qianyang was taken aback, but quickly burst into laughter, saying, of course, knowing you were coming. I specifically prepared my long-preserved enlightenment tea. This tea not only enhances one's perception of the heavenly principles when consumed in the state of unity, but also presents the opportunity for breakthroughs. At this juncture, Lai Qianyang paused slightly, casting a glance at Su Jiugao, whose expression remained serene and unruffled. There was not the slightest hint of a reaction. This implied that the esteemed prince before him possessed at least the cultivation of the Severing Yuan realm. His pupils constricted, revealing a sense of disbelief. According to the elder's words from days prior, this prince was merely 20 years of age. How could he have attained the Severing Yuan realm? The most exceptional disciples competing below from the Wujishan men had only reached the Dao Palace realm. What astonishing talent this young man must possess. Truly, he is a prodigy of the Empire's fall era. Lai Qianyang's expression grew increasingly reverent. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the crowd below. Oh, look, isn't that elder Lu's disciple, Brother Sun Yan? A voice called out, prompting the crowd to gaze in that direction. A figure soared through the sky, and upon spotting Lu Qingyan in the audience, Sun Yan's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was Brother Sun Yan. He was the most outstanding disciple of the Wujishan men, having cultivated to the Dao Palace realm at such a young age. One could only wonder if he had since broken through to the state of unity after all these years. Elder Lu's disciple, Brother Yuan, is also present. Do you think they will clash in this year's sect competition? That is certain. Brother Yuan's cultivation has reportedly broken through to the Dao Palace realm recently. He is undoubtedly eager to redeem himself. As Sun Yan approached, Su Jiugao narrowed his imperial gaze, scrutinizing Sun Yan's details. However, upon noting Sun Yan's age, Su Jiugao's pupils contracted in surprise. A protagonist of destiny at 5,000 years old. Name, Sun Yan. Identity, protagonist of destiny. Direct disciple of Wujishan men. Age, 5,475. Personality, steady, protective of his master. Resourceful, realm, first level of the unity realm. Physique, eternal, evergreen body, with a boundless lifespan that far exceeds others of the same realm. Ranked 19th among the 3,000 divine physiques. Cultivation method, Prolo Shin Gong. All beings image, 10 absolute formation of heavenly mechanisms. Treasures, mountain and sea scroll. Transformation Yuan gourd, immortal grade formation flags. Life experience, a cowherd, son of a villager in a small realm. Faced a devastating incident due to a conflict among cultivators in his youth. He joined a small sect where his talent was exceptionally poor, remaining at the refining body realm for decades. At 50, he successfully broke through to the building Yuan realm, realizing that unlike his peers, his appearance remained youthful. Due to his lack of talent, he lingered in the building Yuan realm for 700 years without advancement, yet his lifespan exceeded that of Soul Pill realm cultivators. After a millennium in the building Yuan realm, even the sect's ancestor had perished. Eventually, with guidance from a wise individual, he discovered his unique physique, which granted him immortality. After shedding the constraints of lifespan, he joyfully stabilized his cultivation, ultimately breaking through to the Dao Palace realm after 4,000 years, only to be compelled to leave the Dao domain and join the Wujishan men. Current fortune value, 12,000, due to Sun Yan's uniqueness. Su Jiugao had expended villain points to view his complete information. His imperial gaze flickered. Initially, he had anticipated that a protagonist of destiny at 5,000 years old would be immensely powerful, already invincible in the world of cultivation. He could simply call upon his father to resolve matters. Fortunately, this protagonist of destiny was exceptionally lacking in talent, having only reached the first level of the Unity realm at such an advanced age. The eternal, evergreen body. This physique grants an exceedingly long lifespan, allowing one to live for an extended period. Su Jiugao's father's friend, the Evergreen Emperor, lived for over 20,000 years due to this physique before falling. However, apart from longevity, this physique holds no other advantages. Except for those at the Emperor level who can perceive the inner essence, it appears no different from an ordinary body. Yet, this protagonist of destiny mistakenly believes it to be eternal life? Such a notion is preposterous. A subtle smile graced Su Jiugao's lips. This novel protagonist of destiny piqued his interest. How to engage him in a delightful manner? At that moment, Sun Yan remained blissfully unaware that he had caught Su Jiugao's attention as he landed in the audience, witnessing his beloved master serving tea to Su Jiugao. He was taken aback. Could he be mistaken? His usually cold and pristine master was pouring tea for someone else. Sun Yan turned to gaze at Su Jiugao, his pupils widening in astonishment. Almost everyone who beheld Su Jiugao exhibited such a reaction, including the protagonist of destiny. This was solely due to Su Jiugao's overwhelming aura. His innate nobility and prideful demeanor, combined with his extraordinarily handsome features and flowing golden hair reminiscent of flames, commanded respect merely by his presence. Chapter 33. The Path of Immortality. Sunlit Schemes. Who is this? A question arose in Sun Yan's mind. He approached slowly, bowing respectfully to the elders and sect leader. Master. Sect leader, elders. I apologize for my tardiness. Lu Qingyan appeared surprised by her disciple's sudden arrival and found herself at a loss. Lai Qianyang, evidently pleased with this disciple, waved his hand and laughed heartily. Sun Yan, you are here. No matter, personal cultivation is of greater importance than the sect competition. Sun Yan nodded, casting a bewildered glance at his master and Su Jiugao, inquiring, who is this? Lai Qianyang enlightened him. This esteemed guest hails from the imperial clan, the prince of the Su family, Lord Su Jiugao. Lord Su Jiugao is passing through our Wuji Xianmin and has come to pay a visit. He then turned to Su Jiugao. Lord Su Jiugao, this is our sect's prodigy, Sun Yan. Sun Yan, do come and pay your respects to the prince. One must acknowledge that Sun Yan, having lived for over 5,000 years as a protagonist of destiny, had encountered countless scenarios. His eyes, deep and wise, betrayed no surprise. Even in the presence of an imperial figure, he maintained his composure, bowing respectfully. I have the honor of meeting Lord Su Jiugao. Lai Qianyang observed Sun Yan's unflappable demeanor and nodded in approval. However, Su Jiugao discerned a hint of wariness and animosity in Sun Yan's gaze. This protagonist of destiny from the path of immortality was indeed cautious. Su Jiugao thought to himself, regarding Sun Yan with a playful glint in his eyes. He softly remarked, remarkable indeed. To reach the Unity realm at such a young age is a rarity, even in the era of the Empire's decline. What? The Unity realm? Lai Qianyang and the elders expressed their delight upon hearing this, promptly probing further. After their examination, Lai Qianyang's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, and he exclaimed thrice, excellent, excellent, excellent. To receive praise from Lord Su Jiugao and to achieve the Unity realm at such a young age. Sun Yan truly deserves the title of our sect's most outstanding prodigy. Sun Yan, you are quite impressive. Elder Lu, you have recruited a remarkable disciple for the Wuji Xianmin. Lu Qingyan, with a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes, replied coolly, Sun Yan possesses innate talent. I have not aided him in any significant way. Su Jiugao, upon hearing this, wore a peculiar expression, unable to suppress a smile. The most outstanding prodigy? A 5,000-year-old in the Unity realm? He had reached the Unity realm at the tender age of 10, while his father had been in the Emperor realm for countless years by the age of 5,000. Such a pace of cultivation was indeed rare in the era of the Empire's decline. Lai Qianyang waved his hand, laughing. Well, since you have emerged from seclusion, you must participate in the sect competition. Consider it a mere formality. Do you see that supreme-grade artifact on the martial arts platform? Sun Yan's gaze turned fervent as he looked over. It was an exceedingly rare and valuable supreme-grade defensive artifact, for one who revels in the art of survival. This was undeniably a fatal temptation. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he inquired, is this truly the reward for this sect's grand competition? Laughter erupted from Lai Qianyang. Indeed, this supreme-grade armor is a gift from the esteemed young emperor. You must all express your gratitude to him, for such a precious treasure is rarely found in this world. Once again, it was the young emperor. Sun Yan cast a glance at Su Jiugao, who was smiling and engaged in light-hearted conversation with Lu Qingyan. A surge of frustration tightened his fists. Master. Su Jiugao, catching a glimpse of Sun Yan, intensified his grip. Feigning an accidental brush against Lu Qingyan's delicate hand, cold and soft. Lu Qingyan shivered slightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting a mixture of embarrassment and indignation, a fleeting shadow of displeasure crossing her exquisite features. Yet, when Su Jiugao spoke, she heard him say, "Elder Lu, your constant service of tea to this young emperor is commendable. Allow me to refill this cup for you." The surrounding elders cast envious glances, marveling at the fortune of having the young emperor personally serve tea. Lu Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. Could it be that she had misinterpreted his earlier gesture? After much contemplation, she could only conclude that it was a misunderstanding on her part. Su Jiugao's courteous and modest demeanor compelled her to regard him with newfound respect, and she replied with a hint of guilt, "Thank you, young emperor." She lifted the cup and drank deeply, as one might savor fine wine. This sight left Sun Yan wide-eyed with disbelief. In his perspective, his most revered and beautiful master was being frivolously taken advantage of by the young emperor, remaining utterly unmoved. What was most infuriating was the hint of playful reproach in his master's gaze. The sensation was akin to being publicly humiliated. Years of endured frustration kept Sun Yan from displaying his true feelings. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his fist further and raised his hand to take his leave. "Master, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave to participate in the sex grand competition." Only then did Lu Qingyan remember her disciple's presence. She returned to her usual demeanor, as frosty and pristine as eternal ice, and nodded gently, murmuring, "Go." The stark contrast in their treatment ignited an inexplicable flame of resentment within him. Sun Yan maintained a calm facade, nodding as he approached the martial arts arena. Just then, an unwelcome voice rang out. "Sun Yan, you have finally arrived. I thought you were afraid. I, Yuan Hong, have awaited this day for far too long." From a distance in the arena, a tall, muscular figure approached. His square jaw and explosive physique were almost too much for his blue Taoist robe to contain. He resembled a bloodthirsty beast prowling the jungle. With a defiant expression and bloodshot eyes, he fixed his gaze on Sun Yan, declaring, "Today, I shall avenge my past disgrace and make you my defeated foe." Yuan Hong, this arrogant man. Sun Yan furrowed his brow. This individual had harbored resentment ever since Sun Yan had bested him upon entering the sect, and now he had returned seeking vengeance. Sun Yan's eyes flickered with insight. It was clear that Yuan Hong had reached the Dao Palace realm, where he would not dare challenge him again. However, he was not the same Sun Yan as before. Sun Yan glanced up at Su Jiugao and then back at Yuan Hong. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him, and he smiled as he spoke to Yuan Hong. "It seems that our previous encounter did not convince you of your defeat." Defeated foe? Yuan Hong's face turned pale, his eyes filled with fury. "That was in the past. Today, I shall show you my true power." He had always regarded Sun Yan as his greatest rival, believing that only by defeating him could he claim the title of the foremost genius of the Wuji men. Sun Yan chuckled, fixing his gaze steadily on him. "I have now reached the unification realm. Do you truly believe you can still contend with me? What? You have broken through?" Yuan Hong stared at him in disbelief. Sun Yan nodded, continuing, "I would not mind a rematch. However, my focus lies elsewhere. If you wish to duel, you must wait for another day." Yuan Hong frowned, his voice booming as he demanded, "Who?" Sun Yan glanced towards Su Jiugao, and Yuan Hong followed his gaze. His pupils constricted as he inquired, "Are you referring to that young emperor?" "Oh, you are aware of him?" Sun Yan feigned surprise. "Indeed, if you truly wish to defeat me, why not challenge the young emperor? He is a prodigy from the imperial lineage. If you can best him, then I, Sun Yan, shall concede that you are superior." This was Sun Yan's intention. A cautious man, he had no intention of engaging directly. If he could have Yuan Hong probe the young emperor's capabilities, it would serve him well. Anyone who dared to covet his master would not escape unscathed. Sun Yan pondered, eager to see just what sort of extraordinary individual this legendary young emperor truly was. Yuan Hong's expression morphed into one of incredulity, as if he were looking at a fool. "Are you foolish, or am I?" Sun Yan was taken aback. Why was he not following the expected script? Shouldn't the brutish figure be the one to challenge the young emperor? "You want me to challenge the young emperor?" Though he was robust, Yuan Hong was not dim-witted. Realizing Sun Yan's ruse, Sun Yan feigned indifference, shrugging helplessly. "It seems there is no other choice. I shall not fight you, for my aspirations far exceed yours." Yet, Yuan Hong could clearly see the disdain and contempt reflected in Sun Yan's eyes. Angered, he retorted, "Are you provoking me? Humph. If it's a fight you want, then I shall gladly oblige. I too wish to witness the strength of the imperial young emperor. How could I, Yuan Hong, be inferior to you? Just you wait." Sun Yan sighed in relief. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. He hadn't anticipated that this simpleton would agree to challenge the young emperor for such reasons. Yuan Hong hurriedly approached the audience, gazing up at Su Jiugao. Just a glance filled him with a sense of overwhelming authority and pressure, kindling a moment of hesitation within him. However, Upon seeing Su Nian's condescending gaze, Yuan Hong took a deep breath, steeling himself to clasp his fists and call out loudly. Young Emperor, I am Yuan Hong, the direct disciple of the sixth elder of Wuji Xianmen. I have come to seek your guidance. I hope you will grant me this opportunity. The crowd fell into stunned silence. The sixth elder's eyelids twitched violently, and his teacup shattered on the ground. In that moment, he felt as if he might just perish from sheer shock. Upon hearing Yuan Hong's words, Su Jiugao narrowed his eyes, thoughtfully regarding the smiling Su Nian. He slowly lowered his cup, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, Oh? Seeking my guidance? Su Nian felt an icy chill enveloping him, his gaze widening in astonishment as he hastily lowered his head. Was it merely an illusion? Could it be that this person had discovered him? He thought to himself in disbelief. Su Jiugao's imperial eyes sparkled with amusement as he noted Su Nian's expression, one that suggested a cunning scheme had succeeded. A glance at Yuan Hong below, who appeared somewhat dim-witted, clarified the situation. If his suspicions were correct, this individual intended to challenge him. Likely incited by the allure of the protagonist of the Chongqing Lutian. Was he attempting to use this person as a pawn to gauge his strength? Su Jiugao mused quietly. Yet, he was mistaken. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy would appear laughably futile. Li Qianyang, standing nearby, was momentarily lost in thought before glaring furiously at Yuan Hong below. Yuan Hong, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Yuan Hong was known within the Wujixian sect, and even the sixth elder of the sect scolded him. You insolent fool. Cease your nonsense. What is your standing? And what is the standing of the imperial son? With an expression of unwavering determination, Yuan Hong replied, Master, sect leader, please grant me this opportunity. He then turned to Su Jiugao, pleading, Imperial son, may I have your guidance? Seeing his disciple so obstinate, the sixth elder was filled with frustration. What madness had overtaken him? The elders exchanged worried glances with the imperial son, who remained composed, showing no signs of reproach. Yuan Hong, return. Li Qianyang's expression darkened, wishing to say more, but Su Jiugao raised a hand and smiled. Sect leader, since my emergence into the world, I have not battled with a peer for quite some time. The courage of the disciples within the sect is commendable. Granting him a chance would not be amiss. He regarded Yuan Hong with a calm smile, speaking in a gentle tone. Li Qianyang hesitated, fully aware of the imperial son's intent. However, Yuan Hong was merely at the Dao Palace level, while this esteemed imperial son was at least at the Zhan Yuan level. The disparity in their cultivation was akin to a vast chasm. Yuan Hong stood no chance. Was this not a self-imposed hardship? Yet, since the imperial son had consented, he refrained from further protest, casting a displeased glance at Yuan Hong. Are you not going to express your gratitude to the imperial son? Upon hearing the imperial son's agreement, Yuan Hong's face lit up with excitement, and he clenched his fists, exclaiming, Thank you, imperial son. I humbly request your guidance. To battle with a member of the imperial lineage was indeed a rare opportunity, while much of it stemmed from Su Nian's influence. He also sought to challenge himself and gauge the difference between himself and the prodigies of the imperial era. The sixth elder sighed heavily and shook his head. Lu Qingyan's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. She was astonished that the imperial son would acquiesce to Yuan Hong's request. The elders and disciples present were equally curious regarding the imperial son's strength. Elder Ing, standing behind Su Jiugao, wore an expression of disdain. How foolish for a sect disciple to dare challenge the imperial son of the Su family. Su Jiugao took a sip of tea, casually stating, Your name is Yuan Hong. Yes, imperial son, Yuan Hong replied. Su Jiugao nodded slightly and addressed Elder Lu Qingyan. Would you be so kind as to pour another cup of fresh tea? Lu Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of his intentions, but complied and poured another cup. As the cup filled, it was mysteriously lifted by an unseen force. Floating serenely before Su Jiugao, he gazed at the cup filled with tea and said calmly, If you can catch this cup of tea, I shall concede this match. Of course, shattering it would yield the same result. His tone was tranquil, almost dismissive as he uttered such audacious words. The elders stared at him in astonishment. This. The disciples below gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, How is this possible? This is merely an ordinary teacup. And senior brother Yuan Hong is a strong practitioner of the Dao Palace realm. Is the imperial son perhaps too confident? Even the destined protagonist, Su Nian, furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, Such arrogance. Yuan Hong's expression shifted as he felt a hint of humiliation in the imperial son's words, perceiving it as a slight against him. With some displeasure, he asked, Is the imperial son serious? Su Jiugao smiled lightly, Of course. After a moment's hesitation, Yuan Hong nodded, Very well. He readied himself. His eyes locked on the teacup. Su Jiugao's lips curled slightly, his aura calm, almost imperceptible. With a gentle motion, a tremendous force erupted. The teacup began to spin rapidly, vanishing in an instant. How swift. Yuan Hong's pupils contracted as he nearly lost sight of the teacup. In this moment, he dared not be careless. Upon detecting the movement of the tea, he summoned all of his true energy. A dense, yellow aura surged forth, coalescing into his fists. As the two forces drew near, the teacup, which appeared insignificant, seemed to transform into a colossal mountain bearing down on Yuan Hong. He felt as small as an ant, breath caught in his throat. Disbelief etched across his face. Only those who faced it could grasp its terror. Yuan Hong was taken aback, biting his lip to regain focus. He shouted, launching his fist forward, "Break for me." In an instant, a thunderous roar echoed. The power collided, releasing a terrifying force that swept across the arena like a tsunami. The mere release of this energy left the disciples trembling. All eyes were fixed on the scene, while Su Jiugao leisurely sipped his tea, not sparing a glance below. As the force dissipated, a massive pit formed where Yuan Hong had stood. He knelt on the ground, eyes vacant and filled with dread. A crisp sound rang out. The teacup, despite Yuan Hong's full attack, remained unscathed, perfectly placed before him. The tea within swayed gently, not a drop spilled. The arena fell into profound silence. Gasps filled the air as everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. Sun Yan's pupils constricted as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Su Jiugao remarked nonchalantly, "This tea tastes best when poured by a beauty." The elders were left in shock. Aware of the incredible precision it took to defeat Yuan Hong while ensuring the fragile teacup remained intact, even Lai Qianyong was left speechless. A clamorous uproar erupted among the disciples below. Did I see that correctly? The imperial sun's teacup is completely unharmed. Not even a drop of water spilled. What kind of strike was that? Senior brother Yuan Hong didn't even manage to withstand a single move from the imperial sun. What do you mean a strike? Did you see the imperial sun use any divine abilities? He's too powerful. What level of cultivation does this Su family imperial sun possess to be so formidable? Lai Qianyong murmured, the strength of the imperial sun is truly terrifying. Regaining his composure, he glared at Yuan Hong below, commanding, "Yuan Hong, is this the result you sought? Are you satisfied now?" The sixth elder, equally pained, added, "Yuan Hong, quickly express your gratitude for the imperial sun's mercy." These voices reached Yuan Hong's ears, gradually awakening his consciousness as he stared blankly at the teacup on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. If it were not for the restraint of the esteemed prince, that strike just now might have led to my immediate demise. In this moment, Yuan Hong's eyes brimmed with awe and lingering fear, his voice raspy as he spoke. "I have lost a cup of tea to the prodigy of the immortal sect." The scene was utterly staggering. Countless female disciples of the Wuji immortal sect flushed with excitement as they gazed up at Su Jiugao. Su Jiugao's expression remained serene, as if in his eyes, this was merely a trivial matter. He slowly began, "This tea is the Wuji immortal sect's enlightenment tea. Do not waste it." Yuan Hong's head still buzzed. He lifted the cup with utmost reverence and said, "Thank you, esteemed prince." At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for shattering the schemes of the destined protagonist Sun Yan. The opponent is filled with dread and has lost 200 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 villain points." Su Jiugao glanced towards Sun Yan. At this moment, Sun Yan was engulfed in terror. He never imagined that Yuan Hong, who could contend with him, would be no match for the prince of the Su family. Years of survival instincts warned him that this person was not to be trifled with. His expression fluctuated, and suddenly a thought sprang to mind. Survival. Yes, just like before. He would lie low. As an immortal, he possessed infinite lifespan. As long as he lived long enough, it mattered not if the prince or even an emperor stood against him. He could outlast them all. Only those who laughed last were the true victors. Sun Yan continually consoled himself, and his somewhat unstable Dao heart calmed considerably. Yet, watching the way his rival was close to his master was an experience he had never encountered before, leaving him feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. The sixth elder bowed deeply to Su Jiugao, apologizing, "Esteemed prince, please do not take it to heart. This rebellious disciple knows not the heights of heaven and earth, and had no intention of offending you." Su Jiugao waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "It's merely a trivial matter, no harm done." The sixth elder finally exhaled, his eyes flickering. Although his disciple was often arrogant, he was certainly not the sort to disregard others. Today, it was evident to all that the esteemed prince held a noble status and was a distinguished guest of the Wuji immortal sect. To challenge him was to thrust the entire sect into a precarious situation. Fortunately, the prince had shown mercy and did not lay blame. Yuan Hong's straightforward nature might have led him to be provoked by petty individuals, the sixth elder thought to himself. Those who could become elders of the sect were invariably astute individuals. He quickly considered this possibility and fixed his gaze on the dejected Yuan Hong, asking, "Hong, speak. Why did you choose to challenge the esteemed prince?" Lai Qianyang frowned, casting a curious glance at the sixth elder, and inquired, "Elder, what do you mean by that?" The sixth elder respectfully replied, "Sect master, my disciple is forthright, but not blind to the world. I suspect that Yuan Hong's challenge today has some peculiar motive. Perhaps someone seeks to sow discord between our Wuji immortal sect and the esteemed prince, to absolve his direct disciple and prevent the sect master from causing trouble later." He exaggerated the situation somewhat. Lai Qianyang's pupils flared with an intense light as he solemnly stated, "Are you suggesting that someone is instigating trouble?" "Indeed," the sixth elder affirmed. Su Jiugao was slightly taken aback, glancing at the sixth elder with surprise. He had not anticipated that an elder of the Wuji immortal sect could conceive of such a notion. This was somewhat different from his understanding. A smile graced Su Jiugao's lips, revealing a captivating arc as he looked at Lu Qingyan. "However, it is advantageous. Let your master witness the true nature of the protagonist of the eternal life stream. Clearly a talentless waste. Yet he fabricates his age to pose as a prodigy within the Wuji immortal sect, consuming vast resources. Should any of these deceptions come to light, it is likely that our esteemed protagonist of the eternal life stream will not fare well." Lu Qingyan noticed Su Jiugao's smiling gaze upon her. The earlier domineering scene and his exquisitely handsome visage stirred her heart, causing a flutter within. She inhaled deeply, shaking off the peculiar thoughts. "Lu Qingyan, what are you thinking? As an elder of the sect, I am undoubtedly hundreds of years older than this esteemed prince." Ding! The destined heroine Lu Qingyan's heart is wavered, causing the destined protagonist Su Nian to lose 300 destiny points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 villain points. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Jiugao was momentarily stunned, his expression gradually turning peculiar. What was happening? Was this woman perhaps indulging in fanciful thoughts? Could it be that, as the system suggested, his dominating aura was truly so formidable? How could he have garnered such rewards without even lifting a finger? Su Jiugao felt a sense of bewilderment. Nonetheless, the villain points bestowed upon him were undeniably enticing. After conversing with the sixth elder, Lai Qianyang furrowed his brow tightly, slightly nodding. He directed his gaze toward Yuan Hong below, his voice booming like thunder as he commanded, "Yuan Hong, speak quickly. Did you come to challenge the esteemed prince under the instigation of another?" Sun Yan's expression shifted, an ominous premonition surging within him. Why the sudden inquiry? As Yuan Hong recalled a previous scene described by Sun Yan, he realized that had it not been for him, he would never have had the audacity to challenge the esteemed prince. As if sensing something, Yuan Hong's pupils constricted, filled with hatred as he turned to glare at the guilt-ridden Sun Yan. In that instant, he finally grasped the truth. All of this was Sun Yan's scheme. He intended to use me to test the strength of the prince, making it easier for himself to challenge him. I've been played. You plotted against me? Yuan Hong shouted angrily. Lai Qianyang above furrowed his brow even deeper at this revelation, his voice cold as he demanded, "What? Speak quickly." Taking a deep breath, Yuan Hong did not hesitate to declare, "Sect Master, it was Sun Yan. This entire affair was orchestrated by that scoundrel." Chapter 36. Deep Machinations, Upside-Down Truths. It's over. Sun Yan's countenance paled, his face ashen. He shot a furious glare at the distant Yuan Hong, unable to believe that the latter would betray him. Having lived for over 5,000 years, despite his poor talent, he believed his cunning could manipulate everyone. Thus, deep within his heart, he held an inexplicable sense of superiority. He had managed to conceal his age, even deceiving the saint-level Lai Qianyang. He had mingled within the sect for decades without being discovered, acquiring abundant resources for cultivation. Just this level of skill and audacity was beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. The elders above were taken aback at Yuan Hong's words. What did you say? They could scarcely believe that the instigator was none other than the most outstanding disciple of the Wuji immortal sect, Sun Yan. Lu Qingyan's expression hardened, her voice icy as she addressed the sixth elder. "Elder, I have heard of the grievances between your disciple and mine. But do you truly believe my disciple is so easily bullied?" She assumed that Yuan Hong's words reflected the views of the sixth elder. As Sun Yan's master, she was well aware of his nature. Her disciple was usually gentle and kind, seldom causing conflict within the sect. He was not the type to engage in such schemes. The sixth elder finally came to his senses, sneering, "Humph. I am not one to confuse right and wrong. Lu Elder, do not casually slander others." Lu Qingyan huffed coldly, choosing not to respond. As an observer, Su Jiugao quietly watched the unfolding scene, eager to see how the destined protagonist would react. Lai Qianyang frowned and raised his hand, commanding, "Enough. Cease your bickering." He turned his sharp gaze toward Yuan Hong and stated, "Yuan Hong, you must understand that this statement is no trivial matter. I am aware that there exists some discord between you and Sun Yan, but do you comprehend the consequences should you dare to conceal or fabricate the truth? The matter concerning the emperor's son is no trivial affair. Do not be deceived by the seemingly amiable demeanor of the emperor's son at present. He may silently take note of this incident. If it were the case of certain arrogant and ill-tempered prodigies from prominent families, they might well interpret this as a profound disrespect from the Wujixian sect. Li Qianyang dared not to be negligent and resolved to investigate thoroughly. Yuan Hong nodded earnestly. At this moment, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Sun Yan. Not only had he been used as a pawn, but he had also nearly offended the emperor's son. He confidently declared, if what I, Yuan Hong, have stated is false, I am prepared to take my own life here as an apology. Were it not for Sun Yan provoking me, I would never have acted so unwisely. What? To take one's own life? The disciples in the martial arts arena gasped in astonishment, murmuring among themselves. Is Brother Yuan being too extreme? I did indeed witness Brother Su conversing with Brother Yuan earlier. Could it be that Brother Yuan is not lying? I also saw it. Brother Su does not seem like such a person. He is too timid to challenge the emperor's son, yet he allows Brother Yuan to take the lead. Sun Yan held considerable esteem within the Wujixian sect. Known for his helpful nature and strict self-discipline, the disciples spoke with a sense of skepticism. Sun Yan's expression darkened, for he had not anticipated that Yuan Hong would utter such words, though he had myriad explanations in mind. The utterance of those words almost solidified the implication that he had instigated him. Li Qianyang furrowed his brow, casting a glance towards Sun Yan in the distance, and spoke in a low voice, Sun Yan, come here. Sun Yan had no choice but to approach with a stiff demeanor, striving to present a calm and unperturbed visage. Yet while he might deceive others, he could not conceal his true feelings from Yuan Hong or Su Jiugao on the platform. Sun Yan clasped his hands and spoke in a composed tone, Sect Master. Seeing his demeanor, Li Qianyang felt an even deeper sense of confusion and queried, did you hear all that Yuan Hong said? Sun Yan responded, I did. Li Qianyang's voice rose slightly. Is everything he said true? Sun Yan paused for a moment before remaining silent. Above, Lu Qingyan could no longer contain herself. Her ruby lips parted as she spoke. Sun Yan, feel free to speak boldly. I shall advocate for your justice. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. Su Jiugao could not suppress a laugh. The Ice Queen is beautiful but lacks intellect. Lu Qingyan cast a puzzled glance towards him, furrowing her brow. What does the emperor's son mean by this? Su Jiugao waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Continue with your business. At this juncture, Sun Yan found himself in an untenable position. Glancing at his master on the platform with an internal struggle, his master was staunchly defending him, yet the matter was indeed one of his own making. How could he explain? His mind raced as he sought a suitable response but could conjure none in that fleeting moment. Yuan Hong looked at him with narrowed eyes, sneering. Sun Yan, a man must own up to his actions. Are you not a man? Sun Yan chose to ignore him, inhaling deeply before slowly stating, Sect Master, Elders, Master. I did indeed make those remarks. What? Upon hearing Sun Yan's admission, many elders were taken aback, and even Li Qianyang was astonished. They had always viewed Sun Yan as an exceptionally gifted disciple with a noble spirit. How could he incite others to undertake such detrimental actions against the Wujixian sect? Lu Qingyan's body trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief. After years of mentorship, it felt as though she was seeing her disciple anew. Her gaze towards Sun Yan was now filled with profound disappointment. Ding. The destined female lead Lu Qingyan feels resentment. Destined protagonist Sun Yan's fortune value decreases by 300. Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 villain points. Su Jiugao sat nearby, calmly sipping tea as though he were an outsider. The sixth elder sneered. I knew all along that this fellow was no good. Lu Elder, it seems your disciple has indeed disappointed you. Li Qianyang's eyes flickered, his gaze dark as he inquired. Sun Yan, you have incited Yuan Hong and offended the emperor's son. Do you understand the implications of your actions? Have you not realized the harm you have wrought? Sun Yan hesitated to meet his master's gaze, sensing the disappointment etched upon Lu Qingyan's face. However, he recognized that if he did not clarify this matter, all his efforts over the years would be in vain. Achieving his current standing within the Wujixian sect had not come without considerable effort. Sun Yan inhaled deeply and raised his head, his expression resolute as he proclaimed, I indeed wish to challenge the emperor's son. The emperor's son, of noble birth, belonging to the Su clan, is a prodigy whom all aspire to challenge. Although I, Sun Yan, am aware that I am not his equal, I cannot suppress my fervent desire to confront a true genius among the heavens. At this point, Sun Yan paused, passionately continuing. I merely mentioned my thoughts to Brother Yuan Hong, yet he misconstrued my intentions. I assure you, I have never harbored any ulterior motives. His words were imbued with sincerity. Presenting himself as the victim in this scenario, which left Li Qianyang momentarily speechless. Beside him, Yuan Hong's eyes widened in anger as he vehemently retorted, You scoundrel! Do not distort the truth. Did you not urge me to challenge the emperor's son? Sun Yin shook his head in despair, as if he wished to articulate something, yet ultimately refrained. Brother Yuan, sigh. Chapter 37, Seeking Guidance? I offer you this opportunity. Yuan Hong's face flushed with rage, for in terms of cunning and scheming, he was no match for Sun Yin. The sixth elder was exasperated. What a silver-tongued rascal. You have turned black into white. Lai Qianyang's eyes flickered, and he fell into contemplation. He could understand Sun Yin. True prodigies possess the spirit to challenge, even in the face of the emperor's son. Such tenacity of heart is commendable. However, the individual before him was, after all, the emperor's son. This predicament posed a significant challenge for him. Lu Qingyin's expression softened slightly. Su Jiugao glanced at Sun Yin below with a mixture of surprise. What a performer! Skillfully sidestepping the crux of the matter while garnering sympathy. Were it anyone else, they might have truly been deceived by Sun Yin's ruse. Unfazed by authority, some might even elevate his standing in their hearts. Su Jiugao's eyes took on a playful glint, intrigued by this meticulous and cunning destined protagonist. Since he so relished the role, he would indulge him in this performance. Lu Qingyan turned to Su Jiugao with an apologetic glance and inclined her head. Emperor's son, since this was my disciple's error, as his master, I apologize on Sun Yin's behalf. She approached Su Jiugao, slightly bowing. Perhaps due to the ample curves that her attire struggled to contain, the garment had inadvertently slipped down, revealing a glimpse of her exquisite form. The sight was undeniably captivating. Sensing the shift in attention, Lu Qingyin's stunning visage flushed crimson as she hastily adjusted her attire, covering herself while concealing the alluring view. Su Jiugao smiled gently. It is truly no great matter. Lu Qingyin appeared unconvinced. The whims of those in power are often unpredictable. Though he spoke lightly, one could never be certain of what grudges he might harbor. Her ruby lips parted as she wished to voice her concerns, but Su Jiugao, perceiving her thoughts, softly interjected, if Elder Lu truly feels remorse, perhaps you could grant this emperor's son a condition. Lu Qingyin was taken aback. What condition? Su Jiugao mischievously beckoned her closer, whispering something into her ear. In the evening, upon hearing those words, Lu Qingyin's delicate figure trembled, her rosy ears instantly flushed crimson. Shock and indignation flickered in her beautiful eyes, and her exquisite face took on a deep blush as she fixed her gaze intently on Su Jiugao, clenching her fists. Her ample bosom heaved with emotion, and she angrily remarked, I implore the imperial son to maintain decorum. Su Jiugao, evidently amused by teasing the fated heroine, nonchalantly smiled, raising the corner of his mouth. Since Elder Lu did not deny it, the imperial son took it as an implicit agreement. Lu Qingyin, irate, stamped her foot, attempting to calm her tumultuous emotions. She fell silent, reverting to her previous icy demeanor, and returned to her seat. Beside her, an elder curiously inquired, Elder Lu, what did the imperial son say to you? With a cold voice, Lu Qingyin replied, it is of no concern to you. On the other side, seeing that the imperial son did not wish to pursue the matter, Lai Qianyang, after much contemplation, finally spoke up. Sun Yin, considering your youthful naivety and the imperial son's magnanimity, he has chosen to overlook your transgression this once. However, whether intentional or not, you have ultimately offended the imperial son. Thus, you are to forfeit 5 years' worth of cultivation resources provided by the sect. After the sect competition, you shall report to the Hall of Penalties to receive your punishment. After careful consideration, this was deemed the most favorable outcome. Fortunately, no great calamity had occurred for someone of Sun Yin's caliber. If he secured first place in the upcoming sect competition, 5 years' worth of resources would be more than sufficient. However, Sun Yin's thoughts diverged from Lai Qianyang's. Upon hearing of the penalty involving 5 years' resources, his expression shifted dramatically. 5 years. The reason I came to the Wuji Immortal Sect was due to its abundant benefits. My innate talent is abysmally poor, and the resources I have consumed to reach my current level are staggering. The resources I require alone amount to nearly the total of dozens of disciples. Sun Yin's face fluctuated between despair and disbelief. He had already reached the 9th level of the Dao Palace when he arrived. To prevent revealing his talent, he had only shown a portion of it every year, maintaining the facade of a prodigy. It took him 10 years to progress from the 9th level of the Dao Palace to the 1st level of the Unification Realm. Should his resources be cut off now, he would undeniably struggle to maintain his lead in cultivation in the coming years, an outcome he was unwilling to accept. Noticing Sun Yin's silence, Lai Qianyang furrowed his brow and spoke sternly. What? Are you dissatisfied with the sect's punishment? Realizing he had been remiss, Sun Yin quickly responded, No. I am willing to accept all of the sect's decisions. His heart ached as he felt he had suffered a great loss. Lai Qianyang nodded in satisfaction. Yet, Su Jiugao had no intention of concluding matters so easily. Did you think to scheme against this imperial son and escape? Not a chance. Slowly setting down his teacup, he regarded Sun Yin below with a calm expression and spoke softly. So, you desire to challenge this imperial son? Sun Yan was taken aback but nodded, clasping his hands in respect. Indeed. However, after witnessing senior brother Yuan Hong, I am acutely aware of the vast gulf between our strengths, akin to a chasm. I am humbled. Su Jiugao interrupted him playfully. Since you are so eager to spar with this imperial son, I shall indulge you. What? Sun Yan was momentarily stunned. He had expected that, given Su Jiugao's exalted status, he would dismiss him entirely. To his surprise, the esteemed figure was willing to engage him in a duel. Having witnessed Yuan Hong's tragic fate, Sun Yan, who preferred to avoid conflict, now found no desire to fight. Yuan Hong, filled with pent-up frustration, burst into laughter. Ha! How delightful. Cleverness backfired. Sun Yan, was it not your goal to challenge the imperial son? Now that he has consented to battle, why not kneel and express your gratitude? Under the overwhelming pressure of true strength, Sun Yan's earlier cleverness evaporated in an instant. He hurriedly waved his hands, eager to clarify. No, that's not how it is. Imperial son. Su Jiugao interjected. I have heard from sect leader Lai that you are the foremost prodigy of the Wuji immortal sect. To have achieved the unification realm at such a young age, your talent is indeed enviable, even to this imperial son. As he spoke, Su Jiugao, who had been seated for quite some time, rose gracefully. His steps were slow, as if he were a radiant sun hanging in the sky. Casting a gaze upon the astonished Sun Yan below, with a faint smile, he proclaimed, brimming with self-importance, for a true prodigy, one cannot remain as one was before. This imperial son shall suppress his cultivation to the first level of the Dao Palace. I wonder if I might witness the prowess of Wuji immortal sect's top prodigy. To instill a sense of courage in this fated protagonist, he deliberately suppressed his cultivation to a whole realm below Sun Yan. After all, wasn't it the Destiny protagonist's favorite pastime to slap faces? Such a splendid opportunity he granted to Sun Yan. Chapter 38. The true monster of the era of the fallen emperor, dominating the present. The elders could no longer remain seated. The Dao Palace. The imperial son intends to suppress his cultivation to the first level of the Dao Palace? Many of the elders looked upon the scene with disbelief. It was well known that Sun Yan was a prodigy of the Wuji immortal sect at the unification realm. A whole realm difference. Even against the imperial son, victory would not come easily. Lu Qingyan's beautiful eyes sparkled as Su Jiugao's domineering figure imprinted itself in her heart, causing her to momentarily forget that the individual below was her personal disciple. Lai Qianyang's complexion changed drastically. If Sun Yan were to injure the imperial son, the Wuji immortal sect would face dire consequences. In stark contrast to the shocked elders, Eldering maintained an unusually calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned for Su Jiugao's safety. Sun Yan hesitated, looking up at the supremely confident imperial son with disbelief. Tentatively, he ventured, Imperial son, this may not be appropriate? If the other truly suppressed his cultivation to the first level of the Dao Palace, Sun Yan felt a flicker of confidence. As the destined protagonist, he possessed a measure of self-assurance. Moreover, this was an excellent opportunity to make a name for himself. Should he defeat the imperial son, his standing in the Wuji immortal sect would significantly change, and even his beautiful master would regard him with newfound esteem. Sun Yan appeared quite tempted. Su Jiugao observed him with amusement, having discerned Sun Yan's character. It was clear that he would not act unless he felt assured of victory. However, that was not for Sun Yan to decide. Su Jiugao suppressed his cultivation to the first level of the Dao Palace. His aura diminished slightly, but remained imbued with an innate majesty. With a serene expression, Su Jiugao slowly stated, "Let us begin." Having gained an advantage, Sun Yan felt as though he was reluctantly compelled to comply. He clasped his hands and solemnly declared, "In that case, I humbly request your guidance, Imperial Son. I apologize for the offense." As he initiated the Prolo Xiangong, countless faces reflecting joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness materialized behind him. At that moment, Sun Yan appeared devoid of emotion, as if transformed into a Buddha gazing down upon the world. An ancient bronze Buddha figure emerged behind him, its eyes wide and fierce, exuding rage and wrath. The disciples below erupted in a commotion. Is that the all-being's manifestation, the ultimate technique of Sun Yan's brother disciples? Could he truly be challenging the Imperial Son? What level of cultivation does the Imperial Son possess? I couldn't even see when he defeated senior brother Yuan Hong. Do you think Sun Yan has a chance in this duel? Sun Yan focused his mind. His 5,000 years of experience told him that even when hunting rabbits, one must use full strength. Even before Su Jiugao, who had suppressed his cultivation, he dared not underestimate him. Sun Yan looked at Su Jiugao and solemnly said, "Imperial Son, please." Su Jiugao cast a glance at the myriad of beings and the ethereal visage of the great Buddha behind Sun Yan, murmuring, "The Dharma embodies the universe. Quite intriguing. He stirred. In but a fleeting breath, Su Jiugao made it abundantly clear who the true lion was. A golden silhouette materialized instantaneously above Sun Yan. Sun Yan's pupils constricted as he wielded the raging sunny form, swinging his enormous bronze-hued palm upward in a fierce strike. The profound energy of the unity realm surged forth unreservedly, akin to a mighty tide sweeping away the sands. The numerous disciples, sensing this formidable aura, were taken aback. No way. It appeared that senior brother Sun Yan had already broken through to the unity realm. What? Lord Emperor's cultivation was suppressed to the Dao Palace realm, which meant he was at least a whole realm beneath senior brother Sun Yan. Lai Qianyang's gaze was fixed on the unfolding scene, coiled like a spring, ready to strike at the slightest misstep. Lu Qingyan looked up at the resplendent and imposing figure in the sky, gazing down upon all beings. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and inexplicably, a twinge of worry welled up within her. In the air above the martial arena, the colossal palm of the raging sunny form descended towards Su Jiugao. Yet, Su Jiugao's expression remained tranquil, undisturbed. With the power of causality in his gaze, he could perceive every movement of the raging sunny form with crystal clarity. Just as the ancient bronze palm approached, he leisurely descended. Buzz. From beneath his feet, streams of runes radiated outward like ripples in water. His golden hair billowed, basking in the sunlight, resembling a divine spirit descending upon the earth. Crack! The ancient bronze palm, now adorned with a web-like pattern, shattered into fragments in an instant. The fearsome visage of the raging sunny form seemed to disintegrate under an overwhelming force. Sun Yan staggered back a few steps, clutching his chest, his face a mask of disbelief. How was this possible? He had to even seen when Su Jiugao made his move. Su Jiugao continued his descent. In that moment, Sun Yan finally comprehended the utter helplessness he had witnessed when Yuan Hong had received the cup. The storage ring in his hand shimmered, and without restraint, a colossal formation surged forth. Another immense map of mountains and seas emerged to shield him overhead. The celestial mechanism's 10 absolute formation, the mountain sea scroll, all artifacts unleashed. Su Jiugao landed upon the vast mountain sea scroll. The entire celestial mechanism's 10 fiends formation, along with the mountain sea scroll, began to bear down upon Sun Yan. Boom. Sun Yan's complexion shifted. His hands activated the profound Xian Gong, struggling to uphold the mountain sea scroll. It felt as though an immense Mount Tai was pressing down upon him. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. He was on the verge of being buried beneath. Sun Yan gritted his teeth, veins bulging, but ultimately, he could not withstand it and half knelt. Damn it. Is this truly the power of merely the first level of the Dao Palace realm? Why is it so formidable? Not only him, but even the elders on the stage bore expressions of horror. Is this the prodigy of the Emperor's fall era? Lord Emperor had clearly suppressed his cultivation. Yet why is our sect's top genius unable to contend? It is utterly terrifying. Sun Yan is no match for the Emperor's might. This was no longer a battle, but an outright one-sided annihilation. Sun Yan's expression turned ghastly, his eyes blazing crimson, appearing utterly wretched. He could not accept being vanquished so easily. Rise! Sun Yan roared. As he stood, countless manifestations surged towards the mountain sea scroll. Su Jiugao stood atop the scroll, utilizing only the first level of the Dao Palace realm, yet he forced Sun Yan, who exerted all his strength in the unity realm, to be unable to lift his head. A swirling black vortex surged, and an unmatched black halberd appeared in his grip. Holding the Black Emperor's abyss halberd, Su Jiugao, bathed in golden radiance, appeared extraordinarily towering and majestic, akin to a divine monarch. The elders' expressions were profoundly stirred. They had long heard that the prodigies of the Emperor's fall era were as numerous as the river's sands, with many capable of fighting beyond their realms. Yet, when they truly beheld the self-assured brilliance of Su Jiugao, they were still unable to suppress their shock. This emperor's descendant from 100,000 years ago seemed to transport them back to the era of the Emperor's fall, a time of brilliant and dazzling conflict among prodigies. Everything appeared so natural. The Emperor's prodigies were meant to dominate the world. At this moment, no one cared about Sun Yan's fate. All gazes were fixed in awe upon the resplendent golden figure towering above. The Emperor's descendant. Su Jiugao's eyes flickered as he murmured. The protagonist of the eternal flow of destiny is merely this. Chapter 39. The Burning Soul Secret Technique. Defeating you with your greatest skill, it ends here. Su Jiugao declared with indifference, devoid of any emotion. Buzz. The Black Emperor's abyss halberd transformed into a dragon of darkness, roaring as it descended upon the mountain sea scroll. Like an ancient star plummeting to the earth, the terrifying power tore through the sacred artifact. Countless sparks erupted, and as a defensive artifact, the mountain sea scroll was as fragile as paper before the Black Emperor's abyss halberd, instantly pierced through, creating a massive hole. The mountain sea scroll shattered. The celestial mechanism S10 absolute formation shattered. Sun Yin gasped. The destruction wrought by the Black Emperor's abyss halberd transcended mere artifacts. It shattered his pride and the arrogance he harbored deep within. A profound sense of despair filled his mind. For 5,000 years, he had never suffered such a defeat at the hands of another. Too powerful. It was simply too powerful. Is this truly the extent of the Dao Palace realm's might? Am I to perish? This was the singular thought occupying Sun Yin's mind. A resplendent burst of light erupted, enveloping the entire martial arena in a terrifying wave. Boom. Li Qianyang's pupils contracted as he instinctively unleashed his power to protect the disciples of the Wujizhen sect. When the aftershock subsided, Sun Yin lay slumped on the ground, dazed. He stared blankly at the golden figure gazing down upon all beings, his mouth agape. Beside him, a vast chasm had formed. The emperor had shown restraint. Everyone held their breath. This spectacle was 1,000 times more shocking than the previous moment. Su Jiugao landed on the ground. He passed by Sun Yin, pausing momentarily. With a faint smile, he spoke in a voice only the two could hear. Did you truly think this emperor had not seen your little tricks? Ridiculous. Sun Yin trembled all over. Ding. The destined protagonist Sun Yin feels fear. His Dao heart fractures, losing 500 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 villain points. Oh, 500? Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow. As if fatigued, he let out a soft sigh and stretched, saying casually, that will be all for today. This emperor is somewhat weary. Ying Lao, let us depart. After all, the main event is still tonight. With that, Su Jiugao turned without a backward glance and exited the arena, leaving Sun Yin in a state of shock. Ying Lao's figure suddenly appeared behind him, following suit. After Su Jiugao's departure, the disciples within the arena erupted in a frenzy. The emperor, with the strength of merely the first level of the Dao Palace realm, had defeated our Wujizhen sect's foremost genius, Sun Yin, with but a single strike? It is terrifying. The combat prowess of Lord Emperor is truly unparalleled. Even now, I cannot forget that earlier move. It is not that senior brother Sun Yin was too weak, but rather that Lord Emperor is simply too formidable. I do not even dare to meet his gaze directly. Even the elders above exchanged glances. What now, sect leader? Li Qianyang was momentarily dazed before he turned his attention to the two enormous chasms and the dazed Sun Yin. With irritation, he replied, what else can we do? Do you not see the martial arena is in ruins? Today's sect competition is postponed. We shall continue tomorrow. With that, Li Qianyang rose, flicking his sleeves as he departed. He still needed to arrange accommodations for Lord Emperor. It was evident that neither Yuan Hong nor Sun Yin had the strength to continue in the sect competition. The esteemed lord of the Su family, truly formidable in strength. The flicker in Li Qianyang's gaze revealed his deep trepidation. The sixth elder felt a surge of satisfaction. Seeing Lu Qingyin's prized disciple suffer such a significant setback was a form of vengeance for Hong-er. At that moment, Lu Qingyin's mind echoed with the earlier scene of Su Jiugao's unparalleled prowess. Elder Lu, your disciple is still down there. A fellow elder's persistent calls finally snapped Lu Qingyin back to reality. She nodded, her voice icy as she replied, I understand. Approaching her disciple Sun Yin, who stared blankly at her, he murmured, Master, I have lost. Lu Qingyin's beautiful eyes remained calm as she spoke. This is not your fault. The Lord of the Empire is a prodigy of the imperial clan. Even if another had come, the outcome would have been the same. Sun Yin managed a sorrowful smile. His gaze fixed on the shattered scroll of the mountains and seas and the 10 absolute array, feeling a sense of disbelief at being so effortlessly crushed. He needed time to gather himself. Observing her disciple's disheveled state, which starkly contrasted with Su Jiugao's ease, Lu Qingyin furrowed her brow. A sense of inexplicable disdain rising within her. Unbeknownst to herself, her heart seemed to lean increasingly towards the Lord of the Empire. Gazing in the direction Su Jiugao had departed, she murmured inwardly, tonight, after the events with Yuan Hong and Sun Yin. The entirety of the Wujie sect was abuzz with discussions of the thrilling battle that had transpired during the day. Many found themselves sleepless. For even those not directly involved felt the weight of the Lord's formidable presence deeply etched in their minds. For a long time to come, the disciples of the sect would remain overshadowed by the Lord of the Empire. Night enveloped everything in silence, with the chirping of insects composing a serene symphony. At this moment, Su Jiugao sat in a tranquil courtyard. The moonlight bathed his enchanting visage, while the evening breeze gently caressed his robes. His eyes sparkled as thoughts swirled within him. The shadowy figure of Elder Ing approached like a specter, inquiring softly, is there something troubling the Lord? Could it be due to Sun Yin from the Wujie sect? Su Jiugao turned his gaze towards him, offering no explanation but rather a calm question. Have you found out? Elder Ing nodded respectfully, stating, we have discovered that Sun Yin resides on a neighboring peak to Xuanji Peak. He sustained severe injuries today and is currently in seclusion to recuperate. It is likely he will be unable to compete for first place in tomorrow's sect competition. Lu Qingyan had once had 4 disciples, 3 of whom were women, aside from Sun Yin. Curiously, Lu Qingyan's eldest disciple had met a tragic fate during a breakthrough to the Dao Palace realm, unexpectedly dying, which had long haunted Lu Qingyan. Oh, Su Jiugao's brow arched, seizing upon the significance. Died unexpectedly? Eldering responded gravely, indeed, and the circumstances were suspicious. It is said that she visited Sun Yin's cave abode shortly before her demise. And at that time, Sun Yin had only recently joined the Wujia sect. However, due to the passage of time, this matter was left unresolved. Su Jiugao pondered for a moment, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "It seems our long-lived protagonist is not without vulnerabilities." The ageless evergreen body, a rare and unique constitution among the realms, allowed even an ordinary person devoid of cultivation to possess a lifespan of 1,000 years. Not to mention, post-cultivation, one's lifespan could multiply significantly. If Sun Yin believed himself to be immortal, how intriguing it would be to watch as he witnessed his own lifespan dwindle. A grand scheme began to take shape in Su Jiugao's mind. Since your forte lies in strategy, then I, the Lord, shall engage you with your own strengths. With a flick of his wrist, a time-worn tome surfaced upon the table, its title boldly inscribed, Soul Ignition Secret Techniques. Chapter 40. The cautious Sun Yin, as anticipated. Su Jiugao gazed at Elder Ying and slowly instructed, "Find an opportunity to present this divine tome to Sun Yin. Moreover, ensure that the circumstances surrounding the death of the disciple are thoroughly investigated. I appreciate your efforts." Elder Ying's expression was humble as he earnestly replied, "Serving the Lord is the duty of a shadow." As shadows cultivated by the Su family, they excelled in investigation and covert assassination, which is why the elders entrusted Elder Ying to serve as the Lord's protector. Su Jiugao nodded slightly and inquired, "What time is it now?" Elder Ying replied, "It is the second watch." A smile graced Su Jiugao's face. "It is time to pay a visit to Elder Lu's quarters. After all, the promise she made to me earlier remains unfulfilled." Rising leisurely, he made his way towards Xuanji Peak, while Elder Ying's figure vanished from sight. Within the cave abode, a furious Sun Yin was smashing objects in a fit of rage. He roared, "Damn it! Damn it! How could I, Sun Yin, an immortal who has lived for over 5,000 years, possibly be bested by a mere fledgling lord of the empire? Is it merely because of his noble lineage? How could Su Jiugao ever compare to me?" At that moment, Sun Yin was devoid of the composure and steadiness he had exhibited earlier. His mindset had long been unshaken. Su Jiugao's sudden emergence had thrown all his plans into disarray. After venting his frustration, Sun Yin gradually calmed down. Gazing at the chaos around him, he contemplated, "I must regain my composure. Throughout the years, I have faced countless storms. Many stronger than myself have turned to dust. I have endured. Only those who survive to the end are the true victors." Today's events had been a result of his overconfidence. He reasoned that Su Jiugao was merely passing through and would likely depart soon, posing no real threat. It was primarily the closeness between Su Jiugao and his master that had incited his impatience. It seemed his mindset still required refinement. As Sun Yin reflected on his shortcomings, a sense of calm began to wash over his previously agitated heart. The immediate concern was the sect competition the following day. Sun Yin murmured, "The damage to the scroll of mountains and seas in the 10 absolute array has left my energy depleted, and I have been penalized 5 years' worth of cultivation resources. I must secure the first prize in this competition." He began to absorb the meager spiritual treasures remaining in his storage ring to restore his true energy. However, due to his poor talent, he could only absorb less than 1/10 of the spiritual energy contained within each treasure. As he assessed the energy within him, it was even inferior to that of the Dao Palace realm. His expression darkened, furrowing his brow. At this rate, even competing for a top 10 spot will be a challenge. What should I do? Just as Sun Yin paced back and forth, pondering a solution, a hoarse and sinister voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Do you wish to win?" The unexpected voice startled Sun Yin, and he spun around sharply, coldly commanding, "Who is there?" The surroundings were empty. Sun Yin furrowed his brow. The chilling voice spoke again. "Do you wish to win in tomorrow's sect competition?" Sun Yin's heart raced, and his expression darkened as he retorted, "Stop with your tricks. Who are you? I do not need your help. Leave me." Naturally cautious, Sun Yin barked. The voice fell silent, and a tattered, yellowed tome, stained with dried blood, floated before him. "This tome can assist you." Sun Yin narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on the ancient text. As if stirred by an unseen force, the ancient tome slowly opened before Sun Yin's astonished gaze. To his shock, it revealed itself to be a supreme secret technique of divine powers. Staring incredulously at the volume, he exclaimed, "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" After years of existence, his experiences had taught him that there are no free lunches in this world. Everything that appears free comes with a price. He could not bring himself to believe that such fortune would fall into his lap. As if sensing his thoughts, a voice resonated from all directions. This is the soul ignition secret technique, allowing practitioners to burn their lifespan to unleash power far beyond their current realm. However, this comes at a cost. I am known as the soul devourer. When your lifespan is fully consumed, I shall claim your soul. Whether you choose to practice this technique is entirely up to you. The name Soul Devourer? The soul ignition secret technique? Sun Yin was struck with horror. Such dark sorcery truly existed in this world. He slowly lifted the ancient tome, becoming momentarily silent. The price being the consumption of his soul upon the end of his lifespan. Sun Yin chuckled derisively. For others, this may be a death warrant. But as an immortal being with boundless lifespan, he would still be alive long after the soul devourer had come to collect. Was this not the most suitable divine art for him? This technique might indeed assist him in claiming the first position. Admitting to himself that he was intrigued, Sun Yin's eyes gleamed with a captivating brilliance as he spoke. So, you desire my soul? Very well, I accept your terms. Laughter erupted in response. Ah, young one. I advise you not to overexert yourself. I shall await your moment of downfall with great anticipation. The voice faded into the distance. Outside Sun Yin's dwelling, the figure of Elder Ing gradually appeared, murmuring to himself. As expected, Sun Yin is inherently cautious. He would never practice such a technique without knowing the price. His gaze softened with pity. Though he did not comprehend the reasons behind the emperor's intentions, it was clear that Sun Yin, regarded as a prodigy of the Wujixian sect, was unwittingly stepping closer to the abyss. With a thought, he manipulated two disciples from the Xuanji Peak who happened to pass by. The two disciples, with dim expressions, conversed woodenly. Have you heard? I just saw the emperor heading towards Elder Lu's residence. Do you think the emperor has business with Elder Lu? Why else would he come to our Wujixian sect? Is that true? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? I saw it with my own eyes. Wow, the emperor is truly extraordinary. Not even Elder Lu can resist his charm. This is a boon for our sect. Indeed, if we can align ourselves with the emperor, it would be a tremendous advantage. Inside the dwelling, having perused the soul ignition secret technique, Sun Yin's face radiated with joy upon overhearing the voices outside. Suddenly, he was jolted upright. His pupils ablaze with intent as he opened the door, fixing a menacing gaze upon the two disciples. What did you say? Chapter 41. A night meeting with Lu Qingyin, discussing the Dao atop the Xuanji Peak. Within an elegant and exquisite palace, the air was infused with a calming fragrance. Lu Qingyin, clad in a delicate azure silk gown, perfectly accentuated her graceful curves. Her enchanting eyes, reflecting a hint of anxiety, gazed out as if waiting for someone. Clenching the ethereal fabric of her skirt, her heart raced inexplicably. Contemplating the night scene outside, she pondered, will the emperor truly come? At this moment, she found it difficult to articulate her feelings. Earlier that day, the emperor had whispered, at the second watch, I wish to discuss something with you, Qingyin. Biting her crimson lip, her exquisite visage blushed under the candlelight. What business could the emperor possibly have at such an hour? Lu Qingyin, what exactly are you anticipating? You are the ninth elder of the Wujixian sect. Her thoughts were a tempest as she inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling. Gradually, she resolved to step outside for some fresh air. As she pushed open the door, she unexpectedly collided with the approaching Su Jiugao. Their gazes locked. At that moment, Su Jiugao was clad in a simple black robe, illuminated by the moonlight, lacking the usual imposing presence, instead exuding an ethereal charm akin to a worldly scion. His strikingly handsome features, starry brows, and deep, abyss-like eyes radiated a sense of security. They stood face to face. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, surveying the tidy elegance of Lu Qingyin's abode, and with a playful tone remarked, It seems, Elder Lu, that you have been awaiting this emperor for quite some time. Lu Qingyin paused, a flicker of youthful fluster crossing her beautiful eyes. She quickly stepped aside and softly replied, Your Excellency, you have arrived. A smile graced Su Jiugao's lips as his gaze unabashedly lingered on Lu Qingyin. What is this? You seem rather apprehensive of me? Endowed with a bewitching charm. Lu Qingyin felt the heat of his gaze, her heart racing like a drum. A shiver coursed through her body. As she steadied herself, she raised her head. Her enchanting visage fixed on Su Jiugao and inquired, What brings you here at such a late hour? Su Jiugao chuckled lightly, turning to admire the resplendent moon. Tonight's moon is quite beautiful. Would you care to take a stroll in this serene setting? Lu Qingyin hesitated, her captivating eyes reflecting uncertainty as she glanced at Su Jiugao. With a slight nod, she acquiesced. Lu Qingyin possessed exquisite taste. Her residence featured charming bridges and flowing waters, adorned with numerous spirit flowers, creating an idyllic atmosphere. Under the cool night, the silver moonlight rendered her porcelain skin even more delicate and alluring. As they crossed the bridge, they engaged in light conversation. Noticing the emperor's courteous demeanor and composed manner, Lu Qingyan gradually lowered her guard. Seated in the courtyard, she softly ventured, "Your Excellency, may we speak now?" Su Jiugao countered. "Are you eager for this emperor to take his leave?" Lu Qingyan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, feeling slightly embarrassed. Su Jiugao laughed heartily. "There is no need for such formality between us. Let us dispense with the title of Your Excellency, if that pleases you." Lu Qingyan hesitated, lowering her gaze. The seemingly frosty woman before Su Jiugao found herself led by his charm. "Then I shall call you Su Gongzi," she replied. Su Jiugao nodded, unflustered, and said, "To be candid, I have traveled a great distance to seek your guidance on certain cultivation matters. My understanding of this realm is rather rudimentary, and I would be grateful for your insights." Lu Qingyan's eyes widened in realization. She had no reason to doubt him. As a descendant of the fox spirit, her comprehension of the world surpassed that of ordinary mortals, even eclipsing the insights of the fiery Qianyang. This was why her disciples were among the foremost prodigies within the Wujixian sect, a widely acknowledged truth. She slightly nodded, parting her ruby lips to speak. "So, that is the case." Su Jiugao teased, "What is this? You appear rather disappointed, Elder Lu?" Lu Qingyan cast a somewhat reproachful glance at him and inquired, "May I ask, what is young Master Su's cultivation level?" Su Jiugao replied nonchalantly, "It is the Void Divine Realm." Void Divine Realm. Lu Qingyan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her disbelief evident. How could this young noble, so remarkably youthful, already possess such prowess? She herself was merely at the Divine King level, yet he had already attained the Void Divine Realm. The elders had speculated that the young noble must be at the Cutting Yuan level, but it seemed they had underestimated him. After a moment of shock, Lu Qingyan finally regained her composure and murmured, "Young Master Su, what's the matter?" Su Jiugao asked. Lu Qingyan replied, "Your talent is truly astounding. Are there many exceptional prodigies like you in the era of the fallen emperor?" She inquired with great curiosity. Su Jiugao chuckled softly and said, "Indeed. There are quite a few prodigies from the era of the fallen emperor, and by my talents, I am not even among the strongest." Lu Qingyan was greatly taken aback. Who could possibly surpass this young noble? Su Jiugao continued, "In the era of the fallen emperor, there was the daughter of the evergreen immortal emperor, Qiulianyu, who possessed the innate Dao embryo sacred body. She was undoubtedly one of the most dazzling prodigies of that age, her talents and beauty captivating all for eternity. When I was still at the Unity Realm, she had already reached the Void Divine Realm. The innate chaos body and the innate Dao embryo sacred body are among the oldest and most powerful sacred bodies in the heavens, each with its own advantages. In terms of combat power, as an innate chaos body, I could contend with those of the Void Divine Realm while still at the Unity Realm. However, in terms of cultivation speed, the innate Dao embryo sacred body surpasses even the innate chaos body." Pausing for a moment, Su Jiugao added unabashedly, "Nevertheless, compared to this young noble, she still falls a bit short." Lu Qingyan's enchanting eyes sparkled, captivated by the tale of this extraordinary woman from the era of the fallen emperor. As a woman herself, she could appreciate the strength of one whom even this young noble esteemed, and she murmured, "Such a remarkably gifted woman. If only I had lived during the era of the fallen emperor, I would have loved to meet her." Su Jiugao muttered, "What is there to meet? She has been dead for ages." At that moment, in the vast expanse of the void sea, a woman clad in pure white, untouched by the dust of the world, strolled through the void. She seemed to be a favored child of the heavens, surrounded by countless ancient Dao patterns brimming with divine essence. Her aura was sacred and ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial maiden. It appeared as if she were searching for something. Suddenly, she halted, gazing at a particular Dao domain, her brilliant eyes shimmering with intrigue. As Su Jiugao and Lu Qingyan discussed their insights into the Dao, they marveled at each other's understanding. Noticing something, Su Jiugao paused, looking toward an uninhabited area, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Finally, you've arrived." The protagonist of the eternal life stream, Sun Yan, had secretly infiltrated the Xuanji Peak after hearing of the Dao's revelations. In his heart, he believed his revered master to be pure and untainted, certainly not one to consort with men at night. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Sun Yan was devastated. The master he admired so deeply was conversing amiably with the detestable Su family noble under the moonlight. Lu Qingyan occasionally displayed shyness and anger, occasionally deep in thought. Any discerning eye could tell their relationship was not superficial. Sun Yan's eyes turned crimson with fury, his teeth clenched so tightly that he drew blood, unaware of it. His chest swelled with rage. "You, Su family noble, with your esteemed status, you could have any woman you desire. Why must you pursue my master?" No man could bear the sight of his beloved conversing with another, especially when that man surpassed him in both appearance and status. Sun Yin felt as if his teeth would shatter. He had intended to gradually win over his master's heart over time, but Su Jiugao's appearance was like a cannonball, shattering the gates of reason. Damn it, he fumed, slamming his fist against the wall. Who is there? The voice rang out sharply in the stillness of the night. Lu Qingyin, with keen senses, noticed the sound, her delicate brows furrowing, and with a wave of her hand, she unleashed a spell towards Sun Yin's direction. Boom. The small mountain was instantly hollowed out. Feigning confusion, Su Jiugao asked, "Is something wrong?" Lu Qingyin furrowed her brow and gently shook her head, saying, "I thought I heard something. Perhaps I misheard." The system's voice chimed in. Ding. The destined protagonist harbors dissatisfaction and resentment, causing a 300-point loss in luck value. Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 points of villain value. Ding. Congratulations, host. For triggering the triple reward for the destined great villain, you have gained 900 points of villain value. Su Jiugao's expression turned playful. Indeed, it is you, he said knowingly. I didn't hear anything. Since this is your residence, surely no audacious disciples would dare to spy here. This rebellious master's disciple must be feeling quite aggrieved seeing this young noble so close to his most esteemed master. Look, the more you see, the more accustomed you become. Lu Qingyin nodded slightly, finding some logic in this. Meanwhile, Sun Yin crouched behind a mountain, holding his breath, drenched in sweat. His expression fraught with anxiety. Fortunately, he had practiced the tortoise breath technique, allowing even his divine king-level master to remain oblivious. Upon hearing Su Jiugao's words, he felt as if his lungs might explode with anger. Continuously reassuring himself, he thought, "Calm down, I must remain calm. My master is known for her integrity. As cold as ice, for all these years, she has shown no kindness to other men. There is absolutely no way she would have any dealings with the Su family noble. It must be that this noble is being bothersome, and my master is reluctantly tolerating him." With this thought, Sun Yin took a deep breath, his expression softening considerably. However, the next scene rendered all his justifications futile. Sun Yin's breath quickened, his eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Su Jiugao realized that the destined protagonist of the eternal life stream was, in fact, a turtle in disguise. No matter what he did, he could not provoke a reaction. He was curious to see just how long Sun Yin could endure this. Su Jiugao decided to escalate the situation, clutching his chest dramatically, appearing on the verge of collapse. Ugh! Lu Qingyin, startled, rushed to his side, supporting him with utmost concern. "Young Master Su, what is wrong?" Su Jiugao lay in a soft, fragrant embrace, feeling the warmth of her body and the rhythm of her heartbeat, utterly content. He waved his hand weakly and said, "I'm fine. I merely had a moment of enlightenment during our discussion, and my internal energies became somewhat chaotic." A hint of panic crossed Lu Qingyin's stunningly beautiful face. She did not doubt this young noble, for throughout their discussion, she had witnessed his earnestness and courtesy, revealing another side of the Su family noble. Her fondness for him grew immensely. Seeing this, Lu Qingyin, concerned, assisted Su Jiugao, saying, "Young Master Su, cultivation requires a gradual approach. One must not rush. You are already one of the most extraordinary prodigies in the heavens. Why the urgency? Allow me to take you to rest." With that, Lu Qingyin intended to lead Su Jiugao to her quarters for recuperation. Su Jiugao shook his head. If this were to spread, the emperor would be indifferent, but Elder Lu. Lu Qingyin immediately replied, "This elder has a clear conscience. There is no need for young Master Su to say more." Lu Qingyin assisted Su Jiugao into her private chamber. Nevertheless, her delicate face betrayed a hint of blush as she gently bit her crimson lip, casting a glance at the desolate surroundings of the night before closing the door behind her. "Su Jiugao, I shall kill you." Upon witnessing her master close the door, Sun Yin's expression soured, resembling one who had tasted something bitter. He gasped for breath, nearly losing consciousness from the rage coursing through him. In a flash, he departed from the entirety of Xianyuan Peak, reappearing on a distant mountain. His internal energy surged violently, and ghastly apparitions of myriad tormented souls manifested behind him. Sun Yin's eyes burned with fury as he relentlessly struck the trees, consumed by madness. Su Jiugao, I, Sun Yin, must kill you." In a secluded chamber, the implications of a solitary man and woman sharing the same space at night were undeniable. At that moment, all his beliefs about living long enough to outlast others vanished. A torrent of murderous intent surged within him, longing to extinguish the life of this Su family scion. Yet, the disparity in their abilities was akin to a flickering firefly against the brilliance of the sun, instilling fear in his heart. After what felt like an eternity of venting his fury, he had created a gaping hole in the mountainside. In his grasp appeared the soul ignition secret technique, a practice that consumed a significant amount of lifespan merely through cultivation. Su Jiugao's countenance darkened, his gaze flickering with determination. Ultimately, he settled into a meditative posture, delving into his training. Ding! The fated protagonist Su Jiugao misunderstands the fated heroine, losing 500 fortune points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 500 villain points. Ding! The fated protagonist cultivates the first level of the soul ignition secret technique, losing 100 years of the eternal evergreen body's lifespan and 10 fortune points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 villain points. Ding! The fated protagonist cultivates the second level of the soul ignition secret technique, losing 100 years of the eternal evergreen body's essence and 10 fortune points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 villain points. Chapter 43. At the moment when your lifespan is exhausted, a series of notifications echoed in succession. In Lu Qingyan's boudoir, Su Jiugao lay on the soft, comfortable bed. Upon hearing the system's voice, he paused momentarily. What intrigued him was not the trifling loss of 10 fortune points, but rather the preceding statement regarding the loss of the eternal evergreen body's essence. Su Jiugao's imperial eyes sparkled. As a protagonist destined for longevity, his greatest advantage lay in the gift of time. In the same realm, Su Jiugao's lifespan, endowed with the eternal evergreen body, was several times greater than his peers. He mistakenly believed himself to be immortal, dismissing the side effects of the soul ignition secret technique as trivial. Although the consumption of a few hundred years was but a drop in the ocean for him, the soul ignition technique, being a malevolent art of the fallen era, bestowed powers far beyond one's current realm, yet it was most terrifying in its uncontrollable aftermath. Su Jiugao was akin to a gambler who tasted sweet victory, only to eventually lose everything in the end. Su Jiugao eagerly anticipated the expression on Su Jiugao's face when he discovered he was not the fabled immortal he believed himself to be. That moment would surely be a spectacle to behold. Casting a glance at the already slumbering Lu Qingyan, Su Jiugao rose from the bed, opened the door, and departed with decisive swiftness, leaving no trace of regret, much like a heartless libertine. The following morning, in the martial training grounds, the disciples of the Wujizhen sect were abuzz with fervent discussions. Did you hear? Last night, the young master visited Xianyuan Peak. So what? Are you foolish? Xianyuan Peak is the residence of Elder Lu. Upon hearing this, the disciples' expressions turned to shock. It is said that the young master even stayed in Elder Lu's chamber all night before leaving. How is that possible? That must mean. Shu. Speak softly. Such words cannot be spoken lightly. TSK, who would have thought the usually aloof Elder Lu would be such a person? Ah. One cannot blame Elder Lu. After all, how many would refuse a man of such power and status as the young master? Su Jiugao's expression darkened as he stood silently amidst the crowd, fists clenched. A fellow disciple approached, inquiring, Su Jiugao, did you not rest well yesterday? Why do you look so grim? Su Jiugao coldly uttered a single word, scram. The disciple, taken aback by the usually gentle Su Jiugao's sudden ire, wore a perplexed expression. In the spectators' seats, Lai Qianyang glanced at the empty chair beside him, and, upon hearing the disciple's gossip, frowned. Where are the young master and Elder Lu? The sixth elder, who had long held a grudge against Lu Qingyan, snorted. Humph. The disciples are all gossiping about the young master's late-night rendezvous. It seems that Elder Lu's usual demeanor is but a facade. Lai Qianyang was momentarily stunned. Is it possible that the rumors are true? An elder interjected, sect leader. My disciples witnessed it firsthand yesterday. Lai Qianyang's eyes lit up as he leaned forward eagerly. Wonderful. This is indeed fortuitous. He was visibly excited. Who would have thought the young master would take a liking to Elder Lu? If this is true, then our Wujizhen sect would have the backing of the imperial Su family. Many elders chuckled in agreement. Indeed, Lu Qingyan is the youngest among us. Yet she is no longer a child. If the young master favors her, it would be the best of fates. Oh dear. My precious granddaughter has been clamoring for an introduction to the young master since her return yesterday. At my old age, how could I possibly arrange that for her? If she learns of this, she will surely be upset for quite some time. Haha, this is no great matter. With the young master's status, he will surely have no shortage of beautiful companions. The elders laughed amiably, clearly in high spirits. Meanwhile, outside the training grounds, Su Jiugao rode the majestic supreme divine roar alongside Lu Qingyan, soaring through the air. The young man, exceptionally handsome with flowing golden hair, exuded an air of unparalleled grace, complemented by the awe-inspiring beast beneath him, shining brightly like the sun in the sky. The woman beside him, with an ethereal beauty and a serene demeanor, wore a flowing aquamarine dress that billowed like a celestial being. Their striking appearances and extraordinary poise made them a match seemingly crafted by the heavens. As they arrived, all eyes were drawn to them. "Look, it's the young master and Elder Lu," someone exclaimed. The crowd turned their attention toward them. Lai Qianyang couldn't help but admire. "The young master truly seems perfectly matched with our Elder Lu. It is indeed a blessing for our Wujizhen sect." An elder chuckled, shaking his head. "Sect leader, this is Wujizhen sect aspiring to reach new heights." Lai Qianyang laughed heartily, his voice echoing across the grounds. Amidst the crowd, only Su Nian's expression remained grim. However, he quickly composed himself. He would ensure that his master recognized who the true match was. Yet, the events of the previous night lingered in his heart, leaving an indelible mark. Su Nian cast a resentful glance at the dazzling Su Jiugao above him. Last night, he had finally resolved to take action. A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years, but for Su Nian, revenge was worth waiting an eternity. When that emperor fell and Su Jiugao grew old, he would strike with all his might. Patience was all he could muster for now. He hoped that the soul ignition technique would not let him down. Su Nian mused silently. As Su Jiugao and Lu Qingyan descended, Lai Qianyang rose to greet them with open arms, laughing heartily. "Young master, you have arrived." As the esteemed Lord DZ had yet to arrive, our Wuji sect's grand competition dared not commence too hastily. Su Jiugao chuckled softly, her mood buoyed by last night's rigorous training session alongside Su Nian, during which the incessant notifications of acquired villain points echoed in her ears. Within the span of a single day, coupled with the occasional triggering of triple crit rewards, her amassed villain points approached a staggering 4,000. Casting a glance at Su Nian, she observed his details. Name, Su Nian. Identity, protagonist of destiny. Direct disciple of Wuji sect. Age, 6075. Personality, steady, master-dependent, cunning, realm. First layer of unity realm. Physique, everlasting ancient body. Time flows endlessly. His lifespan exponentially surpassing that of others within the same realm, ranking 19th among the 3,000 divine bodies. Techniques, soul ignition secret art, Prolo Xuangu, all beings resonance. Treasures, 10 absolute formation, damaged, mountain and sea scroll, damaged, transformation gourd, immortal grade formation flag. Current luck value, 8930. A glimmer flickered in Su Jiugao's eyes as she smirked slightly. Has his age increased? It appears Su Nian has successfully cultivated the soul ignition secret art. She felt a twinge of anticipation regarding how much lifespan Su Nian would expend during this sect competition. In her mind, she pondered, "System, can I ascertain the current remaining lifespan of Su Nian?" Beep. Host, would you like to expend 100 villain points to check? Expend. Beep. Su Nian's total lifespan is now displayed before Su Jiugao. Name, Su Nian. Lifespan, 6,075. 19,645. Chapter 44. The sect competition commences. The imaginative Lu Qingyan an additional 12,000 years of lifespan? That is almost equivalent to the total lifespan of a sage. It seems he has quite a bit left. Su Jiugao mused silently. However, she did not dwell too much on it. The soul ignition secret art is no ordinary divine technique. In the Age of Fall, it gained notoriety for having caused the demise of a quasi-emperor with nearly 30,000 years of lifespan, a tale that struck fear into many. Although Su Nian's cultivation is somewhat lacking, it does not diminish the technique's effectiveness. Once Lord DZ arrived, Lai Qianyang addressed the gathered disciples below with a booming voice. "Today, the sect competition officially begins." Excellent. The disciples below were eager and erupted into cheers. This competition was particularly heightened by the prestigious defensive artifact and various precious treasures at stake, resulting in an unprecedented surge of enthusiasm among the disciples. Moreover, with both senior brother Yuan Hong and senior brother Su Nian having exhausted considerable energy the previous day, the absence of two formidable competitors significantly raised the stakes for many of the talented individuals present, all of whom now harbored hopes of claiming the top spot. Observing the vibrant assembly of disciples, Lu Qingyan poured tea and, with a gentle smile, turned to Su Jiugao. "Lord DZ, who do you think will emerge victorious in this sect competition?" Their bond had strengthened following the discussions of the previous night, revealing that Lord DZ was not as domineering and unreasonable as initially perceived, allowing Lu Qingyan to feel more at ease in his presence. Lai Qianyang and the elders leaned in, curious to hear Lord DZ's evaluation of the sect disciples. Taking a sip of tea, Su Jiugao cast a casual glance at Su Nian and replied with a smile, "Su Nian." Oh? Several elders were taken aback. Had it not been for the unforgettable display of Lord DZ's unmatched prowess the previous day, many would have confidently presumed Su Nian to be the uncontested favorite. However, given that Su Nian's artifacts had sustained considerable damage, the outcome was now uncertain. Lai Qianyang let out a hearty laugh. "We shall see," relaxed in her chair. Su Jiugao's gaze shimmered with anticipation. All she needed to do now was patiently await the influx of villain points, relishing the delightful prospect of the destined protagonist willingly contributing to her collection. On the martial arts stage, the disciples commenced their duels, with matchups determined by drawing lots. Yuan Hong, brimming with fighting spirit, glared at Sun Yin, clenching his fists. Upon returning home the previous night, his master had reprimanded him severely for being simple-minded and unwittingly manipulated. Fortunately, he had managed to redeem himself through honesty. Had it not been for Lord DZ's magnanimity, he might have vanished without a trace. For today's competition, his master had bestowed upon him several commendable artifacts. Sun Yin, today, I shall reclaim my honor. Yuan Hong thought confidently. As an elder placed his hand in the lot, he slowly announced the names of the combatants. The shadow behind Su Jiugao, silently releasing a wisp of true energy, remained unnoticed by the crowd due to his half-step supreme cultivation. Li Zhaofu versus Yang Mu. Upon seeing Sun Yin's name, the elder exhibited a hint of surprise. Sun Yin versus Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming? Many disciples gasped in astonishment. He was the favored direct disciple of the second elder, boasting formidable strength. At the sixth layer of the Dao Palace realm, he was a contender for the top 3. It was unexpected to face such a formidable opponent right from the outset. Having passed only a day since Sun Yin's last competition, his chances now appeared bleak. One disciple remarked, "Indeed, senior brother Chen Tianming is the second elder's disciple, and his cultivation in the Kanglan Shuanggu is formidable. What a pity. Had he not offended Lord DZ, Sun Yin's strength at the Unity Realm should have secured him the top position." In the audience, Lu Qingyin was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated the unfortunate fate of her disciple Sun Yin. Feigning surprise, Su Jiugao questioned, "Elder Lu, you seem less than pleased. Is Chen Tianming truly that strong?" Naturally, assigning Sun Yin a powerful adversary was a directive from Su Jiugao to the Shadow Elder. After all, it would not do for their destined protagonist to feel utterly devoid of crisis. Lu Qingyin shot him a glare, softly retorting, "Compared to the strength you speak of, Lord DZ, there are no disciples within Wuji sect who can be deemed worthy." Su Jiugao chuckled lightly, remaining silent. Their conversation appeared to others as exceedingly intimate. The elders observed that the typically frosty Lu Qingyin seemed to exude a hint of girlish charm today, further confirming the rumors of a burgeoning relationship. Lai Qianyang, eager to witness this development, subtly signaled to the surrounding elders to create more space, facilitating closer proximity for Lord DZ and Elder Lu. The elders, astute as they were, began making remarks to justify their repositioning. "Oh dear, my view is obstructed. I must move closer to observe my dear disciple's battle. Ahem, my old eyes aren't what they used to be. Second elder, wait for me." Within moments, a clearing was made in the audience, leaving only the two at the center. Su Jiugao paid little mind to the unfolding dynamics. Lu Qingyin was well aware of the elder's intentions. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and as she opened her mouth to speak, she hesitated, ultimately shaking her head in exasperation at the indecorous antics of these elderly men. What a bunch of disrespectful old fools. There was truly nothing between Lord DZ and herself. Moreover, how could such a young, extraordinary, and distinguished figure be interested in her? Otherwise, last night would have. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, the icy demeanor in Lu Qingyan's eyes began to dissolve, transforming into a glimmer akin to spring water as she gazed at Su Jiugao. Beat. The destined female protagonist's favorability toward the host has significantly increased. The destined protagonist Sun Yin's luck value decreases by 200. Congratulations, host, you have gained 200 villain points. Su Jiugao was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the system's prompt. Even he, usually indifferent, displayed a peculiar expression. Could it be? This destined female protagonist. Something felt amiss. On the martial arts stage, Sun Yin observed the unfolding scene with a darkened expression, his fists clenched tightly. The group of damned elders only knows how to fawn over the powerful. The Wujixian sect will inevitably be destroyed by your hands. I will use today's sect competition to make my master see me in a new light. Sun Yin thought to himself. At this moment, a handsome and graceful young man opposite him clasped his hands and said, "Junior Su, you are exceptionally gifted and accomplished at such a young age. I had intended to face you in the final battle, but alas, fate has other plans. This time, I, Chen Tianming, am determined to claim the first place in the sect competition, and I shall not hold back." Sun Yin looked over and, upon seeing Chen Tianming's handsome face, couldn't help but recall Su Jiugao's scornful yet beautiful visage. An inexplicable sense of aversion towards all handsome men surged within him. He coldly replied, "Let us begin." Chapter 45. Sun Yin's exuberance. The power of the soul-burning secret technique. Chen Tianming furrowed his brow. Noticing Su Nian's dismissive attitude towards him, he chose not to say much and instead activated the Kanglen Profound Art, launching the first attack. Junior Su, be careful. Su Nian's expression remained calm. Had he not cultivated the soul-burning secret technique, he might have been cautious due to his weakened strength. However, the situation was drastically different now. Supreme-level divine techniques. Allow me to see just how formidable you truly are. Soul-burning secret technique. Buzz. Su Nian immediately activated the soul-burning secret technique. At the same moment, the system chimed in. Ding. The protagonist's lifespan is reduced by 100 years. Fortune value decreased by 10. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 villain points. Ding. The protagonist's lifespan is reduced by 200 years. Fortune value decreased by 20. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 villain points. The soul-burning secret technique, once activated, consumes the user's lifespan every moment. The system's voice resonated like celestial music, ceaselessly echoing in his ears. On the martial arts stage, Su Nian appeared transformed. The aura emanating from him suddenly turned terrifying. Feeling the power within him surging forth, strands of mysterious and profound energy filled his entire sea of energy. This is the feeling of power? Su Nian's pupils brightened, and his expression turned wildly fervent. He looked incredulously at his own hands. Returning to the first level of the Unity realm, I have, astonishingly, returned to my peak. The aura did not cease. It ascended continuously through the second, third, and fourth levels of the Unity realm. The ascent of power showed no signs of stopping. The elders in the audience were struck with astonishment. What is happening here? Has Su Nian not been injured? Such a robust aura cannot possibly belong to an injured person. It is truly unexpected that after battling the son of the emperor, Su Nian could recover so swiftly. This child provides us with a tremendous surprise. Lu Qingyan was equally astonished. Although she had bestowed some healing pills upon Su Nian the day before, she had not anticipated such a rapid recovery. Su Jiugao's smile deepened. On the contrary, Qin Tianming was left in shock. He stood frozen, his eyes filled with disbelief. Wasn't it said that Junior Su had suffered significant damage after challenging the son of the emperor, with his true strength reduced to a mere fraction? What is this terrifying aura? The unilateral suppression of his realm made Qin Tianming begin to hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he steeled his resolve and activated the Kanglen Profound Art, shouting with vigor, Ocean Tide Crash. Like a tumultuous wave of boundless energy, it surged towards Su Nian, as if intent on swallowing him whole. With the immense power bestowed by the soul-burning secret technique, Su Nian felt invincible, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. This led him to harbor a delusion that he could contend even against the son of the Su family. This is the confidence that strength brings. The soul-burning secret technique is indeed the supreme divine technique most suited for someone like me who seeks immortality. As if the clouds of doubt that had long shrouded his heart were dispelled, Su Nian laughed heartily. Haha, bring it on. Operating the Prolo Profound Art, torrents of pure energy surged forth from within him. Suddenly, a colossal, bronze-hued Buddha appeared, half reclining, with a benevolent expression radiating boundless bliss and golden light. The manifestation of all sentient beings. The blissful visage. The immense bronze body descended upon Qin Tianming. The violent collision of divine techniques echoed with a resounding roar. The ocean tide crash was effortlessly shattered. As it broke, the blissful visage collided heavily with Qin Tianming. His complexion turned ashen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The impact sent him flying. Bam! He crashed beneath the martial arts platform, his fate uncertain. One move and defeat. Su Nian was overjoyed. He had never wielded his ultimate divine technique, the manifestation of all sentient beings, with such ease, under the enhancement of the soul-burning secret technique. This was far from his current limit. Due to his innate talent, his cultivation speed had always been slow, and the power he could unleash from his techniques was extremely limited. He chose the manifestation of all sentient beings precisely because it required almost no talent. For the first time, he unleashed such immense power. The exhilaration was unparalleled. Su Nian's emotions surged, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. He was determined to establish his dominance. Eager to convey to everyone, I, Su Nian, am the protagonist of today. A magnificent aura enveloped the entire martial arts stage. Subsequently, two Buddha statues rose simultaneously. Parallel to the blissful visage, the wrathful visage, the empty awareness visage, bathed in the golden light of the Buddhas. Su Nian stood proudly at the center of the martial arts platform, the focus of all eyes. The more exuberantly Su Nian fought, the happier Su Jiugao became above. She was nearly beside herself with laughter. As the old adage goes, the more one lacks something, the more eager one is to showcase it once obtained. Su Nian, with his poor talent and arduous path to cultivation, had hidden the fact that he was not a prodigy. Now, having acquired the soul-burning secret technique, Sun Yin seemed like a peacock eager to display its feathers, aware that using the soul-burning secret technique would deplete his lifespan. He nonetheless unleashed even more power to impress others after defeating his opponent. In just this battle, he had already amassed over 1,000 villain points, and they continued to increase. As Su Jiugao observed the scene below, she happened to catch Sun Yin's challenging gaze. In high spirits, she paid no heed to his look, instead thinking, "The soul-burning secret technique. I shall refer to it as Sun Yin's joyous technique. Use this power to your heart's content. The higher you stand, the more spectacular your fall will be when the truth reveals itself." Behind her, Shadow Elder cast a sympathetic glance at the pitiful creature on the martial arts stage. Unaware that power not rightfully earned would ultimately consume its possessor, Li Qianyang trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Indeed, the son of the emperor has an eye for talent. Excellent. Sun Yin has not disappointed me." Such a dominating scene was entirely unforeseen by the elders. The elders beneath the martial arts platform remained stupefied for a while before finally speaking. "The victor is Sun Yin." A tremendous uproar erupted among the disciples. "I can't be mistaken. How has Senior Su become even stronger than yesterday? This aura, this power, is simply terrifying. Even Senior Chen Tianming is no match for him. Senior Su is truly our sect's foremost prodigy. Just yesterday, he was defeated by the son of the emperor, yet today he has clearly ascended to even greater heights. Such resolute determination, we are all ashamed in comparison." Listening to the praises ringing in his ears, even his master's gaze towards him held a hint of surprise and satisfaction. Sun Yin's vanity was immensely gratified. This time, he had not resorted to any underhanded means. Rather, he had legitimately triumphed over his opponent through his own strength. Sun Yin let out a triumphant laugh, relishing the adoring gazes of the crowd. At that moment, he fleetingly experienced the sensation that Su Jiugao must have felt. These sensations, bestowed upon him by the soul ignition secret technique, were utterly unprecedented. As the power of the technique gradually waned, the myriad manifestations of life faded into obscurity. Sun Yin suppressed the tumultuous excitement within his heart, feigning tranquility as he gazed upon the unconscious Chen Tianming below the stage. With an insincere tone, he remarked, "It is not that senior brother lacks strength, but rather that junior brother is exceedingly formidable. Thank you, Brother Chen." No sooner had the words left his lips than Sun Yin was jolted suddenly, as if struck by lightning. His complexion turned pale, and his legs trembled involuntarily. His vision blurred as he stood unsteadily on the martial platform, a victim of his overexertion. Unbeknownst to him, a few strands of white hair had appeared amidst his dark, thick locks. Sun Yin's heart sank, and he murmured to himself, "What has happened to me?" Chapter 46. The temptation of power that leads to despair after the excessive use of the soul ignition secret technique, merely from a single battle. Sun Yin had consumed over 2,000 years of his lifespan. A significant portion of that power was wasted on futile efforts. Even Su Jiugao couldn't help but silently commend him as a ruthless individual. Practitioners of the soul ignition secret technique typically regarded this arcane power as a last resort for survival, only to be unleashed in dire circumstances. Even the wielder would hesitate to invoke it for prolonged periods. Yet Sun Yin, in his arrogance, had opted to maximize its effect from the very outset. Although this depletion of lifespan was trivial to him, the sudden loss of vitality inevitably brought discomfort. This was the scene unfolding before him. Gradually, Sun Yin steadied himself, the ebbing of power post-soul ignition allowing him to emerge from a state of omnipotence. This hollow sensation felt reminiscent of a distant past. Furrowing his brow, he murmured, "Is this the after-effect of the soul ignition secret technique?" In that fleeting moment, it felt as though something within him had vanished. Yet he paid it little mind, for he was not in one of lifespan. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Sun Yin's eyes as he contemplated. Having wielded but a fraction of the soul ignition secret technique's might, I have attained such strength. Imagine the power I could unleash if I were to use it to its fullest potential. He lamented that he had not encountered this formidable technique sooner. It seemed tailored for him. Yuan Hong, watching the recent events unfold with trepidation, was astonished by Sun Yin's unexpected prowess. The sixth elder on the stage sensed something amiss, his lips moving as he communicated discreetly with disciple Yuan Hong, imparting some words of wisdom. Yuan Hong's confidence surged, and he cast a grateful glance at his master. In the ensuing sect competition, Sun Yin had undoubtedly become the focal point, vanquishing each opponent with a single strike, just as he had done with Chen Tianming. The elders and disciples transitioned from initial shock to a state of numbness. Has senior brother Su taken some sort of elixir? Why is he so overwhelmingly fierce today? My heavens, given senior brother Su's strength, I believe he could contend even against those at the cutting yuan realm. Just yesterday, he fell in a single exchange against Lord Emperor Z. Does that not render Lord Emperor Z even more terrifying? Indeed, it is worth noting that Lord Emperor Z had suppressed his power significantly during that duel. Sun Yan's fervent display of strength, so starkly contrasted against his peers, elicited not only awe but also a newfound respect directed towards Su Jiugao. Notification. Destiny protagonist Sun Yan has lost 2,000 years of lifespan. Luck value decreased by 200. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 200 villain points. Name: Sun Yan. Current lifespan: 98619645. Sun Yan's remaining lifespan had dipped below 10,000. To use a technique meant for desperate circumstances as though it were commonplace was hardly surprising given the rapid depletion of his lifespan. Su Jiugao leisurely sipped his tea, fully aware that everything was under his control. At this moment, Sun Yan was proceeding along the path meticulously laid out for him by Su Jiugao. After defeating yet another formidable foe, Sun Yan forced himself to maintain composure, breathing heavily as he struggled to catch his breath. His expression was strained, and he endeavored to appear at ease. Even with his typically placid temperament, he couldn't help but mutter, "Damn it, what's the deal with this drawing? It's merely a competition among 100, yet every match feels like a final duel. My luck today is worse than a visit to my grandmother's house." From the initial match against Chen Tianming to the subsequent encounters, he faced some of the most distinguished talents from the Wuji immortal sect. It felt as though the entire world conspired against him. Despite appearing effortless to outsiders, Sun Yan had not ceased invoking the soul ignition secret technique throughout these encounters, as maintaining his glorious record demanded it. Had it not been for the support of the technique, even at his full strength, he would likely have succumbed long ago. At present, Sun Yan's state and vigor bore the marks of weariness. He began to suspect that the soul ignition secret technique might not be as simple as he had initially thought. Yet the intoxicating thrill of wielding such overwhelming power kept him entranced, unwilling to relinquish it. Sun Yan gazed toward Yuan Hong, who had also just concluded his battle, his eyes alight with fervor. Next, there is but one final battle remaining. The soul ignition secret technique, while extraordinary, should not be overused. It is sufficient to face Yuan Hong. Above, Su Jiugao maintained his placid demeanor, while the beautiful eyes of Lu Qingyan brimmed with astonishment and disbelief. As his master, she had an inkling of Sun Yan's true strength, and yet his opponents had grown increasingly formidable as the rounds progressed. Many of the top 10 talents from the sect had crossed paths with him. It appeared that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Sun Yan was destined to secure the first place in this sect competition. Indeed, for Sun Yan to achieve such cultivation in merely 15 years since joining the sect, he must undoubtedly rank among the foremost talents throughout the immortal realms, mused the sixth elder. The speed at which this child's cultivation has escalated is exceedingly suspicious. After 3 rounds of competition, do you not find it strange that he has vanquished all his opponents with a single strike, showing no signs of fatigue or weakness? This is not the power one would expect from a practitioner at the Unity realm. Upon hearing this, the elders began to murmur among themselves, casting doubt upon the proceedings. Indeed, the sixth elder's words hold merit. Moreover, considering Sun Yan suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of Lord Emperor Z just yesterday, such rapid recovery and advancement is unprecedented. Yet I have not sensed any other energy emanating from this child. He has solely employed the sect's techniques. Today is the sect competition. I implore the sixth elder not to let personal grievances cloud his judgment. The sixth elder's expression darkened, and he fell silent, unwilling to accept that Sun Yan could so effortlessly overcome the other prodigies within the sect. 3 victories by a single strike appeared far too peculiar. Su Jiugao cast a surprised glance at the sixth elder. This elder had previously initiated discussions regarding Yuan Hong, whether intentional or not. It seemed he harbored a significant grudge against Sun Yan. Perhaps, when the time came to close in, the sixth elder could provide invaluable assistance. At that moment, the shadowy figure of Elder Ing materialized behind him. He had vanished during the observations, and no one knew where he had gone. Leaning in, Elder Ing whispered something into Su Jiugao's ear. Su Jiugao nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with newfound insight. Unexpectedly, Elder Ing has swiftly investigated everything. Well done, praised Su Jiugao. With a serious expression, Elder Ing replied, "It is an honor for my Shadow Clan to serve Lord Emperor. The person has already been brought here. Does Lord Emperor wish for her to come forth?" Chapter 47. The enjoying Emperor and the struggling protagonist Su Jiugao glanced at Sun Yan below, a teasing smile gracing his face. He raised his hand and said, "Not yet, let her wait outside. Soon, there will be a need for her." Elder Ing nodded in understanding. Su Jiugao's gaze was captivating. Sun Yan, I thought I could play a bit longer. 5,000 years of life, and yet, have you lived it as a mere dog? I did not expect to catch you so soon. Lu Qingyan, noticing the smile on Su Jiugao's face, could not help but inquire, "Why is Lord Emperor so joyful?" Su Jiugao, with a hint of mischief, responded, "Does Elder Lu wish to witness a splendid performance?" Lu Qingyan's beautiful eyes flashed with confusion as she asked, "A splendid performance?" Su Jiugao shrugged, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, and said mysteriously, "Would you like to know? This emperor has been seated for quite a while. My shoulders are starting to ache." Su Jiugao gazed at Lu Qingyan with a smile that danced between mirth and mischief. Lu Qingyan was taken aback, a faint blush gracing her exquisite features. In all these years, no one had dared to speak to her so casually. Her alluring lips parted slightly as she softly inquired, "Is this Lord Emperor's command?" Su Jiugao replied with a nonchalant smile, "This emperor never forces anyone. However, if I could have the beautiful elder Lu attend to me, it would indeed be a delightful affair." The speaker was carefree, but the listener was contemplative. Lu Qingyan hesitated for a moment, and to everyone's surprise, she truly approached him. Her cheeks flushed, and her voice as soft as a whisper, "You are the emperor, a guest of the Wujidian immortal sect. This is not my desire." After a brief respite, the elders in the martial arena gradually spoke. In this final battle of the Wujidian sect's grand competition, Sun Yin faces off against Yuan Hong. At this announcement, the disciples erupted in cheers. On the martial stage, Yuan Hong stared at the rather fatigued Sun Yin opposite him, momentarily stunned. Was this merely his illusion? As one of the few who knew Sun Yin well, Yuan Hong felt as if Sun Yin had undergone some subtle change. Without further thought, he glared fiercely at Sun Yin and bellowed, "Sun Yin, I never anticipated that our duel would come to this. Yesterday, your schemes against me will have consequences today." With relentless use of the soul-burning secret technique, Sun Yin's gaze became somewhat hazy. All he desired was to quickly conclude this battle and claim the first prize of the sect's competition. "Enough chatter, let us begin," Sun Yin declared. Yuan Hong snorted coldly, his momentum surging. Fortune favored him, for the formidable foes had all gravitated towards Sun Yin, leaving him to contend with relatively weaker disciples, thereby preserving his stamina. A flash of white light appeared, and a massive, dark hammer, exuding a sense of oppression, emerged in his grasp. The air around it pulsed with a heavy aura. Elder Six, witnessing this scene, appeared astonished and turned to Elder Lu. "Is that the Heavenly Hammer? You actually gifted your artifact to Yuan Hong." Elder Lu dismissed it casually. "Yuan Hong is my close disciple. What is wrong with me giving him an artifact?" The appearance of this artifact instilled a sense of pressure within Sun Yin. His pupils contracted as disbelief escaped his lips. "It seems you have spared no expense to deal with me, Yuan Hong." With that, Sun Yin's eyes sparkled with determination. Myriad beings manifested behind him, carrying overwhelming power. Sweeping toward Yuan Hong in an unrelenting tide, determined to conclude this battle at the earliest opportunity. Yuan Hong roared, "Bring it on." His tall and robust figure swung the heavenly hammer with ease, striking down toward the multitude of beings. Boom! A tremendous gust erupted from the center, shattering the myriad manifestations in an instant. After several exchanges, Yuan Hong found himself effortlessly battling Sun Yin, who had previously seemed to dominate. The scene was locked in a stalemate. Sun Yin refrained from employing the powers of the soul-burning technique, drawing unexpected attention from Su Jiugao, who was enjoying a massage from Lu Qingyan. Oh, could it be that he has sensed something? The elders also keenly noticed the peculiarities. What was happening? Sun Yin's movements were unsteady, sluggish, a stark contrast to his prior performances. Something felt amiss. With Yuan Hong's strength paired with the heavenly hammer, he should only be able to defeat Qin Tianming. Yet Sun Yin had bested Qin Tianming in just one move. His energy seemed chaotic, as if he had sustained injuries. The elders furrowed their brows, for in their experience, they had never seen the soul-burning technique wielded in such a manner. Lai Qinyong frowned deeply. The oddities surrounding Sun Yin stirred an ominous premonition within him. He hoped that this exceptionally gifted disciple would not resort to underhanded tactics in pursuit of victory. The disciples began to murmur among themselves, as Sun Yin struggled to secure victory and remained on the defensive. This state of affairs agitated him. Yuan Hong's energy surged violently, relentlessly striking Sun Yin's energy barrier with the heavenly hammer, causing him to evade repeatedly, evidently reluctant to confront him head-on. Yuan Hong laughed mockingly. "Ha ha ha. Sun Yin, I truly overestimated you. Are you merely a turtle retreating into its shell? Is this all your prowess amounts to?" Strike. Boom. Another attack, akin to the cracking of mountains and the splitting of earth. At that moment, a violent shockwave surged from the barrier, causing Sun Yin to spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes burned with fury, unable to tolerate Yuan Hong's incessant taunting any longer. Within his gaze, flames ignited. Soul-burning technique. The colossal power surged into him from an unknown source, as if awakened from slumber. This time, he unleashed the soul-burning technique to its utmost limit. An overwhelming force revitalized Sun Yin, his aura swelling violently, transforming him into a fearsome demonic deity. Beep. The fated protagonist Sun Yin loses 500 years of lifespan. Fortune value reduced by 50. Beep. The fated protagonist Su Jiugao loses 1,000 years of lifespan. Fortune value reduced by 100. Beep. The fated protagonist Su Jiugao loses 2,000 years of lifespan. Fortune value reduced by 200. Su Jiugao's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile playing on his lips. Such power, not belonging to oneself, is not easily controlled. He flicked his finger, a barely perceptible stream of energy locking Yuan Hong in place. As Sun Yan's terrifying strength surged, it propelled him further. Sun Yan erupted as if possessed, unleashing a titanic wave of energy that sent the heavenly hammer flying from Yuan Hong's grip. This sudden turn of events startled Yuan Hong, who instinctively crossed his fists before his chest. A colossal bronze hand, adorned with Buddhist patterns, descended from above, aiming to crush Yuan Hong. Under the influence of the soul-burning technique, Sun Yan could hardly contain the immense power within him. The force unleashed exceeded the limits of what one at the Unity Realm could muster. Terrifying and insurmountable, Yuan Hong's expression shifted to one of horror, his pupils wide with fear. This guy, does he intend to kill me? The 6 elders in the audience, upon witnessing this scene, were furious and cried out, Sun Yan, cease this at once. To slay a fellow disciple is an act of treachery. Alas, it was too late. The elders could no longer remain seated and abruptly rose. Lu Qingyan's expression changed as she momentarily forgot her task, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. Sun Yan, stop now. Chapter 48. Killing a fellow disciple. The elders' fury in the arena, only Su Jiugao remained unperturbed. On the stage, Yuan Hong faced the enormous bronze hand descending upon him. Terror etched across his face as he murmured, I concede. I concede. Yet, the power of the soul ignition secret technique far surpassed his own abilities. Proving difficult to control, the bronze hand, akin to a majestic mountain, bore down with a force capable of obliterating all in its path. Boom. The energy barrier before Yuan Hong shattered in an instant, his body torn apart by the overwhelming force. And the entire martial platform was reduced to rubble beneath that colossal hand. Amidst the swirling dust, Yuan Hong lay in a deep pit, his body battered and bloodied. Devoid of life. A living disciple had perished just like that. Sun Yan, trembling on the platform, appeared haggard after expending a significant portion of his lifespan. Strands of white hair became evident amidst his dark locks. Upon witnessing this scene, he was momentarily dazed, shocked by the potency of the soul ignition secret technique. Sun Yan stared incredulously at his own hands. Did I truly kill Yuan Hong? The scene fell eerily silent, all disciples aghast. Sun Yan, the senior brother, had slain Yuan Hong. Not only them, but even the arriving elders were frozen in disbelief. Ding! The fated protagonist Sun Yan has publicly killed a fellow disciple, losing all prestige and suffering a loss of 300 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 300 villain points. Su Jiugao's imperial eyes flickered as he slowly descended from his seat. Sensing Yuan Hong's lifeless aura, he feigned sympathy and remarked, this power. I did not expect Elder Lu's disciple to conceal such depth, even deceiving this prince. Su Jiugao's insinuation enlightened the elders, who suddenly understood. The 6th elder's eyes turned blood-red upon hearing this, staring at the corpse of his most esteemed disciple. His aura surged with rage as he charged towards Sun Yan, brimming with terrifying might. What cunning! For the sake of this sect's grand competition, you even hid your true strength in yesterday's battle with the prince. Sun Yan, you shall pay for Honger's life. Sun Yan was thrown into a panic, his face a mask of innocence as he stepped back, hastily explaining, no. It wasn't me. I didn't. Li Qianyong shouted, 6th elder. Stand down. His fierce eyes widened as he seized the now irrational 6th elder. The elder, filled with hatred, retorted, sect leader, are you truly going to shield this brat? He is the one who killed Yuan Hong. Li Qianyong responded with a thunderous voice, enough. I shall handle this matter. The prince is still present. Do you wish to embarrass the Wajixian sect in front of him? At this, he cast a cold glance at Sun Yan, who was still in shock, then turned to Su Jiugao, saying, my apologies, prince, for this spectacle. Su Jiugao nonchalantly waved his hand, replying, it matters not. This is indeed a grave issue. Sect leader Li, you should handle it. Gratefully, Li Qianyong nodded. Sun Yan looked upon the assembly of elders, repeatedly murmuring, please, let me explain. The 6th elder roared, Sun Yan, you have killed a fellow disciple. What more do you have to say? You deserve to die? Sun Yan turned to his beloved master, pleading, master, master. I didn't mean to. Yet at that moment, Lu Qingyan's stunning visage was marred by disappointment and estrangement. Her disciple had committed such a heinous act before all. She could not believe this was Sun Yan's unintentional deed. With a frigid tone devoid of emotion, Lu Qingyan stated, Sun Yan, I once believed you to be a gentle and kind disciple. Yet, I never imagined you would go so far as to kill a fellow brother for victory in this sect competition. As she spoke, Her beautiful eyes revealed a flicker of struggle, her countenance now alien and cold, devoid of any affection. Finally, she declared, "From this day forth, our master-disciple bond ends here." Boom. Lu Qingyan's words struck Su Nian like a thunderclap, leaving him paralyzed in shock. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, surprised by the woman's clarity of judgment in the face of sect righteousness. Ding. The destined heroine Lu Qingyan is utterly disappointed in the destined protagonist. Severing their relationship, the destined protagonist loses 1,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000 villain points. Name, Su Nian. Identity, destined protagonist. Age, 13,940. Personality, steady, master-focused, cunning, realm, unity realm. First level, physique, eternal evergreen body, with ages uncounted and boundless longevity, possessing a lifespan several times that of peers in the same realm. Ranked 19th among the 3,000 divine bodies. Techniques, soul ignition secret technique, profound transformation technique, all beings aspect. Treasures, heavenly mechanism, 10 absolute formation, damaged, mountain and sea scroll, damaged, transformation essence gourd, immortal great array flags. Current fortune points, 5,200, lifespan, 13940, 19645. Su Jiugao appraised Su Nian's current status. Not only had he lost his status as a direct disciple of the Wujixian sect, but his fortune points had also dwindled to less than half of 12,000. His lifespan was reduced to a mere 5,000 years, a considerable loss indeed. Yet for Su Jiugao, this was still insufficient. His imperial eyes shimmering. Su Jiugao signaled to the shadow elder behind him. "It is time to let that woman in." The shadow elder understood and vanished. At this moment, Su Nian was engulfed in profound despair. He had never anticipated that his most respected and beloved master would utter such callous words. His face turned ashen, and he fell to his knees. No amount of explanation could redeem him in the face of reality. Lai Chino spoke coldly, "Su Nian. The sect competition is a vital contest held once every decade by the Wujixian sect. Though your talents are exceptional, you have gravely erred in killing Yuan Hong. To slay a fellow disciple warrants the forfeiture of your cultivation and permanent expulsion from the Wujixian sect. Do you comprehend your crime?" Su Nian's gaze was vacant as he murmured, "I did not mean to." "Did not mean to? Would you dare utter such words to Hong?" The sixth elder's eyes glimmered with murderous intent, yearning to consume him whole. Lai Qianyong remained silent, internally tormented. He was caught between the sixth elder and the most outstanding prodigy within the sect. Since joining, Su Nian's talents had been widely acknowledged. To be fair, a deceased prodigy holds less value than a living and even more exceptional one for the sect. As he hesitated, Su Jiugao spoke indifferently, "Sect leader Lai. We practitioners often encounter unexpected incidents during duels. No one can foresee the outcome. In other words, Su Nian's ability to slay Yuan Hong in the face of so many elders unable to intervene only serves to highlight this young man's excellence." The crowd was taken aback. Did I hear correctly? The prince is advocating for Su Nian. Chapter 49. Do you think this prince would bicker with an ant? Just yesterday, Su Nian had offended the prince. The magnanimity of the esteemed Lord Emperor is truly vast. Even Su Nian, the person in question, found himself momentarily entranced, gazing at Su Jiugao, who wore a beaming smile below the stage. It was perplexing that his own master did not come to his aid, while a longtime adversary spoke on his behalf. It must be acknowledged that Su Jiugao's words carried significant weight. Lu Qianyong remarked, "Lord Emperor, this." As the elders exchanged glances, pondering the emperor's intentions, they began to voice their thoughts. "Master, Lord Emperor's words hold merit. We have long known Su Nian's character. He is not one to strike against his fellow disciples." They speculated that this bout might simply have been an unfortunate mistake. Indeed, why would he knowingly contravene the sect's rules? Elder Six's eyes widened in anger, yet he could only seethe silently under the emperor's formidable presence. The atmosphere shifted, presenting a glimmer of hope. Just as Lu Qianyong prepared to speak, a voice echoed from afar. "He is no prodigy." The voice rang out, startling all present. "Masters and elders, Su Nian is nothing but a deceitful and insidious scoundrel." Upon hearing this, all the elders turned their gazes towards the source. Lu Qingyan's eyes widened in astonishment. This voice, was it Xian Yuan? The disciple who perished years ago due to a failed breakthrough. Su Nian's expression turned ghastly, as if he had seen a ghost. His breath caught in his throat, and fear filled his eyes. This was impossible. How could she have escaped? In the distance, a young woman with a delicate visage and tattered garments strode forward. Su Jiugao's lips curled into a subtle smirk. "It is over, Su Nian. Wasn't this Lu Qingyan's disciple? You Xian? How could she possibly be here? Hadn't she perished long ago? You've seen your sister. This cannot be." Many disciples gasped in disbelief. Lu Qingyan covered her mouth in sheer joy. "Xian, you are alive?" Yuxian stepped forward and bowed to the elders. Masters, I. Her voice trembled with emotion as she gazed at Sun Yan, who appeared utterly stunned. Lu Qianyang sensed something amiss and inquired, Yuxian, what is the meaning of this? He distinctly recalled that Lu Qingyan's disciple had perished decades ago. Yuxian shot Sun Yan a look filled with resentment. Sun Yan averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Taking a deep breath, Yuxian slowly revealed a shocking secret that left everyone astounded. Years ago, I witnessed Sun Yan secretly tampering with the talent pillar in the dead of night. During the aptitude assessment, it indicated his age as 17. But I clearly saw that he was actually over 5,000 years old. He is not the prodigy he claims to be. Because of this, when I attempted to report this to my master, Sun Yan knocked me unconscious and imprisoned me in a secluded dungeon on Xuanji Peak. Had it not been for Lord Emperor's intervention, I might still be trapped. Yuxian further urged, if the elders doubt my words, let them retest the talent pillar. Her statement detonated like a bombshell, causing an uproar among those present. What did you say? Lu Qianyang's eyes widened in disbelief. This revelation suggested that Sun Yan was older than several of the elders in attendance. Lu Qingyan's eyes shimmered with shock. She had not anticipated such a revelation from her disciple. The emperor? So it was the emperor who saved you. Her gaze towards Su Jiugao brimmed with profound gratitude. The elders turned to him as well. Su Jiugao smiled gently, not denying the claims, and waved his hand, saying, I merely acted in passing. I had no inkling the truth was so astonishing. Yuxian shook her head, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude as she bowed deeply to Su Jiugao. I shall forever remember the Lord Emperor's life-saving grace. Sun Yan, is this true? An elder questioned, horrified. Sun Yan glared at Su Jiugao, his expression contorted with rage and murderous intent. He howled hoarsely, it is you. It is always you. Su Jiugao, what have I done to offend you? Why do you persist in thwarting my endeavors? His demeanor spoke volumes to the gathered crowd. Oh? Su Jiugao's eyes narrowed, his voice calm yet deliberate. You believe I am targeting you? As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Sun Yan, pinning him to the ground with a resounding thud. With merely a glance, Sun Yan found himself immobilized, bloodied, and helpless. Even those at the God King level felt a tremor of dread at this terrifying force. Su Jiugao, with an air of disdain, remarked, I act according to my whims. Why would I concern myself with the feelings of an ant? Were it not for Qingyan's sake, you would have perished the moment you uttered those words. His gaze was filled with mockery and intrigue, as if he were a sun overlooking a mere firefly. With golden hair cascading over his shoulders and a handsome visage that radiated contempt, he stood in stark contrast to the wretched Sun Yan sprawled on the ground. In the brilliance of Su Jiugao's presence, it seemed that all darkness was rendered powerless. Lu Qingyan's heart raced, disappointment flooding her as she declared, Lord Emperor, I have severed all ties with this man. Sun Yan trembled, unable to resist the overpowering force bearing down on him. Regret consumed him as he raised his head, glaring at Su Jiugao and Yuxian. Had he known, he would not have shown mercy and had her killed. This display of dominance jolted the elders' memories. The being before them was none other than the emperor of the celestial realm. Elder 6, elated, exclaimed, Excellent. Sun Yan, I have long suspected you were not what you seemed. Among your peers, you have always exhibited an unnaturally mature disposition. Who would have thought you concealed your age so well? Even we, the elders of the Wujixian sect, were deceived. Such a treacherous individual likely employed some form of dark sorcery. Master, Lu Qianyang's expression darkened as he grasped the truth. As the sect leader, it was laughable that he had believed he had acquired a treasure. His voice turned icy as he suddenly broke into laughter. Ha! Sun Yan, how deeply you have concealed your true self. Even I have fallen for your ruse. With a fierce glare, he commanded, Speak. What are your true intentions for coming to the Wujixian sect? The disciples, filled with fury, echoed their outrage. I wondered why Sun Yan's cultivation fluctuated so wildly. It turns out he has lived for so long. What brother? This man is clearly a thief in the night. Over the years, he has consumed countless resources that rightfully belong to us. Master, kill him. Yes, kill him. Avenge Brother Yuanhong. In a surge of collective wrath, they united against him. Faced with the fury of thousands, Sun Yan found himself speechless. He had lived for 5,000 years, deceiving all, manipulating the entire Wujixian sect with ease. He never expected to find himself in such dire straits. A chill coursed through him as he struggled to accept this reality. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. Ding! The destined protagonist Sun Yan is now the target of the entire Wujixian sect's enmity, his Dao heart shattered, losing 1,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000 villain points. A hidden opportunity remains for Sun Yan, yet to be triggered. The suggestion for the host is to retain it. Su Jiugao was taken aback and helplessly remarked, "Little Tong, please remember to remind me next time the destined protagonist has an opportunity. Even if I do not wish to kill, the situation has become quite difficult to resolve." Su Jiugao smiled at the elders and disciples, all of whom were filled with righteous indignation and unbridled hatred. Anyone deceived for so many years, upon learning the truth, would certainly feel unwell. Lai Qianyang's gaze was deep and cold as ice. The incident with Su Nian had severely tarnished his reputation. If word got out to others from different sects, they would undoubtedly ridicule the Wuji sect for its foolishness. Lai Qianyang spoke. Sun Nian shall be burned to ashes, his soul severed, eternally consumed by the lamp of myriad bones, to serve as a warning to all future sect leaders and elders of the Wuji sect. In the end, he nearly gritted his teeth. This is to serve as a lesson. Chapter 50. Despairing Sun Nian, am I not an immortal? What? Burning my soul? Upon hearing this outcome, Sun Nian's face turned pale, his expression fluctuating. As someone who considered himself immortal, even in a moment of defeat, he believed that time would ultimately turn the tides. Given 30 years, everyone, including the Su family's crown prince and the ancient clan's emperor, would bow before him. He absolutely could not die here. Calm down. I must remain composed. Sun Nian endeavored to steady himself, his mind racing. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes lit up. The soul-burning secret art. That experience of controlling everything and burning one's lifespan was his sole means of escape from this peril. At this moment, he disregarded any aftermath. His gaze ablaze with vengeful fury, and he began to laugh sinisterly. Lai Qianyang frowned, his voice cold. Sun Nian, what are you laughing at? Su Jiugao narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. Have you truly believed you have me at your mercy after manipulating me for decades? Sun Nian's expression turned frenzied, his aura surging wildly. He cast a sinister glance towards Su Jiugao. Crown Prince of the Su family, you merely rely on your status. One day, I will make you and your entire Su family tremble beneath my name. Su Jiugao maintained a calm expression and replied with a faint smile, let's focus on surviving first. Sun Nian scoffed, his eyes gleaming with intensity. With a loud shout, he declared, then watch and see my true strength. Soul-burning secret art. Su Jiugao laughed, genuinely delighted. The divine art you cherish so much, little do you know, is a favor bestowed upon you by this prince. Ding. The destined protagonist Sun Nian has lost 5,000 years of lifespan. Luck value decreased by 500. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 500 villain points. Boom. Countless chaotic currents erupted, and a terrifying aura emanated from him, surging outward. Sun Nian disregarded everything and began to burn his limitless lifespan. He transformed, embodying a demonic figure. And the overwhelming power caused the elders present to feel their hearts race. Sun Nian, what do you intend to do? An elder barked in fury. The sixth elder, filled with hatred, coldly remarked, it's that feeling again. This boy has indeed cultivated some wicked technique. Stop him. Lai Qianyang moved, his figure vanishing in an instant, suddenly appearing before Sun Nian. Upon seeing the maniacal glint in Sun Nian's eyes, he was momentarily stunned. This is Sun Nian? At this moment, Sun Nian's appearance was deteriorating visibly, his face wrinkled and hair turned white. The elders gasped in shock. Is this truly his original form? Yushuan was right. This boy is no prodigy. He is an ancient being who has lived for over 5,000 years. Sun Nian seemed oblivious. Caught in the vortex of power, the strength granted by the soul-burning secret art whispered temptations into his ear like a devil. When faced with Lai Qianyang's overwhelming attack, countless manifestations of sentient beings arose to counteract the force. He barely staggered back a few steps. Sun Nian laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Power. This is the sensation of power. Another wave of fearsome visages emerged, his white hair flying wildly as Sun Nian remained unaware of the changes occurring within his own body. He surged upward, transforming into a streak of light, aiming for the heavens. Not good. Stop him. He intends to flee. An elder shouted in alarm, fueled by the soul-burning secret art. Sun Nian's speed was tremendous as he sought to escape this domain. The assembled elders and Lai Qianyang pursued him, leaving Su Jiugao and Lu Qingyan behind. Su Jiugao, slightly surprised, noted Sun Nian's unexpected ability to escape under the watchful eyes of the elders. It seemed he wielded the soul-burning secret art quite adeptly. Lu Qingyan's face was filled with disappointment. Su Jiugao smiled lightly, stating, it is about time. He leaped onto the supreme divine roar and departed from the scene. Crown Prince? Lu Qingyan exclaimed in shock, hastily following after him. Yet, how could the speed of the supreme divine roar be something her divine king realm could match? In the void, Sun Nian gasped for breath, occasionally glancing back. The elders of the Wuji sect were relentlessly pursuing him. Damn it. Sun Nian's expression hardened as he intensified the soul-burning secret art, burning his lifespan with reckless abandon. Time passed, and as his life force rapidly waned, even with his ancient vitality, he felt a profound discomfort. After shaking off his pursuers, Finally, crack. The sound of something shattering echoed. Exhausted and relying on the overextension of the soul-burning secret art, Sun Yin's immense lifespan began to drain away like a vast chasm had opened within him. His once youthful body deteriorated, the vibrant blood energy now resembling a desiccated stream, all but vanished. He lost his balance and plummeted onto a dead star. Boom. Sun Yin stared in shock. He looked incredulously at his gaunt arms, his face paling. An overwhelming fear filled his mind. What is happening? My body. What has happened to my body? Am I not an immortal? My life force still drains away. Along with that boundless power. Sun Yin could hardly believe what lay before him, his voice a terrified roar. Stop. Make it stop. Soul devourer. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed from behind him. Sun Yin's pupils constricted as he turned abruptly. Su Jiugao had appeared, seated atop the magnificent supreme divine roar, shining like a sun in the void. With a playful expression, Su Jiugao smiled and said, Sun Yin, how do you find the power I granted you? At this, Sun Yin's breath hitched, his body chilled. What do you mean? The astute Sun Yin suddenly realized it was you. It was you all along? Sun Yin's eyes widened in horror as he hoarsely questioned. Everything was indeed your doing. Who else but me? Su Jiugao replied with a smile. Surveying the frail and aged Sun Yin. Name, Sun Yin, lifespan, 18737, 19645. Sun Yin's lifespan now stood at less than 1,000 years, nearing the brink of death. Su Jiugao's expression remained calm as he spoke leisurely. The soul incineration secret technique is indeed extraordinary. It possesses the ability to restrain a cultivator's power to burn everything, yet this very power evokes a sense of control, leading one to become entranced by it. Sun Yin, you are not alone. During the imperial fall era, countless prodigies, far more exceptional than you, have also perished under this nefarious art. Impossible. Sun Yin's eyes glowed crimson as he roared. I am an immortal. I am indestructible. How could I possibly fall due to insufficient lifespan? Su Jiugao laughed softly, lowering his gaze with an air of condescension. Is ignorance the source of your fearlessness? Even the mightiest emperor eventually meets his end. Your longevity compared to ordinary beings is solely attributed to your ancient evergreen body. Otherwise, why would you, wielding the soul incineration secret technique, find yourself in such a state? What are you saying? Upon realizing the truth, Sun Yin's face turned pale with horror as he glanced at Su Jiugao's mocking expression, then at his own frail body. Drained of vitality. In that moment, the beliefs he had held for 5 millennia shattered, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. With a thud, he fell to his knees, prostrating himself upon the ground, his heart racing furiously. Uffed. Sun Yin coughed up a mouthful of blood, his breath becoming increasingly feeble. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his eyes blood-red, resembling a cornered beast consumed by rage and despair. Impossible. This cannot be. You must be deceiving me. Su Jiugao, what do you truly desire? Answer me. His throat was hoarse, and his aging body struggled to draw breath. Merely uttering this phrase drained him of all strength. Chapter 51. The relentless prince of the ancient evergreen body. Su Jiugao observed the exquisite expression on Sun Yin's face, a smile blooming in his imperial eyes. Thoroughly pleased with his current display, he slowly approached, speaking softly, I truly wish for you to witness your present self. It is simply too amusing. If the ancient evergreen body is your trump card, then it now belongs to me. Crouching before Sun Yin, Su Jiugao spoke with a smile, as if addressing a long-lost friend. Yet, to Sun Yin, that smile was as terrifying as a demon. Su Jiugao's right hand grasped, and a potent force swirled forth from his palm. Transmutation technique. Sun Yin's entire being was lifted into the air, his eyes wide with terror as he struggled frantically. Spare me, Su Jiugao. I've already surrendered. I've lost everything. I beg you. I swear I will never seek revenge. I could even assist you in many endeavors. What more do you desire? Even the destined protagonist, under the oppressive weight of his terrifying force, lost all reason, revealing his disgraceful state. Without the ancient evergreen body, Sun Yin was merely an ordinary man. He had navigated through life, believing himself to be an immortal, having outlived countless foes with ease. Yet now, faced with the overwhelming might of the Su family prince, stripped of his greatest asset, he found himself utterly helpless. Su Jiugao chuckled, declaring, in my realm, the option of surrender has never existed. The last remnants of his vitality evaporated, akin to losing something profoundly vital. From his abdomen, a turquoise orb was forcibly extracted by Su Jiugao. No. Please. Sun Yin cried out in abject terror. Buzz. Su Jiugao released his grip, and Sun Yin collapsed to the ground, as if all the bones had been extracted from his body, lying motionless, devoid of life, as though he were dead. Ding. The destined protagonist Sun Yin has lost the source of his ancient evergreen body, devolving into a mortal, luck value decreased by 2,000. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2,000 villain points. Su Jiugao rose, casting a sidelong glance at Su Nian's lifeless form, then at the turquoise orb of ancient evergreen body source in his hand. Though this essence was faint due to Su Nian's excessive depletion, it still radiated a strong vitality. Su Jiugao muttered with slight regret. What a pity, it has been so heavily consumed. However, it is still sufficient. He did not forget to remove Su Nian's storage ring, for the possessions of a destined protagonist were indeed valuable villain points. Even the tiniest morsel counts. Looking at Su Nian's corpse, Su Jiugao's eyes gleamed. System mark. Ding. Consumed 300 villain points. Marking successful. He then leisurely boarded the supreme divine roar and departed the scene. After Su Jiugao's departure, a considerable time elapsed before Su Nian's emaciated fingers twitched. In the void, Su Jiugao collected all of Su Nian's artifacts and techniques, earning 300 villain points. He did not recover the source of the ancient evergreen body. System. Check villain points. Ding. Current villain points. 21,500. Wow. So many? Due to the unique nature of the longevity protagonist, the consumed luck value was not a one-time affair, but rather layered incrementally. This allowed the title of the ultimate villain to trigger multiple times. When he arrived, he had merely 9,000 villain points left. Now, he had amassed points exceeding Su Nian's own luck value, which greatly elevated Su Jiugao's mood. Villain points are indeed a treasure. At that moment, the dark figure of Elder Ing emerged, whispering softly, Your Highness, Su Nian has cultivated a certain breath-concealing technique. He is not yet dead. As a half-step supreme, Su Nian's minor trickery was hardly concealed from his keen perception. Su Jiugao, seemingly unfazed, replied calmly, I am aware. The breath-holding technique was indeed the method Su Nian employed while spying at Xuanji Peak. Elder Ing, puzzled, inquired, since the source of the ancient evergreen body has been acquired, why does your highness not eliminate him? Su Jiugao grinned, casting a glance at Elder Ing, and, in a rare moment of elaboration, explained, in the mundane world, there exists a plant that regrows after being cut. I am quite concerned about Su Nian's final opportunity, the essence of all things. If it is no different from what I recall, it is an extraordinary treasure. Elder Ing displayed confusion. Mundane plants? How does your highness know such things? However, he refrained from pressing further, nodding in admiration. Your highness is truly erudite. I am unworthy. Su Jiugao waved his hand dismissively. Enough. As a member of the Su family shadow lineage, you should have mastered the art of flattery. Elder Ing fell silent, gradually vanishing into the darkness. Su Jiugao gazed into the distance. Not far away, the elders of the Wajixian sect and the sect master, Lai Qianyang, hurriedly approached. Upon seeing the prominent figure in the void, Lai Qianyang paused, leading the elders forward. Your highness, what brings you here? Where is that fellow Su Nian? Su Jiugao replied with a gentle smile. Fear not, Lai sect master, I have dealt with Su Nian. The elders were taken aback. Lai Qianyang was overjoyed, astonished that the prince had intervened. Everyone had witnessed the strength of the prince. Although Su Nian's soul had not been captured for eternal incineration, the outcome was still favorable. Lai Qianyang expressed heartfelt gratitude. I am truly indebted to you, your highness. The Wajixian sect will forever remember your kindness. Lu Qingyan's eyes glistened with crimson, her beautiful gaze shimmering like waves, seemingly on the verge of tears. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Fox Charming Divine Body's primordial essence, significantly enhancing your cultivation. Luck value increased. 2 days later, Su Jiugao's expression remained serene as he declared, This prince is preparing to depart. Lai Qianyang trembled at the words, gazing at Su Jiugao with inquiry. My lord, what is this? Is there something amiss with the Wajixian sect? Amidst the crowd, Lu Qingyan's beautiful eyes trembled upon hearing this. Upon learning of Su Nian's demise, her heart remained largely unperturbed, yet the news of the Lord DZ's imminent departure stirred a tempest within her. She gazed at Su Jiugao with a hint of reluctance. The Lord DZ is leaving? But Su Jiugao appeared oblivious to her presence, smiling as he addressed Lai Qianyang. This matter bears no relation to the Wajixian sect. I, the Lord DZ, have my own affairs to attend to. Now that the issue regarding Su Nian has been resolved, you may all return. Lai Qianyang nodded, and the elders bowed in farewell to the Lord DZ. He has departed. Staring at the dazzling golden figure receding into the void, Lu Qingyan found herself momentarily entranced. A profound emptiness enveloped her, as if she had lost something of utmost significance. Many elders cast peculiar glances at Lu Qingyan, their expressions betraying their thoughts. Could it be that Elder Lu has been forsaken by the Lord DZ? Lu Qingyan remained rooted in place for an extended period before finally parting her crimson lips. It seemed as if she spoke to herself, or perhaps to others, murmuring softly, The Lord DZ is an unparalleled prodigy, having only recently emerged from the ancient divine source. Yet, in the future, he is destined to stand atop the celestial realms, revered by countless beings. The Wajixian sect is too diminutive to accommodate such a son. After articulating these thoughts, Lu Qingyan turned away resolutely, her exquisite visage seemingly growing colder. Her entire aura resembled an eternal ice mountain, rendering her unapproachable. Lu Qingyan, you are merely an elder of a modest sect. How could you possibly be worthy of the Lord DZ? To have spent even a single night in his company is a privilege that countless envy. Su Jiugao, riding the supreme divine roar, displayed no ripple of emotion in his imperial gaze. He harbored no particular feelings for Lu Qingyan. Were it not for her status as the destined female lead, he might not have given her a second glance. His approach to her was solely to deplete Sun Yan's fortune. At the very least, in contrast to Lin Ye's destined female lead, Lu Qingyan was fortunate. Su Jiugao's eyes flickered as he slowly spoke. System, access the shop. Having amassed such a bounty of villain points, it is time to indulge in some expenditure. Ding System Shop. A dazzling array of familiar interfaces appeared before him, with 20,000 villain points at his disposal. Although the most coveted treasures on the first page were beyond his reach, he found himself more than equipped to consider other items. The system shop refreshes daily, and within it, Su Jiugao discovered several intriguing items. Oh, what is this chapter 52? Soul Master Mark. All-encompassing vitality, imperial grade divine art. Red, Soul Master Mark. Created by the Imperial Soul Master, it allows one to enslave myriad beings, stealthily implanting a soul slave mark within their consciousness, subtly instilling loyalty to the Soul Master, even evading the notice of an emperor. Required villain points, 10. 000. Su Jiugao's eyes narrowed as he fixated on this technique. The Soul Master Mark, a method hailing from beyond realms. During the era of the Imperial Fall, the Soul Master was a figure that instilled fear across the celestial realms. He could enslave those closest to you without detection, delivering a fatal blow at the most critical moment. To think the system shop would even house the Soul Master's ultimate skill. Should the practice of this art be unveiled, it would undoubtedly draw the ire of cultivators throughout the realms. But what of it? The value that the Soul Master Mark offers far surpasses any divine art. This alone suffices. Su Jiugao's imperial gaze sparkled with a terrifying brilliance as he declared, the Soul Master Mark, a splendid treasure. I, Su Jiugao, shall claim it. Without hesitation, Su Jiugao expended 10,000 villain points to exchange for this divine art. Ding, congratulations to the host for expending 10,000 villain points to exchange for the Soul Master Mark. Exchange successful. Current villain points, 11,500. As the divine art manifested, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. Countless obscure symbols, derived from the dark side, flooded his consciousness. With the system's assistance, Su Jiugao found himself comprehending them entirely. An eerie power surged within him, one that did not belong to this realm. Beside him, Elder Ying's pupils widened in astonishment. The aura emanating from the Lord DZ is that. He struggled to comprehend it. Yet the mission of the Ying clan dictated that such matters were beyond his purview. With a wave of his hand, Elder Ying enveloped the surrounding void with his formidable power, ensuring that not a whisper of the flowing energy would escape. He would not allow anyone to disturb the Lord DZ during his cultivation. Time slipped away, minute by minute. A month later in the God Ruins, a life-restricting zone of the myriad realms, lay the very place from which Su Jiugao had initially emerged from the ancient divine source. Beneath a desolate, debris-strewn landscape, few could fathom that a hidden ancient palace lay deep within. On the surface, a blood-stained, emaciated hand broke through the earth. The weary Sun Yin toiled tirelessly to excavate the surrounding soil, laboriously clawing his way out. He gasped for breath, his dim eyes bloodshot, as if he had endured some horrific ordeal. Gazing at the dim, blood-red sky, Sun Yin lay upon the ground, barely clinging to life. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter. Aha, Su Jiugao, you probably never anticipated that I, Sun Yin, am still alive, did you? Sun Yin's gaze was filled with fervor as he beheld a strand of earthy Taoist energy in his hand, emanating a weighty, ancient aura, all-encompassing vitality. For this, he had risked his already fragile life to return to this cursed place, nearly falling victim to that malevolent entity. Fortunately, having lived for 5,000 years, his soul was extraordinarily resilient. Employing the soul incineration secret art, he managed to refine that entity instead. Cough. Sun Yin suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. His pupils flickered as he weakly murmured, if I do not break through soon, I shall not survive until tomorrow. Su Jiugao, I must thank you. Were it not for your soul incineration secret art, I might have perished there. Sun Yin spoke to himself, his gaze heated and greedy as he regarded the all-encompassing vitality. This treasure could alter his current predicament, just as he prepared to refine and absorb the all-encompassing vitality. A serene and melodious female voice resonated. Why do you carry his aura? Sun Yan's body trembled, terror coursing through him as he turned to look. Who's there? Behind him stood a woman clad in a white gown, exuding an otherworldly grace and beauty. The aura surrounding her was impenetrable, rendering the ominous and eerie atmosphere of the god ruins powerless against her. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her elegance unparalleled, as if a celestial goddess had descended. Wholly out of place in this realm. What a beautiful woman. This was Sun Yan's first thought. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his eyes widening in horror as he scrutinized her. In the god ruins, a place feared by all, how could such a woman possibly exist? Is she human or ghost? The exquisite woman remained calm, offering no answer to his query. Instead, she continued, "You carry his aura, he?" Sun Yan furrowed his brow, asking, "Who is he?" Su Jiugao, the exquisite woman replied, devoid of emotion. Su Jiugao. Upon hearing this name, Sun Yan's pupils constricted, filled with boundless hatred. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the woman as he coldly inquired, "What is your relation to Su Jiugao?" The exquisite woman regarded him with tranquil eyes and asked, "Do you despise him?" Sun Yan gritted his teeth, declaring, "Despise him? I wish I could devour him alive." Understood. The exquisite woman nodded slightly, stepping forward and, in an instant, appearing behind Sun Yan. Without him even realizing when she made her move, the all-encompassing vitality appeared in her delicate hand. The unparalleled woman continued her forward journey without looking back, gazing at the chi of the myriad things in her hand, murmuring to herself, "I wonder if he likes it." Behind her, a severed head was held high. Sun Yan stared at the headless, aged body before him, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. His pupils constricted. "This is me? I am not immortal, devoid of pain, lacking any sensation." Sun Yan's head crashed heavily onto the ground, his eyes wide open, filled with terror and disbelief. That head, along with the headless body, was enveloped in fine white ice, and with a crack. Both the body and soul shattered into icy shards, vanishing into the cosmos. As a gentle breeze swept by, not a trace remained. At that moment, in the void, atop the majestic golden throne, the supreme god roared. Although the spiritual energy in the void was exceedingly thin, it unexpectedly converged into a vortex of abundant celestial energy, surging into the body of the handsome golden-haired man. Su Jiugao's aura deepened, his cultivation becoming even more unfathomable. The innate chaotic body absorbed the surrounding powers, nurturing its own growth. Ancient and mysterious runes encircled Su Jiugao, accentuating his extraordinary presence. Sensing this aura, Elder Ing was astonished. In just a month, the cultivation of Lord DZ had surged from the 1st to the 6th level of the Void God realm. Such a speed of cultivation was unheard of. What kind of physique does Lord DZ possess that even the Emperor would go to great lengths to release him from the seals of the era of the fallen? Suddenly, Su Jiugao opened his eyes wide. Within his extraordinarily brilliant golden pupils, countless divine patterns spread, emitting a soul-stirring radiance. Ding! The destined protagonist Sun Yan has perished, losing the chi of the myriad things. The mark is shattered. Su Jiugao's brows furrowed, his gaze compelling. Even he, who was usually unflappable, could not suppress his anger at this moment. Sun Yan is dead? Who dares to intercept under my watch? Chapter 53. No need to compete. This DZ shall claim it. His golden hair billowed, and a torrent of violent, domineering energy surged forth like a tidal wave. The frigid void ignited in flames. The terrifying fluctuations made Elder Ying's eyelids twitch. Even the supreme god below appeared dazed. Elder Ing hurriedly approached, inquiring with concern, "Lord DZ, what has happened? Is it possible that you have encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation? Why else would you be so enraged?" The overwhelming aura gradually calmed. Initially in high spirits after completing the breakthrough to the 6th level of the Void God realm, his mood was shattered by Sun Yan's death. Su Jiugao's eyes flickered, ablaze with fierce flames. His causal gaze seemed to penetrate the endless darkness of the void, layers of firmament, as he peered towards a certain direction. Su Jiugao murmured, "No matter who you are, if you dare to touch what belongs to me, be prepared to pay the price." System, open the panel. Master, Su Jiugao, identity, DZ of the Su family, son of the Primordial Emperor, realm, 6th level of the Void God realm, physique, innate chaotic body, causal eye, golden sacred blood, 100,00,1000. Cultivation techniques, Primordial Emperor scripture, 10,000, 10,000. Soul master mark, 10,000, 10,000. Chaos spear of 8 desolations, 10,000, 10,000. Reversal Dao 13 spears, 3,000, 3,000. Qianyuan golden body, 1,000, 1,000. Treasures, ancient evergreen body source, Black Emperor abyss spear, myriad abyss ink scale armor, creation divine liquid 50, saint slaying golden spear. Heavenly Spirit Pearl, Supreme Qing Emperor Sword, Qing Emperor Pill. Villain points, 7,800. Some were consumed in aiding cultivation, without Sun Yin, that exceptional pawn. These villain points are truly insufficient, Su Jiugao thought to himself. He had intended to nurture him, allowing him to gradually recover while continuously providing villain points in search of the chi of the myriad things. Yet, he was abruptly and decisively eliminated. It would be a lie to say he wasn't furious. Wait, Su Jiugao seemed to realize something. Although he had harvested a considerable amount of fortune from Sun Yin, he was still a destined protagonist, shielded by great fortune. Who, then, possesses the capability to kill him so easily? Could it be another destined protagonist? Su Jiugao frowned, temporarily setting this matter aside. Eldering, seeing that Lord DZ's anger had lessened, hesitantly stepped forward and said, Lord DZ. Su Jiugao, what is it? Eldering slowly spoke. News has come from the clan. The emperor has said that soon will be your coming-of-age ceremony, and our Su family will host a banquet, inviting various superpowers from across the heavens. This will be the first time since the emergence of both the emperor and you, Lord DZ, that our Su family showcases its wings to the outside world. The emperor has instructed you not to forget the time. Coming-of-age ceremony? Su Jiugao inquired. When approximately? Eldering, in the middle of next month. Su Jiugao nodded slightly, responding nonchalantly, I see. There is still time. No rush. A month's time is sufficient. Su Jiugao murmured. Where is the Hanhai sacred sect? Eldering respectfully replied, Lord DZ, the Hanhai sacred sect is located in the Astonishingly Dao domain. I have already investigated the situation there. Currently, all members of the Hanhai sacred sect are in a mountain range in the northern frontier, where they have discovered a celestial-grade spirit stone mine and are competing for it. Oh, a celestial-grade spirit stone mine? Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow at this revelation. That sounds intriguing. Elder Ing continued. However, the situation of the Hanhai sacred sect is not optimistic. Other realms are also vying for ownership of this celestial-grade mine. Even the Celestial Clan has sent people. The Celestial Clan? Su Jiugao was taken aback. The Celestial Clan ranks among the most formidable in the heavens, even rivaling the ancient imperial clans and the forbidden divine races. The members of the Celestial Clan are favored by the heavens, exhibiting an array of unique physiques, making them a particularly extraordinary existence. Su Jiugao found himself intrigued. What brings the Celestial Clan here? A mere celestial-grade spirit stone mine hardly seems worthy of their attention. Elder Ing explained, it is said that within this celestial-grade spirit stone mine lies a treasure of their clan, the true immortal bone. True immortal bone? Could it also be related to the destined protagonist? Su Jiugao's eyes shimmered with excitement. This is interesting. Let us go. In the Astonishingly Dao domain, within the northern frontier's celestial-grade mine, the sect master of the Hanhai sacred sect gazed at the terrifyingly powerful young talents in the sky, his expression grim. Damn it. Who leaked the news of this celestial-grade mine? How could so many ancient sects come here, merely for a celestial-grade mine? This is outrageous. The figures in the sky, each exuding remarkable presence and overwhelming power, belong to forces beyond the reach of the Hanhai sacred sect. A handsome young man, dressed in green with sword-like brows, stood proudly atop an ancient sword. Surrounding him were several formidable divine weapons, radiating an aura as sharp as a peerless sword. As he gazed disdainfully at the various forces confronting each other, from the myriad manifestation sword sect, Chu Jingxian regarded the crowd, smiling lightly. I did not expect that even the holy maiden of the Celestial Clan has arrived. It seems this celestial-grade spirit stone mine truly holds the true immortal bone, as rumored. On another side, a fierce bloodthirsty black tiger was seated, and a pale young man in purple spoke ominously, ha ha ha. The true immortal bone is indeed a fine treasure. Chu Jingxian, I did not expect even your myriad manifestation sword sect to wish to partake. Such a treasure ought to belong to the capable. My Hunyuan demon sect will certainly claim it. The purple-clad youth, named Shui Dao, was the son of the leader of the indomitable Hunyuan demon sect, the prodigy of the Kongming Immortal Gate, Qin Shinkong, interjected, and I from the Kongming Immortal Gate. I, the holy monarch of the Long River, stand here. As for the true immortal bone, let each of us rely on our own capabilities. If the holy maiden does not surrender the true immortal bone today, she shall not leave unscathed. Around me, numerous prodigies from various sects spoke up. They gazed at the woman in the sky, adorned in a purple silk gown, her demeanor exuding purity and pride. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like precious sapphires. Her skin as pale as snow, and silver bells adorned her wrists and ankles, her delicate jade-like feet bare, glistening and tender, a rosy hue evident. An air of superiority and spiritual power enveloped her. She was Wu Xianshu of the Celestial Sky Clan. Wu Xianshu cast a cold glance at the gathered talents and spoke icily. The true immortal bone is a relic from our clan's great emperor's fall. Is this immortal mind not sufficient for you? Blood Wu Dao chuckled, a sinister glint in his eyes. Wu Xinshu, hand over the true immortal bone, and we shall allow you to depart. Chu Jingxian toyed with his destruction sword, speaking nonchalantly. With so many powers gathered here, we are hardly intimidated by your celestial sky clan. Wu Xinshu frowned slightly, about to respond when suddenly, a tremendous pressure descended from above. The heavens were torn apart, revealing a colossal rift. A terrifying beast, immense and ferocious, radiating an aura of brutality and ancient majesty, obscured the view of the crowd, roaring as it approached. The presence of the holy realm sent shivers down the spines of all the prodigies present, their expressions filled with astonishment as they looked skyward. Their pupils contracted. What kind of beast is this? A holy realm aura? Is that beast a mount of someone? Chu Jingxian, Blood Wu Dao, Jiang Shinkong. And the other prodigies' expressions hardened as they gazed warily into the sky. The arrival was ominous. Su Jiugao stood atop the supreme divine roar, casting a disdainful gaze at the myriad prodigies of the immortal sects below. The terrifying aura of the void god enveloped the entire area. With indifferent imperial eyes, devoid of emotion, he declared with overwhelming authority, there is no need for contention. The true immortal bone, I, the imperial son, shall claim it. What? The crowd gasped, staring at the radiant figure in the sky, akin to a brilliant sun. The terrifying presence of the supreme divine roar instilled a profound sense of oppression, its golden fur billowing like flames. Blood Wu Dao's bloodthirsty black tiger trembled as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Blood Wu Dao's pupils constricted. The bloodthirsty black tiger was a beast of the unity realm, harboring a trace of the ancient and fearsome bloodline of the howling white tiger. How could it feel fear before that beast in the sky? This was not merely a matter of cultivation level. It was a primal instinct rooted deep within its bloodline. Wu Xinshu fixed her gaze on the golden-haired divine man above, her beautiful eyes flickering. Who is this person? This was the unspoken question resonating in everyone's minds. Chu Jingxian furrowed his brow. Such arrogance. He spoke in a deep voice. Who are you? Do you know where this place is? Blood Wu Dao grinned sinisterly. Since we are all here to vie for the true immortal bone, we are comrades in arms. Su Jiugao cast a sidelong glance at the many prodigies below and coolly stated, I will take the true immortal bone. If you wish to avoid death, step aside. A cursory glance at the crowd revealed not a single destined protagonist among them. To him, they held no value whatsoever. Yet, Wu Xinshu piqued his interest slightly. Name, Wu Xinshu, identity, protagonist. Holy Maiden of the Celestial Sky Clan. Realm, 9th layer of the Unity Realm. Physique, immortal holy physique. Innately possesses a strong affinity for the Dao. Excels at absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Favored by the universe. Cultivation techniques. Miss Cheong Immortal Scripture, Immortal Mandate Selection, Slay the Emperor. Current fortune, 8,000. So she is from the Celestial Sky Clan. How strange. If that is the case, the destined protagonist should also be here. Where are they? Su Jiugao frowned. The assembly of prodigies below wore grim expressions. Each was a prodigy from a venerable sect, revered wherever they went. And they had never been so openly disdained. How rude. Who is this person that dares to look down upon us? Chu Jingxian's eyes narrowed, a flicker of anger crossing his face. He spoke slowly. I care not who you are, but I, Chu Jingxian, do not appreciate others standing over me. Come down. As he spoke, his pupils radiated a terrifying sword light, and the destruction sword surrounding him shimmered with the intent to annihilate as it surged towards Su Jiugao. The sound of air being torn apart echoed. Sword cultivators are among the most formidable in the realm, and this strike could easily slay any practitioner at the Dao Palace level. The 10,000 Spirits Sword technique, Shun. Upon witnessing this, Su Jiugao remained unfazed. He even found it too tedious to evade, not sparing even a glance at the terrifying technique. The supreme divine roar moved, its robust limbs slamming down like an unstoppable force. Its razor-sharp claws met the destruction sword. Clang! The destruction sword was effortlessly shattered by the supreme divine roar's casual swipe. Crack! Countless fragments erupted in the sky. Chu Jingxian's pupils constricted, disbelief etched on his face. His destruction sword was a holy-grade artifact. Not only was it incredibly durable, imbued with his sword intent, but it was also exceptionally sharp. Even a naturally powerful beast would crumble before it like paper. How could it be reduced to fragments in an instant? The other prodigies were equally astonished. Chu Jingxian stood out among them. Blood Wu Dao's smile froze, his expression grave as he looked at Su Jiugao, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He racked his brain to recall which sect this prodigy belonged to. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't identify anyone so formidable as Su Jiugao, whose face bore a cold disdain. Who exactly are you? Su Jiugao's expression remained indifferent as his gaze settled on Chu Jingxian. He spoke softly. I have already given you a chance. If you wish for death, I shall grant it. Staring directly at him was like gazing into a blazing sun, yet Su Jiugao felt an overwhelming chill. As if he had fallen into an icy abyss. A profound sense of impending doom surged within him. Realizing the danger, he summoned 3 swords to defend himself. Roar. The supreme divine roar, like a falling star, blazed with golden divine flames, tracing a crescent arc through the sky. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before him. Crack, crack, crack. So fast, Su Jiugao barely registered the movement. The 3 swords before him shattered in an instant. Deep, bottomless gashes appeared across his chest, as if seared by an unfathomable force, emitting a hissing sound. Blood gushed forth, his body fracturing like a spider's web, golden light streaming from the cracks. What kind of divine ability is this? Boom. He exploded into a mist of blood in midair. Su Jiugao had fallen. As a divine beast of heaven and earth, the supreme divine roar possessed numerous attributes. Those injured by it would suffer not only in body but also in soul. The wounds would never heal, and blood would flow endlessly. The power within would split into countless reverse currents, causing the victim to burst apart, the soul extinguished. All present held their breath, eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed at the scene before them. Su Jiugao is dead. How is this possible? Kill him, avenge Brother Chu. Someone exclaimed in terror. If this person remains, we shall never claim the true immortal bone. The terrifying beast he commands must not be strong. Let us act together. Indeed. Let us unite and eliminate this individual before discussing the matter of the true immortal bone. The presence of Su Jiugao is exceedingly terrifying, disrupting the balance among all present. For their own interests, they cannot allow him to survive. Upon hearing this, Su Jiugao's gaze turned indifferent as he softly spoke. If you wish to attack, let us do so together. My time is exceedingly precious. Strike. I refuse to believe that this singular individual can withstand the might of so many prodigies gathered here. The numerous elite cultivators present shared a tacit understanding, simultaneously unleashing a multitude of magical artifacts and divine powers in an encircling assault upon Su Jiugao. Primordial Chaos Fist. Cross-Annihilation Technique. Divine Luo Dao Seal. Only Jiang Shinkong and Shui Wudao remained motionless amidst the chaos. Shui Wudao glanced at the bloodthirsty black tiger at his side, trembling in fear with every hair on its body standing on end, instinctively sensing that the golden-haired anomaly above was no ordinary person. After all, the master capable of commanding such a terrifying beast could not possibly be of inferior cultivation. Chapter 55. A Bloodbath. Do you wish to die too? It became evident that Shui Wudao's intuition was correct. Su Jiugao's golden hair billowed, his entire being radiating with surging blood energy, roaring like a tumultuous ocean. Countless frenzied black vortices swirled around him, within which a faint dragon's roar echoed. A fearsome black and purple flame dragon circled ominously, while the imposing Black Emperor's abyss halberd manifested in Su Jiugao's hand, crackling with countless purple lightning bolts. To the onlookers, Su Jiugao appeared to rise to an unimaginable height, resembling a deity or demon. Chaotic spear of the 8 directions, he murmured softly. Buzz. A 10,000-foot wave of pitch-black brilliance erupted, distorting the surrounding space. As billowing waves of black flame surged forth, clashing with the myriad divine powers unleashed in the vicinity. Infinite techniques were reduced to mere dust beneath the potency of this single strike. Boom. This is disastrous. The prodigies, who had mistakenly believed Su Jiugao to be weak, now turned pale with fear. They could distinctly feel their techniques crumbling beneath the might of the halberd. Retreat. His strength is unfathomable. We cannot contend with him. Realizing their peril, they hastily summoned their magical artifacts in a desperate attempt to flee. Su Jiugao's gaze was profound as he slowly proclaimed, Since you have come, you shall all remain here. The primal chaos body voraciously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy as Su Jiugao advanced, unleashing a bloodthirsty dragon of murderous intent that roared forth from the Black Emperor's abyss halberd. This dragon, exuding an aura of supremacy, pierced through the bodies of the surrounding prodigies. Wherever the demonic flames passed, those prodigies were reduced to ashes. Hiss. The only ones remaining unscathed, Shui Wudao and Jiang Shinkong, turned ashen, cold sweat pouring down their faces. They gazed upon the golden-haired anomaly before them, wielding the black halberd with an air of invincibility. Their expressions filled with profound terror. With a crack, a drop of cold sweat fell. Shui Wudao felt his scalp tingle, his throat involuntarily swallowing, muttering in disbelief. Who could this be? A prodigious scion of an imperial or divine lineage. One individual with a halberd effortlessly annihilated dozens of prodigies from various immortal sections. Jiang Shinkong felt a chill creeping over him. Although the confrontation was not directed at him, he felt inexplicably cold, his legs trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, he was immensely grateful for his decision not to engage. Otherwise, he would have joined the ranks of those turned to ash in the skies above. Wu Xinshu's beautiful eyes shimmered with anxiety, her expression reflecting that of the two men beside her. Such a prodigy, within her celestial sky clan, could only be matched by the true immortal disciple. The true immortal disciple, the sole prodigy of the celestial sky clan, held a status far surpassing that of saints and maidens, representing the foundation for their clan's aspirations in the grand world. After slaying dozens of prodigies, Su Jiugao remained unfazed. So weak. Have the prodigies of the immortal sects become this feeble compared to the era of the fall of the emperors? Su Jiugao's indifferent gaze swept over Jiang Shinkong and Xue Wudao, whose faces were etched with fear. Both men trembled involuntarily. Xue Wudao's complexion shifted dramatically as he hastily gestured. We shall depart immediately. We shall depart. This true immortal bone is only worthy of someone as extraordinary as you. Jiang Shinkong added in a voice tinged with terror. I recall pressing matters awaiting my attention in the sect. Ha ha ha, brother Xue, wait for me. At that moment, they wished they had 4 legs, employing all their strength to flee towards the heavens. Observing their wise retreat, Su Jiugao lost interest in them. Below, the disciples of the vast sea holy sect were utterly paralyzed with fear. The dozens of prodigies had appeared no more significant than ants in the eyes of the golden-haired anomaly. The sect leader wore an expression of utter despair. What calamity has our vast sea holy sect brought upon ourselves? Having just lost a group of prodigies, now a more terrifying presence arrives. With so many prodigies slain within the domain under his command, it was clear that this individual was no ordinary entity. Yet the vast sea holy sect lacked the courage to confront him. Wu Xianshu hesitated briefly before gracefully stepping forward, her gaze fixed upon Su Jiugao. With a light tone, she expressed, "Thank you for your assistance, my lord. This favor shall not be forgotten by the celestial sky clan. May I know your name?" Her tone, while calm, exuded an innate pride. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, amused by her words, and replied with a hint of mockery. I believe you may have misunderstood something. I have come for the true immortal bone. What connection does it have with your celestial sky clan? How could this destined female protagonist feel so self-assured? Wu Xianshu was taken aback. Was he not here to assist her? Her expression shifted, and she hurriedly explained, My lord, this true immortal bone is a sacred relic left by our clan's emperor, of utmost importance to the celestial sky clan. It is also essential for our true immortal disciple. Su Jiugao frowned slightly. What does that have to do with me? He was well aware of the status of the true immortal disciple, having previously bested several disciples of the celestial sky clan during the fall of the emperors. Elder Ing couldn't help but chuckle. Little girl, do you truly believe you can use the celestial sky clan to threaten the imperial son of the Su family? Wu Xianshu was momentarily stunned. The Su family was an imperial lineage. During her recent quest to find the true immortal bone, she had been oblivious to the Su family's news. Now, matters had become complicated. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she slowly spoke. Esteemed imperial son, the true immortal bone is genuinely vital for our clan's disciple. Might I request? Buzz. Su Jiugao, uninterested in further discourse, released an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain, directly pinning Wu Xianshu to the ground. The stunningly beautiful woman, with her ethereal grace, momentarily failed to react, collapsing to her knees with a thud. Wu Xianshu's complexion paled, resembling a celestial being fallen to the mortal realm. Her beautiful eyes filled with indignation as she glared at Su Jiugao, having never encountered such rudeness before. Su Jiugao's indifferent gaze bore down upon her, his tone commanding. I do not wish to repeat myself. Do you wish to die? The destined female protagonist should be cautious lest she end up accompanying the previous group of prodigies. Upon hearing this, Wu Xianshu's body turned icy, trembling uncontrollably. She sensed that the radiant imperial son before her was not jesting. As the saintess of the celestial sky clan, she was accustomed to being the center of attention, but how could she confront such a situation? At that moment, Su Jiugao's keen senses detected a gaze filled with intense hostility. Turning in that direction, his imperial eyes sparkled, a slight smile gracing his lips. At last, he had found it. This individual was indeed well hidden. Chapter 56. The Rebirth of a Semi-Emperor. The origin-level divine artifact, the Wheel of Time amidst the crowd of vast sea holy sect members below. Su Jiugao's gaze fell upon a strikingly handsome young man, whose eyes harbored a flicker of resentment and fury. Name, Yi Sheng. Identity, protagonist of destiny, outer disciple of the Han High Sacred Sect. Age, 20. Personality, arrogant, patient, tenacious. Realm, third layer of the Tsang High Realm. Physique, devouring divine body, not activated. Cultivation method, Han High Heavenly Scripture. Treasures, origin level, Wheel of Time, fragment. Life experience, rebirth of a semi-emperor. Current fortune value, 20,000. Upon reviewing Yi Sheng's personal profile, Su Jiugao was momentarily taken aback. For this destined protagonist, both his cultivation and treasures were the least impressive he had encountered among protagonists. Yet, his fortune value was alarmingly high, 20,000. Neither Lin Yi nor Sun Yin could compare. Su Jiugao noticed the key detail, his pupils constricting. Rebirth of a semi-emperor. And that origin-level wheel of time? Fascinating. This was indeed captivating. A smile slowly graced Su Jiugao's lips, igniting a profound interest in this new protagonist of destiny. A reborn protagonist was, as commonly known, the finest treasure-seeking mouse. Among the disciples of the Han Hai sacred sect, Yi Sheng was seething with anger. Fixated on Su Jiugao and the kneeling Wu Xianshu in the distance. He was a reborn semi-emperor, having tragically fallen during his ascension to the emperor's path. To his astonishment, he had returned to his youthful years. Initially, he was elated, for with his memories, he could anticipate activating his devouring divine body ahead of time. He even envisioned seizing the myriad invaluable treasures from his recollections. Once more, he would prove himself as an emperor. However, he quickly regained his composure. The pressing matter was to activate his devouring divine body and enhance his cultivation, which would provide him the opportunity to take the next step. Wu Xianshu was a crucial element in this plan. According to his memories, a fierce battle would erupt among the talented youths vying for the true immortal bone, oblivious to the fact that the ultimate beneficiary would be none other than Yi Sheng himself. Moreover, through the true immortal bone, he would activate his devouring divine body. This marked the beginning of his rise. Yet, an uninvited guest, Su Jiugao, had appeared, catching Yi Sheng off guard. In his memories, there had been no sign of this individual during the struggle for the true immortal bone. Where had he come from? Meanwhile, upon discovering the protagonist of destiny, Su Jiugao noted his appearance. He turned to the dismayed Wu Xianshu on the ground and said coolly, "Have you made your decision? Will you surrender the true immortal bone, or shall I retrieve it myself?" Wu Xianshu felt a chill run through her heart. After much contemplation, she hesitantly produced a piece of bone as pure and translucent as jade from her storage ring. This bone radiated a profound aura of heavenly essence, appearing exquisitely crafted, as if it were a celestial masterpiece. Struggling with her emotions, she slowly extended the true immortal bone, whispering, "This is the true immortal bone." An invisible force lifted the true immortal bone, which floated serenely before Su Jiugao. The countless disciples of the Han Hai sacred sect below inhaled sharply. Their eyes filled with yearning as they gazed at the jade bone. Su Jiugao murmured, "So this is the true immortal bone. It appears rather unremarkable." Elder Ying's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. "Young master, the true immortal bone can only be produced after the fall of an emperor from the Celestial Sky clan, possessing unfathomable mysteries. It is said to contain the essence of immortality, capable of cleansing one's physique and enhancing one's comprehension of the heavenly path." "Oh?" Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, stowing it away in his storage ring, and remarked casually, "That is indeed a fine treasure. After all, anything related to an emperor cannot be of inferior quality." Upon witnessing Su Jiugao claim the true immortal bone, Yi Sheng's teeth nearly ground to dust. His eyes blazed with fury, and he raged inwardly, "That true immortal bone belongs to me. To Yi Sheng. Why is this different from my memories?" Though consumed by hatred, he did not lose his reason. This individual had effortlessly killed dozens of talented youths, showing no fear of those backing them, even disregarding Shu's identity. He was certainly no ordinary person. The unabashed hatred in Yi Sheng's gaze did not escape Su Jiugao's notice, prompting him to frown slightly and glance at him with mild curiosity. "What is the matter with this protagonist of destiny? I have yet to make a move. Yet you are already in a frenzy?" Wu Xianshu pursed her lips, raising her head to meet Su Jiugao's gaze defiantly. Her voice was icy as she declared, "Su family young master, the Celestial Sky clan will remember this." Before she could finish her sentence, a flash of light cut through the air. Wu Xianshu's head flew high into the sky, leaving everyone in stunned silence. A woman, beautiful and ethereal, was ruthlessly dispatched by Su Jiugao. His expression remained placid and devoid of emotion, coldly observing the scene before him. "The one thing I despise the most is being threatened. Destined female protagonist. Do you truly believe I would refrain from killing you?" Beat. The destined female protagonist Wu Xianshu has died. The destined protagonist Yi Sheng loses 3,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 3,000 villain points. A voice from the system echoed in Su Jiugao's ears. His eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not anticipated that a destined female protagonist could cause this reborn protagonist to lose so much fortune. How delightful. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Xianshu, as the first destined female protagonist in Yi Sheng's life, held profound significance. Initially, she provided him with the true immortal bone, and later, the Celestial Sky clan would offer immense assistance to Yi Sheng. No, Sure. Yi Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. The pain was excruciating, tearing through his very soul. His anguished demeanor startled several disciples of the Han Hai sacred sect nearby. What is happening? The holy maiden of the Celestial Sky clan has been killed by that mysterious figure. How ruthless. What a brutal act. She was a delicate beauty. Yi Sheng. It's not you who was killed. Why such a loud outcry? A familiar face turned back, staring at Yi Sheng in bewilderment. Upon seeing him, they were struck dumb. Yi Sheng's eyes were bloodshot, nearly bulging from their sockets, tears of blood streaming down his face. My heavens! Yi Sheng has gone mad. One disciple exclaimed. Wu Xianshu had been Yi Sheng's first love during his youthful, innocent years. Although it was a memory from before his rebirth, the moments they shared were vividly etched in his mind. He had thought losing the true immortal bone was all he had to endure, after all. With his memories from his previous life, he had other means to activate his devouring divine body. Yet, that person had brutally taken Shu'er from him. Who on earth was he? Why had this individual never appeared in his memories? No matter how hard he tried to recall, he could find no trace of this person. Unable to accept the reality, Yi Sheng's vision darkened, and he promptly fainted. Bang. Chapter 57. Cultivating the Protagonist of Destiny. The Guardian emerges. Su Jiugao observed the scene with amusement. His eyes sparkled with delight. Treasure-seeking mouse, those memories from your previous life are truly invaluable. Hurry and recover, activating your devouring divine body. Su Jiugao secretly encouraged. He genuinely hoped this new protagonist of destiny would grow stronger quickly. Although he was a reborn semi-emperor, his cultivation in the Songhai realm was rather weak, failing to pique Su Jiugao's interest significantly. Having learned from the experiences of the previous two, Su Jiugao was not in a rush this time. After all, having waited for 100,000 years for the Golden Age, this brief moment was but a fleeting instant for him. When it comes to the steadfastness of one's heart, few in the entire multiverse could rival Su Jiugao. Sealed within the ancient abyss for 100 millennia, his consciousness has never succumbed to slumber, accompanied only by the echoes of bygone memories and the interminable solitude of time. The system marked him. Ding. Marking successful. Su Jiugao pondered, feeling a twinge of unease. The incident involving Su Nian had taught him that the destined protagonist was not invulnerable to death. To avert unforeseen calamities, Su Jiugao deliberately sought the presence of the leader of the Hanhai Holy Sect. The sect leader was a rugged middle-aged man, Kai Shuquan, whose countenance betrayed a mix of fear and trepidation. After all, he had only ascended to his position 2.5 years prior and now faced such a grave situation. Terrified that this enigmatic figure would cleave him in two as effortlessly as before, he faltered, exclaiming, My lord, this matter has nothing to do with our Hanhai Holy Sect. Su Jiugao cast a glance at him and suddenly inquired, Do you have a penchant for raising Kuan? Kai Shuquan appeared bewildered. What? Without elaboration, Su Jiugao's imperial gaze flickered with an eerie crimson light. The Soul Master's mark. How could the leader of an immortal lineage withstand the overwhelming force of Su Jiugao's divine consciousness? In but a breath, he was ensnared by the mark of servitude. Kai Shuquan's eyes gradually dulled, and after a moment of silence, his gaze transformed into one of fervent reverence. Kneeling, he prostrated himself and declared, My lord. This scene left many elders and disciples of the Hanhai Holy Sect in stunned silence. Su Jiugao nodded slightly and slowly issued his first command. Yi Sheng. There is a disciple named Yi Sheng in your sect. Ensure he is well guarded. All resources of the Hanhai Holy Sect are at his disposal. Should any harm befall him, the existence of the Hanhai Holy Sect would be rendered unnecessary. Kai Shuquan trembled at his words, repeatedly bowing in assurance. I shall heed your command, my lord. Satisfied, Su Jiugao acknowledged him with a nod. The Soul Master's mark proved to be quite effective. This mark would not alter a person's thoughts or will. Aside from absolute loyalty to him, he would remain himself. With this safeguard in place, Su Jiugao felt at ease, allowing Yi Sheng to develop properly. His eyes glimmered with contemplation as he murmured, It is time to return to the clan. The coming-of-age ceremony is no trivial matter. At that moment, Elder Ing approached discreetly, whispering, Lord DZ. Su Jiugao replied, What is it? Elder Ing continued, Outside the Changqing Dao domain, many auras are approaching. Su Jiugao frowned. Who are they? Elder Ing shook his head, uncertain, but their intentions are malevolent. Oh. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, gazing toward the heavens. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of danger enveloped the sky, beams of light piercing through the firmament, hurtling toward their location. These were the formidable beings behind the group of prodigies from various immortal lineages. At the forefront stood a towering figure clad in celestial armor. A member of the Changqing celestial clan, whose voice boomed like thunder, filled with rage. Who dares to slay the saintess of my Changqing celestial clan? Which beast has the audacity to kill my Jinzi Chu Jingxian of the Wanxiang Sword Sect? I demand retribution. An elder donned in simple garb, exuding an otherworldly presence, added, and I, from the Changhe Holy Sect. Voices of fury echoed from above. Each powerful being exuded an aura so terrifying that it rivaled that of the Holy Realm. The leader of the Tsangqing celestial clan was a being of the sacred realm. Their descent created a spectacle akin to the end of the world, leaving countless disciples of the Hanhai Holy Sect in a state of panic. It's over. They all turned their apprehensive gazes toward the enigmatic golden-haired figure. Su Jiugao, with narrowed eyes, remained unfazed by the formidable beings above. He remarked coolly, having struck the young. The old have arrived so swiftly? Eldering frowned. Are these individuals seeking trouble with our Su clan? The supreme divine roar sensed the hostile auras, letting out a resounding roar. The intense air pressure caused the powerful beings above to momentarily falter, appearing slightly unsteady. What beast is this? The aura of the sacred realm? This creature is, indeed, a being of the sacred realm? A few powerful beings from the immortal lineages were taken aback. Those well-versed in the arcane arts gasped, the heavenly divine beast, supreme divine roar. In this realm, a nearly mature divine beast exists. What? Supreme divine roar? They had originally come due to the unexpected demise of their younger generation, but had not anticipated discovering a divine beast here. In an instant, their focus shifted. Eyes gleaming with avarice, fixated upon the supreme divine roar. The armored man from the Tsangqing celestial clan's pupil shone with a predatory glint as he extended his hand toward the supreme divine roar, a colossal white paw materializing. He declared, "We of the Tsangqing celestial clan shall claim this supreme divine roar." All their gazes were locked onto the supreme divine roar, completely oblivious to Su Jiugao below. Witnessing this scene, Su Jiugao's gaze turned frosty as he coldly commanded, "Eldering, eliminate them all." Eldering understood the implication and vanished from sight in an instant. The supreme divine roar growled lowly, its massive pupils filled with fury and murderous intent, transforming into a golden meteor. It shattered the white paw and charged toward the assembly of powerful beings. The armored man's expression shifted slightly, then he laughed heartily. "Interesting. I do enjoy such untamed beasts." Without fear, he transformed into a white shooting star, colliding with the supreme divine roar. Blood sprayed across the sky as the armored man's arm was inexplicably severed. His eyes widened in shock. Who? Meanwhile, the supreme divine roar rampaged through the ranks like a tiger among sheep. "No, don't come near," it roared. With a gaping maw, the supreme divine roar devoured several powerful beings of the holy realm, crushing them within its jaws. The armored man's expression shifted as he clutched his empty right arm, shouting, "What manner of being?" That strike was clearly aimed at my neck. Had I not been vigilant, I might have been slain. Such a terrifying hidden killing technique was unparalleled in the myriad realms. A cold, sinister voice echoed from an unknown origin. "Dare to covet anything belonging to my imperial son, Tsangqing celestial clan, you truly seek death." Chapter 58. The Unwitting Tsangqing celestial clan. Supreme realm takes action. Elder Ing materialized like a phantasm, emerging from the frigid void behind the armored man. His emaciated arm shot forth, and the indomitable celestial armor crumbled like paper before Eldering, instantly obliterated. This the aura of the supreme. The armored man was struck with dread, realizing the deadly intent of this strike. Sensing the dire circumstances, the armored man bellowed, "Blood escape." In an instant, a tremendous energy erupted from him, his blood and chi igniting, transforming him into a desperate crimson streak attempting to flee. "You think to escape?" Elder Ing replied coldly. A pitch-black, abyssal vortex manifested from his hand, and the armored man was inexorably pulled back by an overwhelming force. Eldering scoffed, his hands resembling iron pincers, firmly grasping the man's throat. The armored man's face turned red as he roared, "You scoundrel! I am of the Tsangqing celestial clan. Do you dare to lay hands on me?" As a sacred realm powerhouse of the Tsangqing celestial clan, he had never endured such humiliation. Elder Ing transformed into a dark streak of light, appearing before Su Jiugao in an instant. Meanwhile, the supreme divine roar unleashed its fury, wreaking havoc among the throng of beings from various immortal lineages, resulting in a one-sided massacre. The sky was drenched in a torrential downpour of blood, as the supreme divine roar bathed in crimson, while the savage, beastly eyes tore apart and devoured formidable beings of the saint realm. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, those once arrogant powerhouses, hailing from various sects, were now pale with fear, scattering like startled birds. No trace remained of their previous haughtiness as they sought to subdue the supreme divine roar. Su Jiugao observed this scene with a detached gaze. Boom. The armored man crashed heavily to the ground, struggling and howling, his holy power ablaze. Yet, despite his formidable cultivation, he felt as insignificant as an ant before Elder Ying. Utterly unable to resist. Let me go. Do you know who I am? I am Wu Jitian of the Celestial Sky Immortals. I have shattered the communication talisman. When my clan supreme arrives, none of you shall escape. The armored man continued to roar in ignorance of his impending doom. Su Jiugao's imperial gaze flickered. The Celestial Sky Immortals are even more arrogant than I had imagined. Elder Ying, silence him. In the presence of the imperial sun, one should behave. Elder Ying's eyes gleamed dangerously. In a swift motion, he severed the armored man's tongue, blood spewing forth as the man's pupils contracted. Emitting a wretched wail, the disciples of the Hanhai holy sect, witnessing this gruesome display, stood frozen in terror. Who was this mysterious figure? This was a saint from the Celestial Sky Immortals. Above, the supreme divine roar had already annihilated and consumed dozens of incoming immortals from various sections. Its golden fur, stained crimson, radiated a searing heat, and in no time, it reverted to its majestic, golden form. It approached Su Jiugao, letting out a low growl. Well done. Su Jiugao patted the supreme divine roar's head, then turned his attention to the armored man on the ground, his expression calm and inscrutable. Are you here to trouble me? Wu Jitian lifted his head, and upon seeing the extraordinary, regal young man before him, his entire being trembled. His mind went blank, and he began to shake uncontrollably. This man, he had seen him before. He was the Su family's imperial son, Su Jiugao, whom his clan's supreme elder had warned him repeatedly not to provoke. It was over. This was Wu Jitian's only thought at that moment. His previous focus had been entirely on the supreme divine roar, and he never anticipated that this figure would appear in the celestial sky domain. How could this be? Su Jiugao observed Wu Jitian's reaction with keen interest. You've met me before? Wu Jitian's eyes were filled with terror, but with his tongue severed, he could not speak. He could only kneel and desperately bow his head, each thud echoing his silent acknowledgement. After a lengthy pause, Su Jiugao spoke. Since your esteemed celestial sky immortals are so fond of my mount, should I not graciously offer it to you? Wu Jitian trembled violently. Had he known this was the mount of the imperial sun, even 1,000 of his bravado would not have dared to act so recklessly. He bowed even more fervently, shaking his head vigorously. Elder Ying sneered from the side. Ever since the various imperial clans retreated, the celestial sky immortals have grown increasingly arrogant. Now that they face the imperial sun, where is their former bravado? The Celestial Sky Immortals, a clan born with extraordinary gifts, had long considered themselves superior, claiming divine lineage and looking down upon others. The disciples of the Hanhai holy sect were bewildered. What was happening? Why did the saint from the Celestial Sky Immortals cower before this mysterious figure? They could hardly fathom anything more shocking. Su Jiugao's eyes glinted coldly as he remarked. Truly a nauseating clan. Produce your saintly fruits and then take your own life. Wu Jitian's face lit up with joy, nodding fervently. To him, this was the best outcome. At that moment, a terrifying aura locked onto Su Jiugao below. A voice, ancient and merciless as if it came from the dawn of time, reverberated through the heavens. Who dares to harm a member of the Celestial Sky Immortals? It seemed the Celestial Sky Immortals had long remained hidden, and the world was on the verge of forgetting their terror. As Wu Jitian recalled the shattered communication talisman, his eyes widened in panic, shaking his head frantically as blood poured from his mouth, producing muffled sounds of distress. At this moment, endless fear engulfed Wu Jitian's heart. No. He wanted to inform the elder that this figure was indeed the Su family's imperial son. Yet, he could utter not a word. Su Jiugao narrowed his eyes, feeling as though he was not the villain but the destined protagonist. He finally understood why his father had repeatedly expressed his disdain for the immortal sects and ancient clans. Trying to reason with these individuals? Strike down the young, and the old will come for vengeance. Strike down the old, and even older ones will emerge. They either bear grudges for eternity or are eradicated without a trace. The Celestial Sky Immortals. If that is the case, let us end this once and for all. Boom. A deafening thunderclap resounded, filling the air with a horrific aura. Before the figure arrived, a roaring pillar of lightning descended upon Su Jiugao's location. Seeking death, Elder Ying, enraged, soared into the air, confronting the lightning with unwavering resolve. Enveloped in torrents of thunder, undeterred by the overwhelming power of the Supreme Realm, the clash of two Supreme Realm beings erupted, shaking the very heavens. Many celestial figures sensed this supreme presence. What? Who is this supreme being? Merely a half-step to the supreme, a mere ant. A voice, authoritative and ancient, resounded from afar. Meanwhile, Yi Sheng, startled by the aura, looked up at the figure in the sky, his pupils narrowing in recognition. Was that not the supreme ancestor Wu Wanli from the Su family? What was he doing here? But soon, joy spread across his face. Excellent. With the Wu family's supreme present, no matter who you are, you shall face annihilation. In the realm of supremacy, a single action from any one of them could tremble the heavens. The celestial sky immortals stood in the center of the sky, revealing a figure with an ethereal presence. Youthful yet ancient, he regarded the scene before him with disdain. When his gaze fell upon Su Jiugao below, Wu Wanli trembled, his heart and lungs freezing in shock. His expression morphed as if he had seen a ghost. The pressure he exuded dissipated instantly, and he gasped, "The imperial son?" The figure below was none other than the son of the primordial emperor, Su Jiugao, whom he had met at the edge of the void, having lived for countless years. Wu Wanli's heart raced uncontrollably as he realized he had nearly attacked the imperial son. In an instant, Wu Wanli vanished from sight, reappearing before Su Jiugao, shocking everyone present. With a resounding thud, he knelt, trembling with fear, and spoke. "Mr. Emperor, how did you come to be here?" Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd was astonished, and Yi Xing was particularly horrified. A supreme. This is the realm of the supreme. Why does he kneel before that detestable fellow? To instill such fear in a supreme is something even I, in my previous life as a quasi-emperor, could not achieve. Who exactly is he? Notification. The destined protagonist Yi Xing feels fear towards the host, losing 300 luck points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 300 villain points. At this moment, Su Jiugao could hardly be bothered with Yi Xing. Wu Wanli was nearly petrified, his mind replaying the moment he had confronted the emperor. He glared furiously at Wu Jitian beside him. With the emperor present, why did you remain silent? Do you wish to condemn the entire Wu family? Su Jiugao fixed her gaze on Wu Wanli, sneering. Your celestial clan appears quite imposing, one after another. If you fail this time, will you next summon your ancestral guardians to aid you? Each word was like a sword, piercing through Wu Wanli's psychological defenses. Wu Wanli felt a chilling dread, trembling as he placed his hands on the ground. I dare not. Lord Emperor, I was blind to your greatness. Please spare me. No need for that. Su Jiugao smiled at him, but in Wu Wanli's eyes, it was utterly terrifying. I, the Emperor, have already granted you many chances. It seems that those of the celestial clan delight in comparing backgrounds and those behind them. I do not trouble you, yet you come to me willingly. Since that is the case, I shall indulge you. Hearing this, Wu Wanli's pupils constricted, and in extreme terror, he exclaimed, No, Lord Emperor, I beg you. My celestial clan is willing to pay any price. Su Jiugao crouched down, beaming brightly at him, though her lips curled into a smile. Her face remained utterly devoid of emotion as she narrowed her eyes and spoke. It is too late. As for backgrounds, as the only son of the emperor among the heavens, who could possibly compare to Su Jiugao, I came here to seek the destined protagonist for harvesting. Yet I am constantly met with a throng of unseeing individuals. Being the son of the unbeginning emperor, my consciousness carries the mark left by my father. Within the ancestral grounds of the Su family, Su Huangji, who was in meditation, gradually opened his imperial eyes. Within them, the sun, moon, and stars seemed to shift, the cycles of myriad paths flowing in his gaze. After consuming the divine liquid of creation, his aura became even more terrifying and mysterious than before. Like an unfathomable abyss. Merely existing there could instill fear across the heavens. His golden form moved, and in the blink of an eye, he traversed countless miles across the void. The majestic golden figure appeared outside the Zhangqing Dao domain. The defenses of the Zhangqing Dao domain crumbled before the emperor, as merely taking a step forward tore apart the barriers of this realm. Instantly, the entire Zhangqing Dao domain was enveloped in an overwhelming imperial might. What is this? All beings paused in their breaths, instinctively gazing toward the sky. Millions trembled in fear, as if some great horror were about to descend. In the crowd, Yi Xing was all too familiar with this aura. This is the might of the emperor, pure and overwhelming. The pressure of the emperor surged forth. His eyes widened in disbelief, his heart tumultuous. Impossible. How could there still be an emperor in the heavens? Yi Xing roared. The scenes before him diverged drastically from his memories, and everything was spiraling toward an uncontrollable situation. This made him question whether he had truly been reborn. Buzz. The sound of the Dao reverberated, an immense aura surged like a rolling tide. A golden, magnificent sun tore through the firmament, akin to a deity descending for judgment. Dazzling and brilliant, capturing the attention of all. Eldaring gazed fervently at the sky, unable to suppress his murmurs. The emperor has come. This overwhelming imperial might caused countless great clans throughout the heavens to tremble. The myriad realms were in an uproar. The aura of the unbeginning emperor. What is happening? Wasn't the unbeginning emperor in seclusion? Why? Oh no. The only reason the emperor would manifest is because of that Lord Emperor. You don't think any of the blind fools. Hurry. Go check if any of our younger generation have offended that Lord Emperor. The golden sun in the sky radiated myriad divine lights. The overwhelming aura surged, the golden brilliance rendering it impossible to gaze upon the magnificent figure. From within came the hearty laughter of Su Jiugao, clearly in high spirits. Like the tolling of an ancient bell, it resonated within the hearts of all. Aha, my son, you summoned me for what purpose? Do you wish to pay me a visit? Su Jiugao cast a glance at the terrified Wu Wanli and said lightly, it's nothing of great significance. Just a supreme from some celestial clan wishing to kill me. Her tone was casual, as if recounting a trivial family matter to her father. Since the rules have been broken and a supreme has acted, do they truly believe that my father, in the realm of the emperor, is merely an observer? Upon utterance of these words, the heavens seemed to collapse. A tempest erupted, the once clear sky shattered like a broken mirror, chaotic void currents materializing. The entire world appeared blood-soaked. As if from that grand imperial shadow, one could glimpse a sea of corpses. Boom. The ground beneath trembled violently, revealing horrifying fissures. Merely releasing a hint of power caused the external void to shatter into a desolate wasteland. The entire Qitian Dao domain resembled the apocalypse. This terrifying imperial might rendered all unable to breathe, even shaking the minds of the ancient powers in distant realms, causing them to gaze upon this world. The golden sun in the sky crashed down. Su Jiugao's imperial gaze was captivating as he appeared beside Su Jiugao. He scanned the trembling Wu Wanli and Wu Jitian below, as if seeking to penetrate their very souls. The emperor's gaze weighed heavily upon them. Wu Wanli trembled uncontrollably. His face pressed to the ground as he stammered in terror. The unbeginning emperor. Eldering gazed devoutly and fervently at the dazzling imperial form, kneeling down. Emperor. Su Jiugao did not speak, but instead reached out. Supreme imperial power surged, directly extracting the memories of Wu Jitian and Wu Wanli. The soul-stripping technique. The Wu family. Su Jiugao murmured softly, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. The two's pupils widened, bloodshot and contorted in excruciating pain. The soul-stripping technique is excruciatingly painful, akin to being sliced by 1,000 knives, tearing flesh from bone. Upon uncovering the entire truth, Su Jiugao, instead of growing angry, laughed. The Wu family. Well done, Wu family. Daring to lay hands on my son, it seems my warnings were insufficient. Throughout his life, he had detested the powerful oppressing the weak. In the past, during the emperor's fall era, he shattered much of the dark forces for his son's sake. Little did he expect that in this present life, some ignorant beings would still arise. Fury blazed in Su Jiugao's imperial gaze as if flames ignited within. With a forceful grip, he shattered the souls of the two. Beneath the emperor, all are but ants. A saint and a supreme of the celestial clan, their souls shattered. Crumpled to the ground like a pile of mud, devoid of life. Thus, they perished. Upon witnessing this scene, the members of the vast sea holy sect in the distance were rendered utterly speechless. The towering, radiant figure before them. Could it truly be an emperor? The very notion of an emperor was too overwhelming to behold, causing many to shed tears of blood, trembling with emotion. For countless among them, having never even encountered a supreme being in their lifetime, the chance to witness a living emperor was beyond their wildest dreams. Yi Sheng, too, was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that the enigmatic golden-haired youth before him was backed by an emperor, a being revered across the myriad realms. This was a height he had long aspired to, one he had never achieved, even in his past life. As a quasi-emperor reincarnated, facing the enmity of Shu'er, a profound sense of helplessness and despair welled up within him. The term emperor loomed like a colossal mountain, firmly obstructing his path. Emperor Su Jiugao turned to examine Su Jiugao closely, relieved to find that his beloved son bore no injuries. With a concerned tone, he inquired, Jiugao, are you all right? Su Jiugao nodded slightly and replied, I'm fine. Perhaps due to the effects of the divine liquid, his father appeared rejuvenated, exuding the same brilliance and vigor of his earlier days. Su Jiugao's eyes flickered with intensity as he posed a question, my son, how do you propose we deal with the Wu family? The fates of countless Wu family souls rest in your hands. Should we allow you to seek vengeance in the future, or shall I take action myself? His tone was calm, as if the celestial Wu family were mere ants, easily crushed beneath his heel. Since emerging from the ancient divine source, his precious son had undergone considerable trials and had made remarkable progress in his cultivation. He was eager to see what decision Jiugao would make. In this realm, the father and son stood as two resplendent suns, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers who were compelled to kneel in reverence. Su Jiugao's eyes were filled with cold indifference, and without hesitation, he declared, eliminate them. Their fate had long been sealed. To leave them for future vengeance? Apologies, but he was no fated protagonist. Such an approach would merely embolden others to take further liberties. Believing him to be easy prey, he held firmly to the principle of an eye for an eye, blood for blood. Excellent. Su Huangji exclaimed, his voice echoing with approval. Jiugao's thoughts aligned perfectly with his own. A glimmer of chilling brilliance sparked in Su Huangji's gaze as he solemnly reminded, "My son, remember, I cannot always be by your side. Only through bloodshed will those ancient, obstinate beings learn their lesson. If they fear, they shall not err again." Since Su Jiugao's emergence, he had anticipated this very moment. His lack of interference stemmed from a desire to witness the choices Jiugao would make under such circumstances. Jiugao's response pleased Su Huangji immensely, for his son would never be one to waver or show mercy. "Then let us slay them all." Su Huangji's gaze pierced through the heavens, locking onto the entirety of the Wu family domain. A palpable terror enveloped the entire realm. Suddenly, a colossal golden hand materialized in the sky, descending with the power to obliterate all. Its might echoed like the end of days. Awoken from their long slumber, the ancestral guardians of the Wu family emerged, their formidable presences filling the air. Each was a final trump card of the Wu family, none weaker than a supreme being, with their leader nearing the threshold of quasi-emperor. An emperor? Why? What has my Wu family done to provoke that esteemed individual? A resounding voice, filled with immense authority, reverberated through the ancient realms. The Wu family, daring to provoke my son, must be prepared to face my wrath. What? The faces of the Wu ancestors turned pale. Who among them had the audacity to strike against the emperor's son? Hadn't they been warned? The leading ancestor, stricken with fear, implored, "Great Emperor Wushi, the Wu family offers our collective apologies. Spare the lives of these countless souls. We meant no offense. Please, Great Emperor, show mercy." Yet, the magnificent golden hand showed no sign of halting. Suddenly, an overwhelming divine might erupted forth, a resplendent golden light that illuminated the entirety of the realms. The ancestral guardians of the Wu family were engulfed by this cataclysmic force, reduced to ashes in an instant. The heavens trembled, and the Wu family, along with the millions of souls within their domain, were annihilated without a moment's notice under the weight of that terrifying hand. From that moment forth, the Wu family ceased to exist within the celestial realms. The emperor's might lingered, stirring unease among the myriad powerful factions, forbidden divine clans, eternal paths, hidden holy families, and those lurking in the shadows. They were astonished to witness such a display. A single hand, the very hand of an emperor, had obliterated an entire domain. They had presumed this emperor was feeble and nearing the end of his days, only to find he wielded such awe-inspiring powers. Chapter 61. Returning to the Su family. Merging true immortal bones and essence as countless formidable beings were seized by trepidation, Su Huangji's authoritative voice rang out once more. "Today, I, Su Huangji, declare to all that if my son, the emperor's heir, encounters any further injustices, the perpetrators shall meet a fate akin to that of the Wu family, complete annihilation." Upon uttering these words, Su Huangji invoked supreme powers, summoning the laws of the heavens. Suddenly, a mark of sin appeared upon the fleeing Wu family members, causing them to explode in a series of bursts. Annihilation of a clan was no jest. This power was nearing that of an emperor. In that moment, Su Huangji surveyed the world with disdain, his eyes brimming with pride and arrogance. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Jiugao felt a surge of fervor within him. So this is the power of an emperor, the ability to dictate life and death within an entire domain with but a gesture. As the overwhelming aura gradually faded, Su Huangji laughed heartily, turning to Su Jiugao and proclaiming, "My son, with me as your protector, it matters not whether they are celestial clans or eternal paths. Even the divine beings would face the same fate. Come, my son, let us return to the Su family." With a wave of his hand, he enveloped Su Jiugao and vanished from the scene, leaving behind an audience of trembling figures, still kneeling in fear, too daunted to rise. Yi Sheng was filled with terror and self-doubt. Could he, a mere mortal, truly seek vengeance against the son of an emperor? The mere offense of a supreme being had resulted in the instantaneous obliteration of the mighty Wu family. The ease with which it was done felt akin to squashing a mere insect. The immense hatred he harbored began to dissipate, replaced by fear. At that moment, he found himself questioning whether he truly held any lingering affection for Wu Xuanru. With the loss of the true immortal bones and the demise of the Wu family, once a potential source of immense assistance, was it wise to pursue vengeance against a figure of such noble stature? One who had the backing of an emperor? Fortunately, this imperial scion seemed oblivious to his presence, and a sense of relief washed over him. As a quasi-emperor, reborn with a resilient heart, Yi Sheng soon came to terms with his thoughts. His eyes flickered with determination as he murmured, "Shuj, rest assured. This grudge shall never be forgotten. Once I grow stronger and ascend to the status of an emperor, I shall ensure that individual pays a bloody price. However, without the true immortal bone to activate the devouring divine body, I am uncertain how long it will take." Suddenly, a thought sparked in Yi Sheng's mind. The Taiyuan Immortal Realm. In my memories, the Taiyuan Immortal Realm, filled with countless treasures, is about to open. In my previous life, my cultivation was feeble at this time, preventing me from obtaining any extraordinary opportunities. Nevertheless, I still gained a considerable amount and even met a mysterious woman. The mere thought of her identity filled Yusheng with ecstatic joy. Moreover, he distinctly remembered the locations of several renowned treasures within the Taiyuan Immortal Realm. Yusheng trembled with excitement, and the gloom surrounding him due to Shu Er's demise lifted significantly. He laughed heartily. The Taiyuan Immortal Realm. This is the place that will allow Yusheng to rise anew. Haha. Such exuberance startled his fellow disciples nearby. Oh no. This fellow Yisheng must have lost his mind. Within the ancestral land of the Su family, a golden divine rainbow descended. Su Huangji and Su Jiugao appeared, with the supreme divine roar following closely behind. Su Huangji strolled leisurely ahead, suddenly stopping to speak. My son, how have you fared in your recent trials in the outer realm? Su Jiugao pondered for a moment before responding honestly. It has been quite enjoyable. However, it was not entirely pleasant. First Lin Yi, then Su Nian, both had fully realized their value, becoming nourishment for him. Had it not been for the oblivious celestial clan's intrusion, Su Jiugao would not have considered returning to the family so soon. Su Huangji remarked, that is for the best. Have you discovered any noteworthy prodigies? At this, Su Jiugao expressed rare confusion. I have not noticed any, but it is strange that, despite the perfected heavenly rules and abundant spiritual energy in this era, today's prodigies seem significantly weaker compared to the era of the fallen emperors. Su Huangji was taken aback by this, then burst into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, during the era of the fallen emperors, darkness invaded. Those who were not strong perished at the hands of those vile creatures. Now, the practitioners of the realms have become accustomed to ease. However, Jiugao, do not let this lead you to underestimate others. Within those great clans, the true unrivaled geniuses are meticulously concealed. They are your true adversaries. Su Jiugao nodded slightly. I understand. Su Huangji continued. Very well. Once your coming-of-age ceremony concludes, you may act as you wish. For now, remain in the Su family. I will personally train your Shadow Clan protector to enhance his strength. Half-Step Supreme is still too weak. Su Jiugao agreed, understanding the significance of the ceremony. As for the destined protagonist Yisheng, with the system's mark upon him, he could not escape. By the way, father, do you require this? Su Jiugao retrieved the ancient evergreen body's essence from the system's storage. The familiar aura caused Su Huangji to tremble, his eyes widening in astonishment. Where did you obtain this? Su Jiugao smiled faintly, not hiding the truth. I discovered it during my trials, taken from a deceased cultivator. Su Huangji nodded, unconcerned. Well done. Since it is done, leave no future troubles. If there are any friends or relatives, they should be informed as well. Gazing at the ancient evergreen body essence, Su Huangji shook his head with a chuckle. Unfortunately, given my current realm, this item is of little use to me. You possess the innate chaos body. This essence will greatly benefit you. Keep it for yourself. After a brief exchange, Su Huangji returned deep into the ancestral land to comprehend the realm above the emperor. Su Jiugao, meanwhile, did not remain idle. He took out the true immortal bone he had obtained earlier, its surface glistening like jade, shimmering with an abundance of spiritual energy. The true immortal bone is most precious for its immortal marrow. For ordinary cultivators, consuming it not only improves their constitution and comprehension, but also causes their cultivation to surge. Its effects surpass any heavenly material or elixir. Su Jiugao's eyes sparkled with determination. Crack! The true immortal bone before him split into two halves, from which flowed an exceptionally pure jade-like marrow, an immense surge of spiritual power almost overflowing. Just inhaling its scent was invigorating, emanating a profound essence of the Heavenly Dao. Chapter 62, 9th Level of the Void God Realm. Lifespan Source. Su Jiugao would not be foolish enough to surrender these invaluable treasures to the system for reclamation. The immortal marrow, pure as jade, contained the culmination of an emperor's understanding of the Heavenly Dao, unique and infinitely more precious than the fruits of a sage's path. It was no wonder that so many immortal lineage's prodigies risked defending the celestial clan to compete for it. Yet, in the end, it fell into his hands. Su Jiugao's gaze flickered. The innate chaos body communicated a fervent desire. If he could absorb and refine this immortal marrow, it would be immensely beneficial. He also took out the essence of the ancient evergreen body. Gazing at these two highly coveted treasures, Su Jiugao's eyes radiated brilliance. From his body emanated a haze of chaotic energy, enveloping these two celestial treasures. I must not disappoint the young master, Su Jiugao murmured. Boom. As the immortal marrow and the essence of the ancient evergreen body fused, a colossal surge of spiritual energy transformed into a white beam of light, soaring into the heavens. His golden hair billowed as if he were a divine being, exuding an astonishing aura, unmatched in dominance. The mere hint of his cultivation sent waves of trepidation through those nearby. With the boundless spiritual energy from the true immortal marrow, his cultivation at the 6th level of the void god realm effortlessly surged to the 7th level. Su Jiugao seemed to enter a wondrous state. White divine mist cascaded around him, merging with the heavens, as he entered a state of pure transcendence. The dense insights of the Heavenly Dao within the immortal marrow significantly enhanced his understanding of the causal divine eye. 7th level of the void god realm, 8th level. Time passed, though how much he could not tell. Buzz. 9th level of the void god realm. Su Jiugao's eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance. The massive, surging aura gradually settled. Su Jiugao assessed his cultivation. Merely a single true immortal bone had enabled him to break through 3 minor realms. Such a rate of advancement was utterly astounding. The true immortal bone rightfully deserved its reputation as a treasure capable of aiding the destined protagonist Yi Sheng in activating the devouring divine body. The spiritual energy it contained was as boundless as the ocean. It is important to note that he possessed the innate chaos body, a remarkably powerful constitution. Unlike the innate Dao, which could constantly absorb spiritual energy, his body required several times more energy for breakthroughs than an ordinary person. If an average person were to absorb and refine the immortal marrow, they would likely have already ascended to the divine king realm. Su Jiugao was thoroughly satisfied. Clenching his fists, he felt an unprecedented perfection in his state. Not only had his realm improved, but his lifespan had also dramatically increased with the aid of the essence of the ancient evergreen body. Su Jiugao joyfully declared, "System, open the panel." Master, Su Jiugao, identity, Prince of the Su clan. Son of the Primordial Emperor, realm, 9th level of the void god realm. Physique, innate chaos body, origin of the eternal verdant body. Causal divine eye, 100-00-2000. Golden sacred blood, 100-00-1200. Lifespan, 1921,939, crowning at 20. Cultivation techniques, Primordial Emperor's scripture, 10,000. Soul Master Mark, 10,000. Chaos Halberd of the 8 Desolations, 10,000. Reversal of the 13 Halberds, 3,000. Qianyuan Golden Body, 1,000. Treasures, Black Emperor Esabis Halberd. Myriad Abyss Ink Unicorn Armor, 50 bottles of Creation Divine Liquid, Saint-Slaying Golden Halberd, Heaven-Subduing Spiritual Pearl, Supreme Clarity Emperor Sword, Green Emperor Pill. Villain value, 8,100. Not only has his cultivation level risen, but his causal divine eye and golden sacred blood have also seen significant growth, coupled with 20,000 years of lifespan. A faint smile graced Su Jiugao's lips, filled with satisfaction. Although the origin of the eternal verdant body has suffered some depletion due to Su Nian's reckless consumption, the lifespan it provides still far exceeds that of others at the same level. Finally, he need not worry about being worn down by his father. Su Jiugao mused happily. 20,000 years. Countless individuals toil tirelessly to cultivate, primarily to seize control of their destinies. More importantly, they seek the longevity to truly live. Lifespan is something no one would ever wish to have in short supply, Su Jiugao murmured. With some time remaining, he wondered if he could break through to the Divine King realm before then. Thus, he resumed his cultivation. Half a month swiftly passed. Within the Su clan's territory, preparations for the prince's crowning ceremony were in full swing, with the entire clan bustling with activity. Before the grand and magnificent main hall of the Su clan, countless banquets were set up, laden with exquisite spiritual fruits and fine wines. At the very top of the main hall steps, a bronze cauldron was prominently displayed. This ancient and heavy cauldron exuded a sense of ancient desolation. It was the ancestral cauldron of the Su clan, and every disciple reaching the age of crowning must offer incense, bathe, and don ceremonial robes for the rites. The red carpet was rolled out, and decorations adorned the space, creating a grand atmosphere. Even in the skies, true phoenixes and true dragons, captured by the ancestors of the Su clan, spiraled down, scattering starlight. The ancestors of the Su clan sat in the main positions, conversing and laughing, leaving the clan leader, Su Tian, quite overwhelmed. Su Tian surveyed his surroundings, wiping the sweat from his brow. He glanced at the guest list for the banquet and turned to Su Yongyu beside him. Yongyu, where's the prince? Having merged with the blood of the undying divine phoenix, Su Yongyu had now broken through to the unification realm. After a moment's thought, he replied, "The prince is still in seclusion within the ancestral grounds." Su Tian looked towards the horizon where several enormous spiritual ships were slowly approaching, feeling a bit of a headache. He instructed, "Quickly summon the prince. The various factions are nearly here, and his presence is essential for the crowning ceremony." Su Jiugao nodded and transformed into a streak of rainbow light, departing the area. From afar, a hearty laugh echoed, "Ha ha ha. Brother Su Tian, our Yun clan of the imperial family arrives with our clan's treasures, the enlightenment tree, the celestial sphere, and 3 veins of divine ore, to congratulate the prince on his crowning." The first to arrive was the Yun clan, the closest imperial family to the sacred emperor's domain. Soon after, another voice rang out. The hidden sacred lineage Lin clan arrives with the saint-level artifact, the Emperor Heaven Sword, the Sun Bow, the extermination pin, 3 items in total, along with 10 supreme-level treasures, 1,000 pills, and 5 veins of celestial spiritual stones. We come to offer our apologies. Please do not hold the previous incident against the prince. Su Tian was taken aback. While others came to offer congratulations, they had come to apologize. Moreover, 3 saint-level artifacts were among their gifts. Though surprised, Su Tian laughed heartily and welcomed them. Ha ha ha. You two are too kind. I shall express my gratitude on behalf of the prince. Chapter 63, The Arrogant Forbidden God Clan. Those who dare to cross will die within the ancestral grounds of the Su clan. Su Jiugao felt a bit anxious as he gazed upon the golden figure before him. Radiant like the sun, his eyes filled with awe and reverence. The supreme divine roar lay dormant nearby. Su Jiugao spoke softly, "Prince." Su Jiugao slowly opened his divine eyes and glanced at Su Jiugao, recognizing him as the clan disciple to whom he had previously given the blood of the undying divine phoenix. "What brings you here?" Su Jiugao sensed that the prince's aura felt even more terrifying than before, profound and unfathomable. He respectfully replied, "Representatives from various factions have arrived. The crowning ceremony is about to commence. The clan leader has sent me to summon you." Upon hearing this, Su Jiugao's pupils flickered. So soon? In the midst of his cultivation, he had lost track of time and now felt he was perilously close to the Divine King realm, just a step away. However, since the grand ceremony had begun, it would be inappropriate for him, as the host, to remain absent. Beep. Detected the arrival of the fated protagonist. Beep. Detected the arrival of the fated protagonist. Su Jiugao paused. The fated protagonist? Could it be at the crowning ceremony? He stated calmly, "Lead the way." Su Jiugao responded, "Yes." At the crowning ceremony, guests from all corners had gathered, creating a lively scene. Hundreds of graceful maidens wove through the crowd, serving exquisite food and fine wine. Those present were renowned figures from the myriad realms, each belonging to powerful superfactions. A mere stamp of their feet could send tremors throughout the heavens. Ancient imperial clans, hidden sacred lineages, and immortal paths were all represented, including numerous beings from the celestial realm. The scale of the crowning ceremony was nothing short of astonishing, drawing such a multitude of superfactions to extend their congratulations. It was a feat only Su Jiugao could accomplish, given the might of the emperor standing behind him. Just half a month prior, that very emperor had displayed overwhelming power, erasing the entire Wu clan of the celestial realm with a single strike. Not a single soul from the Wu clan survived. Such terrifying and tyrannical methods left superfactions across the realms in a state of trepidation, fearing they might be the next to be obliterated. Thus, even without formal invitations, guests from the various factions, including the celestial realm, felt compelled to come bearing gifts to offer their respects. The ancient imperial clan Yi clan arrives with treasures. The immortal path Qing Tian sect arrives with treasures. The celestial realm Shao clan arrives with treasures. Outside the main hall, reports continued to come in from the Su clan disciples. The initially arranged seating for several hundred guests was proving insufficient. "Congratulations, Brother Su. The might of your clan's emperor is truly formidable. I still shudder at the thought of that strike that obliterated the entire Wu clan. Haha. The prince has inherited the legacy of the primordial emperor. His talent is astonishing, destined to become a figure not weaker than the primordial emperor. Our clan has a daughter of extraordinary beauty and grace. I wonder if the esteemed prince." Numerous dignitaries of equal standing came forth to congratulate. Filling Su Tian with joy, he struggled to respond to them all, well aware that their visits were courtesy of the prince and the emperor's renown. Since the fall of the emperor era, the status of imperial clans had changed drastically. Many immortal sects and hidden celestial clans had come to believe they could stand equal with the imperial families. Yet, the appearance of the emperor and the prince had altered this perception. Filled with excitement, Su Tian laughed heartily. "You are all too kind. Please, take your seats." One dignitary surveyed the surroundings and cheerfully inquired, "Brother Su, may I ask where the esteemed prince is?" "Recently, the incident concerning the Dance family has deeply pained us. The celestial clan. The individual from the Dance family who offended the son of the emperor truly deserves severe punishment. We have stripped the dance family of their title within our celestial lineage and have come to offer our sincerest apologies to the son of the emperor. Su Jiugao nodded with a smile, indicating his understanding. He then addressed the fully seated guests below, saying, "Esteemed guests, please enjoy the banquet for a moment longer. Our esteemed son of the emperor will arrive shortly." The crowd responded with enthusiasm. "No hurry. The son of the emperor is indeed busy, and we have ample time. Indeed, I have yet to witness the grandeur of the son of the emperor. We can certainly wait." They expressed their admiration for the hospitality of the Su clan's leader, who was bustling about. However, an incongruous voice suddenly shattered the lively atmosphere. Su clan leader, we, the Forbidden Divine Clan, have traveled from the ancient celestial domain. Why has no one come to greet us? Upon hearing the term Divine Clan, the guests' faces changed dramatically. The Forbidden Divine Clan. To their astonishment, they had also arrived. Everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance. There, an unfathomably powerful elder and a venerable matriarch, accompanied by a group of remarkably handsome youths and maidens clad in resplendent attire, strolled in leisurely. This group, numbering around several dozen, embodied extraordinary grace and confidence, each appearing as a paragon of excellence. The matriarch, leading the group, spoke with a smile. "We have heard that the Su family has recently birthed 2 emperors and a son of the emperor. We, the Forbidden Divine Clan, have come to pay our respects." Su Tian's heart raced as he focused intently on the visitors. During the dark invasion period of the emperor's descent, the Forbidden Divine Clan had sought refuge in the ancient celestial domain. Though they had faced some adversities, their preserved strength was formidable. If any superpower could rival the imperial clan, it would undoubtedly be the Forbidden Divine Clan, despite the Su family not extending an invitation. What prompted their long journey across realms? The youthful scions of the Forbidden Divine Clan scrutinized their surroundings, openly mocking, "Is this truly the imperial clan of the myriad realms? They appear rather lackluster. Haha, these youngsters seem rather feeble, hardly a challenge. Granny you, weren't we supposed to go to the supreme celestial realm? What are we doing in this insignificant place? It's a waste of my cultivation time." Many prominent figures had brought their younger generations to broaden their horizons. Angered by the mockery, the young scions were about to retort when their elders restrained them. Unfazed, the members of the Forbidden Divine Clan, under the guidance of the elder and matriarch, proceeded directly into the main hall. The Su ancestors' eyes flickered with fury as one bellowed, "Presumptuous! Does the Forbidden Divine Clan truly disregard my Su family's dignity? Today is a momentous occasion. Do not compel us to take action." Feigning confusion, the matriarch replied, "Esteemed guests, you are all visitors here. Is this not a virtue of your human kin? We, the Divine Clan, harbor no ill intentions." Seeing the situation escalate, Su Tian furrowed his brow, realizing this was beyond his control. Just then, Su Yongyu hurriedly approached, drenched in sweat. Su Tian quickly inquired, "Where is the son of the emperor?" Breathless, Su Yongyu exclaimed, "He has arrived. He has arrived." A wave of relief washed over Su Tian. The dance family, once formidable, would be no match for the son of the emperor. As the youthful members of the Forbidden Divine Clan reveled in their arrogance, a terrifying black radiance surged forth. The matriarch's expression shifted as she instinctively shielded her younger kin. A resounding crash echoed as a pitch-black spear plunged into the ground before the members of the Forbidden Divine Clan. From outside came a voice, cold and domineering. "Visitors? When did my Su family become a place where any stray dog can wander in? You pitiful remnants from the emperor's descent. How dare you disrupt my son of the emperor's coming-of-age ceremony? Those who dare to cross the Black Sovereign shall perish." Chapter 64. Such an unreasonable request I have never encountered before. The son of the emperor has arrived. Su Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Su ancestors fell silent. One elder leisurely sipped his tea and remarked with a faint smile, "Since the son of the emperor is here, let us old fellows remain quiet." The guests gazed at the golden figure outside the hall, exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty, as if witnessing a radiant sun illuminating the heavens. At the Su family's entrance, Su Jiugao rode the supreme divine roar, a striking duo of man and beast, drawing the attention of the entire assembly. It felt as though they were in the presence of a youthful emperor. Su Jiugao narrowed his eyes, surveying the members of the Forbidden Divine Clan before him. His gaze lingered on a haughty red-haired youth and the beautiful maiden beside him. The sight of them profoundly shocked Su Jiugao. Name, Nangonggu, identity, heir of the Forbidden Divine Clan, character, vengeful, patient, realm, 5th stage of origin severance, physique, sovereign divine body, mighty and formidable. Capable of shaking the sun and moon, strength akin to ancient beasts, vitality surging like tides. Ranked 23rd among 3,000 divine bodies. Techniques, 10,000 Emperor Divine Art. Law Manifestation Golden Body, Great Path of Oblivion, 10 Luo Seal. Treasures, Stellar Heritage Core, Celestial Map, Demon Soul Corpse. Current Fortune Value, 9,000. Name, Ne Gongqing. Identity, direct daughter of the Forbidden Divine Clan. Character, willful, admires the strong. Unyielding, realm, first stage of origin severance. Physique, divine with spirit body, adept in alchemy, born as a master alchemist, enhancing the effects of elixirs by 30. Ranked 132nd among 3,000 divine bodies. Techniques, ancient fire profound technique, with spring soul nurturing art, songling binding. Treasures, azure ancient cinders. Ethereal celestial skirt. Current fortune value, 7,000. To discover that the destined protagonist and heroine were actually siblings was unexpected. Su Jiugao felt an unexplainable intensity. Had he not been able to view their profiles, he would never have guessed the explosive nature of their relationship. The Forbidden Divine Clan seemed to play their cards quite flamboyantly. Regarding Nangonggu, Su Jiugao refrained from delving into his detailed information. Observing the youth's arrogant demeanor while remaining composed amidst the crowd, he surmised that he was likely a prodigy who defied destiny as a branch heir of the clan. The matriarch, Granny Yu, forced a smile and addressed him. Are you the son of the emperor from the Su family? No one enjoys being referred to as a stray dog, especially not those from the esteemed Forbidden Divine Clan. Even if the other party was the son of a great emperor, the younger generation of the Divine Clan showed little regard. Ignoring her, Su Jiugao calmly stated, I have already declared, those who dare to cross the Black Sovereign shall perish. What an arrogant fellow. A youth from the Divine Clan stepped forward, coldly ridiculing. I have crossed, and what of it? The powerful elders from my clan are present. I do not believe the son of the emperor of the Su family dares to act. Su Jiugao narrowed his eyes and slowly replied, such an unreasonable request. I have indeed never encountered before. Then I shall grant you your wish. A terrifying aura began to emanate. The black spear embedded in the ground trembled violently before transforming into a streak of black light, hurtling towards the youth. Granny Yu's expression changed dramatically. She never expected that the prince of the Su family would dare to act against her, a member of the Forbidden Divine Clan, in public. Coldly, she remarked, the prince of the Su family truly does not regard me, an old woman, at all. Just as Granny Yu prepared to strike, suddenly, a tremendous pressure locked onto her, rendering her immobile. This sensation was such that if she were to make a move, she would be instantly struck down. In a flash, a dark light surged forth. The Black Emperor's spear pierced through the chest of the divine youth, akin to a demonic dragon. Countless fiery blood blossoms erupted. With a thud, he was pinned against the wall, lifeless and unblinking. The deceased divine youth's form gradually transformed into a crimson bird. The onlookers were utterly astonished. The prince of the Su family had indeed killed a member of the Divine Clan before the eyes of their formidable beings. Granny Yu turned sharply, fixing her gaze on the patriarch of the Su family. If it were not for this person, as a supreme being, she could not have been stopped. Her aged eyes brimmed with fury as she inquired, does your Su family truly dare to strike? The patriarch replied with a smile. What our prince says represents the entire Su family. Do you think we fear the Forbidden Divine Clan just because that old man beside you is a quasi-emperor? As he spoke, he released his own formidable aura without reservation. Gasps filled the room. A quasi-emperor. Granny Yu finally understood why Old Feng had refrained from acting. It turned out that their powerful figure was also a quasi-emperor. The destined protagonist of the Divine Clan, Nangonggu, furrowed his brow. The cultivation of the Su family's prince was beyond his comprehension. Su Jiugao remarked nonchalantly, I thought it was something significant. Turns out, these so-called members of the Forbidden Divine Clan are but insignificant creatures. If you wish to perish, then come forth together. I, the prince, would like to see what kind of wretched beings the younger generation of the Forbidden Divine Clan truly are. Upon hearing this, the younger members of the Divine Clan erupted in outrage. What an arrogant fellow. A prince of an imperial clan dares to disregard us. Does he truly believe himself to be an emperor? Nangongqing gazed at Su Jiugao, who radiated an aura as resplendent and noble as the sun. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with intrigue. To her, the death of a clan member was inconsequential. It was the prince of the Su family who appeared remarkably unique. Among the crowd, a higher-ranking member of the Divine Clan commanded Nangonggu without hesitation. Nangonggu, you go. Although he was the patriarch's son, his lowly status as a bastard left him with little influence in the Forbidden Divine Clan. Commanded in such a manner, a shadow flickered in his eyes as he hesitated. Nangonggu, are you deaf? I commanded you to go. Seeing this unfold, Su Jiugao was somewhat surprised. What was happening? It seemed the destined protagonist had a lowly status. And why wasn't Nangongqing, the destined heroine, offering assistance? System, what is the situation with these two? Ding. It requires 200 villain points to answer this question. Su Jiugao's expression darkened. Greed. Consumption. Consumption successful. Nangongqing is the destined heroine of Yusheng. not Nangongu. They have no relation. Oh? Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, somewhat enlightened. This was rather interesting. The atmosphere had become somewhat tense. At this moment, Old Feng glanced at the fallen disciple of the divine clan and, with a dispassionate tone, said, Prince of the Su family, we, the forbidden divine clan, have come merely to hear of your coming-of-age ceremony today, with no ill intent. Please do not take offense. His tone was polite, entirely devoid of the previous defiance. The guests present appeared incredulous. They never expected the usually arrogant divine clan, who looked down upon outsiders, would actually soften to the prince of the Su family. Not only them, but even the young members of the divine clan stared wide-eyed. They started it. One exclaimed, Yes, we did nothing wrong. He killed our kin. Upon hearing Old Feng speak, Nangongu sighed in relief, inwardly seething. These people were too cowardly to act themselves and wanted him to go to his doom. One day, I, Nangongu, will trample you all underfoot. Su Jiugao smirked mockingly. Oh, since you know this is my coming-of-age ceremony, others come bearing gifts, yet you, the forbidden divine clan, presume to celebrate empty-handed? As he spoke, Su Jiugao's tone grew icy, as if threatening to leave them all behind should they provoke him further. Or perhaps, you forbidden divine clan, simply wish to seek death? Old Feng faltered slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Our presence is a fortune for your Su family. Do you dare to ask for treasures? Su Jiugao interjected, scoffing. Indeed, the young members of the divine clan, unyielding, chimed in. Negongqing scolded, silence. As her words fell, the Black Emperor's spear, which had been embedded in the wall, soared through the air, returning to Su Jiugao's hand. Its red hair consumed by purple flames. Even before a quasi-emperor, Su Jiugao remained unflinching, wielding the spear as if he were a god-king surveying the masses. His gaze lingered on those who had just spoken disrespectfully. With a grin, he asked, Oh, what were you just saying? Such a gaze sent chills down the spines of those who had dared to speak out, leaving them trembling in place, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Had the spear veered even slightly, it would not have merely severed hair. Faced with the overwhelming prince of the Su family, no one dared utter another word. Su Jiugao's eyes brimmed with disdain. Even Nangonqing, a fellow clanswoman, glanced at them with evident disgust. These inept individuals, accustomed to looking down on others, turned into timid creatures upon encountering true genius. A bunch of useless wastrels. After a moment's contemplation, Nangonqing slowly spoke. Old Feng, Granny you, allow me to handle this. As the patriarch's legitimate daughter, her pure bloodline and esteemed status far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Old Feng nodded in agreement. Nangonqing stepped forward, smiling as she bowed respectfully to Su Jiugao. I am Nangonqing, the legitimate daughter of the Nangong clan. It is a pleasure to meet the prince of the Su family. Her demeanor was poised, her tone balanced and respectful. Su Jiugao did not expect the destined heroine to be the first to step forward. Under the furious gazes of the divine clan, he brazenly scrutinized the destined heroine before him. Clad in a light red ethereal gown, her fiery red hair complemented her appearance, with delicate features and flawless skin. Her figure was graceful, especially the alluringly long legs that were subtly revealed beneath her dress. Nangonqing spoke. Previously, we were in the wrong. I kindly ask for your forgiveness, Prince. Su Jiugao replied with a faint smile. It seems your forbidden divine clan is not entirely composed of mindless creatures. Today, I am in a good mood. Take the corpse of your insignificant creature and leave. His words were unyielding. To be so assertive before the forbidden divine clan. It seemed that only the prince of the Su family could do so. The superpowers from all corners of the world were left in shock, their astonishment lingering. The hidden holy clan, the Lin family, and the celestial clan rejoiced, relieved they had brought substantial gifts to express their sincerity. The members of the forbidden divine clan had their prince slaughtering at will, even before a quasi-emperor. Having not yet encountered the other party, does one not even dare to release a single sound? Nangonqing was momentarily taken aback. She found it hard to believe that, despite having already offered an apology, the esteemed heir of the Su family would still expel her and her companions. However, compared to the previous mindless protagonist, Wu Xianshu, Nangonqing's intelligence was evidently superior. With a gentle smile, she remained unfazed and softly addressed him. Esteemed heir, it is indeed a fault of my Nangong family. We are certainly willing to atone for our mistakes. I also extend my congratulations to you on your ascension. With a graceful gesture, radiant light flickered, and several supreme-grade treasures along with a quasi-emperor level artifact materialized. Such a display of wealth astonished many powerful beings present. Most visitors typically brought only a few celestial-grade spirit stone veins or supreme-grade artifacts. Items like imperial weapons were the tribal treasures of each clan, safeguarded by their ancestors, and would not be easily relinquished. The Forbidden God clan, however, had preserved their treasures impeccably, with even a junior possessing such valuable items. Holding the quasi-emperor level artifact, Nangong Qing remarked with elegant laughter, "I wonder, esteemed heir, is this sufficient?" Su Jiugong's gaze turned somewhat playful. "Imperial weapons? Do you think I lack such things? My father is a true emperor. A mere quasi-emperor level artifact is of no consequence to me." Su Jiugong jested. "A pile of scrap metal dares to show off before me? It appears your Forbidden God clan lacks sincerity." Nangong Qing's smile froze. The disciples of the Forbidden God clan behind her wore expressions of displeasure, exclaiming indignantly, "Is he not being too greedy? This is a quasi-emperor level artifact. Even within our clan, such things are rare. We should leave." Su Jiugong's gaze lingered on Nangong Go, the destined protagonist among the crowd. With a flicker in his eyes, he spoke slowly. "I find that jade pendant of yours quite appealing. This heir shall take it." Nangong Go possessed a crescent-shaped jade pendant, which Su Jiugong recognized at a glance as the star core. The star core could only be produced in realms that had shattered and perished, and its quantity was exceedingly scarce. It contained the power of an entire realm, capable of enhancing one's own path while also harboring a fragment of the higher-level destruction and celestial path. Su Jiugong's eyes shimmered. Below the realm of the Divine King, all were mere ants. Only by transcending to the Divine King could one comprehend the Grand Dao. Possessing a chaotic body, he innately carried the chaotic path. Although powerful, Su Jiugong was not satisfied. The chaotic path embraces all. Only by merging countless paths into one could he achieve the ultimate imperial road. Su Jiugong's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. Nangong Qing furrowed her brow, somewhat perplexed. However, Nangong Go, as the destined protagonist, changed countenance. Feeling as if he faced a formidable foe, Su Jiugong watched him with a smile, patiently awaiting his response. He knew that Nangong Qing would not refuse. Her previous actions indicated that she was a clever woman. A whimsical thought suddenly blossomed in Su Jiugong's mind. The destined heroine of Yixing had offended this illegitimate son-turned-protagonist. If two destined protagonists were to meet, engaging in a life-and-death struggle, he would reap the benefits from the sidelines. How intriguing indeed. Chapter 66. The Star Core. Enmity between two protagonists. Nangong Ji's face was ashen, his hands gripping the jade pendant against his chest. It held profound significance as the only relic left to him by his mother, the Star Core. Despite knowing its preciousness and potential, he had never intended to refine and absorb it. This pendant could obscure all. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary object, undetectable even by supreme beings. Why would the heir of the Su family desire this? Had he discovered something? Nangong Ji's eyes grew red as he glanced towards Nangong Qing. Although she seemed puzzled, it was clear she was contemplating. The disciples of the Forbidden God clan also looked on. The Su heir wanted this item? Could this seemingly worthless pendant possess hidden value? How could that be? They had played with it countless times in their youth. He had always gone mad trying to reclaim it. If the Su heir wanted it, so be it. In their eyes, exchanging a broken piece of jade for several quasi-emperor and supreme-grade artifacts was a fantastic deal. As for Nangong Ji's personal feelings, he was merely an illegitimate son of impure blood. Did he dare refuse? Nangong Qing pondered for a long while, not even asking Nangong Go for his opinion, but instead considering why the Su heir would want a jade pendant. Su Jiugong, lowering his gaze, slowly stated, "My patience is limited. If you refuse, then be gone." Nangong Qing looked up at Su Jiugong and replied with a smile, "It is merely a jade pendant. If the esteemed heir desires it, we would naturally not refuse." She then turned to her brother, Nangong Go. Though he was her brother, there was no hint of familial affection in her eyes. With an undeniable command, she said, "I did not expect even you would have a day to showcase your worth. Hand it over." "Impossible." Nangong Ji's eyes turned crimson as he stared at her. "Nangong Qing, you know this is the only item my mother left for me. I can give you anything, but not this jade pendant." Nangong Qing's beautiful eyes flashed with impatience. When did this illegitimate son dare to defy her orders? "I will say this one last time, hand it over." Nangong Go clutched the pendant tightly, remaining silent. Nangong Qing's fair visage grew cold. She cast a glance at several disciples of the God clan, who immediately understood, stepping forward to pin Nangong Go to the ground. Without a word, they tore the pendant from his neck, sneering, "Wretch, what is your status to refuse the clan's daughter? Hand it over. This broken jade pendant is worth several of our clan's artifacts. Consider yourself fortunate." One of the disciples handed the pendant to Nangong Qing, holding the smooth jade pendant. She found nothing particularly special about it. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she donned a smile and softly addressed Su Jiugong, "Esteemed heir, here it is." Su Jiugong glanced at the subdued Nangong Go, a hint of mockery in his voice. "It seems harmony is lacking within your clan. This destined heroine is indeed decisive. I gather this illegitimate son does not fare well among the God clan either. But what concern is that of mine? Merely a slightly more tragic piece of fodder. Nangong Qing laughed nonchalantly, lightly biting her red lips. It is indeed our forbidden God clan that erred first. If the esteemed heir has taken a liking to anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Oh? Su Jiugong's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Nangong Qing. Anything at all? Nangong Qing was momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting surprise. The disciples of the forbidden God clan behind her were incensed. You dare to tease the daughter of our clan leader. Nangong Qing chuckled lightly. Esteemed heir, you certainly have a sense of humor. A gentle breeze whisked the jade pendant from her hand, sending it floating before Su Jiugao. A smirk graced his lips as he deftly stored it in his spatial ring. Ding! The destined protagonist Nangong Gu has lost the treasured star core, resulting in a loss of 1,000 luck points. Ding! Triggered the threefold critical reward for the title of the destined great villain. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3,000 villain points. Return it to me. A roar echoed, filled with fury from Nangong Gu. He could only watch helplessly as the relics left by his mother were taken by Su Jiugao. With a smile, Su Jiugao remarked, he seems rather reluctant, doesn't he? Has this young prince stolen someone else's affections? Nangong Qing replied, how could that be? He is merely overwhelmed with excitement to have received your favor, esteemed prince. After saying this, Nangong Qing glanced at Nangong Gu beside her, her pupils narrowing. What a pair of eyes! They were blood red, filled with boundless hatred, as if they could devour anyone in sight. Return it to me. Even Nangong Qing felt a chill run down her spine. She had never seen such a terrifying gaze. However, she soon regained her composure, feeling her dignity wounded. With a frosty expression, she approached and raised her hand to deliver a slap. Slap. Nangong Gu. If you don't want me to ask father to expel you from the divine clan, then shut your mouth. Nangong Gu remained silent, staring at her with an icy gaze. Despite her being his biological sister, there had never been any familial bond between them. All he felt was hatred. Hatred for his own inability to protect the relics left by their mother. Nangong Qing. One day, you will pay the price for this. I, Nangong Gu. Swear it. He silently roared in resentment. Ding. The destined protagonist Nangong Gu harbors intense animosity towards the destined heroine Nangong Qing, affecting the trajectory of the plot. The destined protagonist Yixing loses 500 luck points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 villain points. Is it possible? Su Jiugao mused with a smile. If one does not endure any grievances, how can they be called a destined protagonist? He was curious about who would prevail if two destined protagonists were to clash. The previous incident with Sun Yin had taught Su Jiugao that even the destined protagonists were not invincible. System, if I pit two destined protagonists against each other, whose villain points will be counted? System, as long as the event is related to the host, it does not affect the acquisition of villain points. Old 6. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow. So it counts as mine. Su Jiugao nodded, beginning to comprehend. Meanwhile, the old woman, Granny Yu, observed Nangong Ji's behavior without comment, turning her attention to Su Jiugao. Esteemed prince of the Su family, can we enter now? Su Jiugao spread his hands and smiled lightly. Guests are always welcome. The arrival of the taboo divine clan is indeed honored by my Su family. Please. With that, Su Jiugao turned his back and walked towards the main seat. Granny Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness at his disregard for her taboo divine clan. With a cold snort, she declared, we shall enter. A group of younger members from the taboo divine clan followed Feng Lao and Granny Yu into the banquet hall. The guests present discreetly gave Su Jiugao a thumbs up. Truly the son of the great emperor. It had been many years since they had seen the taboo divine clan suffer. Witnessing the divine clan's plight today was immensely gratifying. However, they dared not show their feelings openly, for not everyone had the courage to offend the taboo divine clan. The elders of the Su family brimmed with pride, rising to welcome him. Esteemed prince. Esteemed prince. Su Jiugao nodded slightly and, surrounded by the elders, took his seat at the head table, gazing indifferently at the distinguished members of various superpowers below. Today he was the host of this banquet. An elder beside him respectfully spoke. Esteemed prince, please wait a moment. The coronation ceremony will commence shortly. Chapter 67. The great emperor paves the way. Congratulations to the prince on his coronation. Su Jiugao nodded slightly. No hurry. His gaze lingered on the taboo divine clan members below, whose expressions were somewhat awkward. Several dozen members of the taboo divine clan had arrived. Yet the seating was already full. A group of them standing in the venue appeared particularly conspicuous and uncomfortable. One young member of the divine clan exclaimed angrily, what does this mean, Su family prince? We have given you everything, and yet we don't even have seats? Indeed, Even these insignificant immortal sects have seats, while our taboo divine clan does not. Even Nagong Qing felt a twinge of displeasure. The attitude of her divine clan had been exceedingly courteous. They had never been this polite before. Su Jiugao sipped his wine and cast a casual glance at the displeased divine clan members standing below. Unfazed, he pointed to an empty space and feigned realization, saying, "Oh, I almost forgot. Unfortunately, there are only this many seats today. You may stand over there." It was merely a matter of adding a few chairs, yet Su Jiugao was unwilling to do so. The taboo divine clan is so proud? Then let this prince shatter your arrogance. The young members of the divine clan were on the verge of erupting in anger. But Nagong Qing took a deep breath and forced a smile. "We understand and shall heed the prince's wishes. Standing is fine, for the sake of that matter." They could not afford to offend this prince again. Nagong Qing thought to herself. The powerful figures from various superpowers present were nearly having heart palpitations at the prince's domineering demeanor, fearing that the divine clan might retaliate. The coronation of the prince, with the taboo divine clan arriving from the ancient immortal domain, only merited them standing and observing. This was something they never even dared to imagine. Su Jiugao smiled. After this small interlude, clan leader Su Tian slowly rose, his voice booming. "Now, the coronation ceremony officially begins." As he spoke, true dragons and divine phoenixes in the sky let out long cries, spiraling in the air, showering down golden starlight. The entire venue was enveloped in a layer of golden mist. Su Tian, visibly excited, stepped forward and proclaimed, "Esteemed prince, please." Su Jiugao nodded, holding 3 incense sticks as he ascended the steps. Upon reaching the ancestral cauldron, he halted. Su Tian loudly announced, "Worship the ancestors." Su Jiugao inserted the 3 incense sticks, and the ancestral cauldron began to tremble. Suddenly, a divine radiance erupted from within, enveloping Su Jiugao completely. This was an indescribable force, emanating from the spirits of Su family's ancestors over the generations. Blessings from our ancestors. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, a golden divine radiance shot up from the Su family's ancestral land, piercing the heavens, accompanied by the majestic and solemn sound of ancient bells. The voice of the primordial emperor Su Huangji resonated throughout the realms. "Today, my son Su Jiugao is being crowned. I, the primordial emperor Su Huangji, open the gates of the heavens, offering the 11 great paths of Wu, no self, emptiness, and the supreme for all beings to contemplate for 7 days. Blessings to the heavens." Boom. An endless imperial might surged above the Su family's main hall. A grand, ancient golden gate gradually materialized, shrouded in ethereal mist, surrounded by divine radiance, from which emerged supreme golden paths, 14 in total. A magnificent and overwhelming aura permeated every corner of the heavens. Countless beings raised their heads, as if they could see the majestic gate of the heavens, the path of the great emperor. This grand and magnificent scene left the powerful figures from various superpowers present wide-eyed with fervor. At this moment, far away in an uninhabited domain, Yi Sheng, a transcendent woman drifting through the void, and the resentful Nagong Go. Everyone was momentarily entranced. The path of the great emperor. The entire heavens erupted in excitement. Countless ancient beings, long stagnant in their cultivation, awoke from their tombs, exhilarated as they felt the power of the great emperor. If they could grasp this feeling for a prolonged period, they would not only have the chance to comprehend the path of Su Huangji, but also glimpse the supreme realm of the emperor. For these nearly expired ancient beings, this was a truly unparalleled opportunity. The path of their own enlightenment was laid bare for all beings to contemplate, compared to the hidden, scheming ancient beings among those superpowers. The contrast was stark. This was the vision and breadth of the great emperor. The Su family elders present were engulfed in fervent excitement. Gazing upon the resplendent figure of the eternal emperor above, one cannot help but appreciate the profound intentions of the primordial emperor. This is the emperor of the Su family. Su Jiugao's eyes shimmered, and he shook his head in resignation. His father's display is simply too ostentatious. It seems he desires for the entire world to recognize him as the son of an emperor, standing behind a supreme sovereign. When it comes to protecting his own kin, none in the vast cosmos can rival Su Huangji. The members of the forbidden divine clan held their breath, disbelief evident in their eyes. The elder Rain murmured in astonishment. 14 paths of imperial majesty, offered unreservedly for the enlightenment of the world. The vision of the primordial emperor is truly astonishing. Does he not fear that others might wield his imperial paths against him? Beside her, the quasi-emperor, Elder Feng, was the only one who could acutely perceive the terrifying magnificence of the myriad divine radiances in the sky, each one a golden path of unparalleled might. These are the imperial paths of the primordial emperor. Elder Feng's eyes were filled with awe as he whispered. Even if someone were to comprehend them, This Su family emperor would remain unafraid of anyone using his own paths against him. This is the confidence that belongs solely to an emperor. The ancient emperors, even in their twilight years, are not to be trifled with. Elder Reign, we of the Forbidden Divine Clan must not be so arrogant in the future. For one with such a grand disposition as this ancient emperor, even as a member of the Forbidden Divine Clan, one cannot help but feel admiration. Nangongqing's beautiful eyes sparkled, fixated on the unparalleled Su family prince standing before the ancestral cauldron, protected by an emperor-esque grace. Her resolve that choosing the Su family for the Taiyuan immortal realm was indeed the right choice grew stronger. Before the ancestral cauldron, Su Jiugao slowly turned around. His golden hair billowed in the air, exuding an air of nobility and grandeur, accompanied by the roar of the supreme divine beast. One could almost envision a youthful emperor rising. All present gazed in reverence at this scene. Su Jiugao's expression remained calm, his imperial gaze filled with indifference and disdain. He spoke slowly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. In this life, I, Su Jiugao, shall become an emperor. The roar of the supreme divine beast erupted in a deafening crescendo. The powerful figures of various factions finally came to their senses. Su Tian and the Su family ancestors were overwhelmed with excitement, loudly proclaiming, "Congratulations to the prince on his coronation." Countless voices echoed in unison. Congratulations to the prince on his coronation. In the skies above the Su family's main hall, 14 golden imperial paths shimmered, and all present felt immense gratitude for witnessing this historic moment. With the emperor's paths available for the enlightenment of countless beings, the cultivation of all practitioners across the realms would undoubtedly reach new heights. All this was made possible by the Prince Su Jiugao. With the emperor paving the way and bestowing blessings upon the realms, the Su family became a hub of exuberance. The gathered guests entered a festive atmosphere, sipping fine wine, their expressions joyful as they engaged in lively conversations. The younger generation they brought forth approached Su Jiugao, raising their cups in a gesture of respect, their expressions reverent with a hint of sycophancy. Clan leader Su Tian, his face aglow, raised his cup toward the prince. "Prince, I toast to you." Su Jiugao responded with a faint smile, evidently granting the clan leader the respect he sought. However, the members of the Forbidden Divine Clan felt utterly out of place, immersed in profound awkwardness, for none of the superpowers present showed any willingness to acknowledge them. Proud by nature, they were reluctant to lower themselves to engage in conversation. Every moment spent there was a torment for them. They could only murmur among themselves, "This Su family prince is deliberately ignoring us. Elder Reign, Elder Feng, let us depart. I cannot bear to stay here any longer," complained one of the younger members of the Divine Clan. Indeed, is it merely due to the presence of an emperor that he warrants such reverence? After contemplating for a moment, Elder Reign addressed Elder Feng. "What should we do?" Hearing the discontent of the younger generation, Elder Feng's expression darkened as he barked, "Silence! How dare you discuss the emperor?" Elder Reign furrowed her brow, fiercely defending them. "What are you doing, old man? They are merely children." Elder Feng shot her a glare, his voice cold. "You are becoming increasingly naive. Have you forgotten what it means to be a living emperor?" Elder Feng gazed at the golden imperial paths in the sky, his eyes filled with veneration as he murmured, 9 paths of imperial majesty would already be an unparalleled feat among emperors, yet this primordial emperor boasts 14. It is simply unheard of." He silently resolved that upon returning to their clan, he would ensure a thorough investigation into this primordial emperor, for the epochs that separated them had been far too long, and the realms had not witnessed an emperor for tens of thousands of years. They had nearly forgotten the terror of an emperor. After a prolonged silence, Elder Reign, unusually refraining from retorting, expressed her concern. "What now? This Su family prince gives us no opportunity for dialogue. If it were anyone else, the Taiyuan immortal realm matter would surely falter." At this moment, Nangongqing stepped forward, declaring, "Allow me to handle this." The 2 elders turned to her, and after a moment of contemplation, Elder Feng nodded. Very well. He understood her character well. She was meticulous and thorough. Had it not been for her, they might not have even been permitted entrance to this coronation banquet. Entrusting this matter to her brought him a sense of reassurance. Elder Feng said, "Then I leave it to you." Nangongqing nodded slightly, lifting a cup of wine with both hands. Under the surprised gazes of the powerful figures present, she gracefully approached the main seat. Upon her arrival, the previously lively crowd fell silent. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, observing the destined protagonist before him, and said coolly, "What is it?" Nangongqing, her beautiful eyes steady, drank from her cup before addressing him with a poised demeanor. "I, Nangongqing, representing the Forbidden Divine Clan, extend my congratulations to the prince on his coronation." This simple yet profound gesture stunned all the powerful figures present. No one expected that the notoriously proud Forbidden Divine Clan would voluntarily bow their heads and humble themselves. However, Upon realizing that the one they honored was the prince of the Su family, their surprise was alleviated. Su Jiugao expressed mild surprise, but did not press her further. He raised his cup in return, a teasing smile on his lips. I thought your forbidden divine clan would stand there for the entire day. Very well, I understand. Nangong Qing glanced around at the assembly and did not leave, but remained grounded, saying slowly, Your Highness, our forbidden divine clan has an important matter to discuss with you. May I request a moment of your time? Oh, an important matter? Su Jiugao chuckled, candidly exposing her motives. So, you did not come merely to congratulate me on my coronation, but rather to seek something in return. Su Jiugao waved lazily. What need is there for you to speak to me? Is our clan leader not present? Nangong Qing shook her head, fixing her gaze on Su Jiugao. This matter can only be decided by you, Your Highness. Her words instantly stirred the attention of many powerful figures present, their interest piqued. What could the forbidden divine clan possibly want from the imperial Su family? They began to pay closer attention. Su Jiugao's imperial eyes narrowed slightly, piqued by curiosity. The Su family ancestors also furrowed their brows in confusion. What exactly does the taboo divine clan wish to achieve? Nang Wuqing spoke with utmost seriousness. Your Highness, this matter holds only benefits for you and the Su family, with no drawbacks, proclaimed the three ancestors of the Su family with hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. What can a mere girl represent? You, from the taboo divine clan, seem quite capable, yet here you are, seeking the assistance of our esteemed prince? Nang Wuqing replied. I implore you, Your Highness, grant me this opportunity. Su Jiugao remained silent, and the two exchanged glances for a considerable time. Finally, Su Jiugao slowly raised his hand and stood, declaring, It better be as you say. It must be of great importance. My patience is rather limited. Hearing this, Nang Wuqing's expression brightened as she assured him, I guarantee, in the name of the Nangwa family, that you shall not be disappointed. The elders and ancestors of the Su family were taken aback. Yet, since this was the prince's decision, and they were on Su family territory, they refrained from further comment. Thus, Su Jiugao descended from the main seat and made his way toward the hall's exit. The divine clan members attempted to follow, but Nang Wuqing halted them. Elder Feng, Elder Yu, I kindly ask you to wait here for a moment. The more people there are, the more likely it is to displease the prince and jeopardize our endeavors. I can go alone. Elder Feng pondered for a moment before responding. Very well. The emergence of the Taiyuan immortal realm does indeed necessitate the assistance of the Su family. I entrust this to you, Qing. Nang Wuqing nodded and followed the direction of Su Jiugao. Observing her retreating figure, Elder Feng's eyes gleamed with satisfaction and relief. Among the younger generation of their clan, only Nang Wuqing and Nang Wugu inspired confidence. Reflecting on this, Elder Feng glanced at Nang Wugu, whose eyes brimmed with hatred, and sighed. Regrettably, this child's background is too humble and his bloodline impure. He may serve as a guardian for the clan, but to aspire for power is akin to dreaming the impossible dream. In the Su family's territory, amidst verdant mountains and clear waters, where birds sang and flowers bloomed, dense spiritual energy coalesced into white mist, surrounded by towering peaks, exuding an ethereal aura. The area was devoid of any presence. Su Jiugao, leading the way, suddenly halted and turned to Nang Wuqing, speaking softly. Now, may we discuss the matter you mentioned? This was Nang Wuqing's first close encounter with the Su family's prince. He was stunningly handsome, possessing an otherworldly elegance and a majestic demeanor. His tall figure radiated strength, and his flowing golden hair was mesmerizing. Even among her taboo divine clan, she had never encountered such a man. Noticing his silence, Su Jiugao frowned, prompting Nang Wuqing to quickly respond. Might I inquire if Your Highness has ever heard of the ancient immortal ruins? The ancient immortal ruins are an exceedingly unique existence among the myriad realms. No one knows their origin. It is said that they are remnants of shattered paths from the ancient immortal era, wandering and hidden throughout the worlds, awaiting their time to awaken. It is certain that whenever the ancient immortal ruins manifest, they will incite bloodshed, for within them lie countless supreme opportunities. There have been common cultivators who, through these ruins, obtained treasures and ascended to the status of emperors, creating one legend after another. Such a rare occurrence, the ancient immortal ruins, is fervently sought after by all beings across the realms. Su Jiugao maintained his composure and replied, Are you suggesting that the matter you speak of is related to these ancient immortal ruins? Indeed. Nang Wuqing fixed her gaze on Su Jiugao and continued. A new ancient immortal ruin will soon emerge in the realms, known as the Taiyuan Immortal Realm. This is precisely why our taboo divine clan has come such a long way from the ancient immortal domain. Su Jiugao inquired, What makes you so certain? Nang Wuqing smiled brightly, gently caressing her fiery red hair, and said, The Nangua family not only knows that the Taiyuan immortal realm is about to open but also its precise location. As for why this is so, I must ask you. Your Highness, not to pry further. Su Jiugao pondered for a moment. So, the appearance of the taboo divine clan in the realms is due to the imminent opening of the Taiyuan immortal realm. Nang Wuqing noticed the prince deep in thought and felt a surge of excitement. She understood that no one could resist the allure of news concerning the ancient immortal ruins. Even one as exalted as Su Jiugao. Because the opportunities within the ancient immortal ruins are unimaginably vast. Su Jiugao regarded Nang Wuqing, who radiated confidence, and replied with a hint of amusement. So, after all this talk, you wish for my family, the Su clan, to assist you? Nang Wuqing slightly nodded, not denying it. Indeed, the Taiyuan immortal realm is of utmost significance, and the opportunities within it represent a monumental fortune. However, if it remains within the current realm, it will undoubtedly cause upheaval across the worlds. As more people gather, the treasures will inevitably be divided. This time, our taboo divine clan seeks to collaborate with your highness and the Su family to maximize our benefits. Su Jiugao, with an indifferent expression, urged, please, elaborate. Nang Wuqing spoke clearly. With the emergence of the Taiyuan immortal realm, our taboo divine clan possesses its precise location. As the Su family stands as the preeminent and unrivaled power among the myriad realms, should you choose to intervene, coupled with our assistance, all resources within the Taiyuan immortal realm will belong to our two clans. Su Jiugao's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he regarded this destined woman before him. What an audacious ambition. So, the taboo divine clan seeks to leverage the Su family's current might to monopolize an entire ancient immortal ruin. Su Jiugao smiled and succinctly asked, what about the distribution of profits? At this, Nang Wuqing hesitated and tentatively suggested, considering that the Taiyuan immortal realm cannot be located without our help. How about a division of 70 for my clan and 30 for the Su family? To be honest, when they arrived, the Nangua family initially intended a 90-10 split. In their eyes, granting this opportunity to the Su family was already a tremendous honor. However, upon witnessing the majesty of the Su family's prince and their grand emperor, Nang Wuqing had a change of heart, leading to the current offer of 70-30. Humph. Su Jiugao narrowed his eyes and chuckled coldly. Your taboo divine clan has quite the appetite. You wish for the Su family to exert effort and offend the entire realm, yet you propose a mere 30% of the profits. Such an impudent condition is your sincerity? Begone. How utterly ridiculous. In truth, Su Jiugao did not mind making such a deal, though it would offend the entire realm. Monopolizing an ancient immortal ruin would yield substantial rewards. However, if the taboo divine clan thought they could treat the Su family like fools, they were gravely mistaken. Nang Wuqing took a deep breath. She had anticipated such a scenario. Her previous words were merely a ploy to secure greater interests. Nang Wuqing then inquired, what percentage of the profits does your highness desire? Su Jiugao smiled, his gaze playfully fixed on her. Profits? Shouldn't it be the benevolence of my Su family that grants you a fraction for your assistance in opening the realm? As long as the ancient immortal ruins remain within the myriad realms, even without your taboo divine clan, it is my Su family that will have the final say. Nang Wuqing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, that is impossible. Without our clan's assistance, you would never locate the Taiyuan secret realm. So what? Su Jiugao approached with a smile, leaning in to whisper softly in Nang Wuqing's ear. You have traveled great distances for this ancient celestial relic, yet I, the prince, remain unperturbed. It is advisable that you refrain from activation, for as long as I am present, not a single member of the forbidden divine clan shall enter. I appreciate your sharing this information with me. With a hearty laugh, Su Jiugao turned on his heel and strode away without a backward glance. To attempt to manipulate the Su family? A mere fantasy. Indeed, their assistance is not a necessity. Perhaps the reincarnated protagonist Yi Sheng may possess some knowledge. Su Jiugao pondered silently. Nang Gongqing's pupils contracted, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. It dawned on her that the prince of the Su family spoke no falsehoods. Chapter 70. The Bet. The prince requires a tool as long as the Taiyuan celestial realm exists across the myriad worlds. Its emergence will undoubtedly attract the attention of the imperial Su family. With their power, even without the aid of the forbidden divine clan, they could monopolize it. Originally brimming with confidence, Nang Gongqing was suddenly struck by doubt regarding her life choices. The identity of the forbidden divine clan had rendered the entire Nangong family overly arrogant, leading them to mistakenly believe that this condition would suffice to garner the gratitude of the Su family. Unbeknownst to them, the Su family did not require the assistance of the divine clan. In fact, they posed a threat, and the Nangong family was left powerless. This realization caused Nang Gongqing to feel a wave of panic. She hastily pursued after him, calling, "Prince!" Wait. Su Jiugao did not halt his pace. A share of 30%? Let alone a mere 30. Even if the Su family were to acquire 90%, he would find it insufficient. Su Jiugao was in no rush. The urgency lay with them, the forbidden divine clan. As long as he did not acquiesce, the divine clan would not dare to activate this ancient celestial relic. Without glancing back, Su Jiugao spoke coolly, "When you understand your own status, then come and speak with me. You divine clan members are so proud. There are plenty of imperial families in the myriad worlds. Feel free to seek assistance elsewhere." At this, Su Jiugao chuckled. But does the current imperial family even possess a true emperor? The emperor. This was the most crucial point. Due to the emergence of Su Huangji, the only family that can genuinely be called an ancient imperial clan is the Su family. Even if the forbidden divine clan sought others, who besides the Su family could confront a multitude of superpowers and monopolize the entire ancient celestial relic, would any other imperial clan dare? They would likely have been annihilated by the superpowers long ago. Nangong Qing trembled, quickly saying, "My prince, please wait. This matter indeed reflects some missteps on our part, but we still have room for negotiation." She was genuinely anxious. Since the fall of the emperor, to avoid being engulfed by darkness, the ancient celestial domain severed its ties with the myriad realms. Now, it is not so simple for the divine clan to enter the myriad worlds. The resources and time required are no trifling matter. Nangong Qing approached Su Jiugao, her delicate face showing signs of distress as she implored, "My prince, you understand the significance of the ancient celestial relic. If the Nangong family remains inactive, neither of our families will benefit. My previous words do not represent the entire Nangong family." Su Jiugao regarded her, unyielding as he replied, "Bear in mind, it is you, the forbidden divine clan, who require my Su family, not the other way around." Nangong Qing's expression shifted, and she nodded, saying, "I understand." Observing the once poised and graceful destined heroine now flustered and anxious, Su Jiugao found it somewhat amusing. He slowly approached her, looking down from his elevated position, exuding an innate authority. Nangong Qing, nervously clutching her skirt, after a series of internal struggles, finally met Su Jiugao's gaze and earnestly inquired, "My prince, regarding the distribution of benefits from the ancient celestial relic, what do you consider acceptable?" Su Jiugao replied without hesitation, "I have already stated that my Su family will claim all treasures from this ancient celestial relic. If I am in a good mood, I may even grant some to your divine clan." Nangong Qing was momentarily stunned, her mind buzzing. Not a single share? Is this not sheer bullying? Faced with such a domineering prince of the Su family, she found herself momentarily at a loss. This demand, let alone the entire Nangong family, even she could not possibly agree to. "My prince." Nangong Qing attempted to say more, but Su Jiugao raised a hand to silence her. With a playful glint in his eyes, he surveyed her with a smile and proposed, "How about a wager?" "What?" Nangong Qing was taken aback, struggling to grasp the whims of this capricious prince. Instinctively, she asked, "What shall we wager?" Su Jiugao replied with a calm smile, "The wager shall be for the entire ancient celestial relic. Our Su family requires no assistance from your forbidden divine clan. We can locate the ancient celestial relic ourselves. You have half a month. If you win, then I shall concede 70% of the resources to your divine clan, even if it means our efforts were in vain." "All resources?" Nangong Qing's eyes sparkled with incredulity. "Is this true? The ancient celestial relic is shrouded in secrecy, and the forbidden divine clan expended considerable resources to ascertain the location of the Taiyuan celestial realm." She doubted that even with half a month, Su Jiugao could uncover its whereabouts. Such rare ancient celestial relics are seldom seen. If they were so easily found, they would have been divided long ago. Nangong Qing, feeling a rush of excitement, quickly replied, "All right. Rest assured, my prince, as long as the Su family is willing to act. Even if you do not find that ancient celestial relic, we can still adhere to the previously stated 70-30 split." Seeing Nangong Qing's expression of assured victory, Su Jiugao chuckled. "That will not be necessary. I am unyielding in my words." Nangong Qing's beautiful eyes flickered, and she calmed her racing heart. Although she understood that it was practically impossible for the Su family to locate the ancient celestial relic, to reassure this prince, she feigned contemplation before asking, "Should you win, what would you wish for from my divine clan?" Su Jiugao pondered for a moment, then gazed at her with a mischievous glint, "To be my consort." "What?" Nangong Qing's eyes widened in shock. She never anticipated such a proposition from the prince of the Su family. Her cheeks flushed crimson. The prince had taken an interest in her. In an instant, Nangong Qing felt flustered and unsure. The daughter of the forbidden divine clan, typically proud and aloof, now found herself uncharacteristically bashful. She lowered her head, stealing a glance at Su Jiugao, feeling an inexplicable sensation that perhaps this was not such an unacceptable condition. Alert! The destined heroine Nangong Qing's heart has been stirred, causing a reduction of 200 in the luck value of the destined protagonist Yisheng. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 villain points. Su Jiugao was momentarily taken aback, casting a curious glance at the now bashful Nangong Qing. What was happening? He simply thought that the divine wood spirit body, being exceedingly rare and ideally suited for alchemical endeavors, was perfect for his purposes. With Yisheng's luck value diminished so greatly, having a destined heroine by his side felt like possessing a portable power bank, continuously replenishing his villain points. Su Jiugao suddenly perceived the destined heroine before him as adorably naive. This wager was one he could never lose. As a reincarnated individual, even if Yisheng failed to locate the ancient celestial relic, he would never be foolish enough to relinquish the resources of an entire relic. Nangong Qing nodded slightly. Unable to meet Su Jiugao's gaze, her voice barely a whisper, the Nangong family agrees to this matter. Chapter 71. Nangong Qing's Fantasies. A prime target for exploitation. After their conversation, the two returned to the banquet. Nangong Qing's mind was still preoccupied with the condition proposed by the prince. As the esteemed daughter of the forbidden divine clan, she was inherently proud, believing herself far above the common man. Unlike Su Jiugao, who possesses exceptional talent, striking beauty, and an impressive background, Nangong Qing had never encountered such a resplendent existence among the divine race. This made her heart race with admiration for the strong. She began to entertain fanciful thoughts. Such an arrangement seemed a tremendous boon for the forbidden divine clan. Could it be that this imperial son truly harbors feelings for her? Was the division of interests at 70-32 excessive? Under an inexplicable impulse, Nangong Qing found herself contemplating Su Jiugao's position. Just then, the voice of Elder Feng pulled her back to reality. "Qing girl, what is the update?" A group of young divine clan members gathered with curious expressions, inquiring about the Su family's response. What else can be said? Seeing how happy Qing Jie is, it must be an agreement. Not necessarily. The Su family's imperial son doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Among the crowd, Nangong Gu cast a resentful glance at Nangong Qing. His dear sister had traded their mother's relic for a deal with the imperial Su family. One day, I will make you regret this. It was then that Nangong Qing regained her clarity and, smiling at Elder Feng and Granny Yu, spoke up. The imperial son has agreed. However, he has set a condition. The Su family will have half a month to find the location. Agreed. The moment the words left her mouth, the members of the forbidden divine clan were all visibly elated. I told you, that's the ancient immortal ruins. Even the imperial clan cannot refuse. Granny Yu's furrowed brow relaxed, and she chuckled. It's all thanks to Qing. Elder Feng, noticing the crucial point, inquired, what condition? Nangong Qing did not conceal anything and replied honestly, the Su family must independently locate the ancient immortal ruins. If they do not find it within half a month, they are willing to cooperate with our divine clan. Granny Yu laughed derisively. The imperial son of the Su family is quite confident. The whereabouts of the ancient immortal ruins are elusive. Our Nangong family has spent centuries searching for the Taiyuan immortal realm. And that was only possible because our ancestors left behind some information. To find it in half a month is nothing short of a fool's dream. Old man, I believe this matter is secure, Elder Feng concurred, nodding. The fact that the imperial son could agree is indeed thanks to Qing girl. What about the distribution of benefits concerning the Taiyuan immortal realm? Elder Feng asked, his concern evident. Nangong Qing replied slowly. Due to the backing of the great emperor behind the Su family and the imperial son, I took the liberty to adjust the benefit distribution. The original 90-10 split was simply unacceptable, so I modified it to 70-30. Elder Feng, upon hearing this, nodded in satisfaction, his expression filled with admiration. Well done. The Su family is not like other imperial clans that are all show and no substance. That imperial son is no ordinary individual, and the great emperor behind him is even more formidable. Taking a step back is beneficial for our divine clan, and Qing girl, you have made the right decision. Upon returning to the clan, I will personally report your contributions to the clan leader. Nangong Qing smiled but shook her head. This is not solely my achievement. In the hearts of the divine clan members, this matter seemed almost settled. Yet, Elder Feng remained puzzled. But why did the Su family's imperial son act this way? Qing girl, what exactly did you agree upon? At this, Nangong Qing felt a bit shy and lowered her head, softly stating. The imperial son said that if our divine clan loses, I must become his person. What? The young members of the divine clan gasped in astonishment, their expressions transforming dramatically. Nangong Gu, too, was taken aback for a moment before realizing the implications, his resentment deepening. No wonder the Su family's imperial son was so eager to obtain our mother's relic. It turns out you two were already entangled. The atmosphere shifted, with even Elder Feng and Granny Yu exchanging odd glances. Elder Feng suddenly burst into laughter, his demeanor warm and kind. Who would have thought, Qing Er, that you would find yourself in such a predicament? He glanced at Su Jiugao, who had returned to the main seat, and remarked, it appears the Su family's imperial son has taken a liking to our Qing girl. Otherwise, he would not have gone out of his way to do our divine clan a favor. This is indeed a fortuitous development, although the imperial son is somewhat domineering. In terms of both appearance and status, he is the ideal candidate. A union between the direct daughter of the Nangong family and the imperial son of the Su family would be a formidable alliance. If the clan leader were to learn of this, he would surely be overjoyed. I believe that even if the imperial son were to lose, the two young individuals could still engage in more exchanges privately. Hearing this, Nangong Qing's face flushed, and in a bashful whisper, she murmured, Elder Feng. What are you saying? Humph. Granny Yu snorted coldly. Unlike Elder Feng, she was not particularly impressed by Su Jiugao. Setting aside the fact that the imperial son had killed members of their clan, how could the divine clan ever ally with the human race? Almost everyone in the room, apart from Elder Feng, disapproved of this condition. Elder Feng retorted, Humph. What do you know, woman? The Su family's imperial son is not someone ordinary people can compare with. The gap between them is as vast as that between fireflies and the bright moon. With a great emperor standing behind him, who possesses 14 paths of the emperor, his strength is beyond our divine clan's imagination. Furthermore, you have witnessed the imperial son's prowess. At such a young age, he has already attained the realm of virtual divinity, truly terrifying. As a member of the divine clan, Elder Feng naturally did not regard the cultivators of the myriad realms as significant. Yet, he held no bias against Su Jiugao, simply because she was an imperial son of remarkable talent and strength. Unlike others, as a quasi-emperor, he was privy to certain hidden truths regarding the great emperors and possessed a deeper understanding of them. Only Elder Feng comprehended the implications of having a great emperor with 14 paths of the emperor standing behind one. Likewise, even if the clan leader of the Nangong family were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly support it wholeheartedly. Elder Feng pressed, Granny Yu, have you forgotten the early days of the imperial clans? The imperial clans once stood on equal footing with the divine clan, but after the fall of the imperial era, there have been no great emperors in the myriad realms, leading to the decline of all imperial clans. Granny Yu's dim, aged eyes flickered, and for once, she refrained from countering him, seemingly conceding that Elder Feng's words held some merit. With this in mind, her gaze towards the Su family's imperial son softened. At this moment, Nangong Qing's face was flushed, appearing radiant and captivating, lost in delightful fantasies, completely unaware that she had been chosen by Su Jiugao, destined to become a mere tool. Su Jiugao sat at the main seat, sipping wine. Half a month, that should suffice. System, display the location of Yisheng. Ding. The system's voice echoed, and a vast map materialized, densely marked with various domains of the myriad realms. As the map gradually zoomed in, a red dot flickered, steadily moving forward. It was the marker on Yisheng. Su Jiugao checked Yisheng's current position and noted that he had already left the Qingtian domain. She slowly set down her wine cup. Although she was unaware of Yisheng's current intentions, for someone like her, who knew the future as a reborn protagonist, every step taken was purposeful, far from the reckless path of an ordinary fated individual. A slight smile graced Su Jiugao's lips. It seemed that this treasure-seeking mouse had already embarked on its journey. With this exquisite, plump leek worth 2,000 fortune points, Su Jiugao held high hopes. Please do not let me down. Chapter 72. The Ruined Domain of Dao, Location of the Ancient Celestial Ruins. In the void, within a dilapidated domain of Dao, Yisheng tore through the firmament and arrived at this desolate place. The realm was utterly barren, devoid of life. Weeds grew wildly. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thin, and one could even gaze upward to see the sky riddled with enormous craters. This once thriving domain had fallen into ruin thousands of years ago after offending a powerful entity of a superforce. Now, no one remained to inhabit this land. Yisheng hastened towards a certain direction, his eyes filled with excitement as he murmured, "This is indeed the spot. The Taiyuan celestial realm, I remember, was discovered right here." In his past life, the Taiyuan celestial realm was uncovered by the taboo divine clan, the Nangong family. The Nangong family, in collaboration with the imperial clan, the Yun family, initially sought to monopolize the entire ancient celestial ruins. However, they did not anticipate that the emergence of the Taiyuan celestial realm would render the Yun family's strength insufficient against the collective might of various superforces. This provoked the ire of all cultivators, nearly leading to the obliteration of the Yun family from the realms. Ultimately, The taboo divine clan and the Yun family had no choice but to abandon this ambition, which allowed the Taiyuan celestial realm to become a shared treasure accessible to all. Based on the current timeline, the members of the Yun family and the divine clan had yet to arrive here. If I can enter ahead of time, I can seize the initiative and secretly profit while the Yun family and the divine clan engage in infighting. All the treasures within shall belong to me. Yisheng. The mere thought of this caused Yisheng to burst into wild laughter, his mood exceptionally buoyant. Perhaps it was due to his rebirth. Although some changes had occurred, everything, except for missing the true immortal bone, was progressing as he envisioned. The head of the Hanhai holy sect personally took him as a disciple, sparing no effort. He nearly consumed half of the sect's resources to successfully activate the devouring divine body for him, and his cultivation had already broken through to the 9th level of Dao Palace. Possessing the devouring divine body, coupled with his understanding from his past life at the quasi-emperor level, as long as he had sufficient cultivation resources, he faced virtually no bottlenecks. It is worth noting that during his first entry into the Taiyuan celestial realm, he was merely at the level of the hidden sea realm. Yisheng clenched his fist, his eyes shimmering as he thought, now, everything is different. With the opening of this golden age, numerous treasures of heaven and earth will soon fall into my possession. Emperor, the day is approaching. Sure, rest assured, I will avenge you. And Qing'er, this time, I, Yisheng, will ensure that you truly fall for me. This time, I shall reappear before Qing'er in a brand new guise. I will never lose composure as I did the first time, suppressing the restlessness within. Yisheng transformed into a divine rainbow and began his search, as if he had discovered something. He descended from the sky and landed in a vast area thick with weeds, gazing at the boundless expanse of lush green weeds. Yisheng took a deep breath and mused. The secrets of the ancient celestial ruins are hidden in every corner of the realms. It could be a tree, a stone, or even a blade of grass. I wonder how that taboo divine clan managed to find it. If it were not for them, this ruined domain would likely remain untouched for millennia, let alone discover the ancient celestial ruins. Nevertheless, it should be right here. Yisheng slowly closed his eyes, extending his divine sense to envelop the area as he began to meticulously search for those extraordinary objects. The Su family estate, night. Following the conclusion of the Su family's imperial son's coming-of-age ceremony, a number of individuals from the taboo divine clan lingered. After witnessing the might of the Su family's emperor, the super forces across the realms were filled with trepidation, fearful of becoming the next Wu family. At this moment, Su Jiugao lay leisurely in a chair, gently stroking the golden fur of the supreme divine roar. A swirl of black mist surged, and the figure of Elder Ying emerged from within. After undergoing rigorous training under Su Huangji, Elder Ying's cultivation had grown even more formidable. He had reached the supreme realm. Like a specter in the night, he was elusive and undetectable. Even if he stood right before you, one would struggle to perceive the slightest aura. Furthermore, to facilitate Elder Ying's assistance for his precious son, Su Huangji had imparted many ancient techniques from the era of the fallen emperor. Elder Ying knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing Su Jiugao, Your Highness. Su Jiugao did not lift his eyelids, casually replying, Have you found him? Elder Ying nodded. The old servant ventured to that dilapidated domain. Yisheng is indeed there, seemingly searching for something. Su Jiugao gazed at the supreme divine roar, murmuring, A grain of sand, a world unfolds, giving rise to myriad possibilities. The ancient celestial ruins must be located there. What does my father say? Elder Ying replied. The emperor stated that with him stationed there, no disturbances will arise. All decisions are at your command. Upon hearing this, Su Jiugao's imperial eyes narrowed slightly, a sly smile gracing his lips. If that is the case, let us monopolize it. With that, Su Jiugao's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he declared, Then the ancient celestial ruins will all belong to the Su family. He instructed that the ancestors lead the way with the great array of heaven to directly proceed to the dilapidated domain, sealing off everything around it. As for Yisheng, do not interfere with him. To monopolize an entire ancient celestial ruin is something that ordinary individuals would hardly dare to contemplate. Yet, the imperial son was resolute in his intent. Elder Ying nodded, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Understood. With that, he vanished from sight. Su Jiugao lightly tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Your Highness, are you looking for me? Su Jiugao replied, Come in. Nangong Qing stepped inside, her delicate features tinged with apprehension, uncertain of her emotions. She had deliberately changed her appearance. Donning a light and vibrant red dress that subtly revealed her long, beautiful legs, her cascading red hair shimmering in the moonlight, adding an enchanting allure. At this late hour, what could the Su family's imperial son want with her? Could it be? Nangong Qing's thoughts drifted, her face unwittingly flushing a shade of crimson. Ding. The destined female lead, Nangong Qing, is lost in thought, resulting in a loss of 200 luck points for the destined protagonist, Yi Sheng. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 villain points. Su Jiugao noticed and chuckled softly. There is no need to be so reserved. Do you know how to refine pills? This sudden inquiry caught Nangong Qing off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned. She instinctively replied, yes. Su Jiugao's eyes brightened at her response. As expected, being of the divine clan and possessing the divine wood spirit body, how could she not be aware of it? If she could refine pills, that would be splendid. At Su Jiugao's request, Nangong Qing promptly concocted a furnace of divine king-level pills, achieving remarkable quality and efficacy with ease and grace. Su Jiugao observed the lustrous white jade-colored pill in his hand, smiling inwardly, as expected of the divine wood spirit body. She possesses exceptional talent in this regard. Pill refiners are exceedingly rare and hold an esteemed status. With a bit of cultivation, she should become a valuable asset in the future. Chapter 73, Stars in the Path of Oblivion, Breaking Through to the Divine King. Thus, until the next day when they departed, Nangong Qing remained perplexed, unable to fathom what had transpired. For last night, the Su family's imperial son had done nothing at all. Instead, he had merely watched her refine pills for an entire evening. Nangong Qing was still in a daze at this moment. Could it be that this imperial son had some peculiar preference? After she left, Su Jiugao flipped his palm, revealing the star core he had obtained from the destined protagonist, Nangong Gu. Su Jiugao murmured, with the star core in hand. It is time for me to step into the divine king realm. The star core contained the powers of both stars and obliteration. Though incomplete, to comprehend the great way, one must possess elements related to that path. Otherwise, mere speculation is futile. It is akin to possessing an innate chaotic body, inherently endowed with the chaotic path. Once one transcends to the divine king level, enlightenment will naturally follow. However, according to individual talent and constitution, one's capacity to embrace the great way is exceedingly limited, which in turn affects the overall strength of the practitioner. A common practitioner who masters 3 paths can be deemed extraordinary, while one like Sovereign Su, who has mastered 14, can only be described as astonishingly remarkable. For Su Jiugao, possessing an all-encompassing innate chaotic body that can assimilate everything is indeed advantageous. Thus, the more paths he can grasp, the better. Without a hint of regret, Su Jiugao shattered the jade pendant that Nangong Gu cherished dearly. With a crack, 2 potent streams of path energy burst forth, destruction and stars. Although puzzled as to why Nangong Gu neglected the star core, thereby benefiting him instead, Su Jiugao's eyes sparkled with amusement as he remarked that the young lord would reluctantly accept it. Closing his eyes, Su Jiugao meticulously delved into the power of the path contained within the star core. Time passed swiftly, and in the span of half a month, under the vigilant watch of Elder Feng, the usually arrogant younger members of the divine clan had notably subdued their wildness, refraining from causing trouble. Notably, during this period, Nangong Qing and the Su family's young lord had grown quite close, leading many, including the Su family's own kin, to mistakenly believe that the young lord had genuinely taken a liking to this divine maiden. Elder Feng, of course, was more than pleased to witness this development. Only Nangong Qing herself was aware that ever since the young lord learned of her alchemical skills, things had begun to feel amiss. Over the past half-month, she found herself spending countless hours in the alchemy room under Su Jiugao's arrangement, adapting to the life of a tool. Due to the unique circumstances of the Taiyuan immortal realm, she dared not refuse and toiled willingly, often questioning her very existence. Possessing a divine wood spirit body, her talent in this regard far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, making her a rare top-tier alchemist even among her divine kin. The elixirs she crafted could even assist those at the divine king level. With Nangong Qing's assistance, the average cultivation level of the younger members of the Su family experienced significant enhancement. One day, upon returning from the alchemy room, Nangong Qing appeared somewhat haggard. Upon her arrival, Elder Feng and Granny Yu approached with smiles. Noticing her fatigued countenance, Elder Feng, unaware of the situation, spoke with the air of experience. "Qing girl, you are still young. This is the time to strive for cultivation. Do not let your innate talent go to waste. Young people must exercise restraint." Nangong Qing's body trembled slightly, her expression revealing a hint of complexity. If only she were merely letting her talent go to waste. After days of alchemical practice, her skills had improved considerably, and she was nearing the status of a holy-tier alchemist. Granny Yu cast a disapproving glance at Elder Feng and, with genuine concern, asked, "Qing tomorrow marks the end of our divine clan's agreement with the Su family's young lord." "What did he say?" At this, Nangong Qing managed a faint smile and replied softly, "During this time, the young lord has not mentioned the Taiyuan immortal realm at all and has not sent anyone to inquire about it. This matter should be quite secure. The Su family's young lord is being overly boastful. Now he must face the consequences, remarked a junior member of the divine clan. They should consider how much effort our clan has invested in the ancient immortal relic. It's not something one can simply claim to have found. Elder Feng nodded in satisfaction and cautioned the younger generation. After the agreement concludes tomorrow, even if that young lord loses, you all must exercise caution. The Tai Yuan immortal realm is of utmost importance. This is the territory of the imperial Su family. If any of you provoke that young lord again, neither you nor I will come to your aid. At Elder Feng's warning, many within the divine clan shuddered at the memory of Su Jiugao's decisive demeanor, nodding in agreement like chicks pecking at grain. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from behind the crowd. Divine clan members, the young lord summons you. The sudden voice startled the younger members of the divine clan, causing even Elder Feng and Granny Yu to narrow their eyes in alarm. When Elder Feng turned sharply, he was met with the unsettling smile of Elder Ying, sending a chill down his spine. The old man's dim, aged eyes were filled with disbelief. A supreme being? With his quasi-imperial cultivation, how could he fail to sense the presence of such a formidable figure? How long had he been there? What was his intention? Had he overheard their previous conversation? These questions raced through Elder Feng's mind. It must be said that after receiving guidance from the Emperor, Elder Ying's abilities were truly terrifying. If such a person were to ambush from the shadows, even a quasi-imperial being would struggle to detect them, let alone confront them. The almost supernatural stealth skills made Elder Feng feel for the first time that the imperial Su family was not merely supported by a single emperor. Granny Yu, her expression dark, shouted, "Has your Su family been spying on us all along?" Elder Ying scoffed disdainfully and replied, "Spying? The young lord has no need for such trivialities. I have delivered my message. Whether you go or not is entirely up to you. However, should you provoke the young lord's displeasure, do not blame me." With that, Elder Ying vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed, leaving not even a whisper of his presence. What manner of person is this? Is he also an ancestor of the Su family? Granny Yu exclaimed, having been startled by his sudden appearance. She turned to Elder Feng and asked, "Old man, did you not notice?" Elder Feng, his expression grave, murmured, "This person, though merely a supreme being, possesses unfathomable methods that even I failed to detect. Had I been fully focused, I might have sensed something. That old lady, the depth of the Su family's foundation truly is unfathomable." Chapter 74, Red Scale Fruit. Journey to the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm. Elder Feng and Granny Yu led the younger members to Su Jiugao's residence. Along the way, the junior members of the divine clan whispered among themselves, could it be that the young lord has truly found the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm? Impossible. If he could find it, I'd crawl back to the divine clan. Besides, didn't Qingjie say that the Su family's young lord hasn't left his residence during this time? Elder Feng turned to Nangongqing and asked, "Qing girl, what do you think the young lord seeks from us?" Nangongqing shook her head. "After all this time, I cannot fathom the young lord's intentions. If I had to guess, it likely pertains to the agreement." Elder Feng nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "If we could monopolize an entire ancient immortal relic, we would have a continuous supply of resources, allowing our divine clan's juniors to venture forth and gain experience. This would greatly enhance the strength of the Nangong family." "Thank you, Qing girl." The group arrived at an opulently adorned palace, their spirits buoyed. The air was thick with spiritual energy, revealing many exceedingly rare treasures from the outside world. The divine clan's juniors gazed in wonder, unable to fathom the lavish lifestyle of the Su family's young lord. This young lord of the Su family certainly knows how to indulge. Su Jiugao sat outside the palace, savoring tea amidst a picturesque setting. Over the course of half a month, having integrated the star core, his cultivation had already surpassed the divine king realm, successfully comprehending the paths of destruction and stars. Through this period of consolidation, his aura had become even more inscrutable. Upon witnessing this, Elder Feng and Granny Yu were astounded. From Su Jiugao, they could sense an elusive yet potent force of the Great Way. They exchanged glances, each reflecting disbelief. This young lord's cultivation had indeed transcended the divine king realm. The Elder Feng found it somewhat difficult to fathom. How much time had truly passed? His gaze shifted to one of reverence as he stepped forward and spoke. "My lord, the Emperor." Su Jiugao offered a slight nod, casting a glance over the crowd, his eyes lingering on Nangongqing, accompanied by a gentle smile. "You have arrived." Nangongqing queried, "My lord, did you seek us?" With a serene smile, Su Jiugao responded, "Tomorrow marks the conclusion of our wager. I cannot help but notice that your divine clan appears rather unconcerned." Nangongqing paused, then, with a gentle smile, replied, "The Su family possesses immense resources. However, locating the ancient immortal ruins is indeed no simple task. As you are aware, the ancient immortal ruins could exist anywhere. It requires time. She articulated her thoughts with great tact. Su Jiugao maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "Oh, what if I were to assert that my Su family has indeed discovered the ancient immortal ruins?" What? The countenances of the Forbidden Divine Clan members shifted dramatically. Even Elder Feng and Granny Yu were momentarily taken aback. Gongqing's beautiful eyes widened, but upon reflecting on her recent interactions with the Emperor, she quickly regained her composure and chuckled. "My lord, you jest." She initially thought Su Jiugao was merely attempting to backtrack due to an inability to find the ancient immortal ruins. Gongqing added, "Upon our return, we discussed this matter and agreed that the previous allocation regarding the ancient immortal ruins was somewhat unsatisfactory. It could certainly be renegotiated." Elder Feng was equally skeptical that the Su family could locate the ancient immortal ruins. He believed that even if all the formidable forces across the realms were mobilized, discovering it would be impossible. With merely half a month's time, not only was finding the dilapidated and desolate domain a challenge, but even if found, discerning the location of the ancient immortal ruins would be exceedingly difficult. Without the right timing, conditions, and fortune, such a feat was unattainable. Elder Feng remarked, "Indeed. Qing girl is right. I have also discussed this with my family. Regarding the benefits from the ancient immortal ruins, my Nagong family is willing to concede a step back and split it evenly." Su Jiugao raised his hand to halt the discussion, smiling as he addressed the assembly. "Observe this." With a flick of his wrist, a fruit brimming with the essence of heaven and earth materialized in his palm. This crimson fruit, although strikingly red and layered with scales, appeared ordinary at first glance. This is. Suddenly, Elder Feng's pupils constricted as he fixated on the fruit. The red-scaled fruit. Such a fruit, while common, only thrived within the ancient immortal ruins and had a fleeting existence. Once picked, it would rapidly lose its spiritual essence and wither away. Elder Feng's breathing quickened. He never anticipated that the Su family's emperor would possess a red-scaled fruit. Did this imply that the Su family had truly located the Taiyuan immortal realm? The younger members of the divine clan behind him exchanged puzzled glances, murmuring, "Isn't it just an ordinary spirit fruit? What makes it different?" Noticing Elder Feng's reaction, Su Jiugao's lips curled into a smile. After all, he was a quasi-emperor. It was only natural for him to recognize such a thing. "Now, do you believe?" Elder Feng's eyes flickered as he remained silent for a considerable duration before finally speaking. "My lord, might we accompany you to take a look?" Su Jiugao did not decline. It had been a while since Yi Sheng entered the ancient immortal ruins. It was indeed time to see what treasures this treasure-seeking mouse had uncovered. Rising slowly, he stepped onto the supreme divine roar and said softly, "This emperor shall indulge you." The group departed from the sacred emperor domain and entered the void. Gazing at the magnificent golden figure atop the supreme divine roar, Elder Feng felt an increasing sense of trepidation. They were heading directly toward the location of the dilapidated domain. Although he had been in high spirits, an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Gongqing could not help but inquire, "Elder Feng, what troubles you?" Granny Yu added, "Indeed, old man. You have appeared unwell since earlier. Speak quickly." To prevent any unforeseen incidents and the leakage of information, only Elder Feng, as a quasi-emperor, was privy to the exact location of the Taiyuan immortal realm. Even Granny Yu, at the supreme realm, was kept in the dark. Elder Feng's expression darkened as he slowly stated, "The situation is somewhat dire. The direction in which the Su family's emperor is headed is precisely where the Taiyuan immortal realm lies." "What did you say?" Granny Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Gongqing's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. The younger members of the divine clan were equally astounded. How could this be possible? Could it be that the Su family's emperor had indeed found it? "Elder Feng, Granny Yu, what should we do now?" Elder Feng took a deep breath, striving to calm himself as he murmured, "We are still some distance from the Taiyuan immortal realm. For now, we can only hope that the Su family's emperor is merely trying to frighten us. We shall proceed cautiously." Chapter 75. The Ancient Immortal Ruins. All yours and mine in the vastness of the heavens, a colossal black curtain-like formation enveloped the dilapidated domain, preventing even the slightest trace of its aura from escaping. Yet, despite the isolation of its energy, the dense essence of heaven and earth within the broken domain was palpable to the naked eye. Several elders of the Su family stood guard outside, manipulating the grand formation. The three ancestors gazed at the domain shrouded by the great formation, expressing their admiration. The emperor is truly astute. How could he have foreseen the emergence of the ancient immortal ruins in this location? To this day, they still found it hard to believe. Just a few days prior, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted from within the dilapidated domain, soaring into the heavens as if seeking to pierce the firmament. That was the aura of the ancient immortal ruins coming into being. Had they not set up the grand formation in advance? The entire realm would have been aware of the ancient, immortal ruins' emergence. The three ancestors' eyes gleamed with admiration as they spoke excitedly. Who would have thought that within this dilapidated domain, long forsaken for thousands of years, lay an entire ancient, immortal ruins? Only we, the Su family, are privy to this information. The value brought by the ancient immortal ruins was extraordinary. The richness of its essence meant that merely cultivating within it could yield rapid advancement. The first ancestor interjected, "No, it is not just my Su family that knows. The Nangong family of the Divine Clan is also aware." The second ancestor lowered his gaze and spoke, "The Emperor has made an agreement with Nangong Qing, which indicates that the Emperor has emerged victorious. Yet, I wonder why he chose to allow that youth who activated the ruins to enter." The first ancestor shook his head, stating, "The Emperor's thoughts are beyond our comprehension. Our task is to safeguard this ancient immortal ruins and ensure that no one else can lay claim to it." As he spoke, a golden streak of light descended upon the area, followed closely by a group of forbidden Divine Clan members. Upon seeing the newcomers, the elders of the Su family were elated and hurried forward, bowing respectfully. "My lord, you have arrived." Su Jiugao nodded slightly, surveying the great formation before him. As an ancient formation, it had perfectly isolated all sensations from the outside world. Su Jiugao praised with satisfaction, "Well done." Turning to the bewildered elder Feng, Su Jiugao casually inquired, "What say you? Do you believe now?" Granny Yu, sensing something amiss, quickly interjected, "Old man, could it be that the Taiyuan immortal realm is indeed here?" Elder Feng's reaction answered everyone. He stood rooted in disbelief, his pupils dilated as he murmured, "How could this be?" With a mocking glint in his eyes, Su Jiugao replied, "There is nothing impossible. You have lost. This ancient immortal ruins now belongs to my Su family." With that, Su Jiugao paused for a moment before turning to the side where Nangong Qing stood, and added, "Including you." Nangong Qing trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. A voice echoed, "Ding, the destined protagonist Nangong Gu feels a sense of dread, losing 300 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 300 villain points." After watching for quite some time, Nangong Ji's heart was tumultuous, and he became increasingly wary of the methods employed by the Su family's imperial son. Yet, at the same time, he felt a surge of delight at witnessing Nangong Qing and the younger generation of the Divine Clan suffering setbacks. He coldly mused, "Nangong Qing, having agreed to this condition, upon returning to the clan, I shall see how you explain this to your father. To botch such a crucial matter is bound to lead to your potential disinheritance." Even as the legitimate daughter, an elder of the clan laughed heartily. "The Nangong family must understand that it is not merely your taboo Divine Clan that possesses the capability to locate the ancient immortal relics. Our imperial son wields powers far beyond your imagination." Old Feng, clutching at the last vestiges of hope, spoke up, "Imperial son, may I be granted a glimpse of the entrance to that relic?" Su Jiugao replied calmly, "In that case, I shall ensure you are utterly disheartened. Elder, lead us to the ancient immortal relic." The elder nodded, and the grand array opened a small aperture, from which an extraordinary aura emanated. Under the elder's guidance, Su Jiugao and his companions arrived at the place where Yi Sheng had previously been, a vast and dense thicket of grass. Before them lay an incredibly mysterious vortex, from which the spiritual energy permeating the entire realm was seeping. The elder approached Su Jiugao and whispered, "Imperial son, as per your instructions, we did not interfere with that person's actions. We merely set up the grand array in advance. I had previously sent Yang Yu inside, and it is indeed the ancient immortal relic. However, only those below the sacred realm can enter. In a sense, the ancient immortal relic is not much different from a dilapidated domain. It is a treasure of an entire domain from the ancient immortal era, akin to a secret realm. Yet, through the passage of time, its barriers have become exceedingly fragile, on the verge of collapse. Those of overwhelming strength risk collapsing the entire world upon entry." Su Jiugao's eyes flickered. Even he had never set foot in the ancient immortal relic. At that moment, the members of the taboo Divine Clan could no longer remain composed. Is this truly the entrance to the Taiyuan immortal realm? I never expected such a realm to exist within this dilapidated domain. They realized the gravity of the situation. Qing Jia had lost her wager with the imperial son. Old Feng's mind raced with countless thoughts, all of which he swiftly dismissed. Su Jiugao represented an emperor. To act against him would cost the Nangong family dearly. The opening of this ancient immortal relic had not benefited the taboo Divine Clan in the slightest. At this juncture, words were futile. Old Feng took a deep breath. Feeling even older, it seemed they could only return. He never imagined that the immense cost incurred in coming to the myriad realms would yield no profit from the ancient immortal relic, and instead, they had lost a clan daughter. He felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. Yet, facing the formidable Su family's imperial son and an emperor, their forces were insufficient to pose a threat. For now, their only option was to return to the divine clan and consult with the clan leader and elders for a long-term strategy. Old Feng thought to himself. Granny Yu's heart hardened as she cast an unfriendly glance towards Su Jiugao. She transmitted, "Old man, outside this domain lies the Su family's grand array. Not a trace of energy will escape. Why not take decisive action and capture that Su family imperial son outright?" Old Feng was taken aback and quickly responded, "No." Setting aside the fact that the Su family's elder is a quasi-emperor, the other elders are not beneath us in cultivation. Moreover, I can sense that a presence is tightly locking onto us, likely that earlier fellow. Granny Yu, we must not act here. Otherwise, we shall all be trapped. Old Feng glanced at Granny Yu and continued, "Let Qing'er remain here. Given the character of this imperial son, he is bound to monopolize the Taiyuan immortal realm. We shall return to the clan for now, and with Qing'er by the Su family's imperial son's side, she can relay messages at any time." Chapter 76, Enforcing Authority. The overjoyed Taboo divine clan naturally, Su Jiugao was unaware of the conversation between Old Feng and Granny Yu. Even if he were aware, he would likely only dismiss it with a scornful smile. He did not mind allowing his father to take action once more, to annihilate the taboo divine clan. The Nangong family, in the ancient immortal domain. Old Feng instinctively glanced at Su Jiugao, pondering for a moment before respectfully speaking, "Imperial son, this wager, we of the Nangong family have lost. We shall honor our promise and depart from this place. Rather than watch the Su family consume an entire Taiyuan immortal realm, it would be wiser to return to the clan and reassess our strategy." The younger generation of the divine clan was anxious and confused. They could not understand why Old Feng did not even attempt to fight for it. Nangong Qing lowered her head, filled with self-reproach. "It is all because of me that the Nangong family has lost an entire ancient immortal relic." She felt unworthy to return to the clan, unable to face her father. At that moment, she was consumed by endless regret. Su Jiugao's imperial gaze flickered. Old Feng is indeed a clever individual. You divine clan members have traveled great distances for this ancient immortal relic. Is it truly acceptable to relinquish it so easily? Su Jiugao teased with a smile. Old Feng forced a laugh. "Ah, forgive me, imperial son. How could one not feel discontent? I am filled with regret. This matter, upon returning to the clan, I shall personally discuss with the clan leader. I only ask that the imperial son treats Qing'er kindly." Su Jiugao nodded slightly. He scanned the crowd, catching sight of Nangong Gu and the guilt-ridden Nangong Qing. Slowly, he approached Nangong Qing and said lightly, "Are you not pleased to be in the service of this imperial son?" Nangong Qing was taken aback, then raised her head, her delicate face filled with bitterness. Forcing a smile, she replied, "No." Seeing her expression resembling that of a small, forlorn melon, her brow furrowed in distress, yet she still attempted to maintain a smile. Su Jiugao found it amusing and raised an eyebrow, teasing, "Ah, since you have already become this imperial son's person, I might consider granting you an opportunity regarding the ancient immortal relic." Nangong Qing's beautiful eyes sparkled, radiating with hope. Her expression was akin to a drowning person grasping at a final straw, completely captivated by Su Jiugao's words. "Imperial son, what do you mean? Could it be?" Su Jiugao waved his hand. "Given that you, a member of the taboo divine clan, have come from afar, it is indeed not easy. Out of consideration for you, I shall permit your entry into the ancient immortal relic." As he spoke, Su Jiugao's imperial gaze narrowed slightly, and he continued, "Of course, this opportunity is limited to this one time." "What?" The many members of the taboo divine clan present were elated, their faces displaying astonishment and disbelief. Nangong Qing's beautiful eyes shone brightly, filled with gratitude and reverence. She excitedly exclaimed, "Imperial son, if you are willing to grant us this opportunity, I, Nangong Qing, shall serve you faithfully." Having committed such a grave error, returning now would surely endanger her position as the legitimate daughter. Remaining by the side of the Su family imperial son was indeed a favorable option. Furthermore, Nangong Qing had already harbored feelings for Su Jiugao. Initially, she thought the Nangong family would be forever estranged from the Taiyuan immortal realm, but unexpectedly, a turning point had emerged at the last moment. Moreover, it seemed to be due to her. This thought made her heart race. Ding! The destined female protagonist Nangong Qing's connection with the destined protagonist Yi Sheng has been unilaterally severed, causing Yi Sheng to lose 1,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000 villain points. Su Jiugao grinned widely. The duality of benevolence and severity is a tactic in which he excels. serving as the swiftest method to induce submission, quelling any spark of rebellion. Observing the ecstatic expressions of the members of the Forbidden God clan, it is evident that this approach has proven effective. Of course, this is all predicated upon strength and status. Were Yi Sheng to dare such conduct, he would have been torn to shreds by the Forbidden God clan long ago. At this moment, within the Tai Yuan immortal realm, Yi Sheng traverses a dense thicket. He gazes in a particular direction, murmuring to himself, "Found it. This must be the place." Suddenly, he halts, as if he has lost something of great significance. An ominous premonition washing over him. Yi Sheng furrows his brow, having been a quasi-emperor in his previous life, on the brink of ascension. Such feelings do not arise without cause. Why have I been feeling so unsettled lately? He wonders. Could it be due to the Ice Ling cold flood dragon? He shakes his head, dismissing the thought. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. Although a series of events post-rebirth have exceeded my expectations, fortunately, the locations of those treasured artifacts remain unchanged. In recent days, I have gathered quite a number of treasures from this place, relying on the memories of my previous life. There is still ample time before the celestial cultivators discover and seek to besiege the imperial family, allowing me to gradually collect the renowned treasures. By the time they arrive, they will have no choice but to trail behind me, Yi Sheng, like mere followers. The mere thought of this fills Yi Sheng with delight, and a smile remains etched upon his face. Meanwhile, Feng Lao and Granny Yu are filled with astonishment, having not anticipated such a turn of events. As if fearing Su Jiugao might reconsider, Feng Lao hastens to say, "Your Excellency, the Prince of the Empire, possesses a broad-minded nature. We, the God clan, are truly humbled. Should Your Excellency allow us to enter alongside you, we shall exert every effort to assist you." The first batch to enter the ancient immortal ruins is undoubtedly poised to reap significant rewards. Even if they cannot monopolize them, this is monumental news for them. Granny Yu adds, "The old crone previously failed to recognize your stature and offended you. Your Excellency, please forgive me." Su Jiugao, nonchalantly waving his hand, replies, "Not at all. It is I who should thank your God clan. The resources within the ancient immortal ruins can accommodate two destined protagonists," hinting at the immense treasures within. He certainly would not permit Nan Gonggu and Nan Gongqing to return with the rest of the God clan so easily. Nan Gongqing's fair face flushes slightly, her emotions oscillating like a roller coaster. Even her gaze towards Su Jiugao shifts, filled with gratitude and awe, intertwined with a hint of admiration. Su Jiugao states calmly, "Well then, since we have arrived, how can we not venture in to explore?" With that, he strides towards the vortex leading to the ancient immortal ruins. Su Jiugao is also quite curious about the ruins. The elders of the Su family gaze at the grateful members of the God clan, their respect for the prince's methods deepening. Feng Lao exhales deeply, murmuring, "Who would have thought our God clan would still have the opportunity to enter the Tai Yuan immortal realm, despite our loss in the wager? This prince is gracious enough to allow us entry." Granny Yu's eyes shimmer as she nods in agreement. Indeed, he is worthy of being the son of an emperor. Feng Lao then addresses the crowd behind him, his voice turning serious. "Listen well, the ancient immortal ruins are no ordinary secret realm. While there are many opportunities, they are accompanied by great perils. Once inside, you will be teleported to different locations. It is imperative that you regroup swiftly. Remember, if there is any treasure that this prince desires, you must not attempt to seize it for yourselves. Instead, you are to assist His Excellency." The younger members of the God clan are displeased by this. Opportunities should be earned by merit. Why must we help him? They protest. Indeed, the Tai Yuan immortal realm was discovered by our God clan first. Feng Lao's voice turns icy. "Upon seeing my kin, all must heed Qing's arrangements. Should I learn that anyone has offended the prince within the ruins, you will surely suffer the consequences upon our return." His sternness is meant to protect them. These young members have grown complacent, while that prince from the Su family possesses the cultivation of a god king. Collectively, they are no match for Su Jiugao. Offending him is akin to courting death. After reiterating his warnings, he turns to Nan Gongqing, saying, "Qing, I must rely on you once more." Nan Gongqing nods, glancing at the crowd without noticing the murderous intent and resentment radiating from Nan Gonggu. The events within the ancient immortal ruins will remain unknown to the outside world, and she is the most powerful at the 5th level of the slashing origin realm. Nan Gonggu silently thanks Su Jiugao, vowing to make those previous offenders pay dearly once they enter the ruins. Not a single one shall escape. With this thought, he shoots a fierce glare at Nan Gongqing, and you, Nan Gongqing, before the group enters the Tai Yuan immortal realm. Su Jiugao deliberately leaves a mark on Nan Gonggu and Nan Gongqing for ease of tracking. A flash of white light flickers as Su Jiugao and the supreme divine roar manifest in the air. Gazing down, they behold a forest overrun with weeds and dense branches. The ancient trees here have stood for countless years, towering and lush, blocking out the sun. The intertwining branches allow only a few rays of sunlight to filter through. Nurtured over millennia, the surrounding flora includes many rare and even previously unseen spiritual plants. Upon entering, Su Jiugao feels enveloped by a sea of spiritual energy. The supreme divine roar appears to revel in the environment, emitting joyous roars that startle peculiar birds and beasts. Su Jiugao is momentarily taken aback. The misty rain crow, the Xianxing bird, the ancient manticore. These creatures are all recorded only in ancient texts as primordial beasts. A slight smile graces Su Jiugao's lips as his eyes brighten, murmuring, "So this is the legendary ancient immortal ruins. Truly extraordinary. After all this time, our destined protagonists must have garnered quite a bounty as well. It is time to collect some resources. System, provide me with Yisheng's location." Ding! Su Jiugao mounts the supreme divine roar, soaring like a golden divine light toward a specific direction. In the Taiyuan immortal realm, Yisheng leaps from a chilling spring, greedily absorbing all the spiritual energy within the fountain. A flicker of black light flashes from his eyes as he unleashes a powerful punch. The dense trees before him shatter like matchsticks, crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Yisheng glances at the massive corpse of a serpent beside the cold pond. Its body is a brilliant blue, glistening with layers of scales, yet marred by numerous gaping wounds, fresh blood flowing freely, indicating it has only recently perished. Had anyone been present, they would exclaim that this was the long-extinct beast of legends, the Ice-Ling cold flood dragon, possessing a trace of the frost dragon's bloodline. The essence within its crystal is naturally imbued with the aura of absolute cold. Yisheng senses the overwhelming true energy coursing within him, feeling invigorated. He directly removes the translucent, sky-blue crystal from the head of the Ice-Ling cold flood dragon. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, Yisheng squints at the dragon's slightly distended abdomen. He delivers a powerful strike, tearing open the dragon's belly. Flesh explodes, and a viscous liquid mingled with blood gushes forth. Within the dragon's abdomen lie several already damaged cold flood dragon eggs. Within this scene, there exists a singular blue cold serpentine egg, smooth as jade and adorned with enigmatic patterns, preserved in pristine condition. Yisheng's pupils constricted, and he spoke with incredulity. The ice spirit cold serpent egg? How can this be possible? Before his rebirth, he had never noticed that this ice spirit cold serpent was pregnant. Overwhelmed with joy, he disregarded the viscous liquid and directly retrieved the chilling egg, which emanated a unique aura. The ice spirit cold serpent, as an ancient mythical beast, reaches the sage realm upon maturity and possesses the potential for bloodline regression, aspiring to become supreme or even quasi-emperor. Its cultivation value is immense. Previously, he had merely been at the abyssal sea realm, barely managing to slay this severely wounded ice spirit cold serpent in a desperate struggle. He had even sacrificed the core power of his devouring divine body. At that time, due to his exhaustion and low realm, he had overlooked the existence of this cold serpent egg, missing a grand opportunity. However, now, Yisheng had transformed beyond recognition, far surpassing his former self. To his astonishment, he had returned to find such unexpected rewards. Cradling the cold serpent egg, he could no longer contain his elation and let out a hearty laugh. "Ha! I, Yisheng, am indeed the chosen one. This cold celestial pond and the ice spirit cold serpent are merely the first steps." The brilliance in Yisheng's eyes intensified, and he bellowed with overwhelming authority, "In this new life, I, Yisheng, shall become an emperor. Who dares to challenge me?" Suddenly, the cold serpent egg trembled violently, as if in response. Yisheng looked down, chuckling softly. "Do you also believe that I, Yisheng, will become an emperor? Fear not. Follow me, and I shall awaken your bloodline, allowing us to look down upon the realms together." Just as Yisheng expressed his fervor and envisioned himself riding a majestic azure frost ancestor dragon soaring through the heavens, a thunderous sound erupted. A golden sun in the sky abruptly fell to the earth with a mighty crash. A tempest and overwhelming pressure surged forth. Yisheng stumbled, sensing an immense terror, and the egg in his arms quivered even more violently. What is happening? As the thick mist dissipated, a golden figure emerged. Su Jiugao was seated atop the formidable supreme divine roar, his golden hair billowing, exuding an unparalleled and terrifying aura, resembling a god or a demon. Observing Yisheng below, Su Jiugao's exquisite and otherworldly visage bore a playful expression as he spoke with a smile. "You wish to become an emperor? How fortunate, for I desire the same." Chapter 78. The Destiny's protagonist presents a treasure. The capable prevail the Su family's young emperor. In an instant, Yisheng felt as though his very soul had been shaken from his body. His eyes widened in astonishment. his expression akin to that of one who had seen a ghost. Even his voice trembled. Su Jiugao cheerfully interjected. The Su family's young emperor? Yixing's mind was in a whirl. Countless questions flooded his thoughts. Was he this the Ta Yuan immortal realm? Why would the Su family's young emperor appear here? This was entirely different from what he remembered. He felt cold all over, his limbs growing weak. Unsure of what to say, Su Jiugao casually surveyed Yixing. Name, Yixing, identity, destiny as protagonist, direct disciple of the Abyssal Sea Sacred Sect, age, 20, personality, arrogant. Patient, tenacious, realm, 9th level of Dao Palace, physique, devouring divine body, cultivation techniques, ancient Luo Emperor scriptures, great will extinction technique, trembling heaven palm, Abyssal Sea, heavenly scriptures, treasures, origin level wheel of time remnant, 9-turn disc, ice spirit cold serpent egg, ice spirit mysterious crystal, sunleaf grass, somming vermilion fruit. Life experience, quasi-emperor rebirth, current fortune value, 17,000, Su Jiugao eyes brightened. 9th level of Dao Palace? It seems my prior counsel to the Abyssal Sea Sacred Sect's leader, Kai Shukuan, to take good care of this destined protagonist was not misplaced. Yixing has not only activated his devouring divine body, but has also significantly enhanced his cultivation. Both his techniques and treasures have increased tremendously. Su Jiugao nodded in satisfaction, gazing at the terrified Yixing with a gentle smile. What is this? Are you surprised to meet the young emperor here? Yixing quickly regained his composure, his eyes flickering as his mind raced to assess the situation. He was merely an inconsequential disciple of the Abyssal Sea Sacred Sect. The young emperor of the Su family had not even acknowledged his presence back in the Zhongqing Dao domain. The two held no animosity. Despite 1,000 questions swirling in his mind about why the young emperor was present, he deemed it unnecessary to contemplate further. Yixing promptly placed the cold serpent egg down, calmly clasped his hands, and bowed respectfully. I am Yixing, direct disciple of the Abyssal Sea Sacred Sect. Honored to meet the young emperor. Su Jiugao's gaze narrowed slightly as he spoke leisurely. I have seen you before. Back at the Abyssal Sea Sacred Sect. I sensed a gaze filled with murderous intent. If I am not mistaken, that gaze belonged to you, right? Yixing's pupils constricted, his demeanor shifting from initial ease to sheer astonishment. What? The young emperor had already noticed back then. Meanwhile, the supreme divine roar beneath Su Jiugao unleashed a fearsome roar, the powerful gust blowing forth. The cold serpent egg on the ground trembled violently, rolling into a small corner, quivering in fear. Oh, the cold serpent egg? Su Jiugao expressed curiosity, glancing at the egg. Ice spirit cold serpent egg, gender, female, status, 5 bloodline regression, current hatching progress, 10, bloodline regression? Su Jiugao found this intriguing. If memory serves, this ice spirit cold serpent possessed a trace of frost ancestor dragon bloodline, didn't he? Observing the corpse of the ice spirit cold serpent, he noted that the remaining eggs had been shattered. It seemed this solitary cold serpent egg had absorbed the nutrients from the broken eggs, resulting in its bloodline regression. Meanwhile, Yixing, drenched in sweat, nervously remarked, the young emperor must have misjudged. Your grandeur is something I can only marvel at. Moreover, I am merely a humble cultivator of the Dao Palace realm. How could I dare to harbor such audacious thoughts? Young emperor? Su Jiugao, as the young emperor, possessed an innate presence that was imposing, particularly when paired with the supreme divine roar beneath him. Even Yixing had to admit that this figure before him was unparalleled. At that moment, all he desired was to escape this place. Hearing this, Su Jiugao chuckled lightly. Is that so? A humble cultivator? Yet, entering this ancient immortal relic with a Dao Palace cultivation is no ordinary feat. Yixing felt a chill run down his spine and quickly replied, Young Emperor, I merely stumbled upon this place by accident. Is this not an ordinary secret realm? He feigned ignorance, fully aware from his past life as a quasi-emperor that countless individuals have killed for treasures, and he himself had committed his share of such deeds. If this young emperor truly suspected him of possessing something valuable, it could spell disaster for him. Su Jiugao observed Yixing, who feigned confusion with his head bowed, and a smile grew more pronounced in his eyes. This destined protagonist is indeed clever. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I am not concerned with how you entered here. That egg beside you, is it not the ice spirit cold serpent's egg? Su Jiugao cut to the chase, refraining from questioning how a Dao Palace cultivator could slay an adult ice spirit cold serpent. Upon hearing this, Yixing's eyes flickered with delight. Since the young emperor harbored no intentions of murder or theft, everything would be manageable. Yixing hastily lifted the cold serpent egg, presenting it with both hands, his demeanor humble and respectful as he spoke. As I happened upon this place, I discovered the lifeless body of an ice frost serpent. From its abdomen, I procured a precious treasure. Initially, I intended to cultivate it diligently, but now that you, esteemed Lord, have arrived. I humbly offer this serpent egg to you." At this moment, as if struck by inspiration, Yisheng also presented the ice frost crystal, his expression filled with reverence. "And here is the ice frost crystal. It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face, especially when it is offered willingly. Such a demeanor leaves no room for criticism." A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the serpent egg and the ice frost crystal, floating them before Su Jiugao. Su Jiugao glanced casually at them, neither rejecting nor hesitating, but simply accepting their offering. Beep. The destined protagonist, Yisheng, loses a destined spiritual beast, resulting in a loss of 2,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2,000 villain points. Beep. The destined protagonist, Yisheng, loses the ice frost crystal, resulting in a loss of 300 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 300 villain points. In the face of such a humble offering from the destined protagonist, Su Jiugao maintained a calm demeanor and spoke softly. "You are indeed a clever individual. Given the circumstances, I shall reluctantly accept your gift." Yisheng wore a foolishly charming smile, yet within him surged waves of humiliation. Damn it. The cooked duck has flown away. Who could bear such a loss? Yet, he found himself powerless to change his fate. Chapter 79. The Frost Ancestor Dragon. The Dragon Phoenix, despite possessing memories from his previous life, his current cultivation was merely at the Dao Palace stage. His only trump card was the divine artifact, the Wheel of Time. Faced with the formidable and enigmatic Su Jiugao, it was best to tread carefully and avoid offending him. Yisheng flattered, "Heavenly treasures belong to the capable. These two items, for me, would bring misfortune. Only someone as resplendent and noble as you, Lord, deserves to possess them. After all, flattering someone costs nothing, and in the face of life and death." Yisheng cared little for his pride. His determination to grow stronger solidified. Only then would he no longer have to bow to others. As Yisheng lavished praise upon him, Su Jiugao's expression remained inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "It seems you stumbled into the ancient immortal ruins by sheer luck. Tell me, how long have you been here? I do not appreciate being deceived." Su Jiugao's gaze bore into Yisheng, as if he could crush him with a single misstep. Yisheng stiffened under Su Jiugao's scrutiny. He dared not conceal the truth and could only reply honestly, "My lord, is this truly the ancient immortal ruins? To be truthful, I have been here for 6 or 7 days." Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow. 7 days? I trust you have gathered considerable treasures during this time? Yisheng's breath caught in his throat. How could he not understand Su Jiugao's insinuation? Considerable treasures? It was a direct inquiry into the spoils he had amassed in the past week. Yisheng's expression soured immediately. Indeed, he had acquired many rare treasures not found in the realms, yet he had already handed over the serpent egg and the ice frost crystal. Su Jiugao was relentless. Was this not akin to robbery? Yisheng forced a smile and replied, "My lord, you jest. There truly isn't much." With a wave of his hand, he revealed all the treasures he had collected over the past few days from his storage ring. The Wheel of Time lay hidden deep within his consciousness, so he had no fear of it being discovered by Su Jiugao. A plethora of rare materials and treasures filled the ground, exuding rich spiritual energy. Sunleaf grass, Songming vermilion fruit, leaf foam horn, celestial silkworm silk. Each of these was an invaluable treasure, essential for alchemy and artifact crafting. Su Jiugao nearly laughed aloud. What a treasure hunter! Though I am not in need of these items, I cannot simply refuse them. After all, whether for use or to exchange for villain points, they are excellent choices. Nonchalantly, Su Jiugao collected all the treasures that Yisheng had painstakingly gathered into his storage ring. The system's notifications echoed repeatedly. Beep. The destined protagonist, Yisheng, loses 50 fortune points. Beep. The destined protagonist, Yisheng, loses 50 fortune points. As Su Jiugao claimed the treasures, Yisheng's eyes turned red with anger. His breath quickened, fist clenched, his body trembling. All his hard-earned treasures were taken away as if he were a mere tool. Even a quasi-emperor would nearly lose his composure. Endure. I must endure. Yisheng gritted his teeth, taking a deep breath, and looked up at the contented Su Jiugao. I have given you nearly all my treasures. Surely, you can let me go now? Su Jiugao inquired. What is your name? Yisheng was taken aback. To your grace. My name is Yisheng. Su Jiugao nodded slightly, murmuring, Yisheng. Very well, I shall remember you. There are many treasures within these ancient immortal ruins. Your entrance here is a stroke of fortune. Make the most of it. With that, Su Jiugao patted the supreme divine roar beneath him, laughed heartily, and soared into the sky, leaving a stunned Yisheng behind, his heart bleeding. Fortune? In these 7 days, aside from what I have consumed, nearly all my opportunities have been seized by this scoundrel. Fuming, Yisheng stomped his foot and threw a punch. Boom. He vented his fury. How infuriating. To think that as a quasi-emperor, my illustrious reputation has been reduced to this. His eyes glowed with rage. If the death of Shu'er had etched Su Jiugao into his memory, then today's events had ignited a true and profound hatred for him. Those who seize opportunities are akin to murderers of one's kin. This grudge, I, Yi Sheng, shall surely avenge. Yi Sheng's gaze flickered as he adjusted his mindset. Fortunately, his trump card, the Wheel of Time, remained untouched. Moreover, the heavenly materials paled in comparison to those few divine artifacts. Yet, he pondered why Su Jiugao had appeared in this place. Was the Taiyuan immortal realm already open to the outside world? His eyes glinted as he murmured to himself, no, that cannot be. At this time, the imperial clan should just be collaborating with the Nangong family. Could it be due to the influence of my rebirth? The most enigmatic forces in the world are fate and causality. Yushin gazed in a particular direction. It seems I must hasten my pace. Just then, voices erupted from the woods behind him. That roar came from here. There must be some ultimate treasure. Others? Yisheng's heart raced. He immediately activated the ancient Luo Emperor's Sutra, concealing himself atop a towering tree, suppressing his aura, and secretly observed a group of young members from the divine clans below. Could it be the Nangong family? Yisheng's eyes brightened. Perfect. He could capture a few members of the Nangong family and inquire about the happenings in the outside world. Meanwhile, atop the supreme divine roar, Su Jiugao was examining the serpent egg. Since it was the destined protagonist's spiritual beast, it surely held great potential. He tapped the egg, which seemed to tremble in fear, desperately trying to flee. Witnessing this, Su Jiugao grinned. Quite spirited, indeed. With narrowed eyes, he threatened, flee again, and I'll cook you for dinner. The power of the god king enveloped the serpent egg. Suddenly, the cold dragon egg became remarkably docile, remaining completely still. This cold dragon egg, possessing ancestral bloodlines, held a slight possibility of reverting to become the frost ancestor dragon, a creature not inferior to the supreme divine roar. It was rumored that when the supreme divine roar mated with the ancestor dragon, there was a chance of giving birth to a transcendent beast akin to the dragon phoenix. Whether this was true or not remained uncertain. Su Jiugao pondered for a moment, then affectionately patted the massive head of the supreme divine roar, chuckling as he proposed. How about I find you a mate? The seated supreme divine roar suddenly trembled, emitting a low growl of dissatisfaction. Unfazed by its discontent, Su Jiugao inquired, System, is there any way to make this cold dragon egg hatch immediately? Beep. To the host, the ancestral dragon essence in the system shop can directly hatch the egg, with a minuscule chance of reverting to the frost ancestor dragon. Required villain points, 20,000. Such an exorbitant price? Su Jiugao was taken aback. He glanced at the cold dragon egg and, after a moment's hesitation, asked, is there a more affordable option? Setting aside the fact that he lacked sufficient villain points. Even if he possessed them, he was reluctant to spend them on an uncertain outcome. If there were a 100 guarantee of reverting to the frost ancestor dragon, he might consider it. System, is there a cheaper alternative? System, scoff, blood awakening pill. Consuming it can enhance the awakening of a beast's latent bloodline. Required villain points, 5,000. Tianqing molting liquid. Pool water condensed from the molting dragon pool, capable of purifying bloodlines and accelerating hatching. Required villain points, 1,000. That one will do. The Tianqing molting liquid, Su Jiugao declared without hesitation. One must save where one can, yet spend wisely. Villain points should be used for oneself, not squandered on trifles. It is merely a cold dragon egg, not a heavenly divine beast's egg. It will suffice. He could not shake the feeling that he had just heard a dismissive sound from the system. System, did you just laugh? Not at all, dear. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging for Tianqing molting liquid. Consumed villain points, 1,000. A small azure vial appeared in Su Jiugao's hand. Upon opening it, he found a crimson liquid flowing within, pulsating with a wild, violent energy, constantly bubbling and radiating intense heat. The Tianqing molting liquid, even though it cost only 1,000 villain points, such items from the system were exceedingly precious in the outside world. As the cold dragon egg sensed this aura, it quivered slightly, rolling towards Su Jiugao with a mix of fear and desire. A soft, indistinct thought resonated, I want to eat. Su Jiugao was taken aback. He then gently patted the cold dragon egg, smiling. What is this? Are you no longer afraid of me? To others, a mere ice dragon egg might require painstaking nurturing. Yet, in the eyes of Prince Su Jiugao, its potential seemed quite limited. Had it not been for Yixing's destined spirit beast, Su Jiugao would not have expended such a significant amount of villain points. The opportunity is presented to you. Dear egg, the rest depends on your own fortune. He poured the Tianqing molting liquid over the cold dragon egg. After spending so many villain points, if it proved unworthy, then it would simply serve as fodder. A viscous, searing liquid slowly cascaded down, landing on the cold dragon egg. Sizzle. White mist enveloped the crystalline blue shell of the cold dragon egg. The turbulent Tianqing molting liquid was absorbed, and the egg's surface turned bright red. Su Jiugao murmured. With a hint of peculiarity, could it be ripening? He directed the supreme divine roar to find a suitable spot to land. Amidst a desolate, ancient thicket, the supreme divine roar descended, its immense power clearing the towering trees around it. Su Jiugao observed the cold dragon egg. The hatching panel for the egg was rapidly increasing. Ice dragon egg, gender, female, status, bloodline reversion 6, current hatching progress, 45. The bloodline reversion had only increased by 1, yet the hatching progress accelerated significantly. Su Jiugao gazed at the softly glowing cold dragon egg, his eyes glimmering. Roar. A series of chilling, spine-tingling beast roars resonated from within the depths of the surrounding forest. Numerous blood-red, predatory eyes gleamed hungrily, fixated on the cold dragon egg. Due to the allure of the Tianqing molting liquid, coupled with the fact that the dragon egg was a tremendous boon for beasts, creatures from the ancient ruins naturally approached, drawn by the scent. Among them were fearsome beasts of the Saint Realm. Previously overlooked, the ancient ruins could only accommodate beings of the Saint Realm at most. Yet, in the presence of the supreme divine roar's oppressive aura, they dared not advance, merely salivating from a distance. Seemingly oblivious to the predatory gazes surrounding him, Su Jiugao remained completely unfazed. The life force within the egg intensified. Suddenly, with a crack, the shell was riddled with fissures. As a piece of the shell fell away, a small azure horn protruded from within, releasing a rich aura of spiritual energy as a soft, translucent blue serpent wriggled out. Its pupils sparkled like sapphires, filled with curiosity and desire for the world. The supreme divine roar lay low, casting a disinterested glance at the young ice dragon, lazily stifling a yawn. The blue serpent, agile and lively, was born with the cultivation of the condensing sea realm. Floating in the air, wherever it moved, a thin layer of ice materialized beneath it. The power of the great Dao. Upon seeing Su Jiugao and the supreme divine roar, the familiar aura startled the blue serpent. Its eyes widened, and it instantly transformed into a streak of blue light, attempting to flee. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow. Chuckling, thinking of escaping, he slowly raised a hand, and the blue serpent found itself immobilized in midair, thrashing its head and tail in a futile struggle. Su Jiugao seized it in his palm, scrutinizing the newly born ice dragon. Unlike the previous ice dragon, this one bore a small azure horn on its forehead, cool to the touch, and a thin layer of scales adorned its body. Ice dragon, bloodline reversion, 10. It had increased slightly. Su Jiugao observed the squirming blue serpent in his grasp, a smile playing on his lips. With a playful flick of his right hand, he sent the young ice dragon spinning, disoriented. Little one, you think you can escape after receiving such a boon? Not a chance. You shall be named Qian. Su Jiugao rose, casually tossing Qian towards the supreme divine roar. Divine roar, Qian will stay with you for now. Su Jiugao planned to have Qian accompany Nangong Qing after the ancient ruins concluded, ensuring she wouldn't be too bored during her alchemical endeavors. The supreme divine roar understood, opening its cavernous maw wide to welcome the young ice dragon. This action frightened the blue serpent half to death, causing it to faint from sheer terror. A flash of darkness swept by, and the blue serpent vanished into the supreme divine roar's mouth. As a creature of divine lineage, the supreme divine roar possessed a characteristic akin to that of a mythical beast, harboring a small world within its belly. After tossing Qian, Su Jiugao quickly regretted it. He glanced at the supreme divine roar, which appeared to be chewing. It suddenly dawned on him that he might have forgotten to inform the supreme divine roar that this little one was not meant to be consumed. P.S. Please excuse me, this time it is a genuine leave. Chapter 81. The Frenzied Nangong Gu. Inflicting heavy damage on the fated female protagonist, Su Jiugao exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the supreme divine roar had not devoured Qian, otherwise, his villain points would have been wasted. He retrieved the ice crystal of the ice dragon. The power of the great Dao. This was precisely what he needed at that moment. Just as he prepared to absorb the frigid power of the great Dao, in the dense forest, a deafening explosion suddenly reverberated. The sky was engulfed in thick smoke. Su Jiugao narrowed her eyes, gazing in the direction of the sound. The divine consciousness of the divine king realm swiftly sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from that location. Two familiar figures appeared before her eyes. It was unexpectedly Nangong Gu and Nangong Qing. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow and murmured to herself, surprised at this unexpected encounter. To the north of the ancient immortal ruins, Yi Sheng hurried through the thicket, his expression tinged with urgency. From the mouths of several members of the divine clans, he learned that the Taiyuan immortal realm had been monopolized by the imperial family of the Su clan. This was completely different from the imperial clan of the Yun family that he remembered. He wondered why the Su clan's imperial son was present here. Fortunately, the Su clan's ambition to seize all resources of the ancient immortal ruins meant that currently, only the Su clan's imperial son and a group of young divine clan members had entered this place. This implied that Qing'er had also entered ahead of time? Yuxing pondered. If that were the case, would his fate of encountering Qing'er also change? In his previous life, when he first met Qing'er, she had been gravely injured for unknown reasons and fainted in his arms. It was only a long time later that Yi Sheng discovered she had been ambushed by an unidentified masked cultivator. According to her, that assailant might have been a member of the Nangong clan, as the techniques employed were indeed from the Nangong family. If the subsequent events were altered by this, what would happen if Qing'er were not injured? The feeling of being unable to control the situation made Yi Sheng increasingly agitated. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted ahead. What happened? Yi Sheng's body jolted, and he hurried toward the source of the sound, concealing himself in the shadows. Upon witnessing the two figures confronting each other below, his pupils widened in surprise. Qing'er, however, he quickly regained his composure, for the person facing Qing'er appeared to harbor ill intentions. At that moment, Nangong Gu wielded the heavenly suppression map, casting a dark shadow over the entire area, emanating a terrifying oppressive aura. His expression was frenzied, eyes fixed with malice upon the bloodied Nangong Qing. He sneered, "Nangong Qing, I never expected to find you so soon. It appears that fate has brought us to this moment." Nangong Qing's delicate face paled, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her breath feeble. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and anger as she questioned, "Nangong Gu, what do you intend to do?" Among the divine clans that entered this place, she had encountered Nangong Gu first, only to find that this brother, who had always been submissive before her, would suddenly ambush her from behind, leaving her gravely injured. "What do you think is obvious?" Nangong Gu laughed wildly, his eyes filled with hatred. "Nangong Qing, today, this ancient immortal ruin shall become your burial ground." Nangong Qing gasped. "Why? We are of the same clan." Upon hearing this, Nangong Ji's temper flared violently. His deep breath was chilling, and his eyes glowed crimson as he glared at her, his gaze seemingly capable of devouring her whole. "Of the same clan? When you handed my mother's relic to that Su clan's imperial son, did you ever consider that we are of the same clan? You should have anticipated this day. I, Nangong Gu, have always complied with you, giving you whatever you desired. But what about you? Relying on your status, you have bullied me time and again. And in the end, you even covet my mother's relic." At this point, Nangong Gu unleashed a powerful punch, uprooting a large swath of trees. "You have no idea how crucial that jade pendant is to me. A bunch of worthless bullies, lacking strength and talent. What makes you think you can compare to me? Nangong Gu, as the heavenly divine body, I possess exceptional talent, yet I have suffered such injustice merely because I am a branch son. You all deserve death. I will kill everyone who has ever bullied me." His pent-up grievances poured forth like a flood, and even from afar, one could feel the immense resentment within Nangong Gu. Nangong Qing trembled. She had never anticipated that her timid and weak brother would utter such words. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock as she exclaimed, "Nangong Gu, have you forgotten your surname is Nangong? Don't you remember our family rules? What nonsense about the Nangong clan?" Nangong Gu bellowed, "To you, I am merely a dog for your amusement." As he spoke, Nangong Ji's emotions surged, and he trembled with rage. "One day, I will turn the tables on your Nangong clan, starting with you, this despicable woman." His words were ice cold, filled with overwhelming murderous intent. Nangong Qing felt a chill run down her spine, as if she were seeing her brother anew. The madness and brutality emanating from Nangong Gu were palpable. She realized that no matter what she said, he would not listen. The Divine Wood spirit body had a rapid recovery speed, and combined with her cultivation of a technique known as the Wood Spring soul-nourishing art, she had barely stabilized her injuries during this time. Taking out a few healing elixirs from her storage ring, she swallowed them, and, with a frosty expression, said, "If Elder Feng and Granny you find out about this, do you know the consequences?" Nangong Ji's eyes sparkled with mockery, as if he were gazing at a trapped beast. He sneered, "Do you think they will find out? The ancient immortal ruins are fraught with risks. By then, I will inform them that you have met with an untimely demise." Nangong Qing scoffed. "Do you think Elder Feng would believe your words?" Nangong Gu stared at her for a long moment before bursting into laughter. "Haha, Nangong Qing, I know your Divine Wood spirit body. You say so much only to secretly recover your strength. Don't think that in your current state, or even at your peak, you could possibly be my opponent. With my cultivation at the 6th level of the slashing origin realm, do you really think you stand a chance against me? As he spoke, Nangonggu unleashed his 6th level of slashing origin realm cultivation, pressing toward Nangongqing. The immense power of the heavenly suppression map sealed off the surroundings, leaving her no opportunity for escape. Following this, a divine technique emerged. The 10 Luo Seal. Not good. Qing'er. Chapter 82. The Duel of the Two Protagonists. A twofold victory. Hidden in the shadows, Yisheng witnessed everything and almost lost control. His gaze flickered as he focused on Nangonggu, suppressing his emotions. This person's cultivation was at the slashing origin realm, unless he used the Wheel of Time and relied on the formidable endurance of the devouring divine body. He would be no match for him. As the daughter of the Nangong clan, Qing'er had more than just this level of ability. He had been longing for an opportunity to approach her. He must endure. He would wait until Qing'er was truly unable to hold on, then strike. That would be the perfect moment to win her affection. Yisheng thought to himself. In this rebirth, he was determined to make Qing'er see him in a new light. Nangongqing's delicate face turned pale. The overwhelming power was far beyond her current capacity to withstand. Gritting her teeth, she summoned a green barrier to defend herself. The ancient fire profound art. Divine Wood Shield. The two forces collided. Boom. The Divine Wood Shield shattered instantly, and Nangongqing's expression shifted as the imperial artifact. The ethereal immortal skirt immediately shimmered with divine light, dissipating the remaining impact of the 10 Luo Seal. An imperial artifact? Nangongji's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he coldly remarked, "It seems father truly dotes on you, even giving you the ethereal immortal skirt. As father's child, why is he so biased toward you? Why?" Nangonggu roared, consumed by jealousy and rage. He moved like a primordial beast, charging swiftly towards Nangongqing, radiating a golden light, blood and energy surging within him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If it weren't for your relentless pressure, Nangonggu would not have reached this point. Die. Nangongqing's expression turned grave. She understood that Nangonggu, possessing the emperor's divine body, drew his strength from an incredibly terrifying physical power. If he closed the distance, her fate would be sealed. Boom. A terrifying azure flame erupted, surging towards Nangonggu in an attempt to impede his advance. Heavenly fire, azure ancient flame. Simultaneously, thorny vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Nangongji's body tightly. Songling binding. The azure ancient flame enveloped him, burning even hotter in conjunction with the Songling binding. Nangonggu transformed into a human of fire. Under this force, an ordinary person would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. Nangongqing's face brightened. Had she succeeded? Just as she felt a surge of hope. A figure in black appeared behind her, unknown until now, a man in black robes with an iron mask, resembling a specter. In the shadows, Yisheng's pupils constricted in disbelief. Another person? How is this possible? Where did he come from? Before he could react to the sudden appearance of the man in black, the figure slowly raised a hand, causing Yisheng's heart to stop. It was too late. At that moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from the black-clad man. It was a divine king. With a single palm strike, the ethereal fairy skirt activated in self-defense. Yet, even the imperial weapon could only protect Nangongqing's physical form from being shattered, unable to prevent the ensuing shockwave. Boom. Nangongqing was sent flying. Her internal organs nearly crushed. Blood spewed from her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. Thud. She crashed heavily to the ground, bloodied and battered. The divine wood spirit body struggled to recover from such severe injuries, and Nangongqing fainted. In an instant, the azure ancient flame dissipated, revealing Nangongji's maniacal laughter. Didn't he expect this? Did you, Nangongqing? His figure emerged, shaking off the last flicker of flame from his sleeve, completely unharmed. The man in black stood beside him. As Nangonggu laughed maniacally, after enduring for decades, "This is the magic soul corpse I secretly refined." Nangonggu approached Nangongqing, sensing the faint breath within her. He raised an eyebrow. Oh, she's still alive. Truly impressive for a defensive imperial weapon. He slowly lifted his hand, preparing to deliver the final blow. In the shadows, Yisheng's eyes were filled with struggle, hesitating whether to intervene. A divine king, combined with Nangongji's own strength. If he used the means from his past life, he would undoubtedly be gravely injured. The price was beyond what he could bear at this moment. Perhaps it was best to let it go. Yisheng consoled himself. It's over. Nangongji's gaze narrowed, his hand gathering a dreadful force. 10 Dao seals. Just then, an overwhelmingly powerful circular sun wheel, cloaked in golden divine radiance, hurtled towards Nangonggu. An enraged roar erupted. Stop. I will not allow you to harm Qing'er. After a continuous inner struggle, Yisheng finally resolved to act. He had already lost Qing'er. If he lost Qing'er as well, he would be left utterly alone, with nothing. Last time, He faced the emperor's son from the Su family, but now, he was merely up against the divine king and a mere Yuan realm warrior. With the ability at his disposal, Yisheng decided to risk everything to save her. All cards on the table. Yisheng's eyes turned crimson, his entire being ablaze with energy. The devouring divine body surged to its peak, consuming his primordial power as if it were devouring the very essence of the universe. The towering trees withered and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth spiraled into Yisheng's body. His cultivation in the Dao Palace realm surged upward. Like a divine king, he charged towards Nangonggu, declaring, "Those who dare harm Qing'er shall perish." Nangongji's eyelids twitched, turning to see him, frowning in confusion. "Dao Palace realm? Who are you?" Yisheng offered no reply, channeling his immense power, determined to obliterate his foe. This was a battle of two destined protagonists. Meanwhile, notifications rang out. Ding. Destiny protagonist Yisheng and Destiny protagonist Nangonggu are dueling. Destiny protagonist Yisheng burns his essence, losing 1,000 luck points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 villain points. Ding. Destiny protagonist Nangonggu is severely injured. Luck points lost, 500. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 villain points. Su Jiugao was momentarily stunned. These two fated protagonists began fighting so swiftly, the sound of acquiring villain points echoed in his ears. Although he had anticipated this conflict due to Nangongqing, he did not expect it to come so soon. A faint smile crept across Su Jiugao's lips, his imperial eyes glimmering. Watching the two protagonists fight amongst themselves was far easier than getting involved personally. Let them battle fiercely. In the end, he could reap the rewards. With this thought, Su Jiugao felt a surge of delight, patting the esteemed divine roar seated beside him, smiling lightly. Hurry up. This is a splendid performance. Let us see how our two protagonists fare. Chapter 83, A Desperate Struggle, Time Turns. Nangonggu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Disbelief etched on his face. He glared intently at Yisheng. Who on earth are you? You attacked like a madman. Yet the strangest part is, despite only being at the Dao Palace realm, you can stand against the magic soul corpse, possessing the emperor's divine body and being a destined protagonist. Nangonggu would not easily be injured by someone of a lower level. Little did he know that Yisheng was not only his equal but also a reincarnated quasi-emperor. Starting with 20,000 luck points. With Nangongji's mere 9,000 luck points, he was no match for the fully unleashed Yisheng. You're insane. I have never even met you. We have no grievances. Why do you attack me? Yisheng stood protectively in front of the unconscious Nangongqing, using the essence of the devouring divine body. His own condition was far from optimal. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and he swayed unsteadily. Yisheng cast a longing glance at Nangongqing before turning to glare fiercely at Nangonggu, his words dripping with dominance. You do not need to know. As long as I, Yisheng, am here, I will not allow you to harm a single hair on Qing'er. In that moment, Yisheng wished fervently for Qing'er to awaken. If she witnessed his valor and selfless determination to save her, surely she would fall in love with him. Yisheng mused silently. Yisheng? Nangongji's expression darkened. Could he be a suitor of Nangongqing? But how did he enter this Taiyuan immortal realm? Confusion swirled in his mind. The Nangong family had only just emerged from the ancient immortal domain. When had Nangongqing acquired such an admirer? Yet, Nangonggu dismissed the thoughts and coldly declared, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, Nangongqing must die. No one can stop me. I care not who you are. A mere Dao Palace realm cultivator relies only on some underhanded tricks. If Nangongqing survives to tell Elder Feng and Granny Yu about this, what awaits me is the relentless pursuit order from the Nangong family. There is no escape. Therefore, I will stop at nothing to eliminate Nangongqing. Today, anyone who dares to obstruct me shall perish alongside that wretched woman. With a fierce roar, Nangonggu charged forth, accompanied by the necromancer, encircling Yisheng from 2 directions. Yisheng's expression was grave. He knew that in his current state, he could not hold out for long. Though Nangonggu, at the Cutting Yuan realm, still possessed combat prowess, the necromancer, at the divine king level, was far from easy to contend with. Yisheng dared not let his guard down and summoned the supreme artifact bestowed upon him by sect master Kai Shuquan, the 9-turn wheel. A radiant golden light flickered as a thorn-covered wheel materialized before him, spinning rapidly and tearing through the fabric of space. Heaven-shaking palm, Yisheng bellowed, channeling all his strength into the ancient Luo Emperor scripture and delivering a mighty palm strike. As long as he could defeat the one controlling the puppet, the necromancer would cease to be a threat. Nangonggu sneered, having easily discerned Yisheng's intentions. Necromancer, restrain him. The necromancer instantly appeared before the heaven-shaking palm, confronting the terrifying divine ability with its formidable physical strength. Boom. Nangong charged out from the swirling dust, his target clear. He headed straight for Nangong Qing. The royal heaven divine body radiated a golden divine light, its combat power fearsome. This fellow's methods were peculiar. All the spiritual energy in the surroundings was devoured by him. Thus, he had no intention of facing Yixing head-on. Killing Nangong Qing was enough. Great Dao. Obliteration. Nangong Gu roared. The blinding divine light erupting into a colossal golden seal imbued with astonishing power, wildly destructive. Die. Yixing's expression changed drastically, due to the necromancer's interference. He had no time to consider Qing'er. If you dare to kill Qing'er today, then I shall no longer be known as Yixing. Like frenzied beasts. Both men unleashed their trump cards. The atmosphere became overwhelming, a torrential cyclone howling, winds raging. With a steely gaze, Yixing disregarded everything. Time wheel, arise. A surge of divine radiance erupted, resonating with countless sounds of the great Dao. Behind him, a shattered wheel of time manifested, a relic ancient and profound, exuding an air of mystery. One glance was enough to recognize its extraordinary nature. An origin-level divine object. The time wheel. Nangong Ji's complexion shifted dramatically. What is this? Suddenly, a crackling sound echoed. The time wheel began to turn. Waves of golden divine light surged into Yixing's body. As overwhelming as the sea, Yixing's eyes widened, his strength skyrocketing to an unparalleled level. His body seemed unable to bear the weight of this power, beginning to crack. Yixing raised his hand, an endless brilliance exploding forth. From it emanated a suffocating imperial might. The great Dao of obliteration swallowed Nangong Gu whole. Nangong Ji's pupils constricted as he raised his hands to defend himself. A thunderous explosion. Boom. All tangible matter was reduced to dust. A vast pit formed at Nangong Ji's location. After utilizing his ultimate trump card, the divine essence within the time wheel dissipated, returning to its ordinary state as it reintegrated into Yixing's consciousness. I succeeded. Suddenly, he half-kneeled, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion ashen, devoid of any color. Yixing desperately fumbled for medicinal pills to recover, his eyelids growing heavy, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Despite his higher luck and trump cards compared to Nangong Gu, the latter was still a cutting yuan realm expert, bolstered by a divine king puppet. Yixing gasped for breath, casting a gentle glance at Nangong Qing, whispering weakly, Qing'er, I protected you. To safeguard Nangong Qing. Yixing paid a heavy price. The backlash from the devouring divine body and the time wheel relentlessly assaulted his consciousness, struggling to maintain his shattered body. Yixing slowly rose and declared, I will take you away. This is all your trump card, isn't it? A chilling voice resonated. Nangong Gu slowly floated up from the deep pit, bloodied and looking utterly disheveled. In the pit lay the nearly incapacitated necromancer. At the last moment, Nangong Gu had commanded the necromancer to absorb a significant portion of the attack's force. His face twisted with malice, filled with murderous intent, he grimly spoke. A Dao Palace realm cultivator, yet you have managed to injure me so severely. I must admit, you are quite impressive. But you must die? Yixing's breath hitched. Could it be that even the power of the time wheel could not eliminate this foe? Just as both believed the end was near, a voice filled with dread echoed from afar. What a lively scene in this ancient celestial ruin. How about adding this emperor's presence? Chapter 84, The Curtain Falls. Who are you? Both Nangong Gu and Yixing's faces changed in an instant. Is it him? Su Jiugao. They thought in unison. In the not-too-distant sky, Su Jiugao descended upon them riding the supreme divine roar. Nangong Ji's expression turned grim as he inhaled deeply. With the Su family as prince present, he knew there was no way out. If he were to kill Nangong Qing before Su Jiugao, it would not just be the entire Nangong family he would offend. Moreover, even in his prime, he lacked the confidence to contend with the unfathomable power of Su Jiugao. A sense of unwillingness and resentment filled Nangong Ji's heart as he glared at Yixing, seething with hatred. Damn it! If it weren't for this guy, I would have killed Nangong Qing long ago. Why must it be so troublesome? Now, not only have I suffered heavy losses, but I must also face the entire Nangong family's pursuit. Nangong Gu had never harbored such animosity toward anyone. Yixing, you have thwarted my grand plans. I will remember you. One day, I, Nangong Gu, shall kill you. His face darkened ominously. Finally, he lifted the necromancer and vanished from sight. As Nangong Gu departed, Yixing's gaze flickered. He too was wary of Su Jiugao, fearing that his precious time wheel might be seized. If he could avoid confrontation, it would be ideal. Yet, the significant price he had paid was to impress Qing'er and capture her heart. If he left now, all his efforts would be in vain. Moreover, he bore no animosity towards Su Jiugao. With this in mind, Yixing resolved to take some risks and remain. Roaring, Su Jiugao descended slowly on the supreme divine roar. He had observed the events unfold from a distance, delaying his appearance merely to discern which of the two fated protagonists was stronger. Yi Sheng, at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, had managed to push Nangong Ge to such an extent. It seemed that in the contest of these two protagonists, the one with higher luck indeed held the advantage. The power of the time wheel was undeniably enticing. Su Jiugao glanced at the unconscious Nangong Qing, a slight smile tugging at his lips. It was time for him to reap the rewards. You have worked hard, Yi Sheng. Turning his gaze toward the bloodied and weakened Yi Sheng, Su Jiugao feigned curiosity and raised an eyebrow. Yi Sheng, what brings you here? Despite his poor state, Yi Sheng forced himself to approach and bowed respectfully. My lord, the prince. He recounted the events leading to this moment. After listening, Su Jiugao's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression inscrutable. With an amused tone, he remarked, Oh, are you saying this is an internal conflict within the forbidden divine race? Yi Sheng, filled with indignation, replied, Indeed. I never expected such fratricide among the divine races. Su Jiugao nodded slightly, casting a sidelong glance. This is indeed intriguing. However, what puzzles me is, what does their internal strife have to do with you? Why would you pay such a steep price for one of their own? As these words left his lips, Yi Sheng was instantly enveloped in a chilling dread. Indeed, his actions were devoid of rationale. How could he possibly explain himself to this esteemed figure? He could hardly confess that he was a reincarnated soul, and that Nangong Qing was destined to be his beloved in the future. While Yi Sheng struggled to formulate a response, a soft whimper escaped from the injured Nangong Qing, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Qing-o. Yi Sheng rushed over with utmost concern. Su Jiugao observed this scene, remaining still, a smile playing on his lips. Nangong Qing slowly opened her eyes. The sight that met her gaze was that of Yi Sheng, bloodied and disheveled. She paused, momentarily taken aback. You are? Yi Sheng gently replied, Qinger, I am. The esteemed one. Before he could finish, Nangong Qing interrupted, her beautiful eyes lighting up with surprise as she turned to Su Jiugao behind Yi Sheng, rushing towards him despite her injuries. However, her weakened state caused her to stumble, and she fell towards Su Jiugao, who stepped forward to catch her delicate, warm form. He regarded her calmly for a moment before speaking softly, You are injured. Upon feeling the warmth of the esteemed one's embrace, Nangong Qing's cheeks flushed crimson, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. Witnessing this, Yi Sheng stood in utter disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. The esteemed one and Qing know each other? Flushed with embarrassment, Nangong Qing quickly withdrew, her mind racing back to the recent events. It seemed she had fainted during her battle with that traitor. Surveying her surroundings, she noted the numerous craters littering the ground, clear evidence of a fierce conflict. Yet, Nangong Ge was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, recalling something, she gazed at Su Jiugao, who appeared nonchalant, and murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, Esteemed one. Was it you who saved me? Boom. Those words struck Yi Sheng like a bolt of lightning. Su Jiugao cast a sidelong glance at Yi Sheng, whose expression was dark and troubled, and a smile tugged at his lips. He made no denial, casually producing a Qingdi pill and tossing it her way. With narrowed eyes, he spoke with an air of authority, Take it. Those who dare to harm this esteemed one will learn the consequences. Nangong Qing dazedly accepted the Qingdi pill, feeling the immense vitality radiating from it. Looking back at the imposing Su Jiugao, her heart swelled with certainty that it was indeed this esteemed one who had rescued her. After all, Nangong Ge was a master of the Zhanyuan realm. Who else could have the strength to defeat him but this esteemed one? Having developed a profound admiration for Su Jiugao, her heart raced uncontrollably. Ding! The destined heroine Nangong Qing harbors affection, fully submitting. The destined protagonist Yi Sheng's fortune value decreases by 1,000. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 villain points. Nangong Qing's eyes sparkled with gratitude and admiration, as if they might melt away, gazing tenderly at Su Jiugao. Esteemed one, thank you for saving me. Su Jiugao's smile widened at her words. And suddenly, Yi Sheng felt as if his lungs were about to burst from rage. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at the composed Su Jiugao. Why won't you explain? Seeing Nangong Qing's affectionate and shy demeanor, which was rightfully his, Yi Sheng could no longer contain himself, striding forward with fervor. Qinger, it's me, Yi Sheng, who risked my life to save you from Nangong Ge. Nangong Qing paused and looked at him, her beautiful eyes scanning the bloodied stranger before her. Dao Palace realm? Upon hearing Yi Sheng's claim, Nangong Qing furrowed her brow, her tone icy and distant. Who are you? Those 4 words struck Yi Sheng like a sharp, merciless blade, piercing deep into his heart. He trembled, staring at Nangong Qing's cold and indifferent expression, confusion flooding his eyes. His hand hovered in the air, and he stammered, it's me. I am Yisheng, Qing. Yisheng? Nangong Qing murmured softly. Taking in the sight of him, she scrutinized him closely, her mind drawing a blank regarding any memory of him. Her frown deepened, and she coldly retorted, I have never seen you. You claim you saved me from Nangong? Yisheng nodded vigorously. Yes. Nangong Qing laughed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down his spine. Her gaze gradually turned frigid as she coldly declared, How absurd. Aside from the esteemed one, do you truly believe that with your meager cultivation, a mere Dao Palace realm cultivator, you could possibly stand against Nangong? With his strength, he could crush you with a single hand. With that, Nangong Qing looked down upon Yisheng, her voice commanding. This place is the ancient immortal relic. Speak. Who are you? How did you gain entry? Her words were sharp and unyielding. Faced with the unfamiliarity of Nangong Qing, despair began to creep into Yisheng's heart. How could this be? He had expended everything, even consuming the essence of the devouring divine body, utilizing the power of the wheel of time to rescue her from Nangong. Yet, instead of gratitude, she questioned him. Yisheng was engulfed in confusion and loss. This was not the scenario he had envisioned at all. As he remained silent, Nangong Qing's expression grew frostier. At this moment, Su Jiugao, who had been observing quietly, stepped forward and said lightly, Enough, Qing. He is merely a small cultivator who stumbled into the ancient relic. If it is his fortune, let him have it. Nangong Qing was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Su Jiugao. Though she felt perplexed, she refrained from arguing further, especially since the esteemed one had said so. However, what had the esteemed one just called her? Qing. The thought caused her cheeks to flush even deeper, and she nodded bashfully. All right. Yisheng's eyes widened, filled with boundless fury. That esteemed one had just called her Qing? This nickname was exclusively his, a term only he was permitted to use. Seething with rage, Yisheng felt as though he were a fool, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Clenching his fists, he looked at Nangong Qing and Su Jiugao in anguish, feeling like a mere jester. No. There must be some misunderstanding. In a frenzy, Yisheng lunged forward, bloodied hands grasping Nangong Qing's delicate shoulder, his eyes ablaze with desperation. Qing, I truly saved you. You must believe me. Su Jiugao regarded him with a smile in his eyes, feeling no need to defend himself. To the average observer, it was impossible for a Dao Palace cultivator to defeat a prodigy of the forbidden divine race. Suddenly, an overwhelming and terrifying power erupted from Nangong Qing. Boom. Yisheng was sent flying, his already grievous state worsening as he coughed blood, his eyes devoid of life. Nangong Qing glanced at the blood on her shoulder. Her beautiful face as cold as ice, a wave of murderous intent surging within her. With a strong sense of cleanliness ingrained in her as the daughter of the head of the Nangong family and a member of the forbidden divine race, she held a deep disdain for all the talented individuals of the myriad worlds, let alone someone like Yisheng, whom she viewed as no more than an insect. How dare he lay a finger on her? This thought made her feel nauseous. Approaching Yisheng, she spoke with utter disdain. Were it not for the esteemed one granting you this opportunity, you would already be dead. I, Nangong Qing, would never allow someone like you to save me. And who permitted you, an insect, to call me that? It truly disgusts me. A flash of red light flickered, and Su Jiugao's pupils constricted sharply. Amidst the enveloping crimson glow, Nangong Qing unexpectedly shed her ethereal and donned a scarlet dress. However, she was oblivious to the fact that Su Jiugao, possessing the divine eye of causality, witnessed every detail with exceptional clarity. Her skin, akin to white jade, was reflected in the lush greenery, tinged with red. Su Jiugao was momentarily stunned. He had never imagined that the eye of causality could be employed in such a manner. Observing Qing's face, twisted in disgust and replete with murderous intent, Yisheng found himself momentarily dazed. He cherished Qing so deeply that he would sacrifice everything for her. Yet, in her eyes, he was perceived as repulsive. The word disgusting echoed incessantly in his mind. Yisheng felt utterly shattered. Ding. The destined protagonist, Yisheng, has completely broken down, questioning his existence, losing 500 fortune points. Congratulations, the host has gained 500 villain points. Su Jiugao spoke. All right, Qing, this individual may have suffered some injury from a demon beast. Let us depart. He cast a glance at Yisheng, who lay helplessly on the ground, resembling a puddle of mud, and couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. How tragic. Being spoken of in such a manner by the woman he cherished most must be unbearable. Fear not. Endure a little longer. This prince shall soon grant you relief. Prior to venturing into the ancient ruins, Yisheng was engulfed in despair, his spirit utterly broken, appearing lost and forlorn. Nangong Qing cast him a cold glance before following Su Jiugao's lead to leave. Deep within her heart, she etched Yisheng's visage into her memory, vowing to eliminate him upon their next encounter. Once Nangong Qing and Su Jiugao departed, Yixing finally regained his senses. He repeatedly murmured, Qing'er, Qing'o. A once prominent figure, now reduced to a quivering mass on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. A tempestuous aura swirled around him. Ah, no, snowflakes fluttering, the northern winds howling. Yishang's heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout the forest. Even from a distance, Su Jiugao could distinctly hear Yishang's anguished cries. His eardrums buzzing. It was evident that this destined protagonist was truly in pain. Su Jiugao wandered aimlessly for a while until Nangong Qing could no longer restrain herself and softly inquired, My lord, where are we headed? Su Jiugao smiled faintly. Halting his steps, he turned to face the pensive Nangong Qing and remarked, What seems to trouble you so? Nangong Qing hesitated before replying, Nangong Gu has betrayed us. In this Taiyuan immortal realm, my kin may be in peril. I wish to swiftly inform Elder Feng and Granny Yu. May I, my lord? Su Jiugao, upon hearing this, spoke coolly. You must understand, I rescued you because you are now under my protection. You no longer belong to the forbidden divine clan. Such matters should not concern you. Their fates are of no relevance to you. Chapter 86. Yisheng, it is time for your medicine. Nangong Qing trembled at his words. She stiffly nodded, saying, I understand. Su Jiugao regarded the seemingly obedient Nangong Qing. He intended for her to comprehend that now that she was his, she should abandon her lingering thoughts. Even if the Nangong family were to be obliterated today, it bore no impact on her. Having sufficiently guided her, Su Jiugao slowly added, However, if you truly wish to save those of the divine clan, it is not impossible. Nangong Qing's beautiful eyes sparkled with hope as she hastily asked, My lord, is it truly possible? Su Jiugao's expression remained placid as he nodded slightly. This prince shall be cultivating here for a time. There are matters that require your attention. Of course, during this period, how many members of the divine clan you can save depends entirely on your capabilities. Nangong Qing, bewildered, inquired, What matters? Su Jiugao's imperial gaze shimmered mysteriously as he replied, Fear not, it is a simple task. You remember Yisheng, do you not? The mere thought of Yisheng's previous actions filled her with revulsion. Nangong Qing, perplexed, asked, Why does my lord mention him? Su Jiugao fixed his gaze upon her. Smiling softly, I require you to approach this individual during this time. Nangong Qing was taken aback. At that moment, Yisheng lay on the ground, akin to a lifeless fish, utterly dispirited. Upon sensing Qing'er's indifference, he felt his last emotional bastion crumble. The resentment within him was overwhelming. The devouring divine body incessantly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish his empty dantian. Slowly, Yisheng sat up from the ground, struggling to extract a few pills and consume them, feeling somewhat revitalized. His eyes glowed with intensity as he gritted his teeth, Su family prince. Were it not for him, Qing'er would never have misunderstood me. It is this detestable Su family prince who led Qing'er to believe he saved her. First it was Su Jiugao, then the ice spirit crystal and the cold flood dragon egg, and now, Yisheng harbored an intense hatred for Su Jiugao. He wished to devour him whole. Bang! He struck the ground with his fist, roaring, To seize my fortune is one thing, but to not spare Qing'er either. You insatiable glutton. Is this not bullying the honest? With bloodshot eyes, Yisheng gasped for breath to calm himself, muttering repeatedly, It is not Qing'er's fault. It is all him, all his fault. In my past life, Qing'er and I were destined lovers. No one can tear us apart. Yisheng continually reassured himself. In the realm of love, even the heart of a quasi-emperor was not immune to turmoil. Gazing at the sky, he inhaled deeply, Qing'er, I will let you know who truly loves you. Suddenly, a figure clad in red, radiating unparalleled elegance, descended from the sky. With fiery red hair, an exquisite visage, and an ethereal presence, it was none other than the returning Nangong Qing. She gently alighted and regarded Yisheng, who remained rooted in place, her beautiful eyes betraying a fleeting glimmer of disdain. Why must the prince do this? Forcing me to approach this repulsive individual. Merely lingering in this place for another second filled her with revulsion. Observing the graceful figure in red, Yisheng momentarily lost his senses, murmuring in disbelief, Qing. In the midst of Yisheng's astonishment, Nangong Qing approached him, forcing a smile and softly saying, Previously, I misjudged you, Yisheng. The prince has revealed everything to me. It turns out you truly saved me. Suppressing her discomfort and murderous intent. Even she was unaware of how forced and false her smile appeared. Yet, Yisheng remained oblivious. Instead, he was overwhelmed with joy and ecstasy. Yisheng hastily rose from the ground, eager to embrace Qing'er, but feeling bloodied and disheveled, he brushed off his clothes and tidied his tousled hair. With immense excitement, he exclaimed, Qing'er, you finally believe me. In an instant, joy filled him, as if he could soar to the heavens. He completely forgot how cold and indifferent Nangongqing had been earlier. He never anticipated that this Su family prince would be so benevolent as to disclose everything to Qing'er. For a moment, his hatred for Su Jiugao lessened significantly. Yixing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su family prince, given your noble actions, I shall overlook those treasures from before. Yixing thought to himself, Qing'er, do you know? I have awaited this day for so long. Nangongqing regarded the filthy man before her, starkly contrasting with the Su family prince's enchanting and untarnished demeanor. Her disdain deepened. As her chest heaved, she steadied her emotions and asked, Yisheng, I have a question for you. Between us, we have never met. Yet why did you risk your life to save me? Moreover, how did you know my name? This question left Yisheng at a loss for words, momentarily unsure of how to respond. After deep contemplation, a sudden realization brightened his expression, and he hurriedly exclaimed, Qing'er, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an inexplicable familiarity. It was as though fate had intertwined our destinies, as if we were lovers in a past life. Yixing spoke with profound emotion, oblivious to the disgust etched on Nangongqing's face, which was riddled with goosebumps. For a fleeting moment, she nearly lost her composure and wished to crush this insufferable pest, were it not for the words of the esteemed prince, who had indicated that this individual could lead her to the remaining members of the divine race and protect them from Nangongji's ambush. She would have long since ended his life. Nangongqing's delicate form trembled as she silently vowed that once she obtained the essence of this man's physique and located the divine kin, she would swiftly take the life of this repugnant creature. Yet, in Yisheng's eyes, her demeanor conveyed a completely different narrative. Observing Qing'er tremble, he surmised that she must have been deeply moved by his words. Understanding her character, he resolved to present himself before her with a renewed, formidable presence. Yixing thought with great satisfaction. Nangongqing's lips twitched slightly as she retrieved a dark, ominous pill from her storage ring, which looked anything but benign. With a soft yet tender tone, she said, You truly have endured much, Yisheng. It pains me to see you so gravely injured in your efforts to save me. This is a sacred healing pill from the forbidden divine clan. Yisheng, you must consume it quickly. Chapter 87. The Most Venomous Woman's Heart. A special poison pill. Yisheng was profoundly moved by her gesture, gazing at Nangongqing with heartfelt admiration. He understood that even in this rebirth, the bond between him and Qing'er would not easily dissipate. As he looked at the black pill in her hand, emanating an eerie aura, he wondered, is this truly a healing pill? Why have I never encountered one before? An unsettling premonition surged within him. Yet, Nangongqing smiled brightly and urged, Yisheng, is something the matter? Please, consume it. Overwhelmed by the intoxication of love, Yisheng numbly nodded, accepting the pill and swallowing it with trepidation. After all, he reasoned, Qing'er could never wish him harm. As he ingested the bitter snake pill, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Nangongqing's beautiful eyes. This pill was a unique poison she had crafted herself. It would silently erode the internal organs of the one who consumed it, tainting them with black venom, leading to their demise in short order. Should one attempt to channel their vital energy, they would be met with agonizing pain, hastening the spread of the toxin. As a skilled alchemist, Nangongqing's bitter snake pill was exceptionally potent. Even practitioners at the virtual divine realm would struggle to detect its effects, soon covered in festering sores and witnessing their bodies slowly dissolve into blackened blood. A fate worse than death. Had Su Jiugao been present, he would have undoubtedly remarked on the treachery of a woman's heart. Yet Yisheng remained blissfully unaware. Upon swallowing the bitter snake pill, his innate devouring physique activated, allowing him to assimilate all things. To his astonishment, the poison was swiftly broken down upon entering his body. The toxins transformed into streams of energy, replenishing his depleted vital essence. Yisheng's complexion brightened significantly. Feeling invigorated, he gazed at Qing'er with profound gratitude. It truly works. Thank you, Qing'er. Nangongqing was momentarily taken aback. Realizing Yisheng's lack of awareness, she understood that, just as the esteemed prince had said, he possessed a devouring physique capable of assimilating all substances for his own benefit. She had not anticipated that even a poison pill could be absorbed. Such a formidable constitution was no wonder the prince desired him. With a gentle smile, Nangongqing remarked, There is no need for such formality between us. Since it is effective, you should consume more. She then produced several more poison pills, which Yisheng, without hesitation, swallowed. The mirth in Nangongqing's eyes deepened. As an alchemist, she possessed more than just poison pills. No matter how powerful the devouring physique, there would inevitably be limitations. During this period, she would ensure that he ingested a copious amount of pills, ultimately leading to circumstances where his physique would be unable to digest them. And in the process, she would rely on him to locate her kin. At that moment, Yi Sheng was entirely enraptured by the joy of reuniting with Qing'er. Even if she requested him to confront Nan Gonggu, he doubted he would even blink. However, compared to before his rebirth, Qing'er seemed overly enthusiastic. After consuming dozens of pills, he felt somewhat overindulged. Yi Sheng mused silently. Suddenly, Nan Gongqing paused. Upon witnessing her expression shift to one of melancholy, Yi Sheng, perplexed, inquired, "Qing'er, what troubles you? Is there something weighing on your mind?" Nan Gongqing's enchanting gaze appeared despondent. She lightly nodded, only to shake her head shortly thereafter. Casting a glance at Yi Sheng, she spoke, "It's nothing." Yet, moments later, her delicate form trembled as she covered her face and began to sob. Yi Sheng could not bear to see his beloved in such distress. As a reincarnated being, he vowed to bring her the moon if she desired it. He quickly implored, "Qing'er, what has transpired? Please tell me. I will certainly assist you." A hint of a smile graced Nan Gongqing's lips, though she still bore an expression of sorrow. The divine clan was rife with competition, and as the daughter of the clan leader, her abilities were formidable. Manipulating Yi Sheng was hardly a challenge. With her eyes glistening, she choked out, "It is that Nan Gonggu has betrayed the divine clan, and many of my kin remain within this ancient celestial ruin. I was fortunate to encounter you, but my kin..." As she spoke, her gaze fell, brimming with unshed tears. Yi Sheng paused. Divine kin? He had previously dispatched several of them. Assisting Qing'er in locating her kin would undoubtedly delay his quest for that coveted treasure. However, after much contemplation, he could not bear to witness Qing'er in such sorrow. To further demonstrate his masculinity, Yi Sheng gritted his teeth and solemnly declared, "Rest assured, Qing'er, this matter is entrusted to me. I will certainly aid you in locating your kin." "Really?" Nan Gongqing slowly lifted her head, her exquisite visage marred by tears. Her eyes shimmering with moisture, evoking a sense of profound pity. Yi Sheng was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. How beautiful! He found it hard to catch his breath. This is indeed true. Qing'er. Yi Sheng could not resist stepping forward, yearning to embrace Nan Gongqing. Yet, in the next moment, he was violently hurled backward. Boom. Nan Gongqing instantly donned a different expression. The previously pitiful visage vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor filled with murderous intent as she glared at the fallen Yi Sheng. This pest had the audacity to overstep his bounds. However, she soon recalled the esteemed prince's prior admonishments. Drawing a deep breath, she feigned concern, exclaiming, "Yi Sheng, are you unharmed?" Yi Sheng, rising from the ground, grimaced in pain from his already wounded state. That strike from Qing'er was indeed fierce. With a look of feigned innocence, Nan Gongqing softly apologized. "I am sorry." Yi Sheng shook his head, replying, "Qing'er, do not blame yourself. It is my impatience that caused this. I understand your strong sense of propriety. We have only just met, so I cannot fault you. It is I who was too forward. We must take things one step at a time. I am already quite pleased with the progress we have made." He believed that as long as he assisted Qing'er in locating her remaining kin, she would undoubtedly develop a genuine affection for him. Half a month later, after refining the ice Ling Xian crystal, a faint white glow emerged, and his cultivation seamlessly broke through to the second level of the Divine King realm. Su Jiugao's imperial gaze flickered as he looked in a particular direction. A voice from the system echoed in his ears. "Ding. The destined protagonist Yi Sheng is afflicted with a lethal poison. Luck value decreased by 500. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 villain points." "Oh?" Su Jiugao was momentarily taken aback. Although he had already informed Nan Gongqing that Yi Sheng's devouring divine body could consume nearly all forms of power, making it exceedingly difficult to handle, he was surprised to find that Nan Gongqing could inflict such a potent poison upon Yi Sheng under these circumstances. It seems that this destined female protagonist, endowed with the talent for alchemy, was not taken in vain. Chapter 88. The Kind-Hearted Yi Sheng. Laboring in vain, Su Jiugao chuckled softly. He shared a telepathic connection with Nan Gongqing, and with her presence beside Yi Sheng, he was acutely aware of Yi Sheng's every move. After gathering information from Nan Gongqing, he learned that in recent days, with Yi Sheng's assistance, she had located most of her kin. Yi Sheng had also acquired a plethora of treasures, handing over a significant portion to her. They were now progressing deeper into the ancient immortal ruins. Su Jiugao glanced at the current positions of Nan Gonggu and Yi Sheng. It appeared they were headed in the same direction. That path likely led to the most precious treasures within these ancient ruins. Su Jiugao murmured to himself. The fact that both destined protagonists were traveling together was certainly extraordinary. He mounted the supreme divine roar and set off towards the innermost depths of the Taiyuan immortal realm. While Nan Gonggu and Yi Sheng seemed to possess some means of evading the fierce beast within the ancient immortal forest, Su Jiugao had no such concerns. Boldly riding the divine roar above the treetops, With the bloodline and cultivation of the supreme divine ruler, there was no need for him to avoid anything. Wherever he passed, the myriad beasts lay prostrate. Su Jiugao maintained a calm demeanor as he gazed ahead. After so many days, this ancient immortal ruin should be nearing its conclusion. Although he was aware that many invaluable treasures remained undiscovered, to be honest, he felt somewhat weary of it all. After all, the Su family had monopolized this ancient site. The remaining treasures could be left for the younger generation of the Su family to explore at their leisure. This was Su Jiugao's sentiment. Deep within the Taiyuan immortal realm, Yi Sheng, drenched in blood, delivered a punch that felled a peak unification realm beast. Boom! The colossal beast collapsed. Yi Sheng gasped for breath, his eyes flickering with confusion. This shouldn't be. Somehow, according to his memory, this path should only have a peak Dao Palace beast. Yet, over the past month, he encountered numerous beasts, one wave after another. Thanks to these beasts, his cultivation had surprisingly advanced to the third level of the unification realm through the power of his devouring divine body. Behind him, the voices of the divine clan's younger generation urged him on. Yi Sheng, why are you so slow today? Hurry and extract the demon crystal from this beast. We still have miles to cover. Indeed, there must be ultimate treasures hidden deep within the Taiyuan immortal realm. We cannot let that Su family's young master beat us to it. A group of Divine Clan juniors, dressed in pristine attire and exuding an air of ease, complained dismissively. One of them jested, if you wish to pursue our clan's women, you should at least put in some effort. Exactly. You, a mere native of the realms, are hardly worthy of our clan's women. I truly wonder what our clan's women see in you. Yi Sheng's expression darkened as he observed the carefree banter of the Divine Clan members. An inexplicable surge of anger welled up within him. Ever since he agreed to assist Qing'er in locating these Divine Clan youths and collaborated with her to rescue them from Nangong-gu multiple times, he finally understood the feelings that Nangong-gu must have experienced. This group of Divine Clan juniors, seemingly enjoying an excursion, contributed nothing while indulging in luxury and comfort. Yet they had the audacity to complain. Did they truly believe they were here for leisure? A flicker of murderous intent and rage flashed in Yi Sheng's eyes. But he quickly suppressed it. Had it not been for their connection to Qing'er, he would have long since eliminated them. Upon hearing their complaints about the domineering young master of the Su family, who would dare to kill their divine clansmen at the slightest provocation, Yi Sheng could only think one thing. Well done. Yet he found himself unable to act on this sentiment. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind the group. What are you all discussing? From the forest, Nangong Qing's graceful figure appeared as she parted the branches before casting a chilly glance at the Divine Clan members. Yi Sheng not only rescued you from that traitor Nangong-gu, but he has also taken on the responsibility of protection while advancing. Yet you still wish to dig for treasures here, despite your cowardice, and you dare point fingers at Yi Sheng? As she spoke, Nangong Qing's beautiful eyes turned icy, sweeping over the Divine Clan juniors, who clearly felt intimidated by her presence. For a moment, they dared not meet her gaze. Nangong Qing's tone grew colder. If you refuse to exert yourselves, then if you dare speak out again, return to your clan. Enraged, Nangong Qing's reprimand prompted the Divine Clan juniors to murmur amongst themselves. With so many treasures in this ancient immortal ruin, I certainly don't wish to return. That's right, Sister Qing'er, we won't dare again. We apologize, Yi Sheng. Over the past half-month, thanks to Yi Sheng and Nangong Qing, they had amassed quite a fortune. Seeing the Divine Clan members submit, Qing'er felt vindicated. And Yi Sheng could not have felt more elated, as if he had consumed honey, his heart brimming with sweetness and satisfaction. What he did not realize was that the multitude of beast attacks he had faced in recent days was precisely due to a pill that Nangong Qing had given him, the beast-attracting pill. After consuming it, Yi Sheng emitted a colorless and odorless fragrance that extended for hundreds of miles, rendering him the most delectable target for the beasts. Oblivious to this, Yi Sheng waved his hand dismissively. It's all right, Qing'er, it's not their fault. The benevolent nature of the destined protagonist came into play. Nangong Qing gazed at Yi Sheng, a flicker of barely concealed disdain flashing in her beautiful eyes. She had long admired the strong, and while these were her kin, she found them utterly loathsome. Conversely, Yi Sheng, despite enduring such bullying, still maintained a forgiving demeanor, revealing his weakness. If the young master of the Su family were here, he would have likely acted decisively by now. The thought of Su Jiugao's overbearing demeanor during the crowning ceremony made Nangong Qing's heart flutter involuntarily, causing her to unconsciously close her legs. It took her some time to regain her composure, and she spoke empathetically. Yi Sheng, thank you so much. My kin are used to being arrogant. Once we return, I will ensure they are properly disciplined. Please do not take offense. Yi Sheng feigned generosity and laughed heartily. It's nothing, really. I've been through that myself. He believed that his magnanimity would earn him Nangong Qing's admiration. unaware that it would only lead her to regard him with even greater contempt. Her relentless tolerance was far from the mark of true generosity. Nangongqing's disdain deepened. As she thought to herself, once we locate that ultimate treasure and present it to the young master, your demise will surely follow. Chapter 89. The Immortal Ancient Clan. The unawakened clan boy Nangongqing looked at Yi Sheng, her brows furrowing in confusion as she inquired, "But Yi Sheng, what is the treasure you mentioned? How do you know about it?" Yi Sheng paused momentarily, his eyes flickering before he replied with a smile, "Qinger, it's not easy for me to explain. If I must articulate the reason, it can only be described as a feeling, a premonition of mine. The matter of rebirth is of great significance. Even in the presence of those I trust most, Yi Sheng would never speak of it." Nangongqing, with a skeptical expression, remarked, "If you won't say it, then don't." Yi Sheng quickly sought to console her. "Ah, Qinger, I truly do not know. It is merely my intuition." Nangongqing questioned, "Really?" Yi Sheng replied earnestly, "I assure you." As Nangongqing gazed intently at Yi Sheng, observing his timid demeanor, she felt a hint of displeasure. For some time now, she had firmly grasped this individual's essence. He seemed capable of foreseeing treasures at every turn, yet whenever she inquired, he would obfuscate, reluctant to be forthright. Seeing the situation, Nangongqing decided against pressing further. After all, this fellow wouldn't be around for long. Yi Sheng then shifted the topic. "Qinger, have you mastered the pill formulas I previously entrusted to you? They are ancient formulas, and if you can refine them, you may very well become a saint-level alchemist. I have a few more formulas to impart to you." At this moment, Su Jiugao had already arrived at the forefront of Nangongqing and Yi Sheng. Perched upon the supreme divine roar, surveying the verdant forest below, he extended his consciousness, enveloping a radius of several hundred miles, yet found nothing peculiar. Su Jiugao chuckled nonchalantly. It seems that this so-called treasure must indeed be sought by the destined protagonist. Noting the distance between the two below, he remained unhurried. Just then, Su Jiugao keenly detected a rustling sound emanating from the forest. Could it be a beast? He turned his gaze toward the source. Possessing the eye of causality, he easily penetrated the layers of foliage. His pupils contracted in disbelief, for he discovered a boy clad in animal skins, his face smeared with mud. The boy, approximately 7 or 8 years old, brandished a stone spear and was warily observing him. Their eyes met, and as if realizing something, the boy was startled and promptly vanished into the underbrush. The existence of another being within this ancient celestial relic? Su Jiugao frowned. Aside from Yi Sheng and the forbidden divine clan, whom he had intentionally allowed in, this place was under the watch of several ancestors from the Su family. Not a single mosquito could infiltrate. Su Jiugao moved swiftly, appearing at the location where the boy had stood moments before. The boy, upon seeing him, was so frightened that he turned to flee. Su Jiugao's imperial gaze narrowed, an invisible flame seeming to materialize, reducing the surrounding bushes to dust. Still wishing to escape? With a swift grasp, the boy, dressed in animal skins, was drawn uncontrollably towards Su Jiugao. The boy struggled fiercely, emitting a series of cries in an unfamiliar tongue. "Let me go, you scoundrel! Intruder!" Su Jiugao regarded the boy, responding in the ancient tongue, "From where do you come?" The boy was momentarily taken aback. Seemingly surprised that this golden-haired man could speak his language, his expression twisting in confusion. "You detestable member of the Jinan clan. This is precisely what I wish to ask you." Faced with the boy's incessant struggles, Su Jiugao frowned, unwilling to engage in further explanation. Instead, he seized the boy's head and initiated the soul-searching technique. The boy trembled violently, struggling even more fiercely. After what felt like an eternity, Su Jiugao opened his eyes in astonishment, fixating on the boy, murmuring, "There is no soul?" According to the feedback from the soul search, there was nothing but emptiness. This boy appeared to be a mere shell, devoid of any spiritual essence apart from his physical form. Such a peculiar being was a first for Su Jiugao. Sparking his intrigue, he wondered about the effectiveness of the soul master mark. Releasing the boy, he immediately grasped his spear, attempting to thrust it at Su Jiugao. Yet before he could approach, it disintegrated into nothingness. With a mere thought, Su Jiugao conjured a soul master mark and embedded it into the boy's forehead. Subjugation. This time, the boy shuddered and ceased struggling. After a prolonged moment, he slowly raised his head, a look of deference on his face. "My lord, the soul master mark, being the supreme technique of an otherworldly emperor, far surpassed the effectiveness of soul searching. Most astonishingly, it could even subjugate a body lacking a soul." Observing this, a faint smile graced Su Jiugao's lips. This certainly made things much more convenient. "I ask you, what is your name? Where do you hail from? And why do you find yourself here?" The boy replied respectfully, "My lord, I am called Jiran, a member of the Wukas tribe. I have always lived here." "Wukas? Su Jiugao pondered for a moment, trying to recall any memories of the tribe but found none. A race devoid of soul, existing solely in physical form. Logically should not be unknown to him, living here all along. Could it be a race from the ancient celestial era? The ancient celestial era was even more distant than the era of the fall of the empires. In the vast world, myriad unique and extraordinary races flourished. The Emu tribe, the Yushuan tribe, the Tame tribe, countless in number. Regrettably, these races had gradually vanished from the world for reasons unknown. The current celestial clan and forbidden divine clan are but remnants from the ancient era. Since this place is an ancient celestial relic, it stands to reason that the Wookish tribe, like the celestial clan and forbidden divine clan, is a lineage preserved from that epoch. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Su Jiugao found the idea of ancient races utterly fascinating. His eyes brightened as he gazed at the boy, Jiran, and inquired, "Is your Wookish tribe indeed a race that has survived from the ancient celestial era? P.S. I've fallen ill, coughed up blood this morning, burned with fever all day, and have a headache. It feels as though my head is not my own. My left temple is throbbing. Is there any remedy to alleviate this?" Chapter 90. The Undying Race. The demon flame sky tiger Jiran, somewhat perplexed, replied, "The ancient celestial era? My lord, our Wookish tribe has always lived here, never having left." "Is that so?" Su Jiugao continued to pose questions. Through Jiran's responses, he began to grasp a general understanding of the Wookish tribe and learned why he could not employ the soul-searching technique on the boy. The Wookish tribe is a uniquely special race. Its members lack a soul, and even they are unaware of the origins of their consciousness. True to their name, Wookis, they do not bear offspring and do not engage in reproduction. Whenever a tribe member dies, as long as their remains are interred in the sacred ground of the Wookish tribe, new members will emerge from that body after a millennium. This cycle continues, perpetuating their existence. Jiran, in fact, was a newborn, having come into being less than a century ago. Upon hearing Jiran's explanation, Su Jiugao was astonished. He had not anticipated the existence of such a remarkable race in the world. Legends of the ancient celestial era spoke of various astonishing races. This, indeed, was no mere fabrication. Su Jiugao felt a surge of interest and spoke. "Since you mentioned that all the people of the Wuchi tribe reside here, what about your other kin?" Jiran replied candidly. "The others are in the underground caves. I sneaked out," he added, revealing a mischievous nature. Upon hearing this, Su Jiugao's eyes sparkled with amusement. His imperial gaze flickered as he gazed into the distance, making a silent decision. "Nan Gongqing, you must not disappoint me," Su Jiugao declared. "Take this prince to your Wuchi tribe's dwelling." His curiosity regarding this ancient race, preserved since the era of the immortals, temporarily surpassed his interest in Yixing and Nangonga. Jiran nodded and turned toward a specific direction. "Shenho, let us depart." Observing this, Su Jiugao followed suit, with the supreme Shun Ho closely trailing behind. After a brief journey, Jiran suddenly halted, turning to Su Jiugao with a troubled expression. "What is it?" Su Jiugao inquired. Jiran hesitated, glancing from Su Jiugao to the imposing supreme Shen Ho behind him. He spoke with considerable reluctance. "My lord, since you can tame such a formidable beast, your prowess must be extraordinary. The Soul Master's mark does not alter one's thoughts." Jiran genuinely perceived that this lord was indeed remarkable. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, his tone playful. "What is it?" Jiran struggled momentarily before resolutely stating, "My lord, could you assist me in capturing a spiny porcupine to take back? I snuck out from my tribe to hunt and prove my valor." His determination was evident as he spoke earnestly. Seeing the earnestness of the young boy before him, Su Jiugao couldn't help but chuckle. He did not refuse but rather replied nonchalantly, "Shen Ho." To him, this was a trivial matter. The supreme Shen Ho understood and let out a mighty roar, transforming into a golden streak as it dashed into the depths of the forest. Shortly thereafter, a heart-wrenching cry of a beast echoed from within the jungle. This colossal roar reverberated throughout the forest, causing those approaching from a distance, including Yixing and others, to shudder. Yisheng's pupils constricted as he peered into the densely wooded area, muttering, "Could that be the beast?" The younger members of the divine clan recoiled in fear, retreating a few steps. "What was that sound?" "Yixing, you must protect us." "Did you hear? We hold noble identities and cannot perish in this Taiyuan immortal realm." Meanwhile, in less than a moment, the lifeless body of a bloodied black tiger appeared before Su Jiugao and Jiran. Its massive frame and gleaming fur were imposing, and the black flames enveloping its powerful claws were a stark contrast to the deep claw marks marring its belly. Even in death, it exuded an overwhelming aura of terror. This was indeed a peak beast of the Saint Realm. The mere sight of it made Jiran's legs tremble. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, This The beast king of this area, the fiery shadow tiger? This is a being even the elders of our tribe avoid. He had merely sought a spiny porcupine, yet this lord had slain the fiery shadow tiger. Ji Ran felt his body weaken. Staring incredulously at the proud supreme Shen Ho, which sauntered over to Su Jiugao, its golden fur untouched by blood. It was terrifying. Su Jiugao smiled lightly, saying, "Now it is done. Trust this prince. Bringing this back will surely delight your kin." Ji Ran, still in shock, eventually regained his composure and pulled a ceramic cup from his pocket. He opened it, and the body of the fiery shadow tiger was placed within. Overwhelmed with excitement, he gazed at Su Jiugao with reverence, saying, "My lord, thank you." After securing the fiery shadow tiger, Ji Ran's spirits soared. He hummed an unfamiliar tune as he walked ahead. Eventually, they stopped before a large rock that appeared unremarkable, overgrown with weeds. Upon closer inspection, Su Jiugao sensed a faint aura of a hidden realm. This space had clearly been altered by human hands. Ji Ran cheerfully announced, "My lord, we have arrived." Although lacking in cultivation, Ji Ran possessed considerable strength. With a thunderous sound, he pushed the boulder aside, revealing a bottomless pit beneath. "This is it," he exclaimed, jumping down, his figure vanishing into the abyss. The massive rocks slowly closed above them. Once they regained their bearings, Su Jiugao and Ji Ran found themselves in a cavern surrounded by rugged, steep rocks. Dim oil lamps flickered on the walls, illuminating a passageway that seemed to lead nowhere. The golden radiance emanating from the supreme Shen Ho intensified, gradually clarifying their surroundings. "Is this where the Wuchi tribe resides?" Su Jiugao observed. Suddenly, the system chimed, "Ding. Destiny protagonist detected." "Ding. Destiny protagonist detected." Su Jiugao was momentarily taken aback, surprised to find a destined protagonist among the Wuchi tribe. "My lord, over here," Ji Ran called, beckoning Su Jiugao. As they prepared to delve deeper into the cave, a mysterious white light illuminated their surroundings. Whoosh! A beast-bone spear hurtled toward them, carrying an incomprehensible aura of terror. Roar! The supreme Shen Ho bellowed, its robust paw striking out, shattering the spear effortlessly. The explosive force from its paw sent shockwaves through the air. Su Jiugao narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent surfacing as he focused on the depths of the cavern. A group of middle-aged men clad in animal skins emerged, resembling Ji Ran. The tallest among them, a giant with ancient black markings, fixed a hostile gaze on Su Jiugao. "Ji Ran, you dare return? Not only did you sneak out, but you also brought an outsider into our territory." Ji Ran was taken aback, hastily defending, "No, Uncle Zhong. This lord is a good person. Look, he even helped me slay the beast king, the fiery shadow tiger." He revealed the ceramic jar containing the tiger's body. The sight of the fiery shadow tiger's corpse left the Wuchi tribesmen in astonishment. "It truly is the fiery shadow tiger? Impossible. That beast is of the saint realm. Who are you, and why have you entered the land of the Wuchi tribe?" Ji Zhong glared at Su Jiugao, his expression menacing. The other tribesmen brandished their beast bone spears, pointing them threateningly at Su Jiugao. Su Jiugao surveyed the assembly, noting the absence of the destined protagonist. His expression calm, but displeased. This prince does not appreciate being threatened with weapons. As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure from the God King realm surged forth, causing the crowd to stagger back several paces. A dark, ominous light flashed, and the spears in their hands were severed at the hilts. Panic spread among them as they realized the gravity of the situation. A heavy snort echoed as Ji Zhong lunged forward, his aura surging like a primordial beast as he hurled a fist at Su Jiugao. "Before me stands a burly figure of the Wuchi tribe, devoid of any discernible cultivation. Yet his physical form exudes an aura of terrifying saint-level strength. Even when confronted by the might of a saint, Su Jiugao maintains an expression of indifference, utterly unmoved. With a resonant hum, the imperial artifact, the Wanyuan Moken armor, manifests. This armor is not to be compared with Nangong Qin's ethereal. Its unparalleled defensive capabilities completely dissipate the power of this saint-level physique, reflecting back the force. Boom. Countless rocks cascade down. Ji Zhong's pupils constrict as he crosses his fists in front of his chest, being propelled backward by this overwhelming force. He steadies himself on the ground, fear radiating from his eyes. Concerned about destroying this cavern, he holds back slightly, knowing that this punch is no less formidable than that of a saint. This individual is merely at the divine king level, and I cannot even breach his defenses. Ji Zhong exclaims loudly. "This is the territory of my Wuchi tribe. Outsiders are forbidden from entering. If you withdraw now, we shall let bygones be bygones." Ji Ran, in a state of distress, continuously attempts to dissuade him. "Uncle Zhong, please, cease your hostilities. This esteemed individual bears no ill intentions." Yet, his pleas fall on deaf ears. Su Jiugao's imperial gaze remains tranquil as he takes a step forward, facing the warily poised members of the Wuchi tribe. With an air of unyielding authority, he proclaims, "In this world, there exists no place that I, the imperial son, cannot tread. If you refuse to acquiesce, then I shall tread over your corpses. After all, your Wuchi tribe can always be reborn, can't you?" Ji Zhong's pupils narrow. "You even know this? You cannot be spared." Simultaneously, the supreme god bellows with fury, his eyes filled with violence and murderous intent. Su Jiugao raises his hand, halting the onslaught. Having advanced to the divine king realm, he has long felt a yearning for battle. Although the individual before him is a saint, what does it matter? Black Sovereign. A swirling vortex of black and purple energy materializes. The formidable Black Sovereign spear appearing in Su Jiugao's grasp. A smile graces his lips, his imperial gaze brimming with combat fervor as he declares, "Come then." With the Black Sovereign in hand, his golden hair billowing, strands of profound power encircle him as he strides forth like a deity towards the vigilant members of the Wuchi tribe. A tremendous force surges forth, the imperial-level slaughter technique. The chaotic spear is unleashed, mowing down a multitude of Wuchi tribe members as if they were mere blades of grass. Cries of agony fill the air. They scarcely have time to resist before their upper bodies separate from their lower halves. Su Jiugao's expression remains apathetic, his entire being radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance. With another barrage of strikes, dozens more Wuchi members succumb. Witnessing such blatant disregard for their lives, Ji Zhong's fury ignites. He bellows, "You scoundrel! Halt this at once." The terrifying tremors emanating from deep underground reverberate through the very earth above. The ground quakes violently beneath their feet. Yi Sheng and the members of the forbidden divine tribe, having consumed the breath-holding pills provided by Nangong Qing, conceal themselves within the underbrush, intently observing a specific cavern. Yi Sheng unleashes a divine technique toward the cavern, promptly retreating. As he feels the ground beneath him tremble, a jolt of alarm races through him. He communicates, "It's coming." All remain on high alert, not daring to breathe freely. Time drags on, and as the tremors finally subside, the cavern remains eerily silent. At last, an impatient junior member of the divine tribe speaks up. "Yi Sheng, are you certain there is treasure here? We have waited for ages, yet not a single thing has appeared. Are you deceiving us, wasting our time?" Nangong Qing, too, expresses her dissatisfaction. "Yi Sheng, what of the flame demon sky tiger you spoke of? Why has it yet to show itself? Could it be out hunting?" Even Yi Sheng himself is momentarily at a loss. In his recollections from before his rebirth, a group of cultivators encountered a peaked saint-level flame demon sky tiger in this very location. One among them vanished after obtaining a precious artifact. To secure that artifact, he had spared no expense in acquiring a set of trapping flags, laying an elaborate net to ensnare the flame demon sky tiger. Yet, despite several attempts to breach the cavern, not a single sound emerged. Could it truly be that, as Qing mentioned, the flame demon sky tiger has ventured out to hunt? Yi Sheng's eyes flicker as he speaks. "Let us wait a little longer." "Wait? How much longer? If we tarry, the treasures will be snatched away by the Su family's imperial son. Indeed, if you wish to linger, I shall not accompany you." The junior members of the divine tribe clamored. "Unless you wish to meet your demise, silence yourselves." Yi Sheng, unable to contain his fury, whirls to face the juniors, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. For the first time in many days, the usually benevolent Yi Sheng reveals his wrath, leaving them all in stunned silence. "Before the precious artifact, none shall stand in my way." Yi Sheng asserts with cold determination, "Those who do not wish to remain may leave at once." The junior members of the divine tribe shudder at his words. Just then, Nangong Qing suddenly exclaims, "It's coming. Yi Sheng, there is movement within the cavern." Chapter 92. A narrow path for enemies, not a single hair in sight. Nangong gecedes with rage. He arrived at this location following the map left by his mother, only to find himself empty-handed. Not only did he discover no treasures, but he also unexpectedly endured several heavy blows within the cavern. Just as he exited the cave, he fell straight into a killing array. Truly, misfortune has opened the door to misfortune, and it has come home. Nangong Ji's expression is one of utter dismay as he gazes at the members of the divine tribe surrounding him, their menacing killing array enveloping him. His face is as cold as frost, and his eyes blaze with murderous intent as he fixates on Yi Sheng. Gritting his teeth, he demands, "Did you do this? You dare to strike at me, Nangong Gu, while I sought no quarrel with you." Even Yi Sheng, upon seeing Nangong Gu emerge from the cave, is momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "How can this be? How did you end up inside? What of the flame demon sky tiger?" He could never have anticipated that the killing array he had set would ensnare Nangong Gu instead of the flame demon sky tiger. Nangong Qing is taken aback as well, while the junior members of the divine tribe cower behind the two. How did this traitor end up here? Yixing, did you not claim that the precious artifact was located here? You must protect us. The artifact? Again with this child. Nangongji's expression darkens like water. His voice icy as he retorts, so, you took the artifact ahead of time? Never before has he felt such a desire to kill. First, Yixing had thwarted his plans, then obstructed his path to eliminate these worthless beings. Now, he has even seized what rightfully belonged to him, with his aura in turmoil. Nangonga bellows, Yixing, you are truly deserving of death. The overwhelming wave of his fury engulfs the scene. Sensing the wrath of Nangonga, along with the murderous intent radiating from him, Yixing's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. The last time he barely managed to contend with Nangonga was due to the assistance of the Wheel of Time. In this current situation, he knows he is no match for Nangonga. Fortunately, he had set up the formation early on, and thus Yixing does not cower in fear but instead questions. Nangonga, I ask you, where is that artifact? And where is the flame demon sky tiger? Boom. Before his words could settle, Nangonga charges toward the killing array. The terrifying power of the royal heavenly body causes the entire array to tremble violently. You shameless thief. You were the one who set this ambush against me. Before the deadly formation capable of trapping those in the sacred realm. It was akin to a cornered beast struggling in vain, unable to break free. Yixing, witnessing this, felt a flicker in his eyes and furrowed his brow. In his previous life, that particular cultivator vanished after acquiring the precious artifact. Could it be that individual was Nangonga? Considering his lineage as a member of the forbidden divine clan residing in the ancient immortal domain, it was no wonder that there had been no news of the treasure since then. Yixing's conviction grew stronger that he was indeed the one who had taken the treasure. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, though he could not articulate why. After a moment of silence, Yixing fixed his gaze on Nangonga within the formation and spoke. Nangonga, did you truly not acquire that? Before he could finish his sentence, Nangongqing's voice resonated sharply. Indeed, Nangonga, you dare betray my forbidden divine clan. Today shall be your demise. Although taken aback, Nangongqing had not anticipated that the formation set by Yixing could ensnare Nangonga. However, she could not let this golden opportunity slip away. The once timid younger members of the divine clan transformed their demeanor upon realizing that Nangonga could not escape, erupting into wild laughter. Ha ha, Nangonga, who would have thought you'd meet such a fate today? Here in the Taiyuan immortal realm, did you truly believe yourself untouchable? Yixing, attack. Quickly eliminate this person. The moment those words were uttered, they ignited Nangonga's fury. His face darkened, trembling with rage. Indeed, Yixing, I have no enmity with you. Yet you persist in thwarting my endeavors. Today, I shall surely slay you. Demon Soul Corpse. With a hum, a demon soul corpse of the Divine King level emerged, charging straight into the formation. Boom, boom. The resounding clashes echoed incessantly. The formation flags, embedded in the ground, trembled as if on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, the younger members of the divine clan grew anxious, urging, this formation cannot withstand much longer, can it? Yixing, why are you still dawdling? Act. This group. Yixing's expression soured as he shot a fierce glare at the divine clan members. The ancient Luo Emperor scripture began to operate. At this juncture, words were futile. It appeared he had no choice but to kill this person and search his storage ring. As a quasi-emperor, he was naturally decisive in matters of life and death. Since he was to strike, he must leave no future troubles. Yixing unleashed a palm strike, conjuring a magnificent golden hand from above, descending upon Nangonga. Heaven-shaking palm. Trapped within the formation, Nangonga had no avenue for escape. He bellowed in fury. Do you truly believe this broken formation can contain me? Yixing. Heaven-taming diagram. A blinding golden radiance erupted. A colossal painting resembling a mountain and sea surged upward, meeting the descending palm. Rumble. The heaven-taming diagram expanded continuously, astonishing all present as it remarkably sustained the formation. The flag swayed violently. Nangongqing's complexion changed as she gazed at the heaven-taming diagram, murmuring, this aura. It is an emperor weapon. Where had Nangonga obtained such an emperor weapon? The flags emitted creaking sounds. Suddenly, Nangongji's eyes blazed with a captivating light, shouting, shatter it for me. Crack. The formation flag split in two. The killing formation was shattered under the pressure of the heaven-taming diagram. Nangonga let out a triumphant laugh, transforming into a streak of light as he emerged, standing aloft in the air. His entire being radiated with golden light, and his imperial blood surged like a roaring deity, evoking a formidable sense of oppression. Since you have come, today you shall all perish. He charged towards the crowd, with Yixing as his primary target. Yixing, sensing an imminent threat, dared not exhibit any sign of carelessness. The devouring divine body continually absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Great Wheel Annihilation Technique. The younger members of the divine clan were thrown into a panic. Where did this fellow acquire an emperor weapon? Why were we not informed? We are doomed. Nangong Gu is a master of the primordial realm. Nangong Qing shouted coldly, everyone, remain calm. With so many of us here, this traitor is no match for us. Assist Yisheng. Chapter 93. In the sacred realm, who else wishes to obstruct this imperial prince? With that, the Qingtsung ancient flame transformed into a sea of fire, intentionally engulfing both Yisheng and Nangong in without reservation. The young members of the divine clan hastily activated their divine abilities, indiscriminately bombarding the two. Feeling the overwhelming presence of dozens of terrifying auras behind him, Yisheng's pupils constricted in disbelief. Qing'o, why are you attacking me as well? Nangong Ji's expression twisted into a sinister smile. Yisheng, look at the chaos you've caused. It seems they wish to eliminate you alongside me. Possessing the royal heavenly body and having cultivated the law image golden body, Nangong Gu was naturally unafraid of these divine abilities. Rumble. Such earth-shattering sounds. Merely a fraction of the unleashed power caused towering trees within 100 miles to collapse. A 9-turn will manifested before Yisheng, his face pale. Ignoring Nangong Ji's taunts, he roared and charged forward. Boom. With a resounding crash, thud thud, a head rolled to the ground. The fallen head belonged to the sacred realm successor of the Wuqi clan. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to close even in death. The members of the Wuqi clan stared in horror at the corpses strewn about. Who are you? Su Jiugao's expression was utterly indifferent as he flicked the Black Emperor Abyss halberd. After slaying so many members of the Wuqi clan, the Black Emperor bore not a single drop of blood. These individuals, despite being of sacred realm caliber, were merely flesh without the ability to wield sacred divine abilities. In Su Jiugao's presence, they were no different from the previous adversaries. Finding the situation somewhat tedious, he remarked, is there anyone else who wishes to obstruct this imperial prince? Gazing at the quivering members of the Wuqi clan before him, none dared to utter a word. Jiran rushed to Su Jiugao's side. Despite the death of so many clan members, his expression remained unchanged. Instead, he cast a reproachful glance at the head of Ji Zhong on the ground. Uncle Zhong, I already told you. This esteemed individual harbors no ill intentions. Though enslaved by the Soul Master's mark, it did not alter one's personal will. However, when it came to matters concerning the Soul Master, he even believed that Uncle Zhong's death was justified. Under the fearful gazes of the clan members, Jiran smiled at Su Jiugao and said, esteemed sir, allow me to lead you. The clan leader is within, and the divine maiden as well. Su Jiugao, with an expressionless demeanor, gave a slight nod. The two proceeded deeper into the cave, arriving at a pitch-black iron door. Su Jiugao could sense an extraordinarily terrifying power emanating from within that door, a force surpassing even the sacred realm. Outside the door stood dozens of guards from the Wuqi clan, their expressions grim, as if they were already aware of the situation outside. Halt! Return at once. Step forward again, and swoosh. Before the warning could be completed, a flash of light cut through them with the claws of the supreme divine roar, cleaving their bodies. Su Jiugao, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, after slaying so many, why do they not learn their lesson? Jiran, do you think it is because your Wuqi clan can be reborn that they are so ignorant and fearless? Su Jiugao inquired, curious about the extent to which the Soul Master's mark could alter an individual. Jiran pondered for a moment before nodding earnestly. Esteemed sir, I believe that is indeed the case. A smile tugged at the corners of Su Jiugao's mouth as a torrent of immense power surged from him. The power of the Divine King realm mercilessly pulverized the lifeless body of the Wuqi tribe into dust, leaving no remnants behind. And what now? Jiran inquired. If there is no body left, then naturally it cannot be buried in the sacred soil, came the response. Su Jiugao nodded. Glancing at the other Wuqi corpses scattered on the ground, power surged forth, just as the heavy black iron door swung open with a resounding crash, unleashing a howling gust of wind. Your Excellency, please cease. A hoarse, aged voice called out. Have you finally reached your limit? Su Jiugao smiled broadly, turning to face the dark cavern within. The mysterious circular steps were adorned with enigmatic patterns, faint candlelight flickering. At the center of the steps stood a diminutive, elderly man. Leaning on his cane, Su Jiugao casually glanced at the old man. Peak of the supreme realm, he noted. Unlike other members of the Wuqi tribe, the old man seemed to possess a faint aura of supreme power. Grandfather clan leader, Jiren exclaimed joyfully. The old man, Jimu, did not speak but cast a deep gaze at Jiren before turning to Su Jiugao. His body trembled, and his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of recognition. From Su Jiugao, Jimu distinctly sensed the imperial aura, indicating that this golden-haired youth was somehow connected to a great emperor. Jimu approached slowly, saying, "My lord, may I inquire what transgressions the Wuchi tribe has committed to deserve such punishment?" Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "It is no grave sin. Merely a matter of displeasing this imperial son." An imperial son? Jimu's pupils dilated as he stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands. "I am Jimu, clan leader of the Wuchi tribe. It is an honor to meet you, young emperor. We have wronged the Wuchi tribe, and I beg for your forgiveness." Jimu's expression was filled with emotion. This day had finally arrived. From the moment he saw the goddess, he knew that the Taiyuan immortal realm would soon emerge. During this time, he had warned his people against venturing to the surface. However, he never anticipated that this day would come so swiftly. Jimu, brimming with reverence, asked, "Respected young emperor, may I ask why you have graced the Wuchi tribe with your presence?" He lowered his hunched form even further. A young emperor was an existence far beyond the Wuchi tribe's capacity to provoke. Su Jiugao surveyed the desolate surroundings and furrowed his brow. "Is the destined protagonist not here?" he inquired. "Where are the other members of your Wuchi tribe?" Jimu replied, "They are all within the sacred land, and many have yet to awaken from their slumber." Through Jimu's explanation, Su Jiugao began to understand that the Wuchi tribe was indeed a remnant from the ancient celestial era, akin to the forbidden divine clans of the Zhangqiu. The Taiyuan immortal realm was their former dwelling, and for reasons unknown, they had buried themselves within the sacred land, falling into a deep slumber until awakening gradually over the past millennium. Even now, many members remained in repose. Su Jiugao's imperial eyes shimmered as he spoke slowly. "Lead me to your sacred land." This request left Jimu in a quandary. The sacred land was the supreme domain of the Wuchi tribe, not accessible to just anyone, let alone with the goddess still residing within. Su Jiugao's gaze sharpened, prompting Jimu to tremble under the immense pressure. Reluctantly, he nodded and said, "Young emperor, please follow me." Under Jimu's guidance, Su Jiugao and his companions arrived at a pitch-black, sunless realm, and even deeper underground, resembling a world unto itself. Above them, crimson clouds spread like the evening glow beneath the suspended bedrock. The ground beneath their feet was an endless expanse of black soil, exuding an air of desolation and solitude. As Su Jiugao gazed at the ground, a realization struck him. This is the divine soil of Shirang? The Shirang soil, with just a fragment, could give rise to countless lands. Such divine soil was said to exist only in the legendary celestial ancient era, and no one had ever laid eyes upon it. Even Su Jiugao took a moment to recall this divine artifact. The land beneath him was indeed derived from the Shirang soil. Was this the resting place of the Wuchi tribe? Jimu sighed deeply, praising, "Young emperor, you have a discerning eye. This Shirang soil is indeed our Wuchi tribe's divine artifact. Our fallen kin are buried here, awaiting their resurrection." Realizing he could not conceal the truth from this imperial son, Jimu decided to speak freely. Su Jiugao nodded slightly, his imperial gaze flickering. It was no wonder the Wuchi tribe, a remnant from the celestial ancient era, possessed such profound heritage, even possessing the Shirang soil. "And what of the other members of your tribe?" Su Jiugao inquired. "Please, my lord, follow me." As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, causing the supreme divine roar to stir restlessly. Su Jiugao glanced at it, sensing something. "What do you perceive?" The supreme divine roar responded in a low murmur, agitatedly shifting its limbs. This familiar aura excited it. After what felt like an eternity, Jimu led Su Jiugao to an altar. Beneath the altar, hundreds of Wuchi tribe members knelt in fervent devotion, seemingly worshipping something. Upon seeing their clan leader, they regarded Su Jiugao with curious eyes. Su Jiugao looked up at the altar, his pupils constricting in shock. It was as if he had encountered unspeakable terror. For the first time, he lost his composure. At the altar's center stood an ethereal woman clad in white. Her beauty was otherworldly, untouched by the mundane, like a goddess descended to the mortal realm. Her features were exquisitely cold and beautiful, with lustrous hair, skin like jade, and an astonishingly perfect figure. Her clear, sparkling eyes resembled flowing spring water, and her every movement seemed to harmonize with the world around her. No words could adequately capture her beauty. Moreover, her cultivation was terrifyingly formidable. She was at the holy realm. Jimu spoke slowly, "Young emperor, we have arrived." He turned to Su Jiugao. At that moment, Su Jiugao's expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost, staring blankly at the altar. Name: Qiu Lianyu. Identity: protagonist of the epic Emperor's Fall. Personality: indifferent, quiet, loyal. Realm: first level of the holy realm. Physique: innate Dao fetal sacred body. Techniques: treasures. Current fortune value: 300,000. Daughter of the Evergreen Emperor. A peerless woman of the Emperor's Fall era, possessing an innate Dao fetal sacred body. Qiu Lianyu. How could this be possible? Su Jiugao was incredulous, his heart in turmoil. The appearance of the woman at the altar was like a thunderous blow, shattering his mental defenses in an instant. This was the first time he truly experienced the overwhelming presence of such destined protagonists. Unable to restrain himself, Su Jiugao murmured, "What the hell? This is truly unbelievable." Qiu Lian, you seem to notice Su Jiugao below. Her long dormant eyes stirred with a ripple of emotion. The supreme divine roar emitted a low, affectionate growl, its enormous pupils filled with reliance. From afar, it sensed this familiar aura. Su Jiugao stood frozen, his mind buzzing. How could this be? Wasn't she supposed to be dead? She was the destined protagonist? He never imagined that this woman, with an innate Dao fetal sacred body, was still alive. Moreover, she was here. At this moment, all thoughts of the Shirang soil and the treasures of the Wuqi tribe faded into insignificance. In a rush of instinct, Su Jiugao turned and exclaimed to the supreme divine roar, "Let us go." The supreme divine roar, much like a stubborn mule, remained indifferent to Su Jiugao's words. Refusing to budge. Rebellious brat. Su Jiugao silently cursed, deciding to abandon the supreme divine roar and sprint away, faster than a hare. Jingmu was left bewildered. Just then, a chilling aura surged before Su Jiugao, erecting towering ice walls that encircled him from all directions. The aura of the sacred realm firmly locked onto Su Jiugao, rendering him utterly trapped, akin to a turtle in a jar, with no escape in sight. A wisp of ethereal cold wind passed by, accompanied by a melodious voice. "Are you afraid of me?" Qiu Lianyue had appeared behind Su Jiugao without him noticing. He froze in place, slowly turning to face her, forcing a strained smile as he greeted, "Good morning." Qiu Lianyue remained silent, her stunningly beautiful visage devoid of emotion. After a prolonged gaze, she softly said, "Su Jiugao, it's been a long time." Su Jiugao's eyes darted about uneasily, momentarily at a loss for words, his heart brimming with regret. Why hadn't he simply harvested the destinies of Yi Shengnan and Gongge? Instead, he had foolishly ventured into this place. It was not that he was afraid. Although he often boasted about possessing the innate chaos body, claiming to be on par with the innate Dao fetus sacred body, his memories from the era of the fallen emperor revealed that he had never won a single confrontation. All right, there was indeed a hint of fear, he conceded that. The rapid breakthrough of the innate Dao fetus sacred body was nothing short of astonishing. Furthermore, the system panel indicated that Qiu Lianyue was the destined protagonist ruling an entire era, boasting an outrageous fortune value of 300,000. How could he possibly contend with that? Su Jiugao chose to give up entirely, closing his eyes and spreading his arms. "Go ahead, strike me." Qiu Lianyue was taken aback, standing still without any movement. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence for a considerable time. Eventually, Su Jiugao slowly opened one eye to glance at her. He could not help but be awestruck by Qiu Lianyue's beauty, which, even after multiple encounters, never failed to astonish him. The innate Dao fetus sacred body was a being cherished by the heavens, akin to the celestial daughter of the divine, every aspect harmonious and captivating. Her beauty transcended the mundane, existing outside the realms of this world. Qiu Lianyue shook her head and softly said, "I won't harm you." After being scolded by her father while the eternal Green Emperor was still alive for being too violent and taciturn, traits that might hinder her marriage prospects, she had considerably restrained herself. Moreover, both hailed from the era of the fallen emperor, separated by countless millennia of ancient anomalies. A unique sentiment began to bloom between them. With a flicker of his imperial eyes, Su Jiugao, now assured that Qiu Lianyue would not strike, spoke, "You were sealed within the ancient divine source as well?" "Yes," Qiu Lianyue replied. "When did you break free?" "A year ago," she responded. Seemingly recalling her father's teachings, she felt her words were lacking and added, "From the boundless sea." "The boundless sea?" Su Jiugao nodded slightly. That was a forbidden zone of life, a place even emperors dared not tread lightly. The eternal Green Emperor had sealed this woman in the boundless sea, demonstrating considerable foresight. "What brings you to this place?" "I got lost," she replied. Su Jiugao was momentarily taken aback. What a refreshingly simple reason. He had nearly forgotten that she was directionally challenged. This was the Taiyuan immortal realm. How could one possibly get lost here? "Are you not the sacred maiden of the holy ruins? How did you become a divine maiden of the Wuqi clan?" "I don't know. That is what they said." "And you just complied?" "Yes." "How long have you been here?" Their exchange quickly dwindled into an awkward silence. Su Jiugao found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Qiu Lianyue removed a storage ring from her delicate finger and handed it to him, stating earnestly, "This is for you." "What?" Su Jiugao asked, puzzled. "A gift," she replied. "A gift?" The storage ring still bore a faint fragrance. As Su Jiugao accepted it and probed its contents with his consciousness, He was taken aback. Inside, there were not only countless spiritual stones but also several imperial artifacts and numerous sacred pills personally refined by the Eternal Green Emperor. Just the Qingdi pill alone numbered in the thousands, not to mention the countless life-preserving and cultivation pills. The sheer quantity rivaled that of an entire superpower's resources. It was filled to the brim. What left him breathless was that he even spotted the qi of the All Things Cauldron. Wasn't this the chance Sun Yan had? You have this too? Su Jiugao's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to the calm Qiulian Yue. This qi of the All Things Cauldron came from someone I encountered while searching for you. He seemed to be your enemy. I took care of him for you. Wait a minute. Sun Yan was killed by you. Su Jiugao inhaled sharply. Initially, he had intended to exact a harsh revenge on the one who dared to intercept him, but now, perhaps it was best to let it go. Hold on. Su Jiugao noticed a crucial detail and asked curiously, you were searching for me after breaking free from the ancient divine source? Qiulian Yue nodded gently. Why were you looking for me? My father instructed me to follow you upon awakening. On that day, the voice of the Primordial Emperor echoed through the heavens. The qi of the All Things Cauldron was a gift for your crowning, and these are your dowry. This is all I have for now. The rest has been buried by my father in the sacred domain. Upon hearing this, Su Jiugao fell into a rare silence, contemplating the absurdity of this woman, who had traveled great distances to seek him out. The storage ring in his hand was likely filled with resources left to her by the Eternal Green Emperor after his demise. Each item within could send the heavens into a frenzy. After all, these were the riches of a fallen emperor, a being who was also a divine alchemist. Su Jiugao slowly stepped forward and returned the storage ring, saying, the qi of the All Things Cauldron is mine to claim. As for the rest, since they are gifts from your father, you should keep them for yourself. As the prince, I do not lack such trinkets. The qi of the All Things Cauldron was inherently his, and the other items were a matter of principle. Qiulian Yue gazed at the storage ring in her hand, a hint of disappointment flickering in her beautiful eyes as she murmured, you don't like it? Seeing her in such a state, Su Jiugao sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. No, it's just that this qi of the All Things Cauldron is indeed what I need at the moment. Thank you. Qiulian Yue slowly lifted her head, her enchanting eyes fixed on him. Her ruby lips parted as she asked, really? Indeed, Su Jiugao affirmed. I'm glad you like it. Gazing at the captivating Qiulian Yue, who resembled a celestial being, Su Jiugao's tone softened, and he curiously inquired, since you have already broken free from the ancient divine source and sought me out, why didn't you come to the Su family? According to your account, your emergence should have coincided closely with mine, especially considering your father as crowning gift. Logically, you should have made your way to the Su family, even if it meant crawling. Or is it due to your poor sense of direction? As he observed Qiulian Yue's expression of confusion and the tilt of her head, Su Jiugao widened his eyes, incredulous. Did you not even consider this at all? Qiulian Yue answered honestly, What a foolish woman. Forget it. Su Jiugao almost lost her composure. With your demeanor, it is quite easy for someone to abduct you. Never mind. Let us first return to the Su family. We shall see what my father has to say. The Emperor of Eternal Green maintained a good relationship with my father, and naturally, Su Jiugao would not neglect Qiulian Yue. However, given the current situation, it seemed that many prodigies had chosen to enter the ancient divine source to await their release from confinement during the fall of the empire. Although the divine source was scarce, it was not entirely unobtainable for those formidable superpowers. It was possible that I might encounter some old friends in the future. Su Jiugao glanced at the surrounding ice walls and helplessly remarked, Heroine, please retract your divine powers. Qiulian Yue nodded, and in an instant, the ice walls collapsed. The supreme divine roar approached, affectionately nudging Qiulian Yue and emitting a low murmur. Qiulian Yue extended her delicate hand to stroke it and softly said, Big Yellow. You have grown so much. Meanwhile, a group of anxious and angry members from the Wuqi clan rushed forward. Goddess, Lady Goddess, what do you intend to do to the Lady Goddess? The patriarch, Jimu, shouted. Stop right there. This individual is a young emperor. Do you all wish to perish? A young emperor. The faces of the Wuqi clan members changed dramatically. Patriarch Jimu glanced at the goddess and the young emperor. From their previous interactions, it was evident that the young emperor was familiar with their goddess. Jimu stepped forward and inquired of Qiulian Yue, Lady Goddess, do you indeed know this young emperor? Qiulian Yue slightly nodded. Jimu's eyes lit up with joy. Since this was someone known to the goddess, it would be much easier to handle. He had initially feared that the Wuqi clan would face a calamity, losing all their treasures. However, what he did not anticipate was that Qiulian Yue would raise her hand. And from the central altar, a piece of dark yellow soil and a palm-sized royal seal floated towards her, appearing before Qiulian Yue. With the astonished and incredulous gazes of the Wuqi clan members upon her, she actively presented them to Su Jiugao, stating, This is the divine soil of rest. And this is the seal of the divine emperor. Su Jiugao, do you require them? Chapter 96. Unequal exchange, mutual will at this moment. The members of the Wuqi clan were rendered speechless, and chaos erupted. Lady Goddess, this is absolutely unacceptable. Our clan's divine artifacts cannot be given to an outsider. Jirun muttered in confusion. What harm could it do to this esteemed individual? Even Patriarch Jimu trembled, his expression stiffening. He could hardly believe that the goddess and this young emperor were acquainted, and he had thought that their clan would be spared from disaster. Yet, here was the goddess willingly offering these treasures to the young emperor. Jimu hurriedly approached, trembling as he spoke. Lady Goddess, what does this mean? The divine soil of rest is our Wuqi clan's treasure. Our clan's existence relies on this sacred soil. If you proceed, what will become of the thousands of our clan members still in slumber? Not to mention, this seal of the divine emperor is a treasure that commands the 8 clans. It is a symbol of your status. Oh, is that so? Su Jiugao scrutinized the royal seal closely. Made of bronze, it was ancient and heavy, emanating an aura that rivaled any imperial weapon. Su Jiugao looked at Jimu and asked, what exactly is this seal of the divine emperor? Why do you claim it to be a treasure of the 8 clans? Jimu sighed and replied slowly, Young emperor, I hope you will show mercy. The lady goddess possesses a sacred body of the innate Dao, destined to be the sovereign of the great era according to the prophecies of our 8 ancient clans. Wuqi, Jiuxiao, Yuanling. Furthermore, the seal of the divine emperor is a symbol of the lady goddess's identity. The 8 ancient clans? Su Jiugao's eyes flickered as he spoke. Are you implying that there are not only your Wuqi clan among the races that have existed since the ancient era, but also the other 7 clans? Jimu shuddered, quickly realizing he had misspoken. His expression changed, and he softly said, This. It is uncertain whether the other 7 clans are in slumber like our Wuqi clan. From his expression, Su Jiugao could roughly deduce the situation. He cast a teasing glance at the silent Qiu Lianyue and jested. Who would have thought you have become the sovereign of the 8 clans? Qiu Lianyue replied, The seal of the divine emperor is of no use to me. Then I shall accept it, Su Jiugao casually stated. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiu Lianyue nodded in agreement. Su Jiugao smiled at Jimu, saying, I believe that since Lianyue is the so-called sovereign you speak of, her status does not hinge on possessing this royal seal, correct? Jimu trembled, his eyes filled with uncertainty. But the royal seal is a symbol of authority left by the sage. Su Jiugao patted his shoulder, appearing like a rogue in Jimu's eyes. As he smiled lightly, this royal seal is indeed fitting for my identity as the imperial son. I shall accept it. With that, Su Jiugao took the seal of the divine emperor into his possession. Witnessing this treasure being claimed by Su Jiugao, the members of the Wuqi clan turned red-eyed. Yet they were powerless to intervene. They looked towards the serene face of the lady goddess, whose lips even bore a slight smile. Countless individuals internally roared, Lady Goddess, please, say something. Su Jiugao turned to Qiu Lianyue, and after a moment's thought said, Since they regard you as the goddess, you might as well keep the divine soil of rest. The divine soil of rest could only serve as a collectible or material for crafting weapons. However, its significance to the entire Wuqi clan was entirely different. After emerging into this world, he still had the entire imperial Su family standing behind him, alongside his father, the emperor. Meanwhile, this foolish woman had no one behind her, yet she possessed the extraordinarily formidable, innate Dao sacred body. It was likely that someone might harbor ulterior motives. Although it was perplexing how Qiu Lianyue had inexplicably become the sovereign of the 8 ancient clans, the respectful demeanor of the Wuqi clan members suggested it was not a bad thing. Jimu remained stunned in place. Due to the unique circumstances of the Wuqi clan, the other 7 clans had entrusted them with the management of the seal of the divine emperor, responsible for locating the emerging lady goddess. Yet now, unexpectedly, this lady goddess had personally presented the treasure of the 8 clans and appeared quite pleased. What to do? The thought of the scene upon awakening of the other 7 clans left Jimu feeling despondent. After pondering for a while, Su Jiugao sensed that accepting so many items from this foolish woman felt somewhat inappropriate. He thought for a moment and said to Qiu Lianyue, I have something I wish to gift you as well. Qiu Lianyue was taken aback, momentarily lost in thought. Then her beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light. She couldn't quite believe that Su Jiugao would actually give her something. What? This was the first time since their acquaintance that he had presented her with a gift. A ripple of anticipation stirred within her tranquil heart. Under her gaze, Su Jiugao felt a bit shy. Rubbing his cheek, he said, Divine roar, that 1,000 please? The supreme divine roar understood and opened its massive mouth. Inside, a black vortex swirled. Sensing the fluctuations of the external atmosphere, a small, round snake with a crystalline horn on its head poked its head out from the black vortex. It was the juvenile ice spirit cold flood dragon, 1000. 1000 looked around curiously, and upon seeing Su Jiugao, was startled and quickly retreated its head. Su Jiugao's expression darkened as he swiftly reached out and pulled it from the vortex, gazing at the struggling little ice-cold dragon in her hand. Su Jiugao passed it over with a gentle gesture. Here, this little creature is for you. It is not something of great value. Xiao Lianyu accepted it, feeling an innate affinity emanating from the dragon, which inexplicably soothed its bloodline within. Quietly nestled in Xiao Lianyu's embrace, it ceased its struggles, occasionally nudging against her. As Xiao Lianyu looked down at the little dragon, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Su Jiugao's voice broke the moment. I was pondering. Didn't he, your family as divine roar, get captured by my father? Consider this my compensation for you. What a remarkable trade. Swapping a young ice-cold dragon for a supreme divine beast. Such a transaction could only be orchestrated by Su Jiugao. Aware of the imbalance in value between the two, she felt it was reasonable to simply gift the dragon to her. I like it. Xiao Lianyu's voice suddenly chimed in. Ah? Su Jiugao turned to look. Xiao Lianyu was bowing her head, making it difficult to discern her expression, softly murmuring, Thank you. I truly appreciate this gift. Chapter 97. The Clash of Two Fated Protagonists. Su Jiugao fell silent. This foolish woman, she is so easily contented. The scene left the members of the Wu Qi clan utterly astonished, their hearts bleeding. Divine Lady, do you know what you're saying? That is merely a juvenile ice-cold dragon of limited bloodline potential. What you previously gifted to this young emperor was a treasure of our Xian Gu 8 clans. Priceless. Yet, in Xiao Lianyu's eyes, this little creature was of utmost value. It was the first gift he had ever given her. Even Xiao Lianyu herself was unaware of the smile curving at the corners of her lips, subtle yet enchanting, coupled with her ethereal beauty. The fleeting elegance seemed to dim the very heavens. Even Su Jiugao had to concede that Xiao Lianyu was indeed the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly resounded. Ding! The fated protagonist Nangong Gu has fallen, luck value reduced to 0. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 luck points. The fated protagonist Yixing is in despair, activating the origin level time wheel, burning his essence to escape. Luck value loss, 6,000. Congratulations, host. You have gained 6,000 luck points. Listening to the notifications echoing in his ears, Su Jiugao furrowed his brow, pondering silently. Nangong Gu is dead? Was it Yixing who killed him? And why has Yixing's luck value suddenly plummeted so drastically? Sensing Su Jiugao's unease, Xiao Lianyu softly inquired. What's wrong? Su Jiugao's imperial gaze flickered as he replied with a faint smile. It's nothing. Yixing, today it is either you or me who will perish. Nangong Ji's eyes were ablaze, roaring recklessly. His demonic soul corpse of the divine king realm had been utterly ravaged by Yixing's assault. The iron mask shattered as well. Nangong Qing and the younger members of the divine clan stared in disbelief at the demonic corpse. Uncle Lai, how is this possible? That demonic corpse belonged to a member of the Nangong family. The younger members of the divine clan were aghast, unable to fathom that the traitor Nangong Gu had actually turned their clan uncle into a demonic corpse. Nangong Gu, you are truly worse than a beast. How could you betray your own kin? Scoundrel, this is our uncle. They could hardly contain their outrage. I always wondered why our uncle never returned after that trip. It turns out you were the one who killed him. You heartless wretch. Indeed, a lowly creature with impure blood. The younger members of the divine clan gritted their teeth, wishing to tear Nangong Gu to shreds. Nangong Qing was equally shocked, taking a deep breath as she coldly stated, Nangong Gu, I never expected your treachery to run so deep. What do you know of Nangong Gu? He snarled, his expression twisted with rage. What nonsense about an uncle? This very man defiled the woman I cherish most before my eyes. I, Nangong Gu, shall never forget that day. As he spoke, Nangong Gu unleashed a terrifying power towards the divine clan. Yixing suddenly appeared before them, using the 9 revolutions wheel to counter the attack. A deafening roar erupted. Yixing's face tightened as he staggered back a few steps. The 9 revolutions wheel in his hand shattered. His injuries were no better than Nangong Ji's. To contend with this demonic soul corpse of the divine king realm, Yixing had to exert the power of the time wheel and the devouring divine body yet again. The sensation was far from pleasant. Fortunately, the precious elixirs provided by Qing Air in recent days had barely sustained him thus far. As long as I'm here, you shall not harm Qing Air. Yixing, it's you again. Nangong Ji's fury reached its peak. He realized that with Yixing present, he could not inflict harm upon the divine clan. Yixing, the younger members of the divine clan were elated. Wonderful. Yixing, who would have thought you were so formidable? Quickly slay this traitor. Upon our return, the divine clan will reward you handsomely. Yisheng, move swiftly. Yisheng wished to act, but his body felt as though it had been thoroughly dismantled. He could only muster a breath of energy to persist. These spectators were utterly useless. A divine king-level puppet was not easily dealt with. Suddenly, Nangonggu burst into chilling laughter. Yisheng frowned. What are you laughing at? Nangonggu glanced at him with mockery, then shifted his gaze to the cold-faced Nangongqing, laughing uproariously. Ha! Now I understand. Yisheng, I finally see why you would go to such lengths. You have feelings for her? Nangongji's voice turned sinister as he lowered his head, his gaze piercing Yisheng. Yisheng was taken aback, his thoughts exposed, his expression fluctuating, remaining silent. Didn't he expect I'd guess correctly, did you? Nangonggu observed the impassive Nangongqing behind Yisheng and continued, Yisheng, you were truly a fool, played like a pawn by this shameless woman. Oblivious to it all. Don't you know she is already with the Su family's heir? She is merely using you. Impossible. Yisheng bellowed immediately. That was merely the Su family heir's coercion, not Qing heir's own intention. Do not sow discord between us. Nangongqing interjected. Yisheng speaks the truth. Nangonggu, with so many of us here, you are already in dire straits, yet you dare speak so boldly, as if hearing the greatest joke. Nangonggu laughed even harder. Ha ha, sowing discord? I assure you, I do not need to. I have known this woman for decades, as her elder brother. How could I not know who she truly is? Yisheng, you and I are both pitiable souls. No, in a sense, I once had a woman who loved me. And you are merely a delusional wretch. Shut your mouth. Yisheng could no longer contain himself, his aura surging as he radiated an overwhelming presence. The ancient Luo Emperor's scripture operated at its peak to eliminate this foe. Yisheng did not hesitate to invoke the supreme powers of his past life as a quasi-emperor through the time wheel. This force surpassed all present. Come at me. Nangongji's gaze sharpened, boldly confronting his opponent head-on. Both regarded each other as their most formidable adversary. This was a life-and-death struggle between two fated protagonists. With eyes wide open in fury, Nangonggu roared back. The ground shook as their immense powers clashed, sending a thunderous echo that left the younger members of the divine clan in shock. How could this traitor possess such overwhelming strength? Humph. This fellow has concealed his true power well. He must have harbored ill intentions for a long time. Where's Yisheng? Who has emerged victorious? As these thoughts raced through their minds, Yisheng crashed heavily to the ground before them, creating a deep crater upon impact. Nangonggu, too, succumbed to exhaustion and knelt on the ground. Struggling to maintain his battered form, he sneered, Haha, Yisheng, it seems. I am the victor. Is he still alive? The younger members of the divine clan were thrown into a panic. This is bad. Yisheng is not even a match for him. Stay calm. We still have Sister Qing. Moreover, the traitor's energy must be nearly depleted. Despite the reassurances, none of the divine clan dared to step forward, gripped by fear of death. After all, those who had the opportunity to come from the ancient celestial realm were all esteemed members of their clan, accustomed to a life of luxury. Naturally, none wished to throw away their lives recklessly. Nangongqing fixed her gaze on Nangonggu, her beautiful eyes glimmering with concern. Suddenly, she changed her expression. Worry etched across her face as she called out to Yisheng. Yisheng, quickly let me help you. From her storage ring, Nangongqing continuously retrieved healing elixirs and handed them to him, tears glistening in her eyes as she said, Yisheng, please take this. Hearing her caring voice, Yisheng, despite feeling dizzy and disoriented, regained some clarity. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and murmured, deeply touched, It's nothing, Qinger. You must have seen my brave side just now. In his heart, Yisheng mused that such a price was perhaps too great for him at this moment. Nangongqing, Yisheng, do you still have the strength to continue fighting? Qinger, I will do my best. Yisheng assessed his condition and shook his head, entirely oblivious to Nangongqing's suddenly darkened demeanor. This useless fool. He can't even deal with Nangonggu, and I must intervene myself. Nangongqing's expression turned icy. However, rest assured, Yisheng turned to face Nangonggu, blood spilling from his mouth as he forced a smile. Heh, Nangonggu, in your current state, you must be struggling as well, right? Can you still fight? Both were now severely weakened, their energies nearly spent, locked in a stalemate. Nangonggu sneered, Yisheng, have you forgotten? I am a cultivator at the Transcendence Realm. You think, but before he could finish, sharp vines erupted from the ground, piercing through Nangongji's body. Hundreds of them coiled around him, impaling him like a hedgehog. Spirit binding. Nangonggu gasped, incredulously surveying his surroundings. Blood gushed from his wounds, staining the verdant vines with an eerie beauty. Even the younger members of the divine clan were taken aback. while Yisheng's pupils dilated in shock as he turned to the now indifferent Nangong Qing, whose demeanor had shifted dramatically. With a calm voice, she said, "My dear brother, you seem to have forgotten something. I, too, am at the Transcendence realm." Her expression remained tranquil as she uttered these shocking words. Nangong Ji's gaze dimmed, losing its luster. A painful smile crept onto his lips as he hoarsely whispered, "I never expected it would be you." Finally, as if liberated, his head drooped heavily. Thus, Nangong Gu fell, a protagonist born into suffering. Perhaps for him, death was indeed a form of release. The younger members of the divine clan were left aghast, unable to comprehend that their clan's daughter would personally slay her brother, even if he was a traitor. Nangong Gu is dead, some murmured in disbelief. With his demise, Yisheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Aside from the despairing Su family heir, it had been a long time since anyone had pushed him to such extremes. Gazing at Nangong Ji's half-kneeling corpse, Yisheng began to understand the depth of the hatred the other harbored for the divine clan. "If only you had not sought to harm Qing'er, perhaps we could have been friends." Yisheng turned to face the cold, unfeeling Nangong Qing, momentarily taken aback. "Qing'er, it is over," he said with a smile. Nangong Qing narrowed her eyes, a faint smile on her lips. "Yes, the disgusting insect has been dealt with." "What insect?" Suddenly, a shadow struck. Yisheng was knocked to the ground, and he heard Nangong Qing's frigid voice dripping with disdain. "Finally, it can be finished." "What did Qing'er say?" Yisheng, sprawled on the ground, was utterly bewildered. Seemingly unsatisfied, Nangong Qing delivered several more powerful kicks, using her energy to shatter Yisheng's bones. "Ah!" Yisheng cried out in agony, drenched in sweat. Nangong Qing's face was as cold as winter, her expression reflecting long-suppressed resentment that was finally being released. As she mercilessly trampled Yisheng, she shouted, "Die! Die! Die! You disgusting insect! Why didn't you go die alongside that traitor? You know how nauseating I've felt these past few days? This title is something you, an insect, can call me? If not for the young master's command, you would have died countless times by now. Yisheng, I tell you, just seeing you makes me sick." "What?" Yisheng's expression turned pale, his spirit crushed by her biting words. He struggled to comprehend the cold, unfamiliar visage of Nangong Qing before him. "Why? Qing'er, what is happening to you?" he shouted in confusion. "Have I done something wrong? Why are you like this?" With another forceful stomp, Nangong Qing crushed Yisheng's head into the ground, his already weakened body unable to move, his teeth shattered and bloodied. The divine clan's younger members were horrified, unable to reconcile this cruel behavior with the close relationship they believed Nangong Qing shared with Yisheng. As they exchanged glances, silence enveloped the group. After a prolonged outburst of fury, Nangong Qing's breath finally steadied. Her cold, unfeeling gaze fell upon the broken figure of Yisheng beneath her feet. With those blows, she had shattered his heart. "Yisheng, I tell you, in my eyes, you have always been nothing but a disgusting insect. If not for your potential usefulness, I would have killed you long ago." Chapter 99, The Deprivation and Devouring of the Divine Body. At this moment, Nangong Qing's spirit soared. She had no intention of letting Yisheng off so easily. Nangong Qing crouched down, gazing at the despairing and suffocated Yisheng, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Yisheng," she said, "it is indeed thanks to you. Without your assistance, I would have had little confidence in rescuing so many of our kin from Nangong Ji's grasp. Now that Nangong Gu is dead, you may also take your leave." Her fiery red hair cascaded down, and her once enchanting visage now appeared demonic in Yisheng's eyes. Coughing, Yisheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he hoarsely exclaimed, "Why, Qing'er, why are you doing this? Has that Su family's prince threatened you?" With a swift motion, Nangong Qing slapped him. "Do you think you are worthy to speak of the prince? I tell you, Yisheng, your standing is akin to that of a worm in the mud compared to the brilliance of the sun." The revelation struck Yisheng like a thunderclap. The truth dawned upon him. It is him. Indeed, all of this was orchestrated by that Su family prince. Yisheng's face contorted with disbelief and fury. "I have been nothing but sincere to you. Do you truly feel nothing for me?" "Fool," Nangong Qing replied with a smile. "It is all for your opportunity and the devouring of the divine body." "What did you say?" Yisheng's pupils constricted. He had never revealed the secret of the devouring divine body to her. Why did she know? Nangong Qing's expression turned icy in an instant as she slowly produced a transparent jade stone from her storage ring. "This is a conversion stone," she explained, which Su Jiugao specifically exchanged for 500 points of villain value from the system marketplace. As the name suggests, its function is akin to a conversion technique, capable of extracting the primal power of special physiques. Nangong Qing placed the stone upon Yisheng's forehead and activated its power according to Su Jiugao's instructions. A flash of white light enveloped them, and the onlookers from the divine clan gazed in disbelief, murmuring, "What is the clan lady doing? It doesn't seem like a good thing." They watched, horrified, as the clan lady first executed a traitor and now appeared ready to abandon Yixing. A tremendous suction emanated from the conversion stone, causing Yixing's blood to reverse its flow. His already miserable countenance transformed into one of sheer agony, blood pouring from his ears and nose as he screamed in unbearable torment. In mere moments, the stone extracted a pitch-black essence of the devouring divine body. At that moment, Yixing's eyes bled tears, filled with boundless resentment. "You have taken my physique," he roared. "Nangong Qing, why have you betrayed me?" Nangong Qing, observing the conversion stone containing the essence, smirked and remarked, "Mission accomplished, as per the prince's orders." The overwhelming rage within Yixing was swiftly swallowed by pain. Without the devouring divine body, he could no longer draw upon its restorative powers, rendered as helpless as an ordinary person. What was even more terrifying was that, after half a month of Nangong Qing incessantly feeding him poison pills, the accumulated toxins erupted within him, causing his skin to begin melting away, transforming him into a ghastly specter. In disbelief, he gazed at his disintegrating form, his eyes aflame with fury as he glared at the smiling Nangong Qing, filled with despair and hatred. "Poison? Is it from those pills?" Nangong Qing nodded, relishing in his suffering. She crouched down and gently tucked a strand of her red hair behind her ear, her expression cheerful but her ruby-like eyes betraying indifference and coldness. "I must say, your current appearance truly suits you." The sight sent shivers down the spines of the younger members of the divine clan, who trembled in fear. One finally spoke up, honestly. "I feel a bit sorry for this guy now." In an instant, Yixing became a bloodied figure without skin. He still wished to speak, but the depths of her cunning and malicious methods made him question if this was really the Qing'er he once knew. Suddenly, he recalled Nangong Ji's words. Qing'er had long since become the embodiment of the Su family prince. This struck him as a soul-crushing revelation. The will to survive drove him to claw his way forward. Yet, Nangong Qing slowly stood and, without looking back, stated, "Let us go." The younger members of the divine clan glanced at the pitiful form of Yixing and asked, "Lady, are we not going to deal with him?" With a cold laugh, Nangong Qing replied, "Humph, after consuming so many of my poison pills, he will dissolve into nothing in no time. Thanks to this insect, I have now become a holy level alchemist. I want him to witness his own gradual demise." What a venomous heart. The younger members shuddered, hastily following her. Just then, a fearsome and overwhelming aura erupted behind them. Nangong Qing's expression changed as she turned abruptly, only to see Yixing, who had been lying on the ground, radiating an astonishing surge of power, as if reborn. Behind him, the wheel of time materialized. Yixing, resembling a vengeful spirit, was covered in rotting flesh, but his abyssal black eyes gleamed with terrifying ferocity. "Nangong Qing, Su family prince, you both will pay dearly." The aura emanating from Yixing was utterly chilling. Nangong Qing's face paled. "What? How is it possible that he is still alive? Where does he draw this power from?" The younger members of the divine clan trembled in fear. "Yixing, we didn't expect you to have a means of survival." Nangong Qing responded coldly. "Yixing, you wretched woman. One day, I will return, and both your forbidden divine clan and that Su family prince will perish." The final word echoed with a thunderous intensity. As the wheel of time rotated, Yixing transformed into a streak of light, attempting to escape this realm with an awe-inspiring speed that struck terror into the hearts of all. Chapter 100. Escape failed. The terrifying Su family prince. Seeing Yixing still capable of fleeing, Nangong Qing's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad." The venomous serpent pill was supposed to incapacitate him. In the days gone by, she had witnessed Yixing's capabilities. If he was not eliminated now, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. But there was no time left. She could only hope that he would exhaust his strength and succumb to the poison. After all, Yixing was the destined protagonist. And even Nangong Gu had been bested only because Yixing's hidden cards had been depleted. With his 2,000 fortune points, how could she hope to subdue him? A flicker of regret flashed in Nangong Qing's beautiful eyes. Just then, a soft laughter echoed from the sky. To sever the roots, one must eradicate the weeds. Nangong Qing paused, her eyes lighting up with joy as she turned toward the source of the voice. "Prince." In the distance, Su Jiugao approached, stepping forth with an air of supremacy, his golden hair flowing dramatically in the wind. His demeanor was extraordinarily imposing, and a serene yet powerful aura emanated from him. Beside him stood an exquisitely beautiful woman, her demeanor tranquil as if nothing could disturb her. Clad in a flowing white gown, she exuded an ethereal grace, causing all of creation to pale in comparison. If Su Jiugao was the sun in the sky, then this white-clad beauty was the moon that accompanied him. The entrance of the two individuals caused the younger members of the divine clan below to momentarily lose focus, their hearts stirred. Was that not the son of the Su family? And who was that beside him? Such a beautiful woman. Nagongqing was also taken aback for a moment. Her beautiful eyes warily observing the woman in white, her heart filled with confusion. Su Jiugao looked down at Nagongqing and spoke lightly. This is a mistake you should not make. The universe is still in flux. How can one afford to be complacent? Of course. There was something he did not say. It was a lesson in the self-cultivation of a villain. Su Jiugao's expression remained calm, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Qiu Lianyue stood beside him, gently raising her jade hand. From the heavens above, a colossal ice shard plummeted like a meteor. Boom. A chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, causing everyone to look up. Within that ice shard was none other than the recently escaped Yuxing. The two descended. The supreme divine roar affectionately nudged Qiu Lianyue. She tenderly stroked its fur, not even sparing a glance at Nagongqing. Su Jiugao slowly approached, glancing at the icy encasement of Yuxing. Name, Yisheng, on the verge of death, poisoned. Identity, the destined protagonist, disciple of the Hanhai sacred sex master. Age, 20. Personality, arrogant, patient, resilient. Realm, third stage of unity, unstable. Physique, none. Cultivation techniques, ancient Luo emperor scripture, great will destruction technique, shaking heaven palm, Hanhai celestial scripture. Treasures, origin level wheel of time fragmented, 9-turn disc, damaged. Life experience, rebirth of a quasi-emperor, current fortune value, 11,000. Su Jiugao realized. No wonder this fellow had lost a staggering 6,000 fortune points. It appeared the devoured divine body had been taken from him. Moreover, judging by Yuxing's current state, this woman was indeed ruthless. Nagongqing hurriedly stepped forward, her delicate face somewhat agitated. My lord, the son of the Su family, you have arrived. She produced a replacement stone and handed it to Su Jiugao. This is the essence of Yisheng's devoured divine body. Su Jiugao accepted the stone with an impassive expression, giving a slight nod. Well done. Receiving the praise from the son of the Su family, Nagongqing was evidently pleased. She glanced at the extraordinary woman behind him, who was caressing the supreme divine roar, and curiously inquired, My lord, who is that young lady? Su Jiugao replied coolly. That is not something you should inquire about. Nagongqing was taken aback, but nodded in understanding. Approaching the ice shard, Su Jiugao observed Yisheng, who was completely immobilized within. Only his eyes could still move, and upon seeing Su Jiugao, they were filled with resentment and curses. Su Jiugao smiled. Yuxing, there is no need for such hatred towards me. After all, it was not I who brought you to this state. Lianyue, release him, Su Jiugao commanded. Qiu Lianyue remained silent. Crack. The ice shard imprisoning Yuxing shattered in an instant. Yuxing's aura became exceedingly feeble. The power bestowed by the wheel of time rapidly dissipating. His skin, which had been festering and burning, appeared to have healed somewhat due to the icy encasement. However, the excruciating sensation of burning and freezing caused him to grimace in pain, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Upon rising, the wheel of time lost its divine radiance and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Su Jiugao chuckled and shook his head, remarking, To defeat Nagongqing, the severing origin realm with your unity realm cultivation is commendable. Yuxing lifted his head, glaring at him. Su Jiugao's gaze lingered on the wheel of time behind Yisheng, feigning curiosity. This should be the source of your power, correct? With a swift motion, Su Jiugao grasped the wheel of time in his hand. After Yuxing's continuous overexertion, the already damaged wheel of time could no longer summon its power. Su Jiugao examined the wheel, his face brimming with delight. A fine treasure indeed. I shall take it. Ding. The destined protagonist Yuxing has lost the divine artifact wheel of time. Fortune value loss, 8,000. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 8,000 villain points. Return it to me. Yuxing roared. He crawled a few steps forward, extending his hand. Su Jiugao regarded him with a hint of pity, whispering in a voice only they could hear, Do not be so hasty. After all, Yisheng, you are a quasi-emperor. Boom. This revelation resounded in Yisheng's mind, causing his pupils to contract sharply, as if struck by lightning. His breathing quickened in panic. An overwhelming fear engulfed his consciousness. Impossible. How could he know? Why? As one who had been reborn, Yisheng had never revealed this secret to anyone. At this moment, he felt an invisible hand shrouding him, as if he were a puppet under the watchful gaze of the son of the Su family. Since his rebirth from the Hanhai sacred sex drew immortal bones, it seemed that the son of the Su family had always been within his sight. Could it be that he too possessed the wheel of time and was a reborn individual? Why was there no memory of this person in his mind? Yisheng's eyes were filled with terror. Seeing this, Su Jiugao smirked nonchalantly, saying, Fear not, I am not like you. Your secret holds no significance for me. Yixing gasped for breath. Despite this, the expression of the son of the Su family seemed to imply that he had always been toying with him like a puppet. Chapter 101. The desire to survive even if I tell you. What difference does it make? Yixing muttered in horror. What do you intend to do? He was trembling, a chill running through him. What do I intend to do? Su Jiugao's eyes glimmered with mischief, his brow adorned with scorn. Do you believe you still hold any value to me? Yixing's heart jolted, followed by a wretched laugh. Indeed, you have obtained everything, the true immortal bones, Qing'er, and even the Wheel of Time. Now, he had not only lost his greatest trump card, the divine artifact Wheel of Time, but he was also gravely injured, with little time left. The poison in his body surged with a fierce burning sensation, yet Yixing's countenance had grown expressionless. Compared to the physical pain, the emotional blow was far more significant. Kill me. Yixing's voice was hoarse, filled with despair greater than death itself. Had he known it would come to this, he would have spared no effort to eliminate Su Jiugao at their first encounter. With his eyes aflame with rage, Yixing seemed as though he had emerged from the depths of hell, wishing to devour Su Jiugao whole. He bellowed, "Hurry and kill me." Su Jiugao shook his head with a smile. "No, I will not kill you." The current Yixing was akin to Sun Yin from back then. Even though he had lost the divine artifact Wheel of Time, he still retained 3,000 fortune points. This indicated that he still had opportunities yet to seize. Su Jiugao had no intention of allowing such a quasi-emperor reborn treasure seeker to perish so easily. Turning to Nangongqing, Su Jiugao asked indifferently, "Is there any opportunity manifesting in this place?" Nangongqing pondered for a moment before shaking her head, replying, "My lord, there is none. It's all this waste's fault." He clearly stated that a tremendous treasure would appear here, yet we traveled thousands of miles and saw nothing. She cast a glance of disdain at the disheveled Yixing on the ground. The flame demon sky tiger? Su Jiugao paused, suddenly recalling that it was the beast the supreme divine roar had slain earlier. Su Jiugao frowned, contemplating. In principle, the identity of Yixing as a reincarnated individual is undoubtedly correct. Moreover, it is not just him. Even the other destined protagonist, Nangongqing, appears to harbor a secret knowledge, both gravitating towards this location. The treasure that both protagonists covet must be extraordinary. Yet, why have they been unable to locate it? Could it be that my presence has disrupted the narrative trajectory intended for Yixing? The more Su Jiugao contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Since encountering Yixing, he had indeed intervened more times than he should have. This, in turn, could potentially affect many aspects of Yixing's memories. For a competent treasure seeker, this is unacceptable. Su Jiugao cast a glance at Yixing, his imperial eyes glimmering. After a moment of silence, he smiled gently and asked, "Yixing, do you wish to live?" At these words, Yixing trembled. Disbelief etched across his face. Even Nangongqing, standing beside him, was taken aback. What could the noble prince possibly want? Was he not preparing to eliminate this person? No one could discern Su Jiugao's intentions, but one thing remained clear. In the face of life, no one desired death. 30 years of prosperity followed by 30 years of decline. As long as one remains alive, there is hope for a turnaround. Yixing scoffed. Would you truly be so benevolent? Impossible. Su Jiugao replied with a hint of amusement. Nothing is impossible. As the imperial son, I find it beneath me to act against an insignificant ant. Indeed, Yixing's pupils widened in realization. He was familiar with this script. These self-important, noble individuals were all cut from the same cloth. In his previous life, he had not shied away from offending individuals of similar esteemed status as Su Jiugao. Those prodigies, without exception, prided themselves on their identities, deeming it unworthy to lay a hand on him. Yet in the end, without exception, they all perished at his hands. He had thought that this Su family prince would be different from the prodigies he had encountered before. However, upon reflection, he discerned no distinction. Filled with a surge of elation at the prospect of survival, Yixing felt as if he were a bloodied figure devoid of skin, hardly able to express emotion. Yet Su Jiugao clearly observed the fleeting gleam of triumph in Yixing's eyes. A slight smile graced his lips as he calmly remarked, "It seems you do not wish to die after all." Realizing his thoughts had been laid bare, Yixing's expression shifted, and in a hoarse voice, he responded, "What do you want, Su family prince?" Su Jiugao narrowed his imperial eyes, candidly stating, "Even if I were to reveal my intentions, what of it? In my eyes, you are merely a treasure seeker. Before your remaining value dissipates, I shall not easily allow you to perish. Of course, perhaps one day, I may change my mind. The opportunity is yours. Whether you seize it depends on your own efforts. If you wish to live, strive to grow stronger, Yixing." He was indifferent to whether Yixing understood his motives. In fact, it would be better if he did, as it would instill a constant sense of urgency within him to seek treasures. With that, Su Jiugao laughed heartily and turned away, leaving without a backward glance. A smile dancing on his lips, as if Yi Sheng were merely an ant he could crush at will. Yi Sheng's breath hitched. How could he not comprehend Su Jiugao's meaning? The Su family prince intended for him to serve as his treasure seeker, utilizing the memories from his previous life to incessantly gather treasures, while Su Jiugao would reap the rewards. An overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within him. Lowering his head, his eyes burned with fury. He glared at Su Jiugao, who stood atop the supreme divine roar, exuding supreme disdain, silently vowing, "This is yet another opportunity bestowed upon me. Su family prince, I will ensure you regret this." After Su Jiugao and Qiu Lianyue ascended the supreme divine roar, Nangongqing and several young members of the divine clan followed closely behind. Yi Sheng collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. The searing power of the damn poison ravaging his body. Su Jiugao harbored no concern for the safety of this treasure seeker. After all, a destined protagonist always managed to turn the tide in dire situations. Yet, it was not so easy to meet death. Indeed, shortly after Su Jiugao and the others departed, Yi Sheng dragged his bloodied form into the lair of the demon flame sky tiger. He searched frantically, as if possessed. Just then, Yi Sheng's vision blurred, his head spinning, on the brink of unconsciousness. He clung to his formidable willpower and the overwhelming hatred that fueled him, refusing to succumb to slumber. He had already lost his trump cards, the god-devouring body and the wheel of time. Now, only that treasure could allow him to reverse his fortunes. Chapter 102. As desired, the ruthless Su family prince with his last ounce of strength, Yi Sheng discovered an incredibly concealed passage within the pitch-black cave. One that severed all external perceptions. Within that hidden passage, he beheld the coveted treasure. A crystal radiating with divine brilliance, shimmering enchantingly. Beside the crystal lay a dilapidated, yellowed ancient teleportation talisman, seemingly aged for ages. Yi Sheng's eyes sparkled with astonishing vitality. He clawed forward, as if entranced, repeatedly murmuring, "Mine, mine." At last, he had achieved his desire. Grasping the crystal and the teleportation talisman, he fervently prayed that the talisman had not yet lost its efficacy. With a hum, a dazzling white light erupted around him. Yi Sheng vanished, along with the crystal, from the spot. In that final moment, Yi Sheng's consciousness succumbed to darkness. On the supreme divine roar, Su Jiugao was momentarily taken aback. He sensed Yi Sheng's mark suddenly vanish from this realm. The mark was exceedingly faint, appearing instead in a domain billions of miles away. Su Jiugao grinned, his eyes glimmering. It seems our destined protagonist indeed possesses a tenacious will. He had thought several times that Yi Sheng, poisoned by Nangongqing, was nearing his end. It appeared he had underestimated the vitality of a destined protagonist. Just as the novels describe, as long as the protagonist draws breath, he can rise anew. As for whether Yi Sheng might suddenly rise to threaten him, that was a consideration Su Jiugao had never entertained. He turned to glance at the stunning woman in white beside him. A destined protagonist with 20,000 fortune points versus this era's protagonist with 300,000 fortune points. Is there truly a comparison? Qiu Lianyue seemed to have noticed Su Jiugao's gaze. Turning slightly to look at him, her crystalline, clear eyes resembled a pristine spring, appearing utterly pure and untainted. Qiu Lianyue fixed her gaze on Su Jiugao for a considerable while, causing him to feel somewhat bashful, prompting him to ask, "What is it?" Qiu Lianyue shook her head, softly replying, "That fellow's aura has vanished." "That fellow?" Su Jiugao quickly grasped her meaning, nodding with a smile. "I understand. Would you like me to eliminate him?" Qiu Lianyue inquired. "No need. Why not?" Qiu Lianyue tilted her head, puzzled. Su Jiugao, noticing her confusion, smiled gently and replied, "He still holds value for me." Qiu Lianyue maintained a calm demeanor, choosing not to speak further. Suddenly, Su Jiugao posed a question. "Aren't you curious why I would do this? What if he is a good person, and I am the villain?" Upon hearing this, Qiu Lianyue gazed intently at Su Jiugao. After a lengthy pause, she earnestly declared, "I will assist you." These simple 3 words conveyed her determination. Su Jiugao chuckled softly, observing the cheerful demeanor of the noble prince ahead. While the members of the divine clan behind him remained pensive, it seemed this was the first time Nangongqing had witnessed the capricious Su family prince smiling so joyfully. On ordinary days, even though the emperor's laughter was frequent, it often seemed somewhat disingenuous. Gazing at the ethereal woman in white before him, Nangongqing's beautiful eyes flickered. Momentarily lost in thought, the events of the Taiyuan immortal realm, following the fall of the destined protagonist Nangonggu and the grievous escape of Yi Sheng, had reached a temporary conclusion. What remained would be entrusted to the younger generation of the Su family to explore gradually. As Su Jiugao and others returned to the outside world, the elders of the Su family approached with great joy, expressing their heartfelt concern for Su Jiugao. "Your Excellency, The Emperor, you have finally returned. Are you unscathed? Was your journey through the Taiyuan immortal realm smooth? One elder inquired, stroking his beard with a grin. Enough, enough. With the strength of his excellency, what could possibly threaten him in the Taiyuan immortal realm? Another elder interjected. However, as he spoke, the elder paused, suddenly aware of the absence of the voices of the second and third elders. Turning his gaze to Su Jiugao, he was taken aback upon noticing the enchanting woman in white beside him. His aged eyes widened in disbelief. What is the meaning of this? The Emperor returns. Yet he brings back a woman from the Taiyuan immortal realm? Not only is she breathtakingly beautiful, but her cultivation surpasses that of the Emperor. As she has achieved the holy realm, the elders of the Su family were astounded and hurriedly gathered to scrutinize the stunning woman. Meanwhile, Elder Feng and Granny Yu observed the young members of the divine race. Elder Feng furrowed his brow, questioning, "Qing girl, why are there so few of you?" The young divine members lamented, "Elder Feng, it was that traitor Nangong. He betrayed our divine race and slaughtered many of our kin within the immortal realm. Indeed, that beast even went so far as to make a puppet of our clan uncle. Fortunately, the clan's lady dispatched him. Otherwise, we would not have returned." Elder Feng's eyes bulged with fury. "What did you say?" Granny Yu's voice dripped with rage. "I knew it. That scoundrel Nangong was never to be trusted." Elder Feng took a deep breath, his gaze piercing as he addressed Nangong Qing. "Qing girl, recount the events as they transpired." Nangong Qing nodded and recounted the tale, though she omitted the presence of Yisheng. Ultimately, it was with the help of the Su family's emperor that she successfully vanquished Nangong. The more Elder Feng listened, the more astonished he grew, nodding thoughtfully and exchanging glances with Granny Yu. "Wife, it seems we truly owe our gratitude to this Su family emperor. Not only did he overlook past grievances, allowing our divine kin to enter this ancient immortal relic, but he also rescued Qing girl and the others." Granny Yu agreed, her opinion of Su Jiugao shifting positively. The two led the young divine members to express their thanks before taking their leave to return to the ancient immortal domain. Meanwhile, Nangong Qing remained behind due to her agreement with Su Jiugao. Observing the departing figures of the divine race, Su Jiugao's emperor-like gaze flickered, parting his lips. He conveyed something to an elder, who was visibly shocked, nodding in awe and signaling to the second and third elders. The elders of the Su family hastily departed, intent on pursuing the recently departed divine race members. For Su Jiugao had instructed, leave none of them alive. They have outlived their usefulness. Chapter 103, Reward Exchange. Abundant villain points. Su Jiugao harbored no fondness for these divine beings. Had it not been for the fated protagonists Nangong and Nangong Qing among them, they would have been deemed worthless long ago. He had contemplated their demise since the coronation ceremony, fully aware of their insidious intentions. The value of the entire ancient immortal relic was not something he believed they would relinquish easily. After the Su family elders departed, Su Jiugao glanced at Qiu Lianyu, who was tenderly caressing a small cold dragon. He leaped onto the supreme divine roar and cheerfully beckoned, "Come, return to the Su family with me." Qiu Lianyu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she nodded slightly and joined him. Nangong Qing stood awkwardly, hesitant to overstep without the emperor's approval. Unexpectedly, Qiu Lianyu softly urged, "You should join us." "Ah?" Nangong Qing was taken aback. Not only was she surprised, but Su Jiugao also took a moment to process the unexpected invitation, filled with astonishment. Nangong Qing gazed at the serene and exquisite Qiu Lianyu, realizing that the two shared a striking resemblance, both exuding an aura that inspired awe and self-doubt. Although Nangong Qing was undeniably beautiful, being a member of the Forbidden Goddess clan, she felt a twinge of inferiority in the presence of Qiu Lianyu. Su Jiugao smiled gently. "Since Lianyu has invited you, Nangong Qing, please join us." He had anticipated that Qiu Lianyu might be displeased due to Nangong Qing, but it appeared that the anticipated tension did not materialize. Nangong Qing, still bewildered, nodded and instinctively positioned herself behind Qiu Lianyu. The three returned together to the imperial Su family. Before departing, Su Jiugao suddenly remembered that he had yet to acquire the source of Nangong and his heavenly divine body. Under Nangong Qing's guidance, they returned to the Taiyuan immortal realm. In the void, the supreme divine roar moved swiftly, and surprisingly, the interactions between Qiu Lianyu and Nangong Qing were unexpectedly harmonious. Qiu Lianyu maintained her usual impassive demeanor, while Nangong Qing appeared more reserved. Along the way, Su Jiugao casually checked the villain points he had accumulated. With critical rewards factored in, his points had surged from under 10,000 to an impressive 30,000. This was without accounting for the devoured divine source from Yixing and the source of Nangong's heavenly divine body. Among his spoils was also the divine artifact, the Wheel of Time. Su Jiugao had no intention of returning these to the system, even though he could gain additional villain points. The innate chaotic divine body welcomed all such sources, desiring more and more. He exchanged the resources acquired from both individuals. Beat. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 villain points. The villain points acquired were as miserly as ever, but Su Jiugao paid little heed. His emperor-like gaze sparkled as he surveyed his current fortune, 32,500 points. In high spirits, he reflected on the gains from this venture. Not only had he acquired an origin-grade divine artifact comparable to the Eye of Causality, but also 2 sources of physical constitution and the so-called Supreme Treasure, the Divine Emperor as seal. As for the Supreme Treasure that Yi Sheng had painstakingly obtained and carried away, Su Jiugao believed it would eventually belong to him. Even more unexpectedly, he had gained. Su Jiugao turned to Qiu Lianyu with a smile. What are you thinking about? Qiu Lianyu gazed into the distance, her crimson lips parting slightly. The world has changed. The sect my father left behind is likely no longer here. Her beautiful eyes were tranquil, lost in contemplation. Su Jiugao fell silent for a moment. The great Emperor Cha-Ching surely had his own sect. Once, it had been among the most powerful forces in the realms. Alas, without the protection of a mighty emperor, even formidable sects inevitably faced decline. Despite the care from the Su family, it remained difficult to sustain. Su Jiugao, unsure of how to comfort her, softly said, "It's all right, I am still here." Both were prodigies of the imperial fall era, and he understood that inexplicable feeling of solitude. They seemed to be out of sync with the current age, with no one to serve as a listener. Qiu Lianyu paused, glancing at him, seemingly surprised that the typically unruly Su Jiugao would express such sentiments. With her head lowered, she gently caressed Xiao Yiqian, who appeared particularly obedient in her embrace. Lazily shifting about. Qiu Lianyu murmured softly. The journey continued in silence. Within the Su family estate, the elders had long awaited their return. Upon learning of the imperial son's arrival, the clan leader, Su Tian, led a group of elders to welcome him. Su Tian was radiant, brimming with enthusiasm. An entire ancient celestial relic. He had learned from several elders that the imperial son had monopolized an entire celestial relic for the Su family. What did this imply? Previously, when a celestial relic had appeared in the realms, any faction could send their youth to train and vie for it. That was an opportunity for forces across the realms. Despite the influx of cultivators over a century, the resources within that celestial relic had only been depleted after extensive extraction. Even now, hidden treasures would occasionally be uncovered. The resources within a celestial relic were sufficient to elevate an ordinary faction into a superpower, not to mention a newly surfaced, untapped celestial relic. Su Tian envisioned a prosperous future for the Su family under his leadership, with a succession of talented descendants flourishing. His name would be etched in history. As the supreme divine roar gradually subsided, the clan leader, Su Tian, was the first to rush forward, exclaiming, "Imperial son." The elders echoed in unison. "We pay our respects to the imperial son." Su Jiugao, with a stoic expression, nodded slightly. "Please rise." He and the 2 women descended from the divine roar. As Su Tian and the elders stood, they were taken aback upon seeing Qiu Lianyu beside the imperial son, their faces filled with astonishment and awe. "Imperial son, who is this young lady?" Su Tian gasped. Goodness, true to his title as the imperial son. Even a casual visit to a celestial relic results in him bringing back such an extraordinary beauty. Moreover, her cultivation is terrifyingly at the saint level. Su Jiugao spoke in a calm tone, delivering a statement that left all the elders in utter shock. She is the daughter of the Evergreen Emperor. What? Su Tian was momentarily stunned, his mind buzzing, his trembling hand pointing at Qiu Lianyu as he stammered, Imperial. Imperial daughter. Not only he, but the Su family elders were equally astonished. This news was overwhelmingly shocking. The daughter of the Evergreen Emperor was an unparalleled figure among the younger generation. Possessing the innate Dao, she was a prodigy not inferior to the imperial son. Earlier, when the imperial son broke his seal, an elder had remarked, if the imperial son could be sealed within the ancient divine source, could the daughter of the Evergreen Emperor have faced a similar fate? Now, it seemed that such words had unexpectedly come true. An elder stroked his beard and chuckled. Why all the fuss? When our great-grandfather was alive, I heard tales of the close relationship between the Evergreen Emperor and our clan's sovereign. The imperial son is also acquainted with this young lady. He spoke lightly, having completely forgotten the astonished expressions shared with the other elders at the entrance to the Taiyuan immortal realm. Su Tian, observing the imperial daughter before him, was acutely aware from years of experience that her relationship with the imperial son was anything but ordinary. Even the usually unflappable clan leader, unperturbed by the forbidden divine clan, hurriedly led the elders to pay their respects. We pay our respects to the imperial daughter. The elders, being astute, understood the clan leader's intent and chorused, "We pay our respects to the imperial daughter." Qiu Lianyue shook her head and softly replied, "Just call me Lianyue. I am no longer an imperial daughter." Su Tian waved his hand. "Imperial daughter, what are you saying? Since you are an acquaintance of the imperial son, you are a guest of our imperial clan, the Su family." Su Jiugao raised his hand and said, "All right, Lianyue will stay with my Su family for some time." At this point, Su Jiugao turned to the visibly anxious Nangong Qing and said gently, "You may return to your divine clan's residence for now. I have some matters to attend to, so feel free." Nangong Qing nodded obediently. "Go on," Su Jiugao instructed. As she took her leave, the Su family elders gazed after her, unsure of why the imperial son would retain this divine clan maiden, but recognizing that since it was his decision, none would dare object. On the contrary, they felt envious of Nangong Qing. Among the Su family elders, who among their descendants did not have one or two granddaughters, not to mention outsiders, even the clan's most talented daughters would not catch the imperial son's eye. Thus, for Nangong Qing to be favored by him was indeed a blessing for the forbidden divine clan. The elders mused. After Nangong Qing departed, an elder approached and glanced at Qiu Lianyue, as if wanting to say something. Su Jiugao calmly interjected, "Lianyue is one of us. Speak freely." The elder nodded, respectfully stating, "Imperial son, as per your instructions, we have dealt with those from the forbidden divine clan. Not a single one remains." As he spoke, the elder produced several storage rings, each belonging to the divine clan members. Su Jiugao, upon seeing them, could sense the lingering scent of blood and nodded slightly, saying, "Well done." Noticing something, Su Jiugao narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you injured?" He had observed the oddity on the elder's right arm. The elder chuckled, "Just a minor issue, nothing serious. After all, Feng Lao is a quasi-emperor, his cultivation level on par with mine. Coupled with Granny Yu, their desperate retaliation left even me with some light injuries." At that moment, Qiu Lianyue raised her delicate finger, and a crystal-clear, emerald-green Qingdi pill appeared before the elder. The pill radiated azure energy, brimming with vibrant life. Its quality evidently surpassed that of the offerings in Su Jiugao's possession. From the storage rings, extraordinary and potent sacred pills continuously emerged. Had Su Huangji been present, he would have surely exclaimed in indignation, "What a good fellow! That evergreen old codger is hiding treasures." Qiu Lianyue's exquisite face remained tranquil as she softly stated, "These are my humble offerings." Su Jiugao, taken aback, responded with surprise, "What are you doing?" "These are treasures left to you by the evergreen emperor." Qiu Lianyue glanced at Su Jiugao and said, "I have plenty more. I believe they should be of assistance to your kin." Su Jiugao declined, stating that those gifts could be offered to his family as well. He thought to himself, perhaps this is what it means to be wealthy. He was experiencing for the first time the lavishness of being the daughter of a divine alchemist. Suddenly, he couldn't help but want to delve deep into the ancestral grounds to inquire with his father, who had lived for over 100,000 years, if there were any hidden treasures left for him. Su Jiugao contemplated, realizing that from the elders of the Su family to the clan leader, each one had their share. Even the surplus divine elixirs drew the attention of everyone from the Su family present, their pupils wide with astonishment as they felt the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from the pills before them. Su Tian exclaimed in awe, naming the legendary elixirs, the Qingdi pill, the Chongxiao Ming pill, the White Bone Soul Restoration pill. Each one, without exception, was a long-lost ancient elixir. Su Tian murmured with excitement, "These are truly remarkable. What shall we do, Imperial Maiden?" Su Jiugao cast an exasperated glance at the elders of the Su family, most of whom were from this era and were unaware of the formidable existence that was the eternal emperor of the Imperial Fall era. Although his combat prowess was not among the top tier of emperors, his status commanded respect, even from her own father. He was the one and only divine alchemist among the heavens. The elixirs crafted by the eternal emperor offered immense benefits even to those of the emperor level. "Look at your lack of ambition. Since these were gifted by Lianyu, you should graciously accept them," Su Jiugao remarked. In contrast to the clan leader and the elders, the Su family's ancestors exhibited a composed demeanor. After exchanging glances, one of the ancestors solemnly expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Imperial Maiden." Su Tian, feeling exhilarated, accepted the elixirs and inquired, "Lord Imperial Son, how shall we handle the ancient celestial ruins?" Su Jiugao's eye shimmered as she pondered before replying, "We shall assign someone to guard it. Henceforth, these ancient celestial ruins will serve as a training ground for the younger generation of the Su family. After all, it is home to many ancient beasts and treasures, making it an excellent trial ground. The resources within the Taiyuan celestial realm are sufficient to elevate the strength of every member of our imperial clan." Su Tian nodded, his eyes filled with reverence and joy as he said, "Understood." Su Jiugao had little interest in the position of clan leader, yet her words carried absolute authority within the Su family. After briefly instructing on matters concerning the ancient celestial ruins, Su Jiugao departed with Qiu Lianyu. Returning to her residence. In the Grand Palace, Su Jiugao addressed Qiu Lianyu, "You shall stay with me for a while. If you need anything, simply inform the clan leader." Qiu Lianyu looked around and suddenly asked, "Aren't you going to pay a visit to your father?" Su Jiugao waved her hand dismissively. "He is likely still in seclusion. I shall not disturb him. You will meet him one day." A peculiar expression crossed her face as she imagined her father's joy upon seeing Qiu Lianyu, who, like herself, was sealed within the ancient divine source. Since childhood, Su Huangji often took her to visit the eternal emperor, deliberately instilling in her the notion, "My child, have you seen that enchanting girl? If you win her heart, our Su family will thrive." He resembled a cunning old fox. Yet, aware of Su Huangji's abilities, the eternal emperor, fully cognizant of the intentions toward his precious daughter, could only fume in silence. Su Jiugao rubbed her forehead and said to Qiu Lianyu, "I shall enter seclusion for a time. The Holy Emperor's domain is vast. Feel free to explore if you wish." From the shadows, a ghostly figure emerged. "Elder Ing, at your service," he said respectfully. "During my seclusion, please protect Lianyu." Su Jiugao instructed. "Understood." Qiu Lianyu simply stated, "I will wait for you." She had always struggled to express her emotions and had no particular desires. Possessing the innate Dao and being a woman, she was well protected by Su Huangji. Much like Su Jiugao, the two most important men in her life were her father and her childhood companion, Su Jiugao. Beyond these ties and her training, she was uncertain of her own aspirations. Su Jiugao's eyes sparkled as he smiled at her. "After I emerge from seclusion, I shall take you to explore the myriad realms of the heavens." How does that sound? The idea of traversing the realms and appreciating the magnificent landscapes appealed to him. After all, constant battles could be exhausting. It was a good choice to pause, explore, and relax. Life is meant to be enjoyed. Additionally, he intended to seek out any new fated protagonists among the various realms. Qiu Lianyu lifted her head. Silent yet contemplative, gazing deeply into Su Jiugao's eyes. He mirrored her expression with a warm smile. A ripple of emotion stirred within her as she nodded gently, replying, "All right." Seeing this, Su Jiugao laughed heartily, turned, and waved, "I'm off." As he departed, Qiu Lianyu watched his retreating figure, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Su Jiugao entered an ancient hall, the doors sealed as he commenced his seclusion. His so-called seclusion was, in truth, a period to assimilate the recent acquisitions. He summoned the Wheel of Time, which had become rather unremarkable after being partially depleted by Yi Sheng. This origin-level divine artifact was inherently flawed, and now Su Jiugao was uncertain of its true potential. He inquired, "System, what is the status of the Wheel of Time?" Beep. Answering this question requires 500 villain points. Dear, having accrued over 30,000 fortune points, Su Jiugao decided to indulge, consuming 500 villain points. To the host, the Wheel of Time is an origin-level divine artifact now damaged. It comprises 3 parts, past, present, and future, each containing the divine power of the laws of the universe. It can harness immense power, varying by the user, and enables the wielder to alter the flow of time in their vicinity for cultivation. The Wheel of Time in your possession is called past, and its temporal power is currently depleting, requiring a century to replenish itself. Would you like to consume 1,000 villain points for immediate replenishment? Are there hidden consumption options as well? This rogue system seems to have its own agendas, Su Jiugao thought, his lips twitching, gazing at the unremarkable Wheel of Time. His eyes glimmered as he murmured, "No wonder Yi Sheng could defeat Nangang Ge. It is indeed a remarkable treasure. Let us replenish it." Consuming 1,000 villain points. Buzz. The Wheel of Time in his hand suddenly radiated a divine light as the chains of cosmic order gradually manifested around it. An aura of profound power enveloped the wheel, transforming it into something extraordinary. A vast yellow domain, approximately 10 meters in diameter, enveloped Su Jiugao. Holding the Wheel of Time, Su Jiugao could distinctly perceive the surrounding time slowing down. In this domain, time seemed to flow at approximately 1/3 the normal speed. However, it had no adverse effect on his cultivation or the absorption of the natural spiritual energy. Su Jiugao beamed. This is indeed a fine treasure. According to the system, it was likely that there were 2 more reincarnators like Yi Sheng. He wondered what kind of divine might a complete Wheel of Time could unleash. The Wheel of Time hovered quietly behind Su Jiugao, illuminating the entire ancient hall. He then produced the exchange stone containing the essence of the devouring divine body and the royal heavenly divine body essence from Nangang Ge, which floated before him, one black, one gold, both exuding an extraordinary brilliance. Together, they could forge 2 exceptional beings with innate special physiques. Now, all will serve as nourishment for one's innate chaotic body. Su Jiugao's imperial gaze brightened, and he murmured, The one capable of creating the art of transmutation is truly a genius. The art of transmutation, a forbidden divine technique from the era of imperial fall, remains shrouded in mystery regarding its origins. Yet, for him, it evidently proves to be exceedingly advantageous. The innate chaotic body not only comprehends all paths but, more importantly, possesses the ability to absorb the essence of other physical origins. However, this does not imply that Su Jiugao possesses all the abilities of other special physiques. Rather, he can, to a certain extent, switch between them at will through his innate chaotic body, perfectly utilizing the characteristics of these unique physiques. For instance, when endowed with abundant resources, he can better refine them through the devouring divine body. In battle, he can transform into the royal heaven divine body, thus acquiring an unparalleled physical strength. The means are enigmatic and boundless, a testament to the terrifying nature of the innate chaotic body. Chapter 106, 7th Layer of the Divine King Realm. In the Xianjun Dao domain, the powers of two divine body origins are fused within the innate chaotic body. The devouring divine body, the royal heaven divine body, and the ageless verdant body. The three divine body origins, when blended within the innate chaotic body, exhibit no signs of rejection, as if they were always meant to be his. Su Jiugao's imperial gaze flickered like a galaxy, and his aura grew increasingly formidable and terrifying. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of premium celestial stones and countless vast resources appeared before him. Among them were precious heavenly materials and earth treasures, as well as holy pills, rare in the outside world. The power to devour surged forth, continuously extracting the boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming into a sea of spiritual essence that flooded into his body. Compared to Yi Sheng of the unification realm, the power of devouring that Su Jiugao could rely upon grew exponentially. This spiritual energy washed over his body, causing it to shimmer with a radiant white light. It was as if he were submerged in a sea of spiritual essence, and a faint smile graced Su Jiugao's lips as he murmured, "This is how the devouring divine body is used." Boom. At this moment, Su Jiugao seemed to transform into a black hole capable of absorbing all things in the world, instantly depleting the spiritual power from the premium celestial stones. Ethereal mist coalesced into tangible spiritual energy, filling the entire hall with billions of strands of heaven and earth spiritual essence. With the time dilation power of the Wheel of Time, in less than a day, Su Jiugao's cultivation in the Divine King realm ascended through 2 realms, stepping into the 4th layer of the Divine King realm. Moreover, Su Jiugao could distinctly sense that this was not the current limit of the devouring divine body. As long as the devouring divine body had not reached saturation, he would never lack resources. 1 month later, in the Xianjun Dao domain, in Stone City, Peach Village, inside a humble abode made of thatch, Yixing abruptly awoke from his slumber. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and his eyes widened in shock. "Qinger." This sudden movement startled the girl beside him. She was fair of face, clad in coarse linen, her small hands roughened by years of toil. The bowl she held slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor. Yixing sat on the bed, gasping for breath, surveying his surroundings with a face full of shock. His entire body ached fiercely, and he noticed the girl beside him. His gaze instantly turned hostile. "Who are you?" The girl trembled in fear at his overwhelming murderous intent and hurriedly spoke. I am the one who found you unconscious by the river a month ago and brought you back." "By the river?" Upon hearing her words, Yixing's aura calmed slightly. His eyes flickered as a headache assailed him, recalling memories from the past. "Right. I was transported away using that ancient teleportation talisman." As he remembered everything that transpired in the Taiyuan immortal realm, Yixing gritted his teeth and muttered, "Su family imperial son, Nangongqing. You two wretches?" Yixing assessed his physical condition and was astonished to find that the poison within him had diminished significantly, and his injuries had also improved considerably. This took him by surprise. He glanced at his storage ring, relieved to see that all his belongings remained intact. Nonetheless, Yixing did not let his guard down, his voice chilling as he demanded, "Tell me, who are you? Where's this place?" Having been betrayed by Nangongqing, Yixing now trusted no one, not even if the person before him was his savior. After all, one could not rule out the possibility that they were sent by the Su family imperial son. The girl was frightened to the brink of tears, trembling as she spoke. "My name is Chu Yenner. I saved you, yet you treat me so unreasonably." "You saved me?" Yixing's expression darkened further. A mere village girl, devoid of any cultivation, how could she possibly clear the poison from his body and restore his injuries? After all, Nangongqing was a saint-level alchemist. Just then, a hunched, frail old man entered the room, speaking softly. "Young man, Liana speaks the truth. She indeed saved you." Yixing turned to the old man, his pupils constricting. The Void God Realm, in the Dao domain, in Wangtian City. This is the central region of the Dao domain, the most prosperous area, filled with numerous sects. In Wangtian City, countless passers-by paused, captivated by the extraordinary beauty of a pair of strikingly handsome individuals, akin to celestial beings standing out in a crowd. What a handsome man, golden hair. Which major sect's disciple is he? So incredibly attractive. Infatuated. That girl, even veiled, radiates beauty. TSK. When did such a stunning woman appear in our central state? Could it be the heavenly inquiry sect Xian girl, Chu Miaoing? I've seen Chu Xian girl. She doesn't compare to this woman's perfect figure. I long to see the face beneath that veil. It must be breathtaking. In the crowd, all eyes were fixated on the pair. The golden-haired youth bore a defiant demeanor, exuding an unparalleled aura, dressed in luxurious garments. Meanwhile, the white-clad woman, shrouded in a delicate veil, cradled a translucent little cold dragon in her arms. Her tranquil eyes captivated many onlookers. It was none other than Su Jiugao and Qiu Lianyu, who had journeyed from the sacred emperor Dao domain. Now, Su Jiugao's cultivation had astonishingly reached the 7th layer of the Divine King realm. With the help of the devouring divine body and the wheel of time, he had traversed 5 realms in less than half a month. Such an astonishing speed of cultivation rivaled that of the innate Dao. The whispers of admiration and envy surrounded him. Su Jiugao turned to Qiu Lianyu with a wry smile, saying, Lianyu, I've already told you, wearing that veil is of no use. With her beauty and perfectly alluring figure, complemented by her innate air of tranquility, she would stand out no matter where she went. During this half-month, Su Jiugao fulfilled his promise, taking Qiu Lianyu to explore various Dao domains, experiencing all the beauty and wonders. Although they encountered a few ill-mannered individuals along the way, Qiu Lianyu looked at him and softly asked, Should I take it off? Su Jiugao replied, Forget it, you might as well keep it on. As they strolled through the bustling market, no one recognized the identity of the Su family imperial son, allowing Su Jiugao to feel a rare sense of ease as he savored this delightful moment. They wandered aimlessly. Yet Su Jiugao did not neglect his true purpose, to seek out the new fated protagonist within the Dao domain. Chapter 107, The Uninformed Imperial Daughter. The ancient oracle of numerology. Su Jiugao and Qiu Lianyu passed by a vendor. The vendor held a sturdy wooden pestle adorned with vibrant, enticing candy skewers. Step right up. Selling candied hawthorns. Selling candied hawthorns. Although Wangtian City is the most bustling place in the Dao domain, it remains predominantly populated by ordinary people devoid of any cultivation. The occasional cultivators passing through are few and far between, primarily preoccupied with their quest for higher realms. Su Jiugao blinked, glancing at Qiu Lianyu beside him, and came to a halt. Would you like to try some? What? Qiu Lianyu asked, puzzled. Candied hawthorns. They are truly delightful. Su Jiugao exclaimed with enthusiasm, stepping forward to inquire, I'll take 2 skewers. Certainly, sir. The vendor's face lit up with joy as he picked the 2 largest skewers of candied hawthorns and handed them over. Su Jiugao took a bite, savoring the sweet flavor that lingered delightfully on his palate. His eyes sparkled with delight. Not bad at all. You should try some. He offered the other skewer to Qiu Lianyu. With delicate hands, she accepted it. As the daughter of an emperor, Qiu Lianyu had never encountered such a simple earthly treat. Holding the translucent candied hawthorn, she felt an overwhelming curiosity. She even probed it lightly with her divine sense, only to find it utterly mundane, devoid of any peculiar fluctuations. Seeing this, Su Jiugao burst into laughter. Haha, Lianyu, it's just an ordinary snack. Just eat it without overthinking. Tilting her head, Qiu Lianyu gently unveiled her veil. Her crimson lips parted, more alluring than the brightly colored candied hawthorn. As she tasted one, the sweet and sour flavor ignited a sparkle in her beautiful eyes, creating ripples of delight within her. Like an innocent girl discovering the world, she blinked and took another bite. Is it delicious? Su Jiugao asked with a warm smile. Qiu Lianyu nodded, and the little one in her arms, Xiao Qian, gazed longingly, opening her mouth in eagerness. Qiu Lianyu gently plucked a piece and offered it to Xiao Qian. Turning around, Su Jiugao noticed the vendor staring in a daze, and he remarked, The taste is quite good. How much? The vendor, still entranced by Qiu Lianyu's ethereal beauty, stood agape, nearly drooling. Ah, this, sir. It's 1 tael of silver. As the most prosperous region of the Dao domain, even such a simple treat was not inexpensive. Su Jiugao, unfamiliar with these matters and lacking any mundane currency in his storage ring, casually tossed out a few spirit stones of celestial quality, smiling lightly, no need for change. After saying that, he departed with Qiu Lianyu. The moment the celestial spirit stones appeared, The overwhelming spiritual energy caused passing cultivators to halt in their tracks. The vendor's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he not seen a pig run before, despite never having eaten one? The stones given by this gentleman were not ordinary rocks, but rather the spirit stones coveted by practitioners. The vendor's mind buzzed as he trembled with excitement, clutching the stones. What? Did I see that correctly? Those are spirit stones. The intense spiritual fluctuations indicated they were at least of superior quality. Who on earth was this young master? Had he gone mad? The spirit stones could buy mountains worth of candied hawthorns. Cultivators of higher realms sensed their extraordinary nature, perceiving them as stones of an even higher caliber than superior spirit stones. Could they be celestial stones? After Su Jiugao left, numerous cultivators approached, declaring, "I'll give you 100,000 taels of gold for those spirit stones. I wish to take you as my disciple and bring you into my heavenly sect. What say you? That spirit stone is mine. No one should dare to contest it." The vendor was overwhelmed with unexpected fortune, still grappling with the reality that those 2 skewers of candied hawthorns might be his tremendous stroke of luck. He knew well that his meager abilities could lead to a dire fate of being killed for his treasures. Ultimately, under the protection offered by one of the cultivators willing to take him as a disciple, he relinquished the celestial spirit stones. Lineage gazed at Su Jiugao, who wore a cheerful expression, evidently in high spirits. In the span of half a month, the new experiences she encountered surpassed all those during the decline of her empire. Although seemingly ordinary, they filled her with immense joy. Suddenly, the shadowy figure of Ing Lao emerged beside Su Jiugao, whispering something. Su Jiugao paid little heed, casually responding, "There is no need to report such matters to me in the future. Just deal with them directly." He was acutely aware of what celestial stones meant to these cultivators. Over the past half-month, countless had coveted him and Lineage, including audacious cultivators willing to kill for treasures. Fortunately, Ing Lao had been efficiently handling these matters discreetly. As Su Jiugao and Lineage continued on, a timid old man scurried over. "Excuse me, young sir and lady, would you care for a fortune-telling?" Su Jiugao regarded the old man with curiosity. Name: Gu Yuanzi. Identity: Grand Elder of the Xinghua Divine Sect. Personality: stingy. Boastful. Realm: 6th layer of Saint Realm. Physique: none. Cultivation technique: Xinghua formula, celestial phenomenon, divine mechanism calculation. Treasures: Heavenly strategy record, Dao walking flag. Xianyuan 8 trigrams, ever-changing star plate. Life experience: Protagonist slayer. What is this situation? A protagonist slayer? Su Jiugao was taken aback, scrutinizing the timid old man before him. Dressed in a Taoist robe with white whiskers, he bore the semblance of a celestial being. Gu Yuanzi grinned, rubbing his hands. "Sir, I must confess, I am the Grand Elder of the Xinghua Divine Sect. My divination skills are unparalleled. I have even calculated the fates of prodigies from hidden holy clans and immortal lineages. Care to give it a try?" Lineage looked at Su Jiugao, intrigued. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, is it really that impressive?" Gu Yuanzi nodded earnestly. "Absolutely. As a protagonist slayer, my record is nothing short of glorious. 7,000 years ago, I foretold the fate of a peerless talent from a superpower, and that talent succumbed to inner demons. 4,000 years ago, I told Sun Yin he was an eternally unyielding being, only for him to meet his demise. In recent years, I was invited by the Lin family of the hidden holy clan to calculate the fate of their son, Lin Yi, who also, unsurprisingly, passed away. In Gu Yuanzi's hands, no one had ever escaped his calculations. Chapter 108, Xianyuan 8 trigrams. Heavenly strategy record. Gu Yuanzi exuded confidence in his divination skills, stroking his beard with an air of a reclusive sage. At that moment, several vendors from nearby stalls laughed derisively. "Come on, what could this old fool possibly predict? Young sir and lady, this old man has been here for months, conning and deceiving, boasting of being a grand elder of a divine sect. Everyone around here knows him. You too must be new to Wangtian City. Do be cautious not to fall for his tricks." Gu Yuanzi, hearing this, became furious. "You scoundrel, ruining my business. Beware of my curse." The other vendors laughed even harder. "Weren't you a fortune teller? What, are you switching to cursing now?" Gu Yuanzi, fuming, huffed indignantly. "Do you not understand the concept of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Humph. I am the Grand Elder of a divine sect and will not stoop to your level." Su Jiugao merely observed in silence. Others may not be aware, however. How could one possess a system capable of accessing personal information and remain oblivious? This old man did not speak falsely. He truly was a revered elder of a certain divine sect. Yet, the protagonist's killer background and boastful nature left Su Jiugao somewhat reluctant to commend him. Gu Yuanzi rubbed his hands together, a smile gracing his features as he observed Su Jiugao and Qiu Lianyue. Noticing their extraordinary demeanor and impeccable attire, he concluded they must be disciples of a formidable power. Those of higher cultivation tended to believe more fervently in destiny. Realizing he might have stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity today, Gu Yuanzizi exclaimed with unbridled enthusiasm, "Hey, young sir, shall we see what the fates hold? My divination skills are remarkably accurate." A smile danced upon Su Jiugao's lips as he inquired, "Oh, is it truly that precise? If so, why not give her a reading first?" He directed his gaze toward Qiu Lianyue. Qiu Lianyue replied, "I do not require it." Su Jiugao urged, "Consider it a mere diversion. One must experience everything, no?" Gu Yuanzizi let out a hearty laugh, brimming with self-importance. "Very well. However, young sir, I must inform you that my divination services are not inexpensive." Su Jiugao replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, your payment is guaranteed." He was curious to ascertain whether this old man genuinely possessed any skill or was merely a charlatan. Gu Yuanzizi understood that such prodigies often held disdain for material matters. He relished the opportunity to entertain a wealthy patron. Without further ado, he flicked his wrist, revealing a divination compass in his hand. The compass spun incessantly, and above it, a scroll levitated gracefully, buoyed by an enigmatic power, suspended in the air. Gu Yuanzizi cradled the compass in his left hand while extending his frail right hand, gesturing with 3 fingers in a rhythmic motion. As he moved, a faint white aura trailed behind, creating a rather impressive spectacle. Observing this, Qiu Lianyue remarked softly, "You have not activated your internal energy, and there is no spiritual fluctuation emanating from the compass. Are you perhaps performing a ritual?" Su Jiugao stifled a laugh at the scene unfolding before him. Both of them, of unparalleled status and upbringing, had traversed the heights of the celestial realm since childhood. They likely had little experience with trivial worldly amusements. Yet, when it came to magical artifacts and treasures, they had encountered all manner of peculiarities. They could sense that Gu Yuanzizi's ostentation was devoid of any substantive meaning beyond mere showmanship. With a teasing tone, Su Jiugao quipped, "Lianyue, perhaps this fortune-teller is merely seeking his muse. One must be in the right state to wield divine powers." Qiu Lianyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with contemplation as she nodded in agreement. When the performance was publicly exposed, even the thick-skinned Gu Yuanzizi felt a flush of embarrassment. With a sheepish grin, he stammered, This is merely a prelude." Yes, a prelude. He was accustomed to creating an air of mystery to leave others pondering his profound abilities. Little did he know, today he had encountered a true connoisseur. It seemed he must reveal some genuine skill after all. With that, Gu Yuanzizi summoned the divine calculations of the Xinglua divine sect. Waves of profound and mysterious energy spiraled downward into the compass in his hand. The compass whirred to life, spinning rapidly. When it stabilized in the position of the Qin water trigrams, Gu Yuanzizi raised his head and addressed Qiu Lianyue with utmost seriousness. "Please place your hand upon the compass." "I shall commence." Qiu Lianyue complied, resting her delicate hand upon the compass. Above, the celestial scroll began to unfold, revealing sheets of white paper. Yet, Gu Yuanzizi stared intently at it, as if perceiving something within those blank pages. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he paused in confusion. What is this?" There is no response at all. The celestial scroll flickered, yet it revealed no useful information regarding this young woman. Gu Yuanzizi scrutinized Qiu Lianyue, his brow knitting tightly, and slapped his forehead. "This is truly strange." Su Jiugao, observing the spectacle, chuckled. "What? Have you divined something?" Gu Yuanzizi's expression shifted. "Please wait a moment." He intensified his efforts, wielding both the compass and celestial scroll in tandem, striving to unveil the origins and identity of Qiu Lianyue. The compass spun furiously in his grip, leaving behind ghostly images in its wake. Yet, still, nothing materialized. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Gu Yuanzizi's forehead. What is the matter with the compass today? Finally, after an indeterminate passage of time, the celestial scroll finally relayed a piece of valuable information. Gu Yuanzizi's face lit up with joy. "Ah, here it comes." In that instant, his consciousness plunged into a realm shrouded in chaotic mist. In this domain, ancient stars were interlinked, each representing the fateful star of a being. Gu Yuanzizi searched diligently, murmuring to himself, "Where is this young lady's fateful star?" Following the direction indicated by the celestial scroll, Gu Yuanzizi slowly raised his head to behold an enormous golden star shining brilliantly over the expanse of the starry realm. His entire being trembled, his pupils widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered a specter. Good heavens! He had initially thought it a sun. This was indeed the fateful star of this young lady. At that moment, Gu Yuanzizi's mouth hung agape, large enough to fit an egg. Having lived for 7,000 or 8,000 years, this was his first encounter with such a colossal and resplendent golden star. The magnitude of this fate was beyond anything he had ever heard or seen. It was dazzling and formidable. Gu Yuanzizi's gaze grew fervent, his breaths becoming rapid. Yet, he was puzzled as to why this young lady's fateful star continued to shimmer with boundless radiance, while the accompanying stars surrounding it appeared dim and lifeless. This suggested that the owners of those stars had long since perished. Chapter 109. The Crimson Fate Star, a stroke of bad luck with a snap. It was as though something had been severed. Gu Yuanzizi's consciousness returned to clarity. The compass and celestial scroll in his hand fell silent. Su Jiugao inquired, "What did you discern?" Gu Yuanzizi remained entranced, still reeling from the shock of the fateful star. He could scarcely believe it, his gaze fixated on Qiu Lianyue. The combination of the compass and celestial scroll could reveal the destinies of many individuals. He had previously read the fates of countless individuals, and even the most remarkable prodigies would have their fates merely measure a few thousand feet in size within that celestial realm. Yet, the magnitude of this young lady's destiny was so vast it could only be described as absurd. Were it not for the guidance of the celestial scroll, he would have mistaken that star for a sun. Gu Yuanzizi's aged eyes sparkled. Today he had truly encountered a celestial being. He spoke softly, "Young lady, your fate is something I have never before witnessed. With such a destiny, you are destined to dominate this great world and become a person of divine mandate." After pondering for some time, Gu Yuanzizi struggled to find the words to encapsulate his awe, ultimately settling on this description. He was nearly convinced that Qiu Lianyue would become a terrifying existence at the pinnacle of the celestial realms, for those with such fateful destinies could not perish. Nearby, several small vendors burst into laughter. "Haha, young sir, you've been duped by this fellow. Nearly everyone who seeks his fortune hears the same spiel. You know nothing." Gu Yuanzizi retorted with widened eyes, indignantly scolding them. "Unlike in the past, this young lady is undoubtedly a person of destiny." Gu Yuanzizi continued, "However, although this young lady's fate is immensely powerful, there is something rather peculiar about it." Su Jiugao asked, "What is peculiar?" Gu Yuanzizi replied, "It feels as if she does not belong to this era. Her fate seems to have been rewritten by someone." Listening to Gu Yuanzizi's words, Su Jiugao's eyes shimmered with intrigue. "Even this has been counted? Indeed, neither I nor Lianyu belong to this era. It seems that this old man possesses some genuine abilities." Su Jiugao spoke with a smile. "Why not take a look at my abilities?" Gu Yuanzi nodded, and once again replicated the previous actions. "Young master, your hand." The moment Su Jiugao's hand touched the Xinhua star plate, Gu Yuanzi's mind was suddenly engulfed in a suffocating sea of blood red. It was entirely different from before. There, he beheld a mountain of corpses and a sea of dead. Under a somber, pitch-black sky, above the vast expanse, countless golden life stars dimmed to obscurity. In the realm, only the blood-red stars flickered with an eerie glow, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. What was even more shocking was that these blood-red stars were incessantly devouring a golden life star. 1, 2, 3. The devoured stars became lifeless, plummeting from the sky. Suddenly, the blood-red stars magnified countless times, and thousands of life stars fell in a torrential rain. The sight was breathtakingly suffocating, filling Gu Yuanzi's eyes. Terrified, Gu Yuanzi abruptly opened his eyes wide. His back was soaked, and upon seeing this, he nearly lost control of himself. I. Gu Yuanzi stared in horror at the smiling Su Jiugao. His entire body trembled. He quickly averted his gaze from Su Jiugao, hastily stowing away his various artifacts, and fled. Su Jiugao stood in his path, smiling gently. "Why the rush? Are you not going to collect your fortune-telling fee?" At this moment, Su Jiugao appeared to Gu Yuanzi as a towering demonic figure. Gu Yuanzi's legs weakened, sweat pouring down his forehead. Fearfully, he exclaimed, No, young master, I am merely a wandering swindler. I just remembered some matters at home. I shall not disturb you any longer. I will take my leave." What a jest! This unfathomable being before him seemed to have caused the dazzling stars to fall. Coupled with the gruesome scene of corpses, it spoke volumes. Su Jiugao did not stop him, but murmured softly, "Gu Yuanzi, elder of the Xinghua Divine Sect. If you leave now, I fear the existence of the Xinghua Divine Sect will become unnecessary." The shadowy figure of Elder Ing silently appeared before Gu Yuanzi. Had it not been for the living presence before him, Gu Yuanzi would not have sensed the slightest hint of energy emanating from Elder Ing. Gu Yuanzi's pupils widened in shock. A supreme being. Upon hearing Su Jiugao refer to himself as this emperor's son, Gu Yuanzi seemed to realize something. His breath catching painfully. "It's over." Elder Ing spoke in a ghostly tone. "The emperor requests your presence." Elder Ying's aura locked onto him, as if disagreeing would result in immediate annihilation. Under the threat of Elder Ing, Gu Yuanzi, face filled with despair, approached Su Jiugao. This time, His gaze towards Su Jiugao was vastly different. He had thought he had caught a plump sheep to fleece, but instead, he had encountered a terrifying god of death. Su Jiugao looked at Gu Yuanzi, smiling gently. Did you not claim to be a fortune teller? Have you foreseen this very scene today? The mere mention of this drove Gu Yuanzi deeper into despair. The Xianjun Dao domain, though not particularly prominent among the myriad realms, was merely a mid-tier Dao domain. Here, the highest cultivation level was only that of a saint, lacking even a supreme being. Who could have imagined that the son of the imperial family, from the Su clan, would appear in this Xianjun Dao domain and fortuitously be discovered by him? Gu Yuanzi felt a surge of resentment. After having traversed the world for millennia, he had seen countless storms. Yet, encountering a living son of an emperor was truly a first for him. Gu Yuanzi, with a sorrowful expression, said, I am Gu Yuanzi of the Xinglua Divine Sect. I have met the esteemed emperor. Su Jiugao waved his hand dismissively, saying, Why be so fearful? This emperor will not consume you. Eldering, provide him with a reward. Eldering had naturally witnessed the earlier scene clearly and understood the emperor's intent. Casually tossing a storage ring, he spoke with a calm demeanor. These are the rewards from the esteemed emperor. Aren't you going to express gratitude? As the supreme elder of the Xinglua Divine Sect, he was not lacking in cultivation resources. The reason he offered fortune-telling was merely for amusement and to showcase his skills. However, since it was a gift from the emperor, he felt compelled to accept it. Gu Yuanzi took the storage ring, casually probing his consciousness inside. He felt as if struck by lightning, freezing in place. His breath quickened. Inside the storage ring lay a mountain of resources, including elixirs and treasures that were useful even to him, a saint. Su Jiugao, unhurried, stated, If you accomplish a task for this emperor, all these resources shall be yours. Naturally, he had no right to refuse. A protagonist killer? With such a glorious history, how could he not make proper use of it? Gu Yuanzi's face paled at the thought. To serve this god of death? I fear even 10 lives would not suffice. He did not wish to entangle himself with Su Jiugao, fearing for his own life. However, under Su Jiugao's overwhelming presence, and with the supreme being watching closely, Gu Yuanzi's mind raced as he cautiously inquired, Esteemed emperor, what task do you require? Su Jiugao smiled silently, observing him. Given your prowess, why not calculate it? Gu Yuanzi's face turned bitter. Esteemed emperor, please do not make it difficult for an old man. Su Jiugao replied. I wish for you to approach a person named Yi Sheng, who resides within this Xianjun Dao domain. With your abilities, it should not be difficult to find him. Yi Sheng? Gu Yuanzi was momentarily taken aback, saying, Do you mean for me to? As he spoke, he made a gesture across his throat. Su Jiugao waved his hand dismissively. This emperor merely wishes for you to instill some confidence in him using your fortune-telling skills. How you go about it is your own concern. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuanzi realized. So the emperor wanted him to deceive and manipulate. He had thought it was something else. This was indeed his forte. Gu Yuanzi's eyes flickered, feeling a twinge of sympathy for this unknown individual about to be ensnared by such a god of death. He thought to himself that Yixin was likely no ordinary person. Nonetheless, regardless of his identity, no one could escape his schemes. In the past, even the Hidden Saint clan, the Lin family, had been easily fooled by him. They had even gone to great lengths to seek him out to predict the fate of their precious son. Considering the timing, it should soon be time for that son to face his tribulations. Who knew if he had passed through them? Thinking that it was not a daunting task, especially since he seemed to lack the right to refuse. And recalling the past incident involving the destruction of the Wujia clan, Gu Yuanzi said, Well, it is not impossible. Su Jiugao responded calmly. Accomplish this task for this emperor, and you shall reap the rewards. Gu Yuanzi chuckled. If that is the case, I shall take my leave first. Su Jiugao nodded slightly, not hindering him. Upon receiving the emperor's approval, Gu Yuanzi bolted away like a wild horse, soaring into the distance. The barriers that had isolated them were lifted, and the surrounding vendors gaped in astonishment. What? This old swindler can fly? Oh my, could he truly be a supreme elder from some grand sect? What a windfall. The nearby street vendors were all filled with frustration and regret, lamenting their failure to recognize the treasure before them. After Gu Yuanzi departed, Qiu Lianyu suddenly spoke softly. Are you not afraid he might change his mind? Su Jiugong's eyes sparkled as he chuckled lightly. He may escape, but what about the Xinglua Divine Sect behind him? Let us be on our way. Su Jiugong had deliberately marked Gu Yuanzi. No matter how far he fled, he could not elude Su Jiugong's grasp. The shadow of Elder Ing gradually faded into the darkness, and Qiu Lianyu followed suit. After Su Jiugong left, Gu Yuanzi, panting and seeking refuge, found a vacant space to stop. He glanced around, and, seeing that the imperial youth did not pursue him, he sighed in relief, muttering in fear, that was close. Too close. My goodness, I'm fortunate to have run fast enough. What terrible luck to encounter such a murderous fiend today. He pondered the situation regarding Yi Sheng, his brows furrowing as he calculated. Suddenly, he leapt up in anger, exclaiming, I hadn't anticipated Yi Sheng. Yet I sense a subtle connection with that Su family's imperial youth. Residual spiritual imprint. Gu Yuan's eye shivered and hurriedly examined his consciousness, both internally and externally, but found no trace of the Su family's imperial youth's presence on him. His expression changed drastically, deflating like a punctured balloon. After a long silence, he finally sighed helplessly. That Su family's imperial youth indeed possesses remarkable skills. Even I cannot locate the mark he left behind. With a heavy heart, he murmured, it seems I must seek out this Yi Sheng for him. May the dead friend not impede the path of the living. In Wantian City, Su Jiugao and Qiu Lianyu strolled leisurely. Throughout the day, they explored the bustling ancient city, and Su Jiugao could distinctly sense that Lianyu's spirits had lifted considerably, as she smiled more often. However, he remained aware that the fate-seeking talismans he had exchanged with his villainous points indicated that there existed not only Yi Sheng in this realm, but also a new destined protagonist. Su Jiugao had not forgotten his original purpose and kept a vigilant eye, but he had yet to uncover any clues. Ahead, Qiu Lianyu was fascinated by a small trinket at a stall, her beautiful eyes shimmering with interest. Have you discovered something? Su Jiugao inquired with a gentle smile. Qiu Lianyu toyed with the trinket, softly commenting, this item is quite intriguing. Su Jiugao leaned in to observe, somewhat perplexed. The object in her hands was merely an unremarkable wooden puppet, amidst a variety of wooden figures displayed at the stall. Qiu Lianyu handed it over to him, and as he accepted it, the stall owner beamed. Young master, this is the most popular novelty in Wantian City lately. Children adore it. It's called the talking wood. You might try conversing with it. Oh? Su Jiugao felt a flicker of curiosity as he gazed at the wooden figure, which unexpectedly emitted a sound. Oh? Su Jiugao was momentarily taken aback, his imperial eyes narrowing as he peered into the puppet's interior, discovering a glowing yellow stone within. Echo stone, he realized. As its name implies, it could store and replay sounds, akin to the memory stone, both being rare materials of the world. However, due to its less sophisticated effects, it was often dismissed as worthless by cultivators. No one had thought to craft it into such a trinket. Su Jiugao murmured with a smile, I see. The puppet, I see. To conceive such a peculiar idea is indeed the mark of an interesting individual. Yet, as he gazed at the puppets, Su Jiugao felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Setting the puppet down, he turned to the stall owner and inquired, where did this trinket originate? As he spoke, Su Jiugao tossed a few spirit stones casually. For street vendors, offering stones was far more effective than exerting pressure. The stall owner's eyes widened in shock. Spirit stones? This gentleman is indeed a cultivator, he exclaimed, hastily continuing, to be honest, these trinkets were crafted by the young master of the Chu family in Wantian City. It is said that the Chu family recently unearthed a premium spirit mine, with nearly 70% of it composed of echo stones, which turned out to be a windfall. Surprisingly, the young master repurposed the echo stones into valuable items, enabling the Chu family to thrive immensely. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Is it solely through these trinkets? The stall owner glanced around cautiously and whispered, Young master, you may not be aware, but the echo stone's utility extends far beyond mere playthings. Everyone in Wantian City knows that the Xin Nu of Tianan sect, Chu Zuanru, is the adopted daughter of the Chu family head, with countless admirers. Her beauty is unmatched, her cultivation is commendable, and her melodic playing is enchanting. The young master of the Chu family records her music using the echo stones and sells it at a high price to disciples of various sections. Those who purchase more can even engage with her up close. As Su Jiugao listened, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. This method sounded oddly familiar. A ranking system? The Chu family's young master? Su Jiugao's eyes remained calm, yet a subtle premonition stirred within him. This new destined protagonist might very well be of a similar ilk as himself. It seems, he mused with interest, that the echo stone has transformed into a rare treasure. Hasn't it? Quite intriguing. The stall owner eagerly replied, Indeed. Who would have imagined that the echo stone, once discarded, could be transformed into so many different wonders by the young master of the Chu family, Chu Tian? Su Jiugao silently committed the name Chu Tian to memory. Uncertain if he was indeed the destined protagonist, he resolved to investigate further. After learning that the Chu family resided within Wantian City, Su Jiugao and Qiu Lianyu headed in their direction. The Chu family, being a prominent force in Wantian City, was well known among the townsfolk. Su Jiugao casually stopped an enchanting young woman to inquire further. Through her starry-eyed admiration, he gleaned information about the Chu family as a significant clan in Wantian City. They were a family of cultivators, though not the pinnacle of power within the Xianjun realm. The most formidable figure in their midst was the clan leader, Chu Xiaofeng, a deity-level cultivator. Above him were several figures possessing the legacy of the saintly path. In comparison to the superpowers of the realms, they might not hold much weight. Yet in a domain without supreme beings, the saintly path represented the zenith of strength. Chu Tian, the youngest son of the clan leader, was known for his indulgent lifestyle. As a child, he had been reprimanded for teasing respectable women, resulting in a head injury that rendered him unpredictable and irascible. Strangely enough, this wayward youth fell gravely ill a year prior, plunging into a coma for over a month. Upon awakening, he appeared transformed, his temperament altered, and he adeptly turned the seemingly useless echo stones into treasures, thereby bringing substantial wealth to the Chu family. Su Jiugao pondered this for a moment, recalling the various scenes the stall owner had described. A playful smirk graced his lips as he muttered, "Could it be that I have encountered a kindred spirit? Quite intriguing. And who, pray tell, is this Chu Zuanru?" Su Jiugao inquired. The young woman blushed deeply, her heart racing. She delicately cradled her face with her slender hands, lowering her gaze, unable to meet the audacious and commanding eyes of Su Jiugao. In a soft whisper, she murmured, "Young master, that Chu Zunf is extraordinary. A saintess of the Tianwen sect. It is said she is a foster daughter of the Chu family, having grown up alongside Chu Tian. Their bond is exceptionally close. In this world, only Chu Tian can capture the melody of Chu Zun's guqin. It is precisely because of Chu Zun's protection that no family in Wangtian City dares to provoke the Chu family." Su Jiugao nodded slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Thank you." The young girl appeared even more bashful, shyly fidgeting with her hands as she softly remarked, "You're welcome. Young master, I heard a new tavern has opened ahead, offering many exquisite delicacies from spirit beasts, renowned for their exquisite flavors. I wonder if you have the time." At this, the girl lifted her head, only to find that Su Jiugao had vanished without a trace. Such a stunning celestial figure had been missed by her just like that. She stood dazed, a sense of loss creeping into her heart. In the distance, having gathered substantial information regarding Chu Tian, Su Jiugao was nearly convinced that this was indeed the new fated protagonist he sought. Another batch of unsuspecting prey had fallen into his hands. With an uplifted mood, he sauntered ahead. A few oblivious young gentlemen surrounded Qiu Lianyue, persistently inviting her. "Miss, I am Lu Yuan from the Lu family of Wangtian City. May I know your esteemed surname? Would you honor me with your company at the tavern? You fickle-hearted fellow, what of that lady from earlier? Miss, do not accompany him. Come with me. I shall grant you anything you desire." A portly gentleman in splendid attire smiled broadly. "Might I request you to remove your veil, so we may glimpse your beauty?" Another youth laughed. "Alas, it is a pity that Brother Chu has been aloof lately, not joining us for leisure." They were the scions of prominent families in Wangtian City. Faced with such an extraordinarily graceful beauty, even with her veil, her enchanting form elicited excitement. The young gentleman exchanged playful banter, attempting to tease her. Surrounded by these young scions, Qiu Lianyue remained composed and indifferent, akin to an ancient ice statue, standing silently without even casting a glance at them. The small cold dragon in her arms continuously bared its teeth at the group. Yet its petite and charming appearance failed to intimidate them. Instead, they found it amusing. Qiu Lianyue furrowed her brow and softly commanded, "Leave." "What?" Upon hearing Qiu Lianyue's voice, the young gentlemen were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Your voice is truly melodious. It stirs something within me. Why not accompany me for a private chat in my chamber?" But before he could finish, the surrounding young gentlemen suddenly transformed into ice sculptures. The air around them turned frigid, and an overwhelming force surged forth, causing the ice sculptures to shatter into fragments. Bang! Bang! Chapter 112. Annihilation of 5 families, shockwaves in the Xianjun domain. The ground was littered with shattered ice. A barrier faintly materialized before Qiu Lianyue, her white dress untouched by a speck of dirt. With cold, indifferent eyes, she observed the carnage, softly murmuring, "He said, when encountering such individuals, one need not hold back." Her tone remained placid, as if these young scions were merely ants to be crushed at her whim. Instantly, the nearby citizens scattered in panic, as if frightened birds. Murder? In the shadows, powerful auras suddenly manifested. Several hidden guardians emerged, their presence formidable, belonging to the realm of virtual gods. Their faces turned pale with shock, and they shouted in furious outrage, "Demoness! How dare you slay our young master? You seek death." Qiu Lianyue, reaching the sacred realm, far surpassed them in power. Before they could react, they witnessed their young master shatter into an ice sculpture, leaving no trace behind. "Demoness! Who are you? Reveal your name. One guardian bellowed. Why waste words on her? Our young master is dead. This person must perish. One of them launched an assault, ruthlessly aiming for Qiu Lianyue's life. At that moment, a terrifying aura enveloped everyone. To dare touch the woman of this prince, you truly court death. A voice like thunder resonated within the minds of the guardians. Their expressions shifted to horror, blood pouring from their mouths and noses as they knelt upon the ground. The one who first attacked was obliterated in a burst of blood. Bang! Who? From afar, a towering, domineering golden-haired youth approached, his beauty akin to that of a celestial being, his demeanor fiercely rebellious. To the onlookers, he appeared as a radiant sun, inciting no thoughts of resistance. It was Su Jiugao. Su Jiugao's expression darkened. He had just stepped away for a moment. And already there were foolish beings? Upon seeing him, Qiu Lianyue's beautiful eyes brightened, her previously raised hand gradually lowered. What had he just said? Recalling Su Jiugao's words, the exquisite features hidden beneath her veil curved into a captivating smile. Su Jiugao furrowed his brow, his imperial gaze sweeping over the crowd. The overwhelming pressure and aura he exuded left the guardians aghast. The force capable of injuring them in an instant must be at least that of a divine king. How could such a young prodigy exist? One guardian shouted furiously, "Do you know who we are? You scoundrel! I am from the Lu family of Wangtian City. Having killed our young master, release us at once, or you shall find no refuge in this city." Su Jiugao chuckled instead of getting angry. "Oh, you all have formidable backing? Shadow Elder. Here, take them, let them witness the demise of their family." Su Jiugao could not be bothered to explain further to these ants. Since when did a family with a peak strength of merely the sacred realm dare to threaten him, let alone them? If not for the presence of Yusheng and Chu Tian, he would not even spare a glance at this trivial Xianjun domain. The Shadow Elder complied, swiftly extracting the souls of the guardians and vanishing without a trace. With remarkable efficiency, less than a joystick's time later, thunderous roars and countless screams erupted near Wangtian City. Boom, boom. All were reduced to rubble. This terrifying surge of energy even attracted the attention of the highest powers in this realm. Countless divine senses probed the scene, and the Shadow Elder simply revealed a fraction of his strength, coldly commanding, "Scram." The powerful beings from the top-tier forces were left in utter terror. "Supreme, what is happening? Go. Send someone to investigate. Which Supreme has come to our Xianjun domain recently?" Within the Xianjun domain, the top powers were now restless. A being of the Supreme Realm was akin to a divine presence in the entire domain. They had never imagined that such an existence could merely be a guardian. Suddenly, the voice of the Shadow Elder echoed, "Your Highness, the Lu family, Wang family, Zhao family. All 5 families have been dealt with. Not a single survivor remains." Su Jiugao nodded slightly. Looking at Qiu Lianyue beside him, he didn't need to ask to fathom the reasons. During their travels across the domains, they had already dealt with hundreds of foolish individuals. Not to mention the forces entangled behind them. Su Jiugao felt a slight headache. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to keep the Shadow Elder by his side. The overwhelming pressure emanating from a being of the Supreme Realm was enough to send surrounding cultivators fleeing in terror, their faces pale with fear. Amidst a tranquil atmosphere in the Chu family's residence at Wangtian City, a handsome youth, with an air of elegance reminiscent of a jade tree in the wind, was idly toying with a wooden carving. Flanking him were 2 beautiful maidens, tenderly massaging his shoulders, each on either side, appearing utterly content. Chu Tian, in high spirits, listened to the whispers of the maidens, chuckling as he remarked, "Thanks to Rauer's melodious playing, the echo stones have sold remarkably well. After these transactions, our Chu family not only suffered minimal losses, but has instead reaped considerable profits." One of the maidens, smiling, responded, "Young master, you truly are a genius. At this rate, the position of family head will undoubtedly belong to you." Chu Tian waved his hand dismissively, his gaze flickering as he replied nonchalantly, "Not at all. I have no interest in such a title. My aspirations lie beyond the confines of the Xianjun Dao domain, into a far grander world. I shall not be confined to a mere corner." His audacious proclamation stirred admiration in the eyes of the 2 maidens, who gazed at him with longing. One maiden, feigning a soft demeanor, reclined into Chu Tian's embrace, allowing him to command her attention, softly uttering, "Young master, you are a dragon among men. Do not forget Zhu heir and by heir in the future." Chu Tian laughed heartily, relishing the sensation of authority that enveloped him. Since awakening from a month-long stupor, his mind had been flooded with images and ideas previously unknown to him. Though some remained hazy, this sensation felt as if he were a being not of this world. It was these unfamiliar memories that inspired him to transform the echo stones from mere decay into something extraordinary, revealing their wondrous potential. In his past, he had been a frivolous youth, the son of the clan leader, gifted with talent and resources but oblivious to their application. Now, however, those memories had awakened within him the realization that he was indeed a destined individual of legend. In this world, only strength serves as the ultimate currency. Consequently, he garnered newfound respect from the elders and disciples of his clan, reforming himself to achieve remarkable feats. Gazing at the blushing maiden in his arms while enjoying the service of another, a glint of brilliance flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he smiled broadly. This world is truly intoxicating. Just as he indulged in his pleasant reverie, a series of thunderous booms startled him, causing him to tumble from his chair in utter disarray. The maiden in his arms also found herself in an awkward predicament, abruptly meeting the floor with an ungraceful thud. What transpired? Chu Tian exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Ouch! The maiden winced, tears brimming in her eyes. Young master, what is happening? The cacophony persisted, reverberating from all directions, shaking the very floor beneath them. Chu Tian's gaze darted toward the source of the noise, his expression fluctuating between concern and curiosity. What has occurred? That direction. Lu family, Wang family. Realization dawned upon him as he connected the dots. Just then, a guard rushed in. Panic etched across his face as he shouted, "Not good, young master. Terrible news." One of the maidens frowned, displeased. Can you not see the young master is resting? What is so urgent? Chu Tian lifted his hand, signaling for silence. Zhu, allow him to speak. The guard stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Young master, grave news indeed. Just moments ago, the soul tokens of the spies we had placed within the Lu, Li, and Wang families shattered simultaneously. They are all dead. What did you say? Chu Tian's pupils dilated with shock, his gaze piercing. These spies were crucial to maintaining balance among the influential families in Wang Tian City, a venture that had demanded substantial resources. You mean to tell me they are all dead? Enraged, he stormed toward the family hall. Zhu, young master. Where are you going? Chu Tian replied curtly, stay here obediently. I have matters to attend to. Meanwhile, in the Chu family's council chamber, the elders had already gathered, with the clan leader, Chu Xiaofeng, displaying evident concern. As Chu Tian entered with purposeful strides, the elders' expressions brightened, as if a beacon of hope had returned. The recent series of astounding accomplishments by Chu Tian had altered their perceptions of the once wayward youth. Ah, it is young Master Tian. Nonsense. It is not young Master Tian, but rather little Tian who has arrived. The elders rejoiced. Chu Xiaofeng's furrowed brow began to ease as he approached with a smile. Tian, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Come quickly. Chu Tian regarded his father and the elders with confusion. Father, esteemed elders, what has transpired? What was that noise just now? With a heavy sigh, Chu Xiaofeng's expression grew somber as he whispered, Tian, we have received word that the Lu, Li, and Wang families in Wang Tian City have been eradicated by an unknown powerful entity. Chu Tian's breath caught in his throat. How can this be possible? The families of Wang Tian City are not without their formidable guardians. Many are affiliated with the supreme forces of the Xin Jundao domain. What sort of being could annihilate them? Struggling to grasp the gravity of the situation amidst the elders' discussions, Chu Tian began to piece together the unfolding events. What divine presence has descended upon us? How could 5 families be obliterated without a trace of warning? Indeed, what could they have done to provoke such wrath? Reports indicate that not a single soul was spared among the 5 families. Might this calamity extend to our Chu family? The elders, sharing a kinship with the fallen families, could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. Yet, upon hearing the news, Chu Tian's eyes sparkled with intensity, igniting with fervor. He clapped his hands in delight. Excellent. How splendid. The assembly fell silent, bewildered by his reaction. Chu Xiaofeng, perplexed, inquired, Tian, what do you mean? What is so good about this? Chu Tian's laughter resonated through the chamber. Elders, this is a tremendous stroke of fortune for our Chu family. Though we remain unaware of the actions taken by those 5 families, our continued safety signifies that we are not implicated in this calamity. Now, with 5 families extinguished, their commercial resources and spiritual minds shall inevitably fall into our hands. Tell me, is this not a monumental blessing? The elders exchanged glances, their expressions transforming as the realization dawned upon them. Chu Xiaofeng, enlightened, exclaimed joyously, indeed. Tian is correct. Our Chu family remains unscathed while the other 5 have fallen, all without requiring any effort on our part. From this moment onward, Wang Tian City shall not be ruled by anyone but our Chu family. The elders regarded Chu Tian with newfound respect, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Chu Xiaofeng boomed with pride. Ha ha, Tian truly is the prodigy of our Chu family. Come, take your rightful seat. Without hesitation, he ushered Chu Tian to occupy the position of family head. No elder objected. Instead, they praised him fervently. Indeed, with Tian at the helm, Our future shall be resplendent. Thanks to Tion's ingenious methods, we have profited from the echo stones. Otherwise, we would have faced ruin. The demise of the 5 families means their substantial resources now belong to us. Tion, what do you propose we do next? Seated in the esteemed position, Chu Tion appeared to revel in the flattery from the assembly of elders, his nostrils flaring with satisfaction. He presented himself with the air of a reincarnated Zhuge Liang, exuding confidence as he pondered for a moment before responding with a gentle smile. Father, the resources of the 5 clans represent no trifling sum. Given the strength of the Chu family, we may struggle to absorb such a bounty. Moreover, aside from the Lu and Li clans, the others are formidable factions, not weaker than the Tianwen sect. If we were to recklessly annex them, it would surely provoke their ire. In my opinion, it would be wiser to reach out to Sister Xuanru and have her approach the Tianwen sect. This way, the other major powers would find it difficult to voice any objections. Our only loss would be the additional resources we pay to the Tianwen sect each year. With Sister Xuanru's status, the contribution would certainly not be excessive. As he sipped his tea, Chu Tian continued with unwavering confidence. By gathering the resources of the 5 clans, the Chu family will undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. It is even conceivable that we could emerge as a leading power within the Xianjun Dao domain. The resources submitted annually by the 6 clans of Wantian City are immense. Without the protection of a major power, we would be left with nothing. Yet, who could forget that Chu Xuanru is the holy maiden of the Tianwen sect, the foremost power in the Xianjun Dao domain? As long as we provide sufficient resources and gain the protection of the Tianwen sect, the Chu family can develop in secrecy. Furthermore, given Sister Xuanru's character, any resources we provide will eventually find their way back to the Chu family. A smile spread across Chu Tian's face as he took pride in his cunning strategy. The numerous spies he had embedded among the 5 clans were intended for this very purpose, to gradually consume them from the shadows. Although he did not know who had annihilated the 5 clans, he felt a sense of gratitude for the fortuitous circumstances that had aided him. Upon hearing his words, the elders were flushed with excitement, unable to contain their enthusiasm. Our Chu family is blessed with Tian'er, a true blessing from our ancestors. This was followed by another chorus of praise from the elders, which filled Chu Tian with immense satisfaction. Ever since those memories had surfaced in his mind, he had approached every matter with clarity, wielding his advanced knowledge to look down upon others. Feigning modesty, Chu Tian smiled and remarked, "None of this would be possible without the assistance of the esteemed elders and my father. However, the sudden downfall of the 5 clans is rather suspicious. During this period, it would be prudent for the Chu family to refrain from drawing attention to ourselves to avoid unnecessary calamities. Father, it would be best to send someone to investigate what transpired, to discern whom the 5 clans have offended, so that we may formulate a suitable response." Chu Tian's eyes glimmered as he spoke slowly. In this world, strength was paramount. This incident only deepened his resolve to grow stronger, for only then could he seize control of his destiny. Chu Xiaofeng nodded in agreement, stating, "Tenor is right. We must not take this matter lightly. I shall send someone to uncover the truth. Since there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Chu Tian declared. "Very well," replied Chu Xiaofeng. As Chu Tian exited the room, he hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits lifted. Suddenly, a voice from outside the door halted him. "Who are you?" "Young master and lady, please halt," a guard urged at the entrance of the Chu family estate. Outside, Su Jiugao stood with Qiu Lianyue, both radiating charm. The Chu family's guards observed the two with caution. The young man was strikingly handsome and exuded an extraordinary aura, while the veiled lady, though concealed, was evidently a stunning beauty. Accompanying them was an elderly figure in a black robe, clearly not an ordinary man. Thus, the guards maintained their politeness, speaking courteously. "May I inquire from whence you come?" "This is the Chu family of Wantian City. Entry is prohibited without permission." Upon hearing this, the elder, Shadows, let out a discontented snort, a sound that sent shivers through the guards, rendering them immobile. The presence of a supreme realm elder was undeniably overwhelming. Shadow's mere snort, devoid of any force, was enough to send both guards trembling. "Enough," Su Jiugao interjected with a smile. He surveyed the guards, recognizing that their strength was commendable, both being at the Unity realm. Affectedly, he remarked, "Ah, so this is the esteemed Chu family? We have heard of the young master's name upon our arrival in Wantian City and wish to pay a visit. Might we have the pleasure of an introduction?" With a gentle smile, Su Jiugao's tone was neither subservient nor arrogant, evoking a sense of warmth and favor. The guards, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, exchanged apprehensive glances, understanding the formidable nature of the elder behind Su Jiugao. Realizing that the visitors bore no ill intent, and perhaps were disciples of a powerful faction, one guard hesitated before nodding respectfully. "Please wait a moment. I shall inform the young master. No need. Chu Tian's voice suddenly rang out as he strode forward. What brings you here? As he stepped outside, Chu Tian cast a glance at Su Jiugao and Qiu Lianyue. The mere sight sent a jolt through him. The gifts of heaven were evident in Su Jiugao, whose stature eclipsed his own by a head. His noble and graceful demeanor, coupled with striking golden hair, instilled a sense of inferiority even in the self-assured Chu Tian. On the other hand, Qiu Lianyue left him utterly mesmerized. Her form was flawless, surpassing even that of Sister Xuanru. The delicate sheer veil added an air of mystery and elegance. A flicker of awe and mischief crossed Chu Tian's eyes. Who were these two? He was momentarily dazed before regaining composure, clearing his throat as he addressed them. I am Chu Tian, the young master of the Chu family. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Being the scion of a clan, Chu Tian endeavored to remain composed. Su Jiugao appraised him with a discerning gaze. Mentally noting, name, Chu Tian, identity, son of the Chu clan leader, transmigrator, protagonist of destiny, personality, lecherous, arrogant, conceited, hidden traits, righteous, indecisive. Honest, realm, 9th level of the cutting yuan realm, physique, postnatal dual soul integration, an exceptionally rare physique in the realms, naturally possessing a powerful spiritual platform and agile thoughts. Can separate spiritual consciousness for cultivation, multitasking. When dual souls unite, may reach the celestial realm, if appropriate techniques are acquired. Severing the dual souls with aligned thoughts can amplify cultivation. Indestructible demon body, hidden and unawakened, ranked 17th among the realms. The first strand of extraneous demon energy enters the body, enhancing physical prowess to rival ancient demons. However, the stronger this physique becomes, the more it can influence the individual's psyche. Those with weak willpower will be controlled by the demon energy, acting on instinct. Techniques, source breath technique, dragon's might, gentle breeze steps, treasures, spirit king bright grass, blood nourishing pill. Life experience, young master of the Chu family in Wangtian City. Influenced by the indestructible demon body, spoiled in his youth, becoming arrogant and domineering. After a brawl led to a head injury, he developed unpredictable moods. Half a year ago, he fell into a coma and was then possessed by the transmigrator Chu Tian, resulting in a fusion of souls and the creation of a postnatal dual soul integration. Current fortune value, 13,000, dual soul integration and indestructible demon body. Su Jiugao gazed at Chu Tian's personal panel, pondering for a moment. The undying demon body is indeed a formidable and exceptional physique. However, its flaws can affect the mind, leading most bearers of this body to possess exceedingly cruel and savage personalities. Yet, unexpectedly, the protagonist before her possesses a dual soul body, with a spirit platform far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. A cursory glance revealed the underlying reason. Those with a dual soul body are inherently endowed with powerful divine souls, which, when balanced with their characteristics, implies that the drawbacks of the undying demon body have no bearing on Chu Tian. The two aspects complement each other. Such uniqueness explains why he is the destined protagonist. It is truly intriguing. Su Jiugao's imperial gaze flickered as she contemplated. Chu Tian felt increasingly uneasy under Su Jiugao's unwavering scrutiny. It was as if he were stripped bare before her, examined in every detail, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. Chapter 115. Zhu by air, young master, please enjoy some tea. Chu Tian felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He furrowed his brows and asked with a hint of confusion, Is there something the matter, my friend? Su Jiugao offered a gentle smile and replied, my apologies. I come from a secluded sect with my junior sister and have heard of young Master Chu's illustrious deeds while passing through Wangtian City. Upon meeting you today, it is indeed true that you are a remarkable figure, a dragon among men, as the tales have proclaimed. No one can resist the allure of flattery, especially when spoken by someone whom Chu Tian deemed a young prodigy, surpassing his own appearance and demeanor. His vanity swelled, and he laughed heartily, exclaiming, you flatter me excessively. Yet, it seems that you and this young lady possess extraordinary grace. Surely, you hail from a prestigious sect? Chu Tian inquired with a smile. May I ask how you are both addressed? Su Jiugao replied with a serene smile. Our sect is rather unique. Before descending the mountain, our master instructed us not to disclose any information about our sect. After a brief exchange, Chu Tian gathered their purpose for visiting. From Su Jiugao's words, he surmised they were likely disciples from some obscure sect. After all, Chu Tian was well-versed in the Xianjun Dao domain and was aware of no hidden sects unknown to him. He had always enjoyed befriending various companions and was especially enthusiastic about the arrival of the stunningly beautiful Qiu Lianyue. With great warmth, He exclaimed, "Ha ha, Brother Su, you are too modest. And this Miss Chiu, please, as guests. I, Chu Tian, delight in forming connections with remarkable young talents. Might I invite you to join me for a conversation?" Chu Tian assumed an air of a gracious host, brimming with confidence. Upon hearing this, Su Jiugao's smile widened as she replied, "In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony." Chu Tian gestured courteously, "Please, both of you, come in." As Qiu Lianyu passed by, her beautiful eyes briefly met his. A surge of heat ignited within Chu Tian. Such an enchanting lady would certainly not be easily overlooked by someone of his nature. He feigned humility, smiling gently. "My humble abode is rather simple. I hope you will forgive any shortcomings." The Chu residence was quite splendid, ranking among the finest in Wangtian City. As Chu Tian guided them to his private courtyard, his maids, Zhu Er and Bai Er, rushed forward upon his return, excitedly exclaiming, "Young master, where have you been?" Seeing their exuberance, Chu Tian's face paled as he hurriedly pushed them away, clearing his throat and adopting a serious demeanor. "Ahem, Zhu Er, Bai Er, we have guests today. Do not act impolitely." "Guests?" Zhu Er and Bai Er paused, glancing curiously behind Chu Tian. While they admired Qiu Lianyu's stunning figure and demeanor, they refrained from the same level of exuberance as their master. However, upon seeing Su Jiugao, their eyes sparkled with delight, both thinking simultaneously, "So handsome." They had never encountered a man with such extraordinary presence. Handsome, enigmatic, and exuding an unparalleled air of dominance that Chu Tian had never inspired in them. Their cheeks flushed as their previous boldness transformed into shyness, and they bowed respectfully, saying, "We greet you, young master, and this esteemed lady." As they spoke, they occasionally stole glances at Su Jiugao, their expressions betraying a hint of admiration. Yet, with their master present, they dared not reveal their feelings. This scene did not escape Chu Tian's notice, igniting a flame of jealousy within him. He had always considered himself exceptional. Yet he had not expected the two maids he had raised to become infatuated upon meeting this individual. With a cold tone, Chu Tian remarked, "Bai Er, Zhu Er, why do you not hurry and prepare tea for our distinguished guests?" Having accompanied Chu Tian for a long time, the maids understood his displeasure. Bai Er and Zhu Er's expressions shifted, and they quickly retreated from the scene. Chu Tian turned to Su Jiugao, chuckling, "My two maids have always been somewhat spoiled. I hope Brother Su will not take offense." Su Jiugao, having observed the exchange, was not surprised by the scene. He waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "These two young ladies are quite lively and adorable. It is of no consequence." As this conversation unfolded, Su Jiugao suddenly felt a chill. Turning to his side, he found Qiu Lianyu gazing intently at him. He could only muster a helpless expression, wondering, "What is this to me? I have yet to do anything." The three of them arrived at a picturesque pavilion, where Chu Tian gentlemanly brushed off the dust from a stone bench and said, "Please, sit." Su Jiugao seated himself naturally, while Qiu Lianyu remained standing, causing Chu Tian to express confusion. "Why do you not sit, miss? This stone bench is frequently cleaned." "It is not dirty." Qiu Lianyu gently shook her head, replying, "I am fine standing." This was the first time Qiu Lianyu spoke since entering. Her voice as melodious as pearls falling on a plate, captivating Chu Tian's heart. He felt an intense desire to uncover the beauty concealed beneath her veil. With a glimmer in his eyes, he playfully remarked, with such a delightful voice, "I can only imagine the breathtaking beauty that lies behind that veil. Might I be so fortunate as to catch a glimpse?" Standing beside Su Jiugao, Qiu Lianyu remained silent. Su Jiugao chuckled. "My junior sister is rather reclusive by nature. The beauty behind the veil is nothing extraordinary." This was a subtle refusal. Chu Tian felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly reassured himself that this was merely their first meeting. Given that, according to Su Jiugao, they would be staying in Wangtian City for some time, there was no rush. After all, as the son of the Chu family patriarch, few women in the Xianjun Dao domain could resist his charm, except for those from the major powers. Unbeknownst to Su Jiugao, if he were aware of Chu Tian's thoughts, he would likely only chuckle lightly. Before him was Yi Sheng, a sycophantic admirer, and now Chu Tian. An average young man, two sides of the same coin. In the distance, Bai Er and Zhu Er returned, carrying tea sets and a pot of freshly brewed tea, smiling brightly. They arranged the tea service on the table, both eager to serve Su Jiugao. The two exchanged covert glances, and ultimately, Bai Er yielded. Zhu Er gently poured a cup of tea, carefully presenting it to Su Jiugao, her back turned to Chu Tian. Thus he remained unaware of her expression. Zhu Er gazed intently at Su Jiugao's handsome visage, softly saying, "Esteemed young master, please enjoy the tea." Chapter 116, The Bold Maidservant, Chu Tian's Sole Affliction. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with spring, sending secret glances. The thrill of subtly conveying feelings before her young master rendered Zhu utterly delicate and tingling all over. The remarkably charismatic and extraordinarily handsome Su Jiugao, complemented by his resplendent golden hair, epitomized every young maiden's fantasy. Su Jiugao momentarily froze, gazing at the maid before him, whose complexion resembled that of someone under the influence of an aphrodisiac. His expression turned peculiar. In contrast, Qiu Lianyue maintained her composure. However, a thin layer of frost suddenly appeared atop the steaming cup of tea in Zhu's hand. Buyer, observing from the side, could hardly contain her resentment. How dare this wretched girl be so brazen when her young master was clearly displeased? Not to be outdone, she offered Qiu Lianyue a cup of tea, smilingly saying, "Mississippi." Chu Tian, oblivious to the subtle antics of his two maidens, leisurely lifted a cup of tea, occasionally stealing glances at Qiu Lianyue, as if hoping to catch a glimpse of her beauty concealed beneath the veil. His heart raced with anticipation. "Su brother, this tea is sourced from the tianshui tree. It is immensely beneficial for cultivators. Please, do not hesitate to enjoy it." Such tea leaves were exceedingly rare, even for him. And today he had decided to showcase his wealth. Su Jiugao took a sip, finding it slightly bitter at first, followed by a sweetness. To him, this so-called tianshui tea was no different from ordinary tea, even inferior to the enlightenment tea from the Wuji immortal sect. Nevertheless, he feigned surprise and said with a smile, "How can I accept such precious tea from you, Chu brother?" Chu Tian laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. I have plenty of this. If you like it, feel free to take some with you." As the conversation progressed, Su Jiugao, whether intentionally or not, lavished praise upon Chu Tian, inflating his ego further. The smile on Chu Tian's face remained unwavering throughout. Su Jiugao also playfully teased Chu Tian's two charming maidens, enjoying their flustered reactions, rendering Zhu and Buyer blushing, their beautiful eyes nearly dissolving into tears. However, the temperature around them plummeted sharply. Chu Tian shivered involuntarily, feeling a chill. "What is happening today? It's a splendid sunny day, yet it feels so cold." "Master, you have recently recovered from an illness. Perhaps you are feeling a bit chilly," Zhu suggested. "Since you are enjoying your conversation with this gentleman, why not let them stay here for a few days?" Yes, master. It has been a long time since I've seen you so happy conversing with someone your age," Buyer added. The two maidens exchanged glances at the smiling Su Jiugao, each harboring their own thoughts. Chu Tian pondered, nodding thoughtfully. "Indeed. It would be convenient for me to have Su brother and Miss Qiu stay at the Chu residence for further interaction." When he looked up at Zhu and Buyer, noticing their flushed faces and emotional expressions, he was momentarily taken aback. "Zhu or Buyer, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" He reached out to touch their warm foreheads, causing their hearts to race. Zhu quickly replied, No, master. Perhaps I've dressed too warmly today, and the sun makes me a bit restless." As she spoke, Zhu involuntarily trembled, lightly biting her lip and casting a flirtatious glance at Su Jiugao. The ever-respectful and silent elder frowned slightly. A mere glance was enough to chill Zhu and Buyer to the bone. Humph. What status does the imperial son hold that such frivolous girls could even think of seducing him? Had I not intervened, they would have likely thrown themselves into his arms. Eldering thought disdainfully. Such audacity and reckless words left even Su Jiugao astounded. Were Chu Tian's maidens truly this bold? Their master was still present. Observing the passionate gazes of the two maidens, Su Jiugao's eyes flickered with intrigue, contemplating the potential utility of their affections. Just then, a delicate hand silently rested upon Su Jiugao's shoulder. A piercing chill of energy penetrated his garments and struck his heart, causing him to involuntarily shiver. "Is it appealing?" came Qiu Lianyue's voice, echoing in his ear. Though she understood that Su Jiugao's status would inevitably attract admirers, she was not one to tolerate just anyone. Gazing into Qiu Lianyue's tranquil eyes, Su Jiugao helplessly patted her hand, mentally conveying, "Lianyue, I truly harbor no ulterior motives. You must understand that Chu Tian is of great use to me." Upon hearing this, Qiu Lianyue nodded slightly, retracting her hand without a change in expression. Unbeknownst to Chu Tian, who remained blissfully unaware of his maiden's bold actions, she smiled and said, "In that case, Su brother, I presume you have nowhere else to go during this time. Why not stay at my place?" Su Jiugao hesitated. That might not be appropriate. However, before he could finish, Zhu and Buyer interjected eagerly, "What's inappropriate about that?" "Yes, Su Gongzi, do stay a few more days." Buyer seemed to sense a misstep, recalling that their master was present, and quickly added, "Our master is quite hospitable. Even the prominent Tianwen sect has many talented individuals who are friends with him." Feeling the fervent enthusiasm of the two maidens, Chu Tian found himself puzzled. Why did it seem like Zhu and Buyer were more eager for the other party to stay than he was? Nevertheless, he brushed aside his doubts and replied, "What Zhu'er and Bai'er said is correct. Although my Chu residence is modest, it can certainly accommodate you and Miss Chiao." Just as he spoke, Chu Tian was suddenly jolted, a wave of agonizing pain surging through his mind. He staggered and fell to the ground. His face contorted in agony as he clutched his head and shouted, "Ah!" Seeing this, Zhu'er and Bai'er panicked, abandoning their flirtations with Su Jiugao and screaming in unison, "Young master." Zhu'er rushed to support Chu Tian, calling out to Bai'er, "Bai'er, hurry! Go fetch the soul-stabilizing pill." The mention of the soul-stabilizing pill caught Su Jiugao's attention, and he quickly realized, if his suspicions were correct, that it was likely the dormant spirit from his previous life causing the disturbance. The shared soul body was evidently not as flawless as it seemed. Qiu Lianyue noticed the flicker of confusion in her beautiful eyes and murmured softly, "There seems to be an issue with his spirit." Feigning curiosity, Su Jiugao inquired, "What has happened to Chu, brother?" As Bai'er hurried away, Zhu'er was on the verge of tears. "Su Gongzi, you may not know this, but my master has had some issues since childhood. Recently, he fell ill and now suffers from severe headaches intermittently. Only the soul-stabilizing pill can alleviate his pain." Realization dawned on Su Jiugao, and he stepped forward, asking, "May I take a look?" Zhu'er, perplexed, nodded and replied, "Could it be that you have a solution, Su Gongzi?" Su Jiugao approached and gently pressed his fingertip to Chu Tian's forehead, closing his eyes to sense the situation. This was Zhu'er's first time being so close to Su Jiugao. His handsome features were now vividly apparent. Up close, he seemed even more captivating, causing her heart to flutter. She quickly shook her head, inwardly scolding herself, "What am I thinking? My master is unwell, yet I'm lost in my thoughts." After a moment of contemplation, Su Jiugao's spirit force forcefully delved into Chu Tian's sea of consciousness. The air around Chu Tian seemed to grow heavier with anguish, leading him to emit a piercing scream. Su Jiugao, however, remained unfazed. Within the depths of Chu Tian's consciousness, he could distinctly sense the turmoil that enveloped him. It was evident that Chu Tian's spirit was considerably stronger than that of an ordinary person. Despite being a dual soul entity, there was a profound sense of disconnection, perhaps due to the circumstances of his birth, as though another spirit was vying for control over this body. Slowly, Su Jiugao opened his eyes, a subtle glimmer flashing in his imperial gaze. "What is happening?" Zhu'er inquired. Su Jiugao pondered for a moment, his expression betraying a hint of difficulty. "Indeed, Brother Chu's spirit is rather peculiar. There is an inexplicable restlessness. No wonder he requires the soul-stabilizing pill. As a cultivator, and due to the hidden nature of his indestructible demonic body, the spirit that had traversed into this realm could not fully seize control of this body. By a twist of fate, this had resulted in the formation of a dual soul entity. Currently, Chu Tian's spirit had yet to completely harmonize with the other soul from beyond. Hence the distressing situation. Zhu'er was continuously soothing Chu Tian's frayed emotions. In the distance, Bai'er rushed forth with a white jade vial in hand. "The soul-stabilizing pill is here." Quickly, she hurried to Chu Tian's side, uncapping the vial and pouring a grayish pill into his mouth. After consuming the soul-stabilizing pill, the grimace on Chu Tian's face visibly eased, and the struggle of the other spirit subsided. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he opened his eyes, slightly dazed as he surveyed his surroundings, only to be met with Zhu'er and Bai'er's excited voices. "Young master, are you all right? You frightened Bai'er to death." Still somewhat disoriented, Chu Tian murmured, "This is..." He struggled to rise, glancing at Su Jiugao and Qiu Lianyu, gradually recalling the events that had transpired. Weakly, he said, "Brother Su, I apologize for the inconvenience." Su Jiugao quietly observed, waving his hand dismissively, "No need for concern. Does Brother Chu not often experience such episodes?" Following this incident, Bai'er and Zhu'er refrained from flirting with Su Jiugao and instead focused their worried gazes on Chu Tian. Ultimately, he was their master. And given that Chu Tian was the son of the clan leader, any grave misfortune that befell him would jeopardize their own lives. Feeling parched, Chu Tian gulped down a cup of tea and sighed. "This affliction has persisted for quite some time. Merely a minor inconvenience. I have grown accustomed to it." Su Jiugao smiled lightly. "Such matters are far from trivial. As luck would have it, during my recent examination, I stumbled upon something intriguing. Brother Chu's current condition bears a striking resemblance to a legendary special constitution." "Oh." Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, skeptical as he regarded Su Jiugao. Could this individual possess knowledge of healing arts? "Brother Su, please refrain from jesting. Even the renowned physicians and alchemists in Wangtian City have been unable to discern the cause of my ailment." He was not one to be easily deceived. Unfazed, Su Jiugao continued, "Since that severe illness, has your mind not often been visited by unfamiliar memories?" Qiu Lianyu, astonished, turned to Su Jiugao. When did this fellow become a healer? In reality, Su Jiugao was simply speculating based on the information provided by Chu Tian's profile. He found amusement in observing Chu Tian's astonished expression, relishing the moment of playing the role of a divine healer, manipulating the fate of a destined protagonist with ease. Su Jiugao added, "At times, does it not feel as though you are not of this realm?" Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's pupils dilated in shock. This was his most closely guarded secret. Not even his father, Zhu or Bai were privy to this information. He had never confided in anyone. How could the stranger know? Alarmed, Chu Tian pressed, "What do you mean, Brother Su? Am I truly a reincarnation of some great power?" The unfamiliar memories in his mind had led Chu Tian to believe he was the reincarnation of a formidable individual. Zhu and Bai exchanged puzzled glances. Unable to comprehend the situation, Su Jiugao, observing their reactions, was taken aback. The protagonist of Destiny certainly had a vivid imagination. Shaking his head, Su Jiugao replied, "Have I spoken incorrectly, Brother Chu?" Chu Tian, momentarily convinced he had encountered a benefactor, grew increasingly curious about the memories and visions within his mind. He eagerly questioned, "Indeed, Brother Su, you are entirely correct. What is happening to me?" After receiving Chu Tian's response, Su Jiugao's expression turned serious, deep in thought. Before he sighed heavily. Alas, this sigh left Chu Tian bewildered. What did it mean? An ominous premonition surged within him. The idea of being a reincarnated power was the most optimistic interpretation. The occasional excruciating headaches were unbearable. Growing anxious, Chu Tian implored, "Brother Su, please, tell me quickly." Zhu and Bai equally intrigued, chimed in. "Yes, young Master Su, what affliction does my master suffer? It cannot be an incurable illness, can it?" Zhu shot Bai a reproachful glare. "How can you speak like that about our master?" Bai sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Su Jiugao lightly tapped his fingers on the stone table, fixing his gaze on Chu Tian as he said, "Have you ever heard of a dual soul entity?" Dual soul entity. Chu Tian furrowed his brow, ruminating on the term. Chapter 118. The Troubled Chu Tian. Identity revealed. A faint smile crept onto Su Jiugao's lips as he recognized that the destined protagonist had indeed fallen into his trap. He spoke in a solemn tone. The dual soul entity is an exceptionally rare constitution, and in a certain sense, it can be considered a blessing. However, the situation is not absolute. From what I observed, it appears that you possess a postnatal dual soul entity, and the cause of this formation may be, perhaps a powerful being seeks to usurp your body. What? Chu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, his face darkening as an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Intuition warned him that the enigmatic Su Jiugao might be speaking the truth. "Brother Su, please do not jest with me. Fear not, Brother Chu. You have not yet been overtaken by that spirit. However, its essence is currently merging with yours, struggling for control over your body. If you doubt me, take a moment to contemplate." Su Jiugao chose not to elaborate further, allowing Chu Tian to draw his own conclusions. The more one says, the more suspicion arises regarding their intentions. Chu Tian's eyes flickered as he absorbed this information, remaining silent for a considerable time. Finally, he took a deep breath and looked at Su Jiugao, declaring, "Brother Su, the gravity of what you have revealed is astounding. If this is true, you would be my savior. Brother Su, I am feeling somewhat fatigued. Let us conclude our discussion for today." Although Su Jiugao had accurately identified his symptoms, Chu Tian would not easily accept his words, but intended to investigate the scriptures within the library regarding the dual soul entity. Slowly rising, he excused himself and began to walk away. As Chu Tian departed, Zhu called out, "Young master, where are you going?" Chu Tian replied, "Zhu Bai please take care of these two esteemed guests in my absence." With that, he fell silent. Watching Chu Tian's retreating figure, Su Jiugao remained unconcerned, a gentle smile gracing his lips. All he had spoken was the truth, whether or not Chu Tian chose to believe it was entirely his own decision. Su Jiugao believed that it would not be long before Chu Tian would come seeking her assistance. Witnessing the sudden departure of the young master, Zhu and Bai exchanged glances before bowing towards Su Jiugao. "Young Master Su, I truly apologize. My young master has been somewhat feeble and, perhaps exhausted today, has returned early. Please, allow me to escort you too." Su Jiugao nodded and turned her gaze toward Qiu Lianyu, who wore an expression devoid of emotion. Approaching her, Su Jiugao chuckled lightly. "Are you unhappy?" As she spoke, she gently lifted a portion of Lianyue's veil, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful visage, and could not help but pinch her delicate, translucent cheek. "Look, doesn't a smile suit you beautifully?" Qiu Lianyu trembled slightly, and a flicker of emotion danced in her enchanting eyes. A chilling aura surged forth, enveloping Su Jiugao's hands in frost. Maintaining her gaze upon her, Su Jiugao found the chill insignificant. "What? Are you truly this concerned about me?" Upon uttering these words, the piercing cold retreated like a receding tide. Qiu Lianyue, still expressionless, managed a mechanical smile and swatted Su Jiugao's hands away. You are the son of the Su family. Do not act so brazenly. Su Jiugao replied, what is wrong? Even a noble son is still human with needs. Qiu Lianyue regarded him in silence before suddenly stating, they are no longer pure. Su Jiugao was taken aback, initially pondering what might be troubling Lianyue, only to realize it was this concern. Chuckling softly, he shook his head. Rest assured, I hold no interest in them. The women I desire must at least possess half your beauty. Lower than that, I refuse. Su Jiugao playfully flattered her and burst into laughter. Following the path set by Bayer and Zhu ahead, an elderly figure approached silently, whispering, Your Highness, please be assured, with this old servant around, those commoners shall never approach the esteemed body of the young master. Qiu Lianyue remained silent. Within the depths of the Chutian family's library, Chutian frantically searched for ancient texts regarding the dual soul entity. The floor was strewn with scattered books, a chaotic scene. Not here. Not here. Chutian muttered incessantly, furrowing his brow as he picked up one book after another, discarding them carelessly. He was reluctant to accept Su Jiugao's previous assertions. He had always held himself in high regard, and having acquired those memories further solidified his belief that he was the chosen one. However, according to that Su brother, if indeed a powerful being sought to usurp him and lay hidden within his soul, that was truly terrifying. After an extensive search yielded no relevant texts, Chutian exclaimed angrily, Damn it, why is there nothing here? Is that fellow attempting to deceive me? Could it be that such a dual soul entity does not exist? Chutian plopped down onto the ground, his eyes glimmering. The resources of the Chutian family were limited. Perhaps Rower, the sanus of the Xianjun Dao domain, would possess some knowledge. He mused. Just then, the door to the library creaked open, and a seemingly ordinary man clad in coarse garments entered. Upon seeing the disarray of books, he felt a jolt of alarm. What madness is the young master indulging in now? Chutian looked up to find that the newcomer was none other than Li Hu, the leader of the Bai guards, who had been stealthily gathering intelligence in Wantian City. Li Hu, what brings you here? Li Hu cautiously surveyed the surroundings before stepping forward and respectfully saying, Young master, you had previously dispatched us to investigate the matter of the 5 clans' annihilation. We have made some progress. Chutian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, who is it? Speak. Li Hu nodded, his demeanor reverent as he clasped his fists. Some vendors at the market to the west mentioned that prior to the 5 clans' downfall, several young masters from clans that had always been on good terms with you offended a strikingly handsome pair. It was indeed the young masters who made advances towards the woman, inciting her displeasure, which led to a black-clad elder accompanying her obliterating the 5 clans, along with your friends, leaving no trace behind. As he recounted this, Li Hu felt a shiver of trepidation. After all, only a being of tremendous power could effortlessly annihilate the 5 clans of Wantian City. Chutian's pupils dilated in disbelief. How could this be? Just one person? Could they be a prodigy from a superpower come to hone their skills? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Yet, why did the figures Li Hu described seem so familiar? Chutian inquired with a grave tone. What did that pair and their accompanying elder look like? Li Hu replied. The pair possessed striking auras, their features notably distinctive. The leader appeared to be a golden-haired youth, while the accompanying lady wore a veil. Once Li Hu finished speaking, Chutian trembled all over, panic-stricken as he grasped Li Hu, exclaiming, What did you say? Chapter 119, The intent of the intoxicated one lies not in the wine. Chutian's true purpose upon receiving this news, Chutian was left utterly astounded. He had previously assumed that Su Jiugao and Qiu Lianyue were merely disciples of inconsequential forces. Yet, he discovered that their backgrounds were profoundly formidable, capable of annihilating the 5 clans with a mere disagreement. Chutian's eyes flickered, his heart racing. Could it truly be that Su Jiugao and Miss Zhou were involved? Unbeknownst to him, his tone had unconsciously shifted to one of reverence. Moreover, he had forged a friendship with such exalted beings. Chutian inhaled deeply, his heart swelling with immense joy. This sudden revelation left him exhilarated. The 5 clans of Wantian City were no trivial forces. They were on par with his own Chutian family. Yet, they had all been subdued by that elder accompanying Su Jiugao, signifying what? Clearly, Su Jiugao and Miss Zhou were prodigies from some superpower here to refine their abilities. If he contemplated further, he might quickly realize the incongruity. After all, why would individuals who regarded the 5 clans with disdain seek him out? However, Chutian was too caught up in his excitement to consider such matters. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy that he had not only avoided offense, but had actually befriended these 2 noble prodigies. Indeed, compared to the other 5 clans lesser figures, his vision and stature were leagues above. After calming his exhilaration, Chu Tian regarded Li Hu with utmost seriousness and said, Li Hu, can you confirm this matter? You should know that this young master despises those who spread false information. Li Hu's expression shifted slightly at these words, and he hastily replied, Young master, I have inquired with dozens of vendors on the West Street. Their accounts are consistent, and they witnessed the entire incident. I stake my life on the authenticity of this matter. Chu Tian nodded slightly, waving his hand. Very well, I understand. Li Hu continued, Young master, there is one more thing. Chu Tian asked, What is it? Li Hu responded, Regarding the territorial claims of the 5 clans of Wantian City. News has arrived from the Tianwen sect that Princess Xian will be returning in the next few days. Ro, it has been so long. I wonder how she is. A glimmer of nostalgia crossed Chu Tian's eyes. All right, you may leave now. After Li Hu departed, Chu Tian could no longer contain his laughter. Ha! I, Chu Tian, am indeed the chosen one. The 2 noble friends I casually befriended are, without a doubt, prodigies from superpowers. It is impossible to say that one is unhappy. After venting for a while, Chu Tian finally calmed down. Suddenly, he recalled the words of the enigmatic and extraordinary young Master Su. Given the other's stature, he would naturally not stoop to deceive him. Chu Tian found himself believing a substantial portion of what was said. He murmured, A dual soul entity, is it? Regardless of who you are or why you have appeared within my consciousness, this body belongs solely to me, Chu Tian. A glimmer of ruthless determination flickered in his eyes. How dare someone covet his body? He was resolute in his intention to expel this intruder. However, in such a peculiar circumstance, even the renowned alchemists within the Su Jiugao domain were oblivious to what steps to take. What should he do? As if struck by inspiration, Chu Tian's gaze brightened. The Chu family, at night. Since learning of Su Jiugao and Chou Lianyu's identities, he had become even more respectful. He immediately prepared a lavish feast to honor them. Su Jiugao gazed at the opulent banquet before him, where beautiful maidens draped in sheer fabrics served exquisite dishes. Zhu Air and Bai Air stood beside Chu Tian, gently massaging his shoulders. The air was fragrant with the scents of both the youthful maidens and the sumptuous food, creating an atmosphere of lavish delight. Chou Lianyu seemed less than pleased with such a scene, her brows furrowing slightly. Even Su Jiugao, witnessing the excesses laid out before them, was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Chu Tian, who sat at the head of the table, eyes half closed, enjoying a massage like an emperor. Su Jiugao couldn't help but think, well, Chu Tian, you certainly know how to indulge yourself more than I do. In this world, where power and influence allowed one to act with impunity, he had indeed restrained himself considerably. Perhaps he should also consider acquiring a few maidens for himself. Zhu Air and Bai Air's eyes sparkled as they announced, Young Master, Su Young Master, and Miss Jiu have arrived. Chu Tian opened his eyes, filled with joy, and promptly rose to greet them with a hearty laugh. Su brother, you have finally come. And Miss Jiu, Su Jiugao responded with a smile. For the sake of your invitation, I must honor your request. Chu Tian's smile widened further. Ha ha ha. Su brother and Miss Jiu are our esteemed guests. I must treat you well and extend my hospitality. This banquet has been specially prepared for you. Upon learning of their identities, Chu Tian was even more eager to befriend Su Jiugao. He pushed aside 2 chairs, cheerfully urging, Su brother, Miss Jiu, please take a seat. Su Jiugao nodded slightly, and he and Chou Lianyu sat down. At their level, the pleasures of the palate were hardly significant. Since Chu Tian had invited them to a late-night feast, he must have some ulterior motives. Su Jiugao reflected on the events of the day and began to piece things together. Chu Tian glanced around, somewhat puzzled. Su brother, where is your elder companion? In his understanding, that elder was likely a senior from Su brother's sect. Su Jiugao replied, Eldering has some matters to attend to, so he could not come. Chu Tian nodded, settling back into his seat with a faint smile. Su brother, Miss Jiu, here you are like at home. There is no need for formality. This is the finest spirit wine from Wantian City, extremely beneficial for us cultivators. Please indulge. As he spoke, Chu Tian raised his cup in a toast. Su Jiugao took a symbolic sip in response. During the sumptuous banquet, Chu Tian and Su Jiugao engaged in lively conversation, subtly inquiring about each other's backgrounds. However, Su Jiugao deftly sidestepped every probing question. Regrettably, even amidst the festivity, Chou Lianyu had yet to remove her veil, merely sipping delicately, which left Chu Tian somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, it was evident to all that the young lady seemed to defer to Su brother. Chu Tian took a hearty gulp of wine and grinned at Su Jiugao. It is truly my fortune to make the acquaintance of such young talents as yourself and Miss Jiu today. Here's to you, Su brother. Zhu Air and Bai Air approached Su Jiugao, their charm captivating, as they said sweetly, Su young master. Zhu Air also raises a toast on behalf of the young master. The two maidens, clad in thin garments of blue and red, exuded a delightful fragrance as they flanked Su Jiugao, gazing at him with affection. After their toast, they drained their cups, their cheeks flushed with a hint of intoxication, their lips glistening and alluring. Seeing Su Jiugao drink, and after a brief exchange, Chu Tian discreetly broached the subject, "Su brother, about the matter from earlier today." It was finally time to discuss it. Su Jiugao chuckled, feigning confusion. "What matter?" Chu Tian replied, "The issue of my dual soul entity. After much contemplation, I have come to realize that I may indeed possess such a condition. Since you are knowledgeable about dual soul entities, do you have any means to expel the other soul within me?" His situation was so peculiar that even Ro Air had been unable to offer a solution. At this juncture, it seemed that only Su brother, with his understanding of dual soul entities, could assist him. Su Jiugao nodded slowly. "If you are a natural dual soul entity, then this unique constitution is beneficial for you. However, an acquired dual soul entity, if mishandled, could lead to dire consequences. As for solutions, they do exist." Chu Tian was taken aback and promptly inquired, "Please, Su brother, assist me. If you can remedy my situation, I assure you that anything within the Chu family's possession is yours." "Oh." Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, appearing intrigued. "Is that so?" Chu Tian affirmed, "Of course." Truth be told, Su Jiugao coveted the indomitable divine demon body that Chu Tian concealed. The indomitable divine demon body was even more formidable than the Emperor's divine body. Its innate divine demon path would complement his own Black Emperor's abyssal halberd, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Su Jiugao inwardly pondered, "System, do you still have the chaotic creation pill?" The chaotic creation pill was the elixir he had previously entrusted to the destined protagonist, Lin Miao Yi, in the Xiantian Dao domain. Its effects could activate hidden unique constitutions. The system's voice soon echoed back, "Ding." To the host, the chaotic creation pill requires a cost of 6,000 villain points. Su Jiugao frowned. Wasn't it previously only 3,000 villain points? Inflation, the price has risen. The system's response was succinct and to the point. Su Jiugao's lips twitched. "System, you best provide a reasonable explanation." Ding. The effects of the chaotic creation pill vary from person to person. The version suitable for the destined protagonist, Chu Tian, is valued at 6,000 villain points. Although he had accumulated quite a number of villain points due to harvesting Yi Sheng and Nangong Go, that did not mean spending 6,000 villain points would not be painful. However, exchanging 6,000 villain points for an indomitable divine demon body and a divine demon path was indeed a worthwhile trade. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jiugao nodded. "I will exchange it." Ding. Chaotic creation pill exchange successful. Current villain points, 26,500. Noticing Su Jiugao's prolonged silence, Chu Tian grew anxious. "Su brother, I implore you." Su Jiugao smiled gently. "I understand your urgency, but do not fret. There are indeed two methods to address the acquired dual soul entity. The first method is for you, Brother Chu, to endure years of excruciating pain, and the dual souls will gradually merge into one. Since you, Brother Chu, have no pressing matters at present, it indicates that the other soul attempting to seize your body is not overly powerful. However, there is no guarantee that there won't be any backlash." Chu Tian decisively refuted this notion. "And the other?" Su Jiugao smiled mysteriously. "The other refers to awakening the hidden soul within you ahead of time, suppressing and merging it. This way, not only will you eliminate future troubles, but your soul will also be significantly enhanced, allowing you to cultivate at an extraordinary pace and multitask effectively. After all, a dual soul body is indeed a rare and exceptional constitution." Upon hearing such numerous benefits, Chu Tian's eyes brightened with increasing clarity. "I implore you, Brother Su, to assist me." After a moment of contemplation, Su Jiugao flipped his palm, revealing a treasure pill that appeared entirely jade-like. Just a glance at it revealed its extraordinary nature. Autumnly and Yue, standing nearby, also noticed this scene and turned her gaze. As the daughter of a divine-level alchemist, she had encountered countless elixirs and was familiar with the transformative pill that Su Jiugao presented. A hint of surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes. Autumn Lianyue was puzzled as to why Su Jiugao would go to such lengths. Could it be that this individual possessed some unique constitution? A dormant special constitution would be difficult to detect, even by an emperor. During the era of the fallen emperors, nearly every prominent clan would stockpile such transformative pills to administer to their younger generation, testing for any undiscovered special constitutions. Beyond this, the transformative pill held no other purpose, and it had long been lost to history. Chu Tian gazed at the pill with confusion. "Brother Su, what is this?" Su Jiugao casually replied. "This pill is called the Soul Awakening Pill. Upon consumption, it will activate the hidden soul within your consciousness. Conveniently, my sect possesses a technique that can suppress that soul, facilitating absorption. If you, Brother Chu, trust me, you may consider it before taking it. The transformative pill's application is sure to double the joy. As for resolving issues, Su Jiugao had never considered that. Your excruciating headache has nothing to do with me, Su Jiugao, he said nonchalantly. The soul awakening pill? Chu Tian pondered, unable to recall a similar name. He couldn't help but silently admire. Brother Su truly is a prodigy from a powerful background. Not only did he immediately recognize my unique situation, but he also possesses such a miraculous pill. Chu Tian's expression transformed into one of profound gratitude as he gazed deeply at Su Jiugao. Brother Su, this immense favor, Chu Tian, will never forget. Although he appeared moved on the surface, Chu Tian was reluctant to consume it so readily. He had only known Su Jiugao for less than a day, and the soul awakening pill was clearly no ordinary item. Why would he bear such a significant cost? A hint of suspicion arose in his heart. Brother Su, does this soul awakening pill truly have no side effects? Such a precious pill must be incredibly valuable, right? Su Jiugao could see his wariness and casually retrieved the soul awakening pill. With utmost confidence, he declared, of course, my sect's items are exceptional. However, Brother Chu need not worry. We are like kindred spirits, and such matters are trivial for us. Chu Tian's eyes sparkled as he observed Su Jiugao's confident demeanor, combined with the depth and mystery of his background. It seemed that the resources of the entire Chu family, alongside this immensely valuable soul awakening pill, were not deemed significant by Brother Su. Chu Tian genuinely believed that he had encountered a true benefactor and thus trusted him wholeheartedly. Chapter 121, Chu Tian's Agony. After all, encountering a benefactor is a rare fortune. Chu Tian had not anticipated such good fortune. Seeing him somewhat swayed, Su Jiugao smiled lightly. If Brother Chu still harbors doubts, feel free to consider it before seeking me again. Information on the soul awakening pill should be found in ancient texts. No need to consider. As soon as Su Jiugao spoke, Chu Tian asserted earnestly, Brother Su is indeed a benefactor to me. How could I possibly doubt your words? Let us commence. Zhu'er looked on with concern, urging, young master, perhaps we should wait for Xian Nu to return. Baier echoed, yes, young master. This matter is of great significance. Do take care to avoid danger. Despite the prior flirtation with Su Jiugao, when it came to their young master's life and safety, they felt compelled to remind him. Chu Tian waved his hand in irritation. Zhu'er, Baier. What are you saying? I have an affinity with Brother Su? Would he harm me? His two maidservants, lacking broader perspectives, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Who was Su Jiugao? With the power behind him, he could effortlessly annihilate the 5 clans of Wangtian City. Why would he need to go to such lengths to harm the son of the Chu family? Fearing to offend Su Jiugao, Chu Tian laughed heartily. Brother Su, time is of the essence. I implore your assistance. Su Jiugao nodded, smiling. He had not expected this fellow to be so easily deceived. Truly, he appeared somewhat dull-witted. Autumn Linyue observed Su Jiugao's smile and discerned his ulterior motives, choosing not to comment further. For her, Chu Tian was merely a stranger passing by. Su Jiugao shook his head, chuckling. Brother Chu, rest assured, the soul awakening pill poses no harm to your body. As he spoke, Su Jiugao retrieved the transformative pill once more and handed it over. Chu Tian accepted it without hesitation, swallowing the transformative pill in one gulp. At this moment, his trust in Su Jiugao was unwavering. This decisive act even prompted Su Jiugao to shake his head in admiration. Brother Chu, you are truly remarkable. With such trust placed in him, Su Jiugao vowed to assist to the best of his abilities. Chu Tian, with utmost seriousness, proclaimed, Brother Su, do not feel overly pressured. This is my own decision, and should it fail, I will not blame you. Their words were filled with sincerity, and to an outsider, it would seem they were longtime confidants, closer than siblings. Autumn Linyue silently watched this scene unfold. The transformative pill posed no side effects, at worst. It would dissipate into a wisp of spiritual energy, filling the energy sea. She was keen to discover what unique constitution Chu Tian possessed to warrant such attention. After consuming the transformative pill, Chu Tian sensed no unusual changes within. Brother Su, why do I feel nothing special after taking it? Su Jiugao replied with a gentle smile. Do not be hasty, Brother Chu, it will come soon. The process may involve slight discomfort, so please bear with it. Chu Tian laughed dismissively. Brother Su, having lived for 20 years, what have I not witnessed? This minor discomfort is nothing. Suddenly, with his words uncompleted, Chu Tian's body jolted violently. His blood surged within him, akin to boiling water. His heart felt as though it bore 1,000-pound weight, and his limbs felt leaden and heavy. Chu Tian's limbs began to convulse uncontrollably. his face contorting in agony, as if swarmed by countless ants gnawing at him, his heartbeat racing, and his complexion turning a deep shade of red. The transformative pill gradually activated, unleashing mysterious energies that stirred the indestructible demonic body hidden within him. It hurts. It hurts so much. Chu Tian screamed in sheer torment. The sudden scene startled both buyer and jeweler. Young master, what has happened to you? This state was even 1,000 times more painful than a headache. Thud, thud, thud. Chu Tian could distinctly hear the sound of his heart pounding in his chest. Deep within his body, an ancient and sinister black aura gradually surged into his limbs. Chu Tian's forehead bulged with veins, and his hands incessantly clawed at his cheeks. Blood poured from his eyes, mouth, and nose, resembling a vengeful spirit. Buyer and jeweler, witnessing this, were on the verge of tears, utterly helpless. Young master, what is happening to you? Please don't scare me. Su Gongzi, what is wrong with my young master? Su Jiugao slightly raised the corner of his mouth, leisurely sipping his drink, and said calmly, "It is the soul-calling pill taking effect. Do not be anxious. The process may indeed be painful. But for a talent like Brother Chu, it should pose no issue." Having been born with an innate chaotic divine body, he had never consumed the creation and enlightenment pill, and thus was unaware of the pain involved, only possessing a vague understanding. Hearing Su Jiugao's relaxed tone, both women widened their eyes, gazing at Chu Tian. At that moment, Chu Tian's face had turned a deep purple. Blood flowed incessantly from his mouth and nose, a sight truly terrifying. And you say this is nothing? Chu Tian's aura grew increasingly terrifying, the indestructible demonic body slowly awakening. The awakening of his physique was akin to the fearsome and domineering nature of the indestructible demonic body, and the agony brought on by its forced activation was far from mere words could express. Black whirlwinds emanated from Chu Tian's body, this ancient and eerie demonic aura being the initial manifestation of the awakening of the indestructible demonic body. Upon sensing this aura, Qiu Lianyu's beautiful eyes sparkled. This unique aura, he indeed possesses a special physique. Su Jiugao, appearing indifferent, occasionally sampled some dishes, forming a stark contrast with the agonized Chu Tian. Chu Tian was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Suddenly, as if a shackle had been shattered, his eyes turned crimson. His head thrown back as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Boom! A massive pillar of demonic energy surged into the sky. This aura was ancient and desolate, filled with solemnity and divine might. Zhuer and Bio had never witnessed such a scene, screaming in fear. Su Jiugao frowned, waving his hand to render both women unconscious. Be quiet. He then murmured softly, Elder Ing, seal this space. Do not allow this demonic aura to leak out. A voice echoed from the empty space behind him. Understood. Chapter 122. Devouring the Thunder Tribulation, the origin of the indestructible demonic body outside the door. The power of the Supreme Realm directly isolated this place from the outside world. In the air, the surging demonic energy gradually coalesced into illusory figures of deities and demons. The atmosphere was filled with a chilling and overwhelming murderous intent. A cacophony of battle cries. Su Jiugao's imperial gaze narrowed as he gently set down his wine cup, observing Chu Tian, whose body was continuously overflowing with demonic power. Ancient and profound divine patterns emerged on the black demonic path surrounding Chu Tian. Qiu Lianyu, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, "What do you intend to do?" Su Jiugao smiled lightly. This fellow harbors the indestructible demonic body. However, soon it will belong to me. The indestructible demonic body was unparalleled in its dominance, specializing in destruction, and it inherently carried the path of demonic energy, an exceptionally rare force. Among the paths he currently possessed, apart from the path of chaos, none could compare. Such allure was irresistible. Even during the era of fall, the indestructible demonic body was a remarkably formidable constitution. Qiu Lianyu nodded, aware that Su Jiugao's innate chaotic body could merge with various physiques, transforming endlessly. They waited quietly, anticipating the moment Chu Tian would truly activate it. Under the dense gathering of demonic energy, the figures of deities and demons in the sky became increasingly vivid and real. Thunderous rumbles echoed ominously. Any extraordinary physique, upon awakening, would inevitably face calamities. Qiu Lianyu moved, heading toward the door. At that moment, Su Jiugao rose to intercept her, chuckling, "Let me handle this. After acquiring the devouring divine body, the Thunder Tribulation will be an invaluable boon for me." He was determined not to miss out on such an opportunity. Qiu Lianyu furrowed her brow, casting a skeptical glance at him. "This is a tribulation of physique. It is perilous." Su Jiugao, suddenly agitated, retorted, "Do not view me through the lens of the era of fall. I am no longer the same. Watch closely." After absorbing several origins of physique, he was now confident that he could contend with Qiu Lianyu. If he could claim the origin of Chu Tian's indestructible demonic body, He could almost guarantee dominance over Qiu Lianyu. With that, Su Jiugao strode toward the door, gazing up at the brewing thunder tribulation. His imperial eyes remained calm as a multitude of runes materialized beneath his feet, propelling him into the air. Golden hair danced without wind. And the imperial heavenly scripture operated ceaselessly, providing boundless divine power. Boom! From within the thunderclouds, a thick bolt of lightning, having brewed for ages, transformed into a thunder dragon and descended upon Su Jiugao, illuminating the night sky with apocalyptic might, annihilating all in its path. This energy was remarkable. Su Jiugao laughed heartily. The traits of the Heavenly Emperor's divine body manifesting, golden radiance erupting from his entire being. His blood surged and roared, advancing rather than retreating, charging directly into the violent and terrifying thunder tribulation. Bathed in this thunder, Su Jiugao's body crackled with explosive sounds. The azure lightning slithered around him like serpents. After all, Chu Tian was merely at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, with his own cultivation at the Divine King realm and the traits of the Heavenly Emperor's divine body. The thunder tribulation's power could not even begin to infiltrate him. Qiu Lianyu looked up with worry, but soon realized her concerns were unwarranted. In an instant, Su Jiugao transformed into a black hole that devoured all. The overwhelming destructive power of the thunder was continuously consumed and dissipated. Su Jiugao resembled a gluttonous beast, the massive bolt of lightning visibly shrinking at an astonishing rate. The devouring force transformed this colossal energy into power. At the 8th level of the Divine King realm. With the influx of massive energy, Su Jiugao's realm surged to the 8th level of the Divine King realm. As the last remnants of thunder energy were absorbed, Su Jiugao laughed joyfully, licking his lips and murmuring, "This devouring divine body truly is extraordinary." He flipped his palm, and a swirling black vortex materialized. The aura reminiscent of the heavy and profound Black Emperor's halberd appearing in his grasp. Holding the Black Emperor's halberd, Su Jiugao transformed into a dark divine king, hurling the massive halberd like a black meteor toward the thunderclouds above. "Thank you for the gift." This terrifying strike pierced through the sun and moon, directly plunging into the tumultuous thunderclouds. The thunderclouds, unexpectedly, were torn apart by the Black Emperor's halberd, creating a massive vortex that drew countless bolts of lightning toward it. Boom! With the explosion of this terrifying power, the tribulation of physique triggered by the awakening of the indestructible demonic body dissipated in an instant. Inside the room, it was now a critical moment for Chu Tian. Roaring, the phantoms of deities and demons howled in unison, their overwhelming murderous intent engulfing Chu Tian's consciousness. Chu Tian furrowed his brow, his eyelids twitching as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After concluding everything, Su Jiugao descended slowly, gazing at Qi Lianyue with a smile, inquiring, "How was it?" "I told you there would be no issues." Qi Lianyue nodded, glancing at the unconscious Chu Tian before stating, "His undying demon body has awakened." Su Jiugao looked over, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. "Well then, let's wrap things up. It's unacceptable to squander a creation and profound transformation pill without earning some interest." The duo entered the room, approaching Chu Tian. Following the awakening of his undying demon body, Chu Tian's cultivation had remarkably surged to the 1st level of the virtual spirit realm. His physical form had become significantly stronger, capable of contending against beings of a higher realm. Alas, such formidable prowess would soon belong to the imperial son. Gazing at the unconscious Chu Tian, Su Jiugao murmured, "Brother Chu Tian, you have truly endured much. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. This imperial son shall assist you in your healing." Before proceeding, Su Jiugao couldn't resist a jest. He then placed his hand upon Chu Tian's forehead, invoking the profound and enigmatic art of transformation. A brilliant white light flickered, emanating a powerful suction from Su Jiugao's hand. As the force of the transformation technique sought out the hidden essence of the undying demon body within Chu Tian, forcibly extracting it. The agony was akin to consuming another creation and profound transformation pill to awaken one's constitution, a double dose of torment. Chu Tian's bones felt as if they were being shattered, compelling him to abruptly open his eyes, releasing a harrowing scream. With crimson eyes laced with bloodshot veins, Chu Tian gazed at Su Jiugao in disbelief. Wasn't it supposed to be just a slight pain? Chapter 123, The Confused Fated Protagonist. Chu Tian grimaced at Su Jiugao, his expression a vivid portrayal of anguish. The overwhelming pain made him break into a cold sweat. Realizing the vast power within him was dissipating, as if he were losing something vital, Chu Tian exclaimed in alarm. "Brother Su, what are you doing?" Su Jiugao replied with a cheerful demeanor, "Do not worry, Brother Chu Tian. This is for your treatment. It will be over soon." With a swift motion, he grasped a pitch-black essence, imbued with demonic energy, of the undying demon body in his hand, newly awakened and still warm. Ding! Fated protagonist Chutian has lost his undying demon body. Fortune value decreased by 6000. Ding, triple critical reward triggered. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 18,000 villain points. Su Jiugao paused for a moment, then his eyes gleamed with delight. Finally, I've received a critical reward for villain points. A whopping 18,000 from the triple bonus, surpassing Chutian's original fortune value. His gaze towards Chutian became notably more amiable. Observing the essence of the undying demon body, a profound sense of emptiness surged within Chutian, akin to losing something of extreme importance. This is, Chutian murmured. Su Jiugao patted his shoulder, a serious expression on his face, declaring, Brother Chutian, congratulations, you were healed. With that, he pocketed the essence of the undying demon body. Chutian stood there, dazed, still processing the situation, muttering, thank you, Brother Su. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. However, hearing Su Jiugao's words that the hidden danger of his dual soul body had been eliminated, Chutian's mood brightened considerably. He couldn't help but reflect, indeed, all this suffering has been worthwhile. Under the influence of such thoughts, Chutian burst into laughter. Brother Su, after your treatment, I feel better than ever, he proclaimed. You are truly my benefactor. Please allow me to pay my respects. With that, Chutian clasped his fists together, expressing immense gratitude. Such a great favor. I truly do not know how to repay you. From this day forth, Brother Su, you shall be my dearest brother. Just say the word, and I shall leap into fire and water without hesitation. Su Jiugao chuckled. Brother Chutian, there is no need for such formality. In fact, I owe you my thanks. With Chutian's aid, he not only acquired the undying demon body, but also triggered a triple reward of 18,000 villain points. Both of them shared a knowing glance and burst into laughter. Chutian then turned to Zur and Bayer, noticing they had fainted, and asked in confusion, Brother Su, what about Zur and Bayer? Su Jiugao replied, they simply exhausted themselves and fell asleep. Brother Chutian, I believe it is getting late. Perhaps we should rest. Chutian glanced outside. The darkness signified evening had arrived. He nodded, Brother Su, how could I forget the time when I finally found a kindred spirit? Indeed. Then let us part for now, and meet again tomorrow. Su Jiugao responded with a smile, departing alongside Qi Lianyue. Watching Su Jiugao's retreating figure, Chutian couldn't help but exclaim softly, this Su Gongzi truly is an extraordinary individual. I never anticipated that I, Chutian, would have the charisma to befriend such a prodigy. Chutian's lips curled into a smile, his spirits soaring. With the 5 clans of Tianwang City eradicated, what remained were but mere trifles, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Moreover, he had resolved the hidden danger of his dual soul body. All of this was thanks to the remarkable Su Gongzi, who had indirectly aided him, further solidifying Chutian's belief that Su Jiugao was his destined benefactor. Meanwhile, Su Jiugao, equally pleased, examined the essence of the undying demon body in his hand. He turned to Qi Lianyue, smiling as he inquired, Lianyue, do you recognize this constitution? Qi Lianyue replied calmly, the undying demon body. I never imagined such a powerful constitution could be concealed within that individual. In our era, the undying demon body was renowned. How did you come to know? Su Jiugao laughed heartily, speaking mysteriously, the methods of this imperial son extend far beyond what you see. Lianyue, I have said it before. I am no longer the same as I was during the fall of the empire. Qi Lianyue did not probe further but remarked, since you have obtained what you desired. Why linger here? Su Jiugao waved his hand dismissively. Not yet. Brother Chutian still possesses untapped potential. At this, Su Jiugao paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his imperial gaze. Ding. Fated protagonist Yi Sheng has been swayed, generating doubt towards the fated heroine. Fortune value decreased by 1,000. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000 villain points. Su Jiugao's expression gradually turned playful, whispering, perhaps we should delay our return. Qi Lianyue, puzzled, asked why. Su Jiugao responded, messages have arrived from Yuanzi. After a prolonged period of nurturing, it is time to harvest the crops. Yixing's remaining fortune value has dwindled significantly at this point. He can no longer produce anything of particular value. Rather than holding on to it, it would be more prudent to reap the benefits. Securing the red treasure chest rewarded by the system. Upon returning to their residence, to avert any unforeseen complications, Su Jiugao retrieved the essence of the undying demon body he had acquired from Chutian, intending to claim this constitution for himself. Behind him, the Wheel of Time manifested, radiating an incomprehensible power. Within this realm, the passage of time has significantly slowed. Su Jiugao's eyes shimmered as he unhesitatingly infused the essence of the undying divine demon body into himself. In an instant, a multitude of divine and demonic energies enveloped him. The aura surrounding Su Jiugao grew more ancient and mysterious, resembling a slumbering primordial deity quietly awaiting its awakening. The following morning, Chu Tian hurriedly dispatched Zhu Er and Bai Er to invite two esteemed guests. After acquiring the essence of the undying divine demon body, even without revealing his cultivation, Su Jiugao's presence became terrifying, exuding a faint aura of divinity and demonhood that inspired trepidation. Why does it feel like Su brother is somewhat different from yesterday? Chu Tian pondered, momentarily taken aback, before nervously inquiring, Su brother, what exactly is happening? Chapter 124, Departure. Time to reap the harvest. Did you not mention yesterday that the hidden dangers of my dual soul body had been eradicated? Yet, why did memories of another soul still flash through my mind during last night's dreams? Chu Tian expressed his profound concern, fearing that Su Jiugao's treatment had not been entirely effective. Su Jiugao smiled gently and replied, calm down, brother Chu. The other soul has indeed been removed, but it requires some time for recovery. Those memories will gradually blend with you as time passes. Do not rush. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian felt somewhat reassured and nodded reflectively. I see now. I was overly anxious. I apologize, Su brother. I did not mean to doubt your abilities. This matter is of great importance to me, and I cannot afford to be careless. Chu Tian quickly clarified, fearing to offend someone of Su Jiugao's stature. Su Jiugao waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was not offended. Brother Chu, there is no need for such formality. Our friendship is strong enough that I would not be angered by such trivialities. Chu Tian's face brightened at these words, feeling greatly relieved. Excellent. You are truly magnanimous. Su brother, since you and this Lady Chiu have just arrived, you must be unfamiliar with my Wangtian city. Today, allow me to show you around. Su Jiugao shook his head regretfully. Brother Chu, we appreciate your kind intentions, but we have just received word from our sect that we may not remain here for long. What? Chu Tian exclaimed, astonished. Your ailment has not yet fully healed. Zhu Er and Bai Er shared his surprise. Su Gongzi, are you leaving? Chu Tian, now anxious, pressed. Su brother, why such sudden news? When do you depart? Su Jiugao sighed now. Chu Tian's expression changed, filled with reluctance. This cannot be. You have only just arrived, and I feel a strong bond with you. I have yet to properly entertain you. Su Jiugao's gaze flickered as he spoke slowly. Alas, fate does not favor us. This is beyond our control. But fret not, brother Chu, take this bottle of elixirs, which contains the nourishing soul pill. Crafted to restore your soul. He handed over a blue pill bottle. This was indeed the nourishing soul pill for which Su Jiugao had expended 3,000 villain points. Renowned for its ability to restore a person's injured soul to its fullest potential, despite its remarkable efficacy. The presence of the other soul within Chu Tian's consciousness had never been eradicated by Su Jiugao, and the nourishing soul pill would only exacerbate the revival of that foreign soul, intensifying Chu Tian's headaches. There was a risk that, should matters go awry, that soul might seize control of his body. Chu Tian gasped, eyes widening in shock. How can this be? Su brother, you have already done so much for me. I cannot accept such a precious gift. He had heard tales of this elixir from Ro Er, who had once gone to great lengths to procure it. Unfortunately, its rarity made it nearly impossible to find, even for the powerful Tianwen sect. Seeing the blue bottle containing 20 to 30 pills, Chu Tian felt as though he were dreaming, overwhelmed by the generosity. Su Jiugao casually remarked, our friendship cannot be compared to a mere bottle of pills, brother Chu. If you refuse to accept it, it would be a disservice to me. How could you decline? Internally, Chu Tian was 1,000 times eager to accept, trembling with excitement. He realized the value of the elixirs was worth more than all his family's resources combined. He forced a few tears of heartfelt gratitude, gazing earnestly at Su Jiugao and, with a sudden bow, proclaimed, Su brother, your kindness is akin to that of a benefactor providing for my very existence. I humbly request your acceptance of my gratitude. A fleeting smile graced Su Jiugao's eyes, though he did not show it outwardly. Oh, brother Chu, there is no need for such formality. He helped the tearful Chu Tian to his feet, feeling for the first time like a benefactor. But time is of the essence. Lan Yu and I must take our leave. Chu Tian, filled with reluctance, solemnly declared, Su brother, this moment feels akin to parting from life itself. He added earnestly, a great debt of gratitude cannot go unacknowledged. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. Su Jiugao assured him, I certainly will. After bidding farewell, Su Jiugao and Qiu Lianyu departed. Chu Tian clutched the blue jade bottle, gazing at their retreating figures, remaining stationary for quite some time. His heart unsettled. Zhu Er kindly approached, reminding him, young master, Su Gongzi and Lady Chiu have already departed. You should rest now, having just recovered from your illness. Bayer added, indeed, young master, do not let Su Gongzi's goodwill go unappreciated. Both women felt a deep sense of loss at Su Jiugao's departure. For his lavish generosity and striking appearance made him impossible to forget. Chu Tian, with a wistful gaze, murmured, Su brother is truly a remarkable person. How fortunate am I to have formed a connection with such an extraordinary individual. Though their time together had been brief, Chu Tian felt as if he had known Su Jiugao for ages, akin to a long-lost friend. Shortly after their departure, Li Hu rushed in, exclaiming, Young master! Young master! Chu Xiannu has returned from Tianwen sect. She has arrived in Wang Tian City. What? Su brother has just left, and Roer is back? Chu Tian's face lit up with joy, having missed Roer dearly during her absence. Zhu Er and Bai Er were both astonished. Miss. The miss has returned. Chu Tian hastily stored the bottle of nourishing soul pills and instructed Li Hu, quickly, take me to welcome Roer. Are the elders aware of this? Li Hu nodded excitedly. Yes, young master. The clan leader and elders have been waiting outside Wang Tian City for some time. Chapter 125, The Holy Maiden of Tianwen Sect. Chu Xianro, endowed. Chu Tian nodded, his expression brimming with delight. Zhuer, Bayer, let us go quickly to welcome Roer. He had anticipated that Roer would take at least a few more days to return, but he was taken aback by her swift arrival. Chu Tian adjusted his attire and hurried outside. At that moment, a hearty and exuberant laughter echoed from outside the Chu family residence. Ha ha, Tiana, look who has come. The clan leader, Chu Xiaofeng, led a group of elders from the Chu family through the entrance. Beside him was a strikingly tall and beautiful young lady clad in a water blue dress. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her delicate features, bright eyes, and radiant smile were enchanting. With eyebrows like willow leaves and a jade-like nose, her ethereal aura resembled a snow lotus poised to bloom. Her long, slender legs were subtly visible beneath the sheer fabric, smooth as jade. She was none other than the current saintess of the Tianwen sect, Chu Zuanru. Upon seeing Chu Tian, her beautiful eyes lit up, sparkling with joy. Brother Tian, she called out sweetly, rushing toward him, enveloped in a fragrance unique to young maidens. I've missed you so much. Chu Tian was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought. Unconsciously, he began to compare Roer to the breathtakingly beautiful autumn maiden. While Roer may have seemed slightly inferior, she still stood tall and graceful. Her commanding presence cultivated within the Tianwen sect, making her a paragon of beauty in her own right. Hearing Roer's voice snapped Chu Tian back to reality, and he gently chuckled, ruffling her hair. I missed you too, Roer. How have you been during your time at the Tianwen sect? Yes, Chu Zuanru nodded, a soft smile gracing her lips. The masters and senior brothers and sisters have all been very kind to me. You need not worry too much, Brother Tian. That's good to hear. Seeing his beloved son and adopted daughter maintain such a close relationship, Chu Xiaofeng couldn't help but laugh heartily. He turned to the group of elders, who wore knowing smiles, quietly observing the scene. It seems that Roer and Tiano have not seen each other for quite some time. Perhaps we old folks are intruding upon their reunion. Let us take our leave and allow them some time alone. Indeed, Chu Tian declared with a boldness befitting his character. The elders laughed heartily in agreement. Haha, the clan leader speaks wisely. The young ones deserve their space. With that, Chu Xiaofeng and the elders departed, leaving behind the two youngsters. Roer blushed at the remark, playfully stamping her foot in mock reproach. What are the clan leader and the elders doing? Chu Tian chuckled lightly, saying, Come, Roer, it has been ages since we last met, and I have so much to share with you. Zhuer and Bayer chimed in teasingly, Indeed, miss. During your absence, the young master has mentioned you every single day. A hint of shyness crept onto Chu Zuanru's face as she murmured, Really? They settled in a courtyard, and Chu Tian instructed Zhuer and Bayer to withdraw. Observing the bashful expression on Chu Zuanru's face, he couldn't help but inquire, Roer, what brings you back so swiftly? Is it related to the matters concerning the 5 clans of Wangtian City? At the mention of this topic, Chu Zuanru's demeanor shifted to seriousness. She nodded, saying, Brother Tian, you are correct. This matter concerns not only our Tianwen sect, but also the Tianshui Taoist sect and the Wanqing sect. What? Chu Tian exclaimed in surprise, his confusion evident. While the resources of the 5 clans in Wangtian City are tempting, with your Tianwen sect stepping in, they should not pose much of a threat. The factions she referred to were all top-tier powers within the Xianjun Dao domain, on par with the Tianwen sect. This situation is far from ordinary, Chu Zuanru insisted. The small 5 clans of Wangtian City certainly cannot stir up much trouble in our Xianjun Dao domain, but Brother Tian, do you not know who was responsible for their demise? I heard from my master that a supreme being has arrived in our Xianjun Dao domain. She continued. It was this supreme being who annihilated the 5 clans. Strong practitioners within our sect sensed the Supreme Being's presence days ago, and other factions undoubtedly sensed it too. Which is why they are paying attention. A Supreme Being? Chu Tian's pupils constricted as realization dawned upon him. Could it be that the elder behind Su is a Supreme Being? Such an existence is akin to an ancestral figure even within the myriad realms. I can scarcely fathom how formidable Su's background must be. Noticing Chu Tian's astonished expression, Chu Xuanru inquired, "What is it, Brother Tian? Do you know something about this?" The Chu family was at the epicenter of the unfolding events, and perhaps they had insights into the hidden truths of the situation. The Tianwen sect had sent her specifically to gather information about the Supreme Being. "Brother Tian, if you know anything, please share it with me. Everyone in the Tianwen sect is taking this matter very seriously." Chu Tian's mind was a tempest of thoughts, and suddenly he burst into laughter. "Ha!" Chu Xuanru looked on, perplexed. "What has come over you?" With a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, Chu Tian replied mysteriously, "Rower, what if I told you that I know the Supreme Being? In fact, we share a close friendship." This revelation left Chu Xuanru astonished. She covered her mouth in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. "Brother Tian, you mustn't jest about such matters." With an air of confidence, Chu Tian declared, "Who am I? If not Chu Tian, would I speak frivolously?" He then recounted how he met Su Jiugao and Qiu Lianyue, detailing even the troubles that Su Jiugao had helped him resolve. As she listened, Chu Xuanru's astonishment grew, her bright eyes sparkling with disbelief. "Is this truly the case?" Chu Tian nodded, his silence affirming her doubts. Chu Xuanru approached him, her concern evident. "If this is true, it would be a monumental blessing. But Brother Tian, you have only known that young Master Su for a single day. How could he be so generous? What is this dual soul entity? I have never heard of it before." Chapter 126, The Last Destiny of the Leaf Saintess. She feared that Chu Tian might be deceived. "Brother Tian, is your ailment truly cured?" With unwavering confidence, Chu Tian replied, "Absolutely. Who am I, if not Chu Tian? I feel much better now. Not only that, but Brother Su also gifted me a vial of nourishing soul elixirs, the very ones you sought after, Rower. Here, take a look." As he spoke, he handed her a small vial filled with the nourishing soul elixirs. To be honest, he was unsure why Su Jiugao had been so generous towards him. Given their lack of familial ties, Chu Xuanru, skeptical, accepted the vial and poured out the elixirs. Gazing at the crystalline white pills, she was momentarily stunned. Then her eyes widened in shock. This is truly the nourishing soul elixir." In disbelief, Chu Xuan covered her mouth, exclaiming, "How could there be so many? Brother Tian, what on earth is the background of that young Master Su? He casually offered you 20 or 30 of these precious elixirs. This cannot be a mere coincidence." Such extravagant gestures inevitably stirred a flicker of curiosity within her. Upon receiving confirmation from Chu Xuanru, the last vestige of doubt in Chu Tian's heart dissipated. It is worth noting that Rower is the esteemed saintess of the Tianen sect, the foremost power in the Xianjun Dao domain. If she vouches for it, then this elixir must be devoid of any flaws. With this thought in mind, Chu Tian could not help but burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. Rower, how could Brother Su possibly deceive me? Now, do you believe in the depth of my friendship with him?" To Brother Su, "This precious Yang Yuan soul pill is likely as effortless to procure as plucking a flower." Chu Xuanru's beautiful eyes sparkled with newfound admiration for Chu Tian. She couldn't help but feel a surge of joy and exclaimed, "Brother Chu Tian, if what you say is true, then that noble young man, Su, must indeed be a paragon of virtue." She returned the vial of elixirs to him. Chu Tian accepted the vial filled with Yang Yuan and promptly consumed a pill. "Indeed," he remarked with a grin. As soon as the Yang Yuan soul pill entered his belly, it transformed into wondrous streams of energy, continuously nurturing his spirit. His vision sharpened remarkably, and he felt an exhilarating lightness in his previously heavy form. "Remarkable. This is truly a saint-grade elixir. I can feel my spiritual awareness expanding significantly. The Yang Yuan soul pill is indeed extraordinarily miraculous." Chu Tian exclaimed with palpable excitement. However, just as he finished speaking, a sudden jolt coursed through him, as if countless needles had pierced his head, sending waves of agony through him. "Ah!" he cried out in distress. This sudden outburst alarmed Chu Xuanru, who rushed forward with deep concern. "Brother Chu Tian, what ails you?" Chu Tian's head drooped heavily, and when he lifted it again, his gaze was clouded with bewilderment and confusion. He looked around in utter disorientation, murmuring, "Where am I?" In another part of the Xianjun Dao domain. Within the ancient city of Shicheng, Su Jiugao and Qiu Lianyue traversed the weathered streets of this desolate town, situated in a remote area of the Xianjun Dao domain. The spiritual energy here was exceedingly sparse, and most passers-by possessed rather low cultivation levels. In stark contrast to the bustling Wangtian city, Shicheng was enveloped in a somber atmosphere. populated primarily by the elderly. The rusted cobblestones and lifeless structures reflected a profound sense of decay. After surveying the vicinity for the whereabouts of Yixing, Su Jiugao murmured, "Where could Yixing have gone? It is indeed peculiar. The system indicated that Yixing's precise location is here. Yet, despite Lian Yu and I searching for quite some time, there is no sign of him." He glanced at the small, snow-white Xiaohan Jiao coiling affectionately around Qiu Lianyu, who occasionally nudged her jade hand and cheek. Suddenly, a sharp voice of contention pierced the air. "What? I must be mistaken. This is the exceptional ginseng king I harvested from the Mulin mountain range. It is worth 40 mid-grade spirit stones. How dare you ask for 20 mid-grade spirit stones? Why don't you just rob me?" The commotion naturally drew the attention of many nearby, including Su Jiugao and Qiu Lianyu. Su Jiugao turned his gaze towards the source of the uproar, momentarily taken aback. The destined female protagonist? Name, Chu Lianer. Identity, discarded daughter of the Chu family. Destined female protagonist, personality, composed, delicate, resilient. Domestic, realm, third layer of Wanfa realm, physique, medicine spirit body. The medicine spirit body is undoubtedly the best catalyst for concocting pills for those with sinister intentions. Cultivation method, spirit gathering technique. Fire creation technique. Treasures, ginseng king, spirit gathering pill. Current fortune value, 6,000. Not far off, at a small stall, a strikingly beautiful young girl clad in simple linen stood with her hands on her hips, glaring furiously at the stall owner. Chu Lianer sees the ginseng king from the stall, puffing her cheeks and declaring, "This is outright extortion. I refuse to sell it. I shall seek another buyer." The stall owner, equally helpless, replied, "Young lady, I assure you, I am not trying to deceive you. These materials were originally meant for the prestigious Li family in Wantian City, and their prices were naturally high. Are you not aware? The 5 major families in Wantian City have all suddenly fallen from grace, leaving us with only the Chu family as the sole remaining power. I do not hesitate to inform you that the price the Chu family offers for this ginseng king is even lower than what the Li family used to pay. Previously, they would pay over 60 mid-grade spirit stones, sometimes even more. Now, the Chu family is only willing to pay 25 mid-grade spirit stones." The stall owner sighed and continued, "I am only making a mere 5 spirit stones profit from you. Our industries in all the major cities have been monopolized by the Chu family. Life will be challenging moving forward. Young lady, I advise you to sell quickly. Otherwise, in a few days, this ginseng king may not even fetch 20 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Chu Lianer paused, disbelief etched on her face. "Is it truly so?" The stall owner shook his head. "Ah, young lady, if you doubt me, you may check with the major trading houses. Their purchase prices are even lower than mine. I am still offering you a fair deal." Passers-by overheard the conversation and expressed their realizations. No wonder the prices at those trading houses are so absurdly low. So it is because of this. The Chu family is truly inhumane. Alas, there is nothing we can do. Previously, there were 6 competing clans. And now only the Chu family remains, dictating everything. Chapter 127. Reunion with Yi Sheng. Increasing fortune value upon hearing the stall owner's words. Chu Lianer stamped her foot in frustration, her eyes wide with indignation. The Chu family is simply outrageous. How are my grandfather and I supposed to survive like this? As a cultivator and alchemist, the spirit stones she required for her own sustenance were already a significant expense. Moreover, she had her grandfather and brother Yu to consider. The ginseng king, in many ways, was a treasure that could sustain them for half a month. When she discovered this exquisite ginseng king in the Mulin mountain range, her joy was immeasurable. But now, to think that even this precious ginseng king is worth merely 20 mid-grade spirit stones, what are the other ordinary materials? The stall owner sighed deeply and said, "Young lady, since you are a regular customer, I shall offer you 23 mid-grade spirit stones for the ginseng king." After some contemplation and hesitation, fearing further depreciation of the ginseng king's value, she reluctantly replied, "Very well. Sir, I apologize for my earlier misunderstanding." The stall owner waved his hand dismissively. "No harm done, no harm done. After all, we are all facing hardships." Just as Chu Lianer was preparing to hand over the ginseng king, a light laughter sounded. "Hee, dear lady, how about selling that exquisite ginseng king to me?" Chu Lianer was taken aback, and as she turned around, she found herself facing a strikingly handsome young man with golden hair and a stunning woman in a flowing white dress beside him. She was momentarily stunned. These two were clearly not ordinary individuals. With a hint of confusion, Chu Lianer inquired, "Who are you?" Qiu Lianyu glanced at the ginseng king in Chu Lianer's hand. Indeed, it is a remarkable ginseng king, but its value is limited. It can only be used to concoct earth-tier pills. For us, it is as inconsequential as the weeds that grow by the roadside. Su Jiugao offered a warm smile and gently said, "My dear lady, You need not concern yourself with our identities. I find that ginseng king of yours quite appealing. Might you consider selling it to me? I would offer you 100 mid-grade spirit stones. What? Upon hearing this, not only was Chu Lianer taken aback, but the surrounding stall owners and passers-by were equally astonished. 100 mid-grade spirit stones? Which noble son is this? It is worth noting that even during the time of the other 5 clans, the highest price for a ginseng king was merely 60 pieces. Noble son, look at me. I also have ginseng kings for sale. Naturally, Su Jiugao paid no heed to the words of the nearby stall owners. His true interest lay not in those trifling ginseng kings, but in Chu Lianer herself. Upon hearing Su Jiugao's offer, Chu Lianer's delicate face was filled with disbelief as she exclaimed, "This noble son, this is a ginseng king." As if fearing Su Jiugao had made a mistake, she quickly added, "It is of the finest quality, yet it is not worth such a high price." Noble son, could it be that you are mistaken? Su Jiugao chuckled lightly, shaking his head nonchalantly. I have not erred. What I desire is indeed the ginseng king in your possession. 100 spirit stones. Is that too little? In a time when the Chu family suppressed industries across various cities, someone was willing to spend an exorbitant sum to purchase a single ginseng king. Such extravagant behavior was something Chu Lianer could hardly refuse. No, I will not sell, she insisted. However, noble son, while this ginseng king is indeed of the finest quality, it is not worth that many mid-grade spirit stones. How about I let you have it for 40 spirit stones? No, 30 will suffice. Chu Lianer spoke with utmost seriousness. The 40 mid-grade spirit stones were her initial asking price, but given the current economic hardship, she deemed 30 a more reasonable offer. The surrounding stall owners stared at her in disbelief, their expressions seemingly asking, "Are you truly bargaining with yourself?" Su Jiugao was equally taken aback, unable to suppress a laugh. Haha, how amusing. You are giving yourself a discount after I offered you more. Whether more or less, it is the same. 1,000 gold cannot buy this noble son's delight. 100 it is, without question. Such a naive and sweet girl was truly deserving of being the destined heroine. Autumn Lian's beautiful eyes also sparkled with a rare smile as she caressed the little cold dragon in her hand. She couldn't help but develop a fondness for this charming and simple-hearted girl, softly saying, "Take it. He lacks for spirit stones." Even so, Chu Lianer shook her head resolutely. No family spirit stones come without effort, noble son. If you wish to have it, 30 spirit stones will suffice. 100 spirit stones for 30? The surrounding stall owners looked at Chu Lianer with exasperation. Clearly, these two were not ordinary individuals. They were undoubtedly disciples of a wealthy sect. Girl, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? At that moment, a man dressed in simple clothing and wearing a straw hat stepped out from the crowd. Lianer, what are you doing here? Is it not ready yet? Seeing the newcomer, Chu Lianer softly replied, "Brother Yi, I encountered a slight problem here. It will be resolved shortly." What problem? The man in the straw hat asked, puzzled. Chu Lianer glanced at Su Jiugao and Autumn Lianyu, her expression slightly troubled as she said, "This noble son wishes to buy the ginseng king in my possession for 100 mid-grade spirit stones." Oh, that is a good thing, Lianer. I recall the previous purchasing price for ginseng kings was merely 40 mid-grade spirit stones. Has the price risen? The man in the straw hat smiled broadly, appearing in good spirits. Turning around, he was suddenly struck with shock upon seeing Su Jiugao. His pupils dilated in disbelief. Su Jiugao, meanwhile, was smiling amiably at the man before him. The faded protagonist, Yi Sheng. Compared to before, Yi Sheng now appeared considerably worn, with a scruffy beard and disheveled hair. More alarming was the long scar etched across his face. Name, Yi Sheng, poisoned. Identity, faded protagonist, direct disciple of the Hanai sacred sect. Age, 21. Character, arrogant, patient. Tenacious, realm, 4th stage of Yuan cutting physique, none. Techniques, Ancient Luo Emperor Sutra, Undying Dark Demon Technique, new. World Annihilation Flame Heaven Technique, new. Great Will Annihilation Technique. Shattering Heaven Palm, Hanai Heavenly Sutra. Treasures, God's Lair Ring, new. Blood Drinking Emperor Spear, new. Life Experience, Rebirth of a Semi-Emperor. Current Fortune Value, 10,000. 10,000 in fortune value? Upon seeing Yi Sheng's fortune value, Su Jiugao frowned. System, what is the meaning of this? Logically speaking, after Gu Yuanzi's manipulation, Yi Sheng's fortune value should have been reduced to less than 3,000. Yet now, it has notably increased. Chapter 128. A capable treasure-seeking mouse. Yi Sheng's doubts. The system's voice chimed in. Ding, replying to the host. The fated protagonist can increase fortune value through treasures obtained later. Su Jiugao nodded in understanding, his expression gradually becoming more playful. I see. Not only am I growing, but the fated protagonist is as well. From the newly acquired treasures and techniques on Yi Sheng, It was evident that the items he had obtained from the ancient immortal ruins were likely the lifelong legacy of an emperor, though reluctant to seize the opportunity. It must be said that the reborn protagonist is indeed formidable. Even after losing a substantial amount of fortune value and treasures, he still manages to gather a wealth of resources. Su Jiugao was immensely satisfied with Yishang's performance and couldn't help but silently rejoice that he hadn't eliminated this individual earlier. Autumn Lianyu naturally noticed Yishang as well, remaining silent. Upon seeing the two before him, Yishang began to tremble uncontrollably, his heart tumultuous. The Su family's noble son. How could this be possible? Why is this person here? Yishang's heart roared. Since the ancient immortal ruins, Su Jiugao had become an unshakable nightmare for him, overshadowing him in fear day and night. Now, while out with Lianer to sell herbs, he happened to encounter Su Jiugao in this remote place. How could Yishang not be alarmed? Yishang's gaze flickered, his mind racing. Breathing heavily, he struggled to calm himself. Chu Lianer immediately noticed something was amiss and inquired with concern, "Brother Yi, what is wrong with you?" Yishang hurriedly lowered his hat, unable to meet Su Jiugao's piercing gaze, and hoarsely replied, "Cough, cough. No, I am fine, Lianer." Chu Lianer frowned slightly, earnestly saying, "Brother Yi, what is wrong with your voice? Could it be that the poison within has not yet healed? Grandpa said this cannot be delayed. You must take your medicine." As she spoke, Chu Lianer hurriedly produced several rough-looking pills and handed them over. At that moment, Yishang wished he could vanish. Was it necessary to be such a burden to his ally? Although he harbored a desire to tear Su Jiugao to pieces, he was genuinely afraid of him. Without the powers he once possessed before his rebirth, he appeared to Su Jiugao as nothing but a feeble insect. Yishang shook his head, lowering his voice as he said, "I am tired, Lianer. Let us return quickly." Upon hearing this, Su Jiugao's imperial gaze flickered, realizing that Yishang was fearful of having his identity recognized in public. Feigning ignorance, he smiled and said, "What seems to be the matter with this brother? You appear unwell. My lady, I think it would be best for you to sell that ginseng king to me so you may return to rest. Yes? 30 it is." Chu Lianer nodded. She understood that Brother Yi had just recently recovered and was still unwell. If anything were to happen, it would not bode well. Chu Lianer handed over the ginseng king, saying, "Noble son, here you are." Su Jiugao slightly nodded, receiving the ginseng king and casually tossing out 30 pieces of celestial-grade spirit stones. Chu Lianer instinctively accepted them. What is this? As soon as the celestial spirit stones made their appearance, the abundant spiritual energy within them ignited a fervent passion in the eyes of all present, causing their breaths to quicken. Surely, these must be superior-grade spirit stones. Could it be that I am not mistaken? 30 superior-grade spirit stones in exchange for a king ginseng? How is this even conceivable? Attracted by the voices of the crowd, Chu Lianer was taken aback when she beheld the heavy spirit stones in her hands. She had seen such stones before at her grandfather's. These are no mere medium-grade spirit stones, but clearly celestial-grade. Such stones can only circulate among the most powerful factions. With her beautiful eyes narrowing, Chu Lianer quickly raised her head and exclaimed, "Young master, this is utterly unacceptable." However, all eyes were drawn to the celestial spirit stones. Su Jiugao and Chiu Lianyue had mysteriously vanished from the scene. As she gazed at the empty surroundings, Chu Lianer momentarily lost her focus, swiftly stowing the spirit stones into her storage ring under the fervent gazes of the onlookers. This unexpected windfall filled her with immense joy, and she turned to the trembling Yishang beside her, saying sweetly, "Brother Yi, we have struck it rich." Yishang, finally regaining his senses after realizing Su Jiugao was no longer present, let out a sigh of relief, feeling the sweat soaking through his back. He had not paid attention to Lianer's words. Instead, a flicker of wild elation crossed his eyes as he pondered how the Su family heir had failed to recognize him. Gasping for breath, he touched the deep scar on his cheek, a mark he had inflicted upon himself to shed his former self as a sycophant. More importantly, he had altered his appearance to evade Su Jiugao's scrutiny. It must be that my self-inflicted disfigurement is the reason the Su family heir did not recognize me. Realizing this, Yishang burst into a fit of maniacal laughter, his joy unrestrained. This sudden outburst startled Chu Lianer. While acquiring 30 celestial spirit stones was indeed a cause for celebration, she found Yishang's exuberance somewhat excessive. After laughing for quite some time, Yishang finally calmed down and walked alongside Chu Lianer towards the outskirts of the stone city, his gaze cast downward, flickering with an unmasked intensity of murderous intent. He murmured, "Su Jiugao and Nangong Ching, you wretched pair. One day, I, Yishang, shall reclaim everything that belongs to me." Chu Lianer's voice broke through his thoughts, perplexed. Brother Yi, what are you saying?" Yishang paused, regaining his composure, and softly replied, "Nothing." "Oh, Chu Lianer paid little heed to his words, her spirits soaring as she continued. Brother Yi, hurry up. Grandpa will surely be delighted to hear about our 30 celestial spirit stones. Yixing fell silent, his mind replaying the moment he had encountered Su Jiugao. Concealed within the Xianjun Dao domain, in such a remote location, the likelihood of the Su family heir appearing here was nearly impossible. The vastness of the myriad realms made it hard for Yixing to believe such a coincidence could occur. Observing the bouncing Chu Lianer ahead, his expression darkened, fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve. Only Lianer and Elder Ning were aware of his presence here. This thought led him to recall an ominous warning from an elderly fortune teller he had met by chance. If what he feared were true, a dense aura of murderous intent suddenly enveloped Yixing as a blood-red energy began to coalesce in his hand, resembling a spear. Anyone witnessing this scene would surely be astonished, for the murderous aura emanating from Yixing had transformed into a palpable force, striking fear into the heart. Within a certain elegant establishment in the Stone City, Su Jiugao and Qiu Lianyue sat at the highest table. Su Jiugao's gaze was contemplative as he looked down at the departing figures of Yixing and Chu Lianer. Retracting his gaze, a smile graced his lips as he lifted a wine cup from the table, savoring a sip, his eyes glimmering with delight. This wine is rather exquisite, he remarked, surprised to find such fine liquor in this secluded little town. Lianyue, do give it a taste. Qiu Lianyue remained motionless, while the little creature in her arms, Shaoiqian, curiously inspected the wine before stretching its tiny head forward, its large eyes filled with wonder and confusion, and licked its tongue. The rich aroma of the wine overwhelmed it, and Shaoiqian promptly fainted, stars dancing before its eyes. Su Jiugao burst into laughter at the sight. This little one is quite amusing. Lianyue, why not have a sip yourself? Qiu Lianyue shook her head gently, replying softly, I do not consume alcohol. That individual with the straw hat seemed to be associated with the remnants of the immortal ancient ruins. I am aware. Su Jiugao chuckled lightly. Qiu Lianyue questioned. Then why let him go? Su Jiugao took another sip of wine, dismissively responding, the time is not yet right. His imperial eyes narrowed as he continued, as for him, I shall leave it to that old man to handle. As the protagonist's assassin, Su Jiugao had faith that Gu Yuanzizi would manage the situation effectively. Otherwise, it would be the Xingluo Shanzong that would face the consequences, wouldn't it? Su Jiugao smiled without a word, sending a message through his spiritual consciousness to Gu Yuanzizi. At a small stream in Taozuan, the sun shone brightly as Gu Yuanzizi languidly sat on the riverbank, enjoying a peaceful fishing moment. With an air of ethereal grace, he closed his eyes in meditation, resembling a recluse from the mortal realm. Suddenly, the fishing rod twitched. Gu Yuanzizi opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. How could this be? Just moments ago, the Su family heir had somehow managed to send him a message. Gu Yuanzizi was shaken to his core, realizing that he had indeed been marked by the Su family heir as spiritual consciousness. His face fell, revealing a mix of frustration and resignation as he muttered. The Su family heir possesses remarkable skills indeed. Just when I thought I could enjoy a peaceful life, today I have fallen into your trap. Su Jiugao had contacted him, indicating that it was nearly time to close the net. This meant that the mysterious young man was about to encounter misfortune. As for the method to employ, he was left to figure that out. The esteemed heir had mentioned that it would not do to kill him outright. How could this not pose a dilemma for me? How am I to navigate this? Gu Yuanzizi sighed deeply, shaking his head in self-reproach. The fate of that young man was unlike any he had ever encountered. He would undoubtedly not be an ordinary individual in the future. Such a fated person, even if I were to attempt his assassination, might not succeed. Regrettably, having provoked that harbinger of death, if he does not perish, the one to suffer the consequences would be none other than me in the Xingluo Shanzong. Embracing the principle of better the death of a friend than the death of a fellow Taoist, Gu Yuanzizi gazed at the fishing rod, now calming down. His eyes flickering with contemplation, lost in thought. Oh, fish, you may yet escape from my grasp, free and unbound. But I am not so fortunate. Gu Yuanzizi felt as if he were a fish dangled by Su Jiugao, with no means of escape. The only solace was that he had sensed the danger early and had not chosen to flee. With a heavy sigh, he slowly rose and vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, Yixing and Chu Lianer had returned to Taozuan. Bursting through the door, Chu Lianer exclaimed joyfully, Grandpa, we are back. Inside the modest thatched cottage, an elderly man, small and hunched, was engrossed in grinding something. He remained oblivious to their presence, as if he had not seen them at all. Chu Lianer hopped over to him, her voice brimming with excitement. Grandpa, guess how many spirit stones I sold my king ginseng for? Ning Lao cast a sidelong glance at her, his tone neither warm nor cold. 50? Chu Lianer shook her head, narrowing her eyes as she sweetly replied, No, Grandpa, it's 30. Ning Lao was taken aback, abruptly halting his grinding. His dim old eyes brimmed with incredulity as he gazed at Chu Lianer, seemingly questioning whether the girl had lost her wits. Ning Lao, Lianer. Chu Lianer tilted her head. What's wrong? Ning Lao, they're selling quite well. But you mustn't sell them anymore. Furrowing her brow, Chu Lianer quickly reacted, taking Ning Lao's hand and exclaiming, Grandpa, what are you thinking? My 30 spirit stones are no ordinary stones. Look. As she spoke, Chu Lianer tossed out the 30 exquisite spirit stones, and the narrow thatched house was suddenly filled with an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. This is. Ning Lao's pupils contracted as he stared in disbelief at the beaming Lianer. Exquisite spirit stones. Seeing her grandfather's expression, Chu Lianer proudly lifted her chin. Hee hee. What do you think, Grandpa? Aren't I impressive? With a swift motion, Ning Lao stood up, his gaze fixed on Chu Lianer, and said in a serious tone, Lianer, where did these spirit stones come from? Chu Lianer was momentarily stunned, seemingly perplexed by her grandfather's demeanor. From the King Ginseng I sold. A golden-haired young gentleman gave me these spirit stones and then vanished. He truly is a good person. Golden-haired gentleman? Ning Lao's eyes flickered as he glanced at Yishin behind Chu Lianer, as if piecing something together. He slowly said, I see. Lianer, you may step outside for now. Chu Lianer, puzzled, asked, What's the matter, Grandpa? Ning Lao replied, I need to speak with your brother Yi. Upon hearing this, Chu Lianer nodded obediently and exited, still unsure why her grandfather was so agitated. Bang! As the door closed, Yisheng lowered his head in silence. The old man before him had an enigmatic background, and for some unknown reason, his cultivation had suffered a decline. It was precisely due to his extraordinary skills that he had been able to rid Yisheng of the alchemical poison within him. It was worth noting that Nangong Qing was a saint-level alchemist. To eliminate the presence of her poison was no small feat, and certainly not achievable by an ordinary individual. Therefore, Yisheng held Ning Lao in the utmost respect. Ning Lao resumed grinding the powder in the stone jar, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. After what felt like an eternity, Ning Lao finally lifted his head and spoke softly to Yisheng. Yisheng. I'm here, Yisheng replied. You must have been here for quite some time now, haven't you? Ning Lao inquired. Yisheng, somewhat perplexed, responded, Yes, it's been over a month. During this time, I thank you for your assistance, Ning Lao. No need for thanks, Ning Lao interjected before Yisheng could finish. If you truly wish to express gratitude, then thank that girl Lianer. Were it not for her pleading and rescuing you from the waters, I would not have saved you. Ning Lao's gaze was piercing as he fixed his stare on Yisheng. The person who planted such intricate poison within you is certainly no ordinary foe. I have no interest in your past, nor do we seek any form of repayment. But you must remember, your troubles must not implicate Lianer. Do you understand? As he spoke, Ning Lao's voice rose slightly. Yisheng could sense an invisible pressure emanating from him, causing his heart to skip a beat. He quickly clasped his hands in respect and assured, Ning Lao, rest assured, I understand. Ning Lao nodded, casually tossing out several pills, then resumed grinding the powder in the stone jar. These pills should be taken over the next few days. The poison within you will soon be entirely removed. By that time, it will be time for you to leave. Ning Lao issued the dismissal without any hesitation. Yisheng's eyes widened in shock. The straightforward manner in which Ning Lao spoke made his intentions unmistakable. After a prolonged silence, Yisheng knelt on the ground, sincerity radiating from him as he said, Ning Lao, the great kindness you and Lianer have shown me is something I, Yisheng, shall never forget. Please accept my gratitude. With heartfelt appreciation, he accepted the pills and slowly exited the room. Watching Yisheng's retreating figure, Ning Lao sighed and shook his head. After so many days, how could he not see the affection Lianer harbored for Yisheng? Yet, he could feel an overwhelming tide of hidden hatred beneath Yisheng's calm exterior. As one who stood at the precipice of death, his only concern was for Lianer. He could only hope that she would not be entangled by his troubles. Outside the house, Yisheng clenched his fists. Chu Lianer approached, bouncing with curiosity, and asked sweetly, Brother Yi, what did Grandpa say to you? It seemed so mysterious. Yisheng glanced at the youthful and lively girl before him, lightly shaking his head. Nothing much, Lianer. Ning Lao merely gave me some pills to help restore my health. Chu Lianer nodded knowingly. I see. Brother Yi, you must take good care of yourself. My grandpa is a very powerful alchemist. There isn't anyone in this world he cannot heal. I must go harvest the herbs I planted earlier. I'll help you. Yisheng began. But Chu Lianer interrupted. Oh no, Brother Yi, you are still recovering. If you truly want to help me, then please get better soon. And I'll let you handle all the chores at home. And when you're better, you must take me to those fun places you mentioned. At this point, Chu Lianer's cheeks flushed, and, feeling bashful, she hurriedly covered her face and dashed away, her steps light and joyful. Yisheng stood still, his gaze flickering. Having lived 2 lives, he could see through Lianer's feelings for him, though he had feigned ignorance all along. After experiencing the demise of his 2 most cherished women, one dead and the other having betrayed him, Yisheng had developed a profound aversion to all women, doubting the existence of genuine affection. Initially, he had been wary of Lianer and Ning Lao, fearing their intentions towards him. However, as time passed, and with Lianer's meticulous care, he gradually accepted her. Yet, an invisible barrier still stood between them. Yisheng let out a self-deprecating laugh. Heh. Nangongqing, Su family's young master, I am still living in the shadows of both of you. But believe me, one day, I shall ensure you both pay the price. Regret everything you have done. Yisheng clenched his fists. His greatest reliance now lay in the unparalleled treasure he had acquired from the Taiyuan immortal realm, the lifetime legacy and imperial weapon of the mad-killing emperor. You might find the name amusing. Feel free to laugh. For I truly could not think of anything else. The mad-killing emperor was once a renowned figure across the realms, known for his path of slaughter and unparalleled aggression. Now he had abandoned the cultivation methods of his past to embrace the mad-killing emperor's ultimate techniques, the indestructible demon art and the world-ending flame technique. The indestructible demon art could only be perfected through boundless hatred, making it an impeccable fit for Yisheng's current state, surprisingly suitable for him. Meanwhile, the world-ending flame technique, a terrifying combat art. When paired with the mad-killing emperor's imperial weapon, the slaughtering god ring and the blood-drinking imperial spear, was fearsome enough to slay any god or Buddha that stood in his way. During this period, Yisheng drew immense confidence from these treasures. However, at present, I must first rid myself of the internal affliction and cultivate in seclusion. Su family's young emperor, have you appeared in this Xianjun Dao domain once more because of me? Yisheng murmured. How have you managed to discover my existence time and again? As a quasi-emperor reborn, my soul is immensely powerful. If Su Jiugao had left a mark on me, it would have been impossible for me not to notice. The last time this happened was due to that vile woman, Nangongqing. This time, Yisheng was reluctant to accept such a possibility. After much contemplation, he resolved to seek the wisdom of a certain elder for enlightenment, the Celestial Calculator. The Celestial Calculator was a formidable being I had fortuitously encountered a few days prior. Having witnessed my own life as a vivid example, I have come to place unwavering trust in fate since my rebirth. In my previous life, I had met the Celestial Calculator, who had foretold that I would never attain the imperial destiny in this lifetime. Initially, I dismissed his words, yet they proved to be an ominous prophecy that came true. Upon encountering the Celestial Calculator again, I was overwhelmed with joy and repeatedly inquired if there was any hope for my imperial fate. The conclusion I received was that in this life, I would face betrayal from a cherished one and confront a formidable enemy from which escape would be nearly impossible. Nevertheless, these trials would ultimately become the sustenance for my path. Only by relinquishing all could I attain the unparalleled status of the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor. Yisheng's gaze was resolute and piercing. In this life, no one shall hinder me. With this thought, Yisheng took a deep breath, his expression resolute, and strode purposefully in a specific direction. Yisheng traversed the serene forest and arrived at the opposite bank of the creek in Peach Village. There on the bank sat an elderly man, exuding an air of tranquility, with a youthful visage and long white beard. The elder possessed an ethereal demeanor, embodying the essence of an otherworldly being. Unlike any mortal, Yisheng's face lit up with delight as he hurried forward. Elder, please enlighten me. Chapter 131, The Killing God Ring. Too much to bear gazing at the elder before him, Yisheng was filled with reverence and sincerity. He immediately bowed deeply. The Celestial Calculator was a renowned figure even before my rebirth, sought after by countless powerful beings for his insights. Given the accuracy of his predictions regarding me, I held profound respect for such an extraordinary person as Gu Yuanzi. Elder, upon seeing Yisheng's arrival, Gu Yuanzi was not overly surprised, maintaining a demeanor of indifference as he continued to fish, seemingly unaware of Yisheng's presence. Gu Yuanzi did not respond, leaving Yisheng standing motionless. He knew that individuals of such reclusive nature were often inscrutable. If Gu Yuanzi were overly eager, it would only raise his suspicions. Their initial meeting had been a serendipitous encounter in Stone City, where Yisheng had enthusiastically approached him. Thanks to Yisheng's initiative, Gu Yuanzi had finally relaxed, having been pondering how to approach this young man. After a prolonged silence, Yisheng could not help but glance at the fishing hook. There was clearly no bait. How could one expect to catch fish? Yisheng mused. Just then, a palm-sized carp swam over, and to Yisheng's astonishment, it opened its mouth and took the bait. The fishing rod trembled slightly, and with a swift motion of his right hand, Gu Yuanzi cast a dazzling spray of water, bringing the fish ashore. As soon as it emerged from the water, the fish grew several times larger, its scales shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, and its tail glimmering with a golden hue. The aura it exuded was formidable, at least a spirit beast of the Zhan Yuan realm. Yi Sheng's eyes widened in shock. This was a sturgeon dragon carp? The fact that Gu Yuanzi could catch fish without bait left Yi Sheng in awe of his extraordinary prowess. Gu Yuanzi, with a tranquil gaze, observed the fish in his hand before placing it in a bamboo basket beside him. It was only then that he seemed to acknowledge Yi Sheng, stroking his beard and softly speaking. "Ah, you have arrived." To cultivate this aura of an otherworldly sage, Gu Yuanzi had put considerable thought into his demeanor. Seeing Yi Sheng's astonished expression, he felt quite satisfied and casually asked, "What brings you here?" Finally jolted into action, Yi Sheng stepped forward and said, "Elder, I wish to inquire about something. I seem to be facing the great calamity you spoke of. I feel deeply ensnared, unable to extricate myself, and it is difficult for me to articulate." Upon hearing Yi Sheng's words, Gu Yuanzi's expression darkened. Unable to contain himself, he retorted, "Speak plainly." This young man had rambled for so long without making any sense. He sounded even more cryptic than I did. "Huh?" Yi Sheng was taken aback. He then clasped his fists and succinctly replied, "Elder, I have an enemy who somehow always knows my whereabouts. Might you have any insights?" "Enemy?" Gu Yuanzi immediately grasped the situation. "It is likely that the Su family's young emperor has left a mark on you. Not only can you not break free, even I cannot help you, and yet you seek my assistance?" Gu Yuanzi furrowed his brow as he murmured to Yi Sheng, "Let me calculate this." Yi Sheng's face brightened, and he nodded eagerly. Gu Yuanzi pretended to calculate, but soon his expression shifted, he frowned and appeared perplexed. Then, with a look of astonishment, he exclaimed, seeing this. Yi Sheng became anxious. "Elder, what is it?" Gu Yuanzi fixed his gaze on him and shook his head solemnly, saying, "Indeed, you are currently undergoing that great calamity. Even if I were to reveal the method to break it, you would still be unable to overcome it." "What?" Yi Sheng's pupils constricted in disbelief, his composure shattering as he exclaimed, "Elder, why is this so? Did you not say there was a glimmer of hope amidst this deathly calamity?" Gu Yuanzi stroked his beard and sighed heavily, "Alas. It was true before. However, your enemy is no ordinary foe. You are correct in your suspicion. He can indeed monitor your position at all times. Every move you make is under his control. Now tell me, how do you intend to overcome this calamity?" Upon receiving Gu Yuanzi's confirmation, Yi Sheng was instantly engulfed by panic. Thud. He knelt down, bowing his head and imploring, "Elder, I beseech you, help me. If I, Yi Sheng, can safely navigate through this calamity, I shall forever follow your lead." Gu Yuanzi regarded the kneeling Yi Sheng, feigning reluctance, and remained silent for a long while before softly saying, "Alas, such a grave calamity concerns the secrets of heaven. You and I are not related, and I do not wish to expend effort only to be entangled in your affairs." Gu Yuanzi hinted at the notion that without any benefit, he was not inclined to assist. Hearing this, Yi Sheng's gaze flickered. Regarding the Su family's young emperor, he felt a sense of uncertainty in his heart. Otherwise, he would not have sought out Gu Yuanzi for a solution. Yi Sheng contemplated deeply, wrestling with his thoughts. Finally, as if having made a resolute decision, he retrieved a palm-sized crimson circular ring from his storage ring. This was the killing god ring he had obtained from the legacy of the great emperor. As the killing god ring appeared, a dense and overwhelming aura of malevolence and killing intent enveloped the surroundings. Within it, one could almost hear the faint, anguished wails of the lost souls that had perished beneath its weight. Yi Sheng presented the ring with both hands, respectfully and sincerely stating, "Elder, I possess little else. This is a treasure I stumbled upon, known as the killing god ring. I humbly ask you to accept it." He understood that without offering something of value, it would be exceedingly difficult to compel this celestial calculator to act on his behalf. Upon seeing the killing god ring, Gu Yuanzi's eyes widened in astonishment. This is indeed a top-tier imperial artifact. I never imagined this young man possessed such a treasure. Yi Sheng was taken aback by Gu Yuanzi's composed demeanor, his lips almost curling into a smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement, nearly revealing his thoughts. Clearing his throat twice, Gu Yuanzi solemnly refused. "What do you take me for? It is merely an imperial weapon. You may take it. I cannot bear the burden of your life and death tribulation." Yi Sheng was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that even the killing god ring, a divine artifact, would fail to sway Gu Yuanzi. His conviction deepened that this fortune teller must possess a solution. "Senior, you can bear it," Yi Sheng asserted. "I cannot," Gu Yuanzi replied. "You can." After a lengthy tug of war, Gu Yuanzi recognized it was almost time. With a reluctant expression of disdain, he finally accepted the killing god ring into his possession. Suppressing his urge to burst into laughter, Gu Yuanji feigned a heavy sigh. Alas, I truly have no way to deal with you. Very well. Chapter 132. Madness is essential for survival. Proof of the path through slaughter. Meanwhile, Su Jiugao, sensing something, halted her steps. Ding. Destiny protagonist Yi Sheng has lost the imperial weapon killing god ring, resulting in a loss of 3,000 luck points. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 3,000 villain points. Su Jiugao was momentarily stunned, and Xiu Lianyue beside her inquired softly, what happened? After pondering for a moment, Su Jiugao chuckled. This Gu Yuanji seems to have rather unclean hands. Does he wish to meddle with my belongings? If it were not for the fact that these villain points ultimately belong to me, I would certainly give him a proper lesson. A gentle breeze lifted Yi Sheng. Gu Yuanji said languidly, Ah, young lad, do you know the price of my intervention in this death tribulation? At the very least, it would consume several thousand years of my lifespan. However, since we share a certain fate, perhaps it is destiny. Upon witnessing Gu Yuanji accept the killing god ring, Yu Xing's face lit up with joy, and he respectfully proclaimed, Senior, your great kindness will not be forgotten. Once I survive this tribulation, I will surely seek out longevity elixirs to extend your life. Gu Yuanji nodded slightly, saying, You are indeed thoughtful. Young lad, do you recall what I previously told you? What? Yu Xing inquired. On your path to becoming an emperor, you will undoubtedly encounter betrayal. This betrayal could come from your beloved or friends. Upon hearing this, a fierce killing intent flashed through Yi Sheng's eyes. Senior, this has indeed transpired. But what does it have to do with my enemies finding me? Gu Yuanji replied with exasperation. Have you ever considered that this betrayal may not be a singular event? What? Yi Sheng gasped, breathless. Gu Yuanji's voice continued. If I am not mistaken, there is someone near you, constantly watching you. That person, if all goes as expected, is your enemy. I ask you, have you recently encountered any unusual individuals? Unusual. Yu Xing's face paled, terror etched across his countenance. His mind was in turmoil. And the first to come to mind were Chu Lianer and Elder Ning. During this period, they were the only two he had interacted with the most. Gu Yuanji remarked, The imperial weapon you provided me seems to be a treasure of the Mad Slaughter Emperor. If I am not mistaken, your cultivation should also be the indestructible mysterious magic of the Mad Slaughter Emperor. This emperor's scripture is no ordinary item. Without madness, one cannot survive. Only by becoming cold and heartless can one truly cultivate to perfection. Having revealed this celestial secret, Gu Yuanji urged, think carefully. With that, he transformed into a wisp of breeze and vanished without a trace, leaving only the fishing rod behind. Yu Xing stood there, unable to move for a long time, his mind replaying Gu Yuanji's words. He then turned his thoughts to Chu Lianer and Elder Ning. Why did they encounter the Su family as imperial son just as he and Lianer went out to sell? Why did that Su family as imperial son offer Lianer 30 pieces of celestial spirit stones? Was there some hidden transaction behind this? Moreover, Taozuan was merely a remote village. How could Nangong Qing, a holy tier alchemist, coincidentally have her poison removed by a mere villager? Everything seemed too suspicious. A flicker of crimson glimmered in Yi Sheng's eyes. The indestructible, mysterious magic was influencing his will. Without madness, there is no survival. In order to become an emperor in this lifetime, he must sever all ties and desires to attain the path of the emperor. Yi Sheng did not dwell further, as if having made a resolute decision. An overwhelming killing intent radiated from him as he vanished from the spot. At that moment, outside Taozuan, Chu Lianer was merrily carrying a small basket covered with gauze, a new jade token hanging from her waist. Humming a cheerful tune, she strolled leisurely towards home. Lianer was in high spirits, murmuring with anticipation, It feels wonderful to have money. After harvesting those herbs, she returned to Shicheng and purchased numerous items for cultivation and daily necessities. When she presented a piece of celestial spirit stone, it stirred the shopkeeper to gift her a VIP token, allowing her to enjoy an 80% discount on all items from then on. This rare experience of being a little wealthy brought her immense joy. On her way back, recalling that Yi Sheng had been solely focused on cultivation and consuming pills at home, living rather frugally, Lianer decided to spend generously at the Lucien Tower for a roasted chicken and some famous wine, hoping it would please Yi Sheng. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared ahead, blocking her path. Lianer paused, surprised and delighted. Yiga? What brings you here? At that moment, Yi Sheng's expression was dark, his demeanor cold, keeping others at bay. Lianer stepped forward, perplexed. What wrong? Yiga, you look rather unwell. Yu Xing's eyes were filled with struggle, his voice hoarse as he replied, Where have you been? Huh, Lianer responded. Why was I unable to find you in the back mountain? Did you not say you were going to gather herbs? Yi Sheng's icy tone puzzled Lianer, who explained, I already collected those herbs. What's the matter, Yiga? Yi Sheng remained silent, his gaze fixated on the jade token at Lianer's waist. A jolt of realization struck him, and his expression grew even more sinister. He uttered a bewildering accusation. That token is your means of contact with the Su family's imperial son, isn't it? Liener, how could I have trusted you so blindly? I ask you, why did you betray me? Yi Sheng's eyes, bloodshot and fierce, startled Liener, who was left in shock. Yi Go, what are you talking about? What's Su family's imperial son? What have I betrayed you for? Seeing her flustered state only solidified Yi Sheng's suspicions. He glared at the bamboo basket, his voice cold. What is inside that basket? This. Liener began to lift the gauze, slowly explaining, of course, it's, before she could finish, a sinister, crimson spear pierced through her chest. Blood erupted in a shower. Liener trembled, her body stiffening as she gazed in disbelief at the crimson spear protruding from her chest. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Chapter 133. A deeply piercing pain as time weaves its relentless tapestry. Yi Sheng, the reborn quasi-emperor, initially brimmed with unparalleled arrogance. Believing himself invincible, he was acutely aware of the myriad supreme opportunities he had encountered before his rebirth. In this life, he was determined to amend all past regrets and ultimately achieve the consummate path to becoming an emperor. However, Yi Sheng soon realized how gravely mistaken he was. After encountering the son of the Su family, his life underwent a seismic transformation, spiraling into realms beyond his control. Yi Sheng, a figure of nobility as a quasi-emperor, found himself repeatedly thwarted by Su Jiugao. The tragic death of Shu'er and the betrayal of a cherished love left him reeling. In the end, even the wheel of time was seized from him, leading to his utter loss. While a common person might succumb to such anguish and choose death, Yi Sheng endured. Yet, the blow was monumental, even for him. In the depths of his despair, he met a girl named Chu Liener, confounded by her desire to save him. He found solace in her meticulous care, which thawed the icy core of his heart, previously consumed by unending murderous intent. For the first time in over a month, he experienced emotions he had never known. Liener, unfazed by his status or background, exhibited a childlike innocence, fretting over a few low-grade spirit stones, which he knew were meant to procure healing herbs for him. She was generous to others, yet frugal for herself. After the betrayal by his beloved Nangong Qing, Yi Sheng pondered whether such pure-hearted women truly existed in this world. Gradually, he found himself developing feelings for her. In the days spent with Liener, the murderous intent in his heart softened, and he even contemplated a life of simplicity in the Peach Village with her. But he was a quasi-emperor. In his past life, he had reigned supreme across realms, worshipped by countless beings. As his awareness returned, he trembled at the sight of the girl before him, who continued to call his name even in death. A crimson light flickered in his eyes, and he was unaware that the eternal demon technique of the mad-killing emperor would amplify his hatred, subtly altering his character. The mad-killing emperor had lost his sanity. Betrayed by all, leading to his demise at the hands of countless enemies. Yi Sheng's heart was soon engulfed by murderous intent, erasing any remnants of guilt or regret. With decisive resolve, he withdrew the blood-drinking emperor's spear, turning away to leave, his gaze as cold as a chasm. Liener, you should not have betrayed me. I had thought you were different. In that moment, his cultivation unexpectedly surged, breaking through to the 5th level of the yuan-slashing realm. It seemed that, as foretold by the celestial calculating sage, killing Liener had indeed advanced his eternal demon technique. His heart grew colder and more resolute. Suddenly, a crash echoed as something fell to the ground. Yi Sheng paused, curiosity piqued, and upon seeing the shattered exquisite wine and the alluring roasted chicken scattered about, he was jolted. His pupils widened in disbelief. This was, in his mind, Liener's voice resonated. Big brother Yi, once you have recovered, I'll take you to Lucian Tower to savor their fine wine and roasted chicken. You can smell the aroma from afar. He had once scoffed, Liener. That must be quite expensive. Her reply had been, actually, I want to eat there too. I've never been. She had always refrained from indulging in such costly pleasures, yet she had spent her savings on him. A suffocating sensation gripped Yi Sheng's chest, and he gasped, overwhelmed by an indescribable, heart-wrenching agony. He knelt, trembling uncontrollably. Approaching Chu Liener, tears of blood streamed down his face. Liener. In that moment of madness, he finally confronted his inner turmoil. No. Yi Sheng embraced Liener's increasingly cold, lifeless body, howling at the heavens. This pain, piercing to the core, was 1,000 times more intense than the betrayal by Nangong Qing. Meanwhile, in a humble abode within Peach Village, Elder Ning, grinding herbs, inadvertently shattered a stone jar filled with powder. His pupils constricted as an ominous premonition surged within him. Liener, Yi Sheng. cradling Chu Lianer, wept bitterly, his heart consumed by sorrow. Why? Why? What have I done? The one I love most, I have slain with my own hands? His voice rose in a frenzied roar. Why? A terrifying aura erupted from him, the winds howling violently. As an overwhelming crimson murderous intent coalesced like a vengeful spirit. In an instant, his raven locks turned white. A voice echoed in his mind. You have lost everything. It is all because of him, that son of the Su family. Kill him. This sinister voice, insidiously soothing his anguish, provided a rationale he could accept. Yusheng's composure returned, his eyes bloodshot. Yes, it is all because of that son of the Su family that I have fallen to such depths. It is you. Blood trickled from his lips as he gritted his teeth, resembling a vengeful specter. Gently placing Lianer down, he caressed her cold cheek, whispering, Lianer, wait for me. I will avenge you. In that moment, it seemed as though the one who had struck was not himself, but Su Jiugao. With this realization, a terrifying aura enveloped him. The eternal demon technique surged within him once more, propelling his cultivation further. Unburdened by attachments, he cast aside all hesitations. The spiritual energies of heaven and earth transformed into a pitch-black demonic aura. He was consumed by madness. Chapter 134. The initiative of the imperial daughter Yi Sheng grasped the blood-drinking emperor's spear, which glowed ominously red, and vanished in an instant. Shortly after his departure, Su Jiugao and Qiu Lianyu appeared, their presence unnoticed until now. Ding! The destined protagonist Yi Sheng has personally slain the destined heroine Chu Lianer, resulting in a loss of 4,000 fortune points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 4,000 villain points. Gazing at Chu Lianer's lifeless form, Su Jiugao sighed. She was a good girl. It's a pity she misplaced her affections. He had not anticipated that Gu Yuan's eye could manipulate events to such an extent. How had he accomplished this? The atmosphere suddenly grew frigid, and Su Jiugao turned to Qiu Lianyu, noticing the terrifying chill emanating from her. Beneath her veil, her exquisite features appeared chillingly beautiful, her eyes filled with murderous intent. They had both witnessed the recent events unfold, though she was not known for her mercy. Seeing Yi Sheng slay someone who had devoted so much to him stirred something within Qiu Lianyu. The little cold dragon sensed its master's unusual demeanor, incessantly emitting cries as it nudged against her. Suddenly, Chu Lianer's lifeless body crystallized into ice, transforming into a magnificent ice sculpture within but a breath's time. Encased in that frosty shell, her blood seemed to solidify. She appeared not to have perished, but rather to have fallen into a tranquil slumber. Witnessing this scene, Su Jiugao cast a surprised glance at her, realizing that Lianyu was, unexpectedly, an emotional being. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jiugao spoke. What is it, Lianyu? Do you wish to save her? Qiu Lianyu shook her head gently, her voice chillingly cold as she replied, no. Su Jiugao, well aware of her thoughts, narrowed his imperial eyes, fixated on Chu Lianer's body. With a faint smile, he encouraged, if you wish to save her, then do so. It matters not. Qiu Lianyu regarded him, her eyes seeming to inquire, is it truly permissible? With a touch of exasperation, Su Jiugao stepped closer, ruffling her hair, and said, do not seek my approval, make your own decision. In our cultivation, clarity of thought is paramount. Were it myself in your position, I would surely refrain from rescuing a stranger devoid of purpose. Yet, I shall not impose my will upon you. As the daughter of the Evergreen Emperor, Qiu Lianyu possessed an abundance of nearly miraculous elixirs. This girl was merely of the myriad realms, pathetically weak. For her, it was simply a matter of desire. After receiving Su Jiugao's consent, Qiu Lianyu fell into silence for a moment. A verdant jade pill materialized in her delicate hand, radiating boundless vitality. The Qingdi pill, furthermore, its life force surpassed even that of the few in Su Jiugao possession. With a gentle lift of her hand, she enveloped the Qingdi pill in her true energy, penetrating the icy barrier and carefully placing it into Chu Lianer's mouth. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of life essence erupted from Chu Lianer. The Qingdi pill began to mend her internal organs, and the lifeless shell of Chu Lianer gradually regained warmth, her complexion flushing with vitality. Such divine power would leave any onlooker in awe. The ice began to melt as Qiu Lianyu channeled her strength to tear apart the surrounding space, drawing Chu Lianer into the unknown. Su Jiugao watched, shaking his head with a smile. Fortunately, she is still lucky. Her spirit has not yet dissipated. Otherwise, even an emperor would be powerless. Curiously, he inquired, where have you sent her? Qiu Lianyu nodded slightly, her voice soft. To a distant realm inhabited solely by mortals. Her cultivation and memories have been sealed by me. Su Jiugao looked at her with a hint of indulgence. There are countless suffering souls in this world. Can you save them all? Qiu Lianyu uttered a perplexing remark. Those heartless should meet their demise. Su Jiugao was taken aback, nodding in confusion. That is indeed a valid point. This Yusheng's time is nearly at an end. Approaching Su Jiugao directly, Qiu Lianyu gazed deeply into his eyes. What is it? Su Jiugao asked. A faint blush appeared on Qiu Lianyu's exquisite cheeks, her heart wavering in hesitation. Suddenly recalling her father's words, girls should take the initiative. As if resolved, she stepped closer, and through a veil, lightly kissed Su Jiugao's cheek. Thank you. In an instant, a sweet fragrance enveloped him, and she swiftly withdrew to the side. Boom. Su Jiugao felt as if struck by lightning, his mind buzzing. His expression transformed into one of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Lianyu, what just happened? Qiu Lianyu responded coolly. It's nothing, let us proceed. You still wish to find that Yi Sheng, do you not? With that, she gave no chance for Su Jiugao to respond and strode forward. Now, it was Su Jiugao's turn to be flabbergasted. He had never anticipated that the usually aloof Qiu Lianyu would take such a bold step. Rubbing his cheek, he murmured, it seems quite pleasant. At this moment, Tao Village, once a haven of peace and tranquility, had transformed into a scene of utter devastation. Elder Ning appeared as if driven mad. His white hair billowing wildly, resembling a frenzied deity. His eyes, aflame with boundless rage, were fixated on Yi Sheng, as he bellowed, Yi Sheng. Lianer treated you well, you ungrateful wretch. As a being of the divine king realm, once a sage, he possessed Chu Lianer's soul plate. Yet, just moments ago, that soul plate had shattered. What did this signify? Lianer is dead, with the last thread of hope severed. Elder Ning gazed at Yu Sheng with a heart full of regret and hatred, his expression one of utter despair, wishing he could devour him whole. In this stone city, what could possibly threaten Lianer's life? Apart from Yi Sheng and his enemies, Elder Ning could fathom no other. I detest it. I warned Lianer that you were no ordinary person, yet I never imagined she would fall under your influence. Yi Sheng, did you not promise to protect Lianer? I demand to know, what has happened to her? Elder Ning's eyes brimmed with tears, aging decades in an instant, enveloped in a suffocating aura of death. Yi Sheng, wielding the bloodthirsty emperor's spear, faced Elder Ning's accusations. Upon hearing Lianer's name, he seemed to be stirred by something within him, laughing and weeping at once. Lianer. Yes, Lianer? Lianer, did I kill her? Elder Ning's eyes bulged as he roared. What did you say? Chapter 135, The Elderly Sage. Ning Yuan's fury, the overwhelming pressure of the divine king realm, surged towards Yi Sheng with ferocious intensity. Yi Sheng felt as though struck by a tremendous force. His body shaking violently, the earth beneath him crumbled into countless fragments. Under Elder Ning's aura, the sky turned a dismal gray, as if about to collapse. And the winds howled ominously, heralding an impending storm of devastation. Yi Sheng, you heartless beast. Elder Ning, in a frenzied state, had his white hair cascading over his shoulders, his blood surging. Even from a distance, the furious beating of his heart could be heard. Once a sage, even with a decline in his realm, he was not someone an ordinary person could withstand. Yi Sheng's complexion altered slightly, becoming aware of the suffocating pressure. His eyes sharpening. Elder Ning. The figure of Elder Ning appeared to him in layers, gradually becoming ethereal. In the end, it morphed into Su Jiugao, who gazed at him with a mocking expression. No, Su Jiugao. Yu Sheng's eyes widened in terror as he stared at the figure before him. Under the influence of the indestructible dark demon technique, his mind was tainted with demonic energy. Buzz. The bloodthirsty emperor's spear in his hand radiated an eerie glow as an astounding demonic intent erupted from his body. Imperial weapon. Elder Ning's pupils contracted. Realizing that Yi Sheng possessed such a treasure, his heart filled with even greater hatred. Well, I never expected you, Yi Sheng, to be so deeply concealed. Even I was fooled. Lianer, how unfortunate to have fallen for a monster like you. Elder Ning's white hair danced wildly as he laughed. A sound tinged with desolation and sorrow. I only regret not having killed you sooner. Die, Elder Ning roared. Now in his twilight years and nearing the 5 declines of heaven and man otherwise, his realm would not have fallen so low. He had wished to spend his remaining years in peace with Lianer, only to be left mourning the loss of his beloved. The air around Elder Ning was thick with a palpable sense of impending death. Recklessly wielding power would only hasten his demise. Yet, he harbored no intention of survival. With the might of a divine king infused with a trace of transcendent holy power, Elder Ning's eyes blazed with intensity as his frail body unleashed a dazzling and formidable divine technique, the 5-mountain seal. The resounding impact of the heavy seal surged towards Yi Sheng, imbued with the essence of the rock path, weighing 1,000 jun. The rock path, with its boundless might and impenetrable strength, bore down upon Yi Sheng like a towering Mount Tai. Yi Sheng's eyes turned crimson with overwhelming murderous intent. Although he lacked the power of the great path, the blood-drinking emperor's spear in his grasp significantly bridged the gap between them. With a thrust towards the heavens, The two colossal forces stirred the surrounding spiritual energies, erupting with terrifying potency. The sharp spiritual energy unleashed from the clash tore into Yixing's limbs and chest. The tremors from the five-mountain seal coursed through the blood-drinking emperor's spear, causing Yixing's right hand to tingle, nearly losing his grip. Yet, empowered by the divine weapon's might, he managed to shatter the blow. Boom. The indestructible dark demon technique. Yixing staggered back several hundred steps, barely stabilizing himself. His entire being enveloped in a menacing and eerie demonic pattern. Seeing this, Elder Ning's murderous intent intensified, and he transformed into a streak of light. Appearing before Yixing in an instant, delivering a palm strike that shattered Yixing's internal organs in an instant. Bang! Yixing was sent crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. He coughed up a mouthful of essence blood, mixed with flesh, his expression waning and filled with unwillingness as he let out a hoarse roar. Huh. His current state resembled that of a madman. Su Jiugao, you are truly powerful. Yixing trembled, speaking grimly. But today, you must die. He ignited the blood within him, his pupils expanding with demonic intent. The indestructible dark demon technique, burning heaven, transforming Yuan. Yixing roared skyward. An overwhelming wave of demonic energy surged, propelling him to the 9th level of the Yuan-cutting realm, despite being 2 major realms lower. The aura emanating from Yixing was not something Elder Ning could overlook. The terrifying demonic will. If I do not kill you today, I, Ning Yuan, shall never attain resurrection. Elder Ning's eyes shone brightly, bursting forth with divine radiance. In an instant, his frail, aging body transformed into a giant. His hands clasped in fists as he aimed a devastating elbow strike at Yixing's crown. Elder Ning bellowed, "Rock path." The earth-colored path solidified his arms, immense and heavy. No one could have imagined that such a seemingly dying elder was once a saint feared by countless beings. This strike retained its divine might, akin to the sun at its zenith. If it were to land, it would surely result in a catastrophic explosion of brain matter. Yixing's eyes blazed with madness, defiantly shouting, "Su Jiugao, today, it is either your death or mine." Blinded by demonic will, he had completely mistaken Elder Ning for Su Jiugao in his fight. The blood-drinking emperor's spear, embedded in the ground, responded to its master's call, vibrating incessantly, and with a whoosh, it was drawn from the earth, transforming into a crimson beam of light piercing through the cosmos towards Elder Ning's back. Elder Ning sensed the danger, but did not turn to block it. Even in death, he was determined to slay this beast. Yixing made no effort to defend himself, instead delivering a punch to Elder Ning's abdomen. A piercing hell erupted as fists met flesh, and in the instant the elbows descended, they struck directly at Yixing's neck. Boom! A dazzling white light erupted, engulfing the entire Peach Village in its brilliance. Yixing's eyes seemed ready to burst, like a kite severed from its string, plummeting towards the ground. His bones shattered. Not a single part of him remained unbroken. Elder Ning, on the brink of death, possessed only the outward appearance of a divine king's cultivation, yet was merely a hollow shell, unable to endure for long. In his desperation to defeat Yixing, he was willing to exchange his life for victory. Their reckless clash was not without consequence. The terrifying force reduced the surrounding area to ashes, leaving a scarred wasteland. Yixing lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, resembling a puddle of mud, with only faint breaths indicating he was still alive. Meanwhile, Elder Ning's body was pierced by a blood-red spear, suddenly falling from the air. Their fates were eerily similar. A once great saint, having come to Peach Village in his twilight years to await a solitary death, found himself unexpectedly moved by a naive and romantic girl, forging a bond that would last a lifetime. Chapter 136, Young friend, did I not predict this accurately? Ning Yuan's eyes gradually dimmed, blood flowing from his mouth and nose. It was not solely the violent and bizarre power of the blood-drinking emperor's spear tormenting his body. The 5 declines of heaven and man had also erupted simultaneously. He was 10 times dead, and even if the eternal emperor were to return, he could not reverse his fate. Gazing at the desolate ruins, Ning Yuan seemed to glimpse the once peaceful Peach Village, the image of the girl running in the sunlight. He reached out, wishing to touch it, but his hand fell heavily. Lineage. In this desolate wasteland, no one knew that a saint had fallen. Time passed, and suddenly, the sound of creaking filled the air. Yixing propped himself up with trembling hands, forcing himself to rise. Blood poured from his mouth, and his storage ring was shattered, many healing sacred pills reduced to dust. Yixing retrieved the last of the pills, gazing at the gray, lifeless object in his hand. Ironically, one that Elder Ning had previously given him. He disregarded whether the pills had any effect and swallowed them whole. Yet he could not stop the deterioration of his battered body. However, Yixing remained unconcerned, sitting on the ground, raising his head and bursting into laughter. Ha ha. With that laugh, All the grievances within him dissipated, and his heart felt unprecedentedly unburdened and liberated. Su family's prince, I finally. Yixing's expression fluctuated between tears and laughter, exclaiming in unrestrained joy. Just as he reached his peak of excitement, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. Oh, finally what? In the setting sun, Su Jiugao and Qiu Lianyue arrived riding the majestic divine beast, the supreme divine roar. The golden, massive beast's form was accompanied by the extraordinary presence of the man and woman on its back. Su Jiugao's eyes sparkled with mirth. Her golden hair shimmering in the crimson glow like a layer of celestial mist, her exquisitely handsome face radiating an otherworldly allure. She stood tall and powerful, as if born to be the protagonist of the world. Beside her, Qiu Lianyue had seemingly removed her veil, her stunning visage akin to a celestial being, her demeanor tranquil, her gem-like eyes imbued with serene brilliance. Her perfect figure draped in a flowing white gown accentuated her ethereal grace. Su Jiugao surveyed the ravaged surroundings, admiring the scene with a gentle touch. To have risked everything to slay a divine king with the cultivation of the yuan cutting realm. Though your vitality wanes and your reputation is not truly deserved, I must admit, Yisheng, you are indeed remarkable. Upon hearing that familiar voice, which felt like a haunting nightmare, Yisheng's pupils contracted, and he stiffly turned to face that direction. Su Jiugao. Su Jiugao chuckled lightly, echoing the words she had spoken during their first encounter. What? Surprised to see this prince? Her eyes twinkled with mockery as she stood atop the supreme divine roar, looking down upon him from her lofty position. Impossible! Yisheng suddenly roared, clutching his head, frantically tugging at his hair, his visage a mask of horror and disbelief. Impossible! Impossible! You were supposed to be dead. Why are you still alive? Su Jiugao paused, furrowing her brow in confusion. What on earth was this man talking about? This prince is dead? She remained unaware that Yisheng was confronting an illusion, mistaking Elder Ning for her. Suddenly recalling something, Yisheng turned abruptly to gaze at the fallen Su Jiugao. The Blood Emperor's spear pierced through the corpse, which suddenly became indistinct, gradually transforming into the revered elder. Ning Lao. A chill enveloped Yisheng, rendering his mind blank, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Su Jiugao followed his gaze, and, upon seeing Ning Lao's body, remarked with a hint of amusement, I say, Yisheng, could it be that you mistook him for the Emperor's son? Shaking her head in pity, she continued, how could you have made such an error? The Emperor's son is right here. Were you not intending to kill me? Come now. Su Jiugao spread her hands, presenting herself as an easy target. A heart-wrenching, anguished roar erupted. Yisheng, in a frenzy, began to strike his head against the ground with relentless force. Bang, bang, bang. Blood streamed from his forehead, cascading into his eyes, and the immense pain briefly jolted him back to reality. The memories of slaying Chu Lianer and Elder Ning incessantly replayed in his mind. Ning Lao Lianer. I, Yisheng, am deeply remorseful. He howled, tearing at his hair. Observing this, Su Jiugao chuckled. How absurd. Did you not personally take their lives? And now you lament? Qiu Lianyu, with her cold gaze, looked down at the penitent Yisheng. Had he not been the one she was meant to deal with, she would have likely ended his life long ago. In Yisheng, she witnessed the grotesque essence of humanity. Su Jiugao remarked, how pitiable. Upon hearing this, Yisheng's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed, get lost. I do not require your sympathy. Were it not for you, how could I, Yisheng, a formidable reincarnated emperor, have fallen to such a fate? Su Jiugao, I ask you, is all of this your doing? Su Jiugao remained silent, only offering a smile. Yisheng, she replied, her eyes filled with pity, I truly cannot help you. Since you are so eager to know, I shall indulge you. After all, your value has already been exhausted. I merely gave a little push. Remember, the one who acted was you. With a gaze full of depth, Su Jiugao continued. Gu Yuanzi, I know you are here. As her words echoed, the empty space began to ripple. Gu Yuanzi scratched his head, stepping forth with an awkward grin. Hee. Your Excellency, I have indeed arrived. Look, the task you entrusted to me has been splendidly completed. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, her smile unwavering. Is that so? Gu Yuanzi's heart sank, a chill coursing down his spine as he sensed an ominous premonition. Oh no, this Emperor's son does not intend to silence me, does he? Suddenly, Yisheng's terrified scream pierced the air. It's you? Calculating Heavenly Sage. His heart stopped as he beheld the pitiful stance of the calculating Heavenly Sage before Su Jiugao, and in that moment, realization dawned upon him. Calculating Heavenly Sage was an ally of Su Jiugao. Gu Yuanzi glanced down, grinning. Hee, Yisheng, long time no see. Did I not tell you? Your fate was destined to be marked by betrayal from those close to you? That person is me. Surprised? Yisheng, in disbelief, trembled uncontrollably. He could not fathom that the one he trusted most, the calculating heavenly sage, was an agent of Su Jiugao. Why? Why deceive me? Gu Yuanzi shrugged, his expression one of feigned helplessness. Oh, Yisheng, how can this be termed deception? I merely spoke casually. Whether you believe it or not is your own affair. Then, as if recalling something, Gu Yuanzi glanced at the distant corpse of Ning Yuan, fear creeping into his voice. You didn't actually kill them, did you? Yisheng's heart quaked. Struck as if by lightning. Blood surged from his mouth, his vitality waning, resembling a person on the brink of death. Su Jiugao regarded Gu Yuanzi with surprise. She had not anticipated that mere words could wield such devastating power. Truly, he was a harbinger of doom for protagonists. Seeing Gu Yuanzi's mischievous demeanor made Su Jiugao want to deliver a swift kick to his behind. Below, Yisheng could no longer endure the humiliation. Unleashing a roar toward the heavens. His eyes bulged, bloodshot and wild, resembling a vengeful spirit. He had been utterly defeated by Su Jiugao, pushed into an inescapable abyss. No one had ever forced him into such a dire situation. Overwhelmed by a fierce desire for death, he could no longer tolerate being toyed with like a puppet. Fixating on Su Jiugao above, his gaze burned with an intensity that seemed capable of tearing her flesh apart. In a hoarse whisper, he growled, Su Jiugao, I never imagined you would push me to this extent. One day, your fate will be no better than mine. Depleted of all means. He could conceive no method to vanquish Su Jiugao. With a mocking smile, Su Jiugao replied, Do all fated protagonists enjoy uttering harsh words before their demise? Have you finished? If so, it is time for your departure. Yisheng laughed derisively. Ha! It is merely death. Su Jiugao, do you truly believe I would fear you? You despicable, ignoble wretch, unworthy of being the son of an emperor. Perhaps realizing escape was impossible, Yisheng unleashed a torrent of scornful words. Su Jiugao's eyes narrowed slightly as she observed him quietly. If he thought such words could wound her, he was gravely mistaken. She had intended to grant him a swift release. Did he not understand that there were far worse fates than death in this world? With a sudden stride forward, Su Jiugao flickered into existence before Yisheng. His pupils constricted in disbelief, fear radiating from him. What do you intend to do? Su Jiugao grinned widely, placing her hand upon his forehead. The immortal demonic body unleashed a wisp of demonic energy, severing the last thread of Yisheng's consciousness. In an instant, his internal energy became chaotic, eroding his final vestiges of sanity. The demonic energy was a force more terrifying than mere demonic essence. The immortal demonic body was notorious for inducing a loss of reason, were it not for this. Such an impeccable physique would surely rank among the top 10 in the realm of divine bodies. Yisheng's eyes widened in horror as Su Jiugao's figure twisted grotesquely in his vision. In the end, Shi, Qiu Lianyu, and Gu Yuanzi morphed into the vengeful visage of Chu Lianer, glaring at him with fury. Ye big brother, I treated you with such kindness. Why did you kill me? Ning Lao's voice echoed. Yisheng, return Lianer her life. Overwhelmed with dread, Yisheng clutched his head, prostrating himself upon the ground, repeatedly bowing and pleading. No. It wasn't me, Lianer, Ning Lao. It was not my doing. The deepest convictions within him crumbled. His indomitable Dao heart, akin to that of a quasi-emperor, remained unwavering even in the face of Su Jiugao. Yet at this moment, it shattered completely. Ding. The destined protagonist Yisheng's Dao heart has been shattered. Losing 2,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 2,000 villain points. Su Jiugao smiled, observing the rapidly declining state of Yisheng, who appeared as if driven mad, realizing it was time to reap the rewards. Gu Yuanzi watched the scene before him with trepidation. Was the Su family's young master truly this merciless? Even in death, he compelled others to endure such torment. Closing his eyes, Gu Yuanzi silently recited prayers for Yisheng, attempting to soothe his wounded heart. Yisheng, Amitba, may you find peace. Although this affair had greatly involved him and could not be separated from his actions, Gu Yuanzi felt no remorse. After all, the young master of the Su family had explicitly stated, either Yisheng dies, or he, along with the entire Starfall divine sect, would meet their doom. A tear forced its way from Gu Yuanzi's eye. Yisheng, your merits are boundless. May the Buddha bless you to be reborn into a good family in your next life. Below, Yisheng's eyes brimmed with pain and regret. Unable to withstand the incessant questioning any longer, he let out a roar. The blood-drinking Emperor's spear transformed into a streak of light and soared toward him. With a piercing sound, it penetrated his flesh. In an instant, the essence within him was entirely drained by the blood-drinking Emperor's spear, which glowed with a spectral light. Yisheng's eyes gradually lost their focus and brightness, ultimately filled with a sense of relief, as if liberated. Bang! His body fell heavily to the ground. The destined protagonist, The reincarnated quasi-emperor Yi Shang, after enduring inhumane torment, ultimately chose to end his own life. As a protagonist, his character was resilient. Even when faced with an inevitable demise, he would resist fiercely, seeking any flicker of hope. Yet, Yi Shang, as a quasi-emperor reincarnate, still chose self-destruction under the influence of demonic energy and magic arts. One can only imagine the depths of his despair. Ding! The destined protagonist Yi Shang has died. Congratulations to the host for receiving an Emperor-grade red treasure chest X1. Congratulations to the host for receiving an Emperor-grade red treasure chest X1. Su Jiugao's gaze was calm, his expression unperturbed. Yi Shang's death stirred not a single ripple within him. With a simple gesture, he retrieved the blood-drinking Emperor's spear into his possession. Turning around, he smiled lightly. Now, it is time to settle accounts. Gu Yuanzizi. Su Jiugao soared into the air, with layers of runic ripples forming beneath his feet, once again riding upon the supreme divine roar. Gu Yuanzizi, who had been lamenting Yi Shang's fall, was jolted by Su Jiugao's call, startled. Chapter 138, The Right to Choose. The feathered lynxian skirt Gu Yuanzizi, with a sheepish expression, stammered, esteemed young master. Now that you understand, may I take my leave? Upon turning around, he nearly lost his composure at the sight of the shadowy figure that had appeared behind him. He screamed, Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, calmly stating, When did this young master say you could leave? Gu Yuanzizi, utterly humbled, replied, What further orders do you have, esteemed young master? Su Jiugao scrutinized Gu Yuanzizi, chuckling. You appear to be the picture of honesty, yet I sense a heart full of mischief. Gu Yuanzizi chuckled awkwardly. You flatter me, esteemed young master. Su Jiugao paused, while Qiu Lianyue could not help but stifle a laugh. Su Jiugao shot a stern look at the old trickster, his demeanor imposing. This young master was not praising you. Tell me, what is missing from Yi Shang? Gu Yuanzizi's pupils widened in shock, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. How is this possible? Could it be that you know about the imperial weapon I secretly took? Trembling, Gu Yuanzizi quickly produced the god-killing ring. With a look of horror, he exclaimed. Why you mean this? This treasure was indeed given to me by that fellow. I simply forgot. He slapped his forehead, presenting the god-killing ring with both hands. Su Jiugao examined the crimson ring, a surge of true energy lifting it gently. The god-killing ring was infused with a murderous aura and the essence of vengeful spirits. Su Jiugao grasped it, secretly impressed. Not a bad piece. As he spoke, a sharp red ring transformed into a beam of crimson light, hurtling towards Gu Yuanzizi, tearing through space with a sound that could slice through all. Gu Yuanzizi's eyes widened in terror, even with his sage-level cultivation. He dared not move before Su Jiugao's overwhelming presence. Sensing the terrifying identity of his opponent in the predatory gaze of the shadowy figure nearby, he felt that even the slightest resistance could lead to instant annihilation. His heart raced to his throat. Whoosh! The god-killing ring skimmed past his cheek, his silver hair billowing, creating a long crescent arc before returning to Su Jiugao's hand. Su Jiugao toyed with the ring, smiling at Gu Yuanzizi. You are wise to comply. Now be gone. Gu Yuanzizi, relieved as if pardoned from a grave offense, exhaled deeply. This old body of his might not survive many more scares. With trepidation, he tentatively clasped his hands. Esteemed young master, may I take my leave? Su Jiugao replied. What? Staying is not out of the question. Gu Yuanzizi exclaimed. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he hesitated and turned back, looking troubled. Esteemed young master. Su Jiugao, twirling the god-killing ring, found it amusing and asked, What is it? Gu Yuanzizi stammered. Esteemed young master, about that divine consciousness you left on me, could it possibly be? No. Su Jiugao interrupted decisively, laughing. Gu Yuanzizi's breath caught. Why not? Su Jiugao, growing impatient, said, This young master is somewhat fatigued. If you do not leave now, you may never get the chance. Indeed, upon hearing this, Gu Yuanzizi transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight. This old fellow fled faster than a rabbit. Su Jiugao smirked. As a protagonist killer, how could he easily let him go? It must be said, Gu Yuanzizi's skill in deception was remarkable, even fooling the destined protagonist. He would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Su Jiugao turned to Qiu Lianyue. Have we resolved this matter? Su Jiugao smiled lightly. Yes, Lianyue, let us depart. Qiu Lianyue nodded slightly. The two boarded the supreme divine roar and left the area. On the way, Su Jiugao eagerly opened the two red-quality treasure chests. Ding! Opening Emperor-grade red treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to choose X1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Emperor-grade armor, the feathered lynxian skirt. Su Jiugao was taken aback. He was not surprised by the imperial weapon, but what was this right to choose? Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "System, what is this right to choose?" To the host, the right to choose allows you to select the most suitable destined protagonist based on your preferences. The destined protagonist filtered by the right to choose poses a significant threat to the host. It is advised to use it cautiously. Oh? Su Jiugao's eyes narrowed with intrigue. With his current cultivation, even in the era of fallen emperors, he could rival those prodigies who were centuries his senior. He truly could not fathom that there existed any fated protagonist capable of posing a threat to him in this world. How intriguing. A smile crept onto Su Jiugao's lips as he felt a surge of anticipation. After being sealed for so long, he had encountered numerous fated protagonists, most of whom he had easily manipulated, hardly presenting a challenge and offering little in the way of surprise. Yet, the emergence of this choice felt exceptionally engaging to Su Jiugao. Beside him, Qiu Lianyue noticed Su Jiugao's apparent joy and found it somewhat puzzling. "What is the matter?" she inquired. Su Jiugao's eyes sparkled as he replied with a gentle smile, "It's nothing. By the way, Lianyue, how long have we known each other?" After pondering for a moment, Qiu Lianyue responded, "Roughly 12,000 years." Su Jiugao was taken aback, widening his eyes in disbelief. "You even counted the time within the Divine Source?" Tilting her head, Qiu Lianyue seemed to question, "Is that incorrect? If we exclude the time within the Divine Source." "It's been about 17 years, she clarified. Su Jiugao had only recently undergone his coming-of-age ceremony. Considering the timeline, it was not too far off, as their families had been acquainted for quite some time. "Lianyue, once we return, I shall introduce you to my father," he suddenly declared. Qiu Lianyue fell silent for a while before expressing her concern. "Would that disturb Uncle Su?" Su Jiugao waved his hand with a chuckle. "Not at all. He would be more than eager to meet you." He could already envision his father's delight upon seeing Qiu Lianyue. "Lianyue, here, take this." Su Jiugao presented her with the ethereal feathered lotus celestial skirt, an artifact he had obtained from the imperial treasure chest, his tone laced with anticipation. He swore he merely wished to offer it as a gift, certainly not driven by the desire to use the Eye of Causality to revisit the scene with Nangong Qing. Chapter 139. An anxious Chu Tian discovers something amiss. Qiu Lianyue was momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at the resplendent, ethereal white skirt in her hands. This celestial garment was breathtakingly beautiful, crafted from soft, silky fabric, enveloped in a gentle mist of celestial aura. It was undeniable that no woman could resist the allure of the feathered lotus celestial skirt, Qiu Lianyue included. Surprised, she softly inquired, "Is this for me?" Su Jiugao nodded with a smile, explaining, "After all these years, I thought this would suit you best. I stumbled upon it by chance. Do give it a try." Qiu Lianyue's tranquil eyes sparkled with excitement. As her delicate fingers brushed against the skirt, she involuntarily shivered with delight. "Please, try it on," urged Su Jiugao. His demeanor relaxed. "Rest assured, I shall stand guard, ensuring no one looks." Qiu Lianyue shot him a sidelong glance, acknowledging his audacity, and murmured, "Thank you." She then accepted the skirt, her eyes gleaming as she admired it for a while, clearly enamored. Turning to the hopeful Su Jiugao, she waved her hand, conjuring a thick ice wall to shield them from prying eyes, exuding a chilling aura. Below, the supreme divine roar trembled, letting out a low growl of dissatisfaction. Su Jiugao was taken aback by this display, raising an eyebrow in mild irritation. "Really? You're even cautious of a gentleman like me?" Nevertheless, he chuckled, knowing that despite her defenses, his Eye of Causality was a primordial artifact. This mere ice wall was nothing more than a decorative barrier before him. A flash of white light flickered as Su Jiugao's gaze remained fixed on the scene, his pupils dilating in awe. After a moment, his eyes grew slightly weary as he silently chanted, "Just one glance. I only need one glance." And then, upon discerning the exquisite, smooth curves of the garment, he was utterly captivated, unable to tear his gaze away. The contours were enchanting, perfectly rounded, and gracefully sculpted, resembling the most flawless masterpiece crafted by the heavens. When paired with her serene and stunning visage, it created an utterly breathtaking tableau. Su Jiugao swore this was the most mesmerizing beauty he had ever beheld in his life. Suddenly, as if awakening to a realization, Su Jiugao's pupils constricted sharply. His heart raced with fervor, blood surging through him. Lianyue was, indeed, white. Bang! Before he could finish his thought, a crystalline, chilling ice lotus erupted violently. The aura was terrifying, imbued with overwhelming power. How could the esteemed son of the Su family, the most exalted existence among the heavens, be flung aside so easily? Afterward, Su Jiugao, filled with remorse, explained, "Qiu Lianyue, you've misunderstood. I truly did not see anything. I swear, this is all a misunderstanding." Qiu Lianyue's expression was as frigid as frost, keeping him at a distance. Clad in the feathered lotus celestial skirt, she appeared as pure as snow, untouched by the mundane world, surrounded by a celestial aura. She resembled a pearl fallen from the heavens. More astonishingly, her demeanor had transformed, becoming ethereal as the skirt accentuated her graceful, alluring curves. Even Su Jiugao found himself momentarily entranced after gazing at her. Qiulian Yue, with an air of disbelief, questioned, "You really didn't see anything?" Su Jiugao quickly replied, "Qiulian Yue, look at me. I am merely at the Divine King realm. If I truly wish to sneak a glance, how could you not notice?" "You've already been detected," Qiulian Yue countered, leaving Su Jiugao momentarily speechless, uncertain of what to say. He would never confess. After all, they were close acquaintances, and he could always offer to show her later. There was no harm in that, or so he thought. As they made their way back to Wangtian City, Su Jiugao consoled her for quite some time until her expression softened. "We've been gone for several days. I imagine Brother Chu must be missing us dearly," he mused. He was eager to resolve matters with Chu Tian so he could utilize that choice. Curious as to what fate the system would unveil for him. While on the journey, his mind frequently drifted back to the enchanting figure. Meanwhile, within the Chu residence. "Am I not in my own room? Where is this, the scripture pavilion?" Chu Tian surveyed his surroundings, furrowing his brow. This was happening again. Ever since Su Jiugao had treated him, he had been plagued by a sense of unease. Occasionally, he lost consciousness, only to find himself in another location upon regaining awareness. The frequency of these episodes had recently increased, drawing the attention of Ro and his companions. Zhu and Bai. With a grim expression, Chu Tian's first thought was of the shared soul and the hidden spirit within his mind. But hadn't Su Jiugao already eradicated it? Moreover, after consuming the soul-nourishing pill, his spiritual awareness had indeed grown significantly stronger, making the previously obscure techniques much easier to comprehend. Su Jiugao would not deceive me, would he? Chu Tian consoled himself silently. During this time, he had tirelessly dispatched individuals to seek out Su Jiugao's whereabouts, yet all efforts yielded no results. Perhaps Su Jiugao had already departed from this realm, as such a mysterious individual likely came here solely for training. Just then, a melodious, distant sound of a zither broke through his thoughts. The gentle, uplifting notes gradually calmed Chu Tian's previously restless heart. That sound, could it be Roa? Following the source of the music, Chu Tian left the scripture pavilion and found himself in a tranquil, deserted courtyard. At this moment, Chu Xuanru donned a graceful blue dress, exuding an ethereal charm as she sat serenely in the center of the courtyard, her delicate fingers gently caressing the ancient bronze guqin before her. The guqin, elegantly shaped and adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix engravings, produced enchanting melodies that resonated through the air. Surrounding her were vibrant birds of various kinds, their exquisite plumage creating a picturesque scene, some perching nearby while others soared gracefully above. It was as though an idyllic painting, untouched by the chaos of the world, had come to life. Chu Tian's footsteps softened, cautious not to disturb the breathtaking beauty before him. He found a spot beside her, patiently awaiting the conclusion of her performance. As the music ebbed and flowed, Chu Tian gradually closed his eyes, surrendering to the captivating sounds. Chapter 140. Shall I take my leave first? Chu Xuanru's guqin skills were renowned throughout the Xianjun Dao domain, further enhanced by her captivating beauty that drew the admiration of countless talented individuals eager to be close to her. This very allure had enabled Chu Tian to exploit her talents, leveraging the seemingly inconsequential recording stones to generate substantial profits for the entire Chu family. As the final notes of the guqin faded, Chu Xuanru opened her jewel-like, glistening eyes. Upon noticing Chu Tian seated nearby, her expression brightened, and she sprang to her feet. Calling out joyfully, "Brother Chu Tian, you've come." Her voice brimming with delight and affection, she hurried to his side. Looking at the bashful young woman before him, Chu Tian's gaze softened, and he smiled, saying, "Rower, your guqin skills have improved remarkably. Truly splendid." Chu Xuanru's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "Oh, it's nothing." No one could imagine that this modest, delicate girl was the contemporary saintess of the Tianwen sect. Chu Tian gently ruffled her hair, softly assuring her, "You're already exceptional. There are countless individuals in the Xianjun Dao domain who long to hear your melodies. I am fortunate to enjoy them for free." Chu Xuanru responded, "As long as Brother Chu Tian wishes to listen, I would gladly play as many times as you desire." However, she added, "But, Brother Chu Tian, I feel you have been acting strangely lately." She scrutinized him closely. "Strangely? How so?" Chu Tian inquired. "You've been saying peculiar things these past few days, and I can't shake the feeling that you seem like a different person," she explained. A tremor ran through Chu Tian's heart, and an unsettling premonition arose within him. He quickly asked, "What exactly have I said?" "You asked me where this place is, what dynasty we are in, and a series of other nonsensical questions. Chu Tian's pupils constricted. When did that happen? After pondering for a moment, Chu Zuanru replied. It was probably around noon 2 days ago. Chu Tian's eyes flickered as he began to contemplate. 2 days ago at noon. He recalled having just consumed a nourishing soul elixir, after which he inexplicably felt drowsy. The subsequent events became hazy, and he only remembered awakening in Wantian City. Panic surged within him as he suddenly realized, oh no, what's wrong, Brother Chu Tian? Chu Zuanru asked, her concern evident. With a grave expression, he looked at her and said, Rower, do you remember when I mentioned the dual soul entity? The person you saw before may not have been me, but rather another soul hidden within me with ulterior motives. What? Chu Zuanru gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. But didn't you say that young Master Su had already resolved this issue for you yesterday? Could it be that he deceived you? The gravity of Chu Tian's life and safety transformed Chu Xinru's demeanor into one of icy determination. I must go find him, she declared, turning to leave. Rower. Chu Tian immediately intercepted her, his expression earnest. You must not. First of all, you have never met young Master Su. Even if you find him, his status and background may surpass those of our Tianwen sect. Acting rashly may provoke his displeasure. Furthermore, since he entrusted me with such a precious soul elixir, he surely harbors no ill intentions. Under Chu Tian's persuasion, Chu Zuanru gradually regained her composure. It made sense. The rare soul elixir was something even their Tianwen sect lacked. If young Master Su truly wished to harm Chu Tian, he could have done so without the need for such convoluted measures. What shall we do? She asked. Worry etched across her face. She could not bear the thought of her brother becoming someone else. Chu Tian, equally troubled, contemplated for a long moment before finally saying, perhaps this matter caught young Master Su off guard as well. For now, aside from finding him, we have no other options. Fortunately, the soul elixir can temporarily suppress the other soul within me. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know how to proceed. Poor Chu Tian remained oblivious, mistakenly believing that the elixir was solely responsible for preventing his possession. Little did he know, it was precisely the existence of the elixir that allowed that other soul to bide its time, quietly recovering whenever he was absent. I will go find him, Chu Zuanru declared resolutely. With a sigh, Chu Tian, resigned to his fate, replied, Alas, it seems destiny has conspired against me. Just when I had the opportunity to achieve greatness, I find myself ensnared in this dual soul predicament. Such esteemed individuals like young Master Su are elusive and rare. To gain his assistance is indeed a stroke of fortune. Though Chu Tian felt a sense of dissatisfaction, he found himself powerless. Within the Xianjun Dao domain, even Rower's master could do nothing after examining the situation, and it was impossible to articulate the nature of his affliction. Seeing her once spirited brother now engulfed in despair, tears glistened in Chu Zuanru's beautiful eyes as she firmly stated, Brother Chu Tian, tomorrow you shall accompany me to the Tianwen sect. I will seek out the sect master and the elders. They must have a solution. If not, I will take you beyond the Xianjun Dao domain to seek alternatives. Having grown up together, their bond was unbreakable, and Chu Zuanru would never allow anything to happen to Chu Tian. Moved by her words, Chu Tian gazed deeply into her eyes and said, Rower. In that moment, the atmosphere grew charged with emotion as they drew nearer, their breaths mingling. Just then, an untimely interruption shattered the tranquility. Report. Young Master. Young Master. Outside. Li Hu rushed in urgently, breaking the serene moment. Both individuals jolted, and the tender scene abruptly ceased. Anger flickered in Chu Tian's eyes as he glared at Li Hu, wishing he could deliver a scathing reprimand for interrupting their intimate moment. Chu Zuanru, suddenly aware of the situation, felt her cheeks flush crimson, akin to ripe apples. As she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, Li Hu, sensing the tension, scratched the back of his head awkwardly and stammered, Young Master. Shall I take my leave first? Chapter 141. The imperial clan of the Yin family and Chu Xinru's lineage suppressing his rising irritation. Chu Tian fixed a steely gaze on Li Hu and said in a low voice, Speak. What has transpired this time? You had better have something significant to report, otherwise. Considering your age, it might be time for you to retire and enjoy your twilight years. Li Hu shivered at Chu Tian's words, fully aware of his master's unpredictable temperament, capable of resolving crises for the entire Chu family when in form. On ordinary days, he indulged in a life of extravagance, solely seeking pleasure. Young Master, Li Hu hurriedly exclaimed, the young Su and Miss Chiu are outside. What did you say? Chu Tian's pupils widened, radiating an overwhelming intensity. He seized Li Hu by the collar and demanded, Where are they? Li Hu hesitated before replying, They just arrived, and, thinking you were not present, headed towards the market. You fool! Why didn't you bring Su over? Chu Tian kicked Li Hu fiercely. This scoundrel nearly sent away the only benefactor who could save him. Li Hu, looking aggrieved, protested, "You never mentioned it to me." Chu Tian felt an urge to strike this man down. His heart raced with excitement. Just when he thought all hope was lost, Su had unexpectedly returned. How could he not be elated? Beside them, Chu Shenro, curious, inquired, "Brother Tian, is this the young Su you mentioned?" Chu Tian, filled with joy, grasped her shoulders and proclaimed, "Indeed. Rower, once Su arrives, I shall be saved." As he spoke, he shook her shoulders fervently, seeing him so jubilant. Chu Shenro couldn't help but smile, covering her mouth as she laughed softly. "All right, I understand. Brother Tian, you're so happy." Just then, she expressed a desire to meet the illustrious Su, whom her brother admired so much. At this, Chu Tian paused, recalling Su Jiugao's strikingly beautiful visage. A sudden wave of unease washed over him. After pondering, he suggested, "Perhaps you should stay here. I can manage on my own." "Why?" Chu Shenro tilted her head, her face a picture of confusion. Chu Tian, torn, realized he couldn't express his fear of her being whisked away. Yet, considering her nature, such a scenario was unlikely. After much deliberation, seeing her puzzled expression, he reluctantly conceded, "Very well. Accompany me to welcome the esteemed Su." Due to his physical vulnerabilities, Chu Tian's enthusiasm for Su Jiugao surpassed that for Qiu Lanyu. He turned to Li Hu, who still knelt, and inquired urgently, "Quickly tell me, where is Su now?" Li Hu replied, "Young Su and Miss Qiu are currently strolling on West Street." Hearing this, Chu Tian's expression softened. At least this man knew the whereabouts of his ally. After tidying his attire, he declared, "Lead me there at once." Chu Shenro's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. She was eager to discover what kind of person the esteemed Su was, especially after hearing her brother speak of him incessantly. Meanwhile, in the city of Wantian, Su Jiugao regarded the disappointed Qiu Lianyu with a gentle smile, saying, "I expected something more. You traveled all this way merely for this?" Glancing around, he asked a nearby vendor, "What happened to the one who sold candied hawthorns here? Has he left?" One vendor, filled with envy, replied, "Ah. He struck it rich recently and was taken in as a disciple by the Qingshan sect. His fortune is enviable. The spirit stones he wielded. Ah, the aura still lingers in my memory." "Indeed," echoed the others. When they lifted their heads to see Su Jiugao, an astonished silence fell over them. Su Jiugao smiled. "Are there no other vendors selling candied hawthorns around here?" Yes. Witnessing Su Jiugao's previous generosity, they realized this gentleman was no ordinary person. With a casual display of wealth, he had offered spirit stones of a caliber that left them in awe. Who wouldn't envy that fortunate vendor? The opportunity was ripe. The path to immortality lay ahead, and they were eager to seize it. In an instant, the vendors became fervently enthusiastic, clamoring to guide Su Jiugao. Some even began to quarrel over the privilege. Ultimately, with their guidance, Qiu Lianyu achieved her goal, and the vendors returned satisfied, thanks to Su Jiugao's lavish generosity. As Su Jiugao observed Qiu Lianyu holding 3 skewers of candied hawthorns, he couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. "If you enjoy them so much, why not buy them all?" He found it perplexing that her first action upon arriving here was to seek out these treats. At that moment, the crowd parted, creating a wide path. "Make way. Can't you see? My young master is passing through." It was Chu Tian, the young master of the Chu family. What brings him here? Wait, is that not Lady Chu Zuan? Why is she here as well? Amidst the crowd, Chu Tian hurriedly approached, and upon spotting Su Jiugao, his face lit up with joy, calling out from a distance, "Brother Su." Su Jiugao looked over, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Chu Tian to come to him. Noticing Chu Shenro behind him, Su Jiugao mused, "So this is the destined heroine of Chu Tian, the esteemed lineage of the Sound clan." After reflecting for a moment, Su Jiugao realized he had no particular impression of this imperial clan. For them to be memorable, they must possess a strength comparable to that of the former Su family. Ever since his father had emerged, everything had changed. This suggested that the Sound clan, while not overwhelmingly powerful, still held enough influence to dominate any faction within the Xianjun domain. Su Jiugao scrutinized her beauty, finding her quite striking. Meanwhile, Chu Tian approached as if he had encountered a savior, his expression brimming with excitement. "Brother Su, Miss Qiu, it feels like an eternity since we last met. I've missed you greatly. My servants were blind and dared to refuse you entry. I have dealt with them appropriately." Observing Chu Tian's exuberance, Su Jiugao furrowed his brow, puzzled by the situation. In his original plan, he expected Chu Tian to be furious after realizing he had been deceived, yet here he was, exuding warmth. Su Jiugao replied with a gentle smile, "No worries. I too have missed you, Brother Chu. As I passed by this time, I merely came to take a casual look." Beside Chu Tian, Chu Xuanru was curiously observing Su Jiugao. Even Chu Zuanru couldn't help but be slightly entranced, secretly thinking to herself how handsome this man was. Is this the Su Gongzi that Brother Chu Tian spoke of? Such an ethereal gentleman. Even in the Tianwen sect, she had never encountered anyone like him. However, being the saintess of the Tianwen sect, Chu Zhenru did not show too much discomposure. Instead, she shifted her gaze to Qiu Lianyue, who stood beside Su Jiugao. Noticing Chu Zuanru, Su Jiugao looked over and inquired, "Brother Chu, who is this?" Chu Tian smiled and introduced, this is my younger sister, Chu Zuanru. Roa. This is the remarkable Su Gongzi I often speak of, and this is his junior sister, Miss Qiu." Chu Zuanru slightly nodded. Stepping forward gracefully, she curtsied and said, "I have the pleasure of meeting you, Su Gongzi, Miss Qiu." Her demeanor was poised and elegant. Su Jiugao grinned widely, feigning astonishment. "Oh, so this is the renowned Chu Xian. I have heard on my journey that not only is she a master of the Guqin, but also breathtakingly beautiful. Today, I see it is indeed true." Hearing this, Chu Zuanru smiled softly. "You flatter me, Su Gongzi. Such praise is merely the exaggeration of the world. It is not so remarkable." Although she spoke modestly, she couldn't suppress a sense of joy. For to be complimented by such a handsome man as Su Jiugao was indeed significant. Yet, it is you, Su Gongzi, whose celestial demeanor I have never encountered, even within the Tianwen sect. "May I ask which sect you hail from?" Chu Zuanru inquired. Su Jiugao replied casually, "Oh, merely an obscure sect, nothing worth mentioning." Understanding that he preferred to remain discreet, Chu Zuanru wisely refrained from pressing further, maintaining her smile. An obscure sect could not possibly nurture such outstanding talents as you two. The two engaged in pleasant conversation, and Chu Zuanru's first impression of Su Jiugao was exceedingly favorable. Meanwhile, Chu Tian appeared somewhat awkward. Observing the lively exchange between Chu Zuanru and Su Jiugao, uncertain of his own feelings. Unable to contain himself, he spoke up, "Su brother, how long do you plan to stay in Wantian City this time? Please don't leave as abruptly as last time." This was his greatest concern. Su Jiugao smiled in response. "This time, I should stay longer, as my matters with Lianyue are nearly resolved." Chu Tian's expression brightened, and he laughed heartily. "Excellent. That means I can converse with you more." Su Jiugao nodded and casually asked, "Brother Chu, how is your condition?" Finally addressing the main issue, Chu Tian's eyes lit up. But then he adopted a slightly dejected demeanor and sighed, "Alas, do not mention it. After your treatment last time, I indeed felt somewhat better, but Su brother, has the spirit within my mind truly been eradicated?" Su Jiugao feigned puzzlement. "Oh, what do you mean?" Chu Tian quickly clarified, "Su brother, please don't misunderstand. I do not doubt your skills. It's just that lately, I have been experiencing sudden fainting spells, only to find myself in unfamiliar places. I have no recollection of that time. Such occurrences have never happened before." Su Jiugao frowned upon hearing this, pondering for a moment before asking seriously, "Brother Chu, have you been taking the nourishing spirit pills I provided you as prescribed?" Chu Tian nodded. "I take them regularly each day, and my spiritual awareness has indeed grown stronger." "I owe this to you, Su brother." Chu Zuanru interjected. "Could it be that your ailment is not treatable by these nourishing spirit pills? I heard that they are meant to restore and strengthen the spirit." At her words, Chu Tian's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly gestured to Chu Zuanru, saying, "Rower, be silent. Only Su brother can treat my condition. Your question implies doubt in his abilities." He sighed, lamenting that Rower was still too young to understand that for someone as exceptional as Su Jiugao, being questioned was particularly unwelcome. Rower quickly apologized to Su brother. Chu Zuanru had never seen Chu Tian in such a state, and her tone turned somewhat despondent as she addressed Su Jiugao. "I apologize, Su Gongzi. I meant no offense." Su Jiugao looked at her in surprise. Chu Zuanru was correct. The nourishing spirit pills were not merely a remedy for Chu Tian's condition, but rather a potential peril for someone with a dual soul like him. It was absurd how Chu Tian had mistakenly thought otherwise. However, Su Jiugao was unconcerned and smiled. "It is no great matter, Brother Chu. Your sister is merely concerned for your well-being. There is no need to hold it against her." Turning to Chu Zuanru, he smiled. "You are correct. These nourishing spirit pills are indeed intended to restore damaged spirits. Previously, I helped Brother Chu eliminate a hidden threat in his mind, which was a significant strain on his spirit. The pills I provided were meant for his recuperation. Therefore, Brother Chu, you need not blame your sister too harshly." Feeling gratitude towards Su Jiugao for defending her, Chu Zuanru looked at him appreciatively. She cared deeply for Chu Tian's safety, merely fearing he might be led astray by ill-intentioned individuals. In contrast, Su Jiugao not only stood up for her, but also explained the reasoning behind it. His courteous and humble demeanor only heightened her admiration for him. "Su Gongzi, I understand now. Thank you. Observing Chu Xuanru's disappointed expression, Chu Tian suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had he been too harsh in his earlier words? Yet, he could not help it. This matter pertained to his life and safety. How could he not be concerned? Though he felt some remorse, his priority remained ensuring his own safety. Chapter 143. The Loyal and Fated Female Protagonist. Captured? Su Jiugao pondered thoughtfully and slowly remarked. However, according to what Brother Chu has described, such occurrences might indicate that the spirit may still possess lingering abilities. As for the specifics, we will need to observe for a while. Fortunately, I shall be staying in Wantian City during this time. With my presence, you need not worry excessively. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian was overjoyed, looking at Su Jiugao and saying, Then I must trouble you, Su brother. With your assurance, I can rest easy. He laughed heartily, his previous worries dissipating with Su Jiugao's arrival. Su Jiugao waved his hand with a smile. I will do my utmost. Beside them, Chu Xuanru smiled lightly. Brother Chu. Since that is the case, what are we still doing here? Chu Tian, realizing his eagerness, chuckled sheepishly. Yes, I have indeed been a bit too impatient. Su brother, Miss Chiu, please accompany me to my home for a gathering. With that, he invited the two, and they chatted merrily as they made their way to the Chu residence. Within the Chu family, Bayer and Jura were particularly delighted upon learning of Su Jiugao's arrival. They busily prepared and served tea. Chu Tian, preoccupied with the hidden dangers of his dual soul, took a hearty sip of tea and said, Su brother, you truly are my benefactor. Without you, I would be utterly at a loss. Could you perhaps assist me once more? Su Jiugao smiled. Do not rush, Brother Chu. The meal must be savored bite by bite. One cannot rush through the afflictions of illness. Su Jiugao turned towards Chu Xuanru and expressed, I have heard of Miss Chu's unparalleled musical talent. Might I be fortunate enough to experience it today? Chu Tian was taken aback, never expecting Su Jiugao to make such a request, which left him somewhat distressed. Although it was not a significant matter, he felt an inexplicable reluctance to let others witness Rower playing the zither. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Chu Xuanru and inquired, Rower, did you hear that? Chu Xuanru nodded gently. Chu Tian laughed heartily. Well, that depends on your own inclination. If you are unwilling, I am certain that Su brother would not press the issue. He then added, Su brother, my sister is rather shy. She may not perform as gracefully as one would hope. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chu Xuanru, who glanced at Su Jiugao and noticed him looking back, even winking. Su Jiugao's earlier actions had already left a favorable impression on her. It was merely a performance, and considering Su Jiugao was her brother Chu Tian's benefactor, such a simple request was not something she could refuse. Chu Tian froze, incredulous as he looked at Chu Xuanru. His earlier point had been quite clear, yet he could hardly believe that Rower, who typically showed little warmth to outsiders, would agree so readily. Su Jiugao laughed exuberantly, filled with anticipation. Huh? In that case, I shall listen with rapt attention. Upon witnessing this exchange, Chu Tian opened his mouth to say more, but found no further words. A flash of white light appeared, revealing an ancient zither intricately carved with dragon and phoenix designs. Su Jiugao's eyes brightened. The dragon and phoenix zither? Chu Xuanru was slightly taken aback. Glancing at him in surprise, it was rare for someone to recognize such an instrument. She shook her head and softly replied, Indeed, Su Gongzi is well informed. The dragon and phoenix zither is one of the 10 legendary zither, long lost to time. This is merely a replica. Su Jiugao smiled. Even a supreme-grade artifact is quite remarkable. Among the most renowned ancient zither in the realms, each one is a treasured relic lost to history. Nearly all classified as imperial weapons. While not classified as divine artifacts, they are exceedingly rare and undoubtedly precious to those who cherish music. As Chu Xuanru gently set down the zither, the surroundings fell into an extraordinary silence. I shall now display my humble skills, she declared, her fingers deftly plucking the strings, producing melodious and enchanting sounds that alternated between lively and intense, gradually weaving a splendid musical tapestry. Ethereal strands of Dao essence surrounded her, and in her flowing blue gown, she appeared ethereal, further enhanced by the music. Su Jiugao sipped his tea, relishing the captivating melodies, his heart calming as he immersed himself in the beauty of the moment. It was no wonder Chu Tian profited greatly from the recording stone. Chu Xuanru's artistry was exquisite, as though she merged with the music itself. Coupled with the blessing of the Ling Luo celestial body, it dispelled the distractions of the heart, allowing for profound insights into the world. Each passing moment was a delight. And even Qiu Lianyue beside them found herself quietly listening. Chu Tian observed Chu Xuanru as she played, then glanced at the smiling Su Jiugao, feeling a tumult of emotions. For him, each second spent in this place felt like sitting on needles, wishing for it to end. As someone closest to Chu Xuanru, He was acutely aware of her allure to young talents, fearing Su Jiugao might develop an interest in her. Thankfully, he detected no hint of lewdness in Su Jiugao's gaze, silently relieving himself. Su brother is indeed a gentleman. Perhaps I am overthinking it. However, unbeknownst to him, Su Jiugao had already taken a keen interest in Chu Xuanru, feeling a stir of attraction. For Su Jiugao, he had encountered many stunning and extraordinary women, aside from Lineage. Those he cared for were primarily individuals who could aid him. For instance, Nangong Qing, whose innate talent as an alchemist was evident, would provide him with an endless supply of elixirs. Meanwhile, Chu Xuanru's Ling Luo's celestial body was a rare supportive constitution. Su Jiugao's eyes flickered as he gazed at the enchanting woman before him, contemplating, system, is there a genuine dragon and phoenix zither available for purchase in the shop? Beep. Response to the host. Yes. Dragon and phoenix zither, imperial grade. Required villain points. 8,000, such an exorbitant price? Su Jiugao was taken aback. This was no trivial sum. While Yin Yue did not mind him acquiring a maid, winning over Chu Xuanru with her steadfast character would likely be no easy feat yet. Therein lay the challenge. Chapter 144. The genuine dragon and phoenix zither. Su Jiugao gritted his teeth, painfully expending 8,000 villain points to exchange for the genuine dragon and phoenix zither. Glancing at Chu Xuanru, a smile spread across his lips, his eyes gleaming with determination, akin to a hunter spotting its prey. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, as the final notes faded, everything returned to its initial state. Chu Tian exhaled deeply. Applause erupted. Su Jiugao clapped his hands, eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, Miss Chu's music captivates the soul. It is truly deserving of its reputation. Chu Xuanru smiled modestly, responding, you flatter me, Su Gongzi. Ha. Chu Tian laughed heartily. Gaining Su brother's approval is no small feat. Now that we have enjoyed the music and the tea, can you assist me with the issue at hand? Su Jiugao raised his hand. There is no rush. Chu Tian's breath hitched. No rush? He was in a state of urgency. Su Jiugao slowly rose and approached Chu Xuanru, leaving the others perplexed. With a gentle smile that felt like spring sunshine, he gazed intently at Chu Xuanru. Under such deep scrutiny from the handsome gentleman, even she felt somewhat flustered, her cheeks flushing as she asked, what is it, Su Gongzi? Su Jiugao remained silent. And a radiant light flickered. A zither identical to Chu Xuanru's appeared. In contrast to the replica, this dragon and phoenix zither exuded an ancient aura. The dragons and phoenixes carved upon it seeming almost alive. As it materialized, the atmosphere filled with the unmistakable essence of an imperial weapon. What? As someone familiar with the instrument, how could Chu Xuanru not recognize it? She gasped, the dragon and phoenix zither? Chu Tian was equally astonished. Though he did not understand these items, the aura emanating from the ancient zither clearly indicated it was an imperial-grade treasure. His breath became heavy in an instant. He could hardly believe Su Jiugao had carelessly produced an imperial weapon. Su brother, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Lianyue observed the scene quietly, saying nothing. Su Jiugao chuckled softly. It has been quite a while since I have heard such enchanting music. Coincidentally, I possess an ancient zither that has been gathering dust in my storage ring. Upon meeting you today, I realized I have found its rightful owner. Miss Chu, I would like to present it to you. What? At this declaration, not only was Chu Tian stunned, but even Chu Xuanru's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. This cannot be. She panicked, unable to comprehend that Su Jiugao would gift her such a precious genuine dragon and phoenix zither, without delving into the profound implications behind it. The mere possession of an imperial weapon is an invaluable treasure. Chu Tian was utterly astonished by Su Jiugao's extravagant gesture. This was an imperial weapon, not just a mere cabbage picked off the street. Countless individuals yearn for such a treasure, and not even a single piece exists within the entirety of the Chu family. This only deepened his curiosity about Su Jiugao's true identity. Who exactly is Su Xiong? Could he possibly be the offspring of some formidable figure? Observing the astonished expression on Chu Xianru's face, Su Jiugao spoke calmly. Miss Chu, this guqin holds no value for me. It is merely a pearl covered in dust. Today, upon hearing a tune from you, I am convinced that only such a treasure is worthy of your exquisite skills. Please take it. It is of little consequence to me. Boom. Chu Tian's mind buzzed, echoing Su Jiugao's words. Of little consequence. This was an imperial weapon. If this was not considered precious, then what could be? He immediately turned his gaze toward Chu Xianru, signaling her with his eyes, his expression pleading as if he wished to speak on her behalf. After a moment of silence, Chu Xianru shook her head earnestly and replied softly, Master Su, this item is far too precious for me to accept. Why is that, Rower? Chu Tian could no longer contain himself, his tone urgent. All eyes turned toward him. Brother Chu Tian. Realizing his faux pas, Chu Tian laughed awkwardly and said, Ha ha. Rower, My point is, haven't you long desired this guqin? Since Su Xiong has offered it, it would be disrespectful to refuse. Su Jiugao shot him a sidelong glance, internally amused. Thank you for your assist, he thought. If you feel any sense of guilt, I, along with Lianyu, will be here for a few more days. We could always enjoy a few more performances. I have heard that your music is worth 1,000 gold coins. Consider this a fee. Su Jiugao said half-jokingly. A flicker of struggle crossed Chu Xianrou's beautiful eyes. To be honest, she had been searching for this long Huang Guqin for quite some time, with no leads on its whereabouts. As one of the top 10 renowned gyukins in the realms, it was impossible not to be tempted. Seeing her hesitation, Chu Tian subtly urged, Rower, quickly accept it. This is an imperial weapon. Chu Xianrou glanced at him, bit her lip, and finally nodded gently, addressing Su Jiugao. In that case, I must thank you, Master Su. Still feeling a bit shy, she produced a piece of pure white silk thread and a delicate sword. Master Su. This is Tianqin silk and the Tianwen Su Nu sword. Although these are not treasures, I know their value cannot compare to the true long Huanggu chain. Yet they are the most precious items I possess at present. Please accept them. Su Jiugao was somewhat surprised. While the sword was merely of saintly quality, the Tianqin silk was far rarer. It was produced by a now extinct silkworm and boasts extensive uses and benefits. The amount Chu Xianrou presented was substantial, with thousands of strands. Seeing her serious demeanor, Su Jiugao understood that if he refused, she would likely not keep the long Huanggu chain. He smiled gently. Very well. Chu Tian stared wide-eyed, completely taken aback by Chu Xianrou's actions. Rower, you truly are foolish. As Su Jiugao handed over the long Huanggu chain, his hand inadvertently brushed against Chu Xianrou's delicate one. It was cool and smooth, sending an electric shock through her. She shivered, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of red, unable to believe it as she glanced at the smiling Su Jiugao. Was it intentional? No. It must have been an accident, she reassured herself. Upon receiving the guqin, an uncontrollable joy lit up Chu Xianrou's eyes as she fixated on the long Huanggu chain. Gently caressing its strings, her delight evident. Ding. Favorability of the destined female lead increased by 20. Current favorability, 80. Captivation level, 20. Destined protagonist Chu Tian suffers a significant drop in luck value, -500. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 500 villain points. Chapter 145. Chu Tian's second soul only this much? Su Jiugao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the long Huanggu chain, acquired at such a high cost, would merely yield a 20-point increase in favorability. Truly, the destined female lead with her steadfast character does not easily succumb to flattery. He glanced at the elated Chu Tian and mused internally. Returning to his seat, he observed Qiu Lianyu, who remained composed, showing no sign of emotion. As if tacitly approving, Su Jiugao shook his head and chuckled, turning to the still-dazed Chu Tian. Brother Chu, now that we've enjoyed the music and tea, shall we proceed? Finally, they were getting to the main topic. Chu Tian's eyes lit up as he eagerly replied, Yes, yes. Actually, I wasn't in such a hurry, he said, though his uncontainable smile betrayed him. Su Jiugao was not surprised by this insincerity. Instead, he replied with a calm smile. There is no time like the present, especially since this concerns your safety. With that, he placed his hand upon Chu Tian's forehead. A faint light flickered. Chu Xianrou watched intently, eager to witness Su Jiugao's abilities. An individual capable of casually presenting an imperial weapon was surely no ordinary person. Brother Chu, relax. Due to Chu Xianrou receiving an imperial weapon, Chu Tian held unwavering trust in Su Jiugao and offered no resistance, allowing Su Jiugao's consciousness to penetrate his mind. He opened his sea of consciousness, exposing everything to Su Jiugao, a feat that ordinary individuals would never dare attempt. Should the other party harbor ill intentions, they could easily disrupt the sea of consciousness, causing devastating harm. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Tian jested, Brother Su. This time it won't be as painful as last time, right? Su Jiugao chuckled, not at all. He slowly closed his eyes. A wisp of consciousness diving into the deepest part of Chu Tian's sea of consciousness. In the most concealed area, Su Jiugao discovered an anomaly. Another soul within Chu Tian's mind had significantly recovered due to his repeated consumption of nourishing pills, now nearly rivaling Chu Tian's own soul in power. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before a fierce struggle for dominance ensued between the two. The other entity within Chu Tian was living quite comfortably. Su Jiugao was pleased with this sight and resolved to provoke this soul further. His consciousness directly infiltrated it, eliciting an immediate outcry of terror. Who? Back in the external world, Su Jiugao slowly opened his eyes. How is it? Chu Tian inquired with concern. Just then, a sharp pain like needles pierced his mind. Ah! Chu Tian screamed, clutching his head and rolling on the ground in agony, his face contorted and beads of sweat pouring from his brow. Brother Chu Tian. Chu Xianro, witnessing this, rushed forward in alarm. What's wrong, Brother Chu Tian? Master Su, what is happening? Su Jiugao's voice turned grave as he furrowed his brow. This does not bode well. To her astonishment, the peculiar spirit residing within Brother Chu's mind was quite strange. Logically, I had already expelled this spirit on that day. Yet, for reasons unknown, the adversary had some hidden means and managed to escape a calamity. It now seemed that this spirit might belong to a fallen powerhouse, intent on seizing control of Brother Chu. What? Chu Xuanra's heart trembled. If what young Master Su claimed was accurate, and the other spirit within Brother Chu's mind was indeed an ancient entity, then trouble was at hand. Brother Chu's strength was certainly no match for such a being. Young Master Su, please, I implore you to save my brother. I beg you. Chu Xuanru was in a state of frantic urgency, her thoughts in disarray. Su Jiugao fixed his gaze on the pained expression of Chu Tian and shook his head. Speaking softly, alas, it is not that I do not wish to assist. Rather, I find myself somewhat powerless. The strength of that spirit is far beyond what ordinary beings can expel. At least, for now, no one within the entire Xianjun Dao domain can offer help. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Su Jiugao furrowed his brow and commanded, Who are you? Why do you invade Brother Chu's body? Depart from him at once. In Chu Xinru's embrace, Chu Tian slowly opened his eyes, a look of confusion and bewilderment clouding his gaze. Brother Chu, you are awake. Chu Xuanru exclaimed with delight. Su Jiugao interjected, No, something is amiss. He is not Brother Chu. Miss Chu, be cautious. Su Jiugao quickly warned. An irresistible force surged forth, and Chu Xuanra found herself uncontrollably lunging towards Su Jiugao, falling directly into his embrace. He wrapped one arm around her. Startled, her face turned crimson as she gazed up at the handsome Su Jiugao, momentarily overwhelmed by his embrace. Unintentionally or not, Su Jiugao's hand brushed against her delicate form, sending a shiver through her body, causing her to tremble uncontrollably and stammer her words. This. As she felt herself become weightless, Su Jiugao released her, and she soon realized she was utterly enervated, as if she might dissolve into nothingness. Though naturally gentle, a flicker of indignation crossed her beautiful eyes at being so brazenly taken advantage of. Just then, Su Jiugao's voice broke through. Miss Chu, I beg your pardon. The individual before you is not your brother Chu, but rather another spirit residing within him. What? Chu Xuanra's heart raced as she turned to Su Jiugao, whose expression was serious and brows furrowed. Noticing the clarity in his eyes, devoid of any ulterior motive, her anger subsided, and she asked in amazement, What does young Master Su mean? Yet, simultaneously, a twinge of displeasure stirred within her. After all, Chu Xuanra was quite confident in her beauty. The fact that he had just taken such liberties without any reaction only fueled an unexplainable sense of defeat within her. However, as soon as this thought emerged, she swiftly dismissed it. Chu Xuanru, what are you thinking? The immediate concern is Brother Chu. Ding. The destined female protagonist Chu Xinru's infatuation level increases by 20. Current favorability, 80. Infatuation level, 40. The destined protagonist Chu Tian's fortune value decreases by 200. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 villain points. Chapter 146. I ask you, do you wish to live? Unbeknownst to them, Su Jiugao was reveling in the moment. The previous action had been intentional. The soft and delicate touch, even through a thin layer of fabric, was intoxicating. Upon hearing the system's notification, a slight smile graced Su Jiugao's lips. It seemed that the infatuation value was easier to increase than the favorability. He glanced at the composed Qiu Lianyue beside him, hoping his clandestine actions had gone unnoticed. Meanwhile, Chu Tian, still bewildered, observed the unfolding scene with a dazed expression. He was Chu Tian, a transmigrator who had awakened his memories 6 months prior. However, as a practitioner of the Zhanyuan realm, his spirit was overwhelmingly powerful. An unforeseen incident had left him unable to fully seize control of this body. Most transmigrators began as ordinary people or lowly cultivators, but he had encountered such a formidable practitioner upon his arrival. Naturally, he was no match and eventually succumbed to slumber. Recently, however, he had unexpectedly managed to utilize this body. During this time, he had inquired among the servants and learned everything about this world within the Chu family's library. Unfortunately, this state could not last long, and he would soon fall back into a deep sleep. Looking around, Chu Tian realized he had awakened once more. Upon seeing the vigilant expressions of those present, he felt utterly perplexed and spoke hesitantly. Greetings. Who are you? Why have you taken over Brother Chu's body? Chu Xuanra demanded, her small face brimming with indignation. I knew there was something off when you asked me those strange questions the other day. It turns out you are not Brother Chu at all. Young Master Su, I implore you, please save my brother. Chu Xuanru pleaded desperately. Su Jiugao furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat helpless. Miss Chu, do not be overly anxious. Brother Chu's spirit has merely fallen into a temporary slumber. He is likely to awaken shortly. As he stepped forward, his imperial gaze fixed upon the man before him. He realized, so, you are the other spirit within Chu Tian's consciousness, though it was likely that they shared a common purpose. It was unfortunate that he had crossed paths with Su Jiugao. Feigning anger, he warned, I advise you to leave Brother Chu's body peacefully. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Chu Tian's eyes widened in shock. Had he been detected? This was troubling. Having traversed this realm for some time, he understood that beings known as immortals possessed the ability to perform astounding feats. If they discerned that he was not the original owner of this body, he would surely face dire consequences. Feigning ignorance, Chu Tian asked, what has happened? If Su Jiugao were not present, Chu Xuanru might have fallen for his ruse. Yet, with young Master Su's declaration, she could not be deceived. Her beautiful eyes turned icy as she coldly declared, stop pretending. You are not Brother Chu. Chu Tian's breath hitched. This should not be possible. Logically, this should not have been aware of his identity. He had successfully bluffed them several times before. Why had he failed this time? Lacking any connection to Chu Tian's memories, he was oblivious to the prior events. Su Jiugao's eyes flickered as he spoke. Miss Chu, it is futile. He will not easily vacate Brother Chu's body. Without a physical vessel, his existence would be doomed. What shall we do? Chu Xuanru exclaimed anxiously, fearing that the Chu Tian she once knew might never return. She cast a look of deep hatred at the still pretending Chu Tian. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jiugao proposed, if Miss Chu trusts me, please wait outside for a while. I possess a means to temporarily suppress this spirit, though it is a secret technique of my sect and should not be revealed to outsiders. Really? Chu Xuanru's eyes lit up with hope. She nodded eagerly, young Master Su. As long as you can say Brother Chu, I am willing to do anything you ask. I will leave at once. She was aware that individuals of significant power typically preferred to conceal their methods. The enigmatic young Master Su before her raised no suspicion. Thus, she chose to depart from the scene. As Chu Tian observed Chu Xuanru's exit, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as he turned to Su Jiugao. What were his intentions? Could he truly possess a means to eliminate him? Anxiety gripped Chu Tian's heart. Having traversed realms, he was not willing to perish so easily. At this moment, Qiu Lianyue approached with a question. What do you intend to do? She harbored doubts about Su Jiugao's goodwill. Su Jiugao offered a slight smile and softly replied, I intend to lend him a helping hand. He then cast a cold, indifferent gaze at Chu Tian on the ground, stating, enough with the pretense. Your clumsy acting cannot deceive my discerning eyes. Brother Chu, or rather, the other soul residing within Chu Tian. Su Jiugao's smile widened. Am I correct? Chu Tian's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated being so easily seen through. His expression grew grave. Who are you? What do you want? What do I want? Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, chuckling as he approached. I simply wish to assist you. Assist me? Although he was a traveler from another realm, Chu Tian was not naive. The golden-haired man before him clearly had ties to the original owner of this body and his sister. What motivation did he have to help someone like him? Yet, from Su Jiugao emanated a familiar and intimidating aura. Chu Tian, filled with trepidation, asked, why would you help me? Are you not a friend of the original owner of this body? Realizing the futility of his concealment, Chu Tian decided to drop the act. After all, what was the worst that could happen? He might just die again, and perhaps the next time he would be reborn anew. A friend? Su Jiugao scoffed, his eyes narrowing in disdain. Does someone like you, Chu Tian, deserve that title? If it weren't for your connection to Chu Xuanru and the fortune tied to you, a mere scion of a weak domain would hardly be worthy of my friendship. At that moment, Su Jiugao's gaze radiated arrogance, as though he looked down upon all. He crouched down, his thoughts shifting, and an unexpected surge of consciousness invaded Chu Tian's mind. As he recognized that familiar presence, it sparked his awakening. Chu Tian gasped. That person was you. Su Jiugao laughed heartily. Who else, if not me, would come to your aid here? Have you not realized that you can now faintly assert control over Chu Tian's body? I must say, you possess quite the audacity, attempting to seize the body of a cultivator at the yuan cutting stage with such a feeble soul. Without my assistance, you would soon be devoured, serving as nourishment for his burgeoning spirit. With a shift in tone, Su Jiugao's imperial eyes narrowed, revealing a captivating glint. I ask you, do you wish to live? To inhabit this splendid world in place of Chu Tian? Upon hearing these words, Chu Tian fell into silence, his gaze flickering as he pondered. Su Jiugao patiently waited for a response, knowing full well that this proposition was impossible to refuse. After an indeterminate time, Chu Tian finally met Su Jiugao's gaze. his voice tinged with skepticism. Are you truly so benevolent? Why would you help me? Su Jiugao chuckled gently. I am not helping you out of kindness. I am merely proposing a transaction. This arrangement will not harm you, and during this time, you will not only gain control of this body, but perhaps even replace him entirely. Chu Tian's eyes widened, his breath quickening with excitement. Nothing could be more enticing. Given his limited time and the looming threat of being discovered by the original owner. If what Su Jiugao claimed were true, it would be the best outcome imaginable. Yet, he remained wary of this stranger's intentions. A flicker of struggle appeared in Chu Tian's eyes, and at that moment, Su Jiugao spoke calmly. You must decide quickly. Time is short, and soon the control of this body may slip from your grasp. His meaning was unmistakable. After a brief hesitation, Chu Tian responded. You claim you can assist me? How so? Is that an agreement? Su Jiugao asked with a grin. Although doubt lingered on Chu Tian's face, he nodded. The smile on Su Jiugao's lips grew broader as he leaned closer, whispering instructions in Chu Tian's ear. Chu Tian's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he realized Su Jiugao's intentions extended towards acquiring Chu Zuanru. During the brief time he had spent in this body, he had gleaned insights into the identity of its original owner, who was none other than his sister. Su Jiugao patted his shoulder. For the next few days, I need you to impersonate Chu Tian. That should not be a problem, correct? Chu Tian's eyes fluctuated with uncertainty as he contemplated the proposal. Finally, with a firm resolve, he replied, All right, I will assist you. However, I lack his memories. What if I slip up? Su Jiugao waved off his concerns. No matter, as I have assured you. I will help. Consider this a token of our newfound acquaintance. With that, Su Jiugao unleashed his consciousness, which intertwined with Chu Tian's soul. The familiar aura filled Chu Tian with trepidation as he exclaimed, What are you doing? Su Jiugao smiled. I am merely helping you adapt to your new identity. Their consciousnesses entered a chaotic realm where their souls battled for dominance over the body, one dark and one light. If this continued, it would not be long before Chu Tian regained control. Su Jiugao frowned, dissatisfied with the weakness of the original spirit, muttering, after consuming so many essence-nourishing pills, how could the soul remain so feeble? Such a waste. Shaking his head, he launched an attack against the original spirit, and with a single maneuver, the once dominant white soul began to wane, retreating in fear. The dark soul seized the opportunity to consume a fragment of the white soul, flooding Chu Tian's mind with fleeting memories of his past. Chu Tian's eyes sparkled with realization. These are the memories of the original owner of this body. Having previously been at a disadvantage, the original Chu Tian had acquired numerous memories from him. Now, with Su Jiugao's intervention, the tide had turned. Overjoyed, Chu Tian found clarity in this once murky world, casting a wary glance at Su Jiugao, now aware of his formidable and mysterious background. Su Jiugao slowly opened his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he regarded Chu Tian. So, do you now believe what I have said? Chu Tian, shaken, nodded in understanding. I comprehend now. I will assist you in achieving your desires. Su Jiugao responded, That is more like it. With my guidance, you need only follow my instructions. With a hearty laugh, he strode confidently toward the courtyard. Beside them, Qiu Lianyue cast a glance at the bewildered Chu Tian on the ground. Although she was unaware of the decisions they had made, she refrained from asking further questions. In another corner, as soon as Su Jiugao appeared, Chu Zuanru rushed over with an anxious expression. She looked at Su Jiugao and then glanced behind him, inquiring, Su Gongzi, is Chu Tian Gij all right? Su Jiugao responded with a gentle smile, releasing a sigh of relief. Chu Tian is temporarily out of danger. Really? Chu Zuanru's beautiful eyes sparkled with a sudden glimmer of hope, her disbelief evident. Then, Su Gongzi, may I go see Chu Tian Gij? Su Jiugao nodded with a soft smile. Of course. No sooner had he spoken than Chu Zuanru dashed towards the inner courtyard. Observing her departing figure, Qiu Lianyue, who had been silent for a while, turned to the smiling Su Jiugao and softly inquired, Does your conscience not ache? Ah? Su Jiugao turned, seemingly not having heard her clearly. Lianyue, what did you say? Qiu Lianyue shook her head, choosing not to elaborate. Instead, she murmured, I feel a bit stifled here. I wish to go for a walk. Will you join me? Su Jiugao shook his head, his gaze flickering. Not just yet. There are matters concerning Chu Tian that remain unresolved, and this person before me is merely an impostor. I cannot leave Chu Zuanru, who has grown up alongside him, here unattended. She might discover something, and that would be undesirable. Very well. Qiu Lianyue said no more and, cradling Xiao Qian, walked towards the door. Su Jiugao was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by her actions. Without further thought, he softly instructed, Lao, you need not remain here for now. Go protect Lianyue for me. If any fool dares to provoke, eliminate them without reporting back. A ghostly voice emerged from the space behind him. As you command, my lord. A smile crept into Su Jiugao's eyes as he mused inwardly, Brother Chu, your sister has caught my fancy. My apologies. Chapter 148, Boiling a Frog in Warm Water. Enduring the saneness inside the room, Chu Zuanra hurriedly pushed the door open and, upon seeing the astonished Chu Tian on the ground, rushed forward with elation. Chu Tian Gij, you're all right. Startled by her sudden appearance, Chu Tian's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, quickly masked by a forced smile. Taking a deep breath, he slowly rose from the ground. I'm fine now, rower. Tears welled in Chu Zuanru's beautiful eyes as she exclaimed, Chu Tian Gij, do you know how worried I was? Thanks to that Su Gongzi. I truly didn't know what I would have done without him. Chu Tian's gaze sparkled with understanding. Indeed, we owe him a debt of gratitude. Having integrated Chu Tian's memories, he found himself somewhat acclimated, both in tone and demeanor. It could be said that even Chu Tian's biological father, Chu Xiaotian, would not recognize the changes that had transpired within him. Just then, Su Jiugao strolled in leisurely from outside. This is merely the first step. For now, I have only temporarily suppressed the soul within Brother Chu's mind. There is no telling when it might resurface. Chu Tian sighed. Alas, Su Gongzi, you have already done more than enough for me. The true Chu Tian would never concede so easily. Yet, Chu Zuanru was unwilling to accept that. That cannot happen. Chu Tian Gij, if the previous incident were to repeat, it would be perilous. She knelt directly before Su Jiugao, her determination unwavering. Su Gongzi, I know your background is extraordinary, and your methods are mysterious. You must have a way to save Chu Tian Gij, correct? Please, I implore you, help my brother. Roo? Chu Tian exclaimed in shock. What are you doing? He glanced at Su Jiugao, who was also looking back at him. This man was truly skilled at acting. Had he not been aware, he might have been deceived by the fragment of Chu Tian's soul within. Adapting to his identity, Chu Tian hurriedly squatted to lift Chu Zuanra. However, she remained resolute, kneeling firmly in place. Su Jiugao sighed, somewhat helplessly stating, It is not that I am unwilling. The cost is simply too great. Even I cannot bear it. I understand. Chu Zuanru lowered her head, recognizing the enormous price that would have to be paid. One that both she and Chu Tian could not afford. Chu Tian sighed beside her. Rower, let it go. If even Su Gongzi says so, it may truly be hopeless. Regrettably, we might not see each other again. If I am unfortunate enough to be possessed by that other soul, you must promise to kill me. His tone carried an air of despair, akin to a dying person's last words. No. Chu Tian Gij, do not give up so easily. Chu Zuanra's heart raced, her anxiety palpable as she gazed at him. Finally, as if having made a momentous decision, she turned to Su Jiugao with unwavering resolve. Su Gongzi, what if I were to serve you as a maid, doing your bidding? I am a Lingluo divine body, and my melodies can aid in cultivation. Finally, the moment had arrived. Su Jiugao's eyes lit up. He had awaited this for so long, persistently emphasizing the heavy cost, leading her to realize she could not repay him. With Chu Tian subtly supporting her, she could only think of offering her own body. Su Jiugao recognized that they had taken a significant step toward success, though he did not reveal his delight. Instead, he feigned difficulty, gazing at Chu Zuanru in astonishment. Oh dear, Miss Chu, why go to such lengths? Even if we were to exchange those treasures, my chances of successfully treating Brother Chu would still be quite limited. It may even backfire. Seeing Su Jiugao's tone soften, Chu Zuanru sensed hope and urgently pleaded, Su Gongzi, please save my brother. After a prolonged silence, Su Jiugao finally relented, unable to withstand her heartfelt pleas. Very well. But do not harbor overly high expectations, Miss Chu. Upon hearing Su Jiugao's agreement, Chu Zuanru was instantly filled with joy. Really? Thank you, Su Gongzi. Su Jiugao waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of the outcome, you will ultimately need to accompany me on this journey. After all, what I have employed is a treasure of my sect, and returning empty-handed would be difficult to justify. Chu Zuanru nodded in agreement. Young Master Su, if you can save my brother Chu Tian, then from this day forth, I shall be yours. Su Jiugao glanced at the side of Chu Tian, then back at her. Contemplating before he replied, this matter is of great significance. I suggest you return with Brother Chu and consider it thoroughly. Rest assured, with me here, Brother Chu should face no immediate issues in the coming days. Come find me once you've made your decision. Chu Tian quickly grasped Su Jiugao's intent and, pulling the reluctant Chu Zuanru from the ground, declared, Rower, I cannot agree to this. Come with me. Thus, under Chu Tian's insistence, he forcefully led the unwilling Chu Zuanru away from that place. Su Jiugao watched them depart without haste. He intended to simmer Chu Zuanru over the next few days, ultimately compelling her to come to him of her own volition, pleading for his assistance in saving her brother. 3 days slipped by in a blink. During this time, Chu Xuanru was utterly exhausted. Her brother Chu Tian's condition worsened, often crying out in pain and collapsing to the ground in agony, his appearance grotesque and terrifying, causing her heart to twist in pain. Unbeknownst to her, all of this was a performance orchestrated by Su Jiugao for Chu Tian's benefit. Finally, on this day, Chu Xuanru could no longer bear to watch her brother suffer. As Chu Tian fell into a deep sleep, she gazed at him with a heart full of anguish. These past few days had transformed her brother into a shadow of his former self, racked with unbearable pain, while she could only stand by helplessly. Chu Xuanru felt a deep sense of despair. Even the Chu family had noticed the abnormality. Chu Tian's father, Chu Xiaofeng, had visited multiple times to inquire about the situation, to which Chu Xuanru could only offer vague reassurances. "Brother Chu Tian, I will surely save you," she declared with newfound determination. With that, she slowly rose and left the room, gently closing the door behind her. Once Chu Xuanru departed, Chu Tian's eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze flickered, and compared to before, he appeared far more awake. "Rower, forgive me. I will live in place of Chu Tian from now on. This can only come at your expense." In truth, over the past few days, he had assimilated a considerable amount of Chu Tian's memories and had gained a general understanding of the original owner's life. The previous occupant of this body had harbored feelings for his adoptive sister. However, what did that matter to him? For him, the utmost priority was surviving in this world. The moment he recalled Su Jiugao's visage, he felt a sense of trepidation. It was simply because Su Jiugao's identity was shrouded in mystery. His methods were inscrutable, having not only discovered his existence, but also manipulated the original owner of this body with ease. Outside, a hauntingly beautiful melody began to play. Chu Xuanru caressed the authentic Long Wanggu Qin, her exceptional skills rendering the piece profoundly moving, as if echoing her sorrows and yearnings. Immersed in the music, she felt it was the only way to temporarily escape the pain of separation. For now, she could only rely on young Master Su. At this moment, Su Jiugao and Xiao Lianyue outside the Chu residence took notice of the exquisite music. As a fellow woman, Xiao Lianyue could sense the emotions woven into the melody. The celestial resonance of the Qin indeed transcended the ordinary, stirring the hearts of listeners as though they were the strings being plucked. Xiao Lianyue turned to Su Jiugao and softly inquired, "What do you intend to do with Chu Tian?" Su Jiugao's eyes sparkled with mirth as he replied nonchalantly, "Nothing in particular." Xiao Lianyue remarked, "You seem to revel in this manipulation of others." Su Jiugao paused, sensing a hint of discontent in her tone. "Lianyue, is something amiss? You've been acting strangely these past few days." Xiao Lianyue shook her head, stepping closer and fixing her gaze upon him. "You must understand. As the son of the primordial emperor, you are the only heir to the throne in this realm. For them, you are an existence they could never hope to reach. As an imperial heir, you should not squander time in such trivial pursuits." In her eyes, if Su Jiugao truly wished to take Chu Xuanru as a maid, he could do so directly, whether by force or otherwise. Thus, she had refrained from criticizing his actions until now, but she could only interpret his behavior as a penchant for wielding power over others. "I hope you can acknowledge your true identity. For you, the innate chaotic body is merely the beginning," Xiao Lianyue said earnestly before departing the scene. Su Jiugao stood in silence, a sudden stillness enveloping him as his thoughts churned, unable to find calm. Eventually, as if awakening to a revelation, his eyes shone brightly, akin to the clarity of enlightenment. Indeed, he was the imperial heir. Since his birth, his goal had always been to become the destined protagonist. Lianyue was correct. He did derive pleasure from controlling others. Yet he had all but forgotten that his initial aim was to seize the supreme throne. The destined protagonist was merely sustenance for his ascendants. At that moment, the figure of Elder Ing appeared, seemingly from nowhere. He took a considerable risk of incurring displeasure, bowing humbly as he spoke. "Your Highness, I have something to say, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate." Su Jiugao's eyelids twitched, sensing that Elder Ying's words would echo Lianyue's sentiments. "Speak." Elder Ying nodded respectfully. "I believe what the young lady stated holds truth. Your Highness, you have indeed lingered here for too long." Unlike Xiao Lianyue, Elder Ying expressed his concern with great tact. Su Jiugao's expression remained calm, betraying no emotional turmoil. Finally, he nodded and replied softly, "I understand." Su Jiugao's eyes glimmered. After having vanquished several destined protagonists, it seemed he had indeed grown somewhat complacent. No one is perfect, and even an imperial heir is not exempt from flaws. In an instant, he reached an epiphany. A faint white light radiated from him, signaling an elevation in his state of mind. At that moment, his long-dormant realm unexpectedly advanced from the 8th level of the Divine King stage to the 9th level. Su Jiugao was momentarily taken aback, hardly believing his rapid breakthrough. While Chu Xuanru's qin music played a role, the greater influence stemmed from his introspection regarding his recent actions. One must distinguish between imperial destiny and the protagonists of fate. He gazed down at Elder Ing, who knelt with reverence, and recalled Lien Yue's earlier words. Imperial destiny. This was indeed what the imperial heir pursued. A smile crept upon Su Jiugao's lips, and he chuckled softly. How amusing. Elder Ing responded, Congratulations, Your Highness, on your newfound cultivation. The path to sanctity is within your grasp. I previously dared to offer my counsel. May I request your forgiveness? Su Jiugao, hearing this, burst into laughter, his spirits lifted. Haha, enough. I, the imperial heir, absolve you of any wrongdoing. In my journey of cultivation, it is a joy to have such loyal companions by my side. How could I punish you? Who said that there were no loyal souls beside villains? Chapter 150, Brother Chu. It is time to depart. To grovel is a skill anyone can master, yet for the future of the Su family. Old Shadow was willing to take the risk of angering Su Jiugao by speaking candidly. For the prodigious talents of the great clans, they would hardly regard someone like Old Shadow, a mere shadow servant, with any significance. However, Su Jiugao displayed an unexpected openness. It must be acknowledged that this time, it was indeed thanks to Lien Yu and Old Shadow. As Old Shadow's figure gradually faded into the darkness, Su Jiugao strode joyfully toward the Chu family courtyard. His imperial eyes narrowed slightly, sparkling with a subtle brilliance. Brother Chu, I have played enough. It is your turn to set forth. As he spoke, Su Jiugao donned a different expression and entered the courtyard. The melodious strains of Chu Xianruo's qin began to wane. And with the enhancement of the genuine Dragon Phoenix Guqin, the two harmonized beautifully, attracting a number of rare mystical beasts that quietly listened. However, upon sensing Su Jiugao's presence, these creatures scattered in haste. Chu Xianruo lifted her gaze and murmured upon seeing Su Jiugao, young Master Su. With a gentle smile, Su Jiugao approached and spoke. Miss Chu, I have matters to discuss with you. Chu Xianruo was taken aback and questioned, What is it? Su Jiugao replied, I, along with my junior sister, have lingered here for quite some time. Our master is urging us to leave, and it seems we must depart today. A dissonant note suddenly rang out. The exceptionally skilled Chu Xianruo, upon receiving this news, inadvertently struck a discordant chord. Su Jiugao glanced at the Dragon Phoenix Guqin before him and said slowly, After I leave, I may be powerless to assist Brother Chu with his ailment. Miss Chu, please make your decision. Ah, so soon? Chu Xianruo seemed bewildered. She had not anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly. Young Master Su, can you not stay a few more days? Su Jiugao shook his head gently, a faint smile gracing his lips. I hope you can understand, Miss Chu. I understand. Chu Xianruo nodded, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of struggle before she looked at Su Jiugao with determination and declared, Young Master Su, I implore you to take action and save Brother Chu Tian. Upon hearing this, Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, not surprised by her decision, but solemnly reminded her. Are you prepared? I cannot guarantee success in removing the other soul from Chu Tian's body. Regardless of the outcome, your life will no longer belong solely to you. Chu Xianruo bit her red lips, resolutely nodding her head. This matter she had not even disclosed to her master, acting on her own accord. Apart from Chu Tian and young Master Su, no one else knew of their agreement. Tears welled in her beautiful eyes as she slowly spoke. From today onward, I, Chu Xianruo, belong to you, young Master Su. Should I go against this, I vow never to be reborn. With Chu Xianruo's confirmation, Su Jiugao said nothing more, a smile playing on his lips as he replied, I understand. Do not enter for the time being. He simply instructed before stepping into Chu Tian's room. After he departed, Qi Lianyu's figure appeared. Her exquisite visage unveiled and her expression calm as she regarded Chu Xianruo. Miss Chiu? Chu Xianruo inquired. Just wait here. He will assist you. Qi Lianyu replied soothingly, despite already knowing the outcome. She added a cryptic remark. In the future, you will be grateful for this day, for it heralds a far broader world awaiting you. The Ling Luo divine body should not be confined to this small realm. Though the Dragon Phoenix Guqin was a sovereign weapon, it could not be wielded to perfection by just anyone. However, in Chu Xianruo's hands, it could both attack and defend, even aiding in one's cultivation. Chu Xianruo, hearing this, looked puzzled and perplexed. Inside the room, upon Su Jiugao's entrance, Chu Tian finally shed his previous disguise. He approached and said, Young Master Su, I have followed your instructions. Now, can you help me eliminate that troublesome entity? The troublesome entity referred to the original owner's soul within this body, Chu Tian's soul. Su Jiugao, his eyes revealing a hint of amusement, nodded calmly and replied, Of course, I, the prince, keep my word. With a knowing smile, Su Jiugao added, From this day forth, There will be no more Chu Tian in this world. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's face lit up with joy as he clasped his hands and said, "Young Master Su, your kindness shall be remembered for eternity. I beseech you to assist me." Su Jiugao instructed Chu Tian to sit quietly as his consciousness forcefully entered Chu Tian's sea of consciousness. Chu Tian, gritting his teeth in pain, closed his eyes tightly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Though he was not the original owner, his will was remarkably resilient, and he refrained from uttering a sound of anguish. Having had previous encounters, Su Jiugao swiftly navigated to the central area of the sea of consciousness where the souls intertwined. The original owner's white soul had become exceedingly frail after days of being devoured. Initially, he had no fear of the other black soul, but Su Jiugao's recent strike had proven devastating. Upon sensing Su Jiugao's presence, the weakened white soul transmitted a pleading thought, "Brother Su, save me." Outside, Su Jiugao smiled and gently reassured, "Brother Chu, do not worry, I shall rescue you." The black soul also urged Su Jiugao to act quickly. Just as Chu Tian secretly rejoiced, believing he would soon replace Chu Tian, a surge of powerful consciousness suddenly shattered his soul. Boom. To allow someone to easily enter his sea of consciousness, one must possess absolute trust. Otherwise, one should always be prepared for an attack. No one expected Su Jiugao to forsake the white soul and instead prioritize the obliteration of the black soul. Chu Tian's eyes darkened, unable to comprehend the situation. As his soul trembled in disbelief, why, wasn't it agreed that I would live in his stead? Ultimately, as if stripped of his very essence, Chu Tian collapsed to the ground. Thud. Notification. The destined protagonist Chu Tian, transmigrator, has perished, losing 2,000 luck points. Notification. The destined protagonist Chu Tian has lost his dual soul integration, losing 1,000 luck points. Chapter 151. The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. Turning the tables, Su Jiugao gazed calmly at the sprawled figure of Chu Tian on the ground, his expression devoid of emotion as he stated flatly, "Congratulations. You have fulfilled your purpose. As for the promises made earlier, I am afraid I have no recollection of them," Su Jiugao remarked, casting a glance at Chu Tian before turning to push open the door and step outside. Upon seeing Qi Yanyu, who had been waiting outside for some time, Su Jiugao paused slightly. "Lianyu." Chu Xianro hurriedly approached Qi Lianyu, her face a mask of urgency as she implored, "Young Master Su, how is Brother Chu Tian?" Su Jiugao regarded her, exhaling softly, "Miss Chu, I have done all I could. That soul was far too formidable, nothing like an ordinary being. As for which soul has gained control of this body, that remains uncertain." For several days, Su Jiugao had subtly imparted to her the immense risks involved in this endeavor, hinting at its exceedingly slim chances of success. Even before taking action, Su Jiugao continuously cautioned that the final outcome might not be optimistic. In the end, it was possible that the unfamiliar spirit might survive. Chu Zuanro understood this. Su Jiugao expressed his only concern. Who would awaken next, Brother Chu or the other spirit? "Rest assured, Su Gongzi," Chu Zuanro replied earnestly. "I have known Brother Chu since childhood. No matter what he becomes, I will recognize him. Before leaving, I discussed this with Brother Chu. I possess a method to discern him." As a time traveler, Chu Tian had always harbored concerns about Su Jiugao's abilities, fearing that the original owner of this body might reclaim control when he was unguarded. However, during the past few days, Chu Xinru's trust in him had reached its zenith. Firmly believing he was her brother Chu, worried about unforeseen events, Chu Tian had secretly kept a watchful eye, taking the initiative. If he could match the secret signal with Chu Zuanru, he was indeed Brother Chu. Otherwise, another spirit would be in control of the body. Thus, Chu Zuanru was not the least bit concerned about identifying whether her brother was genuine. Unbeknownst to her, she had made a grave error from the very beginning. Upon glancing at the figure lying on the ground behind Su Jiugao, Chu Zuanru's complexion paled, and she exclaimed, "Brother Chu." She swiftly bypassed Su Jiugao and hurried into the room. Su Jiugao paid little heed, instead turning toward Qiu Lianyue, a smile gracing his lips as he gently remarked, "Have you arrived?" "Yes," Qiu Lianyue replied. "Let us depart today," Su Jiugao suggested. "All right," she agreed. With a smile, Su Jiugao stepped closer, intently observing her serene and exquisite features, then reached out to pinch her cheek. "How cold you are." "Lianyue, thank you for enlightening me. This Chu Zuanru's Lingluo divine body is beneficial to me. I trust you won't mind?" Qiu Lianyue responded in a calm tone, devoid of emotional fluctuations. "Do as you wish." Su Jiugao continued to gaze at her without further action. The intensity of their shared gaze was overwhelming even for someone as composed as Qiu Lianyue. Eventually, yielding to the pressure, she averted her eyes, as if conceding defeat. "Aren't you still supposed to deal with that Chu Tian? Hurry along." Seeing her reaction, Su Jiugao felt a surge of delight and laughed heartily, nodding in agreement. Very well. He then entered the room, where Chu Zuanru was desperately trying to awaken the unconscious Chu Tian. The steady rise and fall of his breath offered her some solace. Brother Chu, Brother Chu, she softly called. Suddenly, Chu Tian's eyelids fluttered, and he gradually opened his hazy eyes. The first sight that greeted him was Chu Zuanru's distressed face. He was momentarily taken aback before murmuring, Rower, how did you come to be here? Where's this? Upon seeing Chu Tian awake, Chu Zuanru's face lit up with joy, her excitement palpable. Brother Chu, you are awake? Having been occupied by another spirit for the past few days, Chu Tian was unaware of the events that had transpired. Yet, at that moment, he felt unexpectedly well. The other spirit had been extinguished by Su Jiugao, transforming into nourishment for his own spirit. Moreover, the lingering discomfort in his mind had vanished entirely. As he assessed his condition, he glanced with surprise at Rower, and then at the smiling Su Jiugao behind him, beginning to piece together what had happened. My affliction is cured, he murmured. At this, Chu Zuanru felt immense joy, tears streaming down her beautiful face, as if a long-held burden had been lifted. Brother Chu, you are finally all right. Your illness has been cured by Su Gongzi. Chu Tian was momentarily confused. When did this happen? Why was I unaware? However, being as astute as he was, he quickly deduced the truth. Could it be? Su Gongzi healed me while I was unconscious? My illness is cured? He could scarcely believe it. As a dual soul entity, he had always sensed an incompatible presence dwelling within his consciousness, akin to a thorn in his throat, yet he could never identify or expel it. It was only upon meeting Su Jiugao that he gained some certainty. Now, aside from a slight dizziness, the sensation of that obstruction was entirely absent. Did this not indicate that Su Gongzi had rendered assistance? With a jubilant expression, he gazed gratefully at Su Jiugao and solemnly declared, Su Xiong, you saved me. He looked to Su Jiugao, but the latter's gaze was distinctly unfamiliar. You are not Brother Chu. Huh? Chu Tian was momentarily taken aback. And even Chu Zuanru beside him was stunned for a moment. Impossible. Brother Chu could never be mistaken. The familiar aura and tone are identical. Su Jiugao's expression grew icy as he spoke sternly. Miss Chu, it seems we have failed. Brother Chu may not return. What? Chu Zuanru felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her body frozen in disbelief. Chu Tian panicked. What does this mean? Su Xiong, it is I. I am Brother Chu, not that other spirit. P.S. I apologize for today's chapter, dear readers. Chu Tian's story will conclude next chapter. I feel the portrayal of Chu Tian has deviated too far from expectations, so I wish to expedite the transition to the next segment and take time to consider it further. Thank you. Chapter 152, The Death of Chu Tian, The Requiem. Su Jiugao appeared heartbroken, sighing as he spoke. Stop pretending. Miss Chu, I have long warned you that this approach carries great risk, even if sacrifices are made. The return is not guaranteed. Indeed, the cost may be far more severe. Your brother Chu has already perished. Chu Zuanru stood there, stunned, unable to accept this reality. Yet it had been uttered from Su Gongzi's own lips. As a thought crossed her mind, she fixed her gaze on Chu Tian and softly inquired, Brother Chu, do you remember our secret signal? Chu Tian was utterly bewildered, responding, Secret signal? What secret signal? Rower, when have I ever had such a thing with you? Upon hearing this, Chu Zuanru's expression darkened immediately. With a sudden surge of power emanating from her, she struck Chu Tian, sending him flying backward, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Dazed, Chu Tian struggled to rise, bewildered. Rower, what are you doing? Chu Zuanru stood, ignoring him entirely. Her demeanor a stark contrast to before. Cold and composed, she stood beside Su Jiugao and slowly said, Su Gongzi, Brother Chu truly cannot return, can he? Su Jiugao nodded slightly, stating, I have done all I could. The current Brother Chu is no longer the same. Upon receiving confirmation from Su Jiugao, the brightness in Chu Zuanru's eyes faded, her entire being turning numb and her body icy. Chu Tian, barely managing to stand, pleaded, Rower, what has happened to you? I am Brother Chu, your childhood companion. Su Xiong, you know this, right? You must know. He insisted, desperate. I have not been usurped by that spirit. Chu Tian was in a state of desperation, gazing at Su Jiugao with pleading eyes. However, upon meeting Su Jiugao's indifferent gaze and the mocking smile playing on her lips, Chu Tian felt a jolt throughout his body. It was an expression he had never encountered before, one that radiated an air of superiority, dismissive of the common folk, as if she were looking upon an ant. Chu Tian found it hard to believe. In that moment, he suddenly sensed the innate, distinguished presence of a disciple from a powerful lineage emanating from Su Jiugao. Su Jiugao paid no heed to Chu Tian's entreaties. Instead, she gently patted Chu Zuanru's shoulder, offering her quiet consolation. At this point, there's nothing more we can do. I had warned you earlier that the chances of success were slim. Yet, there is a glimmer of hope. The conflict within the dual souls is not merely a matter of possession. This individual has consumed the soul of the Chus, and before long, their souls will merge. At that time, the memories of the Chus will be inherited, and the soul will become indistinguishable from that of Chu Tian. Chu Zuanru's beautiful eyes lost focus as she murmured, "No, this is not my brother Chu Tian. He is not. Even if this person possesses all of Chu Tian's memories and, in essence, embodies a soul, he remains a different spirit. My brother Chu Tian is gone." Tears streamed down Chu Zuanru's cheeks as memories of playing with her brother in their childhood flooded her mind. She could not accept this harsh reality. Su Jiugao shook her head and sighed softly. "Alas, our agreement." "Thank you, young Master Su," Chu Zuanru replied. "I will not waver on this matter. However, there are still some things I must address first." At this, her gaze turned icy as she looked at Chu Tian. His pupils widened in disbelief. He had never seen such a foreign expression on Zuanru's face before. "No, Zuanru, I am truly Chu Tian. You must believe me. I would never deceive you." Chu Zuanru suddenly spoke in a distant tone. "The tiger covers the earth." "Huh?" Chu Tian was momentarily stunned, left speechless. "What?" Upon hearing Chu Tian's bewildered response, Chu Xinru's final doubts dissipated, her eyes downcast with long eyelashes fluttering. "Indeed, you do not recognize it. That was the secret code established between my brother Chu Tian and me." Chu Tian grew anxious. "What are you talking about? What tiger covers the earth?" "Zuanru, I don't understand." He was at a loss for words. Beside them, Su Jiugao nearly burst into laughter. It was hardly a secret code. She found it curious that the traveler had chosen such a peculiar way to annoy the original Chu Tian, even in death. This saved her the trouble of having to deceive him. Taking a deep breath, Chu Zuanru seemed to have made a resolute decision. With determination, she raised her head and declared, "Brother Chu Tian, it is time to end this." She turned to Su Jiugao and asked softly, "Young Master Su, may I have a moment?" "What do you intend to do?" Su Jiugao inquired. Chu Zuanru cast a glance at the panicking Chu Tian on the floor, whispering, "This is still my brother Chu Tian's body. I wish to end it myself." As she spoke, Chu Zuanru produced the ancient dragon phoenix Gu chain. Observing this, Su Jiugao nodded in understanding. "I see. This is a matter of your own family. Handle it as you wish. But be aware, our time is limited." "It won't take long," she assured. Su Jiugao exited the room, and a gentle breeze followed, closing the door behind him. With tears in her beautiful eyes, Chu Zuanru caressed the dragon phoenix Gu chain, saying, "Brother Chu Tian, let me send you off on your final journey." Chu Tian's pupils constricted as he screamed in horror. "Zuanru, what are you doing?" With a resonant twang, one of the strings was plucked, and everything around seemed to freeze. Chu Tian stood rigidly in place, his eyes wide with fear and confusion. Outside the room, as Su Jiugao emerged, Qiu Lianyue quietly asked, "Is it over?" "Yes," Su Jiugao replied. "It is nearly complete." From within the room, the mournful strains of the guqin filled the air, resonating with a poignant beauty. Qiu Lianyue glanced in that direction and said slowly, "Are you satisfied now? This young lady from the Chu family is now yours." With a touch of resignation, Su Jiugao shrugged. "Lianyue, you know I am not the type to indulge in carnal desires. My interest lies solely in her divine body." "That is of no consequence," Qiu Lianyue replied. Su Jiugao turned away, closing his eyes to savor the haunting melody, murmuring, "Just wait for her, it won't be long." Chapter 153, Eliminating Future Troubles. Reaping the Destiny's Daughter Ding. The destined heroine personally eliminates the destined protagonist. Chu Tian falls, and luck value decreases by 400. Congratulations to the host for obtaining villain points. 4,000. Ding. The destined heroine, Chu Zuanru, has increased her favorability by 5. The entrapment value increases by 20. Current favorability, 85, entrapment value, 60, as the requiem concluded. The destined protagonist Chu Tian was laid to rest by Chu Xinru's own hands. The system's voice echoed in Su Jiugao's ears, yet his expression remained calm and unperturbed. As if struck by a thought, Su Jiugao queried with curiosity, "System, why was there no reward chest for the kill this time?" Ding. The destined protagonist Chu Tian did not perish at the hands of the protagonist, hence there is no reward chest provided, dear. Su Jiugao's expression darkened. "Repeat that, you insufferable system." Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an imperial grade red treasure, chest 1. Only then did Su Jiugao's expression soften slightly as he checked his current villain points. Current villain points, 50,500, having reclaimed Yushing's treasures and retained the God of Death's Ring and Bloodthirsty Emperor's Spear. 50,000. After reaping 2 destined protagonists, his villain points were now exceedingly ample. The points consumed for the transformation and nourishing soul pills invested in Chu Tian had returned with interest. Had it not been for the Dragon Phoenix Guqin consuming a staggering 8,000 points, his villain points would have been nearing 60,000. Su Jiugao felt a surge of excitement. The system store held many treasures that intrigued him. The cheapest imperial weapon required merely 5,000 villain points, while the extreme imperial weapon, like his Black Emperor's spear, cost only 10,000 villain points. Suppressing the urge to splurge, Su Jiugao steadied himself, deciding to postpone his expenditures until after returning to his clan. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Chu Zhenru emerged, looking dazed and lost. Inside, the destined protagonist Chu Tian had passed away, appearing unscathed, merely a husk devoid of life. The requiem had eradicated his soul. Chu Zhenru, her eyes devoid of light, approached Su Jiugao. He regarded her and asked, "Are you finished?" She nodded, her delicate face a mix of emotions as she looked up at him. "Young Master Su, is it true that my brother Chu Tian can never return?" Despite her favorability reaching 85 and entrapment value at 60, the loyal-hearted destined heroine still struggled to forget Chu Tian. However, Su Jiugao remained unperturbed. After all, Chu Tian was gone. He nodded gently, offering solace. "Miss Chu, please accept my condolences. Although I have known your brother for but a short time, I regarded him as my own, akin to a brother. It is a tragic fate that such a remarkable individual as him should depart this world so prematurely. No one wishes to witness such a loss." Chu Zhenru's beautiful eyes were somewhat hazy, and her delicate figure could not help but tremble gently, momentarily engulfed in profound sorrow. Su Jiugao made no other move but quietly gazed at her, saying, "It is time for us to leave." Chu Zhenru nodded, a tinge of guilt in her voice as she replied, "Young Master Su, it is all my fault that you have suffered such great losses." Su Jiugao responded, "It matters not. Alas, it is a pity that we could not save Brother Chu. I only hope that he may find peace in the afterlife and not hold me accountable." Chu Zhenru forced a smile and softly stated, "He will not. Brother Chu is a good person. Young Master Su, I shall accompany you. From this day forth, I am yours." Ding. The destined heroine Chu Zhenru has pledged her heart. Increasing favorability by 10. Captivation value increased by 20. With Chu Zhenru's acceptance, her favorability was now nearly 100. Su Jiugao was slightly taken aback. He glanced at the serene-faced Qiu Lianyue beside him and was suddenly struck by a peculiar thought. Since this destined heroine could perceive such things, what of Lianyue? System. Reveal Lianyue's favorability towards me. Ding. To view, it will cost the host 500 villain points. Su Jiugao remarked, "So you wish to take advantage of the situation?" and proceeded to consume the points. Although somewhat reluctant, his insatiable curiosity compelled him to take a look. The favorability panel for Qiu Lianyue appeared before him. Name: Qiu Lianyue. Current favorability: 120. Current captivation value: 0. The stark contrast of these two values left Su Jiugao momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a high favorability score. "Am I truly so charming?" he mused, indulging in a rare moment of self-admiration. Yet, why was the captivation value 0? The system offered no response, and Su Jiugao refrained from further inquiries. Instead, he retrieved a spatial artifact and summoned the supreme divine roar. With its emergence, an overwhelming aura swept across the surroundings. Su Jiugao turned to Qiu Lianyue, instructing, "Lianyue, take Zhenru and return to the Su residence." The Su residence? Chu Zhenru was taken aback. Upon seeing the magnificent supreme divine roar, she was momentarily entranced. Is this young Master Su's steed? Even within her sect, the Tianwen sect, the sacred beast had never exuded such a powerful presence. Who exactly is young Master Su? The enigma surrounding Su Jiugao piqued her curiosity immensely. Qiu Lianyue glanced at Su Jiugao and nodded slightly, whispering, "Let us depart." With that, they mounted the colossal supreme divine roar. Chu Zhenru finally regained her senses and, somewhat bewildered, climbed aboard. "Miss Qiu, what is young Master Su planning to do?" Qiu Lianyue replied, "He will join us shortly." Chu Zhenru nodded. And with a roar that pierced the heavens, the supreme divine roar transformed into a blazing golden sun, vanishing into the horizon, departing from the realm of Xianjun. Watching the two women leave, Su Jiugao's imperial gaze flickered as he slowly uttered, "Eldering. Eldering, present." Eldering appeared as if summoned from the shadows. "What commands do you have, my lord?" Su Jiugao regarded Chu Tian within the room, his expression calm as he said, "It is time to annihilate the Chu family as well." He added, "And also the Tianwen sect of this realm." These two locations were too closely intertwined with Chu Zhenru, and he wished to prevent any future repercussions from the Chu family or Tianwen sect affecting her. Eldering nodded respectfully. After relaying these instructions, Su Jiugao transformed into a streak of golden divine light, disappearing from sight. Eldering surveyed the surroundings. The immense power of the supreme realm surged from his aged form like a tumultuous ocean. Boom. A burst of white light engulfed the entire Chu family within its brilliance. Chapter 154. The imperial clan of the Su family. The return of the young master. The supreme, divine roar soared through the void, with Chu Zhanru seated atop. Feeling somewhat awkward, she glanced at Qiu Lianyue beside her, hesitating to voice her thoughts but ultimately refrained. The gentle voice of Qiu Lianyue floated to her. If you have questions, feel free to ask. Though she did not turn around, it felt as if Qiu Lianyue possessed a pair of eyes on her back. Chu Zhanru bit her lip, pondering for a moment before speaking. Miss Qiu, who exactly are you and young Master Su? This question had long piqued her curiosity, one that even her brother Chu Tian had never come to know before his demise. Qiu Lianyue cast her a sidelong glance and replied, The imperial clan of the Su family. Are you aware of them? The Su family. Chu Zhanru murmured, racking her brain for memories of the imperial clan. Unfortunately, the tier of the Xianjun realm was far too low. Even as the holy maiden of the Tianwen sect, her knowledge of the imperial clan was only superficial. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Miss Qiu, are you implying that both young Master Su and you are of the imperial clan? He is. I am not, Qiu Lianyue clarified. Chu Zhanru's emotions were tumultuous. The imperial clan, reputed to stand atop all realms, existed in a domain far beyond what the Xianjun realm could compare to. These were things she had only heard from her master. Chu Zhanru's expression was complex. She had never imagined that young Master Su would belong to the imperial clan. She glanced around at the desolate void, sighing softly. I have merely visited nearby realms. I have never ventured to such distant places. The imperial clan. It felt like a realm beyond her imagination. Qiu Lianyue remarked, In truth, the imperial clan is not so different from what you envision. As the daughter of the Evergreen Emperor, she viewed the imperial clan merely as a lineage with a legacy of emperors. Just as the Evergreen Emperor could have established an imperial clan, he instead chose to create a top-tier sect, the Sacred Ruins Realm, the Taishang Qingdi sect. Observing the composed and serene Qiu Lianyue, Chu Zhanru couldn't help but smile wryly. A woman of such stunning beauty and grace surely had a background that rivaled that of young Master Su. After all, it seemed young Master Su was quite wary of this lady. Miss Qiu, since both you and young Master Su hail from the outside world, what compels you to come to the Xianjun realm? Is there something of particular significance that has caught young Master Su's attention? Qiu Lianyue replied, You are correct. Chu Zhanru inquired, Oh, what is it? Qiu Lianyue turned to glance at her, then fell silent, leaving Chu Zhanru perplexed. An awkward atmosphere settled between them as both women, loyal in their own ways, found themselves in a rare moment of silence. Time passed before Qiu Lianyue softly said, He has arrived. Chu Zhanru asked what? Just then, a golden streak of light surged from behind the supreme divine roar, landing beside the two women. You move swiftly. Following Elder Ying's handling of the Chu family and the Tianwen sect, Su Jiugao soon followed, smiling gently as he addressed the two women. Young Master Su, you have come. Chu Zhanru exclaimed. Su Jiugao flashed her a glance, nodding with a smile. Indeed. Zhanru, I presume Lianyue has informed you about our identities. Chu Zhanru nodded slightly. Her voice soft. Yes. Young Master Su, I did not expect your identity to be so extraordinary. Su Jiugao laughed heartily. Ha, it is nothing much. He continued. Miss Chu, I have done all I could to save Brother Chu, even going so far as to use my clan's treasured artifact. I do feel somewhat sorry for putting you through this. Chu Zhanru shook her head gently and said, It's all right, young Master Su. This was something we agreed upon from the very beginning. She did not wish to place undue burden on Su Jiugao. Perhaps this was fate. Even the imperial family could not save Brother Chu Tian, let alone others. Su Jiugao replied, It is truly commendable that you can think this way. Rest assured, Miss Chu. Within the imperial family, there is no need for you to feel distant. My initial intention was merely to have you assist in cultivation, and besides, your cultivation level is quite respectable, allowing you to convey messages on my behalf. Young Master Su, you need not refer to me as Miss Chu, Chu Zhanru murmured softly, lowering her gaze. You may simply call me Zhanru. Su Jiugao chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Along the way, he briefly introduced Chu Zhanru to the Su family of the imperial clan, despite the simplicity of his words. Yet, from his discourse, Chu Zhanru could easily envision the esteemed status of the Su family within the realms, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. The supreme divine roar traveled swiftly, traversing layers of heaven until it arrived at the sacred Emperor Endowed domain, where the Su family resided. As they entered, Chu Zhanru was astonished by the abundance of spiritual energy in this place. What a magnificent concentration of spiritual power. The sacred Emperor Endowed domain. being the ancestral land of the Su family, surpassed the Xianjun domain by several magnitudes. Within this spiritual essence, there even lingered traces of innate purple qi, instilling tranquility and warding off the cultivation of inner demons. This place was undoubtedly the most suitable environment for cultivation and enlightenment. Chu Xuanru's eyes glimmered with excitement. She sensed that spending just a few days here would significantly enhance her cultivation and understanding of the zither scores. Thinking of this, she turned to glance at Su Jiugao and Xiu Lianyue, both of whom appeared calm and unperturbed. With curiosity, she surveyed everything within the sacred emperor's Dao domain. The supreme divine roar continued onward, moving toward the area rich in spiritual energy, arriving at a site adorned with magnificent ancient palaces. Here, clouds swirled, resembling an ethereal realm, with the dense spiritual energy taking on a misty form, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. As the resplendent figure of the supreme divine roar appeared, it captured the attention of numerous younger members of the Su family below. Is that the divine roar? The supreme divine roar of the young emperor has returned. The excitement among the Su family's younger generation was palpable, and soon the news spread throughout the entire clan. Su Yongyu gazed at the dazzling figure in the sky with fervor. However, he maintained a serious demeanor while addressing the youthful disciples. Focus on your cultivation and do not delay. I shall return shortly. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, following the direction of Su Jiugao. Meanwhile, within the Su family hall, the elders and clan leader were engaged in their usual meeting. Due to the monopoly on an entire ancient immortal relic, the imperial Su family was thriving and flourishing. The strength of nearly everyone had risen by a level, and the resources mined from the Taiyuan immortal realm were countless. Clan leader Su Tian appeared radiant, as if rejuvenated. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Su Tian frowned, expressing his displeasure. What is happening? Why is it so noisy? One elder chuckled. It must be those children again. They have been quite enthralled since their recent excursion to the ancient immortal relic. Another elder, with keen ears, listened intently and remarked, wait, something seems off. They appear to be mentioning the young emperor. Could it be that the young emperor has returned? What? Su Tian's pupils brightened, and he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, quick, let us go and see. Above the supreme divine roar, Chu Xuanru was taken aback by the scene below. Young emperor? Why are they all calling him the young emperor? She glanced at the smiling Su Jiugao beside her, and a remarkable thought surged in her mind. Could it be? As the supreme divine roar descended, it came to a halt in the open area outside the main hall of the Su family. Just then, clan leader Su Tian, accompanied by several elders, hurried out and immediately spotted the young emperor's mount, their joy evident. The young emperor. It truly is the young emperor. He has returned. They rushed forward to extend their greetings. We pay our respects to the young emperor, Su Tian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuanru was filled with shock and bewilderment. The individuals before her, regardless of who they were, exuded an aura as profound as an abyss, terrifyingly powerful, far exceeding her own sect's formidable figures, possibly even surpassing them. Yet, these individuals referred to Su Jiugao as the young emperor. Come down, Su Jiugao said. And he and Xiu Lianyue naturally dismounted from the supreme divine roar. Su Tian and the elders of the Su family respectfully bowed. We have the honor of meeting the young emperor and the young empress. The elders regarded Xiu Lianyue with great favor, as she was widely perceived as the future young empress. Su Jiugao nodded slightly, noticing that Chu Xuanru had not followed. He turned to her and asked, why are you standing there in a daze? Huh? Oh. Chu Xuanru finally snapped back to reality, mumbling, I'm coming. The elders of the Su family exchanged puzzled glances. Who is this woman accompanying the young emperor? Su Tian inquired. Young emperor, who is this lady? Su Jiugao replied with a light smile. This is Miss Chu Xuanru. He offered no further explanation, as everyone present was astute enough to understand the young emperor's implication. Xuanru, these are the elders of my Su family. This gentleman is the clan leader. Chu Xuanru had never encountered such a grand occasion and instinctively lowered her head, timidly saying, greetings to the clan leader and the elders. Su Tian chuckled heartily, unconcerned. Since she is accompanied by the young emperor, she is a guest of the imperial Su family. Young emperor, shall we arrange accommodations for her? Upon hearing this, Su Jiugao glanced at Chu Xuanru, pondering for a moment before responding, no need, I have my own arrangements. He intended for her to stay in the room adjacent to his, just like Nangong Qing. Looking around, he inquired, where is Qing? Su Tian smiled, young emperor. You may not be aware, but Miss Nangong, being from the taboo divine clan and having entered the ancient immortal relic once before, possesses considerable knowledge of it. She is likely still exploring within the relic. Su Jiugao nodded and gestured. Very well. You may all withdraw for now, and take Xuanru to my quarters to help her familiarize herself with the Su family. Qiu Lianyue and I need to visit my father. Your Majesty. The elders were taken aback. Su Jiugao softly addressed Chu Xuanru. Qiu Lianyue and I have a few matters to attend to. Someone will be assigned to show you around shortly. You will be living here from now on. Chu Xuanru kept her head bowed, her voice barely above a whisper. After giving his instructions, Su Jiugao turned to Qiu Lianyue and said, "Shall we go?" Qiu Lianyue nodded slightly. And together they ventured into the ancestral grounds of the Su family. Su Jiugao reached out with the divine consciousness his father had left him, attempting to sense his father's location. In the innermost depths of the ancestral land, the father immersed himself in seclusion, striving to comprehend a realm that had never been reached by anyone. Above the great emperor, it can be said that within the entire Su family, aside from Su Jiugao, no one could ascertain the whereabouts of Su Huangji. At that moment, the previously calm Qiu Lianyue inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke. "Perhaps it's best to let it go." Su Jiugao replied, somewhat perplexed. "Why?" "I believe that given my father's temperament, he would be genuinely pleased to meet you. After all, we will meet eventually." Qiu Lianyue's heart raced with an unfamiliar sensation, akin to the fear that Su Huangji might not favor her. With Su Jiugao's insistence, she lowered her head and softly said, "All right." The two stood in silence, awaiting the moment. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged around them. Sensing something, Su Jiugao's eyes sparkled, and he smiled. "They are coming." Qiu Lianyue grew increasingly anxious. A resounding, hearty laughter echoed through the air. "Ha ha, my son. What brings you to summon your father?" Su Huangji's voice boomed, reverberating through their very souls. At the same time, a golden light radiated from the innermost depths of the Su family's ancestral land, resembling the rising sun. Even from a distance, one could feel the immense and unparalleled power emanating from it. A blazing golden sun approached. Within it was none other than the ancient emperor, Su Huangji, the only one of his kind in the celestial realm today. Chapter 156, Above the Great Emperor. A tenfold chance. Su Huangji made a grand entrance, laughing heartily. "My son, I have missed you dearly. How have you fared during your time away? Is everything going well?" Su Jiugao, starfish, gazing at the venerable elder before him. With hair white as snow and an aura steeped in age, Su Jiugao sensed that perhaps due to his father's use of the divine liquid, Su Huangji seemed to be in remarkably good health. Not only had his previously stooped posture straightened somewhat, but the oppressive aura surrounding him had also diminished significantly, as if he were experiencing a rejuvenation. Yet, despite this, Su Jiugao couldn't help but roll his eyes and jest. "Father, is it truly wise to wield your imperial power so casually?" He hoped for his father to live many more years. Su Huangji laughed heartily and patted Su Jiugao on the shoulder. The force of the blow made Su Jiugao grimace in pain, nearly causing him to stagger. "Haha, my son. I am in splendid condition. I initially believed it would take at least 50 or 60,000 years to reach the realm above the great emperor. But now it seems I may attempt it in less than 5,000. Su Jiugao's eyes shimmered with concern as he inquired, "Are you confident?" Nodding with a smile, Su Huangji gestured with his hand. Su Jiugao's pupils contracted in disbelief. A tenfold confidence? Su Huangji shook his head and laughed heartily. 1%. Su Jiugao was taken aback. He had anticipated that with the aid of the divine liquid, his father would have at least a 40 to 50% chance of achieving enlightenment above the great emperor. He never expected the success rate to be so dismally low. Su Huangji, however, remained unfazed. "My son, do you not realize that this opportunity is already quite rare? It is thanks to the assistance of your divine liquid. But fret not. After all this time, would I be anxious now? I still possess over 20 drops of divine liquid. If I were to use them all, it would yield at least a 50 to 60% chance. Yet, even as an emperor, I cannot guarantee success. If I were to boast before my son and fail, it would be quite embarrassing." After contemplating for a while, Su Jiugao asked, "I have some divine liquid left. Do you require it, father?" Su Huangji smiled and shook his head. In his heart, he considered the divine liquid a priceless treasure. The 50 drops that Su Jiugao had gifted him were already more than sufficient. If even a 50 to 60% chance could not ensure success, then more divine liquid would be of no use. It would be wiser for Su Jiugao to keep the remaining divine liquid for his own future endeavors to attain the status of an emperor or beyond. The father and son both had their own thoughts. After a moment, as if struck by an idea, Su Jiugao grinned and said, "Father, look who I have brought along." With that, he pushed forth the quiet and bashful Qiu Lianyue, who had been standing to the side. Su Huangji waved his hand dismissively. "Haha. I have already noticed this young lady. At such a tender age, she has reached the sacred realm, which is exceedingly rare even in your generation." "Indeed. She is quite suitable to become my Su family's daughter-in-law. Su Jiugao hesitated momentarily. It seemed his father had yet to recognize Lian Yue. With a hint of amusement, he said, "Father, take a closer look. Do you know who she is?" Su Huangji raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, could it be that I know this young lady?" "Naturally," Su Jiugao replied. Su Huangji's gaze bore into Lian Yue for a considerable time. She averted her eyes, unable to meet the intense scrutiny of Su Huangji. It must be said that the resemblance between the father and son was striking. The emperor's gaze was sharp as a sword, even in his twilight years. His eyes radiated authority and a formidable presence. However, time had transformed the once mighty and domineering figure of the primordial emperor into someone remarkably different. Lian Yue softly uttered, "Uncle Wushi, uncle." The moment those words escaped her lips, Su Huangji froze. He remained motionless for a moment before responding, "Young lady. What did you just call me?" Suddenly, memories of the spirited little girl, the daughter of Cha Qing, filled his mind. Su Huangji's eyes widened in shock. The two families shared a profound bond, and Su Jiugao and Lian Yue had played together as children. Unfortunately, after the invasion of the dark forces, Su Huangji had not visited the great Emperor Chongqing in a long time, and thus he had not seen how Lian Yue had grown. Yet now, this young woman bore a striking resemblance to the daughter of the great Emperor Chongqing from his memories. Su Huangji's dim eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. As if realization struck, he exclaimed in disbelief, "You are Lian Yue?" Su Jiugao chuckled at his father's reaction. Lian Yue shyly nodded and whispered, "Yes." Boom. Her words struck like a thunderbolt. Few things could cause Su Huangji to lose his composure, and the daughter of the great Emperor Chongqing was one of them. He had meticulously chosen a fiancée for his beloved son, and in the past, he had gone to great lengths to instill in young Su Jiugao the desire to win the heart of Chongqing as precious daughter. Unfortunately, after sealing Jiugao within the ancient divine source, he had never encountered Chongqing's daughter. Each time he inquired, that old fellow had been mysteriously evasive, even until his death. He had never revealed the truth. Thus, the matter had faded into obscurity. Never had Su Huangji anticipated that he would one day meet the daughter-in-law he held in such high regard. His excitement knew no bounds. "Wonderful." With a thunderous laugh that resonated like thunder, Su Huangji's voice reverberated, causing Su Jiugao's head to buzz. His dim old eyes shone brightly as he scrutinized Lian Yue from head to toe. Whether it was her cultivation or her beauty, the more he looked, the more he was satisfied. A glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes as he remarked, "Excellent, excellent. Lian Yue, I cannot believe you have grown so much. Where have you been during the era of the fallen emperor?" "Autumn Lian Yue, during the dark invasion of yesteryears. When the Heavenly Dao was incomplete, my father, fearing that my unique constitution might attract the attention of the chaos demon god, sealed me deep within the boundless sea of the ancient divine source. Uncle Wushi, I only recently awakened. The chaos demon god, shrouded in darkness during the era of the fall, is particularly fond of powerful and extraordinary constitutions like that of Su Jiugao and Autumn Lian Yue. As the alchemy emperor, the evergreen emperor is naturally no match for Su Huangji in terms of combat prowess. Even Su Huangji, who shattered much of the dark side for the sake of his beloved son, ultimately had to seal Su Jiugao within the ancient divine source. This was done not only for Su Jiuji's safety, but also because this world cannot produce an emperor. It is no wonder the evergreen emperor would take such actions. Chapter 157. There is paternal love, but it is scarce. Although Su Huangji had an inkling in his heart, upon hearing the news, he widened his eyes, and his imperial gaze was tinged with anger. "Well, I knew it. That old fellow, Evergreen, even deceived me into thinking he sent you to the ancient immortal realm to avoid turmoil. I even went to their forbidden divine clan to frighten those old geezers half to death. With the wealth of the Evergreen Emperor, he should have realized this long ago. This old rascal, always so." At this point, Su Huangji seemed to recall something, glancing at the calm Autumn Lian Yue and quickly closing his mouth. He momentarily forgot that the Evergreen Emperor had fallen 2,000 years ago. Clearing his throat, Su Huangji gazed earnestly at Autumn Lian Yue and said, "My dear girl, your father and I are close friends, and our families share a bond akin to kinship. There is no need for any formality. From now on, you are the goddess of my Su family. With my support, you need not worry about anything else." His tone was exceedingly gentle, akin to that of a father regarding his own daughter. "Goddess?" Su Jiugao looked at his father with a peculiar expression. "What is this about?" Noticing Autumn Lian Yue's silence, Su Huangji shot a glance at the awkward Su Jiugao nearby and casually remarked, "Jiugao, when did you find Lian Yue? Why am I only learning about this now?" Observing the demeanor of his beloved son and Lian Yue, Su Huangji could easily deduce they had been together for some time. "What? Did you bully Lian Yue?" Given the unfriendly tone of his father, Su Jiugao felt uneasy. "No, really. Just a moment ago you were so kind and caring, and now you seem like a different person. There is paternal love, but it is scarce. With a resigned shrug, Su Jiugao replied, I really didn't do anything. You can ask her. Su Huangji fixed his gaze on Su Jiugao for a long moment, appearing unfazed as he said solemnly, come with me. Then, he donned a friendly smile, turning to Autumn Lianyu and saying, wait here for us for a moment. Autumn Lianyu obediently nodded. The father and son moved a short distance away. Su Jiugao sighed and said, Father, I truly did nothing. Su Huangji shot him a glare and replied, is that what I meant? He turned to glance at Autumn Lianyu in the distance, then back to Su Jiugao with a hearty laugh. Haha, my son. It seems you have not forgotten your father's teachings. Quickly, tell me how and when you met. Su Jiugao was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Huh? He had thought his father was preparing to reprimand him. He recounted everything from when he first encountered Autumn Lianyu in the ancient immortal ruins. Su Huangji listened intently, occasionally exclaiming in admiration, indeed, my son Su Huangji. Well done. Clearly, he was quite pleased. However, my son, I must tell you. Lianyu is someone I watched grow up. Our families share a deep friendship. Lianyu is gentle and pure in nature. And although her father is no longer with her, you must never treat her poorly, understand? Su Huangji spoke with utmost seriousness. I know. Lianyu is actually quite wonderful. Su Jiugao replied. To be honest, while I cannot say I am deeply in love, I certainly have a great fondness for her. Moreover, given the connection between our families, it is well understood that our relationship is already tacitly acknowledged. But father, what did you mean by declaring Lianyu the goddess of our Su family? Su Huangji replied, silly child, with Evergreen no longer around. Lianyu is now alone and forlorn. I must provide her with a proper title, mustn't I? After all, there is no loss in doing so. It will bind her to our Su family and prevent her from leaving. The more Su Jiugao listened, the more he felt something was amiss. And by the end, his eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really my father? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Su Huangji had instilled in him the idea of marrying someone who would enrich the family since childhood, and he was indeed a cunning old fox. With a benevolent smile, Su Huangji, resembling a concerned father contemplating his child's lifelong affairs, tentatively asked, my son, may I inquire about the status of your relationship? Where do you stand? Su Jiugao paused, exhaling in exasperation. Why are you asking so much? Just let things progress naturally. Seeing his beloved son's expression, Su Huangji's lips curled into a smile. That is true. Lianyu's talent is incomparably greater than that old evergreen's, being a natural Dao embryo sacred body. My son, you two are a match made in heaven. While I am still alive, you must quickly secure her. I shall personally arrange your wedding. I can't wait to hold my precious grandchild soon. Ha! Su Huangji laughed heartily, genuinely eager to witness the extraordinary offspring that would emerge from the union of Su Jiugao and Autumn Lianyu. Su Jiugao could not help but feel speechless. Given his father's longevity, why was he so anxious about these matters? Suddenly, he felt an urge to flee the scene. The father and son exchanged pleasantries for a while longer, after which Su Huangji continued to shower Autumn Lianyu with meticulous care, conversing with her for quite some time. After an indeterminate period, Su Jiugao could no longer bear it and said, all right, father. You can return to your seclusion now. It's getting late, and Lianyu and I should head back to the clan. Su Huangji appeared somewhat displeased. What is the hurry? After all these years, I finally get to see Lianyu, and I'm delighted. I want to enjoy this moment. It seemed he was prepared to continue the conversation for several more hours. Autumn Lianyu glanced at Su Jiugao and softly suggested, Uncle Wuxia, I think I should take my leave today. May I come to visit you again in the future? Having already acknowledged Autumn Lianyu as his daughter-in-law, Su Huangji naturally would not refuse her. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and laughed heartily. Haha, indeed. Look at this old bone of mine. I'm just a little too happy right now. Su Jiugao bid farewell to his father, saying, we're leaving now. Su Huangji waved his hand. All right. Remember what I told you. I know. Su Jiugao replied, then turned to Autumn Lianyu and gently asked, shall we go? Autumn Lianyu nodded. The two figures swiftly vanished from sight. As he watched the pair depart, Su Huangji felt quite pleased. Just as he was preparing to retreat to the depths of the ancestral grounds for seclusion, a crisp sound rang out, and a white jade vial rolled onto the ground. What is this? Su Huangji furrowed his brow in confusion as he picked up the vial. To his surprise, it was filled with divine liquid of creation. Taken aback, Su Huangji couldn't help but chuckle as he mumbled, this rascal. Then, he burst into laughter, transforming into a brilliant golden divine light that vanished from the spot. Chapter 158. The Sacred Ruins and the Treasure Left by the Eternal Green Emperor Su Jiugao returned to his dwelling with Lianyu. The journey was marked by silence. creating a somewhat somber atmosphere. Unable to contain his curiosity, Su Jiugao asked, Lianyue, what troubles you? You seem rather downcast since our return. Qiu Lianyue glanced at him and replied softly, I may need to leave for a while. Where are you going? Su Jiugao inquired, taken aback. Qiu Lianyue's beautiful eyes were calm as she slowly responded, I must return to the sacred ruins. Su Jiugao furrowed his brow. The sacred ruins? I know what that place is. It was once the residence of the eternal Green Emperor and held his lineage. However, my father had long informed me that the Supreme Qing Emperor sect had declined following the fall of the eternal Green Emperor and no longer exists. The sacred ruins have also diminished from a once great domain to a desolate wasteland, uninhabited and forgotten by the world. Why must you go, Lianyue? Your father's lineage has perished. The sacred ruins have become a barren land. While the truth was harsh, it was indeed the reality. The decline of a lineage is different from that of an imperial clan. Once a sect of great renown, it loses cohesion and crumbles without a leader. In contrast, imperial clans, united by blood, endure as long as their lineage persists. Should a prodigious leader emerge from within, they can regain their former glory or even surpass it. This is why imperial clans stand the test of time. Calmly, Qiu Lianyue said, I am aware. But in the sacred ruins, there are remnants left to me by my father, things he spoke of before I entered the ancient divine source. Su Jiugao's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying the eternal Green Emperor left behind wealth? Indeed, given the vast fortune accumulated by the eternal Green Emperor, it would rival the combined treasures of several ancient clans. As the only alchemist emperor of the imperial fall era, the eternal Green Emperor had extensive connections and was frequently sought after by figures of imperial stature for his alchemical prowess. Surely, he would not leave merely a trifle for his only daughter. Moreover, with the capabilities of an emperor, hiding such treasures would be a trivial endeavor. That is my dowry. Qiu Lianyue added. Su Jiugao's heart raced. The treasures left by the eternal Green Emperor would undoubtedly eclipse an entire ancient relic. At the very least, the imperial pills would be unrivaled in the ancient ruins. Are you leaving now? Su Jiugao asked. Yes, Qiu Lianyue replied. I do not know what else to accomplish here. It should not take long. Su Jiugao regarded her for a moment, then said after a brief contemplation, Very well. I will have someone accompany you. I am not entirely at ease with you going alone. No need, Qiu Lianyue insisted. I can manage on my own. With her cultivation at the sacred realm, she was nearly at the level of an ancestor in this era. Few beings could pose a threat to her, especially those supreme beings who were tied to the foundations of the major powers, unlikely to act rashly. Seeing her resolve, Su Jiugao nodded slightly. If that is your wish, then go and see. After all, it is where you once lived. I shall take my leave, Qiu Lianyue stated decisively, preparing to depart without further ado. Wait, Su Jiugao called out, halting her. If anything arises, remember to inform me. Be cautious on your journey. Qiu Lianyue nodded. Understood. As he watched her retreating figure, a complex emotion welled up within Su Jiugao, an inexplicable feeling. Suddenly, it struck him, and he muttered to himself with a peculiar expression, Wait a moment. Did I forget? She is hopelessly directionally challenged. Ing Lao, Su Jiugao summoned. Ing Lao's ethereal figure materialized. Master, how may I assist you? With a thoughtful gaze, Su Jiugao instructed, Inform the ancestors of this matter. Have someone discreetly follow and protect Lianyue without her knowledge, and ensure nothing happens to her. Understood? Though Qiu Lianyue was formidable, equipped with the imperial-grade defensive attire, the Yuling fairy skirt, which rendered her nearly invulnerable to ordinary threats, unforeseen circumstances could arise. And Su Jiugao wished to avoid any such occurrences. Having the family's ancestors accompany her would provide much reassurance. Ing Lao nodded respectfully. Understood. With that, he vanished into the shadows. After a moment's contemplation, Su Jiugao chuckled and shook his head. Couldn't I have waited until I finished my seclusion to go together? Why the rush? Upon entering his palace, he was greeted by the gentle and melodious sound of a zither. The music, played on the Dragon Phoenix guqin, seemed to grace the surroundings with an enchanting aura. Birds of all kinds descended into the courtyard. Su Jiugao strode over and, upon seeing Chu Shinro engrossed in her playing, smiled as he sat down. Sensing his presence, Chu Shinro paused and, feeling a bit shy, resumed her performance. As the captivating melody concluded, Su Jiugao, with a gentle smile, praised, Listening to Miss Chu's zither brings such serenity to the soul, it is truly a delight. With a serious expression, Chu Shinro replied, If young Master Su enjoys it, I can play every day. This is what I ought to do. Since agreeing to accompany Su Jiugao, she had prepared herself to be his attendant. Moreover, during their journey, she had begun to grasp just how distinguished Su Jiugao's status was. Such an individual, willing to incur a significant price to save her brother, was beyond what ordinary people could fathom. Thus, she felt a deep sense of guilt and indebtedness. Ding. The destined heroine, Chu Shenrou's affection level has increased by 10. Falling level has increased by 10. Current affection level, 95. Falling level, 70. Chapter 159, The Chaos Dao Fruit. A breakthrough into the sacred realm. The sudden voice of the system startled Su Jiugao. What is happening? He was unaware of Chu Shenrou's thoughts. However, he did not dwell on it too much. If the destined heroine could achieve her own path, it would be most welcome. Slowly rising, Su Jiugao smiled and said, I must enter seclusion for a while. If you need anything, simply inform the clan leader or elders. For now, take your time to acclimate here. Chu Shenrou nodded slightly. Young Master Su, I understand. In the serene and solemn ancient hall, Su Jiugao took his place above and opened the system shop. The interface of the system store appeared before him, filled with countless precious treasures. Faced with the myriad of items, Su Jiugao found himself in a dilemma. His 50,000 villain points were neither excessive nor insufficient. Some divine-grade physiques and origin-level treasures caught his eye, igniting his interest. Yet, those required at least several 100,000 villain points. After much hesitation, his gaze ultimately settled on a particular cultivation technique. Chaos Scripture. Evaluation. Comprising 9 chapters, it is difficult to appraise. Simply remarkable, it is astonishing in its essence. Upon cultivation, one can condense the fruit of chaos within the spiritual platform, enhancing one's divine consciousness, transforming the utilized true energy into chaotic energy, proliferating infinitely, and reversing the laws of creation. Requirements. Only those with an innate chaotic divine body or ordinary physical form may cultivate, with exceedingly high demands for innate talent. Required villain points. 100,000 villain points. This particular technique had caught Su Jiugao's attention long ago. The reason for his prior hesitance was due to the sufficiency of his father's primordial emperor scripture. However, circumstances had changed. His cultivation had now reached the 9th level of the Divine King realm, merely a step away from entering the Saint realm. To enter the Saint realm, one must condense the Dao fruit. For Su Jiugao, there were various Dao fruits to choose from. While the primordial emperor scripture could grant him the formidable primordial Dao fruit, it was not the most suitable for him. The chaos scripture, however, would allow him to condense the fruit of chaos, perfectly aligning with his innate chaotic divine body. Unfortunately, his villain points had always been insufficient. After pondering for a moment, Su Jiugao tentatively spoke. System, I desire the chaos scripture. Ding. Your villain points balance is insufficient. Please recharge. We recommend you consider purchasing the fragmented portions of the chaos scripture in installments. It will not affect your progress. Installments? Su Jiugao's expression darkened. After a series of discussions, Su Jiugao ultimately expended 30,000 villain points and finally acquired the chaos scripture. Ding. Consumed 30,000 villain points to exchange for the chaos scripture. Current villain points, 20,500. Chaos scripture. Fragmented parts, 1, 2, 3. He had acquired it, yet not in its entirety. In his mind, obscure and complex Dao inscriptions surged forth, the ancient golden symbols piecing together a fragmentary scroll. Su Jiugao paid little heed. With the first 3 chapters of the chaos scripture in hand, it was more than sufficient for him to condense the fruit of chaos and transcend into the Saint realm. Summoning the wheel of time, it hovered majestically behind him, enveloped in a pale yellow domain. Under the divine power of the wheel of time, the flow of time and space in this area underwent a dramatic transformation. Su Jiugao closed his eyes and began to comprehend the chaos scripture. It must be said, the intricacy of the chaos scripture was somewhat taxing, even for someone like Su Jiugao, who could flawlessly grasp an imperial-level technique within a few days. After consuming a certain amount of villain points for assistance, the chaos scripture indeed became clearer and more comprehensible. In the following days, Su Jiugao secluded himself, while Chu Xuanru, sensing his need, skillfully utilized her Ling Luo divine body outside. Her musical notes could assist in cultivation, helping others to enter a state of egolessness, attuning themselves to the essence of the universe. Thus, under the enhancement of numerous buffs, Su Jiugao's sea of consciousness finally condensed a Dao fruit resembling a golden core. This Dao fruit radiated an ancient and mysterious aura, with exquisitely crafted lines, as rich chaotic energy continually coalesced within it until it fully formed. Buzz. An overwhelming aura poured forth from Su Jiugao, the sacred power surging incessantly. Outside, Chu Xuanru seemed to sense something, gazing at the palace hall shrouded in golden divine light. Her beautiful eyes entranced. The aura of the Saint realm. She had always been unable to perceive Su Jiugao's cultivation, yet this time, she distinctly felt the immense power. Only upon entering the Saint realm could one wield such sacred power. Within the hall, Su Jiugao slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was profound, encompassing all, as if the sun, moon, and stars revolved within. His golden hair shimmered even more brilliantly, cascading over his shoulders. His visage was strikingly handsome, with distinct features and piercing eyes. He had entered the saint realm. The true energy within his sea of consciousness had fully transformed. The fruit of chaos would grow increasingly powerful with the breakthrough of his realm. Su Jiugao glanced at his right hand, where a wisp of grayish-white chaotic energy swirled at his fingertips. This chaotic energy was unpredictable, evolving into myriad forms, gradually transforming into crimson, gold, and black. The innate chaotic divine body allowed for the seamless switching of physical attributes. The aura of gods and demons, the heavenly golden essence, the devouring demonic energy. A slight smile graced Su Jiugao's lips, clearly satisfied with his current state. He spoke, "System, open the panel." Ding. Master, Su Jiugao, identity, divine son of the Su clan, son of the primordial emperor, realm, first level of the saint realm, physique, innate chaotic body, eternal green body, heavenly divine body, devouring divine body, indestructible god-demon body, causal divine eye, 10,0003, 000, golden sacred blood, 10,0002, 000, lifespan, 2121. 939, techniques, chaos scripture, 30,0005, 000, primordial emperor scripture, 10,0010, 000, soul master mark, 10,0010, 000, chaotic spear of 8 desolations, 10,0010. 000, reversal spear of 13 paths, 3,0003, 000, Qinyuan golden body, 1,0001, 000. Treasures, imperial grade red treasure box X1. Black emperor abyss spear, bloodthirsty emperor spear, god-slaying ring, myriad abyss Mo-Lin armor, creation divine liquid X20, saint-slaying golden spear, heaven subduing spirit pearl, supreme emperor sword, green emperor pill. Villain points, 19,000, first level of the saint realm. After the breakthrough, Su Jiugao was in high spirits, eagerly wishing to find someone to spar with. The first person that came to mind was Qiu Lianyue. Su Jiugao sighed. Alas, Lianyue left too early. With the acquisition of the system and the wheel of time, the disparity in cultivation speed between the innate chaotic body and the innate Dao fetal saint body had significantly diminished. It could be said that if he were to face Qiu Lianyue now, Su Jiugao was confident he could defeat her. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and Su Jiugao paused slightly. Wait, did I not possess a choice? Chapter 160, The Empty Sovereign Divine Body, 180. 000 Fortunes of the Wanqi family according to the system. This choice allowed him to specify the protagonist according to his desires, and certainly not akin to the weak fated protagonists like Chu Tian. Su Jiugao could not help but grin, secretly anticipating. System, how do I utilize that choice? Ding. The host can select the gender, appearance, physique, and difficulty level of the next fated protagonist. The difficulty level will determine the character and growth experiences of the searched fated protagonist. Su Jiugao was slightly taken aback. Physique, appearance. The more he listened, the more it felt off. With a hint of curiosity, Su Jiugao inquired, System, what happens if I choose the highest difficulty level for the fated protagonist? It may, perhaps, seem. Never mind. Su Jiugao's expression turned dark, and he impatiently replied, all right, set the intensity to maximum. Dealing with minor characters like Chu Tian and Yi Sheng was not befitting of his status as a divine son. It was far too dull. Ding. Choice successfully utilized. Searching for the corresponding fated protagonist for the host. Su Jiugao hoped that this time, the fated protagonist would meet his expectations. Characters like Chu Tian and Yi Sheng were merely considered mid-level at best, with his cultivation in the Divine King realm. Merely confronting them would be too much of a dimensional downgrade. Su Jiugao thought to himself. Just then, the system's voice echoed again. Ding. Search successful. Viewing the other party's panel information. Suddenly, Su Jiugao's consciousness was drawn into a hazy and chaotic space. As if traversing through layers of dense fog, his vision arriving at an unknown location. This was a serene and tranquil place, surrounded by ethereal clouds, with drooping pines and willows, and a crystal-clear pool exuding misty vapor. Su Jiugao's gaze was uncontrollably fixed upon a young man. The young man bore a resolute countenance, his skin exhibiting a bronze hue, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders. Tall and imposing, he donned a garment as dark as ink. His demeanor was extraordinary, exuding a profound and steadfast sense of power. Before him stood an ancient, obsidian monument, while the youth's eyes were tightly shut, as if he were contemplating some profound truth. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing remarkable about the scene. However, Su Jiugao sensed an underlying anomaly. A subtle ripple of energy appeared to emanate from the youth, as if he were the focal point of this space. Could this be the destined protagonist chosen by the power of choice? Name: Wan Qikong. Identity: son of the Forbidden Divine Clan's sovereign, protagonist of destiny. Age: 29. Personality: composed, rational, suspicious, protective of his sister. Decisive in combat. Realm: 9th level of Divine King. Physique: Sky Emperor Divine Body, one of the 10 forbidden divine bodies of the ancient immortal domain. Inherently mastering the path of space, capable of further comprehending the laws of order. This divine body can influence and control the surrounding space, allowing for leaps across the starry river, rendering him nearly invincible in any spatial realm, able to wield divine powers even in the void. With unpredictable abilities that possess celestial prowess. Techniques: fragment of the great instant scripture, void treasure art, bone forging and soul building method, great cutting technique, heavenly flame archery. For directions: ceasefire, infinite realm descent, 10,000 miles instant step. Treasures: void pearl, sunfall bow, calamity binding divine chain, rift cleaver. Fragment of the great instant scripture. Life experience: abandoned child of the Wanchi clan in the ancient immortal domain. Faced torment and bullying from a young age. Cast out with his sister due to impure bloodlines, he was adopted by a pair of slave couple within the clan. When his sister was bullied by the slave owner, he awakened his Sky Emperor Divine Body in a fit of rage, using his cutting techniques to dismember the slave owner, marking the beginning of his rise. Due to his childhood experiences, he mastered archery, becoming rational and cautious, fearing jealousy and assassination, always concealing his greatest secret, the Sky Emperor Divine Body, never utilizing his spatial powers openly, instead showcasing his prowess through archery and weaponry. At 19, he broke through to the Dao Palace realm and returned to the clan with his sister, still facing ridicule and disdain. Relying on his extraordinary combat abilities, he defeated prodigies of the slashing origin realm, silencing those who once looked down upon him. At 20, he broke through to the slashing origin realm, at 22, to the void god realm, and at 27, to the divine king realm, advancing triumphantly and gaining the clan's attention, earning a chance to compete for the title of divine clan sovereign. At 28, during the competition, he was ambushed, and in a fit of rage, he killed several elder descendants, nearly losing his cultivation and facing death. Ultimately, the situation escalated, attracting the attention of the clan's ancestors who intervened to resolve the matter, allowing him to become the sovereign and redeem his honor. Current fortune value: 180. 000. Su Jiugao found Wan Qikong's life story utterly uninteresting. A classic tale of the destined protagonist transforming from a weakling to a genius. However, upon noticing his astonishing fortune value of 180, 000, Su Jiugao's imperial eyes gleamed with a captivating light. 180,000. Apart from Lianyu, this was the first time he had encountered a protagonist of destiny with such immense fortune. After pondering for a moment, Su Jiugao quickly grasped the underlying reasons. The fortune value of a protagonist increases with their own growth, including that of the destined female lead. For instance, Yuxing's fortune value surged dramatically upon acquiring the legacy of an emperor, realm advancement, treasure acquisition, and the growth of the destined female lead. Wan Qikong, having endured numerous opportunities and dangers, was indeed akin to a mid to late stage protagonist of destiny. Thus, possessing a fortune value of 180, 000 was not particularly surprising. A protective brother, Su Jiugao muttered. If his assumptions were correct, his sister must be the destined female lead. In an instant, that peculiar vision returned. After reviewing Wan Qikong's profile, the 9th level of Divine King realm piqued Su Jiugao's interest. The Forbidden Divine Clan. Perhaps a visit to the ancient immortal domain was in order. The ancient immortal domain, the territory of the Forbidden Divine Clan, exists beyond the realms of the heavens and remains one of the most well-preserved places since the fall of the Emperor. Everything there is almost entirely distinct from the realms of the heavens. During the illustrious era of the Emperor's reign, the people of the Forbidden Divine Clan did not dare to utter a word. Following the invasion of darkness, they secluded themselves within the ancient immortal domain, even sealing it off. Consequently, now that the realms have declined, the people of the Forbidden Divine Clan have become audacious, disregarding the practitioners of the heavens. And Nan Gongqing hails from there. Su Jiugao's imperial eyes flickered. If he were to venture into the ancient immortal domain, bringing Nan Gongqing along would undoubtedly be the wisest choice. As if struck by a thought, Su Jiugao inquired, "System, what is the destined protagonist currently engaged in?" Chapter 161, The Songhuang Realm. First duel with the Sky Emperor Divine Body, he noticed the monument before Wan Qikong, adorned with unfamiliar runes, exuding an extraordinary aura. Ding. Answering this question will cost 500 villain points, dear. Su Jiugao, deduct. That monument is known as the Tsang Huang Stele, forged by a powerful being in the ancient immortal domain, and is quite a common artifact there. Its function is to transport one's divine consciousness into a unique realm. Within that realm, one can randomly select opponents of comparable strength for combat training. It is the most common method employed by the Forbidden Divine Clan to train their disciples. Su Jiugao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a peculiar artifact to exist within the ancient immortal domain. Intrigued, he sought further clarification through the system, gaining insight into the Tsang Huang Stele's purpose. It preserves one's divine abilities, allowing entry into a realm known as the Tsang Huang realm for decisive battles. Was Wan Qikong currently engaged in such a duel? Su Jiugao pondered. Is there any way for me to enter and confront this destined protagonist? Ding. It will require 3,000 villain points, dear. Such a hefty sum? Su Jiugao was astonished, yet after breaking through to the Saint Realm, he felt an itch for action. After deliberating, considering Wan Qikong's fortune value of 180,000, he decided to seize the opportunity, intending to reclaim the cost later. Deduction successful. With the system's notification, Su Jiugao found himself amidst a chaotic void. Observing his surroundings, he saw nothing but mist. This Tsang Huang realm is indeed marvelous, he remarked. Who are you? How did you arrive here? Suddenly, a fluffy white creature bounded before him. This creature had large eyes and circled around Su Jiugao, inspecting him curiously. Huh. Why don't you have a mark on you? Are you here for a duel? A realm spirit. Before arriving, Su Jiugao had familiarized himself with the Tsang Huang realm. Smiling, he asked the fluffy creature, could you enlighten me about the rules? The fluffy creature replied earnestly, this is the Tsang Huang realm. I will randomly arrange you to battle an opponent. Your appearances will be concealed. Aside from your artifacts, you may freely utilize all known divine abilities. Su Jiugao, Black Sovereign, gazing at his right hand, he felt no response, which was intriguing. A smile crept across Su Jiugao's face. The fluffy creature chuckled beside him. I told you, you are but a divine consciousness here, not your true self. Thus, you need not worry, upon defeat. You will be returned from the Tsang Huang realm and must wait a month before re-entering. Shall you choose your opponent? Su Jiugao nodded slightly and declared, let us begin. Fluffy creature, very well. Meanwhile, within the Forbidden Divine Clan's Wanqi territory, Wan Qikong was honing his skills in the Tsang Huang realm. With a swift motion of his space-cutting technique, he effortlessly dispatched an unidentified prodigy before him. Calmly, Wan Qikong observed the scene, his expression unwavering. Even so, I find it somewhat tedious. With just a slight exertion, I can ascertain the limits of this realm. Still too weak. In the realm of the Tsang Huang, no one knows the identity of another. Thus here, I can freely utilize the training space's divine abilities to further develop my Kong Huang divine body. Even though I have now become the sovereign of my clan, my status far surpassing the past, Wan Qikong remains vigilant. He is aware that most of the clan has long harbored dissatisfaction towards him, solely due to the impure bloodline. Had it not been for the old ancestors' intervention that day, he would not only have been denied this sovereign position, but could have also faced the possibility of being stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the clan alongside his sister. Wan Qikong clenched his fists. I am still too weak. Only by truly becoming stronger, powerful enough to disregard all rules, can my sister and I lead a stable life. Wan Qikong spoke. Spirit of the realm. Here. A small fluff ball darted out from the chaotic mist and said, do you wish to continue the challenge? Wan Qikong inquired. Is there a stronger opponent? The fluff ball hesitated for a moment before responding. There is, but for your current realm. The only stronger opponent would be one at the Saint Realm. Wan Qikong's eyes gleamed with pride as he replied, then let it be the Saint Realm. He was no longer satisfied with weak opponents of the same realm. He yearned for a formidable adversary to engage in an exhilarating battle. After all, it was merely the Saint Realm. He had faced such challenges within his clan before. The fluffball nodded and said, very well. Let us begin. Wan Qikong's figure gradually became ethereal. When he regained his senses, a towering figure appeared before him, adorned with extraordinarily radiant golden hair. Wan Qikong's gaze widened in astonishment. The moment this person emerged, his Kong Huang divine body acutely sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding space. That overwhelming aura, filled with pressure, was unlike anything he had ever encountered. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. That was Wan Qikong's immediate reaction. Similarly, on the other side, Su Jiugao also laid eyes on Wan Qikong. The other's face was indistinct, rendering it impossible to discern his appearance. Moreover, his form was strikingly different from the Wan Qikong he had seen before. Su Jiugao frowned and muttered, this cursed system, didn't it say it would arrange for me to face Wan Qikong? Never mind, let us play along. As the opposing figure moved, without further ado, the two engaged without any dialogue. Boom. The surrounding space suddenly seemed on the verge of collapsing. Next to Wan Qikong, the space was continuously compressed and condensed, ultimately forming a white line of light that sliced directly towards Su Jiugao. Space cutting technique. Where that white line passed, everything around seemed to be torn asunder, instilling fear and trepidation. A common person would surely be terrified by such a horrifying divine ability. Yet, Su Jiugao's expression shifted slightly, his imperial gaze revealing surprise. He then exclaimed with delight, "Space divine abilities? This can only be Wan Qikong." Su Jiugao laughed heartily, his mood elated as he regarded Wan Qikong across from him, remaining unfazed. Wan Qikong frowned, somewhat perplexed. He had merely executed a probing strike. Yet this fellow showed no inclination to evade. His cutting technique, even against those with formidable physical bodies, felt as effortless as slicing through vegetables. The power of the space path had completely transcended the realm of divine abilities. Wan Qikong envisioned Su Jiugao being cleaved in two by his attack. However, the subsequent scene left Wan Qikong's spirit shaken. Just as the cutting line was about to make contact with Su Jiugao's corporeal form, it exploded into countless fragments. His once invincible space cutting technique had failed to even graze the opponent's skin. Wan Qikong's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? Chapter 162. The shocked Wan Qikong, the fall of the infinite realm. Streams of divine and demonic energy poured forth from Su Jiugao's body. The cutting line was utterly incapable of severing Su Jiugao's formidable, fleshly power. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, glancing at Wan Qikong with mild surprise. The power of space? How intriguing. It seems to pose a considerable threat even to the undying demon body. If Wan Qikong were at the same Saint Realm level, I might truly be injured. Yet, Su Jiugao was unaware that ordinary prodigies would exercise extreme caution when confronting Wan Qikong's cutting line. Those of the same realm, unless possessing extraordinary physical prowess, would find it nearly impossible to withstand a single strike. Countless prodigies had fallen, bewildered by the encounter, seeing his prized space-cutting technique utterly fail to inflict any harm. Wan Qikong trembled all over. This was not fear, but exhilaration. This fellow's physique is remarkably powerful. Wan Qikong could not help but exclaim, "I must say, your physique is quite formidable. If I am not mistaken, you must possess some special constitution, am I right?" Wan Qikong inquired. "It's neither painful nor ticklish." Su Jiugao replied with a casual smile, showing no concern. "Is there a possibility that your divine ability is simply too weak? With such strength, I believe battles at the Divine King level would suit you better." Upon hearing this, Wan Qikong's eyes widened in shock. This was undoubtedly an insult to him. A flicker of anger flashed in Wan Qikong's gaze as he coldly retorted, "Weak? That last strike was merely a test. I had hoped to engage in a more meaningful conversation with such a powerful prodigy. Yet, you dare disregard me." With a cold snort, Wan Qikong's surroundings twisted instantly, and he vanished from sight. Su Jiugao remarked, "Oh, is this the power of the space path again?" Buzz. The surrounding space suddenly rippled, and Wan Qikong seemed to have split himself into numerous figures, appearing from various directions. Lines of white light converged from all sides towards Su Jiugao. These cutting lines seemed to arise from nowhere, rendering them nearly impossible to defend against. Though they appeared unremarkable, they were, in fact, razor-sharp and incredibly swift. More formidable than any divine weapon, easily capable of severing black iron. Void treasure technique. For directions, cease hostility. Wan Qikong's voice echoed from all directions. "I am eager to see if your physical power can withstand my grand cutting." Su Jiugao narrowed his imperial eyes slightly and replied coolly, "If that is all you have, I doubt you will succeed." Boom. An overwhelming surge of divine and demonic energy erupted from Su Jiugao. The path of divine and demonic energies manifested. His physique radiated with ancient and enigmatic divine runes, glowing brilliantly. His golden hair billowed in the air, and at that moment, he resembled an ancient deity. The cutting lines cleaved through the swirling black mist of divine and demonic energy, carving a massive opening straight towards Su Jiugao. Relying on the formidable strength of his undying demon body, Su Jiugao's physical prowess had reached a truly terrifying level. He made no effort to defend himself, merely wishing to ascertain how powerful his undying demon body had rendered him. Crack, crack. Several cutting lines exploded into countless white fragments upon nearing him, vanishing without a trace. Concealed within the space, Wan Qikong gasped for breath. He could hardly believe that so many of his cutting lines had failed to inflict a single injury. If Su Jiugao had been prepared for the previous attack, it was inconceivable that he could have fully protected himself this time, was it not? The only explanation Wan Qikong could fathom was that Su Jiugao possessed a forbidden body, akin to his own Kong Wang divine body, renowned for its unparalleled physical strength. What kind of constitution is this? Wan Qikong exclaimed in astonishment. Su Jiugao gazed lightly in a certain direction and spoke. Are you hiding there? Do not conceal yourself any longer. Possessing the divine eyes of causality, he could perceive with clarity where Wan Qikong was concealed, regardless of the position. Furthermore, he could even anticipate the trajectory of his cutting lines. As his words fell, Su Jiugao unleashed a punch imbued with the essence of the divine and demonic paths, striking toward the empty expanse. This punch radiated with a multitude of brilliant divine lights. Its power was astonishing and overwhelming, the sheer force weighing millions of pounds, obliterating even the surrounding space. Boom! Wan Qikong's expression shifted dramatically as he activated his void techniques, propelling himself 1,000 miles in an instant to a new, intact space. At this moment, he regarded Su Jiugao with a gaze full of wariness. The opponent's casual strike had decimated a significant portion of the battlefield, along with the cutting lines in space. Although he considered his physical form formidable, faced with such a terrifying adversary, Wan Qikong admitted he was no match for Su Jiugao in terms of physical prowess. However, the path of space was far from simple. Wan Qikong spoke gravely. To possess such a powerful body at the Saint Realm, one cannot be an insignificant figure in the ancient immortal domain. I cannot confront him head-on. Indeed, I have been somewhat careless. The Saint Realm is ultimately a significant level above my own. Confronted with such a physically daunting prodigy, his spatial cutting techniques appeared insignificant in the eyes of his opponent. To conceal the Emperor of Space's divine body, the path of space was not Wan Qikong's most potent method at present. His arrival in the Zhonghuang realm was merely to hone his spatial techniques. Yet within this realm, he found himself unable to contend with his opponent and could not utilize his magical artifacts, rendering his full strength unexploitable. Wan Qikong's eyes flickered as he contemplated strategies. Yet Su Jiugao provided him no opportunity to think. As a late-stage protagonist of destiny, his capabilities were surely more than trivial. Su Jiugao moved, his imposing figure radiating an indomitable battle intent under the state of the indestructible divine and demonic body. Blood surged within him, every inch of his skin taut and firm, as if infused with endless strength. He appeared before Wan Qikong, delivering a punch aimed directly at his face. The resplendent glow overwhelmed Wan Qikong's vision. Wan Qikong's eyes widened in terror, the overwhelming power beyond his capacity to withstand. He gritted his teeth and roared, boundless realm's demise. In that instant, the space surrounding them was compressed to its limits before erupting. The collision of these two tremendous forces generated a deafening roar, shaking the very fabric of their battleground. Boom! Wan Qikong was sent flying, his form wavering and becoming increasingly ethereal. What kind of power is this? Wan Qikong thought, inspecting his body. Since entering the Zhonghuang realm, this was the first time he had nearly been blasted away. In the final moment, Su Jiugao's sudden appearance in the ensuing waves of the boundless realm's demise had even affected him significantly. Had this occurred in the outside world, he would likely be gravely injured by now. A massive crater had formed where they had battled, the lingering aura terrifying. It seemed that his opponent had just detonated the space. Su Jiugao smiled slightly, offering rare praise. Indeed, that last strike was quite impressive. The path of space is truly a rarity to behold. Wan Qikong's expression darkened as he spoke solemnly. Who are you? Among the various forbidden divine clans of the ancient immortal domain, I have never heard of a sovereign with such a strong physical form. The fact that his opponent was unharmed indicated that his last attack had caused little damage. How could this not alarm him? Wan Qikong's eyes flickered. Is he of the Nangong clan? Or perhaps Xuansuan or Wenren? In his memories, only these three, renowned for their formidable physical prowess, came to mind within the forbidden divine clans. Su Jiugao chuckled lightly. This is the Zhonghuang realm. Does my identity truly matter? You wouldn't want to reveal yours either, would you? Wan Qikong remained silent, and after a moment, he conceded, I am not your opponent. His candid acknowledgement surprised Su Jiugao. Oh, Wan Qikong, brimming with confidence, declared, my path of space cannot contend with you. In the outside world, should we battle, you would surely perish. Here, we are unaware of each other's identities. So I have nothing to conceal. Although he possessed the Emperor of Space's divine body, his greatest skill remained archery. Furthermore, he could not utilize the Void Pearl to amplify his spatial power, rendering him incapable of harming his opponent. Su Jiugao paused, as if amused by a jest, bursting into laughter. Ha! How intriguing. His imperial gaze narrowed as he softly remarked, are you implying that you have many more techniques yet to unveil? Are you unwilling to accept defeat? Wan Qikong's countenance remained calm, undeterred by Su Jiugao's taunt, stating proudly, naturally. Su Jiugao shook his head with a faint smile, slowly saying, What a self-assured protagonist of destiny you are. It seems everyone is much the same. Wan Qikong furrowed his brow, inquiring, what do you mean? At this moment, the aura of divine and demonic energy surrounding Su Jiugao transformed. The black divine energy gradually morphed into a chaotic haze as Su Jiugao murmured. It has been a while since I last used this. I wonder if I still can. Without the Black Emperor's abyssal halberd, things were indeed less convenient. The chaotic energy surged, and Su Jiugao's eyes became captivating, radiant with divine light as myriad dazzling pathways emerged, each exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. These are the great paths. Wan Qikong's pupils constricted, astonished that his opponent could command such an abundance of path power. The transformation of the indestructible divine and demonic body signified a monumental change, as if he had become an entirely different person. What do you intend to do? Wan Qikong bellowed, sensing impending doom. Instinctively, he sought to harness the power of space, but at that moment, the space around him shattered like a broken mirror, disintegrating inch by inch. The vast battlefield of the Qi Huang realm was engulfed by the overwhelming force emanating from Su Jiugao. Submit. Su Jiugao transformed into a radiant sun, intertwining various path powers as chaotic light surged forth, descending upon Wan Qikong in a crushing manner. The divine might unleashed was far beyond what could be exerted at the Saint Realm. A peculiar creature resembling a fur ball suddenly appeared, and upon witnessing the chaos around, it shouted, stop. Which fur ball did this? This isn't the Saint Realm space. Facing the oncoming strike, Wan Qikong's pupils widened in terror as he witnessed the heavens and earth fracturing, the battlefield itself obliterated. He was soon enveloped by the resplendent divine light. Boom! Within the Wan Qi clan, Wan Qikong's consciousness returned to the present. He was drenched in sweat, panic-stricken, gasping for breath. Have I returned? Wan Qikong thought in disbelief. Recalling the prior events, he trembled uncontrollably, his mind shaken. He cast a fearful glance at the stone tablet that allowed divine thoughts to enter the Conghuang realm. So powerful, truly powerful. He had never felt such overwhelming pressure from any individual at the Saint Realm before. Buzz. Beside him, a golden bow and a deep blue orb resembling a starry sea materialized. The golden bow radiated an intense imperial aura, intricately inscribed with mysterious gilded runes, robust and resilient. Even the bowstring was crafted from the sinew of a quasi-emperor level beast. The precious orb became even more terrifying, as its emergence caused the surrounding space to ripple like a vortex. Were it not for the power bestowed by Wan Qikong, it would surely have vanished into the void without a trace. The void pearl and the fallen sun bow. Wan Qikong murmured with lingering fear as he gazed upon these two treasures. Golden-haired, who could it be? He felt that even if he encountered this individual in reality, his strength, fully unleashed with the aid of these two divine artifacts, would still be insufficient to withstand that previous strike. Within the realm of the Conghuang, Su Jiugao reappeared in a hazy expanse. Before him, two small fluffballs were engaged in a scuffle. You rascal, do you even comprehend what you've done? My hen, the entrance to the sacred realm has been destroyed. This fellow's strength is far beyond that of the sacred realm. Su Jiugao watched with a hint of regret. What a pity. Though this place served as a splendid training ground, it ultimately constrained the full expression of power. Wan Qikong possessed quite a few treasures, if he could wield them. It would indeed enhance his experience. Nevertheless, with his cultivation at the 9th level of the Divine King realm, he had managed to unleash the spatial power of the Conghuang divine body to such a degree while concealing his true nature, which was commendable. This was largely thanks to the merits of the Conghuang realm. Su Jiugao's figure began to shimmer, and the previous fluffball seemed to sense something, immediately shouting, Hey, wait, you broke a part of my Conghuang realm space. You can't just leave like that. The small fluffball attempted to use its domain power to confine Su Jiugao's consciousness within the Conghuang realm. Yet, it proved utterly ineffective. Having entered this realm without relying on the Conghuang stone tablet, Su Jiugao had employed special means. The small fluffball was taken aback, exclaiming, He escaped. Where on earth did this fellow come from? It quickly turned to the fluffball that had instigated Su Jiugao's entrance into battle, demanding an explanation. That fluffball rolled around, looking quite aggrieved, and said, My hen. Chapter 164. Emerging from seclusion, the primordial immortal domain. Within the Su family's ancestral hall, Su Jiugao sat quietly, contemplating something. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face as he murmured, Wan Qikong, is it? He glanced at his right hand, recalling how everything that transpired within the Conghuang realm felt incredibly real. Aside from being unable to wield imperial artifacts, the divine abilities he mastered had been effortlessly employed there. The power of the Conghuang divine body was definitely within his grasp. Su Jiugao slowly rose, stowing away the wheel of time, and exited the hall. As he emerged, the enchanting melodies of the zither abruptly ceased. Chu Zuanru paused her movements, softly asking, "Young master, you have emerged from seclusion?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled, as if she sensed that Su Jiugao had become even more unfathomable. He radiated like a resplendent sun, drawing one irresistibly close. Yet the scorching heat warned against getting too near. The sacred realm, such cultivation already rivaled that of her master. Su Jiugao nodded slightly, smiling as he inquired, "How long have I been in seclusion?" 6 days, replied Chu Zuanru. 6 days? Su Jiugao was momentarily taken aback, not realizing that so much time had passed. Given this time frame, Lian should have arrived in the sacred ruins by now. I wonder how she is faring. Su Jiugao produced a communication talisman, which fortuitously contained a message from Qiu Lianyue, simply stating, "Safe." This brought a sense of relief to Su Jiugao. Approaching Chu Zuanru, he noticed her slightly haggard appearance. Even her striking eyes bore traces of fatigue and bloodshot hues, due to the supportive melodies played by the Lingluo divine body. She had tirelessly performed the clear moon melody for 6 days straight during his seclusion. Su Jiugao immediately recognized her condition and gently caressed her hair. Feeling a pang of concern, Chu Zuanru trembled slightly, not rejecting his gesture, instead resembling a docile cat, biting her lip and lowering her head. To be honest, with her current affection level for Su Jiugao at 95, she would not refuse him even if he desired something more. "Thank you for your hard work. Go rest well," Su Jiugao urged. Chu Zuanru shook her head gently, gazing at him with unwavering determination. "Young master, it's nothing. This is what Zuanru ought to do." In her heart, she felt indebted to Su Jiugao. What she did paled in comparison to his previous deeds for Chu Tian. Hearing this, Su Jiugao couldn't help but chuckle. All right. If this esteemed prince tells you to rest, then do so. And from now on, just call me young master. There's no need for Su young master. Su Jiugao's concern deeply moved Chu Zuanru, causing her to lower her head and softly murmur, Ding. The favorability of the destined female protagonist, Chu Zuanru, has increased by 5. Current favorability, 100. Captivation level, 70, observing that he had perfectly won her over. A more profound smile graced Su Jiugao's eyes. Today is truly a splendid day. After ensuring that Chu Zuanru was settled, Su Jiugao sat in the courtyard, gently tapping the table. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly, Eldering, here. Su Jiugao, please gather all information regarding the Forbidden Divine Clan and the Primordial Immortal Domain and present it to me. Eldering felt a jolt of apprehension, gazing at Su Jiugao with a hint of fear. Your Excellency, are you planning to attack the Primordial Immortal Domain? Su Jiugao was momentarily taken aback, as if he had heard something amusing, bursting into laughter. Ha! Eldering, what on earth are you thinking? This esteemed prince is not so idle. I merely wish to visit the Primordial Immortal Domain. Due to Elder Ying's previous loyalty and counsel, Su Jiugao took the rare opportunity to converse with him at length. Upon hearing this, Elder Ying finally relaxed. The Su family was currently experiencing rapid development, flourishing both internally and externally, with the esteemed prince and the emperor firmly at the helm. If the esteemed prince truly intended to launch an attack on the Primordial Immortal Domain, it could indeed ignite the most intense conflict in history between the two realms. Eldering, I understand, Your Excellency. He respectfully bowed to Su Jiugao before vanishing into the shadows. Once Eldering departed, Su Jiugao resumed his contemplation. A journey to the Primordial Immortal Domain was essential, setting aside the existence of the destined protagonist Wan Qikong. The mere fact that this domain had been preserved intact since the fall of the imperial era was a tantalizing prospect. The legacy of the Forbidden Divine Clan, remarkably intact, far surpassed that of the current myriad realms, serving as their source of pride. Unfortunately, since the invasion of darkness, these fearful beings had sealed themselves away, hiding far from the myriad realms, making them difficult to locate. Fortunately, with Nangong Qing by his side, this journey should proceed much more smoothly. With this thought, Su Jiugao's figure vanished from the spot. Within the main hall of the Su family, it was a quiet day, leaving only Su Tian and Su Yongyu to manage internal affairs, as Su Yongyu had earned the esteemed prince's favor with the gift of the eternal divine phoenix blood. He was particularly nurtured by Su Tian among the younger generation. Su Tian was reviewing reports from the secret sect, which detailed the vast resources and treasures the Su family had extracted from the ancient immortal relics in recent times. The immense volume of resources brought a perpetual smile to Su Tian's face. Just a few months have passed, and the resources mined from the Taiyuan immortal realm are already comparable to what our Su family would typically gather in half a year. No wonder it has been said that the resources within this ancient celestial ruin could sustain dozens of realms for millennia. Yang Yu, tell me, at the current momentum of our Su family, how long do you think it will take for us to stand atop the entire universe? Su Yang Yu was organizing these secret doctrines when the clan leader inquired, and he respectfully replied, Clan leader, our Su family is already at the pinnacle of the universe. Su Tian laughed heartily, exclaiming, Huh? What you refer to as the pinnacle of the universe is solely due to the presence of the great emperor and the divine sun. What I mean is that the overall strength of every member of the Su family ranks at the summit of the universe. After all, only in this way can we assist the divine sun when he truly needs us. Su Yongyu fell silent for a moment. He was indeed the most fervent supporter of Su Jiugao. Chapter 165, The Clan Leader Su Tian's Ambitions, The Cultivation of the Sixth Brother. Su Yongyu pondered for a moment and said, With the resources of an entire ancient celestial ruin, I believe it should take no more than a century. Wrong. Su Tian smiled mysteriously. Yongyu, this is why I say you are still too young and need to hone your skills. I assure you, within 10 years, or perhaps even less, the entire universe will have no choice but to heed the Su family's commands. Do you know why the great emperor granted us the honor of naming the divine daughter of the Su family? It is because the divine daughter once stood behind the evergreen emperor. Oh, what has made the clan leader so joyous? Before Su Tian could finish his sentence, a soft voice floated in from outside the hall. Upon hearing this voice, both individuals within were taken aback, their eyes brimming with surprise. The divine son, Su Tian and Su Yongyu hurried to greet him, only to find Su Jiugao walking directly in. Looking at the two, he waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Today is not an important day. No need for excessive formalities. In unison, Su Tian and Su Yongyu exclaimed, We pay our respects to the divine sun. Su Jiugao glanced at Su Tian and said lightly, I heard the clan leader's laughter from outside. Has something delightful occurred in these past few days? Not at all. Not at all. By the clan hierarchy, I am but your junior. You may simply call me Xiao Tian, divine son. Su Tian replied, somewhat flustered. Su Jiugao shot a disapproving look at the timid clan leader. Xiao Tian. By that reasoning, the ancient ancestors of the Su family, who have lived for ages, would also be my juniors. Should I address them as Little One, Little Two, and Little Three? Su Tian continued, Thanks to you, divine son. We now have two ancestors guarding the ancient celestial ruin, and with the protective formation of the Su family, the entire upper realm remains unaware of the ruin's emergence. Utilizing its resources, our family has made tremendous progress in a short period. I believe it will not be long before the Su family can serve you in your conquests across the myriad realms. Su Jiugao was taken aback. When did he ever express a desire to conquer the myriad realms? He looked at Su Tian beside him, only to find unmasked ambition in his eyes. It was unexpected that this fellow was indeed a war hawk, in his quest to become one of the most illustrious clan leaders in Su family history. He had dedicated himself tirelessly even before Su Jiuji's birth. Every day was spent in anxiety, laboring for the family. Unfortunately, during that time, nearly all imperial clans were in decline. Without the great emperor, even with their foundation, the clans could not stand at the pinnacle of the universe. Except for the ancient ancestors within their ancestral land, no one knew that Su Huangji was still alive, not even he himself. No one realized how many decisions Su Tian had made out of anger yet felt compelled to carry out for the sake of the Su family. Thus, upon learning of the emergence of the divine sun and the divine monarch, Su Tian saw unprecedented hope and remained in a state of great excitement. Su Jiugao said calmly, Ambition is commendable. However, you must understand that our Su family is few in number, even with the divine sun and my father. We cannot afford too much upheaval. The great emperor, while powerful, sacrifices hundreds of years of life with each action until he ascends. Otherwise, I would not have tasked our ancestor with concealing the news of the ancient celestial ruin. Su Tian's thoughts were not disregarded, but the time was not yet ripe. Su Tian was momentarily stunned, suddenly awakening to realization, nodding in understanding. You are right, divine son. Our Su family indeed should not engage in reckless actions that could jeopardize our stability. He could assess the situation. Although Su Tian was ambitious, he was 100% loyal to Su Jiugao and the entire Su family. Thus, Su Jiugao refrained from further comment, stating, My father is in seclusion, and it is uncertain how long that will take, while I shall not remain in the Su family permanently. Countless eyes are focused on us. You are the clan leader, and all decisions rest with you. If you wish to act, it is not impossible. The best course of action is to do so without exerting effort. Without exerting effort. Su Tian frowned, deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had thought of something, and he excitedly exclaimed, Divine son, are you suggesting to support a puppet? This way, even if there are losses, they would not affect the Su family. Su Jiugao smiled, indeed. You are worthy of your position as clan leader. You are quite astute. However, Su Tian soon became troubled again. This is indeed an excellent idea. But who should we support? Su Yongyu, listening on the side, was baffled and could only brew a pot of tea, presenting it to Su Jiugao. Divine Son. Su Jiugao accepted the tea, taking a tranquil sip, and calmly stated, the Xiantian realm. The Xiantian realm, where Lin Yi, the first destined protagonist he had slain upon his emergence, resided. Had they not claimed that the entire realm would serve the Divine Son? Now was the time. Su Tian was greatly astonished, while Su Yingyu also felt a sense of shock, contemplating the revelation of the Xiantian realm. Su Jiugao had not anticipated that his casual remark today would provide Su Tian with an entirely new perspective, leading him to cultivate an extraordinary sixth brother, thereby transforming the imperial Su family into a covert power shadowing the entire universe. Upon witnessing the myriad realms groveling and countless beings worshipping and calling out for the Divine Son, Su Jiugao could not help but shudder, reflecting, is this truly what I intended? Returning to his initial purpose, Su Jiugao disregarded the two who had fallen into a daze and spoke, enough. I have said quite enough today. How to proceed is entirely up to you. When will Nangong Qing return? I have matters to discuss with her. Su Yongyu stepped forward respectfully, stating, Divine Son, Miss Nangong has already emerged from the ancient celestial ruin and will arrive at the Su family the day after tomorrow. Su Jiuji's eyes glimmered. Upon hearing this, he nodded slightly and stood up, declaring, too slow. I shall depart tomorrow. Su Tian was taken aback, somewhat confused, and asked, Divine Son, where are you headed this time? To the primordial celestial domain. Having said that, Su Jiugao made his way outside the hall and directly boarded the supreme divine roar, calmly instructing, to the previous ancient celestial ruin. The supreme divine roar let out a thunderous roar, instantly transforming into a massive golden divine radiance, soaring into the void. Roar. In the void, a colossal spiritual vessel was sailing forward. Above the vessel, Nangong Qing, who was on her way back, was laughing and chatting with several younger members of the Su family. Sister Qing, what exactly is your relationship with the Divine Son? Yes. Sister Qing, please tell us. Do you perhaps hold a fondness for Lord Emperor? I see it as Lord Emperor harboring affections for Lady Qing. Otherwise, why would he choose to keep her close? There were approximately 15 or 16 individuals present, most of whom were no older than 16. Nangong Qing, gazing at them with a gentle expression, smiled helplessly and remarked, What are you little ones thinking at such a tender age? Yet soon, her beautiful eyes turned to disappointment as she gazed into the distance, softly murmuring, If only that were truly the case. Chapter 166, Enemy Attack, Danger for the Su clan's Youth. All right, you inept ones, upon your return, you must diligently train. Lord Emperor has specifically provided this ancient celestial relic for your trials. Such treatment is something I have never experienced, and you are indeed fortunate. The elders of the Su family grumbled aboard the spirit vessel. In our day, before the birth of Lord Emperor and Lord Divine, we forged our paths step by step. Had we enjoyed even a fraction of your current privileges, we would have long since transcended to the supreme realm. Go train, and do not disturb Miss Nangong. Upon hearing the elders' admonitions, the young Su clan members' faces paled as if encountering a formidable enemy, and they scampered away, not forgetting to mutter in disdain, Clearly, it is you. Sixth granduncle, whose talents are lacking. The sixth elder was immediately incensed, his beard bristling with fury as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront them. Are you itching for a fight? Nangong Qing could not help but cover her face and chuckle lightly. After the younger ones departed, several elders expressed their sentiments. Oh, times have indeed changed. Miss Nangong, we are grateful for your care of these children during this period. As a renowned alchemist, she had crafted numerous invaluable elixirs for the Su clan's youth, resulting in their significant improvements. Nangong Qing smiled and waved her hand, saying, Elders, you flatter me. As Lord Emperor's maid, it is merely my duty. Her tone was gentle, and her demeanor toward every member of the Su family was exceedingly amicable. Were Yu Xing to return from the dead, he would surely lament, Why must I be subjected to such decorum and humility? Such graceful and humble behavior endeared her to several Su clan elders, who exchanged satisfied glances and nodded approvingly. This girl is indeed remarkable. Although she hails from a forbidden divine lineage, she does not exhibit arrogance. When Lord Emperor returns, I shall speak a few good words on your behalf in front of him. Nangong Qing's eyes sparkled as she bowed and replied, In that case, I thank the elders sincerely. Her genuine admiration for Su Jiugao was palpable. Otherwise, as the eldest daughter of the Nangong family, her noble status would not compel her to exert herself so earnestly. Suddenly, a terrifying divine force struck violently against the side of the spirit vessel. Boom. The immense vessel promptly activated its defensive array, yet even so, it could not evade the violent tremors that ensued. The crowd on deck staggered, and the commotion caused all to change countenance, including the young Su clan members who had already retreated indoors. What is happening? Sixth granduncle, what is going on? Nangongqing's pupils contracted. The Su clan elders quickly responded, and the sixth elder bellowed furiously, an enemy attack. He gazed into the vast void, only to see a group of masked assailants, about 20 to 30 in number, who had appeared unbeknownst to them. Each carried treasures that concealed their identities and figures. Their auras were formidable, with the weakest among them being at the Divine King level, while the two leaders were even at the Saint level. Advancing menacingly toward the Su clan's vessel, Nangongqing furrowed her brow, murmuring, "This is..." The Su clan elders braced themselves for battle, their expressions grim as they fixed their gaze upon the approaching foes. The sixth elder immediately sent a message back to their clan, shouting, "Who are you? Do you not know we are the Imperial Su clan? How dare you attack us? Since the emergence of the great emperor and Lord Emperor, it had been ages since anyone dared to confront the Imperial Su clan." The assailants did not respond but continued to unleash their overwhelming divine powers upon the spirit vessel. "Go. He is sending a message. Resolve this swiftly." This spirit vessel, albeit a large artifact of supreme rank, could hardly withstand the assault of two saint-level beings, even with the protective array in place. The seventh elder's expression turned grave as he solemnly stated, "Old Six, this is dire. These individuals are clearly targeting the young members of our Su clan. They had been exceedingly cautious on their journey, and this location was rather remote, with hardly anyone likely to venture here. Most of the Su clan elders were escorting vessels returning from the ancient celestial relic to gather resources, leaving this vessel with only the Su clan's youth on board. Instead of intercepting the vast resources, their foes had chosen to attack them, clearly setting their sights on the children. "Damn it, what a pack of beasts. They are evidently well prepared." The eighth elder fumed. "It is expressly forbidden for mighty beings to attack the younger generation. Yet these scoundrels have no shame. Should I discover their identities, I shall undoubtedly wreak havoc upon their benefactors. Now is not the time for words." The sixth elder retorted, "The two saint-level foes are no ordinary adversaries. Old 7 and I will engage them. Old 8 and Old 9, you must guard Miss Nangong and the children. With this defensive array, we only need to hold them off." Among them were 4 Su clan elders. The sixth and seventh elders were both at the saint level, while the other 2 were notably weaker, possessing only the strength of the 9th level of entry into the saint realm. The sixth and seventh elders exchanged understanding glances and simultaneously summoned their artifacts, charging forth from the vessel toward the 2 leaders of the assailants. If Lord Emperor were to learn of this incident, the forces backing these attackers would undoubtedly face annihilation. The sixth elder, his hair wild as if possessed by a demonic spirit, commanded a massive celestial cauldron toward the 2 saint-level foes. The might of the saint realm was overwhelming, erupting with unfathomable power. Boom. The tremendous force caused the spirit vessel to veer aside. The seventh elder similarly engaged one of the attackers. Yet the 2 saint-level foes were not to be underestimated. Their movements were imbued with divine radiance, and the power of their paths surged forth, unleashing dazzling and terrifying strength. On the deck, the young Su clan members stared wide-eyed at the spectacle, shouting in unison, "Shameful scoundrels! Concealing your faces. 8th granduncle, let me go? I want to join the battle." "Yes, 6th granduncle, and the others will surely be fine." Their faces aflame with anger, they were adamant in their determination. Chapter 167. Who dares to harm the Imperial Su clan? Without comparison, there is no injury. Had this been their divine kin under attack, they would have long since fled in terror. Nangongqing sighed softly, raising her delicate hand to envelop the young Su clan members in protective magic. "Very well. But remember to act with caution." Bang! Bang! The defensive barrier of the spirit vessel was relentlessly struck, with the 2 elders restraining each other's saint realm leaders. The remaining group of minor deities found themselves unable to breach the barrier for the time being. This situation was untenable. The 8th elder spoke coldly. "I shall deal with those rascals outside. 9th elder, you stay here to protect the children." The 9th elder replied, "Is that wise?" The 8th elder scoffed dismissively. "Ha! I am but a step away from breaking through to the saint realm. I do not regard these minor figures at all." With that, he charged out of the grand formation, akin to a tiger among sheep. The masked figures of the minor deities crumbled before him as if made of paper, instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. With the 6th and 7th elders engaged, the 8th elder swiftly dispatched the remaining lackeys, turning the tide of the battle. Meanwhile, a colossal heavenly cauldron stood between him and another saint realm opponent. The 6th elder roared, his crimson aura soaring, as his fist transformed into a golden flame. coalescing immense power before he struck the cauldron with a thunderous blow. The void itself seemed unable to withstand the power unleashed. Boom! A sound akin to an ancient bell resonated, echoing in all directions. The heavenly cauldron shattered the defenses of the opposing saint, who looked on in shock. The Su family's saint. How formidable! He exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear as he shouted, "Soul Ancestor, are you not going to act?" At that moment, a sinister cackle echoed, a voice raspy and eerie, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. "Ah, I see. It is indeed the imperial Su family. Even I would require some time to dismantle the formations aboard this spirit vessel." One of the masked figures among the minor deities raised a hand and struck the grand formation. Crack! Countless barriers shattered like glass, splintering into pieces. The protective formation of the vessel was breached. The overwhelming force sent those on the deck reeling backwards. Soul Ancestor. The ninth elder's face paled as he positioned himself protectively in front of the younger generation. Were it not for his and Nangongqing's protective spells, the younger Su family members might have fallen into the void. The ninth elder stared in horror at the masked figure. The Soul Ancestor. Infamous throughout the realms as a malevolent practitioner, this wretch had, in his pursuit of breaking through to the saint realm and extending his lifespan, ruthlessly refined countless living beings from myriad domains. Soul Ancestor. You, a mere rogue cultivator, dare to offend the Su family? The ninth elder bellowed. The Soul Ancestor cackled, raising his hands in mock helplessness. It is simply the price they have paid. Once I have dealt with all of you, I shall escape the realms without a second thought. It is only a small sacrifice for you to perish. With a flourish, the Soul Ancestor summoned a torrent of malevolent spirits he had refined, their anguished wails echoing through the air. These were the remnants of countless souls he had consumed. Their cold, sinister presence surged forth towards the young Su family members. You shall perish. The ninth elder's eyes widened with fury as he unleashed his divine abilities to slay several of the evil spirits, attempting to halt their advance. The Soul Ancestor laughed maliciously, revealing a banner in his gnarled hand. Under his command, a tide of evil spirits surged forth, overwhelming the ninth elder. In the midst of the battle, the sixth elder caught sight of this unfolding horror, roaring, "Old Ninth, is there yet another Saint Realm presence?" The opposing Saint Realm responded with another overwhelming attack, laughing. "Soul, deal with them swiftly. Your rewards shall be plentiful." Hearing this, the Soul Ancestor nodded slightly. Suddenly, from the deck surrounding him, countless sharp tendrils shot forth, aiming to pierce his flesh. Songling bind. Nangongqing had made her move. Swoosh. The sharp tendrils pierced the Soul Ancestor, turning him into a porcupine. However, astonishingly, not a single drop of blood was shed. The Soul Ancestor's eyes sparkled with malevolent glee as he cackled, "Little child, do you think one at the 5th level of the Cutting Yuan realm can kill me? Such naive delusions." Boom. From the Soul Ancestor, a terrifying aura erupted, akin to a tidal wave. His black robe flared open, revealing a grotesque and viscous form beneath, repulsive and sickening. Faces could even be seen, desperately attempting to escape from beneath his skin. The Soul Ancestor grinned wickedly. "The Imperial clan. I wonder if the souls refined from you will yield any difference." Such a scene made even Nangongqing furrow her brow, her beautiful eyes filled with frost, gravely concerned. The ancient azure flames transformed into a protective barrier around the younger Su family members. "Nangongqing, you all must escape first. I will hold this fiend at bay." Soul Ancestor, is that the fire of heaven and earth? How intriguing. The young Su family members had never witnessed such a spectacle, and for a moment, they nearly faltered. Yet a few, steeling themselves against their fear, cried out, "Disgusting wretch. If the young emperor learns of this, he shall not spare you. Let us die. Then, we, of the Su family, shall fight to the last breath." Hearing this, the Soul Ancestor burst into uproarious laughter. "Huh, I am truly terrified. That young emperor is said to be a prodigy of the fallen imperial era. His soul must be delicious." As an evil cultivator, he felt no fear, for he had already offended the entire Su imperial clan today. The might of the emperor and the young emperor held little threat for him. The Saint Realm powerhouse in the void, witnessing the Soul Ancestor's hesitation to act, shouted angrily, "Soul, why are you stalling? Kill them already." The sixth elder interjected. "How dare you?" The Soul Ancestor sneered, "Why the rush? To me, they are already corpses." Before he could finish, a dazzling golden divine light, bright enough to pierce the heavens, descended like a meteor. Roar! It tore through the void, radiating brilliance, illuminating the skies. The Soul Ancestor's expression changed drastically as he sensed the overwhelming danger behind him and quickly turned. His pupils contracted in disbelief as he shouted, "What is this?" It was a massive halberd, seemingly capable of piercing the sun itself, surrounded by ancient pathways, expanding in the soul ancestor's vision, chaos erupting from it, as imperial power surged. Instinctively, the soul ancestor summoned his blood sea soul refining banner, unleashing countless evil spirits to fend off the attack. Yet before the Black Emperor's halberd, the tide of evil spirits was instantly obliterated, turning to ash. How is this possible? The soul ancestor shrieked in terror. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion reverberated. The supreme-grade spirit vessel was pierced through, swaying precariously. A voice, cold and indifferent, resonated through the void. The Su family members are not to be trifled with. Today's 2 chapters total 413 words. The following content comprises 314 words and does not count towards chapter length. P.S. This chapter lays the groundwork for the Su family's future developments, as well as the subsequent plot in the ancient celestial domain. I fear some readers may find it unreasonable that, despite the Su family having an emperor, there are still those who dare to provoke them. Here's an explanation. In the vast realms, there are no emperors, and the imperial clans have declined, aside from their heritage. Their strength is on par with the superpowers of the realms, presenting a facade of supreme authority. The clan leader, Su Jiugao, is at the 9th level of the Saint Realm, while the elders are also at the 9th level of the Saint Realm or the 9th level of the entry into Saint Realm. Only the ancestors possess supreme and quasi-emperor levels of power, serving as the ultimate trump cards. The existence of an emperor indeed serves as a deterrent. Many would hesitate. But when faced with temptation, some will inevitably take risks, depending on the potential rewards. There should be nothing unreasonable about this. As for why the spirit vessel of the juniors has only 4 elders, it is because most have gone to escort the vessels containing resources. Moreover, having 2 Holy Realm and 2 Entry Realm experts here is indeed quite formidable and is seen as a significant investment. There's truly no fluff here. I even made an effort to write a bit more today, otherwise, Su Jiugao wouldn't even have made an appearance. Chapter 168, Blood Sea Soul Refining Banner. All souls come. The Black Emperor's abyssal halberd unexpectedly pierced through the corporeal body of a Holy Realm powerhouse. The hideous flesh of the ancestor of lost souls was torn apart, and countless malevolent spirits gushed forth from within. Their chilling screams filled the air, echoing like a tempest. Above them, Su Jiugao, treading upon the supreme divine roar, gazed down like an emperor surveying his domain. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "Evil spirits? What a revolting creature." At this moment, he regretted using the Black Emperor's abyssal halberd. A jet-black light returned to his grasp, shimmering with a ghostly purple blaze that incinerated the attached evil spirits. Prince Jiugao. On the spirit vessel, the younger members of the Su family were ecstatic, exclaiming in unison, "It is Prince Jiugao come to our rescue." Their gazes were fervent and devout, worshipping the radiant sun in the void. Even Negong Qing was momentarily entranced, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Who are they? The 2 Holy Realm powerhouses confronting Elders 6 and 7 changed countenance. That power just now had even sent shivers through their hearts. The ancestor of lost souls. This is bad. That is the Su family's prince. One of them exclaimed in shock. How can this be? The ancestor of lost souls is a Holy Realm powerhouse. Though he achieved his status through dark arts, he should not be unable to withstand the prince's attack. The information is incorrect. This Prince Jiugao is not said to be merely at the Divine King level. Elder Seven's eyes gleamed with joy as he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. It is indeed our clan's prince who has arrived. Today, none who strike against you shall escape. 5th, eliminate them. Upon seeing Su Jiugao, the 2 Holy Realm elders were invigorated, their auras surging as they madly unleashed their terrifying divine techniques. Meanwhile, Su Jiugao observed the younger members of the Su family below, who were enduring relentless assaults from the evil spirits, and furrowed his brow. Has even this spirit vessel's formation been breached? 3 Holy Realm experts. What is going on? Divine Roar, it is your turn. Su Jiugao murmured, leaping high and transforming into a golden divine rainbow that soared onto the spirit vessel. The supreme divine roar let out a thunderous bellow, its overwhelming presence causing the multitude of evil spirits to tremble in fear, as if they had encountered a nemesis. Scattering in all directions. As a celestial beast of heaven and earth, the supreme divine roar inherently possessed tremendous restraint against such dark entities. Its powerful claws swept through the evil spirits, tearing them apart in droves, igniting blazing golden flames that turned them to ash. The younger members of the Su family gazed in awe and adoration. With the prince's arrival, they faced the assaults of the Holy Realm adversaries with naught but indifference. Prince. Negong Qing murmured softly. Prince. Su Jiugao nodded slightly and approached her, observing the ancient azure flames that burned around them. as well as the protective Tsongling bind surrounding the Su family juniors, he was taken aback. He had thought that since Nangongqing had only recently joined the Su family, she would not be capable of such feats in a crisis. However, she exceeded expectations. Su Jiugao expressed his approval, his tone gentle. Well done. Nangongqing lowered her head, feeling shy under his gaze, and replied softly, this is what I ought to do. Su Jiugao reached out to stroke her silky red hair, expressing concern. You weren't hurt, were you? Nangongqing replied, no. That's good. Su Jiugao nodded, leaning down to playfully whisper near her snowy earlobe, when we return, let this prince conduct a thorough examination. Nangongqing's body trembled, her exquisite face flushed a deep crimson, even the tips of her ears blooming with a faint blush. She had never imagined that the prince would utter such bold words in such a precarious situation, under the scrutiny of many. She quietly responded, all right. Su Jiugao burst into laughter, just as the younger members of the Su family broke free from the protection of the Tsongling bind and gathered around him, lamenting, Prince. It was those ruffians who attacked us. Yes, they just came at us without any explanation. Please, Prince, uphold justice for us. Seeing Su Jiugao was like seeing a savior. The younger Su family members incessantly complained. Su Jiugao glanced at the Su family elders engaged in battle against several divine king and holy realm adversaries. Narrowing his eyes and speaking with unyielding authority, I understand. We will discuss this later. Those who dare to attack my imperial clan, the Su family, shall not escape. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal black hand descended from the void, looming ominously over them. The pitch-black, demonic hand exuded a terrifying and overwhelming aura, suffocating in its oppressive force. Damn it. Just a mere entry realm ant dares to destroy my corporeal form. A chilling voice echoed. And the sudden attack caught everyone off guard. Prince, be careful. The younger Su family members cried out. Su Jiugao did not even flinch as the supreme divine roar, like a golden meteor, charged towards the towering demonic hand, its powerful claws rending the hand open with massive gashes. A wailing scream erupted as the divine roar's strike tore apart countless evil spirits. Boom. The supreme divine roar, its golden fur billowing, stood majestically beside Su Jiugao, opening its gaping maw to roar defiantly. Prince, are you all right? The crowd inquired with concern. Su Jiugao raised his hand, gazing ahead, and replied calmly, do not approach. What is that? The sight before the younger Su family members left them utterly astonished. In this horrific scene, they beheld the ancestor of lost souls manifesting in the void, missing half of its body, glaring at Su Jiugao with a savage expression, demanding, you are the Su family's prince. Entry realm, how can you be so powerful? Su Jiugao maintained a serene demeanor, his imperial gaze filled with utmost disdain as he declared, achieving the holy realm through dark arts is truly pitiable. His words dripped with unmasked contempt, illuminating the darkness in his presence like the sun, rendering all shadows powerless. The ancestor of lost souls gasped, struck at the core, and howled madly. What do you understand? I am a saint. Do you think that because you are the son of an emperor, I would hesitate to kill you? With a furious roar, the ancestor brandished the blood sea soul refining banner, hair disheveled, wildly waving the banner while muttering incantations. Blood sea soul refining banner, all souls come. Chapter 169. Today I, Su Jiugao, shall slay the saint. An eerie and sinister blood aura emanated from the blood sea soul refining banner, like beasts sensing blood. The surrounding myriad evil spirits frantically turned towards the position of the ancestor of lost souls. In an instant, he was engulfed by the sea of malevolent spirits. He had actually used himself as a medium, gathering countless evil spirits into a towering figure of resentment. This abominable power even sent shivers through the battling Su family elders. Elder 6 gasped in horror. This is bad. The prince is in danger. Ancestor of lost souls, if today you dare to harm even a single hair of my clan's prince, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, my Su family will undoubtedly seek your demise. The 5th elder's eyes widened in fury. The might of the sacred realm is not something that can be resisted by mere mortals. Upon the black giant, countless grotesque faces were visible, and the ancestor of lost souls stood prominently at the center, his eyes ablaze with rage. Today, I shall slay the prince. Su family's prince, prepare to meet your end. Under the control of the ancestor of lost souls, the black giant brought its elbows crashing down onto the immense spirit vessel. The sacred power merging with the resentment of the malevolent spirit, emitting a deafening roar that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of this void. This sheer, unadulterated strike aimed to obliterate everything in its path. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, the black royal spear in his hand emanating a ghostly purple glow. The anguished cries of a dragon spirit thirsting for blood and slaughter resonating from within. In light of this, Let this prince witness the true power of the sacred realm today. Su Jiugao soared skyward, charging towards the colossal black giant. An array of profound runes shimmered across his chest, and a pitch-black divine armor materialized, gleaming with a lustrous sheen, seemingly capable of withstanding any assault. The myriad abyss ink scale armor. At this moment, Su Jiugao was surrounded by multiple paths, chaotic paths, paths of gods and demons, paths of devouring. With golden hair cascading down his shoulders, his divine might was unparalleled, akin to a war god that none could rival. As the giant's elbows bore down upon him, the black royal spear cleaved forward with the force of the heavens, a sight so fearsome that countless intricate runes erupted from it, while the surrounding powers of the paths coalesced and transformed. The 10 directions shall be annihilated. The ancestor of lost souls stared wide-eyed, his voice filled with furious rage. Die! Boom! In an instant, it sounded as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, erupting in a thunderous roar. The brilliance unleashed by the two forces illuminated this void. The sacred realm figure across from them looked on with astonishment. Could it be that the ancestor of lost souls is genuinely serious this time? If he could slay the Su family prince, it would be a monumental victory. Prince! Great prince! The Su clan members gazed towards the hazy horizon, their expressions filled with shock. Nangongqing's delicate face turned pale, teetering on the brink of collapse. No one believed that a mere mortal could withstand the wrath of the sacred realm. The ancestor of lost souls, brimming with arrogance, laughed maniacally. Ha! What nonsense about the Su family prince. I see you are nothing more than this. Just as he assumed that Su Jiugao would be reduced to mere ashes beneath his malevolent giant. The ancestor of lost souls distinctly felt the giant he controlled had become rigid, immobile. What is happening? Is this the method of the sacred realm? A voice filled with dread echoed from below. I see you are nothing more than this. The ancestor's pupils constricted as he looked down. There stood Su Jiugao, clad in black divine armor, the black royal spear piercing deeply between the giant's massive elbows, causing countless malevolent spirits to flee from the wound. Su Jiugao's expression remained calm as he coolly remarked, If this is your full strength, I must say, I am deeply disappointed. Quickly shifting into the immortal divine demon body, he once again amplified the strength of his grip by thousands of pounds, the black royal spear trembling in his hands. Finally, as if the long-suppressed power had erupted, the spear released a blinding purple light. A dragon's roar emanated forth, the purple dragon spirit enveloping him. And Su Jiugao's imperial eyes were filled with cold indifference as he withdrew the black royal spear, sweeping it horizontally towards the malevolent giant. With a tearing sound, a vast expanse of the giant's body was cleaved open, casting it aside. Boom! In that moment, the malevolent giant and the surrounding void were cleaved in twain. The blood sea refining banner in the ancestor's hands shattered simultaneously. The power erupting from Su Jiugao was no longer that which could be achieved by mere mortals. With a chilling gaze, Su Jiugao slowly declared, Today, I shall slay the sacred. As the words left his lips, the black royal spear was flung forth, piercing through countless malevolent spirits, heading directly for the ancestor's head. The ancestor's face turned pale with disbelief, as no amount of resistance from the spirits could diminish its momentum. The ancestor of lost souls shouted in utter disbelief. Impossible. It cannot be. I, the lost soul, cannot be defeated. Boom. Countless lights erupted as the ancestor's head exploded into a shower of blood. The ancestor of lost souls perished. A generation of sacred realm evil cultivators, who had refined millions of souls to achieve their power, met their end at the hands of Su Jiugao. After so effortlessly slaying a being of the sacred realm, Su Jiugao's expression remained serene, his heart devoid of tumult. With a casual flick, the blood of the saints spattered into the void. All present stood in stunned silence. Great Prince, has won? The younger members of the Su family murmured in excitement. That was a being of the sacred realm. The Great Prince has actually slain a saint. Gazing at the golden-haired youth in divine armor, wielding the black royal spear and standing proud against the heavens, Nangongqing's beautiful eyes shone with unprecedented admiration. In that moment, she was entranced, her heart racing uncontrollably. This is the one I admire, capable of slaying a saint with ease. Such a terrifying scene was also reflected in the eyes of the two sacred realm figures present. One of them, overwhelmed with shock, was inadvertently struck by the immense heaven-suppressing cauldron wielded by the sixth elder, leaving him with a caved-in chest as he spat blood and was sent flying. Boom. This is impossible. The ancestor of lost souls, dead? The other sacred realm figures stared wide-eyed, incredulous. The sixth and seventh elders, witnessing this, were invigorated, laughing heartily. It turns out we have worried needlessly. Our clan's prince, a prodigy of the imperial fallen era, stands unmatched in both talent and strength. Today, he has transcended his realm to slay a saint, truly worthy of being the son of an emperor. Ha 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 ha. You shall join him in death. After the demise of a sacred realm figure, the masked individuals dwindled under the onslaught of the 8th and 9th elders. One sacred realm figure, sensing the dire situation, bellowed in alarm. This is bad, retreat. As he spoke, the two masked sacred realm figures transformed into streaks of light, fleeing in haste. Thinking to escape? Leave them to me. The 6th and 7th elders shouted in anger, decisively taking action to intercept. Meanwhile, the remaining masked individuals scattered, only to find themselves relentlessly hunted down by the 8th and 9th elders and the ruthless divine roars of the sacred realm. Su Jiugao's imperial eyes flickered, and with a swift motion, he captured a masked figure attempting to flee from the divine king realm. The masked individual struggled violently, his face turning crimson as he gasped for breath. Su Jiugao's expression remained indifferent as he spoke. I wish to see who it is behind you, daring enough to act so boldly against my Su family. Soul search. Su Jiugao's consciousness forcefully invaded the masked figure's sea of consciousness. The masked individual grimaced, gritting his teeth as a terrifying aura enveloped him, causing his body to swell ominously. Su Jiugao frowned, promptly casting him aside. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated as the masked figure chose self-destruction. The power of a divine king self-destructing was formidable, annihilating the surrounding void. From afar, similar sounds echoed as these masked individuals, realizing their inability to resist, chose self-destruction in unison. Su Jiugao murmured, assassins. To cultivate so many divine king assassins, their benefactor must be a formidable power among the myriad realms. Who are they, and what is their purpose? In the ancient remnants of Xian, amidst the forbidden divine clans, was it perhaps due to the recent prominence of the Su family that incited envy and attracted trouble? Su Jiugao's mind swirled with conjectures. Casting a glance at the ethereal craft, where Nangong Qing appeared lost in thought, Su Jiugao could faintly apprehend certain truths. At that moment, a voice of utter astonishment reverberated from afar. The young master. Suddenly, an elder with a profound aura and flowing white hair materialized. The visitor was none other than the 4th ancestor of the Su family, a veritable being of the supreme realm. Upon seeing Su Jiugao, the 4th ancestor hurried to his side, ready to shield him. The young master? How is it that you are here? Are you unharmed? Su Jiugao's expression remained impassive as he replied coolly, take a look for yourself. The 4th ancestor froze momentarily, then surveyed the scene of two Su family elders engaged in fierce combat with a group of divine kings, alongside the damaged ethereal vessel. His countenance instantly morphed into one of furious indignation. What transpired? Who dares to lay hands on my Su family? With that, countless runes erupted from his being, the power of the supreme realm manifesting as a formidable force unparalleled across the heavens. A colossal aura surged forth, spreading in a circular wave. Those masked divine kings, who had fled but a short distance, found their bodies rigid in midair. Then, with a resounding explosion, they shattered into a myriad of blood mist. Before the supreme, even a mere glance could obliterate these masked divine kings, rendering them utterly annihilated. Su Jiugao stood firm in the void, speaking with measured calmness. Someone has dispatched 3 saints intending to harm my clan's juniors. What? The 4th ancestor's eyes widened in shock, drenched in cold sweat as he sensed the lingering saintly energy. Young master, what of the 3 saints? Su Jiugao gazed into the ether. One has been dealt with by me. The other 2 are being pursued by Elder Lu and Elder Qi. The 4th ancestor quickly clasped his hands in respect. Young master, I shall fetch those 2 beasts at once. Su Jiugao nodded slightly, his demeanor unruffled as he stated, ensure they are brought back alive. If you fail to do so, you need not return. In truth, the 4th ancestor's speed was unsatisfactory to Su Jiugao, who felt inclined to remark, are you crawling? The 4th ancestor paused, somewhat embarrassed, and nodded in acquiescence before transforming into a streak of light, pursuing the residual aura of the 2 saints. Elder Ying's presence materialized, respectfully addressing Su Jiugao. Young master, may I intervene? Su Jiugao waved his hand dismissively. No need. One supreme is more than sufficient. This is my own matter. Elder Ying nodded and vanished into the void. For his sole duty was to safeguard the young master, and all else, including the younger members of the Su family, fell outside his purview unless commanded otherwise. With the divine kings dispatched, Su Jiugao cast a glance at the nearly ruined ethereal vessel. He casually retrieved a palm-sized ethereal craft from his storage ring and tossed it into the air. The vessel expanded rapidly, soon surpassing the size and opulence of the damaged one. Everyone aboard, the Su family juniors, brimming with joy, eagerly ascended the new vessel, including Nangong Qing and the 2 elders. Elder Lu and Elder Qi exchanged glances before kneeling, imploring, young master, please, punish us. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing on his face. Punish you? For what? Elder Lu replied, as elders of the Su family, we failed in our duty, nearly allowing the juniors to fall into peril. This is a grave mistake. Elder Qi added, indeed, had it not been for your timely arrival, the consequences would have been dire. Su Jiugao dismissed their concerns. Enough. This matter does not rest upon you. You have done your utmost. The assailants clearly came prepared, targeting not the escorting vessel's resources. Given the presence of 3 saints and a host of divine kings, it is commendable that we have held our ground thus far. I shall personally handle this matter. Let us return to the clan first. He offered these brief instructions, then aimed to reassure the shaken juniors of the Su family. Yet, to his surprise, the younger members exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, they flushed with excitement, fervently shouting, "Wow! Young master, you are so magnificent. You just killed a saint. What is your current realm?" I am stirred with fervor. I too wish to fight the enemy. Many of the Su family juniors, aged no more than 15 or 16, and as young as 8 or 9, had never been this close to the young master since his emergence. They surrounded Su Jiugao, one little girl timidly reaching out to touch his flowing golden hair. Su Jiugao was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. All right, everyone, return to your quarters and rest. This is a matter for adults. We shall speak when you are older. Delighted to witness such spirit in the younger generation, Su Jiugao felt a sense of satisfaction. If they could maintain such composure against a saint's assault, they would not crumble in fear before formidable foes in the future. As he settled the younger members, Su Jiugao turned his gaze to Nangongqing, who had remained silent. Fixing his gaze upon her, he inquired, "What are your thoughts on this attack?" Nangongqing shivered slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Their journey had been a covert return from the ancient remnants, and the assailants' knowledge of this route indicated a lurking mastermind behind the scenes. Chapter 171. Soul searching not possible? I directly leave a soul master's mark. Su Jiugao awaited her response with quiet patience. After a prolonged silence, Nangongqing trembled slightly, murmuring, "Perhaps, it could be." She hesitated, aware that despite being aligned with Su Jiugao, her ties to the Nangong family were profound. Unlike Nangonggo, as the daughter of the leader of the Forbidden Divine Clan, she had been nurtured in this place where the elders and her father treated her with great affection. It was impossible for her to feel no attachment at all. She understood that if the young master were to discover the truth, it would spell disaster for the Nangong clan. The wrath of an ancient emperor was not something any family could bear. Clenching her fists, she bit her lip, resenting her knowledge of the Su family's imperial heritage while still pursuing an attack. Seeing her internal struggle, Su Jiugao laughed heartily, waving his hand. "Haha, you likely do not know either. Never mind. It seems I have spoken too much. However, let it be known. Whoever dares to strike at my Su family shall pay the price." Su Jiugao asserted without room for doubt. Nangongqing looked up at the imposing figure of the young master, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of guilt. She realized that he must have surmised something and was merely attempting to spare her from distress. "Young master," Nangongqing expressed her gratitude, her gaze growing resolute. "I believe this incident may have been orchestrated by the Nangong family." "Oh," Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, surprised. "That is your family behind you. Are you not afraid that I might take action against the Nangong clan?" Nangongqing shook her head earnestly. "I am now aligned with the young master and have severed ties with the Nangong family. Should this be the doing of the Nangong family, they must face the consequences." Su Jiugao remained silent, staring at her for quite some time before gently patting her shoulder and remarking with a smile, "A commendable resolution. At least for now, this prince can trust you." His intention was clear. He sought to ascertain whether Nangongqing would shield her kin. Now that she was on his side, everything must revolve around him. Nangongqing bit her lip and nodded, her heart a tumult of emotions. She understood that the prince had begun to place his trust in her. "You need not worry too much," Su Jiugao continued. "These are merely speculations. It is possible that others are involved." The worth of an ancient celestial relic was enough to drive various superpowers into a frenzy, resorting to any means necessary. Just then, several streaks of light descended from the void, revealing 2 elders from the Su family and the 4th ancestor. They boarded the spirit vessel, with the 4th ancestor employing his mystical arts to grasp 2 bloodied and incapacitated masked figures, the very 2 who had attempted to flee earlier. The 4th ancestor roughly threw the pair onto the ground, his gaze seething with fury as he admonished, "A mere saint dares to self-destruct before me? If they succeed, where would my dignity be?" In the presence of the supreme realm, these 2 were as helpless as infants. The 6th and 7th elders approached Su Jiugao with respect, exclaiming, "My lord, the prince." The 4th ancestor added, "My lord, I have not failed you. I have brought these 2 back. I have rendered them powerless. How shall we dispose of them?" Su Jiugao nodded slightly and approached the struggling saints, calmly instructing, remove their masks. Upon hearing this, the sixth elder stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps, filled with palpable hatred. You scoundrels, I wish I could tear you limb from limb. The masks were swiftly torn away, revealing a resolute middle-aged man and an unattractive old man. Su Jiugao's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized their faces, which were now filled with vengeful hatred directed at him. The sixth elder furrowed his brow, murmuring, such unfamiliar faces. Elders 7, 8, 9. Have you encountered these 2 before? The elders all shook their heads. They do not appear to belong to any superpower, the 7th elder remarked. In the presence of the Su family elders, saints were scarce even among the myriad realms. If they were affiliated with a superpower or an imperial clan, they would likely be somewhat recognizable. The 9th elder pondered, could they be rogue cultivators like the deceased ancestor? The 8th elder shook his head. There cannot be so many saints among the rogues. Those with such cultivation are either being hunted or are scoundrels like the deceased ancestor. The 4th ancestor turned to Su Jiugao, stating, My lord, these 2 attempted self-destruction as soon as I captured them. They must be assassins cultivated by some force. Assassins. The assembly gasped. Saints as assassins were a rarity indeed. Su Jiugao nodded, gazing at the 2 with indifference as he said, I understand. Even if I were to question you, you would reveal nothing. However, I prefer to leave a sliver of mercy. I shall grant you an opportunity. Reveal the identity of your backers, and perhaps your faction may still survive. The ugly old man glanced at Su Jiugao with utmost disdain, sneering, we fear no threats. You may employ soul-searching techniques, go ahead. As assassins, they bore a rune in their consciousness that even those in the supreme realm could not decipher. Should Su Jiugao resort to such crude methods, it would trigger their self-destruction, obliterating their souls. He sought to provoke Su Jiugao into aiding their demise. The 4th ancestor swiftly slapped the old man, distorting his face. What gives you the right to speak to our prince in such a manner? The 4th ancestor then turned to Su Jiugao, saying, My lord, any assassin bears restrictions in their consciousness. Soul-searching is out of the question. Su Jiugao squinted his eyes, unfazed, and replied, Do you truly believe that this prince possesses only such rudimentary means? He sighed, continuing, I have afforded you an opportunity. Do you truly wish to meet a fate akin to that of the Wu clan? Why can't you learn from your mistakes? The 4th ancestor responded, Here. With a tranquil countenance, Su Jiugao commanded, Weaken their souls slightly, ensuring we do not breach that restriction. Soul-searching is merely a last resort tactic. My soul master imprint can compel them to divulge the identity of their backers while allowing me to subjugate these 2 saints. What's not to love? However, to become a saint, one must possess formidable willpower, which required a delicate approach. Just then, as Su Jiugao contemplated, the 4th ancestor's eyes lit up upon receiving the order. With the strength of a supreme, he delivered a punch to each of their heads. The 2 saints' faces caved in, causing them to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Their vitality severely diminished, their heads spinning. The 4th ancestor grinned, I have longed to do this. Observing this scene, the corners of Su Jiugao's mouth twitched. Physical weakening. Was it? The other Su family elders eagerly stepped forward, delivering a series of punches. Under such relentless assault, the 2 saints soon lay half-conscious, resembling a pile of mush before Su Jiugao. The elders harbored intense animosity towards them. Had Su Jiugao not intervened, they might have beaten the 2 saints to death. The 4th ancestor inquired, My lord, is this sufficient? He was somewhat puzzled regarding Su Jiugao's intentions. Gazing at the feeble figures before him, Su Jiugao crouched down, his pupils swirling like whirlpools as he inscribed 2 intricate slave marks directly into their consciousness. The method of the soul master imprint far surpassed soul-searching, perfectly embedding itself deep within their minds without triggering the restriction. Su Jiugao asked, What are your names? The 6th elder was baffled. These were assassins. How could one inquire? Their eyes clouded. The middle-aged man numbly responded, Soul 3. The ugly old man added, Soul 7. They bore no names, only code names. The elders present gasped in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. What manner of skill is this, my lord? They have so readily surrendered? Even the 4th ancestor found it hard to believe. Such a skill was nothing short of miraculous. These were assassins, akin to the Shadow Elder. As assassins, even a supreme would find it impossible to extract any information from them. Was it possible that their prior beating had affected their minds? The 4th ancestor mused inwardly. Meanwhile, the 6th elder furrowed his brow, murmuring, Soul 3. Soul 7. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, the 6th elder exclaimed, Are you from the Hall of Buried Spirits? Both figures nodded in unison. The Su family elders exchanged glances, their expressions rich with intrigue. What is that? Su Jiugao inquired. The sixth elder replied respectfully, "My lord, you may not be aware, but the Hall of Buried Spirits is one of the foremost assassin organizations in the myriad realms, having even eliminated those nearing the supreme realm. Its origins are shrouded in mystery, and its location is unknown. Its influence is formidable." Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. "Now, that is rather interesting. To dare to attack my Su family, they possess quite the audacity. Who sent you here?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Nangong Qing felt a sudden tightening in her throat, fearing any connection to the Nangong family, holding her breath in trepidation. The two individuals paused, a flicker of struggle evident in their eyes, before quickly regaining their composure. The middle-aged man spoke, "The imperial clan, the Yun family. In the plot preceding Yisheng's rebirth, the imperial clan had sought to monopolize the Taiyuan immortal realm through collaboration with the Nangong family, but ultimately failed." "What? The imperial clan Yun family?" The attendees were utterly astonished, realizing that the mastermind behind the scheme was none other than the imperial clan Yun family, which had always been on amicable terms with the Su family. Even Su Jiugao was taken aback. He had anticipated the involvement of the Nangong family's tomb spirit hall. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qing immediately exhaled in relief, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of joy. The Yun family. The fourth ancestor's pupils dilated in disbelief. He seized one person, tightening his grip around their neck, and shouted furiously, "Are you deceiving us?" The grotesque elder's face flushed, his eyes nearly bulging out. "Fourth ancestor, let him go." At that moment, Su Jiugao interjected, "Those bound by my soul master mark cannot tell lies." The fourth ancestor scoffed, flinging the man away with force. Su Jiugao, with a hint of amusement in his gaze, inquired, "Are you saying that the imperial clan Yun family sent you? What benefits did they offer you?" He was curious to discover what kind of incentives could compel the Tomb Spirit Hall to risk angering an ancient emperor. The middle-aged man shook his head and revealed a shocking secret. There are no benefits. The Tomb Spirit Hall was secretly cultivated by the imperial clan Yun family as their death servants. At this revelation, the elders of the Su family could no longer remain seated. The Tomb Spirit Hall was a force to be reckoned with, capable of acting with impunity, even against the most powerful, having assassinated many prodigious talents from elite factions. Even within the Su family, some younger members had previously fallen victim to attacks. The fact that these death servants were secretly nurtured by the imperial clan Yun family would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the realms if it were to be revealed. "Scoundrel! How could they be from the Yun family?" the fourth ancestor exclaimed. As the elder of the Su family, he had significant interactions with the Yun family, often engaging in chess matches with their patriarch, and had always held a favorable view of them. "Why would your Yun family do this?" the middle-aged man replied. "I do not know. We merely act on the orders given by our master." Su Jiugao smiled lightly. "I did not expect this little endeavor of mine to uncover such a significant matter. The Yun family, indeed." His eyes narrowed slightly. He had some recollection of the imperial clan Yun family. They had specifically come to congratulate him and present gifts during his coming-of-age ceremony. "It seems I must deal with a major fish before heading to the ancient immortal domain." He turned without looking back, calmly instructing, "Everyone, come here, and bring these two inside with you." Meanwhile, within the imperial clan Yun family, the current family head, Yun Tianshun, paced anxiously, his expression one of distress. As the patriarch of an imperial clan, Yun Tianshun harbored ambitions that few could fathom, seeking to elevate his family to greater heights. Yet at this moment, his heart raced, and sweat formed on his brow and palms. His breathing became somewhat labored, contrasting sharply with the calm demeanor of a man leisurely sipping tea nearby. The man took a sip of tea and smiled. "Why does the clan head appear so tense?" Yun Tianshun glanced at him, worry evident in his voice. If the Su family learns of this, the consequences would be unimaginable. The man waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Did you not say that it was your family's death servants? Even if the Su family's supreme being arrives, they won't uncover a thing. Besides, the old emperor from the Su family is nearing the end of his days. Although he once annihilated the Wu family to establish his authority, he likely paid a hefty price for it. The ones who should be anxious are them. Why is the Yun clan head the one fretting?" Yun Tianshun furrowed his brow, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes as he replied solemnly, "What concerns me is not this, but the Su family's emperor from the fallen era. I have heard news that he has returned to his clan." Chapter 173, Su Tian's Confidence. March of the fallen imperial clan Nangong Lai was momentarily taken aback, his eyes igniting with unbridled hatred upon hearing this news. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "The Su family's emperor?" The elder Feng and the ancient weathered couple, along with a host of younger deities, had all perished. Their soul plates shattered, leaving no trace of their bodies. This event sent shockwaves through the entire Nangong family. Among those lost was his only son. Nearly everyone had concluded that the hand behind this devastation was that of the imperial clan Su. Elder Feng was a being of quasi-emperor caliber. As a proud and formidable forbidden deity clan, they had never regarded the ancient emperor within the opposing clan with any respect. Thus, they had dispatched Nangong Lai to gather intelligence. During this time, due to the historical ties between the imperial clan Yun and the Nangong family, Nangong Lai had contacted the Yun clan leader, Yun Tianshun, using the allure of the ancient immortal ruins to leverage their power, intending for the Su family to experience the pain of losing their descendants. Yun Tianshun sighed, shaking his head. The Su family now has a living emperor. I truly wonder whether this course of action is right or wrong. As a fellow imperial clan leader, he understood better than anyone the formidable power of the ancient emperor Su Huangji from 100,000 years ago. Yet, driven by his ambitions, he had ultimately consented to Nangong Lai's incessant persuasion. After all, the value of an entire ancient immortal ruin could profoundly transform the Yun family, perhaps even restoring its former glory. Let this be the right decision. My imperial clan Yun, even without an emperor now, can still rise again. Yun Tianxuan's eyes sparkled with determination, radiating an intimidating light. To become the leader of an imperial clan, his decisive character and ruthless methods were not to be underestimated. Otherwise, he would not have dared to challenge the Nangong family to monopolize the entire ancient immortal ruins prior to Yixing's rebirth. Having made his choice, he could only press forward. Moreover, the death servants he had dispatched were cultivated in secret by the Yun family. No one in the realms was aware that the Tomb Spirit Hall was backed by them. Even if it were to be exposed, it would not implicate him. With these thoughts, Yun Tianshun gazed into the distance, his eyes flickering, lost in contemplation. At this moment, the enormous spirit vessel had returned to the Su family. Several elders recounted the events, detailing every aspect to the Su family head, Su Tian. Upon learning of the situation, Su Tian's demeanor surprised Su Jiugao. He remained composed, furrowing his brows as he murmured, I never expected the imperial clan Yun would be behind this. Where could they have obtained such information? Observing the kneeling figures of Hun San and Hun Qi, Su Tian was deep in thought. His calm demeanor in the face of upheaval earned him a measure of respect from Su Jiugao. Truly, he was the leader of the Su family, maintaining his composure even in the face of imminent disaster. But just as Su Jiugao was silently praising him, Su Tian suddenly sprang to his feet. Irritably raking a hand through his hair, his face contorted in anger as he charged at the kneeling Hun San and Hun Qi, delivering a swift kick. Blast it! Do you Yun family members have no sense of decency? If you value the resources of the ancient immortal ruins, why target my Su family's descendants? Su Tian cursed vehemently, his previous calm demeanor shattered. Though he could understand an attack driven by greed for the ancient immortal ruins, he could not grasp the rationale behind targeting the younger generation. What was to be gained from such actions? Su Yangyu, witnessing the scene, felt a twitch in his eyelids, his eyes widening in disbelief. Was this still the same strategic family leader he once knew? The elders of the Su family were taken aback and hurried to intervene. Patriarch, remain calm. Indeed, allow me to handle this. Su Jiugao paused momentarily, helplessly massaging her temples. All right, both of them are merely dead servants. We won't extract much information from them. It's better to let my father take action. Su Tian took a deep breath, suddenly realizing that the esteemed Emperor Zizi was still present. He offered an awkward smile and respectfully said, Esteemed Emperor Zizi, there is no need for your majesty to intervene in this matter. May I take full responsibility for handling it? Oh, Su Jiugao glanced at him in surprise. What do you intend to do? Su Tian's gaze turned profound as he spoke slowly. As you mentioned, esteemed Emperor Zizi, my Su family is currently in a phase of rapid development. If the Yun family from the imperial clan were to learn about the ancient celestial relics, and we were to confront them head-on, it would force them to publicly disclose this matter, making my Su family the target of all. It would yield no benefit at all. Su Jiugao asked, what plan do you have? Su Tian smiled sheepishly and replied, I wouldn't dare claim too much, but I have a few ideas. If I am not mistaken, the Yun family is likely unaware that their exposure has occurred. He then looked towards the two fallen spirits on the ground and continued, Esteemed Emperor Zizi, I kindly ask you to entrust these two to me for handling this matter. I have a more prudent approach in mind. Seeing Su Tian's earnest expression, Su Jiugao pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Very well. You are the patriarch of the Su family. The matters of our clan will be entrusted to you. If we can avoid troubling my father, that would be most ideal. Su Jiugao inquired, what are your chances of success? Su Tian grinned, though his eyes shimmered with an unsettling intensity. About 70 to 80%. Should anyone dare to act against my Su family, the Yun family will surely face annihilation within 3 months. And this will mark the true rise of my Su family. The elders present were stunned upon hearing this. Has the patriarch lost his mind? The Yun family is an imperial clan. Without the emperor's intervention, how could we hope to bring them down within 3 months? It is simply absurd. Su Jiugao observed Su Tian, noticing the fervor burning in his eyes, revealing his unmasked ambition. It seemed she had underestimated him. She did not concern herself with how Su Tian intended to accomplish this, as long as he remained utterly loyal to the Su family. Su Jiugao nodded and said, "Very well. In that case, I shall wish you success in advance. I must make a trip to the ancient celestial domain. I hope to return to the news of the Yun family's demise." Turning to the 2 kneeling figures, she instructed, "From this day forth, heed the commands of my Su family's patriarch. Do you understand?" Hun San and Hun Chi nodded in unison, responding respectfully, "Understood." Afterward, they proceeded toward the Su family palace's exit. Chapter 174. Revenge is never too late. The divine power of the celestial pearl after receiving the emperor's approval. Su Tian gazed excitedly at Su Jiugao's retreating figure. To earn the trust of the esteemed emperor was a great honor. His ambitions could finally be fully realized through the imperial Yun family. Su Tian bowed respectfully and proclaimed loudly, "I humbly bid farewell to the esteemed emperor." Once the emperor departed, Su Tian regained the authority of his position as the clan leader. He cast a cold glance at the 2 on the ground. Since the emperor had deemed them trustworthy, Su Tian harbored no doubts and spoke in a grave tone. "Hun San, return to the Yun family and report the failure of this operation truthfully." Hun San nodded affirmatively, "Yes." Su Tian continued, "Hun Chi, keep this list safe. Eliminate everyone mentioned on it." His tone was chillingly indifferent as he tossed a list filled with names before them. The elders gazed at the list, their expressions turning pale. The names inscribed were of renowned prodigies, descendants of forces that had clashed with the Su family long before the emperor and the esteemed Emperor Zizi emerged. 23 years ago, during the competition for the celestial mineral veins, the Tsangqiang holy sect had injured 3 elders of the Su family and 4 juniors. As they examined the details meticulously pinned on the list, the Su family elders were left aghast. None had anticipated that the usually gentle and approachable patriarch Su Tian bore such a grudge, meticulously documenting every grievance the Su family had suffered. A sense of dread washed over them as they exchanged glances, realizing their leader had not forgotten their past misdeeds. 8 years ago, when I was transporting resources, I might have taken some for myself. The patriarch surely knows about this. I have sinned. I once pilfered an imperial weapon from the treasury for my grandson. A chill ran down the spines of the elders as they were seized by fright, hastily preparing to self-destruct. As long as you have not betrayed the Su family, these are mere trifles, Su Tian dismissed with a wave of his hand. He smiled and murmured, "Ever since the esteemed emperor emerged, my Su family is no longer the Su family of old. It is time to settle some accounts." With the aid of the imperial Yun family, he would eliminate obstacles while ensuring that the Su family suffered not a single loss. A fervor unprecedented sparkled in Su Tian's eyes as he suddenly burst into laughter. "Aha! A storm of blood and chaos shall surely sweep through the realms because of the Su family." Outside the main hall of the Su family, Su Jiugao had just descended the steps when the sound of Su Tian's unrestrained laughter echoed from within. Her expression shifted oddly. Nangong Qing and the supreme god Roar waited outside in silence. Upon seeing the emperor appear, Nangong Qing stepped forward, her face tinged with concern. "Esteemed emperor," Su Jiugao, observing her troubled demeanor, smiled gently and reassured her, "Rest assured, this matter is indeed orchestrated by the imperial Yun family. It has no bearing on your Nangong family for the time being." He understood Nangong Qing's worries, hence his words. Hearing this, Nangong Qing's face brightened, and she sighed in relief, revealing a smile. "Esteemed emperor, then let us return. By the way, where is that Lady Qiu? Did she not accompany you back?" She had noticed the extraordinary woman clad in white who had been by the emperor's side earlier, but she refrained from asking more due to the ambush on the spirit vessel. Su Jiugao replied, "She has matters to attend to in the Sacred Ruins realm." The Sacred Ruins realm. As someone from a forbidden divine lineage, she was not particularly well-versed in the wider universe and had never heard of this name before. Nangong Qing nodded and said, "I see." Su Jiugao continued, "Let us return. There are those you ought to meet. Tomorrow, we shall set sail for the ancient celestial domain, and we still require your guidance." "What? The emperor is going to the ancient celestial domain?" Nangong Qing was startled, her heart racing. She had initially thought Su Jiugao intended to visit the Nangong family and hurriedly exclaimed, "Esteemed emperor, what is your purpose in going to the ancient celestial domain? If you truly head there, with the temperament of my family's juniors, half of them would surely perish at your hands." Seeing her anxious expression, Su Jiugao couldn't help but chuckle. "I plan to visit the Wanchi clan. Are you familiar with that family? The Wanchi divine clan. Nangong Qing was not unfamiliar with this name and nodded. The Wanqi family has little connection with my Nangong family. It is said that they are descendants of the Wild King lineage from the ancient celestial era, possessing extraordinary physical strength and the ability to harness the power of the celestial pearl. The celestial pearl? What is that? Su Jiugao inquired. Nangong Qing spoke softly. All of us from the forbidden divine clans possess our unique divine powers, which can only be awakened and utilized upon reaching the void god realm. The celestial pearl is a gem formed from the bloodline of the Wanqi clan when they awaken their divine power. This object can be continuously refined and even serve as a magical artifact, significantly enhancing one's physical prowess. In a certain sense, possessing a celestial bead signifies the possession of a unique constitution. Upon hearing this, Su Jiugao couldn't help but express his amazement. In his era, most of the taboo divine clan members had long secluded themselves in the ancient immortal domain, sealing themselves away. He had not expected such peculiarities to exist. Su Jiugao scrutinized her with curiosity and inquired, "So, does your Nangong family possess unique divine powers?" Nangong Qing replied, "Indeed. To awaken our ancestral divine powers, the void god realm merely serves as a threshold. The paramount factor is the purity of one's bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the more potent the divine powers that can be awakened. This explains why those with impure bloodlines are often looked down upon within the taboo divine clans, such as Nangong Ge and Wanqi Kong. However, Wanqi Kong's fortune surpasses that of Nangong Ge. As a protagonist of destiny in the mid to late stages, he successfully overcame countless tribulations and ultimately endured hardships to become the divine prince of his clan. Nangong Qing continued, "My Nangong family, as descendants of the Star King lineage, possesses divine powers known as starfall, which can expand a starry domain, greatly enhancing various powers within that realm." Su Jiugao nodded slightly, acknowledging the uniqueness of the taboo divine clan that enabled them to dominate the entire ancient immortal domain. The mere act of awakening divine powers was indeed extraordinary. However, Su Jiugao found it curious that, according to Nangong Qing, the Wanqi clan esteemed the celestial bead divine power above all else. Yet, having battled Wanqi Kong, Su Jiugao did not sense the terrifying strength of his physical form, which seemed merely above the ordinary level of a divine king. Su Jiugao asked, "Have you heard of Wanqi Kong?" Nangong Qing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her heart racing. How could the esteemed prince know of him? Could it be that the imperial clan of the Su family has informants within the ancient immortal domain? After calming herself, she said a bit nervously, "He is the divine prince of the Wanqi clan, quite renowned even among our taboo divine clans. He is a person of impure bloodline, yet has broken conventions by awakening a power beyond the celestial bead divine power." Chapter 175, The Meeting of Two Maidens. The departure. It is said that the Wanqi divine power he awakened has undergone transformation, and his celestial bead can even influence the surrounding spatial environment, a marvel indeed. Unfortunately, Wanqi Kong rarely employs his celestial bead divine power. It is primarily through his extraordinary archery skills that he has secured the position of divine prince in the Wanqi clan. Wanqi Kong's reputation among the taboo divine clans is truly illustrious, rising from the status of a mere illegitimate child with an impure bloodline to prominence after being expelled from the divine clan. He has vanquished countless prodigies. Such an exceptional individual has inevitably stirred admiration in her heart. Alas, the Nangong family has little to no connection with the Wanqi family. After pondering for a moment, Nangong Qing curiously asked, "Is the esteemed prince perhaps interested in Wanqi Kong?" Su Jiugao did not shy away from affirmatively nodding, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Indeed. According to your description, he seems quite intriguing. I am very much interested in witnessing the awakening divine powers of your taboo divine clan." Nangong Qing smiled, "With your strength, esteemed prince, there is no one who could rival you even in the ancient immortal domain." She was quite certain of this. "You could easily slay saints with your prowess at the holy realm. Such formidable power is indeed comparable to the elders of the divine clan." As the two conversed, Nangong Qing learned of Su Jiugao's purpose for this journey, a profound curiosity about the ancient immortal domain and a desire to explore it. Naturally, Nangong Qing would not refuse and instead remarked, "The ancient immortal domain lies beyond the myriad realms and requires crossing the Sea of Realms. If you wish to venture there, it may take considerable time." She recalled her journey with Feng Lao and Yu Pa, which had taken over half a month. "However, with your mount, the Supreme Divine Roar, you could arrive in about 10 days, she added. Su Jiugao nodded slightly and stated, "This journey will require the company of another." Nangong Qing looked puzzled. Could it be the Lady Qiu? Su Jiugao shook his head, chuckling softly. "I will take you to meet her, and you will understand." As his own companions, Chu Xuanru and Nangong Qing would inevitably meet one another, especially since Lianyu was absent at that moment. The two returned to Su Jiugao's residence. Ahead, a melodious sound of a zither wafted through the air, instilling a sense of tranquility and enjoyment. Many exotic birds and beasts circled around the ethereal palace, resembling a celestial realm, transcending the mundane. Nangongqing paused, her beautiful eyes widening in awe. The sound of a zither. How could such music emanate from the esteemed prince's dwelling? Moreover, the melody has soothed my recent anxious and troubled mind. Su Jiugao led Nangongqing to the waterside courtyard. Today, Chu Xuanru, donned in a sky-blue dress, was quietly playing the ancient dragon phoenix zither in the pavilion. She had entered a unique state, radiating a gentle luminescence from her jade-like figure, with the melody of the zither intertwining with the principles of the universe, producing captivating and enchanting music. Nangongqing was momentarily taken aback. Observing the stunningly beautiful woman before her, she felt somewhat surprised. Chu Xuanru possessed an innate, delicate charm that evoked sympathy. After a brief moment of distraction, Nangongqing inquired, "Who is this young lady?" Su Jiugao smiled and replied, "Her name is Chu Xuanru. She possesses the listening Luotian body. Her zither melodies, due to her unique physique, can aid others in their cultivation. She is my newly acquired maid." Nangongqing nodded. And upon first laying eyes on Chu Xuanru, she was inexplicably filled with a sense of crisis. Chu Xuanru's cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Void God realm, significantly surpassing her own 5th level of the Slaying Yuan realm, and her beauty was no less than her own. Moreover, her proficiency in music due to the listening Luotian body was impressive. Seeing the esteemed prince's regard for Chu Xuanru, Nangongqing felt an unsettling sensation within her. What she did not know was that Su Jiugao valued them for different reasons. Each woman possessed her own strengths. A saint-level alchemist was a rarity even among the imperial clans. Gradually, the melodies from Chu Xuanru's zither softened, and she gently opened her eyes. Her gaze brightening upon seeing Su Jiugao. She softly greeted, "Young master." Su Jiugao guided Nangongqing forward, and the two women exchanged brief introductions. Nangongqing, with a warm smile, extended her hand, saying, "Sister Xuanru, your zither melodies are truly enchanting. I have never heard such exquisite tunes even in the ancient immortal domain." As the daughter of the leader of the taboo divine clan, although her cultivation was slightly inferior, the poise and eloquence she had cultivated since childhood far surpassed that of Chu Xuanru. From the very beginning of their interaction, Chu Xuanru seemed to fall short in presence. Feeling somewhat reserved, Chu Xuanru extended her hand in a friendly manner. Observing this, Su Jiugao teased, "You two should get along well in the future." Nangongqing laughed, covering her face, "Sister Xuanru, and I hit it off right away. That is natural." "Esteemed prince, will Sister Xuanru accompany us to the ancient immortal domain?" Su Jiugao nodded, while Chu Xuanru looked slightly confused. "The ancient immortal domain?" Nangongqing enthusiastically took her hand, cheerfully explaining, "If anyone were to witness, they might think the two were long-lost sisters." After their conversation, Chu Xuanru's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity at the mention of the ancient immortal domain, a place she had never heard of before, evoking a deep yearning within her. And so, the evening continued. At that moment, Su Jiugao was enjoying the cool breeze in the courtyard while faint lights flickered within the house, accompanied by the playful laughter of the two women. "Ah, Sister Xuanru, how have you become so ample? I imagine the Divine Emperor cherishes this greatly." A soft moan echoed within the chamber. "Stop it. That tickles." Su Jiugao, who had been admiring the moonlight, twitched at the sound of the two women's amorous voices. An inexplicable blaze of desire ignited within him. He inhaled deeply, rose to his feet, and gently pushed open the door to the outside. The sudden intrusion caught the two women off guard, startling them. The scene that unfolded was truly captivating. Two women of unparalleled beauty, each with their own unique charm, were playfully frolicking. They were clad in gossamer thin veils, their alabaster voluptuous bodies shimmering tantalizingly in the lamplight. Chu Xuanru's exquisite face was flushed with a rosy hue, her beautiful eyes glazed with passion as she panted softly. Her towering peaks rose and fell rhythmically, her garments and raven tresses disheveled, revealing her ivory shoulders. Meanwhile, Nangongqing flashed a mischievous smile in faint surprise, drawing back and exclaiming, "Oh, Divine Emperor, what brings you here?" That concludes today's installment. Chapter 176, Void Beast Sting. Favorable impression of the destined heroine, Nangongqing, has increased. Ding. Favorable impression of the destined heroine, Chu Xuanru, has increased. The following morning, Su Jiugao and the two women mounted the supreme divine roar, preparing for their departure. Their relationship had grown considerably more intimate as a result. Chu Xuanru kept her head bowed, her beautiful eyes glistening with trepidation, hesitant to meet Su Jiugao's gaze. Nangong Qing, on the other hand, appeared to be in high spirits. Su Jiugao maintained a solemn expression, as if nothing had transpired. He couldn't help but feel a pang of remorse when he reflected on his actions from the previous day. With a resounding roar, the supreme divine roar carried the trio away in a golden streak of divine light, leaving that realm behind. Silence permeated their journey. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, Nangong Qing stepped forward and said softly, "Divine Emperor, the ancient immortal domain lies beyond the Sea of Realms. We must exercise caution there. Our divine clan encountered numerous ambushes on our way here." Su Jiugao nodded, understanding Nangong Qing's meaning. The edges of the Sea of Realms and the myriad worlds were far from tranquil. The old soul ancestor himself had originated from those treacherous depths. Not only were there nefarious cultivators seeking refuge there, but also ancient, formidable void beasts. Scarcely a day passed without bloodshed. The domains bordering the Sea of Realms were known as the lands of sin, as they were ungoverned. Even scions of formidable factions dared not venture there lightly. The fact that even the divine clan's spirit vessels were brazenly attacked was a testament to the lawless nature of that region. Su Jiugao stated calmly, "Anyone who dares to approach will be slain." The supreme divine roar, a sacred beast of the heavens and earth at the Saint Realm, possessed combat prowess comparable to an exalted one. This journey was destined to be fraught with peril. Gazing at the divine emperor before her, whose radiance was as dazzling as the sun, Nangong Qing was momentarily enraptured. A faint blush crept across her exquisite face as she gazed at him with affection. Even the surrounding air seemed to grow warmer. She was adorned in a crimson strapless dress, her skin as white as snow, her demeanor ethereal, resembling a celestial maiden. Unlike the demure Chu Zuanru, she, as a member of the forbidden divine clan, possessed an assertive nature. Nangong Qing murmured, "Divine Emperor." Her gaze made Su Jiugao uncomfortable, and he sighed in exasperation. "I'm going to cultivate." Nangong Qing was taken aback, but a flicker of disappointment crossed her beautiful eyes. She nodded obediently and replied, "Understood." 5 days later, Su Jiugao summoned the spirit vessel from the void and began his secluded cultivation. The supreme divine roar soared ahead of the massive, opulent vessel. While the supreme divine roar was a magnificent mount, the journey was long. The spirit vessel offered a more comfortable alternative to the constant jostling of riding the beast. On the deck, Nangong Qing cast a wistful glance at the tightly sealed chamber where Su Jiugao was in seclusion. "The divine emperor is truly heartless," she lamented. "Clearly." Chu Zuanru's face flushed instantly, and she scolded gently, "What are you saying? We cannot fathom the divine emperor's thoughts." In a single day, the two women's relationship had undergone a qualitative leap, becoming remarkably intimate. "Divine Emperor?" Nangong Qing glanced at her with envy. "I truly envy you that." She could sense that the divine emperor seemed to favor Chu Zuanru. Even the way he addressed her was something she did not share. Chu Zuanru was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Why?" Nangong Qing shook her head, gazing at the boundless void. The further they ventured, the more they strayed from the center of the heavens. The area was desolate and barren, devoid of any life. Countless dead stars dotted the surroundings, exuding a chilling aura. Nangong Qing sighed, "Never mind. I don't know how the divine emperor managed to deceive a simpleton like you. We're approaching the Sea of Realms, so we must be vigilant. There are many void beasts in this area. The divine emperor is a kind person. I am the one who is indebted to him." Chu Zuanru said earnestly. "Void beasts? What are those?" Nangong Qing rolled her eyes and retorted, "And you say you're not a simpleton? Which faction in the heavens do you hail from? Void beasts can devour entire domains. They are immense in size and possess formidable power." Before she could finish her sentence, a mournful cry echoed from the front, seemingly originating from time immemorial, striking the very depths of their souls. The sound defied description, sending shivers down Chu Zhenru's spine. Nangong Qing's beautiful eyes narrowed in surprise. "It's here," she exclaimed. "We haven't even reached the edge of the Sea of Realms yet. Why is a void beast appearing here?" Chu Zhenru peered ahead, but saw only a dark mass. As the spirit vessel advanced, she finally caught a glimpse of the void beast's true form. The dark mass was, in fact, its body. It was a colossal beast, thousands of meters in length, its body covered in decaying vines and encrusted with rocks. The deep black void beast resembled a whale aimlessly swimming through the void, with a pair of fins and a tail that thrashed incessantly, creating violent currents in the surrounding space with each movement. The oppressive sensation emanating from the depths of space caused Chu Zhenru's breath to catch in her throat, and she trembled uncontrollably. "This is a void beast?" Upon seeing the void beast's form, Nangong Qing heaved a sigh of relief. "It's just a juvenile void beast. There's no need to worry too much. The divine emperor is in seclusion, and he won't even need to lift a finger." Although juvenile void beasts appeared terrifying, Nangong Qing at the Yuan realm, could easily dispatch one. Moreover, the Divine Emperor's spirit vessel was of the exalted level, and the beast could not penetrate its protective array. Seeing Ne Gongqing's nonchalant demeanor, Su Jiugao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "This is a juvenile?" Ne Gongqing nodded with a smile and explained, "Adult void beasts are at least tens of thousands of meters long. Their size is an indication of their strength. The true strength of void beasts lies in their ability to devour everything and their immense power. Even a juvenile beast like this can unleash power equivalent to the void god realm. However, due to their cumbersome size, even weaker cultivators can slowly grind them down. It's just a matter of time." Chapter 177. Foiling Good Intentions. Su Jiugao's fury. Just then, a majestic and domineering roar reverberated through the void. The supreme divine roar bellowed fiercely at the void beast, enveloping the spirit vessel in a protective aura, transforming into a brilliant golden beam that surged into the depths of the void. Like a golden meteor, its powerful limbs struck the void beast, piercing through its massive form. A thunderous roar erupted from the creature, accompanied by a chilling cry of despair, as a gory hole appeared on its colossal body. Countless streams of blue blood gushed forth. The void beast, despite its grievous injuries, managed to plunge into the void before it, vanishing from sight. This was its unique ability, Void Shuttle, capable of traversing the void and appearing anywhere it desired. Did it escape? Murmured Su Jiugao, startled by the commotion that also roused Su Jiugao, who had been in seclusion. The cabin door creaked open, and Su Jiugao emerged, having made significant progress in his cultivation over the past 5 days. He had achieved the second level of the Saint Realm. "My lord," exclaimed Ne Gongqing, her beautiful eyes lighting up, as she approached him with a soft voice. Just moments ago, a void beast had appeared, swiftly dealt with by the divine roar. Su Jiugao nodded slightly, surveying his surroundings before inquiring, "Where are we now?" "Just ahead lies the boundary of the realm sea," Ne Gongqing replied. The vastness of the heavens allowed them to travel from the imperial clan of the Su family to the realm sea in just 5 days, a remarkable speed indeed. Su Jiugao acknowledged her words with a nod, choosing not to elaborate further. However, Ne Gongqing hesitated, inching closer, her exquisite face radiating an irresistible allure. Having tasted such delightful sensations, she found herself captivated and yearning during Su Jiugao's days of seclusion. With an odd expression, he questioned, "What are you doing?" Without a word, Ne Gongqing gazed at him with enchanting eyes, took his right hand with her delicate, lily-white fingers, and boldly placed it upon her soft, smooth bosom. Right before everyone's eyes. "By the heavens," was Su Jiugao's immediate reaction, stunned by Ne Gongqing's audacity. Meanwhile, Chu Xuanru blushed crimson upon witnessing the scene, exclaiming, "How shameless." Ne Gongqing's enchanting visage radiated mischief, as she provocatively rubbed her thigh against his hand, her voice sultry as she whispered, "My lord." She pressed Su Jiugao's hand down more firmly, sending a shiver of excitement coursing through him, igniting his primal instincts. How could any man remain indifferent when tempted by such a fiery beauty? Su Jiugao's eyes flickered with intensity, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Chu Xuanru lowered her head, wishing she could disappear into the ground, her ears flushed with embarrassment as she softly murmured and slowly approached. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed through the void. The entire spirit vessel began to shake violently. An enraged voice boomed from outside. "Who dares to harm my precious Jiyin? Show yourselves." Then, another voice, sharp and startled, interjected, "Is that the supreme divine roar? How could it be? Such a celestial beast appearing here. And in the Saint Realm at that." Inside the cabin, Su Jiugao, who had been gearing up for an intense battle, felt doused with cold water, his enthusiasm evaporating. The two women were startled and quickly rose. "Is there someone outside?" Ne Gongqing asked, sensing the terrifying aura that enveloped them. Su Jiugao's expression darkened ominously. As he inhaled deeply, interrupted in his focus, he felt a singular impulse surge within him. To kill. Looking at the two women, he gritted his teeth and declared, "You two stay here. I will investigate what is happening outside." With a flash, golden divine light shimmered, and Su Jiugao reappeared on the deck. There, across from the spirit vessel, stood a massive void beast, its immense body casting a shadow over the skies. It was the same beast that had previously been injured but had returned, now accompanied by 2 men. The foremost figure was a young man clad in black, exuding an unruly aura. A vicious scar marred his right eye, and he had a lean, tall frame. The other was a rotund man with beady eyes, who gazed longingly at the supreme divine roar and said, "Qixia, this is a celestial beast. If we capture it, we will dominate the realm sea." Qixia nodded slightly, adopting an arrogant demeanor as he responded, "Indeed, but capturing a Saint Realm celestial beast is no simple task." The rotund man, Yuchio, smirked, rubbing his hands together. That is hardly something you should be concerned about, Qixia. We already intercepted the spirit vessel from the ancient immortal domain. A mere Saint Realm beast is trivial for the likes of our Wolfgang. Qixia shot him a sidelong glance, dismissively saying, true. His overwhelming pride made him forget the time he was nearly slain by the quasi-emperor Feng Lao. Alert. Host detected as the destined protagonist. Alert. Host detected as the destined protagonist. At that moment, as the two plotted to capture the supreme divine roar, Su Jiugao lightly tapped his toes and stood atop the celestial beast. His golden hair flowed like a cascade, exuding an aura of divine might and grandeur. His imperial gaze narrowed, brimming with unrestrained fury as he spoke. Do you seek my mount, the supreme divine roar, without consulting me first? This was the first time Su Jiugao refused to play along. Regardless of the so-called destined protagonist, anyone who dared to thwart his ambitions would face dire consequences. I will obliterate you. Name, Qixia. Identity, Wolfgang leader, destined protagonist. Age, 39. Personality, decisive, arrogant, defiant, resilient. Realm, 6th level of the Saint Realm. Note, age 39. Do not question why his cultivation exceeds that of the protagonist. Chapter 178. Celestial Wolf Body, Celestial Calamity Lone Star. Physique, Celestial Wolf Body, ranked 127th across myriad realms. Possessing this body grants one innate strength and recovery capabilities akin to those of a beast, capable of commanding myriad wolves. Celestial Calamity Lone Star Fate, influencing a vengeful and brutal nature, akin to the pride of a lone wolf. Techniques, Heavenly Moon Scripture, Calamity Chi Decision, Demon Slaughter Blood Claw. Treasures, Ghost Emperor Mask, Celestial Wolf Claw. Life Experience, abandoned by parents, raised by the Tsong Wolf. Vengeful by nature. Carved a niche in the realm sea through ruthless means, establishing the wolf gang and plundering cultivators in the void. Current fortune value, 50,000. Su Jiugao frowned. A destined protagonist at the Saint Realm only possessed a fortune value of 50,000? Compared to Qiu Lianyu and Wan Qikong, this was absurdly low. When Yu Qiu laid eyes on the strikingly handsome Su Jiugao, coupled with his radiant golden locks, he nearly drooled, swallowing hard as he exclaimed, such beauty. But why does he seem familiar? Meanwhile, Qixia raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening as he looked down at Su Jiugao, questioning. Are you the one who harmed my precious Jiyin? As he spoke, Qixia scrutinized him, recognizing the extraordinary aura that he had only seen in the heirs of superpowers. But so what? He had slain countless so-called prodigies from those superpowers. Su Jiugao glanced disdainfully at the howling void beast, which seemed to be crying out in complaint. A mere void beast is regarded as a treasure? This realm truly is a land of uncivilized savages. Qixia's eyes widened with murderous intent as he coldly retorted, what did you say? The Black Emperor's spear manifested in his hand, pointing menacingly at the void beast above Qixia. Su Jiugao, with an air of arrogance, declared, come over here and meet your demise. Scoundrel. Such provocative words sent Qixia's long black hair into a frenzy, unleashing an overwhelming bloodlust. The silver-glinting heavenly wolf claw materialized in his grasp, transforming into a streak of black light as it charged towards Su Jiugao. Qixia, wait. Suddenly, Yu Qiu, who had remained silent, recalled something and exclaimed in alarm. This person is the renowned young master of the Su family. Behind him stood the prestigious Su clan. They are not someone we can afford to offend. Upon seeing the character Su on the spirit vessel behind Su Jiugao, Yu Qiu felt a chill run down his spine. Terrified as he continued, they are merely bandits roaming the void, surviving by ambushing spirit vessels, and dare not show themselves. How can we provoke the pinnacle of imperial clans among the heavens? Qixia's eyes glimmered with a terrifying light, resembling those of a beast as he coldly shouted, what of the imperial clans? I, Qixia, have dared to slay beings from the forbidden divine clans. Do you think I would fear a mere imperial clansman? That's different. Yu Qiu, almost in a panic, stomped his feet in frustration. This fellow loses his reason every time he gets worked up. The imperial clan and the forbidden divine clan, one resides within the heavens, the other in the ancient immortal domain. The divine clan may not have the time to deal with you, but the imperial clan in the heavens certainly will. They could send a supreme being to sweep through this chaotic edge of the realm, let alone the fact that this person is a young master of an imperial clan, a direct descendant of a living emperor. Yu Qiu was completely flustered, his expression one of sheer horror. Qixia, can you please listen to me? He is the young master. Not only is there an entire imperial clan behind him, but also an emperor. Yu Qiu nearly screamed. This statement acted like a splash of cold water, bringing Qixia back to his senses. He paused midair, a flicker of clarity crossing his gaze. Yu Qiu, are you deceiving me? Qi Xie turned to glare at him. Yu Qiu, in a rush, fearing for the safety of the young master, hurriedly replied, "Why would I lie to you?" At that moment, a haunting voice resonated in Qi Xie's ear. "Do not ponder further. Today, this young master must end your life." The imposing figure of Su Jiugao had appeared before Qi Xie, and with the formidable power of the indestructible demon body. He wielded the Black Emperor's spear and struck fiercely. Qi Xie's expression shifted dramatically as he crossed his arms defensively, channeling the power of the Heavenly Wolf Claw to withstand the blow. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion echoed through the void. A pitch-black radiance erupted, and Qi Xie was sent hurtling backward for thousands of meters, his blood surging from the overwhelming force. Had it not been for the Heavenly Wolf Claw's mitigating power, Su Jiugao's strike would have undoubtedly claimed his life. Enraged, Qi Xie's eyes glowed with a sinister red hue as he gritted his teeth and coldly declared, "You dare strike at me, an insignificant ant barely stepping into the holy realm? You truly seek death." With that, Qi Xie cared little for Su Jiugao's identity. Activating the Celestial Moon Sutra and transformed into a bloodthirsty silver wolf, charging towards Su Jiugao. Like a fierce beast of the jungle, his aura was astonishing, and his murderous intent was overwhelming. Demon-killing blood claw. Clash. The Black Emperor's spear descended, and the collision of weapons ignited a flurry of sparks and the power of the Dao. The Heavenly Wolf Claw barely grazed Su Jiugao's form, piercing instead into the dark spear. Qi Xie found himself locked in a stalemate in the void, veins bulging on his forehead. The feedback from the Heavenly Wolf Claw caused his hands to tingle with numbness. Qi Xie was horrified within. What kind of power is this? With the switch to the indestructible demon body, Su Jiugao's gaze was deep, and every part of his being brimmed with unparalleled strength, like a divine demon incarnate. His immense power rendered Qi Xie unable to advance even an inch. Su Jiugao held the Black Emperor's spear effortlessly in one hand, appearing relaxed compared to Qi Xie, who wielded his claws. Su Jiugao focused on him and said nonchalantly, "Weak. You are even inferior to Wan Qikong." As he spoke, Su Jiugao stepped forward, unleashing an even more formidable force from the Black Emperor's spear. Dark strands of divine demon power erupted forth. Qi Xie, grasping his claws, retreated continuously. His expression contorted with rage, his chest swelling with fury. Though he did not know who Wan Qikong was, he could not tolerate someone of a lesser realm calling him weak. In the distance, the chubby Yu Qiu turned pale, shouting, "Young master, Qi Xie, please stop fighting. Qi Xie, you must cease." With a fierce determination surging within him, Qi Xie's eyes glinted with a hint of malice, his entire being radiating a crimson aura. He let out wolf-like howls, his cheeks and skin adorned with silver moon patterns, as dense silver wolf fur sprouted all over him, his hands growing stronger, and his power multiplying. Boom. The 179th chapter, the most miserable fate of the protagonist, the special fatty. The Heavenly Wolf body fully unleashed. Qi Xie exhaled scorching breath and roared, "I will kill you." At that moment, instinct overtook reason, and everything returned to its primal form. Clang. Qi Xie raised his hands sharply, momentarily breaking free from the suppression of the Black Emperor's spear. "Oh." Su Jiugao, slightly surprised, looked at the transformed Qi Xie, covered in fur, and mockingly remarked, "So you are but a beast." Roar. Qi Xie howled, slightly bending his posture to adopt a hunting stance. The Heavenly Wolf Claw gleamed with a chilling silver light. With the Heavenly Wolf body fully unleashed, Qi Xie moved like a wraith, circling around Su Jiugao in search of an opening. Like a bloodthirsty beast, he pounced. Demon-killing blood claw. From behind Su Jiugao, his claws, which could rend the very void, lunged at him. Qi Xie's eyes glinted with madness as he bellowed, "Die!" Su Jiugao remained unfazed, and just as Qi Xie thought, he could witness blood splattering. Su Jiugao spun the Black Emperor's spear and delivered a powerful counterstrike. The causal divine I had already anticipated Qi Xie's next move. The divine demon aura released from the Black Emperor's spear was dense, and countless chaotic currents surged forth. Upon collision, the void shattered once more. All was obliterated. Boom. With this blow, Qi Xie's Heavenly Wolf Claw could not withstand the sheer power, shattering into fragments from the tips of his claws. Crack. Supreme-grade artifacts were utterly defenseless against the might of imperial weapons. Qi Xie's pupils contracted as he stared incredulously at the scene before him. Su Jiugao's imperial gaze was filled with amusement, and he taunted, "Are you done playing? Once you're done, you shall meet your end." From the very beginning, Su Jiugao had no intention of sparing his life. Even if the villainous points gained were not significant, so what? Su Jiugao raised the Black Emperor's spear high before bringing it down. The immense pressure from the obsidian spear filled Qi Xie's entire field of vision. A wave of terror consumed him, and with his eyes glowing red, Qi Xie roared defiantly, "No!" With the descent of the Black Emperor's spear, Qi Xie was gruesomely cleaved in two, flesh and blood parting ways. Countless streams of blood gushed forth. Ding! The destined protagonist Qi Xie has fallen, losing 30,000 fortune points. Fortune points include those from the destined female lead important figures. The 30,000 is Qi Xie's own. Congratulations on acquiring 30,000 villain points. Gaining the essence of the Celestial Wolf, the Celestial Moon Scripture, the Slaughter Chi Technique, the Demon-Killing Blood Claw, the Ghost Emperor Mask, the Celestial Wolf Claw Fragment, and the Immortal Grade Spirit Stone. A protagonist of destiny at the 6th level of the Sacred Realm was effortlessly slain by Su Jiugao. This might very well be the first time since Su Jiugao's emergence that a victim was so easily dispatched without any prior nurturing. Su Jiugao's expression remained calm as his imperial gaze coldly regarded the corpse of Qi Xie, plummeting into the depths of the void. He remarked indifferently, "You could have lived a while longer. In your next life, do refrain from thwarting good deeds." This gruesome scene left Yuqiu, atop the void behemoth, trembling in terror. His expression was one of disbelief as he muttered, "Qi Xie, has he truly perished?" His legs weakened, and he was unaware that his lower half had become soaked. When he caught sight of Su Jiugao glancing back at him from a distance, Yuqiu felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. Without a second thought, he urged, "Little Jiyin, we must flee." With Qi Xie dead, his own fate was even more uncertain. The only chance of escape lay in relying on the void behemoth's power to traverse the void. This Su family heir was indeed terrifying. However, little Jiyin remained unmoving, emitting a lamenting wail that seemed to call out for Qi Xie. Seeing this, Yuqiu scolded, "Little Jiyin, what are you doing? Run, run. With the crown prince here, where do you think you can escape to?" Su Jiugong's voice, tinged with amusement, echoed. Yuqiu's body stiffened, and trembling, he turned to face Su Jiugao. Upon seeing him standing atop the void behemoth, his legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. Weeping as he pleaded, "Your Highness, please spare me. I am but a passerby, and have never harbored any disrespect towards you." While begging for mercy, Yuqiu cursed Qi Xie inwardly, "You fool. You sought death and dragged me down with you. Qi Xie, may you suffer eternally." He understood that these celestial scions were typically aloof and unassailable. With Qi Xie's demise, his own chances of survival seemed bleak. Now, he could only implore for forgiveness. Su Jiugong's eyes narrowed as he observed the kneeling figure before him. Suddenly, the void behemoth beneath him emitted a mournful cry, violently thrashing as if trying to dislodge Su Jiugao. The creature struggled and rolled, causing the very void to tremble with its terrifying force. With a cold snort, Su Jiugao thrust the Black Emperor's abyss spear downwards with great force. The sound of flesh being pierced rang out, and the chaotic power within the spear surged through the void behemoth, obliterating its insides. The creature's massive pupils dimmed, and it let out a final anguished cry as it fell. As a unique entity of the void, even in death, the behemoth would not plummet into the endless abyss but would instead drift quietly, decaying for centuries. This decisive display of violence only heightened Yuqiu's fear. He felt a chill coursing through him, his body going rigid as he bowed his head, unable to meet Su Jiugong's gaze. Su Jiugong's eyes flickered, and upon noticing the two prominent characters on Yuqiu's face, he felt a surge of discomfort. How is it that all manner of individuals exist? He thought disdainfully, turning away as if the mere act of remaining here would incite his nausea, and he departed the scene. As Su Jiugao left, Yuqiu exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity. He gazed at Su Jiugong's radiant silhouette as he boarded the spirit vessel, a mix of excitement and dread flooding his expression. In that moment, a certain part of him stirred with eagerness. How I longed to be rewarded by the crown prince. Before he could finish, a terrifying force surged towards him, chaos erupting in a blinding radiance. The void behemoth's corpse was obliterated into countless pieces, scattering throughout the void. On the spirit vessel, following his battle with Qi Xie, Su Jiugong's interest waned. Inside the cabin, Nangongqing and Chu Xuanru had tidied themselves, both wearing flushed expressions. As Nangongqing stepped outside, she caught a whiff of the strong scent of blood in the void and furrowed her brow, perplexed. "Your Highness, what has transpired?" Su Jiugao waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Just a few blind fools." Nangongqing nodded, having surmised some details. Given the ruthless bandits that lurked at the edge of the realm, it was likely that the commotion outside the vessel was related. Noticing Su Jiugong's somewhat displeased demeanor, Nangongqing hesitated before speaking. Then, "Your Highness." Su Jiugong's expression turned peculiar as he interjected, "Perhaps it would be best to leave it be." We are nearing the boundary of the realm sea. It's easy to lose our way, and you'll need to guide us from here. Beyond the realm sea lay another world, separate from the myriad heavens, fraught with perilous void whirlpools that could easily disorient even the mightiest of beings. Nangong Qing smiled gently, retrieving a paper crane from her storage ring. Your Highness need not worry. While the location of the ancient immortal domain is elusive, this artifact will alleviate our concerns. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, such a treasure exists? This is the Seeking Paper Crane, a unique artifact of the ancient immortal domain. With its guidance, we can accurately locate the domain's position. With that, Nangong Qing leaned closer, whispering softly in Su Jiugao's ear, Your Highness, this should suffice, right? Su Jiugao glanced at her, chuckling lightly. You truly are quite the audacious one. Without further ado, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist, lifting her effortlessly as they returned indoors. In this tranquil void, the world seemed to shrink to just the three of them. Over the past few days, having acquired 30,000 villain points from Qixia, Su Jiugao had not rushed to expend them. Instead, he devoted time to nurturing the bond with the two women. To prevent a repeat of earlier events, he had instructed Elder Shadow and the Supreme God Roar to clear the surrounding void of all beings and objects. The mutual affinity between Su Jiugao and the two women had reached full capacity, deepening their closeness. Su Jiugao welcomed this development. If everyone were to treat him with excessive reverence, it would grow tedious. Ahead of the spirit vessel, a paper crane danced in the air, guiding them swiftly into the realm sea. The realm sea was a vast, boundless expanse of chaotic waters, transformed from the desolate void into a vibrant azure. Spiraling currents ascended, while numerous vortices of varying sizes pulsed with a surreal beauty, illuminated by streaks of colorful auroras. Yet, should one unwittingly fall into these swirling voids, they would likely be torn apart by the overwhelming forces within. Despite the dangers within the realm sea, Su Jiugao and his companions remained unfazed, admiring the scenery as though on a leisurely excursion. By the 8th day, they noticed a significant change in their surroundings. They finally traversed the boundary sea and arrived beneath an extraordinarily brilliant sky, adorned with dazzling stars. This place was the antithesis of the myriad realms, another star domain. Gazing upon this void, which bore no difference from the myriad worlds, Su Jiugao could not help but murmur. My father once told me that beyond the adjacent realms, countless star domains exist, and those beings from the shadowy side originate from such places. Just as every creature within the myriad heavens believes that the Emperor represents the pinnacle of aspiration, they remain unaware that beyond the Emperor, there may lie unknown realms that are equally enchanting. Although I am esteemed as the son of the Emperor, possessing a system that is unattainable for ordinary mortals, one cannot be certain that there isn't something beyond my comprehension, though it is a destined antagonist system. Should I behave like the brainless villains in the scripts, arrogant and dismissive, I fear my fate may not fare much better. Contemplating this, Su Jiugao's mindset elevated once more, and amidst the astonishment of the two women, he broke through again, attaining the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. With his innate chaos divine body, the foremost physique across the myriad heavens, such breakthroughs were as effortless as eating or drinking. Nangong Qing's beautiful eyes sparkled, exclaiming in astonishment, My lord, you have broken through again. Chu Xuanru added, Congratulations, young master, on your latest breakthrough. With your prowess, it seems there is no one in the myriad worlds who can rival you. Su Jiugao glanced at the two women, gently stroking their hair, and chuckled, All right. I have heard such praises countless times. My ears are starting to develop calluses. Qing'er, you need not address me with such honorifics. Just call me young master like Xuanru. Nangong Qing's eyes brightened with delight as she responded, My young master. Gaining the recognition of the son of the Emperor filled her heart with sweetness akin to honey. The spirit vessel soon reached the entrance of the ancient immortal domain. Like the place they had come from, it was a desolate expanse of starry sky, devoid of any life. Were it not for the paper crane halting here, Su Jiugao would have likely missed it. Nangong Qing smiled softly, saying, Young master, we have arrived. Su Jiugao surveyed the surroundings, realizing that there was no discernible entrance to the ancient immortal domain. His imperial gaze narrowed as the power of the causal divine eye activated. In his sight, the surrounding starry expanse underwent a stunning transformation. Countless golden divine chains interwove within the boundless sky, inscribed with the runes of the divine race. Although the spirit vessel could traverse these golden chains from above and below, they appeared as a cage, imprisoning them within. The area where the golden chains extended revealed an open golden palace door, dark and unfathomable like an abyss, leading to an unknown destination. Surrounded by auspicious clouds and divine radiance, presenting an extraordinary spectacle. Even Su Jiugao could not help but gasp in awe at this magnificent sight. Indeed, the methods of the forbidden divine race surpassed the ordinary. As the power of the causal divine receded, everything around reverted to the previously boundless starry sky. The golden chains that had sealed this realm abruptly vanished, and the golden palace door appeared as if it had never left or existed. Chapter 181. Entering the ancient immortal domain. As the power of the causal divine faded, the surroundings reverted to the vast starry expanse. Everything seemed to have never appeared. Seeing this, Nangongqing remarked in astonishment, "Young master, can you truly see the entrance to my divine race? This golden palace door can only be sensed by those of my lineage through their bloodline power." Su Jiugao replied with a faint smile, "You have done well. But is it not lacking a palace door?" Nangongqing trembled, her expression one of disbelief. "How is this possible? The son of the emperor can truly see it?" "What door?" Chu Xuanru asked, tilting her head in confusion. Su Jiugao's imperial gaze shimmered. "It seems somewhat incomplete, if I am not mistaken. Upon entering this starry expanse, we have entered a divine formation established by the ancient divine race to evade the encroachment of the dark side. This formation cannot be detected even with divine sense and would remain undisturbed. If one were to search for it, they might easily become lost in this starry void beyond the myriad heavens." What puzzled Su Jiugao was why the entrance to the ancient immortal domain lacked a palace door. Logically, such great formations should be akin to the heavenly shield formation or even more advanced, and without a palace door's obstruction, one would enter the ancient immortal domain upon contact with that starry sky. Nangongqing, regaining her composure from her profound shock, explained. "There used to be a palace door here. However, for some unknown reason, it seems to have vanished. Unbeknownst to her, many millennia ago, Emperor Su had come here in search of the daughter of the eternal emperor, Qiulianyu. And it was he who had shattered the sealed palace door with his formidable imperial might." Su Jiugao nodded slightly, smiling as he said, "Interesting, let us proceed." With that, the spirit vessel glided toward the entrance of the golden palace door. As the vessel's prow touched the entrance, it unexpectedly vanished into the starry expanse, engulfed within. Buzz, a vast white light enveloped their vision. When they regained their senses, the spirit vessel had already appeared within the ancient immortal domain. The spiritual energy of this place was no weaker than that of any superpower within the myriad heavens, and even more astonishingly, it was laced with traces of innate purple energy. The innate purple energy could only be nurtured in realms that had existed for tens of thousands of years or longer, much like the sacred emperor's domain of the Su family. This indicated that the fortune of this place was exceptionally rich, greatly increasing the likelihood of giving birth to extraordinary prodigies. The spirit vessel soared through the azure sky. Nangongqing's expression was one of joy as she inhaled the invigorating air. The vessel glided through the clouds, with refreshing breezes caressing her fiery red hair. "Young master, we have arrived at the ancient immortal domain." Who would have thought she could return to the ancient immortal domain once more? Chu Xuanru, filled with curiosity, surveyed the surroundings, noting the presence of never-before-seen exotic beasts and vibrant feathered spirit birds accompanying them. Below the spirit vessel lay a series of verdant mountains, picturesque and serene. "Is this the domain of the divine race? It is truly beautiful," she mused. Su Jiugao smiled gently, inquiring, "Where are we?" After pondering for a moment, Nangongqing replied, "This place is filled with endless mountains and trees. It should be within the great lush realm, though I am unsure which divine race's territory it belongs to. While the forbidden divine race comprises many clans, their overall population remains exceedingly scarce. Thus, apart from the major cities, vast stretches of uninhabited and undeveloped land are still plentiful within the ancient immortal domain." Nangongqing asked, "Young master, where shall we go next?" "The Wanqi family resides in the northern snow territory. If you are not in a hurry, you may first visit my Nangong family." Su Jiugao's eyes sparkled as he replied with a smile, "Let us see where this takes us first. As it is my first time here, I wish to experience the uniqueness of the ancient immortal domain." Nangongqing nodded slightly. The three of them sailed on the spirit vessel for an indeterminate amount of time when suddenly, the supreme divine beast in front halted, emitting a low growl. It turned its massive head to face Su Jiugao. What is it?" Su Jiugao approached curiously, gazing forward. There, on the other side of the dense mountains, the sky was tinged red, smoke billowing, contrasting starkly with the pristine beauty of the surrounding forest. That area appeared desolate. The ground was barren for thousands of miles, devoid of any flora or fauna, save for mounds of piled stones. Even from a distance, one could perceive the heavy scent of blood in the air, as if a horrific battle had just transpired. Su Jiugao paused momentarily, murmuring, "Is this the quarry abyss?" Beside her, Nangongqi was the first to exclaim, Her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Eventually, amidst the scorched earth, she spotted a flag fluttering in the wind, emblazoned with the characters of her divine clan, Dongling. Nangongqing spoke urgently, "Young master, that ahead is the quarry where our divine clan extracts celestial stones. It belongs to the Dongling divine clan. We should tread carefully," she continued, "now that we are within Dongling's territory. Just a short distance ahead lies the bustling ancient city of Tianyu." With a hint of worry, Nangongqing added, "There is something I have not mentioned. As a remnant of the ancient immortal realm that has survived for countless millennia, the resources within have become severely depleted due to the extraction by the forbidden divine clan. Many divine clans have dispatched members to other realms in search of celestial stones. Otherwise, my Nangong family would not have journeyed so far to seek ancient relics. Thus, every quarry under the forbidden divine clan is a forbidden ground for outsiders, a place one must not dare to intrude." Su Jiugao's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed in the direction of the quarry, stating calmly, "It is a bit late to say that. They have already arrived." Just ahead of the spiritual vessel, a group of imposing divine warriors clad in black armor had descended. Leading them was a middle-aged man in luxurious robes, his countenance dark. With a thunderous roar, the supreme deity unleashed a powerful gust of wind, causing the divine guards to change their expressions and assume a charging stance. "Holy realm!" Dongling Ming frowned, raising his hand, and coldly demanded, "Who are you? Why do you appear unannounced in the territory of my Dongling clan? Do you wish to wage war against us?" The golden-haired man opposite seemed distinguished, and the spiritual vessel he arrived in was a highly valuable artifact. Dongling Ming took the initiative, hoping to leverage the Dongling clan's reputation to dissuade Su Jiugao. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, surveying the imposing array of divine warriors, around several hundred, whose presence felt akin to facing an army of thousands. The guardians of this quarry were the elite of the divine clan, each one powerful, not below the realm of illusion. The middle-aged man in splendid robes was, in fact, a being of the holy realm. Nangongqing immediately interjected, "Young master, allow me to handle this." Su Jiugao remained silent but nodded slightly. Stepping forward, Nangongqing caught Dongling Ming's attention. Upon noticing her distinctive red hair, he paused, his brow furrowing as he inquired, "People from the Nangong clan? What brings you to my Dongling territory?" With a calm demeanor, Nangongqing replied softly, "I am Nangongqing, daughter of the clan leader Nangong Fong. We mean no disturbance. We were merely transported here by chance upon returning from the outer realms." Hearing this, Dongling Ming's expression softened slightly, and he nodded, "Ah, so you have just returned from the outer realms. What was your purpose for venturing out?" His curiosity piqued. For since the destruction of the Golden Gates, the entry points into the ancient immortal realm had become exceedingly unstable. It was common for individuals to be teleported into his clan's territory, so he did not suspect any deceit, especially given the unmistakable proof of her fiery red hair. Nangongqing replied, "These are clan secrets, not convenient to disclose. Might we request to use your teleportation array to reach Tianyu City?" Dongling Ming laughed heartily, expressing his willingness. "It is merely a matter of using the teleportation array. Since it is the request of the daughter of the Nangong clan leader, we shall not refuse. Follow us." As he led the way with his formidable entourage of divine warriors, the spiritual vessel descended, and Chu Xian looked on with sparkling eyes, remarking, "They seem rather amiable." Nangongqing sighed in relief. "Fortunately, they are showing us some respect. Had it been anyone else, they might have already resorted to violence. The Dongling clan's Tianluo killing formation is notoriously fearsome." Nangongqing continued, addressing Su Jiugao with deference, "Young master, if they inquire about your identity, please let me handle it. Each quarry typically has a supreme ancestor overseeing it. As long as we can borrow their teleportation array to Tianyu City, everything else will be manageable." With a slight smirk, Su Jiugao replied nonchalantly, "It depends on my mood." Nangongqing inhaled deeply, exhaling a sigh. As the young master of the Su family, there were few constraints upon him. Perhaps even the entire Dongling clan was not regarded highly in his eyes. The spiritual vessel followed Dongling Ming and his retinue to the quarry abyss. Hovering above, one could see a vast, cavernous pit, a stark crimson expanse. Circular platforms were constructed to facilitate the transport of stones, with divine clan members directing the operations, wielding long whips, disdainfully commanding a ragged group of shackled slaves. As the vessel descended, Su Jiugao and the others alighted. Dongling Ming cheerfully gestured, "Follow me." After securing the vessel, Su Jiugao curiously surveyed his surroundings, pondering. So this is the site for harvesting celestial stones? It bore resemblance to the mining fields in the myriad realms, though the latter were abundant in celestial stone veins. In those realms, The laborious task of mining typically fell to disciples of sects or to those captured as enemies. Celestial stones are finite. The deeper one delves, the purer the stones become, with the deepest yielding immense amounts of celestial energy. Over time, they could even regenerate stones. Thus, most factions in the myriad realms refrained from depleting resources entirely. Observing the quarry's progress, it was apparent that the pit had been excavated to a terrifying extent, explaining the resource crisis even in such a bountiful land as the ancient immortal realm. Around them, anguish cries reverberated from the depths of the pit. Dare to slack off? Get down there and mine those celestial stones. If you fail to deliver 100 stones today, don't even think about sleeping. Nearby, a ragged overseer wielded his whip, striking the slaves while simpering towards a divine individual reclining in a chair, chattering incessantly. Beside them, Chu Xian furrowed her brow, questioning, are these people also of the divine clan? At this, Nangong Qing's expression shifted slightly, hesitating before responding, no. They are remnants of humanity or demonkind left in the ancient immortal realm. What? Chu Xian gasped, incredulous. How can humans and demons be here? Nangong Qing explained. Our divine clan is already sparse in numbers. Although we control the ancient immortal realm, the population of demons and humans here far exceeds ours. She continued. These individuals are descendants of those captured from various domains by our clan's powerful beings during the era of the Empire's fall. Over generations, they have lived alongside us here. In the rigid mindset of the forbidden divine clan, demons and humans were often seen merely as slaves, existing solely to serve the divine. Nangong Qing, as the daughter of the Nangong clan leader, was no exception. Had it not been for the presence of the esteemed DC, she would have exhibited no other expression whatsoever. Chu Zuanra's gaze towards the individuals of the Dongling divine clan became increasingly unfriendly. At that moment, Su Jiugao, standing nearby, gently patted her shoulder and calmly remarked, you are not one of them. There is no need for you to empathize with them. In this ruthless realm of cultivation, the weaker beings have no opportunity for choice. Even the likes of the malevolent ancestor Wraith, who resorted to the live refinement of countless beings from multiple domains to achieve breakthroughs, pale in comparison. While there are indeed many humans present here, I have no intention of playing the savior. With a composed expression, Su Jiugao stated, let us depart. Chu Xinru glanced at Su Jiugao, nodded earnestly, and replied, I understand. My lord. Su Jiugao squinted, a faint smile gracing his lips. You are truly obedient. At this juncture, Dongling Ming, walking at the forefront, suddenly halted, turning to scrutinize Su Jiugao and Chu Xuanru. With a jovial smile, he inquired, my memory almost failed me. May I ask, esteemed lady, who are these two by your side? Chapter 183. Revealed Identities. Human Clan? Nan Gongqing was taken aback, her heart racing. She recognized that Dongling Ming was probing into the identities of DZ and Chu Xuanru. The stone quarry was of paramount importance to every divine clan, and no outsiders were permitted to interfere. Should her response falter, this seemingly affable Dongling Ming might swiftly detain them. After a moment's contemplation, Nan Gongqing smiled and replied, they are my friends and also of divine lineage. Oh, Dongling Ming expressed surprise. Since they are also of divine lineage, why did you take so long to consider? Esteemed lady, may I inquire which divine clan these two belong to? Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply wish to understand, he continued. As you know, there are certain adversaries near the Dongling divine clan. Nan Gongqing nodded, responding coolly, I understand. I assure you, these two are certainly not enemies of the Dongling divine clan. Their identities are somewhat special, and I cannot disclose them. I hope for your understanding. Dongling Ming regarded Nan Gongqing with a skeptical gaze, yet he refrained from pressing further. Instead, he burst into laughter and said, since even esteemed lady guarantees it, then. Before he could complete his sentence, Dongling Ming unleashed a powerful divine technique aimed directly at Su Yixian. This sudden assault took everyone by surprise. Nan Gongqing's expression shifted dramatically, and she scolded, what are you doing? Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, appearing unfazed, as the Black Emperor's abyss halberd materialized in his hand. With a calm demeanor, he thrust it forward. Boom. The terrifying divine technique shattered into fragments, and the violent shockwave sent many nearby slaves flying. Without any protective measures, they plummeted into the unfathomable pit. The divine warriors quickly surrounded the three of them in an instant. Nan Gongqing seethed with anger, her beautiful face frozen in ice, coldly demanding, why does your Dongling divine clan initiate an attack? Dongling Ming smiled. Esteemed lady, we harbor no intention of harming you. However, these two individuals have unknown origins and could potentially be adversaries of the Dongling divine clan. I kindly ask you to step aside. We will not cause you any harm. Nan Gongqing's eyes narrowed frostily as she retorted, I have already stated that they are of the forbidden divine clan, not your Dongling enemies. Are you doubting my identity? Not at all, Dongling Ming shrugged. You may recall, during a certain divine ceremony long ago, I encountered you. However, the faces of these two seem rather unfamiliar. Given their youth and formidable prowess, they likely have awakened the divine powers of our clan, correct? Nan Gongqing promptly interjected, their bloodlines are impure. They have not awakened any divine powers. Dongling Ming chuckled, is that so? That poses a problem. If their identities cannot be verified, they shall have to remain here for a while. Su Jiugao's imperial gaze narrowed slightly, a hint of amusement in his tone. Remain? I fear that with your strength, you are not worthy of making this DZ linger here. Dongling Ming's smile did not falter. Rather, he slowly replied, this young master is quite confident. I am inclined to believe that you are indeed a prodigy of my forbidden divine clan. Su Jiugao, uninterested in further debate, spun the Black Emperor's abyss halberd, powerful currents of energy swirling forth. Divine beings? Do you think you are worthy? Not awakened divine powers? As Dongling Ming sensed this force, his expression darkened. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, you too are human, are you not? Dongling Ming raised his hand. The clinking of metal armor echoing as the divine warriors swiftly encircled Su Jiugao and Chu Zuanru. Nan Gongqing's face paled, and she admonished, Dongling Ming, how dare you lay a hand on my people? Suddenly, a terrifying force ensnared Nan Gongqing, two divine warriors binding her in place. Dongling Ming smiled faintly, esteemed lady. Your association with humans may not bode well for your reputation. You must understand that in the stone quarry of our divine clan, only two types of individuals may enter aside from our kin, slaves and dead bodies. Nan Gongqing gasped. She recognized that escaping today would not be so simple. Dongling Ming continued, since they are under the protection of the Nangong divine clan, I shall grant you a favor and spare their lives. Chu Zhenru elegantly waved her hand, the dragon phoenix ancient zither embracing her. My lord, what shall we do now? Simply await this DZ, Su Jiugao's calm voice resonated. Faced with the predatory gazes of the divine beings, Su Jiugao gripped the Black Emperor's abyss halberd, the aura of gods and demons swirling around him. His gaze proud and disdainful, as if he were the one encircled. Su Jiugao remarked, you seem quite confident. Are you so certain you can subdue this DZ? Dongling Ming chuckled, glancing at the roaring supreme divine roar beside Su Jiugao. Your reliance rests solely on that beast. Even at the holy realm, in the eyes of my divine kin, it is merely a slightly more powerful ant. Humans and beasts are born to be the slaves of my divine clan. You should recognize your true identity. Su Jiugao mockingly replied, the divine roar is more than enough to obliterate you. Go forth. At Su Jiugao's command, the supreme divine roar unleashed a mighty roar, engulfed in blazing golden divine flames. The overwhelming aura commanded the attention of all present. The formidable presence of the supreme divine roar caused Dongling Ming to furrow his brow, his expression growing serious. I underestimated you. He shattered a jade slip, notifying the supreme ancestor stationed nearby, and commanded the divine warriors, I shall handle this beast. You apprehend those two. As soon as he finished speaking, the supreme divine roar lunged forward with its gaping maw. Dongling Ming unleashed several divine techniques, awakening his divine powers, and soared into the air, taunting. Given your hard-earned attainment in the holy realm, if you submit and become a steed for our clan's prodigies, I may spare your life. In our divine territory, even the supreme beasts must bow their heads in submission, let alone you. Chapter 184. The Power of Transformation, All Shall Perish. The supreme divine roar could indeed comprehend his words. As a celestial beast nurtured from a young age by an emperor, it possessed a unique pride. With a fierce roar, it transformed into a golden divine rainbow, its enormous claws aimed at Dongling Ming in the sky. Observing the unyielding supreme divine roar, Dongling Ming coldly snorted. I have already granted you your chance. His form blurred, and in an instant, he manifested countless phantoms, with dozens of Dongling Ming clones emerging in the sky. The supreme divine roar let out a furious roar and struck down with its claw. This strike could shatter even the mightiest of mountains into dust. However, upon contact, it struck only an illusion. The moment it dissipated, the surrounding Dongling Ming clones displayed mocking expressions, all mimicking the same taunting gestures. Struggling in vain. How could mere lower beings comprehend the divine powers of my divine clan? Meanwhile, Su Jiugao faced a similar predicament against a host of divine warriors. With ruthless efficiency, he harvested the lives of one divine being after another. Those who dared to obstruct him were instantly cleaved in half by the Black Emperor's halberd, and even more terrifyingly, they could not even approach Su Jiugao. It was as if he possessed foresight, anticipating everyone's movements. Each of these opponents was an elite of the divine clan, none weaker than the void god realm. Yet Su Jiugao stood unblemished against 100. Suddenly, a melody filled with murderous intent resonated around him. Su Jiugao smiled, feeling as though he had become much lighter under the auspices of Chu Xuanyo's ancient dragon phoenix zither. With the Black Emperor's halberd sweeping forward, his gaze was piercing as he commanded, "Cleave the abyss." Endless demonic energy surged from the Black Emperor's halberd, and a terrifying black light engulfed a vast expanse of divine warriors. With a single sweep, blood erupted, and this overwhelming force was beyond their capacity to resist. The halberd, stained with copious blood, left behind a grim scene littered with the remnants of half-bodies. The divine warriors across from him stood paralyzed in shock, trembling and unable to move. Is this guy a monster? It cannot be. How can humans be this powerful? Seeing this, Nangongqing's expression brightened as she noticed two divine warriors guarding her in a daze. With a flicker of thought, azure flames of terrifying heat ignited around her. Azure ancient flames. The expressions of the two divine warriors changed dramatically as they glared, trying to escape. Just as they attempted to act, Su Jiugao hurled the halberd, which was embedded in one divine warrior's body, toward them, piercing through their chests. "Young master," Nangongqing exclaimed in delight. Su Jiugao, calm as ever, nodded in her direction. He then turned his attention to the remaining divine warriors, now reduced to only 60 or 70. With a mocking glint in his eyes, he remarked, "Is this what divine warriors are? Nothing more than this. How infuriating." Among the divine warriors, witnessing so many comrades being slaughtered, they were thrown into chaos. Su Jiugao's demeanor was one of mockery as he advanced with the Black Emperor's halberd, causing the Dongling divine warriors to instinctively retreat. This scene did not escape the notice of Dongling Ming, who was engaged in battle with the supreme divine roar. His previous ease vanished, for this golden beast possessed extraordinary speed and strength, far beyond the realm of saints. The unmatchable brute force made even him feel the sting of shame. Seeing the hesitance in the divine warriors below, Dong Lingming's fury erupted. "Have you all been struck dumb? Utilize the awakened divine power of our Dongling clan. You bunch of useless trash." His words resonated like a clarion call, snapping the stunned divine warriors back to reality. One of them bellowed, "Transformative divine power. Transformative divine power." The shout shattered the heavens, and the remaining divine warriors echoed in unison. Su Jiugao did not intervene, merely stating, "Awakened divine power of the Forbidden Clan? I must admit, I am somewhat intrigued." Nangongqing, still not at the Void God realm, and Wan Qikong, who had yet to utilize his family's Tianzhu divine power within the Zhonghuang realm, were witnessing the spectacle of awakened divine power for the first time. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura surged into the sky. All the divine warriors present felt their power ascend, ancient divine markings spreading across their skin. The Dongling divine warriors split like Dong Lingming had before, gradually multiplying until the quarry was swarming with divine warriors, expanding from a mere 50 or 60 to an army akin to 1,000. Each exuded the same formidable aura, indistinguishable from one another. Clang, clang, clang. The jarring metallic sounds reverberated from all directions. After utilizing the awakened divine power, their morale surged, charging towards Su Jiugao like an unstoppable tide. Chu Xinyu's delicate face changed. "Young master." Nangongqing's eyes widened in alarm. "Young master, the awakened divine power of the Dongling clan is transformative. They have only one true form. The rest are mere illusions." Though the transformative divine power was not particularly strong, its most fearsome aspect was that while one could create multiple clones, only the true body could sustain damage. Thus, Su Jiugao now faced a tangible multitude of foes. Yet, his expression remained composed, unfazed by the multitude of divine beings. With the Black Emperor's halberd raised high, a torrent of terrifying cyclones erupted forth. Demonic energy swept outward, enveloped by the purple-gold magic dragon, as profound laws of the universe flowed around him. Kill! The divine warriors charged like a tsunami. Su Jiugao's gaze was indifferent as the halberd erupted with overwhelming black flames, igniting the surrounding space. All shall perish. This strike shattered the starry river, as if severing all existence, reminiscent of ancient deities returning to the world, unleashing unprecedented, apocalyptic power. The might of the saintly realm could cleave through saints. The pitch-black radiance consumed the horde of divine warriors before him. Boom. Chapter 185. The God-Burying Serpent. Oppression and resistance. The previously formidable and aggressive Dongling divine warriors were utterly annihilated under the force of all shall perish, leaving no survivors. Not even their souls remained. Their bodies shattered into countless fragments. The overwhelming sound and energy caused Dong Lingming in the sky to tremble in fear. He could scarcely fathom that the human cultivator he had always deemed beneath him could unleash such a dangerously formidable technique. This is impossible. A mere insect. Could it truly overpower hundreds of my Dong Ling clan's elite warriors? The shock was akin to an ant toppling an elephant. Meanwhile, within the quarry, the vast spiritual energy consumed by all shall perish left even Su Jiugao feeling slightly overwhelmed. The innate chaotic body shifted once more. A ravenous force surged forth, akin to a whale's voracious appetite, greedily devouring the remaining life force in the area. Within Su Jiugao's body, a pent-up energy surged, becoming overwhelmingly abundant. After devouring and transforming the vitality of the hundreds of divine warriors, his realm unexpectedly advanced a level further, reaching the 4th stage of the sacred realm. Before him lay a scene of rivers flowing with blood. In the quarry, countless slaves had gathered, their eyes dim and their bodies emaciated. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the once domineering divine warriors appeared as fragile as paper before the golden-haired, valiant youth, easily toppled. Fear permeated the air. Everyone sensed a tremor emanating from their very souls. Who exactly was this formidable figure? Someone, with cracked lips and a shocked expression, murmured, "Is he of the human race? Could he possibly be a powerful figure from our kind come to rescue us? Sir, please take us with you. We are of the same lineage as you. I am willing to toil endlessly to repay you." Su Jiugao remained indifferent, not casting even a glance at the group. The servitude of humanity within the ancient immortal domain had become deeply entrenched. He was no savior. Ignoring the cacophony of pleas, he turned to the 2 women beside him and smiled lightly. "Are you all right?" They shook their heads in response. This action undoubtedly doused cold water on the hopes of all the gathered slaves. Among the crowd, a lean yet resolute youth clenched his teeth, raising his shackled arm high with a mining shovel. Summoning all his strength, he shouted, "The divine warriors are dead. Are we to sit idly by and endure the oppression of these divine beings? The heavens have perished. In this ancient immortal domain, there is indeed a place for us to survive, even in the vastness beyond." He continued passionately, "If we remain complacent, once this great figure departs, we will be left to face relentless whips, unending servitude, and the darkness of our caves." The youth's fervent call instantly became the focus of the entire assembly. Even Su Jiugao paused, momentarily taken aback. With the attention of the crowd now upon him, the ragged youth grew even more fervent. He climbed atop a towering rock, striking his shovel down with force, his gaze captivating as he surveyed his fellow slaves, declaring fiercely, "If we miss this opportunity, it will never come again in this life. Are we to remain forever in this cursed place? We must resist. We must attain freedom, even if it means perishing beneath the divine spears. We cannot let them have it easy." Countless eyes widened in disbelief at the audacity of the youth's words. A familiar voice cried out in panic, "Jiao, what are you doing? Get down now. Do you wish to overthrow the divine race? Have you lost your mind?" Fearful elders cautioned him, their servility deeply ingrained, having long dulled their inclination for escape. Yet, the words of the youth resonated with the younger ones and the middle-aged among them, stirring something within. Finally, a thunderous voice bellowed, "Damn it! I was never a slave. Captured without cause. Damned be the divine race. Me too. Did you not see how easily hundreds of divine warriors were slain before our powerful kin? Let us fight. Fight." With the first brave soul voicing their defiance, the once oppressed slaves of the quarry erupted like a powder keg ignited, unleashing the fervor that had long been suppressed. Their furious roars echoed throughout the quarry, "Kill. We march. Even if the King of Heaven himself intervenes, he cannot stop us. Slay that traitor, the one who shamelessly serves the divine race and betrays his kin." The clang of metal and the cries of the agitated surged into chaos. Observing this tumultuous scene, Nangong Qing furrowed her brow, perplexed. In the ancient immortal domain, the divine race is omnipresent. They may flee, but they cannot escape the temple. Once the young master departs, they will inevitably be recaptured. "No," Chu Xuanru interjected. "These people are fighting for the freedom in their hearts. Even if they are caught again, they will have briefly fulfilled their dreams." Nangong Qing struggled to comprehend. In her eyes, these lowly beings were the most inferior, easily extinguished in the vastness of the realms. Su Jiugao, however, remained fixed on the youth who had ignited the crowd. In such circumstances, his audacity was remarkable, capturing Su Jiugao's attention. Could he be the destined protagonist? In Su Jiugao's view, only a true protagonist could muster such rebellion. "Quite intriguing," Su Jiugao murmured, narrowing his imperial gaze. He scrutinized the youth's profile. Upon viewing the details, Su Jiugao's pupils constricted in surprise. Destined, antagonist, name, Jiao, identity, slave of the Eastern divine race in the quarry, god of burial. Destined antagonist, age, 14. Personality, resilient, leader. Unyielding, realm. 7th stage of divine mechanism, physique, god of burial, unawakened, ranked first among the 10 forbidden divine physiques in the ancient immortal domain. This body only exists in the legends of the forbidden race. After millions of years of accumulation, it has finally manifested. It is said that those possessing this body will be the ones to annihilate the forbidden divine race. Upon reaching the void divine realm, the god of burial physique will awaken automatically, granting insight into the awakening divine powers of all divine races. No wonder the system did not announce the presence of a destined protagonist, the destined antagonist, the god of burial. Does this imply that this youth will one day become the harbinger of doom for the entire forbidden divine race? Su Jiugao had not anticipated that a mere glance would reveal such a remarkable existence. Not a destined protagonist, yet rivaling any such figure. A youth devoid of any divine arts, skills, or treasures, merely possessing the unawakened god of burial physique, already bore a staggering 30,000 luck points. This indicated that his future would undoubtedly resonate throughout the ancient immortal domain and beyond. However, the identity of a destined antagonist. Su Jiugao pondered. Why is this youth, like me, also a destined antagonist? The system's voice soon responded, ding. The script of the other party differs from that of the host. He is a destined antagonist within another script, akin to the final boss. Oh, there's such a distinction? Su Jiugao inquired. Why is this character, who will ultimately bring about the downfall of the divine race, not considered a destined protagonist? Each race is favored by the heavens. Those designated as destined protagonists will not act against the heavens, the system explained. To bring about the downfall of the divine race signifies defiance against the will of heaven. And ultimately, justice shall prevail. Su Jiugao's gaze flickered thoughtfully as he eventually grasped the implications, fixing his eyes on the youth Jiao, murmuring, so? No matter how far he ascends, his fate will inevitably be resolved by the destined protagonist in his script, correct? In the narrative I find myself within, there exists a protagonist of destiny, opposing in nature. The system, this time, remained silent, its intentions unmistakably clear. Despite possessing a formidable physique and identity, the title of the destined antagonist suggests that all his endeavors may ultimately be futile, serving merely as a garment for another. A rival, akin to a fated nemesis, is destined to emerge, thwarting the calamity wrought by the divine clan and rising as a celebrated hero. In merely a few fragments of information, Su Jiugao seemed to perceive the entirety of this young dragon's life. Could it be Mochi Kong? After pondering for a moment, Su Jiugao languidly remarked, forget it. The fate of the forbidden divine clan bears no relevance to me. Although he and this dragon share the same role as antagonists, he felt no obligation to act on his behalf. At most, he could only express admiration. In the midst of the frenzied chaos erupting among the slaves, the young man named Jiao appeared unexpectedly calm, as if the turmoil was not of his making. Jiao's gaze turned towards Su Jiugao, and with cracked lips and a pallid complexion, he navigated through the agitated crowd to stand before him. My lord, he addressed, and upon seeing him, Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, responding with neither joy nor sorrow. What brings you here? Jiao, observing the fervent expressions of the surrounding slaves, recognized that they all glimpsed the dawn of freedom. Bowing his head, he knelt respectfully, stating, I am Jiao. I express my gratitude for your intervention today. Although I understand that your intentions were not to save us, we have indeed received your blessings. To leave the quarry is the lifelong wish of each of us. Such a great favor. I have no means to repay now, but should fate allow, I shall be willing to return the kindness in the future. As he spoke, he bowed 3 times in earnest. Aware of his own limitations, he still chose to make this promise. Rising slowly, his frail body swayed slightly from prolonged labor and malnutrition after finishing his bows. At such a young age, to exhibit such decorum took Su Jiugao by surprise. Nonetheless, he maintained his indifferent demeanor, nodding slightly. I have done nothing. Freedom is something you have fought for yourselves. Perhaps appreciating Jiao's commendable composure and unwavering faith at such a tender age, Su Jiugao, on rare occasion, spoke further, let us depart. The commotion here is considerable. If we linger, others from the Dongling divine clan may soon arrive. Su Jiugao gazed upward at the sky, where terrifying ripples of power continued to surge. Dongling Ming, engaged in battle with the supreme divine roar, found himself in utter disarray. Not only due to the annihilation of hundreds of divine warriors, but also because the slaves within the quarry had revolted and fled, distracted by pressing matters. He had sustained numerous injuries from the supreme divine roar. Blood poured from his chest and claw marks on his arm, as if a pump were spouting forth. The innate trait of the supreme divine roar was such that any inflicted wound not only harmed the body but also the spirit, rendering the injuries incessantly bleeding. Weakened by excessive blood loss, Dongling Ming's complexion turned pale, resembling that of a corpse, entirely overwhelmed by the supreme divine roar. In this moment, he ceased to underestimate his opponent, his aura growing increasingly feeble. If this pace continued, he would soon bleed out and perish, his spirit shattered. Dongling Ming could only resort to passive defense against the onslaught of the supreme divine roar, internally raging. Where is the ancestor? Meanwhile, Jiao nodded, his dark eyes shimmering like brilliant jewels, filled with vibrant light. He gazed deeply at Su Jiugao, seemingly imprinting his visage into memory. Then, he made his way toward the twisting stone walls, heading towards the cave's entrance, the pinnacle of the quarry, where he could behold the vast world beyond the oppressive darkness. In this moment, countless slaves, having escaped to witness the azure sky, were overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in their eyes as they raised their voices in exultation. I never imagined I could escape that hellish place in my lifetime. I am free. I am truly free. Atop the summit of the quarry, throngs of slaves poured forth, gazing at their surroundings. Though the land appeared barren and desolate, to them, it resembled a paradise. Observing the ecstatic, jubilant crowd, Jiao was acutely aware that the situation remained precarious. One could not afford to be complacent. Thus, emulating earlier fervor, he proclaimed with unwavering determination, "We must hurry. The Dongling Divine Clan will likely pursue us soon. We must escape to a place where even the Forbidden Divine Clan cannot find us." In this moment, all the slaves, having glimpsed the beauty beyond the quarry, were filled with boundless hope for the future. Even the elderly, who had long been ground down by life, found themselves weeping tears of joy, realizing, this is freedom. We are finally free. A thunderous roar erupted from the multitude of thousands, and Jiao, filled with fervor, clenched his fists, searching for a path down the mountain. This way. Meanwhile, in the quarry, Su Jiugao observed the liberated slaves with a tranquil expression. Only he understood that the resolute young man might one day pose a catastrophic threat to the Forbidden Divine Clan. Even he did not anticipate that such a unique individual would emerge from among the slaves. Su Jiugao murmured, "I hope you will surprise me. If the fate of the antagonist is doomed to failure, then I shall gladly accept your burial god's essence." Nan Gongqing could not comprehend why these humans rejoiced so. As a member of the Forbidden Divine Clan, she was unable to empathize with them and remained oblivious to the significance of freedom for the slaves. Just then, the shadowy figure of Elder Ing emerged from the darkness, approaching Su Jiugao with utmost respect. "My lord, a supreme presence approaches. It should be from the Forbidden Divine Clan." Su Jiugao's eyes glimmered with intensity, and indeed, as Elder Ing spoke, a furious voice echoed from the horizon. "Damnable slaves, you dare to escape? Who gave you such audacity?" In the distance, a colossal golden hand descended towards the pinnacle of the quarry, the power of the supreme presence overwhelming and unparalleled. A thunderous crash reverberated, raising clouds of dust, and even a corner of the quarry was obliterated. An elderly figure, white-haired and ethereal, appeared, the supreme of the Dongling Divine Clan. Dongling Shao. His expression was one of extreme fury. As a supreme, had this not been the territory where his clan extracted resources, a single strike could have leveled the entire quarry. Nevertheless, under the weight of his power, thousands of jubilant slaves were mercilessly crushed to pulp, unaware of what had transpired until the very end. What is this? This unimaginable force plunged the formerly hopeful slaves into despair. They looked helplessly towards the sky, momentarily halting their escape, realizing the Dongling Divine Clan had arrived. Must we continue to flee? Among the slaves, no one could remain unmoved after witnessing the might of a supreme being. Even the destined antagonist, the burial god Jiao, was no exception. He collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The golden imprint had been but a step away from him. Jiao watched in horror as his childhood companions and beloved grandfather perished before his very eyes. His cheeks were splattered with blood, and a chill coursed through his entire being. The horrifying scene left him gasping for breath. Gazing up at the elder in the sky, who bore an air of divinity, he wondered if this was indeed the power of the Forbidden Divine Clan. At this moment, countless voices echoed in his mind. Could he truly escape? Even if he managed to flee, would he not be found by such a formidable figure? "Do not kill me. I will go back. I will never dare again. I beseech you, my lord, spare me this once." Numerous slaves wept profusely, kneeling and pleading for mercy. The blow they had just suffered was like a heavy hammer, shattering the hopes of countless slaves. Jiao fell into a state of numbness, unmoved by the cacophony of fear and pleas that surrounded him. Dongling Shao cast a cold glance at the throng of slaves below, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Humph. Slaves are merely slaves. I shall let you go for now. I advise you to suppress any thoughts of rebellion in my presence. Otherwise, the fate of the previous one shall be yours. He had other matters to attend to. Dongling Zhao's gaze turned ominously towards the quarry, landing on Su Jiugao. Ancestor. Dongling Ming, who was fiercely battling the supreme divine roar above, was overjoyed to see the elder and immediately sought to withdraw from the fight. The supreme divine roar roared in rage and was about to pursue when he heard Su Jiugao's voice. Divine roar, return. The beast, filled with murderous intent, cast a glance at Dongling Zhao before transforming into a golden light, reappearing beside Su Jiugao. Su Jiugao gently patted its massive head, saying calmly, "That's enough. You need not intervene any further." In the air, Dongling Ming pointed at Su Jiugao with a face full of hatred. Ancestor, you have finally arrived. That golden-haired youth is an intruder. Dongling Zhao narrowed his eyes, fixating on Su Jiugao with a chilling tone. A human dares to invade the quarry of my Dongling divine clan? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. As a proud ancestor of the divine clan, Dongling Zhao could hardly be bothered with words. He vanished from his spot and charged at Su Jiugao with lethal intent. Dongling Ming was ecstatic, shouting, "Ancestor, quickly kill him. And that daughter of the Nangong divine clan, she is in league with him." Su Jiugao remained indifferent, standing still and offering no resistance. Eldering, at his side. Eldering sprang into action, slipping into the shadows and appearing silently behind Dongling Zhao, like a specter devoid of any presence. In his hand appeared a crimson dagger, its hilt engraved with a serpent that seemed to flick its tongue, sharp beyond measure yet exuding no hint of malice. As the death servant of the Su family, Elder Ing's lineage was inherently skilled in stealth and assassination techniques. He approached silently, ready to unleash a deadly strike. Dongling Ming's pupils constricted, and he cried out, "Ancestor, be careful." Dongling Zhao frowned and turned, startled by the sudden attack. Instinctively, he unleashed a divine technique. Thunderous roars erupted, and countless rays of light and runes burst forth as Dongling Zhao instantly reappeared at the other end of the sky. In shock, he glanced down at his chest, where a deep gash had appeared, inflicted by Elder Ing, perilously close to his heart. Blood flowed profusely, and horror gripped him. He had not sensed the slightest hint of his assailant's presence. Had it not been for Dongling Ming's warning, the consequences would have been dire. "Supreme?" Dongling Zhao gasped, his face a mask of astonishment. He swallowed several healing pills, then glared fiercely at the unscathed Elder Ing. "Who are you?" Suddenly, Dongling Zhao froze, as if struck by lightning, and coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The wound on his chest crackled ominously. No matter how many pills he consumed, the bleeding would not cease, and his flesh began to rot away. Dongling Zhao gasped, utterly panicked. What sorcery is this? Chapter 188, Annihilation of the Quarry. Proceeding to Tianyu City, Elder Ing wielded a weapon bestowed upon him by Emperor Su, known as the Serpent Gu. Anyone wounded by it would be afflicted with a venomous curse, and as an imperial artifact, it was far from ordinary. In Elder Ying's hands, this weapon became even more lethal, rendering even Dongling Zhao, a fellow supreme, incapable of defense. Now, Dongling Zhao's face was filled with terror as the Serpent Gu's poison took effect. His skin and flesh began to dissolve rapidly, losing the ease it once possessed. What is happening to me? He stammered, disbelief etched across his features. As a supreme, he had never encountered such a situation. Why is this ineffective? Dongling Zhao, in a frenzy, pulled out healing elixirs from his storage ring, but whether external or internal, they yielded no results. At that moment, he was utterly consumed by panic. "Ancestor, what have you done to my clan's ancestor?" Dongling Ming exclaimed in horror from a distance. Dongling Zhao's flesh began to decay, akin to a puddle of rotting mud, with muscle and skin peeling away until he was left a mere bloodied figure. Ack! Ack! The power within him surged chaotically, causing his body to expand until, ultimately, he exploded into a mist of blood. Bang! A voice filled with bitter hatred echoed from within, as Dongling Zhao's soul detached from his shattered body, glaring at Elder Ing with venomous resentment. "You have destroyed my corporeal form." Elder Ing said nothing, vanishing from sight, and with a swift motion, he seized Dongling Zhao's soul in his grasp, ultimately crushing it with a forceful squeeze. Boom! The tremendous sound reverberated as a supreme was effortlessly obliterated by Elder Ing. Dongling Ming stood in shock, witnessing the brutal demise of his clan's ancestor, unable to comprehend that there had been no chance for resistance. He felt a chilling dread and, without a second thought, turned to flee. "Elder Ing has slain him," came Su Jiugao's calm voice, his gaze indifferent, taking in the entire scene. Upon hearing the command from the young master, Elder Ing nodded and pursued Dongling Ming, who was desperately trying to escape. How could a mere existence of the Holy Realm elude the grasp of a supreme? In less than a breath's time, Dongling Ming's anguished screams echoed from afar. At the foot of the quarry, countless slaves who had just escaped were stunned upon hearing that familiar cry. Our human race possesses such power? They could hardly believe their eyes. Were they truly not from the forbidden divine clan? Having lived in the ancient celestial domain, they were taught from a young age that the forbidden divine clan was the ruler, while other races were deemed inferior. Witnessing Su Jiugao single-handedly annihilate hundreds of divine guards had already left them astounded, and now, even the ancestor of the forbidden divine clan had met a tragic end before their eyes. Are we saved? Someone murmured in disbelief. Surely, no one will come to capture us again. After experiencing such a roller coaster of emotions, the remaining few slaves felt as though they were on a tumultuous ride. This sudden joy left them momentarily stunned, struggling to process the reality. Young Jiao, too, was slowly coming to terms with the situation. The image of Eldering slaying the supreme clan member still vivid in his mind. A being capable of killing them 1,000 times with a mere gesture had perished? This thought consumed Jiao's mind. His gaze grew resolute and terrifying. Though his body remained shrouded in the shadow of his fallen friends, he summoned the strength to rise. The forbidden divine clan is not omnipotent. Flee. We must escape. Jiao shouted with the last remnants of his strength. This moment signifying a true liberation for them. Furthermore, this scene planted a seed within the young Jiao, a resolute ambition to overturn the entire forbidden divine clan. The divine clan is not invincible, nor are they sovereign. The slaves scattered aimlessly like flies, devoid of any purpose or direction. For them, it no longer mattered where they went. After emerging from the quarry abyss, every place represented freedom. At that moment, Elder Ing grasped Dongling Ming's spirit and brought him before Su Jiugao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for subduing the fated antagonist, Jiao, and gaining a shared 15,000 villain points. As fellow fated antagonists, from this day forth, Jiao's opportunities and fortune will share 50 with the host. As Su Jiugao gazed at Jiao's gradually disappearing figure, the sound of the system resonated in his ears. Su Jiugao was momentarily taken aback, murmuring in surprise. I never expected that this could also yield villain points. This was advantageous. Having a growing subordinate to occasionally provide him with villain points was certainly not a loss. Let me go? Who are you? My Dongling Divine Clan will never let you off. Dongling Ming's spirit struggled and yelled in Elder Ying's grip. Elder Ying stepped forward respectfully. Master Dejizi, how should we deal with this person? Su Jiugao waved his hand, speaking with a hint of disdain. What purpose does he serve? Just like that supreme being of the Dongling Divine Clan, eliminate him directly. Dongling Ming was taken aback, then howled in rage. Bastard, do you think this solves everything? I tell you, you have tainted yourselves with my clan's blood. No matter where you flee, my Dongling Divine Clan will find you. Negong Qing chuckled softly, her voice laced with amusement. Have you forgotten? I am also of the Divine Clan. Dongling Ming gasped, his face contorting with anger as he spat at Nangong Qing. Vile woman, how could you, of the forbidden Divine Clan, associate with mortals? If your Nangong family learns of this, do you know the consequences? Nangong Qing smiled nonchalantly. No need for your concern. At the very least, you will not witness that day. She turned to Su Jiugao, saying, Young master, it is time to proceed. Within the Divine Clan, each member possessed a soul token retained within the clan, so the Dongling Divine Clan would soon arrive to investigate the events here. We should take this opportunity to use the teleportation array to head to Tianyu City. Su Jiugao nodded slightly, glancing at Chu Zanru beside him. In that case, let us depart. Dongling Ming's spirit trembled, his pupils widening as he watched the three departing figures, roaring, Bastards! As long as you remain in this ancient immortal domain, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, my Dongling Divine Clan will not spare you. Bang! Chapter 189, The Grand Divine Art of Retrospection. Dongling Songchuan Elder Ing crushed his spirit and disappeared. Under Nagong Qing's guidance, the three arrived at the ancient teleportation array established at the quarry abyss. The ground was etched with numerous intricate formation inscriptions, and Nangong Qing skillfully inserted several celestial spirit stones into each slot. A rumbling sound resonated from the array beneath their feet. Nangong Qing's face lit up with joy as she looked at Su Jiugao. Young master, it is ready. Su Jiugao examined the ancient teleportation array below. Such a form of teleportation formation had not been preserved intact even during the Empire's decline. He never anticipated witnessing it today within the Forbidden Divine Clan. Let us proceed. With a vibrant flash of radiant white light enveloping them, the brilliance persisted for quite some time. Once the white light from the array dissipated, Su Jiugao and the others vanished without a trace. The quarry abyss lay desolate and eerily silent, save for the remnants of the divine warriors' corpses and the viscous blood, resembling a graveyard. Before long, several formidable auras approached the quarry abyss. Elderly ancestors of the Dongling Divine Clan, their appearances marked by the passage of time, arrived. Upon witnessing the brutal scene, their expressions were filled with shock, particularly one hot-tempered ancestor who, in a fit of rage, smashed through the entire quarry abyss. Beasts! Who is responsible for this? My Dongling clan's fine youths have been slain. The three ancestors of the Dongling Divine Clan roared in fury. A tempest arose within the quarry abyss. A tidal wave of killing intent soaring into the heavens, their enraged voices echoing throughout the entire abyss. Among them, a more composed elder closed her eyes to sense the surroundings, her expression turning grim. Not a single living soul remains, and those slaves have vanished. Could it be that a powerful entity from another clan intercepted them? The elder looked toward the eldest ancestor of the Dongling clan, inquiring. The eldest ancestor, with flowing white hair and clad in azure robes, appeared unexpectedly youthful and handsome, his skin smooth as jade, devoid of wrinkles. Only his eyes held the weight of time and experience. Should anyone see him, they might mistake him for a youthful prodigy of a divine clan. Dongling Zhongshuan's gaze was deep as he waved his hand, summoning a great vortex. The surrounding scenery underwent a dramatic transformation. All the ancestors of the Dongling Divine Clan observed this spectacle with expressions of indignation. They understood that the eldest ancestor was employing a grand divine art to revisit the events that had transpired. As space and time reversed, the group appeared as if outside the world, witnessing moments prior to the unfolding events. Retrospection. My brother's power has grown stronger, the third ancestor exclaimed with delight. But then scoffed in resentment, who dares to strike against our forbidden divine clan? My Dongling clan will ensure they pay a painful price. The elder cautioned. Zhongshuan is using divine arts. Do not interfere. As the azure-robed Dongling Zhongshuan continued the technique, the other ancestors beheld the previous slaves in the inspecting Dongling Ming. Suddenly, Dongling Ming seemed to sense something, gazing toward a distant horizon. The others followed his gaze, only to find a nebulous, chaotic expanse as if shrouded by something, rendering it undetectable. Dongling Ming moved. What is he doing there? The third ancestor frowned, puzzled. The elder's expression grew serious as she murmured, Cannot see? The identity of the intruder is not simple. Zhongshuan, can you discern the appearance of the visitor? Sweat beads appeared on Dongling Zhongshuan's brow, his eyelids fluttering uncomfortably. Suddenly, a voice of supreme authority, imbued with immeasurable divine power, erupted in his mind. What audacity, daring to pry into my affairs. Begone. Boom. Accompanied by an overwhelming golden divine essence, it pierced through his vision. Dongling Zhongshuan's eyes shot open, his face paling dramatically as he coughed up a mouthful of essence blood. Crack. The entire grand divine art of retrospection shattered alongside him. Dongling Zhongshuan's eyes bled tears, red veins sprawling across his irises, glowing crimson. His aura waned, barely able to remain upright, swaying precariously. Brother, eldest ancestor. This scene left all the Dongling Divine Clan's formidable beings horrified. The elder rushed forward, swiftly channeling pure divine energy. Zhongshuan, what has happened? Dongling Zhongshuan's complexion improved slightly, though fear still lingered in his expression. The aura of an emperor. How can this be? Just as I intended to employ my supreme divine art to recreate the events that transpired, it seemed I was detected by some dreadful existence and met with a counterattack. Dongling Zhongshuan gasped heavily, his face aging considerably in an instant. Elder brother, what happened? Sanzu approached anxiously to inquire. Dongling Zhongshuan waved his hand, lost in recollection of a previous scene. The emperor? No, it seems somewhat different. Could it be that I misinterpreted? He murmured, his heart racing. This poses a bit of trouble. What trouble? Why has the time reversal technique vanished? Elder brother, please speak quickly. Sanzu pressed, visibly agitated. Dongling Zhongshuan gestured again, coughing up blood as he weakly replied. There's no trace. The opponent's origins are unknown, yet they managed to counter my techniques. They must have come prepared. What? Everyone present turned pale. To counter the methods of an ancestor? It was well known that the ancestor was the strongest in the Dongling Divine Clan. At the 7th level of the quasi-emperor realm, if the assailant from the quarry could counter and harm an ancestor, it implied. Sanzu gasped, his anger surging. It must be the Biming Divine Clan. They are certainly behind this. Within this ancient immortal domain, only those from the forbidden divine clans possess such strength to evade even an ancestor's detection. Our Dongling Divine Clan has had grievances with them since the divine ceremony. This must be their retaliation. Sanzu asserted with unyielding conviction. Those slaves must have been intercepted by them, despite having many enemies. The Dongling Divine Clan held the Biming Divine Clan in particular disdain. Elder brother, Dongling Zhongshuan raised his hand, having ingested several divine-grade pills, his breath stabilizing. His eyes glimmered as he pierced through layers of barriers, arriving at the spirit stone treasury within the quarry, and after a moment of contemplation, he said slowly, "No. There are still plenty of celestial spirit stones in the treasury for transporting. If it were the Biming Divine Clan, they would have surely destroyed this place entirely. This matter involves someone else. Sanzu, do not act impulsively." Chapter 190, The Great Lian Realm, Heavenly Edict City. But aside from the Biming Divine Clan, who else possesses such capability to attack our Dongling family as quarry? Sanzu retorted angrily. "Look, is that Elder Zhao's token?" At that moment, one of the elders keenly noticed a bloodstained token amidst the scattered corpses and exclaimed loudly, "What?" The elders of the Dongling Divine Clan immediately turned their attention, and upon seeing the broken token, they fell into a brief silence. Although it was already known within the clan that Dongling Shao had met with misfortune, even having his soul token shattered, witnessing the relic of Dongling Shao firsthand left them in disbelief. Sanzu murmured incredulously, "Self-detonation. Who could have forced the 10th elder to self-destruct?" The atmosphere grew tense and quiet. Dongling Songshuan inhaled deeply and declared solemnly, "Search meticulously. We must uncover any traces left by those thieves. Leave no stone unturned. Furthermore, this matter must not leak out. Is that understood? The Dongling Divine Clan's quarry has suffered an attack, with a supreme elder fallen and countless slaves vanished. This is no trivial matter." All the elders nodded in silent agreement. They began to examine the area closely, noting the chaotic remnants left by the escape of thousands of slaves. The discarded weapons scattered on the ground and the numerous slaves slain by shovels suggested that a rebellion had indeed transpired here. In less than a quarter of an hour, Dongling Songshuan had summoned everyone to the ancient teleportation array at the quarry. His gaze swept over the assembly as he analyzed. "I just went outside to investigate. There are traces of the 10th Elder's technique in the mountains below the quarry, along with remnants of the slaves' flesh. It seems these slaves initiated a revolt against their captors and ultimately fled." Sanzu interjected. "How could those despicable wretches possibly escape under the watchful eyes of Dongling Ming and Dongling Shao?" Dongling Songshuan shot him a glance and replied, "Please allow me to finish. It is likely that the intruders were not here for the slaves, but rather that upon witnessing the demise of Dongling Ming and Dongling Shao, the slaves seized the opportunity to flee. Observe, Dongling Songshuan moved to the ancient teleportation array, retrieving several celestial spirit stones that had completely depleted their spiritual energy from the embedded grooves, his eyes glimmering. They must have used the teleportation array to escape after their assault." The elder woman scrutinized the stones for a moment before furrowing her brow and stating, "Based on the fluctuations in the energy consumption of these stones, the culprits must still be within the realm." Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "Heavenly Edict City." Dongling Songshuan nodded in agreement. Sanzu's expression darkened further. "How audacious. These scoundrels kill our Dongling kin and dare to swagger about in our territory. Do they truly think so little of our forbidden divine clan? Elder brother, what shall we do now?" Dongling Songshuan pondered for a moment before responding. "The enemy's intentions remain unclear, and we are unaware of their appearances. Perhaps we can start with the slaves. They cannot have fled far." With a fiery temper, Sanzu declared without hesitation, "I shall go." He transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. "Wait." Dongling Songshuan's eyes widened, attempting to call him back, but Sanzu, already caught up in the heat of the moment, paid no heed and had disappeared. The elder woman asked, "What is it?" Dongling Songshuan shook his head and sighed. "Third brother's temperament is volatile. I fear he may kill those slaves, and then we will have no useful information." The elder woman replied, "Do not worry. I shall send a message to third brother. In the face of such a significant matter, I trust he will exercise caution." Dongling Songshuan nodded, not overly concerned, and turned to gaze at the ancient teleportation array, stating, "This matter cannot be allowed to rest so easily. Other divine clans have also infiltrated our ranks, and with the divine ceremony taking place in our great Lian realm, we must resolve this before the arrival of the other clans. The divine ceremony is of utmost importance and must not be allowed to falter." His eyes sparkled with determination. It was not merely about the resources of the quarry or the slaves. He surmised that the intruders aimed to sabotage the Dongling Divine Clan before the divine ceremony, ensuring it could not proceed as planned. No matter who you are or where you flee, the Dongling Divine Clan will undoubtedly hunt you down. In the great Lian realm, within Heavenly Edict City, Su Jiugao and the two women appeared in a teleportation array. The area was bustling with activity, and many individuals were being transmitted through the array. As soon as they arrived, several others also began to arrive. This locale was specifically built for the ancient teleportation array, with people passing through, laughing and chatting, including a few demon races strutting arrogantly. The atmosphere was vibrant, and the discrimination and barriers between races seemed almost non-existent. However, Upon seeing Ne Gongqing beside Su Jiugao, many people turned pale, hastily avoiding her as if they had encountered a great flood or ferocious beast. Are they from the divine clan? Hiss, let's get away quickly. Chu Zuanra curiously surveyed her surroundings, expressing her surprise. There are demon beasts here. Why do we not see any divine clan members in Heavenly Edict City? Nangong Qing smiled gently and explained, in the ancient immortal domain, the majority consists of human and demon races. We divine clan members possess dedicated teleportation arrays, so we naturally do not appear in such public spaces. This is actually my first time in Heavenly Edict City within the Great Lian realm. Chu Zuanra nodded slightly, observing the people around her who were avoiding them. Seemingly fearful of being implicated, she queried, why do they seem so afraid of us? Nangong Qing's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she casually remarked, it is probably due to my connection with Lord Emperor. The members of the Forbidden God clan often exhibited distinct hair colors compared to the human race. Her own crimson locks were a hallmark of the Nangong clan. Within the ancient celestial realm, none would dare to brazenly impersonate a member of the divine race. Su Jiugao, standing nearby, calmly suggested, let us take a stroll. It's our first time in the territory of the Forbidden God clan. We must explore. As they stepped out of the teleportation array, they found themselves in a bustling marketplace. The place was resplendent, teeming with people, adorned with colorful decorations, and infused with a celebratory atmosphere. One could frequently spot numerous proud members of the divine race riding their formidable beast mounts. Behold the splendid Qinghai beast pelts for sale, along with Qinghai beast pills of exceptional quality and reasonable price. I have the skull of a Zhan Yuan realm cultivator, still containing brain marrow. Incredibly sturdy, perfect for toasting. Freshly picked red fruits from the mountains, consuming them will enhance your cultivation. Do not miss out. The incessant calls of the vendors surrounded Su Jiugao, leaving her with a peculiar expression. Here, both beasts and humans operated stalls in close proximity, selling a variety of similar wares. Su Jiugao even observed a human vendor selling bear skins adjacent to a bear-headed beast in human form. The bear vendor had human bones displayed at his stall, and to her astonishment, the human and the beast were chatting amiably, utterly oblivious to the absurdity of the situation. This is truly outrageous, Su Jiugao remarked in disbelief. Chu Zuanru, unable to endure the scene, frowned and questioned, do they not find this strange? Nangong Qing, examining the goods at a stall, responded with confusion, what is strange about it? In my ancient celestial realm, besides native resources, this is the only means for humans and beasts to profit from one another. The majority of resources in the celestial realm are monopolized by the Forbidden God clan, and if both races wish to cultivate, they must either serve the divine as subordinates or, like these vendors, become rogue cultivators. No one dares to lay a hand on the God clan, and the Forbidden God clan delights in witnessing conflicts between the two races. Chu Zuanru inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling. I still find it hard to accept. While Tianyu City is indeed prosperous, beneath this prosperity lies the most primal savagery of humans preying on humans and beasts preying on beasts. Su Jiugao gently patted her shoulder in comfort. Do not dwell on it too much. This is merely the way of survival in the ancient celestial realm. As Su Jiugao narrowed her eyes at the crowd, she noticed that everyone who laid eyes on her and Nangong Qing, be they beasts or humans, was filled with genuine fear. This was a form of servitude, a legacy cultivated over millennia, passed down through generations, ingraining a deep-rooted subservience within their very bones. In stark contrast, the young dragon from the quarry seemed to be a remarkable exception. Su Jiugao had no doubt that without the dragon's emergence, even if a true prodigy arose among either race, rivaling her and Qiu Lianyu in talent, it would not alter the world's dynamics. They would likely become mere lackeys of the God clan. Having witnessed the dark incursions of the Di Luo era, where countless emperors and mighty beings perished in battle, Su Jiugao sighed and shook her head. It is no wonder the dragon's destiny seems doomed to failure. The Forbidden God clan has spent tens of thousands of years cultivating their slaves, and overturning that is no simple task. In the ancient celestial realm, aside from the Forbidden God clan, all were but living corpses, truly tragic. Reality proved Su Jiugao's suspicions correct. Even when prodigies were born among the two races, they often became tools for the God clan, their status elevated above that of slaves, yet not by much. Behind them, a voice bellowed through the crowd. The young master and young lady of the Wanchi God clan are passing through. Move aside, you commoners. Upon hearing this, the surrounding pedestrians and vendors turned pale, hurriedly stepping aside, fearful of unwarranted retribution. Clear the way. The throng rapidly parted to create a clear path. Su Jiugao frowned and glanced in that direction. The market's path unexpectedly widened, and the ground began to tremble. In the distance, a terrifying giant beast with a fearsome visage was pulling a gilded seat. atop which sat 7 or 8 youthful members of the Forbidden God clan, some with black hair, others with vibrant blue locks. Leading the procession were several older members of the God clan, exuding calmness and poise as they conversed and observed their surroundings. The Wanshi God clan. Su Jiugao's eyes sparkled with interest. Nangang Qing was slightly taken aback and exclaimed in surprise, "The Wanshi and Qingtian clans? What brings them here? What is that?" Chu Xuanru inquired. Nangang Qing replied, "This is the Great Raging Realm. Both clans are situated in the northern territories. Why would they come here?" Suddenly, Nangang Qing's eyes lit up as she seemed to recall something. "I know. It's the Divine Festival." Su Jiugao asked, "What do you mean?" With excitement, Nangang Qing turned to Su Jiugao, her cheeks flushed. "Young master, it's the Divine Festival. The Forbidden God clan holds this grand ceremony every 10 years to honor our ancestral deities and seek their blessings. By my calculations, it should be time for the Great Raging Realm. That explains the lavishness of Tianyu City. Before the Divine Festival commences, every member of the Forbidden God clan must send representatives to attend. It is mandatory. I surmise that the Wanshi and Qitian clans have come together for this occasion." Su Jiugao's eyes glimmered as she murmured to herself, "The Wanshi God clan, huh? I wonder if Wanshi Kong will be present at this divine festival. That would be ideal. It would save me the trouble of searching." As Su Jiugao scrutinized the passing members of the God clan, she appeared to have made a discovery, a smile spreading across her face. Indeed, one of the young members seated in the gilded chair pulled by the second beast was none other than the destined protagonist she sought, Wanshi Kong. Nangang Qing, having also spotted him, exclaimed, "Young master, that is Wanshi Kong, the prince of the Wanshi God clan." Su Jiugao nodded slightly, a playful glint in her eyes. "Indeed, it is he." Just then, a startled cry pierced the air. "Ah!" followed by the wailing of a child. The first giant beast abruptly halted, yanked by the reins of its driver. The crowd stirred as they witnessed a small child, no more than 5 or 6 years old, sitting on the ground, crying inconsolably. Having been frightened, beside him stood an elderly woman, trembling and at a loss. "You insolent wretch! How dare you obstruct the path of the divine?" A young human prodigy, driving the beast, glared down at the child and woman, rage flickering in his eyes. "If you disturb the divine, it would not be enough for you to die 1,000 times." The young prodigy wore an air of arrogance, his demeanor reeking of disdain, as if he were not merely a beast driver, but a proud member of the divine race. The woman, shaken by the fright, immediately began to bow repeatedly, pleading, "I am so sorry. We did not mean to." With a crack of the whip, the young man of the human race raised the reins and struck the woman fiercely, showing no mercy even for his kin. The woman clutched her child tightly, and her tattered garments tore open, exposing her skin to cruel wounds. "You wretched servant. Do you have any idea who stands behind me? You deserve 1,000 deaths." The young man of the human race bellowed in rage. He had long aspired to serve the divine beings of the god race, and the opportunity to do so was rare. Should he lose his position because of these two, their fates would be sealed in death. Observing this scene, Su Jiugao narrowed her eyes, surveying the young man and the divine beings. This young man, possessing considerable cultivation and a unique physique, had surprisingly become a lackey to the god race, a truly obedient dog. Indeed, Su Jiugao murmured with indifference. At that moment, a slightly displeased voice came from behind. "What is happening here?" An elderly man with flowing blue hair spoke languidly from his golden seat. Upon hearing this, the young human driver immediately turned, donning a fawning expression. "My lord, it is nothing serious. Just 2 ignorant servants blocking the way. I will deal with them right away." The old man nodded slightly and replied, "Just drive them away. It is inappropriate to spill blood so close to our divine sacrificial ceremony." "Understood, my lord," the young man said, his eyes glinting as he turned back to the pleading woman and struck her again. "Did you hear that? The divine being has graciously spared your lives today. You should thank him at once." With a resounding crack, the woman's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." She pressed her sobbing child down to bow alongside her. This grotesque scene unfolded in silence, with no one daring to speak, all indifferent to the spectacle. The oppressive authority of the god race had firmly rooted itself among the beings of the ancient celestial realm. After the woman and child departed, the young man of the human race, filled with pride, coldly snorted as he urged the beast toward the center of Tianyu City. Meanwhile, in the second carriage, several young prodigies of the Qingtian god race were engaged in lively conversation. Most of those present were the offspring of various elders from both races or individuals of exceptional talent. In contrast, Wanshi Kong, who held the highest status among the younger generation of the Wanshi god race, found himself ignored, feeling somewhat out of place. Though Wanshi Kong possessed remarkable strength and was acknowledged as the foremost among the younger generation of the Wanshi god race, His impure bloodline and lack of backing had resulted in no one from the Qingtian god race, or even his own family wishing to associate with him. Wan Qikong maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by the situation, having grown accustomed to it. It did not impact him in the slightest. As Wan Qikong surveyed the surroundings, his gaze suddenly halted, disbelief washing over his features. He spotted Su Jiugao, her golden hair and noble aura radiating like the sun, impossible to overlook. As if struck by a realization, Wan Qikong's pupils constricted. The figure and demeanor of this person bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had faced in the Zhonghuang realm. At that moment, Su Jiugao, with a playful smile, was gazing at him. She then turned and said, "Let us depart." Nan Gongqing and Chu Xianyu nodded in agreement and followed in her footsteps, vanishing into the bustling crowd. Wan Qikong's mind raced. Although the Zhonghuang realm could conceal one's appearance, his intuition insisted that this golden-haired man was anything but ordinary. When he looked again, Su Jiugao had disappeared from sight. Wan Qikong's eyes flickered as he pondered. Then he leaped forward, heading towards the elders. Wan Qikong, what is he up to? His actions caught the attention of several young prodigies from the god race. One young man, dressed in purple and harboring animosity towards Wan Qikong, presumed that Wan Qikong could no longer tolerate the exclusion and sneered, "A mixed-blood scion who fortuitously seized the title of prince, thinking he can converse with us? Let him be." Wan Qizhe, the purple-clad youth and the direct heir of the Wanqi god race's patriarch, felt slighted. Had it not been for Wan Qikong's emergence, he would have claimed the title of prince himself. Wan Qizhe dismissed it easily and resumed conversing with the divine prince and princess of the Qingtian god race. Inside the first carriage, upon seeing Wan Qikong's arrival, the grand elder of the Wanqi god race frowned, his displeasure evident. "Wan Qikong, what brings you here? This is not a place for you." Wan Qikong bowed respectfully. "Grand elder, I have matters to attend to and may need to leave for a while." "Leave?" The grand elder's expression darkened further, outright refusing. "No, we are to proceed directly to visit the Dongling god race. As the prince of our clan, your absence is unacceptable." Though unwilling, the grand elder recognized Wan Qikong's status as prince, a fact confirmed by the clan's ancestors. A flicker of barely perceptible malice crossed Wan Qikong's eyes. The grand elder had repeatedly made things difficult for him and his sister, and he had long endured it. Lowering his gaze, Wan Qikong spoke softly, "Grand elder, as the prince of the Wanqi god race, do I not possess even this small privilege? To disregard my status before so many?" The atmosphere grew tense as the grand elder's face darkened, and he replied sternly, "Wan Qikong, what do you mean by that?" The surroundings fell into a hush. A perceptive elder from the Qingtian god race sensed the tension and interjected with a laugh. "What is this, Brother Shan? Since the younger generation wishes to explore, let them. After all, the divine ceremony is still half a month away. This young one surely knows his limits and will not delay too much, right?" Wan Qikong nodded in acknowledgement. With the Qingtian god race intervening, the grand elder had no choice but to relent. Chapter 193, The Heart of Friendship. No time to waste. The grand elder, his expression sour, scoffed, "Do as you please. I cannot control you if you fear even the clan leader." The elder of the Qingtian god race smiled kindly at Wan Qikong, saying softly, "Go ahead, child." Wan Qikong clasped his hands together. "Thank you." With that, he swiftly departed in the direction Su Jiugao had taken. Within Tianyu City, Nan Gongqing looked at the smiling Su Jiugao with confusion. "My lord, why do you seem so pleased?" Su Jiugao responded, "I have found the person I was seeking. Why should I not be happy?" Nan Gongqing's beautiful eyes sparkled. After much contemplation, she could not fathom why the prince would be interested in Wan Qikong. The ancient celestial realm was vast and distant from the myriad heavens, and it seemed improbable that the prince would have any connection to Wan Qikong. However, she refrained from asking further. Sometimes, knowing too much could be detrimental, potentially eroding the prince's trust. Suddenly, Su Jiugao inquired, "What is this divine ceremony you mentioned earlier? Please elaborate." Nan Gongqing nodded, taking her time to explain, "My lord, you may not be aware, but the divine ceremony has been a long-standing tradition of our forbidden god race. During this period, regardless of what each clan is engaged in, all must cease their activities and gather at a designated location for worship. The intricate process and numerous procedures involved in the divine ceremony, comprised of divine offerings, divine dances, and divine battles, ultimately culminate in the emergence of a champion from the divine battles, who may receive blessings from the three gods, thereby enhancing their bloodline and strength. Furthermore, resources within the ancient celestial realm are limited, and during each divine ceremony, the resources of various divine clans will be redistributed according to the rankings of the divine battles, making it exceedingly significant." Upon hearing this, Su Jiugao's gaze was tinged with astonishment. He had not anticipated that a mere divine ceremony would encompass such intricacies. Is participation in the divine ceremony restricted solely to members of the divine clans? Nan Gongqing replied, well, there are no explicit restrictions against individuals from other races. Are you interested in attending, my lord? If so, I do have a way, though it may require some sacrifice on your part. Forget it. Su Jiugao waved his hand dismissively, speaking lightly. I was merely inquiring. He held little interest in the trivialities of the divine clans. Su Jiugao's current contemplation centered on how to contend with the fated protagonist of the Wanqi clan, Wanqi Kong. As a mid to late stage fated protagonist, Wanqi Kong possessed a maturity in both intellect and strength, making him a formidable opponent not easily overcome. Previously, in the bustling market, Su Jiugao had observed that although Wanqi Kong held the esteemed title of Prince of the Divine Clan, he appeared quite distant from his peers. Perhaps this could be an avenue to explore. Su Jiugao's imperial eyes gleamed as he spoke, Eldering. You have half a day to gather all the information regarding Wanqi Kong, the Prince of the Wanqi clan. As you command, my lord. Came the voice of Eldering before he even fully appeared. Just as he finished speaking, a robust male voice resonated from behind. Might I have a word with you, sir? Su Jiugao was taken aback, slowly turning around, only to find himself face to face with none other than Wanqi Kong, the very individual he had been seeking to approach. A smile spread across Su Jiugao's face as he narrowed his eyes and asked, what do you desire? Wanqi Kong scrutinized Su Jiugao's noble form and glanced at the two women beside him, murmuring in surprise, the Nangong family? Nangongqing elegantly introduced herself. I am Nangongqing. Honored to meet you, Prince Wanqi. Upon hearing this name, Wanqi Kong's eyes flickered with recognition as he replied, I remember you, the youngest daughter of the Nangong clan leader. And this gentleman is. It was undeniable that despite having encountered numerous exceptional individuals, he had never met one as extraordinarily striking as Su Jiugao. With cascading golden hair that exuded an aura of superiority, Wanqi Kong pondered for a while before inquiring, are you of the human or demon race? Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Does it matter? Wanqi Kong responded, among the forbidden divine races, there is no other race with golden hair. The only one was the extinct Heaori divine clan from 100,000 years ago. Do not tell me you belong to the Heaori clan. Su Jiugao chuckled. Perhaps I might. Like his father, Emperor Su, he had awakened the golden sacred blood, resulting in a change in hair color. Wanqi Kong smiled, clearly skeptical of Su Jiugao's claims. Regardless, I am indifferent to whether you are of the divine race or otherwise. I have never harbored arrogance or prejudice against either humans or demons. My mother is of the demon race, and my impure bloodline has caused me and my sister much hardship since childhood. Thus, I understand the horrors of racial discrimination. Wanqi Kong then asked earnestly, I must know, are you from the Zhanghuang realm? He fixed his gaze intently on Su Jiugao, seemingly attempting to discern something from his expression. However, he was met with disappointment. Upon hearing this, Su Jiugao maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any ripple of emotion, and feigned curiosity. Zhanghuang realm? What is that? Wanqi Kong narrowed his eyes and continued. Do not feign ignorance. My instincts cannot be wrong. The only one who could have fought against me in the Zhanghuang realm that day was you. Su Jiugao cast him a sidelong glance, finding the conversation rather tedious. Is that all you wish to ask? Wanqi Kong nodded, reflecting on the formidable adversaries he had faced on his path to becoming the prince of the Wanqi clan. Within the same realm, relying on the power of the Konghuang divine body, he had never suffered such a defeat. The golden-haired warrior from that day had instilled a sense of despair within him. The opponent's innate arrogance mirrored his own, and encountering such a strong rival inevitably stirred within Wanqi Kong a desire for camaraderie. While he possessed unparalleled strength, he understood that he could not solely rely on his own power to contend with Wanqi Jia, the clan leader's legitimate heir. Had it not been for the situation escalating to attract the attention of their ancestor, he and his sister would have perished at the hands of several elders of the Wanqi clan. This realization fueled Wanqi Kong's determination to establish his own power. If this golden-haired youth truly was from the Zhanghuang realm and not affiliated with any divine clan, it would be even better. A glimmer of desire flickered in Wanqi Kong's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Su Jiugao. I am Wanqi Kong, the prince of the Wanqi clan. Might we find a place to converse? Expecting that revealing his identity would elicit surprise, he was taken aback when Su Jiugao, without a moment's hesitation, outright declined. I have no time. Wanqi Kong was momentarily stunned, incredulously repeating, I am Wanqi Kong, the prince of the Wanqi clan. Chapter 194, Captured. Tormented beyond humanity in the East Ridge Divine Clan's prison, a desolate and chilling dungeon, Jiao was suspended from a wooden stake, his body marred with wounds. His pupils dim and devoid of life, barely clinging to existence. His bones were shattered, with not a single part of him left unscathed. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from nearby, as a bloodied figure, skinned alive, let out a final cry before succumbing to death. Damn it! Speak! The three ancestors of the East Ridge Divine Clan struck the man's head, splattering brain matter. With a fierce countenance, the ancestor turned to Jiao and coldly warned, "If you remain silent, your fate will be the same as those wretches." Around them, the ground was soaked with blood, congealed into thick clots, littered with severed limbs and the lifeless bodies of those who had recently perished. After the slaves from their quarry had escaped, the East Ridge Divine Clan swiftly recaptured them. As the one who had incited the escape, it was expected that Jiao would be singled out, his eyes void of spirit. Jiao resembled a lifeless corpse hanging from the stake, his breath faint. The ancestor, noticing his state, grew even more irate and advanced to seize Jiao's arm, snapping it with a violent crack. The sound of crushed bones echoed, causing Jiao's pupils to constrict instantly, the excruciating pain forcing beads of cold sweat from his forehead. Yet, he gritted his teeth, refusing to emit a sound, even biting his lip until it bled, his expression contorted in a fierce struggle to contain his agony. The intense pain jolted Jiao's senses, and upon witnessing the corpses of his companions around him, his eyes turned crimson, glaring at the ancestor with a murderous intent that seemed poised to strike. This expression only served to infuriate the ancestor further, who then plunged a sharp object into one of Jiao's eyes. The sickening sound of flesh being pierced erupted, and this time, Jiao could no longer endure the inhumane torment, gasping and wailing in agony. "Ah, so you do know pain," the ancestor sneered, his expression sinister as he taunted, "knowing pain, yet daring to escape from my divine clan's quarry. Who granted you such audacity? My lord, spare him, please. We have revealed all we know. Jiao is but a child. I implore you to show mercy." A frail, elderly man pleaded desperately. The incessant buzzing of his pleas was akin to that of a bothersome fly, and the ancestor, displeased, waved his hand dismissively, sending the elderly man crashing violently against the damp wall. Suddenly, Jiao erupted with a frenzied roar, struggling violently against the iron chains that bound his limbs. Yet, his frail body was akin to a trapped beast, utterly powerless in its fight. However, from within his diminutive form surged a tempest of rage. "Oh?" The third ancestor raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in his voice. "It seems you are quite concerned for that old man. The contemptuous slave. Do you know why I have only blinded you in one eye? Because I want you to bear witness as your kin perish one by one before your very eyes." The third ancestor cackled like a demon, reveling in the sadistic thrill of the impending slaughter. With a swift motion, he seized the emaciated old man from the cage, the elder having long since fainted. Although the gaps between the iron bars were not insignificant, they were far too narrow for a person to escape. Yet, under the third ancestor's brute strength, the old man's bones were crushed, reducing him to a mere puddle of flesh. Jiao's eyes widened in fury, blood streaming from his mouth, consumed by hatred. "Let him go." The third ancestor's grip tightened around the old man's throat, who gasped for breath, his face turning crimson as he convulsed in agony. "Do you wish to save him? Then tell me, who came to the quarry of stone?" Jiao, his breath heavy, retorted with indignation, "They have already told you. I truly know nothing else." Once again, that same phrase. The third ancestor's eyes grew colder, and he snapped the old man's neck with a swift motion. Jiao could only watch in horror, his teeth nearly shattering from rage. Tears of blood streamed down his face, the last remnants of his solace extinguished. Now, his mind was filled with vengeance, longing only to slay the beast before him. "Beast!" Jiao raged impotently. "I will kill you." The third ancestor sneered, unfazed by the threat. "An ant thinks to topple an elephant? As a supreme being, I stand at a height you could never hope to reach in 10 lifetimes. I advise you to think carefully before speaking to me, lest more innocents pay with their lives." At that moment, a voice of sheer terror echoed from within the cage. "No. Please, no." Another slave suddenly ascended, seemingly grasped by an unseen force around the throat, so terrified that he wet himself. A wave of death loomed, and in his final moments of despair, the slave cast a look filled with resentment and rage at Jiao. "Jiao, you bastard, why won't you speak? Why won't you say anything? If it weren't for you, we would have been perfectly fine in the quarry of stone." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the man exploded in a mist of blood. The third ancestor laughed heartily. "Aha, the wails of the weak. You wretched insects were born to be the slaves of my divine kin. Would it not have been better to remain quietly? Now you regret your choices?" Just then, a divine guard rushed in, but upon witnessing the hellish scene, he was taken aback and hurriedly approached. "Ancient One, the first ancestor and others request your presence. They say the Qing Tian Divine Clan and the Wan Qi Divine Clan have arrived." "Oh, The divine clans of the northern domain have come so swiftly? The third ancestor murmured in surprise, then nodded. I understand. Suddenly, a thick white mist enveloped him, dissipating the scent of blood and the stains of gore. He coldly regarded Jiao and warned, before I return, if you fail to comply, none of you present shall survive. With a flourish of his sleeve, he turned and departed without a backward glance, leaving Jiao to struggle against his chains, seething with hatred. Once the third ancestor had left, despair engulfed the remaining slaves, who incessantly hurled curses and accusations at Jiao for leading them to flee from the quarry of stone. Jiao, speak up. Why don't you say anything? I saw you talking with that golden-haired man. You must have wanted to lead us all to our doom. Chapter 195, Wanqia. Sister of the fated hero, someone picked up a piece of flesh and flung it towards him. You are the culprit. It's all your fault. Jiao felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. His gaze turned vacant as the hatred within him reached unprecedented heights. He silently vowed that if he could escape this time, he would ensure that all those from the ancient celestial realm would pay dearly. But for now, in his feeble state, he could do nothing. Qing Tian, Wanqi, the names echoed in his mind. And as he allowed others to curse and insult him, a flicker of hope ignited within his heart. Meanwhile, within the city of Tianyu, Wanqi Kong paused in disbelief, reiterating, I am the son of the Wanqi divine clan. The significance of being a divine son, a status far superior to that of an ordinary divine being, should not be lost on those present. Su Jiugao waved his hand impatiently, disdain evident in his tone. All right, I understand. No need to repeat yourself. A mere divine son, yet so proud. I am the son of an emperor. Do you see me boasting? Initially, he had thought Wanqi Kong different from other forbidden divine beings, but it turned out he was just as proud of his status. Otherwise, he would have returned to the Wanqi divine clan after being shunned by them. Nangong Qing, unable to suppress a chuckle, chimed in. If the divine son has matters to discuss, feel free to state them directly. Wanqi Kong frowned, clearly displeased. Typically, people would be overwhelmed with excitement and gratitude upon learning of his identity. Yet, the individuals before him seemed entirely unfazed, unlike those he had encountered from the human and demon clans. However, as a mid-tier fated hero, Wanqi Kong had seen many storms. He suspected the person before him was likely the golden-haired man from the Song Huang realm, so he maintained a humble demeanor. Since even the lady of the Nangong clan speaks so, I will ask directly, have you ever entered the Song Huang realm? Upon hearing this, Nangong Qing furrowed her brow, glancing at Su Jiugao. It was widely known that the Song Huang realm was a battlefield of divine consciousness within the ancient celestial realm, accessible only through the Song Huang tablet. The young master had always lived among the myriad realms. How could he have entered the Song Huang realm? But soon, Nangong Qing was taken aback. She observed as Su Jiugao's imperial eyes glimmered with amusement. Oh, the Song Huang realm. I have indeed had the pleasure of visiting. He had surmised Wanqi Kong's intent and understood that he was likely probing for information. Though he had concealed his visage in the Song Huang realm, his form and demeanor remained unchanged. It seemed Wanqi Kong had sensed something, prompting his inquiry. What remained unclear to Su Jiugao was whether Wanqi Kong approached him with benevolence or malevolence. Nangong Qing gasped in disbelief. Meow? Divine Lord, you're not jesting, are you? The Song Huang realm is situated within the ancient celestial domain. Even if the Song Huang tablet were removed, it could not be utilized. Wanqi Kong's face brightened, his eyes sparkling with certainty. He was convinced that this person was the one he had battled in the Song Huang realm. Unexpectedly, amidst the two clans outside the forbidden divine lineage, there existed such a prodigious figure, possessing strength rivaling his own. This was the perfect ally that Wanqi Kong desperately needed. As he considered this, Wanqi Kong's gaze grew more peculiar. This mysterious individual, accompanied by a member of the Nangong clan, surely could not be a remnant of the Haori divine clan, could he? In order to conceal the matter of his empty sovereign body, Wanqi Kong did not directly address it, but instead burst into laughter and remarked, I never expected such remarkable talents to exist in my ancient immortal domain. Did Miss Nangong come here alongside the Nangong divine clan? I had heard that they had only just set out. Nangong Qing smiled and replied, I returned not long ago and did not depart with my clan. Wanqi Kong nodded, glancing at the beaming Su Jiugao, just as a delicate, sweet voice echoed from a distance. Brother, why did you come here? Why didn't you go with our kin? Upon hearing this voice, Wanqi Kong momentarily froze. Xiaoya. He quickly turned around to see a frail-looking girl with snow-white skin bouncing towards him. The girl had slender brows and purple eyes that curved like crescent moons, appearing youthful in her vibrant green dress. However, her complexion was unexpectedly pale, possessing an eerie whiteness devoid of any color, with even her eyebrows and pupils matching this hue. Xiaoya, what brings you here? Upon seeing her, Wan Kong hurried forward to support the girl's arm, frowning slightly as he reproached her gently. Your health is already fragile. Why did you leave the elders of the clan to come here? The girl, named Wan Xia, was Wan Kong's younger sister. Their mother was a demoness, a white fox by nature. Unlike Wan Kong, who had awakened his sovereign body and altered his divine power, Wan Xia did not inherit any traits of the Wan clan. Except for the absence of beast ears and a tail, her eyes and brows closely resembled their mother's. Wan Xia, hurry back, Wan Kong admonished. Wan Xia puffed her cheeks in a display of grievance, replying, Brother, you know they don't play with me. I saw you get off the carriage from afar and secretly followed. Understanding the situation, Wan Kong realized that the members of the Wan clan had always looked down on the two siblings. If he was not careful, the younger generation would bully and insult his sister. Even now, as a sovereign, few respected him, let alone Xiaoya, who was alone in the fifth carriage. Seeing his sister's expression, Wan Kong's heart softened instantly, a flicker of anger in his eyes as he took a deep breath and asked, Did they bully you? Wan Xia shook her head softly, saying, No, I just felt lonely and came over. Brother, is this your friend? She gazed curiously at Su Jiugao. At the same time, Su Jiugao observed her as well. Name, Wan Xia. Identity, member of the Wan clan, sister of the fated protagonist. Fated female lead, age, 14. Personality, timid, fragile. Cultivation level, 6th stage of unity realm. Physique, 9 nether sovereign body. Unawakened, ancestral body of the celestial fox clan. Will endure 9 extreme cold waves before awakening. Failure to withstand may lead to demise. Techniques, awakening spirit technique, 6-star techniques. Treasures, celestial silkworm cocoon. Death substitute doll, myriad mirror, protective pearl, long-distance transmission talisman. Current fortune value, 30,000. Wow. A fortune value of 30,000. Surpassing even that of the fated protagonists I have encountered. Su Jiugao gazed at the white-haired girl, her astonishment palpable. Despite her weak stature, she possessed numerous life-saving treasures, and this immense fortune value was likely attributable to those artifacts. For instance, the celestial silkworm cocoon was an exceedingly rare defensive treasure, impervious to fire and water, capable of withstanding attacks from the sacred realm. The death substitute doll was even more terrifying, akin to the Qing Emperor's Qing Emperor pill, created by an ancient emperor named Xiangu. Its remarkable effect allowed one to retain a trace of their soul within, enabling it to absorb a fatal blow. A treasure nearly extinct across the realms. As Su Jiugao observed the affectionate Wan Kong beside her, she realized he was indeed a devoted brother. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Since it was challenging to approach the fated protagonist directly, why not exploit their vulnerabilities? Are you my brother's friends? Wan Xia tilted her head, scrutinizing Su Jiugao, pointing earnestly at her golden hair. Is that real? Su Jiugao smiled. Indeed it is. Wan Xia pouted, appearing hesitant yet eager. May I touch it? Su Jiugao paused before resolutely replying. No. All right then. Wan Xia lowered her head, expressing her disappointment. Wan Kong chuckled and said, All right, Xiaoya, come here. Do not be rude. With an apologetic glance at Su Jiugao, Wan Kong added, I apologize. My younger sister is still quite naive. I hope you can forgive her. Puzzled, Wan Xia asked, Brother, are you not friends? Su Jiugao waved his hand dismissively. No matter. Wan Kong invited again, sensing Su Jiugao's lack of interest in forming a bond. Feeling somewhat vexed. Despite being the prince of the Wan clan, he was aware that within the taboo divine clans, his identity as the son of a lowly fox maiden was well known. Very few esteemed him. The golden-haired youth beside him, accompanied by a member of the Nagong divine clan, undoubtedly held a significant status. Yet, Wan Kong sensed no disdain emanating from Su Jiugao. After a moment of contemplation, he clasped his hands, saying, Since you have made your intentions clear, I shall not press further. May I inquire your name, esteemed sir? Su Jiugao replied coolly, Sun Yan. Nangong Qing and Chu Xuanru exchanged glances, surprised by the name. Sun Yan, Wan Kong murmured, rifling through his memory of various divine clans. Failing to recall anyone by that name, he shrugged it off and nodded. Sun Yan, a fine name. I shall remember it. If you have time, do join me for a gathering. I will be in Tianyu City for a while. Hearing this, Wan Xia piped up, Brother, aren't you going to visit the Wan clan with the elders? Wan Kong replied nonchalantly, Those old fools have no intention of bringing me along by staying here. I am merely fulfilling their wishes. Within the Wan clan, the elders made every effort to prevent him from connecting with other divine geniuses. Even those with whom he had good relations would be driven away for various reasons. Their ultimate aim was to isolate him. Why do they treat us this way, when we are all family? Wan Xia frowned, expressing her displeasure. They always make things difficult for you. Wan Qikong gently ruffled her hair, offering comfort. It's fine, Xiaoya. Do not be upset. Brother is all right. He then turned to Su Jiugao, smiling. Sun Yan, I genuinely wish to befriend you, if you do not mind. You may use this token to contact me. He produced a unique communication talisman and handed it to Su Jiugao. With a glimmer in her eyes, Su Jiugao nodded slightly. Then turned to say, let us depart. As the two girls followed, Wan Qi tugged at Wan Qikong's hand, tilting her head inquisitively. Brother, who is he? Could he also be a member of the divine clans? Wan Qikong shook his head, his gaze distant, as memories of a figure from the Zhanghuang realm began to surface in his mind. He murmured, he is someone who could greatly assist my brother. If this individual is indeed that mysterious person, then with his aid, Wan Qizhe would pose little threat. Now, as the celestial prince of the Wan Qi divine clan, my ultimate aim is to ascend to the position of clan leader. Yet, alas, I am hindered by Wan Qizhe and my own father's position as clan leader. Constantly under surveillance within the clan, I find myself impotent and constrained, with no means to retaliate. Even the fact that I possess the formidable physique of the Kong Huang divine body must remain concealed, lest it incites my father's jealousy. What a ludicrous predicament this is. Although Wan Qi did not fully comprehend, she nodded earnestly, gripping her brother's hand, and declared, Brother, I too shall diligently cultivate, so that one day I may aid you. Hearing this, Wan Qikong let out a soft laugh, affection and sorrow filling his eyes as he tousled her hair. Little ya, fret not, with your brother standing before you. All I wish is for you to remain joyful and safe. He then shifted the conversation. By the way, after consuming the Chiju fruit, has your health improved recently? In a marketplace within Tianyu City, adorned with luxurious silks and magical artifacts, Nangong Qing could no longer restrain herself, smiling as she inquired. When did the young master change his name? Chu Zuanru, recalling the serious expression of the man previously deceived by the young master, softly remarked. It must be that the young master wishes to conceal his reputation. Su Jiugao, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, I have no choice. Your young master has far too many enemies, and this is not the realm of the myriad heavens. If foes were to find me here, they would be unable to contact the Su family. Nangong Qing shot a knowing glance at her esteemed prince, secretly musing, if you truly cared about such matters, you would not have slaughtered even a single member of the Dongling divine clan. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Nangong Qing expressed her concern. By the way, young master, there were quite a number of slaves who escaped from the quarry. What if the Dongling divine clan sends someone to retrieve them? She added, for instance, your golden hair is exceedingly eye-catching. Even within my ancient immortal domain, it is quite rare. Su Jiugong's gaze flickered as he nodded in agreement. That is indeed true. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, it is better to avoid unnecessary troubles. With a wave of his hand, his brilliant golden locks transformed into a deep black hue. The transformation rendered Su Jiugao even more captivating, his imposing stature exuding a newfound approachability. Nangong Qing's eyes sparkled with delight as she observed, young master, it seems you have some regard for Wan Qikong. Why did he extend an invitation to you just now? Su Jiugao maintained his serene expression, acknowledging that a significant portion of his visit to the ancient immortal domain was indeed related to Wan Qikong. However, his greater intention was to discover whether any other fated individuals comparable to Wan Qikong existed within this ancient domain. After all, as one of the oldest Tao realms, its history is profound, rivaling even the sacred emperor's domain of the Su family. Each forbidden divine clan here possesses a depth of heritage that is equally formidable to that of any imperial or ancient clan. Thus, Su Jiugao was certain that Wan Qikong could not be the sole destined protagonist. There is ample time. There is no need for haste, he mused. Did you not say that the divine clans here have come for the divine sacrifice? They will not be leaving any time soon. Let us take our time to observe. Nangong Qing nodded, finding the prince's thoughts often elusive. Under her guidance, Su Jiugao acquired a general understanding of Tianyu City and its various forbidden divine clans in just a day. Within the ancient immortal domain, there were not many forbidden divine clans, 13 in total, with rumors of 19 existing in the past. The many had perished for various reasons. Presently, these clans resided in the southern and northern realms, such as the Qingtian and Wanqi clans, located in the northern region. What piqued Su Jiugao's interest was the knowledge that there had been figures of imperial caliber within these forbidden divine clans, yet even Nangong Qing possessed little information regarding them. As the second day dawned, Wan Qikong, donned in casual attire, sat with his sister Wan Qiya in an opulently decorated tavern in Tianyu City. Due to the arrival of individuals from divine clans, the tavern's upper levels had been cleared. Wan Qikong appeared to be awaiting someone, sipping tea. When a respectful young girl announced, esteemed guest, that esteemed person is here. Please step inside. Wan Qikong's eyes brightened as he spotted Su Jiugao approaching with two women. He quickly rose, laughing as he approached Su Jiugao, exclaiming, "Ha! Brother Su, I never expected you to honor us with your presence today. It is truly an honor." His voice boomed with exuberance, devoid of any pretensions typical of divine clans. Just the night before, he had extended an invitation to Su Jiugao through a communication talisman. And to his surprise, the latter had accepted. Su Jiugao offered a calm smile. "I've kept you waiting." Upon the return of Elder Ing, he had received detailed information about this destined protagonist. Although he was a prince, his status within the forbidden divine clans was rather precarious. He understood well why Wan Qikong was so eager to befriend him, yet little did they know that such gestures aligned perfectly with Su Jiugao's intentions. Wan Qikong, unperturbed, remarked, "Should Brother Su be willing to come, I would wait indefinitely." He gestured to the best location he could find in Tianyu City, saying, "Brother Su, please." As he led Su Jiugao to their seats, Wan Qia, who had been feeling somewhat bored, brightened at the sight of the guest and waved. Wan Qikong scrutinized Su Jiugao, noticing something unusual and curiously inquired, Brother Su, your hair?" He distinctly remembered that just yesterday, Su had golden hair. How could it have changed so suddenly? Su Jiugao chuckled. It was merely a whim. With the divine sacrifice approaching, the golden hair was too ostentatious. Wan Qikong nodded in agreement. Brother Su has a point. The divine sacrifice will see all forbidden divine clans in attendance, and one can only imagine how many divine clan members will gather in Tianyu City. I am well aware of their nature. They cannot abide those outside the divine clans being different from themselves. With a hearty promise, Wan Qikong declared, "Brother Su can rest assured. As your friend, should you face any injustice, I will certainly intervene." His eagerness to extend goodwill was evident. Su Jiugao nodded. "Thank you kindly." Noticing Su Jiugao's acceptance, Wan Qikong's eyes sparkled with renewed brightness. He believed that demonstrating goodwill as the celestial prince would leave no human or demon clan daring to refuse him. After all, even a divine clan member of impure blood was still related to the divine clan and not someone ordinary individuals would dare provoke. As Su Jiugao settled into his seat and sipped his tea leisurely, he inquired, "I wonder, what brings Brother Wanqi here?" "Brother Wanqi?" The courtesy extended by the celestial prince was a gesture of respect. Wan Qikong frowned slightly, his displeasure evident for a fleeting moment, though he quickly masked it. With a hearty laugh, he proclaimed, "The reason I sought Brother Su is, of course, related to our previous discussion." Su Jiugao remained silent, lost in thought. Observing this, Wan Qikong felt even more assured of his conjecture. The other party seemed to be apprehensive, fearing that their innate talent might be exposed and that they could be captured by other divine beings as servants. It is known that among the demon and human races, anyone who displays extraordinary talent, regardless of their personal wishes, is almost inevitably absorbed by various taboo divine clans to serve as guardians. Yet, there are also some who are resolute in their aspirations. Wan Qikong confidently assured, "Brother Su, you need not worry. I swear by the name of Wanqi that this matter shall remain confidential. I am merely curious." With an expression of anticipation, Su Jiugao slowly began, feigning confusion. "Could it be that Brother Wanqi has encountered me before?" Upon hearing this, Wan Qikong's eyes brightened. Brother Su's implication indirectly acknowledged that he had previously entered the Zhonghua realm. With this revelation, everything became easier to discuss. Wan Qikong let out a hearty laugh, speaking mysteriously, "Brother Su, I have certainly endured my fair share of tribulations at your hands. Your strength, I must say, is not mere flattery. It surpasses that of many in the divine clans." He mused, "You should not be an unknown figure." Wan Qikong was somewhat nostalgic, not concerned about his own identity being revealed, as he had concealed his appearance and form within the Zhonghua realm. Furthermore, he had never utilized spatial powers in the outside world. Although many in the divine clans were aware of a mysterious and powerful prodigy within the Zhonghua realm, none would ever guess it was him. Su Jiugao replied nonchalantly, "Brother Wanqi, you flatter me. There are many who have fallen at my hands." Wan Qikong paused, his eyes flickering. What a proud fellow. Yet, this aligns perfectly with my intentions. For those who are such prodigious talents tend to possess an arrogant disposition, unwilling to bow beneath others. As a prince of the divine clan, my status is exceedingly noble. I believe that if I sincerely extend my friendship, few would refuse. Wan Qikong continued, "Indeed. Brother Su's power is formidable. Is there truly no divine being seeking to recruit you?" His words were veiled, if stated plainly. Such a prodigy would surely be desired by many within the divine clans. Even other princes would hardly remain indifferent. Wan Qia, listening nearby, noticed her brother's unusual enthusiasm towards someone for the first time. She imitated her brother, asking in a sing-song voice, "What is Brother Su's cultivation level?" Wan Qikong was taken aback and playfully patted Wan Qiya's head, laughing, "You little rascal, how did you learn to say that?" "It's Brother Su, not Su Xiong." Wan Qiya nodded, understanding, and sweetly inquired, "Oh, then Su Xiong, what is your cultivation level? Is it stronger than my brother's?" Wan Qikong's eyes sparkled. He too wished to know. Su Jiugao smiled gently and replied, "I am at the 4th level of the Holy Realm." Wan Qikong furrowed his brows. "The 4th level of the Holy Realm? How is it different from the person I saw that day?" At this moment, he was almost certain that the individual he had faced in the Zhanghuang realm was indeed this Brother Su. "How is it possible that you have advanced 4 minor realms in such a short time?" Wan Qikong laughed in disbelief. "Ha ha ha, Brother Su is jesting. However, with Brother Su's strength, you could likely rival the princes of the Eastern 4 divine clans. The Eastern 4 divine clans are the center of the ancient celestial domain, the hub of resources. The divine prodigies there are stronger than those from the other 3 realms. Though he is the prince of the Wanqi clan and possesses great strength, without using his empty sovereign body, he feels uncertain facing the princes and princesses of those clans." The two conversed for a considerable time. Although Su Jiugao maintained a rather indifferent demeanor, Wan Qikong did not take offense. During their dialogue, Wan Qikong began to understand why the daughter of the Nangong clan would associate with Brother Su. "So this is how it is," he sighed, his gaze towards Su Jiugao shifting. "So Brother Su is indeed from the realms beyond, having newly arrived in the ancient celestial domain." He had been puzzled as to why Brother Su showed no trace of reverence upon learning of his status as a divine prince. Now it all made sense. The realms beyond are indeed far removed from the ancient celestial domain, and while Wan Qikong was aware of them, he did not know them well. A glimmer of longing crossed Wan Qikong's eyes as he exclaimed, "I did not expect Brother Su's origins to be so remarkable. The realms beyond are a place I have long yearned to visit. It is said that their resources far surpass those of the ancient celestial domain, and countless emperors have emerged from there." As he spoke, Wan Qikong turned to his sister, Wan Qiya, saying, "Xiaoya, go and fetch the most renowned drunken god wine from our ancient celestial domain. Today, I wish to indulge in a drink with this esteemed guest from afar." Unlike other divine beings, who were indoctrinated from a young age to view humans and demons as mere slaves, even those from the far-off realms, Wan Qikong, as a prince, had encountered many secrets about the realms beyond in the scriptures and was deeply curious. He knew that the humans there had once repelled invasions during the Great Darkness, with as many as 20 or 30 emperors at their peak. In his eyes, the humans of the realms beyond and those of the ancient celestial domain were entirely different beings. With Brother Su's prowess, he likely belonged to a top-tier faction. Leading Wan Qikong to abandon any condescension and speak earnestly, "I wonder, what brings Brother Su to my ancient celestial domain?" Su Jiugao replied, "I am searching for someone and wish to witness the prodigies of the ancient celestial domain." "Oh, does Brother Su have any friends among my taboo divine clan?" Wan Qikong inquired, intrigued. "I may be able to assist you." Su Jiugao chuckled softly and replied, "No need. I have already found the person." Wan Qikong looked curiously at the quietly seated Chu Xianyu beside Su Jiugao. Could it be this lady? He chose not to pursue the matter further. Just then, Wan Qiya returned, carrying a large sealed jug of wine, smiling brightly. "Brother, the wine is here." She carefully lifted the seal, and instantly, an intoxicating aroma of exquisite wine filled the air. The rich scent was so enticing that merely inhaling it made one's mouth water, as if a delightful itch had taken hold in the heart. Su Jiugao was no exception, though he had encountered many fine wines in the realms beyond. He had never come across one that felt so fervent. The wine in the jug was clear and transparent, shimmering like a fresh spring. Seeing this, Wan Qikong cheerfully said, "Xiaoya, quickly pour a glass for Brother Su." "Brother Su, to be candid, this drunken god wine is a great specialty of my ancient celestial domain. It exists not only here, but throughout the 4 realms. Consuming it not only bolsters one's cultivation, but also purges impurities from the body. Of course, it does not come cheap. Please, partake." Wan Qiya carefully poured everyone a glass, her cheeks flushed with excitement from the aromatic wine. Then, tentatively, she asked, "Brother, can I have a glass?" However, upon seeing Wan Qikong's stern expression, she quickly silenced herself, lowering her head. Su Jiugao accepted the drink and took a small sip, his imperial eyes gleaming. The first taste was fiery, remarkably potent. It felt as though his chest was ablaze, a warm current gradually spreading through his limbs, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. Indeed, this wine was as beneficial as Wan Qikong had claimed. The smile in Wan Qikong's eyes grew even wider. Drinking wine makes for smoother dealings. As they savored their drinks, the two engaged in lively conversation, calling each other brothers, enjoying an intimacy akin to that of old friends reunited after many years. At long last, after consuming a considerable amount of alcohol, observing Su Jiugao's slight inebriation. Wan Qikong's complexion turned somewhat flushed as he sighed with a hint of melancholy. "Alas!" exclaimed Su Jiugao with a grin, despite indulging in drink. His innate chaotic body swiftly neutralized the effects of the alcohol, rendering it inconsequential. One who offers unsolicited favors is either a schemer or a thief. He was curious to see what this fated protagonist intended to do. Pretending to be oblivious, Su Jiugao inquired, "What is Brother Wan Qi up to? Is there something troubling you?" Wan Qikong cast a glance at Su Jiugao, realizing he had taken the bait, and shook his head. "After all I've said, I trust Brother Su understands. Though I am the prince of the Wan Qi divine clan, appearing resplendent on the surface, I am constantly met with suspicion and constraints within my family, feeling quite stifled. Even my own father harbors doubts about me." Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow. "Oh, given Brother Wan Qi's top-tier prowess, in my experience across the realms, individuals of your caliber are treasured and nurtured by various factions. How has it come to this?" Wan Qikong sighed deeply, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Brother Su, you are unaware. Being a true member of the Forbidden Divine Clan is no easy feat. I believe Lady Nangong is well aware of this." Nangong Qing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if one's bloodline is impure. After all, within the Divine Clan, one's lineage signifies status. Although young Master Wan Qi has awakened divine power, there has been a notable anomaly. Moreover, this pertains to Wan Qikong's mother. If she were of divine lineage, even if of low standing, Wan Qikong's innate talent would still warrant attention and cultivation." Wan Qikong interjected, "Indeed, the discrimination within the divine clan is often far more severe than that directed at outsiders. After this divine ceremony, should I fail to secure more resources for my family during the divine combat, I fear even my position as prince may be at stake." Nangong Qing furrowed her brow. "That shouldn't be the case. With your strength, you ought to be among the top tier in the 3 realms. Except perhaps for the Eastern realm. I recall the last ranking of the Wan Qi divine clan was 16th. With your participation, there should at least be hope for the top 10. Surely, the Wan Qi clan isn't foolish enough to relinquish your position as prince. It would be a loss for them." She continued. Wan Qikong glanced at Nangong Qing, his expression revealing his dilemma. "While that may be true, Lady Nangong, have you forgotten? Divine combat is not merely an individual contest. My cousin. In divine combat, 2 individuals typically participate, generally the clan's prince and princess. Yet this time, there is no position for a princess in our clan. If one were to be added, it would inevitably be my younger brother Wan Qi Zhu accompanying me. Having usurped his position, I would be fortunate if he doesn't betray me. Expecting him to assist me is utterly implausible. The consequences of failing in divine combat are dire." After sharing this, Wan Qikong murmured with a face full of worry, "There are not many restrictions in divine combat. One can actually choose others to participate alongside. That person could even be from outside the divine clan." Wan Qikong's implication was evident. This was his greatest source of distress. He was being watched from all angles, leaving him with no opportunity to seek help, having finally encountered a formidable ally. His intentions were unmistakable. He wished for Su Jiugao to join him as a divine guardian in the upcoming divine combat. With his eyes glinting, Wan Qikong slowly began, "Brother Su, I wonder." Suddenly, Su Jiugao interjected with fervor, "What a remarkable divine clan. With Brother Wan Qi's talent and strength, how could the Wan Qi clan fail to recognize such brilliance? Brother Wan Qi, I suggest you accompany me to the myriad realms. I assure you, various factions will extend their olive branches." Wan Qikong was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. "Wait, no, that is not what I meant." Su Jiugao, with utmost seriousness, insisted, "Brother Wan Qi, with your talents, you would surely rank among the elite in the myriad realms. The sky is vast, and the sea boundless for a fish to soar. I believe that upon reaching the myriad realms, you will undoubtedly become a figure of renown." Wan Qikong was left speechless. He hadn't even agreed yet. Why did it sound as though he were preparing to abandon the Wan Qi divine clan at that very moment? His sister Wan Qi was still present, and as this was his birthplace, Wan Qikong was decidedly unwilling. With a strained smile, he remarked, "Well, Brother Su." Su Jiugao, interrupting, said, "No need for further elaboration. I understand your concerns. It's merely about finding a way out. Rest assured, with Nangong Qing and myself present, we shall devise a solution." Su Jiugao assured him earnestly, "Your sister will be under my care." Ding. The destined protagonist Wan Qikong's defenses are breached. Luck value lost. 300. Congratulations. Host has gained 300 villain points. The long-awaited system notification echoed. Su Jiugao observed Wan Qikong's expression, which resembled one who had just consumed something disagreeable, and inwardly scoffed. "Oh, so you wish to play with me without any benefits? Wan Qikong's gaze fluctuated, his thoughts racing as he wished to lash out at this seemingly oblivious Su. Calm down, he admonished himself. This individual was indeed the perfect candidate to join him in divine combat. With Su Jiugao's assistance, he was confident of securing a top position. Perhaps even the top 5 was within reach. At that point, even the ancestors would intervene, and no one would dare question his status as prince. His next objective after the divine ceremony would be to usurp the position of clan leader. Wan Qikong inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his emotions, mustering a somewhat forced smile. Well, Brother Su, I appreciate the offer, but I am not yet inclined to venture into the myriad realms. Su Jiugao, upon hearing this, expressed disappointment, sighing, what a pity. If only Brother Wan Qi were to journey into the myriad realms, we could frequently engage in discussions. This fool, Wan Qikong, was nearly infuriated. Having barely attained his status as prince of the Wan Qi divine clan, he was but a step away from success. Who would willingly abandon their position to accompany another into the myriad realms? If he and his sister simply vanished, Wan Qikong was certain Wan Qi would be elated and would not hesitate to send assassins after him. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Wan Qikong earnestly addressed Su Jiugao. Brother Su, I actually wish to request your assistance with something. Su Jiugao narrowed his eyes, puzzled. What do you mean, Brother Wan Qi? What assistance? Wan Qikong replied, in this divine combat of the forbidden divine clan, I dare to request that you lend me your strength. With your prowess, our collaboration would certainly yield an impressive ranking. Of course, I assure you that rewards for your efforts can be discussed afterward. Su Jiugao fell into contemplation, his eyes shimmering as if weighing his options. Ne Gongqing, beside him, was equally surprised. She hadn't anticipated that Wan Qikong would propose such a plan. It seemed the prince of the Wan Qi divine clan was quite wary of his own brother, willing to recruit an outsider rather than rely on his kin. Silence enveloped the scene as Su Jiugao remained contemplative. Wan Qikong, sensing the tension, awkwardly laughed, breaking the silence. I understand that we have only recently become acquainted, so this request may seem rather audacious. However, this is indeed a matter of necessity. If this divine battle ends in failure, my sister and I will truly have nowhere to go. As he spoke, Wan Qikong cast a meaningful glance at Wan Qi, who quickly grasped the implication and, with a voice trembling on the brink of tears, exclaimed, Indeed, Brother Su, please, I implore you to assist my brother. He has faced numerous hardships on his journey and has only just ascended to this imperial position. In this ancient celestial realm, aside from you, Brother Su, I fear no one else will come to my brother's aid. The siblings harmonized their pleas, exuding an air of moral superiority. Su Jiugong's expression reflected his dilemma as he responded, Wan Qi, it is not that I am unwilling to help you, but the divine ritual is a ceremony of your divine clan. As an outsider, how can I possibly partake? Moreover, I am unfamiliar with the opponents we face. Without clarity on the situation, I cannot rashly intervene. This conveyed a rather tactful refusal. Wan Qikong gasped in disbelief. Please, do not say that. If you refuse, who else can I turn to? He was nearly certain that Wan Qi would rather drag down the entire Wan Qi divine clan than relent. The elders of their clan and even his father were acutely aware of this. For them, the divine ritual occurs once every decade. Falling behind this time merely means a tighter squeeze on their cultivation resources. It was evident how much they loathed him for being willing to sacrifice their own interests. Long before Wan Qikong's contest for the imperial throne, he had openly slain several elder sons, and had it not been for the intervention of the Wan Qi ancestor, he and his sister would have perished at the hands of their own kin. Yet now, with mountains standing between them, the elders had become increasingly shrewd, completely cutting off communication with the ancestor. Wan Qikong sighed deeply and earnestly said, Brother Su, if you would be willing to assist me this time, from now on, you shall be my greatest benefactor. Moreover, once I ascend as the patriarch of the Wan Qi divine clan, I shall honor you as a distinguished guest. Su Jiugao stared in disbelief, perplexed by his words. How imaginative. Wan Qikong has spoken at length, yet he has not mentioned any tangible benefits, merely painting a grand vision. Truly, he is a miserly character, unwilling to part with even a penny. Su Jiugao was left speechless, having never encountered such a frugal protagonist before. However, considering his situation, it was likely that even within the Wan Qi divine clan, he would not receive much in the way of cultivation resources, primarily relying on his own abilities. Su Jiugao feigned a sympathetic demeanor and replied, Wan Qi, I understand your plight. However, I truly cannot intervene in this matter. In fact, I must leave this place in a few days. Even if I wished to help, I would not be able to provide much assistance, only a bit of moral support. What? Wan Qikong exclaimed in shock. Brother Su, why so soon? Could you not stay a while longer? He was genuinely anxious. Having finally found someone with satisfactory strength to assist him, and with a clean background, he was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Su Jiugao shook his head, saying, I fear that is not possible. I have been here for quite some time, and it would be difficult to explain my absence. At this point, Su Jiugao shifted the conversation. However, there may be other ways. Wan Qikong immediately inquired, What? Please, Brother Su, do share. Su Jiugao hesitated, a troubled expression crossing his face. Perhaps not. Wan Qikong was taken aback. How could he leave such a statement unfinished? With a wry smile, he implored, Brother Su, please do not keep me in suspense. This matter is of utmost importance to me. He sipped his drink, visibly agitated. Observing his demeanor, Su Jiugao slowly remarked, Brother Su, there can be many unforeseen circumstances during a return journey. For instance, one might encounter fortuitous events or discover rare treasures, which could inadvertently delay one's return. Wan Qikong was stunned, but quickly comprehended. His eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Su Jiugao, who wore a knowing smile, and he realized the implication. This fellow is clearly seeking treasures from me. Wan Qikong now understood that this Brother Su is no fool, but rather someone astute, unwilling to act without gain. His expression fluctuated between hope and concern. Initially, he had intended to rely on his identity as the divine clan's heir to entice Su Jiugao into action. Yet it seemed that this individual, a member of the human race, was not swayed by such tactics. It was evident that to persuade him to act without giving something in return was an impossible task, even before any exchange had begun. Wan Qikong felt a pang of regret. For him, all his treasures and resources had been hard-won, never relying on the Wanqi divine clan. Thus, he had developed an exceedingly miserly character. Aside from his sister, he could hardly bear to part with any of his possessions. Chapter 201, The Mirror of All Things. A treasure for survival. Wan Qikong looked at Su Jiugao, forcing a smile as he asked, What treasure does Brother Su desire? Simultaneously, he reassured himself that as long as he survived this divine ritual, the benefits to be gained would be substantial. For the Wanqi ancestor had personally promised him that once he entered the top 8 of the divine battle, he would be the unchallenged candidate for the patriarch's position. At the very least, he could retrieve his treasures through other means later. Even before making any sacrifices, Wan Qikong was already planning for the future. Observing his demeanor, Su Jiugao was unfazed and proceeded to scrutinize Wan Qikong's possessions once more. This time, his objective was clear. He sought treasures, disregarding all else. Ding. Wan Qikong, current treasures, Void Pearl, Sunfall Bow, Calamity-subduing Divine Chain, Sky-rending Axe, Fragment of the Great Suru Sutra, Copper Soul Realm. 324004 Celestial Spirit Stones. Su Jiugao perused the list for a while, but found nothing to his liking. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he glanced at Wan Qi beside him, and then spoke earnestly, Wan Qi, what do you think is the most crucial thing for a cultivator venturing into the world? Wan Qikong was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Su Jiugao's question. Nevertheless, he answered honestly, Spirit stones? Incorrect. Magical treasures? No. Connections? Still not right. After several failed attempts, Wan Qikong finally sighed. Brother Su, please just tell me. I truly cannot guess. Su Jiugao narrowed his eyes and solemnly stated, for a cultivator, the most vital aspect is the means of survival. Wan Qikong had previously mentioned only external possessions. Should he encounter formidable enemies or rare treasures without the corresponding strength to match, survival would be the only guarantee. Once dead, nothing remains. Su Jiugao fixed his gaze on him, his words laden with meaning. Wan Qikong's pupils constricted, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded earnestly, acknowledging, Brother Su is indeed correct. Means of survival are paramount for cultivators. In this ruthless realm of cultivation, not everyone possesses the luck of a fated protagonist like myself, who can rely on others to turn misfortune into fortune during crises. An effective means of survival is the key to escaping danger time and again. Su Jiugao smiled faintly, his lips curling into a gentle grin. I do not wish to conceal from you, Wan Qi. Although my strength is formidable and I have yet to be defeated among peers of the same level. Wan Qikong's mouth twitched at this boast. Incredulous at such arrogance, he had never encountered someone so shamelessly self-aggrandizing. Su Jiugao continued, but in this world, who dares to claim invincibility? As long as one is human, there will inevitably come a time of decline. Thus, he had been eager to seek out any life-saving treasures, if such an item existed within the ancient celestial domain. Even a few extra days of delay would be of little consequence. Wan Qikong took a deep breath, realizing he understood the intent of this individual. Life-preserving means? A flash of white light emanated from the storage ring, causing the space to ripple. A yellow talisman, inscribed with countless runes, materialized in Wan Qikong's hand. He smiled faintly and handed the talisman over, saying, I comprehend Brother Su's intentions. Behold, this artifact is known as the long-distance teleportation talisman. With just a hint of spiritual energy, it may be activated swiftly. It can transport a person thousands of miles away, or even farther, in the blink of an eye. It is, without a doubt, the best means of preserving one's life. Su Jiugao scrutinized the talisman, his brow furrowing in displeasure. The long-distance teleportation talisman? Is this what the imperial prince desires? One must admit, the protagonist before him was quite miserly. The treasures he bestowed upon his sister were all exceedingly rare life-saving artifacts. To think he would try to appease him with a mere teleportation talisman, as if he were a beggar? Su Jiugao's true aim was the death substitute doll possessed by Wan Qi. Alas, it seemed there was nothing of interest for him in the ancient celestial domain. After a pleasant conversation with Brother Wan Qi today, we shall meet again another day. With a hint of disappointment, Su Jiugao sighed and prepared to rise, intending to leave with the two women. Wan Qi Kong's expression faltered. He had anticipated that this individual would not be so easily fooled. However, he did not expect Su Jiugao to be so resolute in his departure. He quickly stood and urged, Brother Su, hold on. I have more. Su Jiugao paused for a moment, shaking his head. It's best to let it be. I am aware that such life-saving items are indeed exceedingly rare. There are others. Wan Qi Kong immediately delved into his storage ring, hoping to find some life-preserving treasure. Yet all his prized artifacts had been given to his sister, Wan Qi. He had nothing left. After searching for a considerable time without success, Su Jiugao's tone grew slightly impatient as he remarked, Brother Wan Qi, let it be. Observing her brother's distressed state, Wan Qi furrowed her brows. Suddenly, she recalled that there were indeed many life-saving items he had given her within her storage ring. Eager to alleviate her brother's worry, Wan Qi brightly declared, Brother Su, I have something. Shall ya? Wan Qi Kong was taken aback. Oh. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his tone. Do not jest, Miss Xiaoya. Noticing Su Jiugao's doubt, Wan Qi puffed her cheeks and produced a defensive magical artifact, a mirror crafted from polished bronze, adorned with dragon and phoenix patterns. This mirror was, in fact, a supreme-level artifact. Placing it on the table, Wan Qi earnestly stated, What do you think of this? Xiaoya, what are you doing? Bring that back. Wan Qi Kong's face darkened as he reprimanded her. His sister possessed limited strength, and within the Wan Qi divine clan, she could easily become a target for Wan Qi or others. Therefore, all these treasures had been painstakingly collected by Wan Qi Kong to ensure her safety. How could she carelessly display them? Undeterred, Wan Qi stubbornly replied, Brother, I want to help you. She then turned to Su Jiugao and said, Brother Su, this item is called the myriad phenomena mirror. When danger arises, invoking this mirror can pull the enemy into an illusion, making it exceedingly difficult for them to detect your movements. Whether for self-preservation or combat, it is a remarkable treasure. What do you think? Su Jiugao examined the myriad phenomena mirror for a moment. Truly, as the sister of the destined protagonist, she casually produced a supreme-level artifact. However, if this were the only offering, it would not pique Su Jiugao's interest. He pondered before replying, the artifact is indeed splendid, but regrettably, it holds no utility for me. How could it be useless? Wan Qi exclaimed, her voice rising in urgency. This is a supreme-level artifact. Chapter 202, The Silken Cocoon. Do you not want it? Su Jiugao smiled as he gazed at her. Why not test it on me? Wan Qi pouted, then activated the myriad phenomena mirror, infusing it with spiritual energy. With a hum, a mysterious force enveloped Su Jiugao. In that instant, the surrounding space warped irregularly, twisting into vibrant, colorful curves. Su Jiugao grinned, his causal eyes piercing through the illusion to see Wan Qi, who was beaming with satisfaction as she proclaimed, See, I told you it was effective. This is a supreme-level life-saving artifact, and for ordinary individuals. Before she could finish, a loud crack echoed as the illusion shattered, and the myriad phenomena mirror flew straight out of her hand. Su Jiugao, still smiling, gazed at her and said, So now you understand? This item is of no use to me. Wan Qi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Su Jiugao, her expression akin to one witnessing a monster. How could this be possible? Even Wan Qi Kong, observing from the side, was momentarily stunned, his pupils widening in shock. So swiftly? In the Conghuang realm. Even he was no match for Su Jiugao and had already deduced that the myriad phenomena mirror could not contend with someone of Su's caliber. Yet he did not expect Su Jiugao to dismantle the mirror's illusion so quickly. I did not deceive you, did I? Su Jiugao remarked. Wan Qi's face scrunched up, revealing her confusion and distress. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved another life-preserving artifact from her storage ring, causing Wan Qi Kong to widen his eyes in astonishment. Were these not all treasures he had given her? Wan Qi leaned closer and asked, "What about this?" "No." "Then how about this?" "This is the bodyguard pearl. It can save your life in critical moments." "No. Surely this one will suffice?" "This is the silken cocoon of the celestial silkworm." Wan Qi frowned, producing the exceedingly white silken cocoon. "It can withstand attacks below the supreme realm. Just in case you are unaware, let me explain." Wan Qi Kong felt a pang in his heart. Seeing this, he felt it was best to remain silent. As long as Xiaoya did not reveal that particular treasure, it would suffice. The silken cocoon was incredibly valuable, even among life-saving artifacts, and having it would surely make Su reluctant to refuse. Su Jiugao accepted the palm-sized cocoon, gently touching the delicate, translucent silks within, murmuring, "This is indeed a fine treasure." Both Wan Qi and Wan Qi Kong's eyes lit up. Wan Qi cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother Su, this must suffice, right? If you assist my brother well, I shall gift you this silken cocoon." Wan Qi Kong's heart bled at this sight. However, since Xiaoya possessed many treasures, if this could win over Brother Su, it would be splendid. Little did they know, after toying with the cocoon for a while, Su Jiugao handed it back. Shaking his head, "Never mind, this item does not suit me. I believe it is better for you to keep it." Wan Qi pouted, her astonishment palpable. "What? You do not want this either? This is an incredibly rare and difficult to forge treasure. If you do not want this, then what kind of life-saving artifact would satisfy you? It seems rather greedy." Wan Qi mumbled softly, a sentiment that Su Jiugao clearly heard. "Young lady, one must be careful with their words." Nan Gongqing interjected with a smile, her voice laced with a hint of veiled warning. "Beware, lest misfortune befall you through your own words." She did not conceal her threatening undertone. "Young master, as the esteemed heir of the Su family, your status in the ancient celestial domain is unparalleled, rivaling that of any prince or princess, perhaps even surpassing them. It is not something that a mere princess of the divine clan can tarnish." Su Jiugao furrowed her brows, while Wan Qi Kong unexpectedly expressed his displeasure, saying, "Xiaoya, how can you speak to Brother Su like that?" After saying this, Wan Qi Kong looked apologetically at Su Jiugao and added, "I sincerely apologize, Su brother. My sister has been spoiled since childhood, and thus sometimes lacks decorum in her speech." In his heart, however, he silently complained that this extraordinary talent from the myriad realms was perhaps a tad too greedy. After all, the silkworm cocoon was an exceedingly rare and precious treasure. Even he had expended considerable effort to obtain it for his sister's safety. The fact that this did not sway her was a testament to Su Jiugao's insatiable appetite. Did she perhaps desire his sister's life-saving talisman as well? Wan Qi Kong pondered. Su Jiugao's expression remained calm, betraying no hint of emotion, as she replied softly, "I have never asked for anything. The silkworm cocoon holds no significance for me." With that, Su Jiugao turned to leave, her intent unmistakably resolute. Brother Su. No matter how Wan Qi Kong implored, Su Jiugao showed no inclination to pause. Wan Qi's enchanting eyes revealed a flicker of struggle. She truly did not comprehend what kind of treasure this person desired. Upon seeing her brother's anxious gaze, Wan Qi impulsively retrieved all the treasures from her storage ring, the sheer quantity leaving one astounded. Each item exuded an aura of spiritual energy, shimmering with various divine glows. Laid out prominently on the table, as Wan Qi contemplated the life-saving treasures before her, her gaze finally settled on a small talisman. This talisman, with a piece of yellow paper affixed to its face and covered in peculiar inscriptions, appeared unremarkable yet exuded an eerie aura. "This is..." Wan Qi's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed loudly, "Wait, Brother Su, I was wrong before, but I have another treasure. Look, this object is called the life-saving talisman. It can withstand any lethal attack for those below the supreme realm. It is undoubtedly the ultimate treasure for preserving life. With it, one essentially possesses a second life." Wan Qi spoke earnestly, her voice rising, not wanting to see her brother further troubled by the affairs of the divine clan. Though well protected by Wan Qi Kong, she was not oblivious to the world. She understood that her brother Wan Qi would never allow her brother to have peace, and it was likely that he could lose his position as a prince, leading to their siblings being ostracized by countless clansmen, even forced to wander once more. Chapter 203, Sibling Rift and Debate. Oh. Upon hearing the term life-saving talisman, Su Jiugao finally halted, intrigued, turning around with a slight smile, saying, "This item is rather interesting." Wan Qi's face lit up at her words, and she hurriedly picked up the life-saving talisman, running towards Su Jiugao. "Brother Su, I was wrong before. This treasure is absolutely useful for you." Wan Qi Kong was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. His pupils constricted as he shouted, "Xiaoya, what are you doing? This is absolutely unacceptable. This treasure is crucial for you. Return it to me, do you hear?" He was genuinely angry. What was this life-saving talisman? A supreme treasure that could grant a second life. Due to Xiaoya's unique constitution, She suffered immensely whenever cold invaded her, facing perilous situations time and again. Each time he witnessed his sister's agonizing state, his heart ached, wishing he could shoulder her suffering. In his quest to ensure her safety, Wan Shikong had sought countless physicians to no avail, ultimately learning from the clan's elder that his sister possessed a rare constitution, likely destined to endure this cold throughout her life. The life-saving talisman could protect her life when she could not withstand the cold. How could it not be important? Therefore, no matter the circumstances, Wan Shikong could not allow her to treat the talisman as a bargaining chip. With a somber gaze, Wan Shikong stated, "Do you understand?" "I refuse." To his astonishment, for the first time, his typically obedient sister, Wan Shiya, boldly retorted. With a defiant expression, she declared, "Brother, I want to help you. Brother Su, take this life-saving talisman. You must assist my brother during the divine ceremony." Notification. Destiny's protagonist Wan Shiya has lost the life-saving item bestowed by Wan Shikong. Destiny protagonist Wan Shikong suffers a loss of 6,000 fortune points. So much. Su Jiugao was taken aback, seemingly not anticipating that the loss of fortune points for a treasure below the supreme realm would exceed that of losing an imperial weapon. The life-saving talisman, as Wan Shiya's safeguard, would play a pivotal role in her survival against the next onslaught of cold, and now, without it, she would be utterly defenseless. Naturally, the protagonist Wan Shikong could not stand idly by, and the price he would pay would be immense. Any protagonist with concerns for a sister was destined to face tribulations from her in the future. Su Jiugao gazed at the life-saving talisman in her hand, which appeared rather ordinary. Wan Shikong quickly approached, inhaling deeply, and said, "Brother Su, let it be. This item is extremely important for my sister. She suffers from a rare ailment, and without it, she faces dire peril. I implore you to exchange this treasure with me." In the face of his sister's safety, Wan Shikong was resolute, unwilling to tolerate any mishaps. Su Jiugao nodded, promptly returning the item, and said indifferently, "I understand your predicament, Wan Shi brother. It is no trouble." "No." Wan Shiya, unwavering and resolute, snatched the life-saving talisman back and placed it firmly back into Su Jiugao's embrace. Wan Shikong's expression shifted. "Xiaoya, you." Wan Shiya fixed her gaze on him, unwavering. "Brother, since this life-saving talisman has been given to me, it is mine. How I choose to handle it is my own affair." Wan Shikong was momentarily speechless, his anger surging as he glared at her fiercely. "Wan Shiya, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Even without Brother Su's intervention, I could still make it to the top 8 in the divine contest." His eyes sparkled with fury, an inferno of wrath raging within. Ever since their mother's passing, having been entrusted with the care of his sister, he had always regarded Wan Shiya as both brother and father. Wan Shiya stared back, her eyes showing no signs of retreat. "Brother," Wan Shikong barked. "Do not call me brother. It seems you have not heeded our mother's words at all. The life-saving talisman was something I risked my life to acquire for you from others. You have no right to act this way." This was the first time he had lost his temper so vehemently with his sister. It wasn't Wan Shiya's rebellion that angered him, but rather her complete disregard for her own safety. Wan Shiya was taken aback by his words, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as her body trembled uncontrollably. Fighting back emotions, she exclaimed, "You know nothing at all." With that, she dashed past Su Jiugao, sobbing as she fled outside. Her actions were all for her brother. But he did not understand her. This feeling of injustice overwhelmed her. "If you wish to reclaim that death substitute doll, then from this moment forth, I shall no longer desire anything from you. You are no longer my brother." Outside, Wan Shiya's voice echoed loudly. Ding. The destined female protagonist Wan Shiya has developed a rift with the fated male protagonist Wan Shikong, resulting in a loss of 500 destiny points for the male protagonist. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 500 villain points. The system's voice resonated once more, and Su Jiugao observed the quarrel between the siblings with a hint of amusement. It was unexpected that such discord could yield villain points. Even as an outsider, it was evident that the siblings cared deeply for one another, yet it was precisely this concern, marred by contradictions, that sparked the incident. She was merely a catalyst. Watching the tearful figure of Wan Shiya depart, Wan Shikong suddenly felt a pang of loss, a wave of discomfort washing over him. He began to regret whether he had been too harsh on Xiaoya. He understood that Xiaoya wished to assist him, yet he could not bear the thought of her suffering in the process. Su Jiugao took out the death substitute doll from her waist, sighing wistfully and feigning melancholy. "You should keep this, Wan Shi brother. That young lady may have spoken in haste. It would be wise not to take it to heart." Wan Shikong gazed at the doll she offered, inhaling deeply as memories of Xiaoya's parting words resurfaced. As if coming to a realization, a bittersweet smile graced his lips. "Oh, well then, my sister has finally made a decision for herself. As her elder brother, how could I not comply and instead hurt her feelings? Chapter 204, Acquiring Treasure. Agreeing to the divine battle, Su brother, please accept this treasure, Wan Qikong sighed. Su Jiugao replied, this seems inappropriate? Wan Qikong reassured her. It is of no concern. If Su brother could lend me a helping hand to secure a place among the top 8 in the divine battle, I shall certainly offer you a more substantial reward in return. Su Jiugao toyed with the death substitute doll in her hands, her eyes glinting with mischief as she smiled lightly. That will not be necessary. Possessing this item is already ample, having received benefits. Su Jiugao was naturally inclined to give Wan Qikong face as she returned to her seat and continued the discussion. I have heard from Qing'er that the divine festival of the divine clan does not permit outsiders to interfere. While I am confident in my ability to assist you, if your clan's elders do not permit it, I fear I will be powerless. Upon hearing Su Jiugao's agreement, Wan Qikong's expression lightened. Though he lamented Xiaoya's loss of the life-saving treasure, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Wan Qikong's eyes sparkled with determination. After the divine festival, blessings would follow. At that time, he would willingly forego his opportunity for blessings and implore the clan elders to transfer this chance to his sister. The blessing of the 3 gods could significantly enhance an individual's talent, physique, and even bloodline. The reason for his sister's potential was entirely due to their mother being of the celestial fox lineage. Once the celestial fox bloodline was purified, the hidden dangers to his sister's body would be eliminated. Wan Qi brother, Su Jiugao's voice pulled Wan Qikong from his thoughts. Realizing, he replied, Su brother, you need not worry. After returning to the clan, I will certainly discuss this matter with the elders. However, it may require some sacrifice on your part, as the divine festival does not allow outsiders to participate. Yet, followers are permitted. Su Jiugao smiled and waved her hand. If that's the case, such minor inconveniences are inconsequential. Ha. It is of no concern. Wan Qikong forced a smile, his mind still lingering on the death substitute doll. Observing Su Jiugao's cheerful demeanor, a thought suddenly emerged in Wan Qikong's mind. After this divine battle, he would devise a means to reclaim that doll. Though this individual was a prodigy of great powers across the realms, within this ancient celestial domain, only their divine clan held the authority. At that time, he could simply offer treasures in exchange. If that proved futile, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Wan Qikong's eyes, but quickly vanished. However, Su Jiugao keenly sensed it. With narrowed eyes, Su Jiugao pondered, so the destined protagonist wishes to eliminate me? It seems that the death substitute doll truly holds significant importance for him. Su Jiugao paid little mind to it. With her current strength, the number of individuals capable of threatening her was dwindling. Furthermore, with Elder Ying's companionship and the methods left by her father, even the 13 supreme emperors of the divine clans could do her no harm in this ancient celestial domain. After all, in an era devoid of emperors, the weight of a living emperor was self-evident, looming like an insurmountable mountain in everyone's hearts. Su Jiugao smiled lightly. Then let us follow Wan Qi brother's lead. Upon hearing this, Wan Qikong erupted into hearty laughter, stepping forward to pat Su Jiugao on the shoulder, declaring loudly, I find a kindred spirit in Su brother. With your assistance, we shall undoubtedly shine brilliantly in this divine battle. Surely, your name will resound throughout this ancient celestial domain. Aha. Su Jiugao chuckled and shook her head. With Wan Qi brother placing such trust in me, I would feel deeply remorseful should I disappoint you. Wan Qikong, oh, Su brother, do not say such things. With your strength, you rank among the finest in my ancient celestial domain. What jest? This Su brother has personally tested the strength of your prowess, and I am genuinely moved. With Su Jiugao's assistance, Wan Qikong felt he had at least a 90% certainty of success in the upcoming divine battle. Su brother, the divine battle is of great significance. If you find yourself free in the coming days, why not visit my residence? I can inform you about the opponents we will face in the divine battle. Wan Qikong continued. Knowing that replacing Wan Qizhe would undoubtedly provoke fierce opposition from Wan Qizhe and the elders, should Su brother accompany him, with Su brother's strength, Wan Qizhe would certainly be no match, providing him with a valid reason to replace him. Additionally, Wan Qikong harbored concerns that after Su brother received his benefits, he might simply vanish, leaving him with no recourse for lamentation. Wan Qikong, the divine festival will take place within the territory of the Dongling divine clan. As you are new to the ancient celestial domain and unfamiliar with your surroundings, I can guide you. Su Jiugao nodded, not refusing the offer. That sounds good. I would appreciate your guidance, Wan Qi brother. Wan Qikong's eyes brightened. Of course. There's no rush, Su brother. Let us first enjoy this fine wine before we depart. As he spoke, Wan Qikong personally poured wine for Su Jiugao, smiling as he said, Here, Su brother, please. May our endeavors be met with success. within the territory of the Dongling Divine Clan. Outside the vehicle, elders from the Wanqi Divine Clan and the Qitian Divine Clan were engaged in amiable conversation. Dongling Ancestor, please do not see us off any further. This is sufficient. One elder from the Qingtian Divine Clan said with a smile, cupping his hands. The elders of the Wanqi Divine Clan echoed, indeed, we never expected to be personally received by several ancestors. We are truly honored. The venerable ancestor Songshuan retained the vitality of youth, appearing even more youthful with each passing year. Elder, our clan's ancestors have long missed you. If you have the time, do visit the Wanqi Divine Clan, and my Qingtian Divine Clan as well. The elders of both clans present were somewhat taken aback. They had not anticipated that the one who had received them yesterday would be the esteemed ancestor Songshuan of the Dongling Divine Clan. This figure is of ancestral stature, standing shoulder to shoulder with our own forebear, often an elusive presence. Beside Dongling Songshuan were several elders of the Dongling clan, who smiled as he spoke. Ha ha ha, esteemed guests. You are truly too courteous. The upcoming divine rite is to be held within the territory of our Dongling Divine Clan. Naturally, we must take an active role in its execution. With that said, I shall not tarry any longer. Friends, let us meet at Tiangong Mountain for the divine rite in 5 days. Excellent. Everyone chimed in unison. Songshuan Ancestor, we shall take our leave now. Chapter 205, Speculative Thoughts. Is there a possibility? After a brief moment of pause, the elders from the Qingtian and Wanqi clans boarded their beast-drawn carriages and departed. Once the members of both clans had left, Dongling Songshuan's gaze turned somber, and his smile faded as he remarked, the divine rite. Such an event must not be allowed to falter. Where is the third brother? Dongling Songshuan glanced around, but could not find the third ancestor, his brow furrowing in displeasure. That fellow just arrived and then hurried back. What could possibly be more important than the divine rite? Just as he was about to express his irritation, an old woman nearby interjected, Elder brother, the third brother mentioned he had matters to attend to at the prison, so he left early. He should arrive shortly. Dongling Songshuan snorted and stated, let him stay away. It's no longer necessary for him to come. At that moment, a distant shout rang out. Elder brother. Is that the third brother? Upon hearing the voice, Dongling Songshuan turned to see an elderly man rushing towards them. It was indeed the third ancestor. The third ancestor surveyed the surroundings, seemingly searching for someone, and quickly inquired, Elder brother, second sister, where are the members of the Qingtian and Wanqi clans? With an expression of displeasure, Dongling Songshuan replied, the others have just departed. Why have you arrived at such a late hour? What were you occupied with? What? They've left. The third ancestor's demeanor grew agitated. We cannot allow them to depart. Dongling Songshuan furrowed his brow and asked, what do you mean by that, third brother? The old woman beside him also expressed her confusion. Third brother, what do you know? Speak quickly. With a grim expression, the third ancestor inhaled deeply and said, the escaped slaves we captured a few days ago, the leader of their organization, a young man, has confessed everything. The boy named Jiao revealed that the ones behind them are indeed the Wanqi clan. They are responsible for the destruction of our clan's quarry and the deaths of our Dongling family members. The Wanqi clan, what did you say? Dongling Songshuan's pupils flared with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon him. The surrounding elders of the Dongling clan gathered closer. The Wanqi clan? How can this be? They only arrived yesterday. The old woman asked, third brother, is what you say true? This matter cannot be taken lightly. The third ancestor nodded seriously, stating, it is absolutely true. The young man said that the visitors who came the other day openly proclaimed themselves as members of the Wanqi clan. Dongling Songshuan furrowed his brow. But the other slaves mentioned a golden-haired youth and a red-haired woman. If that is the case, the red-haired one could only be linked to the Nangong clan. The third ancestor interjected, elder brother, do you not think that if the other side was prepared, they would not brazenly reveal their identities? Who does not know that only the Nangong Divine Clan possesses red-haired individuals in the ancient immortal domain? Did the Nangong clan come? After a moment of silence, Dongling Songshuan replied, this matter is indeed puzzling. The Wanqi clan has no grievances with our Dongling family. There is no reason for them to act this way. Nor would it benefit them. The third ancestor, appearing frustrated, shook his head. Elder brother, I must say, you are being foolish. The divine rite is approaching. If they did not come for the quarry's spiritual stones, they must be here to obstruct our divine rite, though we do not know their motivations. Consider this. Why have the clans closest to us in the eastern realm not arrived, while the distant northern domain is the first to show up? They must have arrived earlier and only came after visiting the quarry. An elder pondered and nodded. Indeed, what the third brother says is not without merit. Dongling Songshuan regarded him with a peculiar expression and remarked, third brother, is it possible that they set out early, knowing that the northern domain is farthest from us? The third ancestor paused, suddenly realizing the logic in his elder brother's words. It is not surprising for him to think so. As the Dongling clan's quarry had suffered losses, including deaths and runaway slaves, but most importantly, they had not secured any celestial spiritual stones. If the other party had come for the slaves, they would have had to take them along. It is improbable that they would have acted against the Dongling clan without reason. In the entire ancient immortal domain, only another divine clan could surreptitiously eliminate a supreme being and a host of elite protectors without detection. Seeing the third ancestor hesitate to speak, Dongling Trongchuan shook his head and said, "Enough of this matter for now. Have preparations for the divine rite been completed? The arrangements are indeed in order. But what about the Wanqi clan, elder brother? Are we truly going to ignore them?" Dongling Tsangxuan's gaze turned icy as he slowly replied, "Do not worry. This matter will not be easily dismissed. Investigate that young man thoroughly. If the Wanqi clan is indeed behind this, then our Dongling family will not stand idly by." As he spoke, a pressure akin to that of a semi-empirical being emanated from him, chilling the air around them. In a tranquil and serene residence within Tianyu City, Wanqi Kong was engaged in jovial conversation with Su Jiugao. Pointing at a portrait, Wanqi Kong smiled and said, "Brother Su, this person is the Dongling clan's prince, Dongling Shao, who will represent them at this divine rite. The Dongling clan has consistently ranked just outside the top 10 in the divine battles over the years, similar to our Wanqi clan. If I am not mistaken, this year's representative will be the combination of this Dongling prince and a celestial maiden. We need only be cautious of their 1,000 transformations divine power. Although it is highly suitable for sea warfare, it is not invincible. If you provide cover for me, I will certainly find a way to reveal their true forms." Su Jiugao nodded, taking a sip of tea before replying, "Brother Wanqi, I understand your intent. In other words, the Dongling clan poses no significant threat." Nangong Qing, sitting nearby, smiled while covering her mouth, saying, "Your grace remains as it is. These individuals are indeed no match for you." She was keenly aware of Su Jiugong's prowess. As the heir of the Su clan, he was exceptional in both artifacts and techniques. Moreover, with his extraordinary talent, he was exceedingly rare even among the 13 divine clans of the ancient immortal domain. Except for the prodigies of the Eastern realm, no one from the other 3 realms could rival an heir of his caliber. Wanqi Kong, taken aback, then burst into a hearty laugh. "Huh?" Chapter 206, The Arrival of the Wanqi Clan. A challenge, Brother Su. You are correct. Given our strength, we need not overly concern ourselves with the Dongling clan. What we must be wary of are the 4 clans of the Eastern realm, as they consistently rank among the top in every divine rite. If we encounter them too early, it could spell disaster. Wanqi Kong said with utmost seriousness, clearly wary of the prodigious talents from the 4 divine clans of the Eastern realm. Wanqi Kong sighed. Those are truly the exceptional prodigies of the divine clan. The mere thought of the terrifying strength possessed by the divine prince and princess from the eastern region sent a chill down his spine. He had once engaged in combat with several prodigies from the eastern divine clan within the Zhanghuang realm and was acutely aware of their formidable prowess. In divine battles, should they encounter one another early on, without relying on the power of the Kong Emperor's divine body, he had little confidence in securing victory. Su Jiugao's gaze remained tranquil as she spoke with calm assurance. "Elites? We are indeed battling elites. My brother Wanqi need not worry. I am here." Her visit to the primordial immortal domain was motivated not only by Wanqi Kong, but primarily due to the lack of other prodigies worthy of her attention in the myriad realms. She was eager for a duel with the unparalleled prodigy of the forbidden divine clan. Observing Su Jiugao's composure and confidence, Wanqi Kong felt a wave of relief wash over him, inwardly praising her as a true genius hailing from a major power. With a hearty laugh, he exclaimed, "Huh? With Brother Su's words, I can rest easy." Compared to his inept brother Wanqi Jia, who was solely focused on undermining him and dragging him down from the position of divine son, the current Su brother was evidently far more trustworthy. Wanqi Kong glanced at Nangong Qing and sensed an unusual bond between them. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Might I ask which power Brother Su hails from? Why does the daughter of the Nangong divine clan refer to you as young master?" He recognized Su Jiugao's significant background, but the fact that even a divine clan maiden would address him thus left him puzzled about Su Jiugao's origins. Could he be the son of some mighty figure? Wanqi Kong pondered silently. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qing cast a glance at Su Jiugao, seemingly seeking his approval. Noticing Su Jiugao casually sipping tea with no response, she smiled and said, "The identity of the young master is quite extraordinary. I can only tell you that he is of imperial lineage." Before she could finish her sentence, a commotion arose outside the residence. "Where is that fellow Wanqi Kong? Has he not returned yet? My brother and friends are inside." The voice carried a note of displeasure. Xiaya? Wan Qikong paused, frowning. Su Jiugao set down his teacup and remarked, Brother Wan Qi, it seems someone has arrived. Would you like to step out and take a look? He was aware that some disciples and elders from his clan had returned sooner than anticipated. With a flicker of thought, Wan Qikong stood up, apologetically saying, Very well, I shall trouble Brother Su to wait here a moment. It might be our elders returning from the Dongling Divine Clan. I'll go and check. No need to check. We have come ourselves. The door swung open forcefully to reveal 4 or 5 elders from the Wanqi Divine Clan, accompanied by 2 or 3 dozen junior members. Among them was Wanqi Jia, bearing an arrogant expression. You cannot enter. My brother is with friends. A startled voice from behind called out. Wanqi Jia, visibly displeased, waved his sleeve in reprimand. Is this a place for you to speak? Leave. Xiaya. Wan Qikong addressed the girl behind him, but upon hearing his voice, she lowered her head and fell silent. Retreating outside, evidently still troubled by previous events, Wan Qikong's gaze flickered with a hint of guilt as the elders entered the room naturally. Upon seeing Su Jiugao, the expression of the eldest elder, Wan Qidai, shifted to one of discontent. He spoke sternly to Wan Qikong. Well, Wan Qikong, you have neglected to accompany us in paying respects to our hosts, the Dongling Divine Clan, and instead choose to consort with questionable individuals. Do you think that being a divine son grants you the liberty to act as you please? State their identities. Wan Qikong furrowed his brow, deeply dissatisfied with the tone. As a divine son of his clan, he felt humiliated by the elders' lack of respect in front of outsiders, igniting a flame of indignation within him. I am still a divine son. Can I not bring friends? Friends? Huh. Wan Qizhi glanced at him with an air of disdain, scoffing. It depends on the nature of your friendships. We care not whom you choose to befriend, but do not disgrace the name of the Wanqi Divine Clan in the process. He had no belief that Wan Qikong's acquaintances were any divine clan prodigies. Elder Wan Qidai nodded in agreement. Zhu is correct. You have failed in propriety by not accompanying us to visit the Dongling Divine Clan. I assumed you had pressing matters, yet here we are. It was a mistake to entrust such a position to you, he added. Wan Qikong's countenance darkened as he felt the weight of their scorn. With Su present, he found it difficult to endure such blatant humiliation. Su Jiugao observed the unfolding discord with keen interest, recognizing the palpable tension in the air. It appeared that the destined protagonist was not faring well within the Wanqi Divine Clan. At that moment, Nangong Qing stepped forward, visibly displeased, and confronted the elders of the Wanqi Divine Clan. Esteemed elders, your words are rather excessive, are they not? Do you believe that my Nangong Divine Clan is merely a trivial entity? Despite her modest cultivation, her presence was unyielding as she stood firm against the elders and junior members of the Wanqi Divine Clan. The Nangong family was a prominent force in the western region, having ranked 6th in the previous divine battle. In terms of heritage and strength, they stood on par with the 4 clans of the eastern region within the primordial immortal domain. It was no wonder they could dispatch figures of quasi-emperor and supreme caliber in their quest for ancient relics across the myriad realms. Thus, their status naturally surpassed that of the Wanqi Divine Clan. With her vibrant red hair, a symbol of her formidable lineage, Nangong Qing was undeterred by the gathered assembly. Her beautiful eyes glinted with cold resolve as she addressed a nearby elder. I advise you to retract your earlier statements. She did not act out of a desire to defend Wan Qikong, but rather because she found the disrespect shown towards the divine son intolerable. Wan Qizhi was momentarily stunned, furrowing his brow as he murmured, Red hair, she truly is from the Nangong Divine Clan. The Nangong Divine Clan? The elders of the Wanqi Divine Clan exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically as they grasped the implications. They scrutinized Nangong Qing's visage, as if recalling something significant. With Elder Wan Qidai expressing surprise, you are the daughter of the Nangong family? He had a faint recollection of her, the beloved youngest daughter of Nangong Fong, the clan leader. During the time of the clan's divine offerings, she had been but a child, yet he had seen her then. What? The daughter of the Nangong clan leader? Wan Qizhi's pupils constricted as he regarded Nangong Qing in astonishment, suddenly realizing he had misspoken. Elder Wan Qidai hastily corrected himself. My apologies, esteemed young lady. We were momentarily blind and disrespectful. Had she been an ordinary junior of the Divine Clan, he would not have reacted thus. But this particular individual was said to have received an imperial-grade defensive artifact from her father upon reaching adulthood. It was clear how cherished she was. And such treasures were seldom bestowed even upon divine sons and daughters of other clans. Suddenly, the elders found themselves flustered. Elder Wan Qidai inquired, when did the Nangong Divine Clan arrive? Nangong Qing maintained a stoic expression, choosing not to respond to his question. Instead, she coldly remarked, after spending time in the primordial immortal domain, I now realize that my Nangong divine clan is regarded as insignificant in the eyes of your nobility. It seems I shall have to discuss this with my father upon returning. The elders of the Wanqi divine clan were left in disarray, caught between their dignity and the predicament they found themselves in. Wanqi Kong appeared somewhat lost in thought. He was aware of Nangong Qing's identity, yet he did not anticipate that even the elders would have to show her respect. After all, she was merely the daughter of a clan leader, not a celestial maiden. Why, then, did she possess such formidable influence? This enigma perplexed Wanqi Kong. Wanqi Zha's eyes flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, he turned to reprimand Wanqi Zha. Wanqi Zha, do not hesitate to apologize to this noble lady. Noble lady, it was my clan's younger members who, in a moment of carelessness, spoke without discretion. His words were not born of fear of Nangong Qing herself, but rather of the formidable backing she represented. He had heard tales of Nangong Fong, the leader of the Nangong divine clan, having had dealings with the divine clans of the eastern region, which had resulted in the birth of a daughter. With Nangong Qing's assertive demeanor, coupled with Nangong Fong's evident favoritism towards her, it was hard not to speculate whether this woman was supported by a powerful entity from the eastern region. Wanqi Zha's expression shifted. He was taken aback that, before so many witnesses, the elder would require him to apologize. After all, she was merely at the Zhanyuan realm, even as the daughter of a clan leader. Surely she was not extraordinary? The Wanqi clan was not inferior to the Nangong clan, so this action felt like a slap to his own face. Noticing his hesitation, Wanqi Zha furrowed his brow and urged, Wanqi Zha, hurry. Reluctantly, Wanqi Zha stepped forward, intending to speak, but was interrupted by Nangong Qing. Do not address me. Speak to him. She gestured towards Su Jiugao. Taken aback, Wanqi Zha turned to Su Jiugao, his face contorted with anger as he coldly remarked, do not overstep your bounds. I have granted you leniency because you are of the Nangong divine clan, but what makes him worthy of my apology? Su Jiugao, with merely black hair, though possessing an outstanding appearance, was evidently of human or demon ancestry. Clearly, he was nothing more than her kept man, yet he expected an apology? Nangong Qing's tone grew even colder. Even surrounded by members of the Wanqi divine clan, she remained unfazed and resolute. Dare to repeat that? Wanqi Zha, now furious, retorted defiantly, why should I? Why should you? Nangong Qing's beautiful eyes glimmered with frost as she revealed a token from her storage ring. Is this not sufficient? The token, intricately engraved with complex divine runes, sent shockwaves through the Wanqi elders. Their hearts raced with disbelief. That was the token of the ancient Source divine clan, one of the 4 clans of the eastern region. Wanqi Zha stood frozen, fully aware of its significance, his complexion shifting to one of disbelief. The ancient Source divine clan? Are you not of the Nangong divine clan? How do you possess this token? The 4 clans of the eastern region loomed over the entire ancient immortal domain like a massive mountain. Once, there were 19 taboo divine clans, but now only 13 remained, the others having been obliterated or plundered by the 4 clans of the east. This illustrated their overwhelming power. Nangong Qing's true identity was known to only a select few, and the reason Nangong Fong had dispatched Elder Feng, who was at the Emperor's realm, to escort her was largely due to her. Wanqi Zha panicked, hastily bowing, noble lady, we have been remiss. Wanqi Zha, do as the noble lady commands. He even altered his address. Realizing that this young woman from the Nangong family was indeed connected to the ancient Source clan of the eastern region, a matter of no small consequence. Even if the man sitting there was merely her kept man, they could not disregard her wishes. Wanqi Kong stared, dumbfounded, at Nangong Qing. With a cold smile, she glanced at them, proudly declaring, now do you understand fear? Su Jiugao observed with mild surprise. Seeing Nangong Qing's haughty demeanor, he entertained a thought. It seemed this girl harbored other secrets from him. Wanqi Zha, hurry. Wanqi Zha urged, and under the elder's gaze, Wanqi Zha lowered his proud head and approached Su Jiugao, fists clenched in reluctant anger. I apologize. The words were almost ground out between clenched teeth. Su Jiugao raised an eyebrow, surprised that the esteemed prince could be forced to bow to a woman's influence. In a playful tone, he feigned ignorance. What did you say? Speak up. I didn't hear you. Wanqi Zha was momentarily speechless, his hatred boiling as he bit his lip in silence. Nangong Qing interjected. Did you not hear him? Startled, Wanqi Zha suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot with unrestrained malice as he shouted, I apologize. Good. You have spirit. Su Jiugao chuckled, a smile gracing his features as he regarded him. This time, I did hear you. Witnessing this scene, Wanqi Kong was utterly stunned. He never imagined that the once arrogant Wanqi Zha would bow his head in apology. Wanqi Kong's gaze towards Su Jiugao shifted, filled with a newfound respect. If even Nangong Qing, who commanded fear due to her connections, addressed him as young master. What was his true background? Chapter 208. Apology, encountering a noble. Alas, it seemed he had stumbled upon a person of great consequence today. Wan Qikong felt a surge of excitement, realizing that someone of equal standing with him, young Master Su, must surely hail from one of the most powerful factions in the heavens. He reveled in this thought, unaware that the last person to think thus had already become a mere memory. Wan Qizhi trembled, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Although he was not the son of a divine emperor, he was certainly one of the most favored sons of the Wanshi divine clan. Today, he found himself apologizing to someone he would typically dismiss. The thought of this made his face flush crimson, gradually deepening to a shade of purple. Jiugao, the young talents of the Wanshi family behind him, were indignant, feeling wronged on his behalf. Why should he apologize? Who is he really? Exactly. Jiugao, you are the son of the clan leader. In the Wanshi divine clan, Wan Qizhi held considerable prestige, adept at winning the hearts of many. It was widely believed that he would ascend to the position of divine son after Wan Qikong stepped down. Silence. The elder Wan Qijia's voice cut through the chatter, imposing his authority. Do you all have a death wish? At his words, the younger members of the divine clan fell silent. Wan Qijia, with an apologetic demeanor, turned to Nangong Qing. Noble lady, I sincerely apologize. These younger members are thoughtless. Please, do not hold it against them. Though any random member of the Wanshi divine clan present possessed cultivation far superior to that of Nangong Qing, Wan Qizhi chose to speak with such humility, devoid of any elder's arrogance. This stirred discontent among many, who deemed their elder excessively meek. What they failed to comprehend was that, within the ancient immortal domain, while the taboo divine clans ostensibly held sway, those within the divine clans understood that the true power brokers were the four divine clans of the eastern region: ancient source, holy sun, prisoner, and celestial origin. The depth and strength of any one of these clans far surpassed that of the Wanshi divine clan. Likewise, Wan Qizhi and the other elders were astonished, pondering when the southern region's Nangong family had forged ties with the ancient source clan. Nangong Qing's stunning visage remained icy, her demeanor unyielding as she remarked, at least you recognize your place. With that, she discreetly stowed away the ancient source clan's token and approached Su Jiugao, a smile gracing her lips, as if to say, well, young master, how did I perform? This stood in stark contrast to her earlier frigid demeanor. Su Jiugao smiled faintly, raising her hand to caress her vibrant, fiery red hair, akin to stroking a small kitten. This left the surrounding members of the Wanshi divine clan utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief, mouths agape as if accommodating an egg. Wan Qizhi also recognized the extraordinary nature of Su Jiugao and stepped forward amicably, inquiring, this young gentleman, may I ask who you are? Nangong Qing, who had been relishing her rewards, was displeased by the interruption and coldly replied, your identity is not something you should be inquiring about. Wan Qizhi was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat embarrassed, a flicker of anger igniting within him. What an impudent and disrespectful junior. Yet, recalling Nangong Qing's significant background, he refrained from expressing his ire, instead chuckling awkwardly. It seems I have been remiss. Please forgive me, princess. The atmosphere became subtly tense. The young elites of the Wanshi divine clan regarded Su Jiugao with palpable hostility, while she remained unfazed, leisurely sipping her tea, exuding an air of tranquility. The elders, including Wan Qizhi, stood in awkward silence. Su Jiugao slowly set down her teacup, embodying the essence of a host, and remarked with a gentle smile, elders, please take your seats. Why are you all standing? Wan Qi, my friend, has something to discuss. Only then did Wan Qi and the others snap back to reality, frowning in confusion as they glanced at Wan Qikong. Oh, what could he possibly have to say? However, considering the current situation, it appeared that the usually disregarded Wan Qikong shared a close connection with this mysterious young man and Nangong's clan member, prompting Wan Qizhi to refrain from further comment. He found a seat and blandly stated, speak. What do you wish to convey to me? Wan Qikong cast a grateful glance at Su Jiugao, realizing that this was Su's brother aiding him. Meanwhile, Wan Qizhi seethed with jealousy, his eyes nearly ablaze. He silently raged. Why does this impure-blooded wretch know such remarkable figures? Hasn't he been under constant surveillance by the elders, with no significant interactions with other divine clans? How could he possibly know a member of the Nangong divine clan? Wan Qikong clasped his hands respectfully towards Su Jiugao, then turned to face the elders, who scrutinized him as if judging his worth, and spoke with poise. Elders, during each divine festival, our clan's sovereign must participate in the divine combat. The sovereign's aide is typically a celestial maiden. With the divine festival approaching, I wish to inquire who my companion in this divine combat shall be. Upon hearing this, the younger members of the Wanqi divine clan simultaneously wore expressions of mocking amusement. Wanqi provocatively glanced at Wanqi Kong, declaring, "You fool, the one collaborating with you this time is none other than me." In truth, Wanqi Kong had long anticipated this, feigning ignorance. Wanqi lowered his gaze, listening to Wanqi Kong's inquiry without lifting his head, and replied flatly, "Oh, so you are inquiring about this matter? The clan leader has already made arrangements. It has been many years since anyone from our clan has been able to inherit the title of Celestial Maiden. Thus we must seek others for this divine combat." At this, Wanqi's smugness intensified, and he grinned malevolently, saying, "My dear brother, as we participate together, be sure to bring glory to our Wanqi divine clan." Even though he had anticipated this outcome, Wanqi Kong felt an uncontrollable surge of indignation upon receiving the elder's confirmation. Clenching his fists, he fumed internally, "These old fools. Allowing Wanqi to participate alongside me signifies not only a lack of support, but also a deliberate attempt to undermine me. Should we fail in the divine combat, it could jeopardize the entire Wanqi divine clan's development for over a decade." As for the elders, including Wanqi Da, they were well aware of the situation. However, Wanqi Kong's position as the sovereign was sanctioned by their ancestor, and the clan leader could not openly dismiss it without losing face. Thus, they resorted to this underhanded tactic. If Wanqi Kong were to disgrace himself during the divine combat, it would provide a legitimate pretext to transfer the sovereign title to Wanqi Jia. In comparison, the reduction in resources for the Wanqi divine clan over the next decade would be a minor setback, as they were a clan with profound foundations and would not be severely harmed. Suppressing his fury, Wanqi Kong remarked with a twitch of his eyelids, "Isn't Wanqi's strength somewhat lacking? I recall that there are numerous prodigies within our clan who surpass him." Wanqi shot him a glance, oblivious to the anger simmering in Wanqi Kong's eyes, and responded mockingly, "Oh, then you might as well inquire who, besides Wanqi Jia, is willing to participate with you in the divine combat? This matter was personally decided by your father, the clan leader." Wanqi Jia, reveling in his triumph, taunted, "Well, Wanqi Kong, am I not enough for you? Rest assured, in the divine combat, I shall assist you wholeheartedly." He exaggerated the word assist, as if fearing Wanqi Kong might not hear. Wanqi Kong lowered his head, concealing his expression, and spoke in a subdued tone. "Is the Wanqi clan truly prepared to forfeit this divine combat? To go to such lengths to force me to step down? It seems you are quite intent on preventing me from ascending to the sovereign position." Upon hearing this, Wanqi furrowed his brow and retorted, "What did you say?" "Heh, nothing." Wanqi Kong raised his head, his gaze resolute as he fixed it upon Wanqi Da, whose irritation escalated. "Wanqi Kong, what exactly are you trying to convey? Speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution with me." Wanqi Kong nodded. "In that case, I shall be direct. Elder, for this divine combat, I intend to replace Wanqi Jia and bring another individual to participate with me." "What did you say?" The room erupted in astonishment. The elders and juniors of the Wanqi divine clan looked incredulously at Wanqi Kong. Wanqi Jia's face turned ashen, and he shouted angrily, "Wanqi Kong, what do you mean by this?" Wanqi narrowed his eyes, glaring at Wanqi Kong, his voice laden with gravity. "You wish to change your partner? This matter is not within my authority." Wanqi Kong asserted, "The rules of the divine combat state that, aside from a divine sovereign or celestial maiden, others, even those not from our clan, may participate. For instance, the Biming divine clan has had several instances where the sovereign and their followers took part in battle. I believe the elders are well aware of this, are they not?" Wanqi Da's demeanor turned frigid as he replied tersely, "Wanqi Kong, you must understand that allowing your brother Wanqi Jia to participate in this matter is a decree from the clan leader. Are you truly intending to defy your own father?" In response, Wanqi Kong sneered, abandoning pretense and directly pointing at Wanqi Jia. "In this divine combat, how could he possibly be deemed worthy? A mere novice who has just entered the Divine King realm? Even the lowest-ranked Qishao divine clan sends 2 peak divine kings to battle. Having Wanqi Jia join me is akin to carrying a burden." Without holding back, Wanqi Kong challenged, "I suspect the elders are not even interested in winning this divine combat and have already resigned themselves to finishing at the bottom." Wanqi Jia's expression darkened, his fury boiling over as he shouted, "Wanqi Kong, what are you saying? You will cease this insolence." With a swift turn, Wanqi Kong glared at him, unleashing a formidable aura that surged forth like a tempest. An indescribable sense of suffocation enveloped the room, constricting around Wanqi Jia's throat, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, his face paling drastically. The elders present were all taken aback, for the aura emanating from Wanqi Kong was not that of a deity king, but rather that of a sage. He had actually broken through. Wanqi Da's eyes flickered, and he had to concede that, Despite his disdain for Wan Qikong, the latter's prowess continually surprised him. His tone softened as he spoke gravely. You have reached the sage realm? Wan Qikong disdainfully cast a glance at his feeble brother and retorted, without our father, you are nothing. The elders surely understood that under my leadership, Wan Qikong, this generation stood the greatest chance of entering the top echelons of the divine battle. Perhaps even achieving a higher rank was not out of reach. But having Wan Qikong accompany me could lead to him being paralyzed with fear or perhaps even sabotaging the effort, despite my impure bloodline. I have never forgotten my identity as a son of heaven. Do I not even possess this right? Or do the elders willingly wish to see the Wanqi clan languish at the bottom? His words were sharp as swords, piercing the hearts of his listeners. What audacity! Is this how you address us, elders? They retorted, clearly displeased. After a prolonged silence, Wan Qi finally raised his hand, turning his gaze towards Wan Qikong. Seeing the latter's resolute expression, he could not help but ponder. Wan Qikong was correct. Although his bloodline was impure, he was still a member of the Wanqi clan. Given his current strength, if paired with a teammate of comparable ability, he could indeed lead the Wanqi clan to enter the divine battle. Such an opportunity was rare. Though tempted, Wan Qi was also concerned that following the battle, Wan Qikong's standing in the eyes of their ancestors would become even more unassailable. Casting a glance at the trembling Wan Qi furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. Wan Qikong, are you suggesting replacing Wan Qi? Wan Qikong replied, is my meaning not clear enough? Wan Qi's eyes flickered, and he began to discuss with the elders. Many expressed a desire to abandon the idea, but a few elders, upon witnessing Wan Qikong's breakthrough to the sage realm, began to reconsider. This young man possesses extraordinary talent. Who could have imagined he has now broken into the sage realm? If he approaches this divine battle earnestly, he might truly set a new record for our clan. Indeed, resources within the ancient immortal domain are dwindling. Entering the top 8 would grant us significantly greater resources than we currently possess, one elder analyzed. When personal interests were at stake, those who previously opposed the idea began to hesitate. Chapter 210, Moved, Agreement to Replace. Wan Qi had been favored due to the clan leader's explicit orders. Yet if Wan Qikong were to enter the top 8 of the divine battle, the benefits would ultimately accrue to them. This seemed untenable after this battle. Wan Qikong's position as son of heaven would be unshakable. Had they forgotten how he had once brutally slain in public? This sentiment was voiced by an elder whose grandson had fallen victim to Wan Qikong's wrath, and his resentment lingered. The other elders, reflecting on this, fell silent. Su Jiugao quietly listened, and noticing the silence, turned to Negong Qing with a gentle smile and said, Qinger, please assist him. Negong Qing nodded slightly, understanding the prince's intent. She addressed the elders of the Wanqi clan with a smile. Esteemed elders, historically, the top 8 in the divine battle has been a watershed moment, with rewards significantly surpassing those for the subsequent ranks. The Wanqi clan has always lingered around the 9th or 10th positions. Given this tremendous opportunity, why not grant him a chance? With Negong Qing, a member of the Negong clan, speaking up, the elders found themselves in a dilemma. She returned to Su Jiugao's side after a brief smile. Wan Qikong cast a grateful glance her way, aware that her willingness to advocate for him stemmed from Su's influence. What Wan Qikong had said was not untrue. They had all tacitly accepted the idea of forfeiting this battle. However, death was irreversible, and the Wanqi clan had consistently ranked among the lowest in past battles. Could they truly afford to relinquish this opportunity? An elder remarked. To enter the top 8 of the divine battle is to receive blessings from our ancestors, granting our clan ownership of several quarries and even an entire ancient mineral vein. Regardless, Wan Qikong is still one of our own. Even if he does not fight for the clan, he will undoubtedly give his all for himself. In that case, not only would the younger generation benefit, but so would we. If Wan Qikong manages to impress us in this battle, I would gladly see him crowned as the son of heaven. His words stirred something within the assembly. Humph. You are unaffected since it is not your grandson at stake. Aside from those elders harboring grievances against Wan Qikong, the others began to contemplate deeply. Allowing Wan Qi to fight was akin to yielding his place to another. This was a truth known to all. In my view, we should decide through a vote. What do you think? One elder proposed tentatively. That notion is sound. I concur. I have no objections. Wan Qi, observing the impending argument among the elders, frowned and raised his hand. Enough. Let us settle this through a vote. After a brief discussion, the results were soon evident. Of the 7 elders present, 4 raised their hands in agreement, while 3 opposed. The outcome was unmistakable. I object. At this moment, one elder expressed his discontent. Great elder, you also possess a vote. The decision rests with you. Shall we permit Wan Qikong to replace this fellow? All eyes turned towards the great elder, Wan Qi. After a moment of contemplation, He turned to the previously silent Wan Qikong and stated calmly, "Are you suggesting that if Wan Qizhe is replaced, you are confident of entering the top 8 in this divine battle? Is this truly the case?" Wan Qikong replied with unshakable confidence, naturally. As the destined protagonist, he had never doubted his strength. With the power of the Sky Emperor's divine body at his disposal, he could even contend against the prodigies of the Eastern territories. Wan Qizhe narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. "In that case, I am willing to grant you this opportunity." "What?" The younger members of the Wanqi clan were incredulous. Wan Qizhe was particularly astounded, exclaiming, "Great Elder, what are you saying? This was a decision made by my father." Wan Qizhe shot him a glance and replied, "Little Zhe, your strength is indeed lacking for the divine battle. If Wan Qikong truly possesses the confidence, then it may not be out of the question. But what assurance do you have?" At this, Wan Qidao's gaze intensified, his eyes sparkling with intensity. "It's here." Wan Qikong silently scoffed, knowing that the great elder would not acquiesce so easily. Had he not recently broken through to the sage realm and impressed these old fogies, he might not have even been granted the opportunity to speak. Wan Qikong declared solemnly, "If I do not enter the top 8 in this divine battle, I will relinquish my title as Son of Heaven." This unequivocal composure and confidence left the younger members of the Wanqi clan in a state of bewilderment. Could this self-assured individual truly be Wan Qikong? They seemed to have overlooked his innate pride all along. Having once fought fiercely for the title of Son of Heaven, what sort of simpleton could he possibly be? Even Wan Qizhe was momentarily taken aback. What an arrogant young man. The divine battle is far from a trivial contest. The participants are the elite of various divine clans. Except for the 4 clans of the eastern region, none can claim absolute certainty regarding their standings. Wan Qidai stated calmly, "You should be aware that if you falter in this divine contest, your position as the Son of Heaven is undoubtedly at risk." Wan Qikong furrowed his brow, his voice turning cold as he replied, "Are you implying that merely relinquishing my title as Son of Heaven is insufficient?" Wan Qidai responded firmly, "Insufficient." Taking a deep breath, Wan Qikong's eyes darkened with intense humiliation as he declared, "If I fail, I, Wan Qikong, am willing to withdraw from the Wanqi clan." "Oh?" Wan Qidai's eyes brightened at this remark, approvingly stating, "Now, that is intriguing. In that case, I shall make an exception and grant you this opportunity in the upcoming divine battle. Should you emerge victorious, we will no longer impose difficulties upon you. However, if you lose, even if you place 9th, you must relinquish your title as Son of Heaven and leave the Wanqi clan with your sister." Wan Qidai pronounced without room for dispute. With this declaration, the elders had evidently reached a consensus, permitting Wan Qikong to participate in the divine battle. Wan Qizhe, visibly displeased, expressed his frustration loudly, "Elders, are you questioning the family head's authority? You all previously agreed to my position. We, the elders, have the right to counter the family head's decisions if we share a common opinion," he continued. Chapter 211. A first encounter with death. Moreover, I will inform the clan leader of this matter afterward. Wan Qidai's attitude towards Wan Qizhe underwent a stark transformation as he gently reassured, "Little Zhe, I hope you understand that if the Wanqi clan enters the top 8 of the divine battle, it will benefit not only you but all members of the clan. Currently, Wan Qikong has attained the saintly realm, and his strength holds significant promise. In crucial matters, they can still see clearly. Naturally, if Wan Qikong had not broken through and remained at the 9th level of the God King realm, their consent would have been out of the question." Wan Qizhe clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment as he scowled. He seemed to envision the triumphant expression of Wan Qikong. "Wan Qikong, since you wish to substitute participants, who do you intend to choose?" he inquired. "Could it possibly be this clan lady? Her cultivation is merely at the cutting yuan realm, and she is even beneath me." Upon hearing this, the elders grew curious. They understood Wan Qikong's status within the clan, yet none were willing to risk offending the family head's son by fighting alongside him. Wan Qizhe sneered, "Are you truly hoping to find an outsider to aid you? I do not recall you knowing anyone of note." Confronted with Wan Qizhe's interrogative pressure, Wan Qikong remained composed, smiling gently as he replied, "What? It seems my decision to replace participants has displeased you, Brother Zhe. Is it not a matter of pride for the clan to strive for glory? Ah, Brother Zhe, considering how many precious resources Father has provided you, if your strength were to increase further, I would be more than willing to fight alongside you." His tone was calm, yet it carried a subtle mockery of Wan Qizhe's inadequate strength. Wan Qizhe's expression soured as he glared at him. "Wan Qikong, what do you mean by that?" Wan Qikong waved his hand dismissively, "Just the literal meaning." "Enough." The elder Wan Qidai interjected. "Wan Qikong, with the divine ritual approaching, please inform us who you have chosen, so that we may prepare ourselves accordingly. If you truly have no one in mind, my inept grandson could assist you." Wan Qikong bowed respectfully. There is no need for the elders to trouble themselves. The individual I have chosen is none other than Brother Su. As he spoke, Wan Qikong pointed to Su Jiugao, who was quietly savoring tea. Brother Su's strength is certainly on par with mine. He is an extraordinary prodigy. With Brother Su's assistance, we are bound to secure a place in the top 8, with a chance for the top 5. Wan Qikong asserted confidently. Su Jiugao, having noticed the unfolding scene, smiled lightly and waved his hand. Brother Wanqi is overly flattering. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Isn't this the pampered young man of the Nangong clan? They pondered. Him. They scrutinized Su Jiugao, seemingly curious about what made him so distinguished that even Wan Qikong held him in such esteem. It was well known that while Wan Qikong's bloodline was not pure, his prowess was unrivaled among the younger generation of the Wanqi clan. Otherwise, the clan leader would not be so wary of him. Wanqi Dai released a strand of divine sense, attempting to gauge Su Jiugao's cultivation. Yet, to his surprise, it felt as though an invisible mist enveloped Su Jiugao, preventing any discernible fluctuations of energy from being sensed. Him? You mean this pretty boy? At that moment, a jarring voice broke in. Wanqi scoffed derisively. Who is this interloper? Wan Qikong, do you truly believe that the follower of the Nangong clan lady can assist you? If this person were indeed skilled, why would he conceal his strength? Nangong Qing's face turned icy at his words, but Su Jiugao raised his hand to stop her. Smiling gently as he said, let him speak. Wan Qikong retorted, it seems Brother Zhu is quite interested in whom I choose. Regardless, I have promised the elders that if I do not place within the top 8, I will relinquish my position and depart from the clan. The selection of participants for the divine battle is my responsibility. Even if I were to bring in some random individuals, I believe that would not concern you, would it? Wanqi sneered, you are quite eloquent, but I shall not engage in a debate with you. The divine battle is crucial to our clan's reputation. If you bring in this outsider without knowing his true capabilities, it is likely that our Wanqi clan will not even secure 9th place. Whether Wan Qikong lives or dies has no bearing on me. My concern lies solely with the Wanqi clan's ranking. Seeing that Wan Qikong had chosen an obscure individual, even those elders who had previously held some optimism began to waver in their confidence. Wan Qikong, this is no trivial matter. Are you truly confident? Wan Qikong nodded earnestly. I implore all elders to place your trust in me. Trust? Rather than believe in this outsider, who is not even a member of our clan. I suspect his strength may even be inferior to mine, Wan Qizhe retorted mockingly. Wan Qikong's brow furrowed deeper, his anger rising. This good-for-nothing was determined to sabotage him, even at this critical juncture, and he dared to further irritate him. Did he not understand the immense cost Wan Qikong had incurred to bring Brother Su into the fold? If he were to be forced out as a result, Wan Qikong vowed he would kill this scoundrel. At that moment, Su Jiugao, who had been watching the unfolding drama, slowly set down his teacup, a teasing glimmer in his eyes as he remarked, Oh, are you implying that I am weak? Upon hearing Su Jiugao speak, Wan Qizhe arrogantly replied, What else could it mean? Su Jiugao lowered his gaze, not even glancing at him, and calmly stated, Brother Wanqi, it seems your brother is quite confident in his abilities. Wan Qikong, feeling somewhat apologetic, remarked, he has been spoiled since childhood, unaware that there are greater talents beyond him. Even I do not dare claim absolute certainty in defeating Brother Su, let alone a mere Wan Qizhe, who was but a fool. Wan Qizhe, hearing their dismissive remarks about him, shouted furiously, What? Are you unsatisfied? If you are, allow me to witness what kind of person can replace me. Wan Qizhe? Enough. Wanqi Dai commanded. Little Zhe, come back. While I do not know the nature of your relationship with the Nangong clan lady, it is evident to any discerning eye that it is not ordinary. They may be indifferent, but they cannot disregard Nangong Qing's presence. Mo Qizhe seemed to have not heard, arrogantly provoking. I ask you, do you dare? Su Jiugao shook his head at him, his expression akin to observing a fool. Shifting to a more comfortable position, he lazily remarked, Very well. Since you are so eager to see, if you do not reveal your skills today, it appears I will have to persuade you otherwise. A mere novice at the God King realm seeks to challenge someone of the Holy Realm? Not only him, but even the elders of the Holy Realm behind him were equally unimpressive in Su Jiugao's eyes. Chapter 212. Defeating Mo Qizhe with a single finger. The near-death experience of Mo Qizhe laughed, his disdain palpable. You who do not even dare to reveal your own strength? A mere outsider. Not even of the forbidden divine clan. How powerful could you possibly be? Mo Qikong's eyes flickered. He understood that if Brother Su did not showcase his abilities today, it would not be so simple to settle this matter. Truth be told, he was also curious to witness Su Jiugao's prowess, to ascertain whether he was indeed the figure from the Zhonghuang realm that day. Mo Qizhe and the other elders exchanged glances, seeing some merit in the situation. Mo Qizhe chuckled. Young friend, Why not demonstrate your abilities, so that we may have a clearer understanding? Su Jiugao replied. I fear he may not withstand it. Imochija shouted, What did you say? You cowardly turtle, come and fight. With his God-King realm cultivation unleashed without reservation, he directed his overwhelming power towards Su Jiugao. Imochija chuckled, stroking his beard, his expression one of disbelief as he remarked, Since you are so confident, our divine clan's prodigies are not to be underestimated. You may fight boldly. Su Jiugao nodded slightly, his expression calm as he said, Then let us begin. Despite his words, Su Jiugao made no move to rise, showing no intention to engage in battle. This demeanor caused the elders of the Mo-Chi clan to frown, clearly displeased. What an arrogant youth. The hot-blooded Imochija could hardly endure such indignation, while Mo-Chi Kong and Nangang Qing were at least of divine lineage. What was Su Jiugao? Merely a nameless outsider, no different from a slave in his eyes. A flash of anger crossed Imochija's eyes as he resolved to teach this presumptuous individual a lesson, bellowing, What do you mean by this? Do you look down on me? Stand up. Su Jiugao lightly smiled, responding mercilessly, There is no need for such trouble to deal with you. A mere flick of my finger could suffice. Imochija's pupils widened, his fury escalating as he roared, Then try it. I want to see if you are merely all talk. He formed a seal with his hands, causing the entire estate to tremble violently. A powerful divine technique from the God-King realm surged forth, carrying an unmistakable intent to kill towards Su Jiugao. Let us see. Su Jiugao's eyes narrowed slightly, raising his hand in a seemingly disinterested manner to flick his finger. Boom. The disparity between the Holy Realm and the God-King realm was vast. This seemingly casual gesture contained an utterly terrifying force infused with chaotic energy. Imochija's pupils constricted as he immediately sensed Su Jiugao's might. Staring in horror at the unfolding scene, exclaiming, Holy Realm? No good. He hurried to intervene, only to be horrified to find his Holy Realm power had sunk like a stone into the sea, utterly unable to stop the impending catastrophe. Imochija shouted, Stop. Noticing this, Su Jiugao cast a disdainful glance at him, his eyes filled with contempt. How could the prince's strike be so easily endured? Imochija could only watch in terror as his divine technique shattered, exclaiming in fear, What is this? Boom. A deafening explosion rang out. The once arrogant Imochija was now like a broken doll, bloodied and flung backwards. The bricks and doors of the estate shattered. And had it not been for Imochija's swift intervention to shield him, he would have been sent flying hundreds of miles away. Within the estate, the bricks collapsed, deep fissures spreading across the ground, white steam rising ominously, creating a terrifying sight. The younger members of the Mo-Chi clan gaped in shock, their jaws almost dropping as they stared at the scene. Where is Imochija? What just happened? A single finger, merely a flick of a finger. The once arrogant Imochija was defeated just like that. Even Mo-Chi Kong couldn't help but gasp, giving a thumbs up to Su Jiugao, exclaiming, Brother Su. Too strong. Su Jiugao replied nonchalantly, It seems I have somewhat overestimated you. Frankly, he had not anticipated that the prodigy of the forbidden divine clan at the God-King realm would be so weak. After all, not everyone could fight beyond their rank like Mo-Chi Kong, the destined hero. How dare you? Little Je merely wished to test your strength. Who allowed you to strike with such lethal intent? Not far away, Imochija's furious voice erupted. He held the bloodied Imochija in his arms, who was now on the brink of death, his breath flickering like a candle in the wind, as if he might perish at any moment. Little Je. Imochija's face turned anxious, desperately pulling out healing elixirs from his storage ring, ones he himself had been reluctant to use. The rest of the Mo-Chi clan elders and juniors changed their expressions as well. Is he injured so severely? Little Je, Brother Je. Imochija was nearly furious enough to explode, as the leading elder overseeing the divine ceremony. Replacing Imochija to participate in the divine battle had already risked offending the clan leader. And now it seemed he had almost literally replaced him in a physical sense. The expressions of the Mo-Chi clan elders darkened as they glared at Su Jiugao, one after another releasing their oppressive auras to firmly lock onto him, with Imochija's presence being the most formidable at the 9th layer of the Holy Realm. The other elders were no less than at the 9th layer of the Holy Realm as well. Elders, we absolutely cannot let this person off. Yes, let us avenge Brother Je. I believe it was that Mo-Chi Kong who sought to use him to eliminate Brother Je. One among them spoke out. Several Mo-Chi clan elders were taken aback, and Imochija's gaze flickered with realization. There was indeed a possibility. Tell me, who exactly are you? Imochija questioned Su Jiugao, as if a poor answer would seal his fate here. Mo-Chi Kong had not anticipated that such a simple duel would lead to such a monumental affair, hastily declaring, Elders, Brother Su is a prodigy from the ancient immortal domain. It It was clearly Mo Qizha who provoked him first, and with Brother Su's strength, he had already held back. Mo Qizha thundered, Mo Qi Kong, be silent. Since the opponent is so powerful, why did you not disclose this earlier? Zherer was caught unprepared. With his God-King realm cultivation, how could he possibly stand against someone of the Holy Realm? Looking at the bloodied Mo Qizha in his arms, Mo Qizha was filled with rage. After this incident, the clan leader would surely reprimand him for his negligence.